I, a fresh and inexperienced guy about to start my freshman year in college, suddenly became a life winner thanks to system rewards. Originally, I was just a mediocre student barely passing the second-tier university cutoff. Encouraged by my girlfriend, I got into college, thinking I would just live an ordinary life meeting her in person. But then the system appeared. Faced with two options for meeting her, I decisively chose the one that best matched my heart. In an instant, I gained a luxury car, improved looks, and a huge sum of cash. Excited, I went to see my girlfriend, full of anticipation for the one who had always encouraged me. But the moment I saw her, I was stunned. The girlfriend who was supposed to be ugly was as beautiful as a fairy. Just as I was overjoyed, a loud noise came from behind me. A tricky traffic accident had occurred. Chapter 1. Let's meet in real life. Reuniting, inside a certain esports-themed hotel. Su Jia looked at the chat history on his phone and frowned. Xingyue, babe, are all you men the same, falling for pretty girls as soon as you see them? Su Jia, then I might be a little different from them. Xingyue, of course my babe is different. Su Jia, I also immediately fell for the ugly one. Xingyu, break up, you scumbag. Faced with this situation, Su Jia could only sigh that the adult world is not easy. So, he decided to pull out his trump card. Su Jia, want to play a game? Yan Xingyue, I'll log in as soon as I finish this meeting. A breakup storm, perfectly ended. You can also tell from this that their online romance is quite sweet. That's right, the other person was his online romantic partner he had been talking to for half a year. In the past 6 months, Yan Xingyue changed his life. In the second half of senior year, while others were enjoying sweet online romances, he was studying hard under the encouragement of the other person. In just a few months, he went from a mediocre student barely passing the second-tier university cutoff to a top student. And stand out in the fierce battleground of the college entrance examination, being admitted to Shida University. By the way, Yan Xingyue is from Reuniting and is said to be a white-collar office worker. With 3 days left before the start of school registration, he also came early from his hometown Hangcheng. All for the purpose of finding an opportunity to meet in person. Although Yan Xingyue had told him more than once that she was very ugly. But for this woman who changed his life for the better, appearance no longer mattered. It is true that this is a world that values looks. But if he missed out on a girl whose words were full of encouragement, never mean or sarcastic, he felt he would regret it for a lifetime. Why are so many men afraid of marriage? Bride price and houses are certainly part of the reason. But Su Jia believes the most crucial factor is not having found someone who can give them confidence. When you truly meet a woman like Yan Xingyue who can change your life, whether you fight hard or not is all that matters. With various thoughts, he quickly turned on his computer and logged into the game PUBG. At the same time, he kept encouraging himself in his mind. Whether he could meet in real life would be decided right here. However, just as the game reached the login screen, his thoughts were completely interrupted by an electronic synthesized voice in his mind. Ding, detected the host facing a difficult choice, perfect life choice system successfully bound. System? Hearing this voice, his face was full of astonishment. As a young man, he was very familiar with things like systems. Even the most ordinary person can directly reach the peak of life with this thing. But according to the usual novel tropes, shouldn't it be triggered only after an electric shock, kowtowing, or something like that? Why did it hesitate a bit before saying to meet in real life when it came to me? The system just popped up directly? And after carefully feeling it, he was certain that this was definitely not an illusion. Because something like an attribute panel had already appeared in Su Jia's mind. Host, Su Jia. Age, 19. Appearance, 82. Height, 183. Physique, 76. Skills, none. His data is already clear at a glance in my mind. And according to the system's notes, except for age, the maximum value for each item is 100 points. The later it is, the harder it is to level up. However, if any item can reach 100, it means he has reached the pinnacle of the world in that particular data. The one and only. But looking at the glaring 82 points for appearance, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. I've always been the school heartthrob wherever I go, so how come it's only 82 points? This wasn't narcissism, but a fact. All his life, he really has never lacked people chasing after him. It's not an exaggeration to say that Su Jia really hasn't encountered any rivals over the years. But now it seems that there is still a long way to go. At the same time, something like a multiple choice question appeared in his mind. Ding, detected that the host is facing a choice, successfully triggered 2 options. 1. Please boldly and courageously say you want to meet in person. Reward, 1 Ducati V4S with an advanced driving skills helmet and a driver's license, attractiveness attribute 5, 3 million yuan in cash. 2. Please timidly and secretly take a glance at her by her side. Reward, 15 million yuan in cash, constitution attribute 5. Looking at the 2 options in his mind, Su Jia's mouth curved into an excited smile. Because for him, this multiple choice question was just too easy. As a real man, how could he tolerate only being able to sneak a glance at the other person? Besides, from the very beginning, he had planned to lay his cards on the table with Yan Xingyue. Although it is a pity to give up 15 million in cash, the other option is obviously much better. First of all, he is an absolute motorcycle enthusiast. A top-tier superbike like the Ducati V4S is something he has always dreamed of. Another factor is the appearance. Physical fitness can be improved through exercise, but looks cannot. So he didn't hesitate at all and silently repeated in his mind, choose one. Ding, successfully received, your motorcycle has arrived at the hotel parking lot. Then, a flood of knowledge about motorcycle riding instantly filled Soo Jae's mind. At the same time, he felt slight changes happening to his face. It was itchy, making him unable to resist reaching out to rub his cheek. The whole process didn't take more than a few minutes. He reviewed the motorcycle skills and various driving knowledge in his mind. He was really excited. What is this? Directly receiving an initiation. With this thing, becoming an all-around godlike person in the future is just a matter of minutes. And the most crucial part is, according to the system's notes, the highest skill level is top tier. Taking motorcycles as an example, if he wants to upgrade this skill to the top level, he needs to buy or collect various bikes. After reaching a certain amount, the skill will naturally upgrade. In summary, what lies ahead of him is simply a highway to the sky. With all kinds of excited thoughts, he once again confirmed that 3 million had been deposited into his account before standing in front of the mirror. Wow, so damn handsome. The him in the mirror, his face shape and the like actually haven't changed much. But just because of some slight changes, his attractiveness successfully leveled up. And on his body, there appeared some kind of indescribable aura. The kind that makes people want to take a second look. At the very least, he himself was almost convinced to turn. Faced with this situation, Soo Jae decided to come clean with her. So without waiting for her to finish the meeting and play games, he directly opened WeChat and sent a message, I'm in Reuniting, let's meet in person. I'm in a meeting, my phone is casting the screen. Chapter 2, The Charm of Motorcycles, Loved by All Ages. Honestly, after seeing this message, Soo Jae was completely stunned. After thinking it over, he felt that over at Xingyue's place, it was probably already a social death scene. However, the reality was quite different. Right in the Heaton International Office Building, known as the most luxurious in Reuniting, Xingyue stood in front of the projection screen, her face full of seriousness. After looking around at everyone below, she continued with a stern face, you all didn't see anything, right? Didn't see. Seeing her like this, all the well-dressed social elites present couldn't help but start to feel afraid. They were all afraid that the boss's daughter might directly choose to kill to silence them. Of course, besides fear, there was mostly shock. No one expected that such a wealthy and beautiful woman would actually choose to have an online romance with someone. And it had already progressed to the point of meeting in person. I have to say, all of this sounds truly surreal. But after some thought, everyone came to terms with it. After all, the happiness of the wealthy is something they can never fully understand. Seeing that everyone was reasonably sensible, Xingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief and called the meeting to adjourn. After speaking, she clicked her high heels and walked toward the office next door. And the moment she closed the door, she leaned against it, still shaken, muttering to herself, wow, you really gave me a big surprise. But as she spoke, a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. No one knew how the two had encouraged each other and moved forward side by side over the past 6 months. Although they had never met in person, emotionally, they had already developed a strong dependence. As for rejecting Soo Jae's suggestion to meet in person? Impossible. Thinking of this, she blushed slightly and replied to the message, send me your location, I'll pick you up as soon as I get off work. While replying, Xingyue's eyes unconsciously glanced outside the office glass, looking as guilty as a thief. The series of actions did not stop there. Soon, she made a phone call and then said somewhat guiltily, hey, come meet me in person, I'm really nervous. Meet in person? On the other end of the phone, a woman's voice full of shock was heard. Sister, online dating is unreliable. Does he have a house? A car? Do you really know him? He was born after 2000. Then wait for me, I'm coming right away. As for Soo Jae, after receiving the news, she smiled and rejected the idea of her coming to pick him up. Thinking about the Ducati V4S parked downstairs, he said he was already starving with desire. And the two quickly agreed to meet downstairs at Heaton International at 5:30 in the evening. Well, from now, there was only an hour left. After putting down the phone, Soo Jae, who had been a bit nervous, surprisingly calmed down. One is because the boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. The other is that after having the system by his side and 3 million in cash on him, his confidence immediately soared. They say alcohol emboldens the timid, which is true, but more fitting for the current situation is, money is what gives a man courage. As long as the wallet is thick enough, no matter what he does, a man is full of confidence. I want you to rush over you are the stars and the sea. Under the fitting background music, time quickly reached 5 o'clock. Soo Jae had already packed everything up, grabbed the car keys and helmet, and took the elevator straight downstairs. And after going downstairs, he noticed a dazzling red cool motorcycle parked in the hotel's open-air parking lot. So handsome, really handsome. Even from a distance, Su Jia was captivated by its looks. As Ducati's most expensive flagship model today, this bike holds a very high status among motorcycle enthusiasts. Compared to the Kawasaki H2, it is even more impressive. Moreover, its title as the Ferrari of motorcycles adds a lot of prestige to Ducati. With an engine displacement of over 1,000 cubic centimeters, 214 horsepower, and an acceleration time of 2.9 seconds to 100 km/h, these figures began to vividly emerge in Su Jia's mind. In summary, this is a top-tier superbike with noble lineage. Commonly known as a land flyer. Soon, Su Jia, who came beside the car, couldn't help but smile. The car in front of him perfectly matched his image of a public-grade motorcycle. The body, combining elegance, fierceness, and coolness, deeply attracted his eyes. Especially the two canards at the front of the car, which made it like an angel, directly flying into his heart. Striding out with his long legs, Su Jia directly mounted the Ducati. With his height of over 1.8 meters and perfectly proportioned long legs, handling this bike was no problem. After stroking the fuel tank, Su Jia directly pressed the start button. The distinctive sound of the four-cylinder motorcycle instantly ignited the passion within him. Besides, the commotion caused by Su Jia instantly made him the center of attention in the entire parking lot. But considering his girlfriend was still waiting over there, it was obviously not a good time to show off. Without hesitation, he immediately shifted into first gear, pressed the accelerator, and drove out of the parking lot. Feeling the car's thrust and the pleasant breeze that came right after starting off, Su Jia also felt extremely comfortable. Just as he was driving the car out of the parking lot, he noticed several boys about 7 or 8 years old walking towards him. Wow! A shout from the depths of his soul echoed into his ears. At first glance, he noticed 2 children staring at him and the motorcycle between his legs with an almost fanatical gaze. This is the charm of motorcycles, appealing to all ages. The lounge area on the first floor of Heaton International. Yan Xingyue and her best friend Jiaru were anxiously staring at the entrance of the office building. Just watching on the side, Jiaru couldn't help but complain, "It took you half a year to tell me, you really are my best girlfriend." Sigh, it just wasn't the right time back then. After a moment of surprise, a terrifying thought flashed through Jiaru's mind. Then I couldn't help but widen my eyes and said, "At that time, he was still a minor? My good sister, please teach me, how can I taste the bitterness of this kind of love?" The 3 ugly girlfriends turned out to be as beautiful as fairies. What are you thinking? I mean, I hadn't figured it out before. Yan Xingyue rolled her eyes, and if you want to endure hardship, it's simple. Aren't you a big streamer? Just pick one from your millions of fans. My sister's ideal man must be an absolute macho guy, but as for them, forget it. As their conversation gradually went off track, it greatly eased Yan Xingyue's nervousness. Also because it was after work hours, countless young men and women, like when school lets out, all rushed out in a swarm. Yan Xingyue, who hadn't considered this situation before, now somewhat regrets choosing this location. It's not that she's worried Su Jia won't find it, but she's afraid he might get nervous. After all, her little boyfriend is still a boy just about to start his freshman year in college. But now that things have come to this, obviously there is no other way. Looked down at the watch, there were still a few minutes left until the agreed time. Immediately said, "Let's go, we'll wait outside." The crowd leaving work now was estimated to be at least 1,000 people. So sitting here to wait was obviously not appropriate. So the two quickly appeared by the roadside, watching the crowded traffic while looking around in all directions. It was at this moment that a burst of wild engine roars reached the ears of everyone present. The roaring sound seemed as if it would tear the air apart. The originally noisy environment became even more intense because of it. What kind of sports car is this? The sound is surprisingly beautiful. It doesn't sound like a sports car, but more like a motorcycle. Hearing this roar, Jiaru immediately squinted his eyes. This is the sound of a Ducati. You can tell just from that? Yan Xingyue blinked her big eyes. Besides the noise, she didn't notice anything else at all. Of course, don't be fooled by the fact that I usually drive a Tesla online, I'm also a keyboard car expert. Actually, this is quite normal. Many people like motorcycles, but few dare to try them. Things made of iron and meat. If you have even a little bit of caution, you won't dare rush to try them. Moreover, those large displacement motorcycles, which can hit 200 km/h in first gear, are really not suitable for girls. Amid the intense discussions among the crowd, the noise grew louder and closer. Soon, a dazzling red streak appeared in everyone's sight. This is the Ducati V4S, the top-tier superbike. The guy riding the bike is so handsome, I love it. Su Jia, sitting on the motorcycle, is wearing a black helmet made of pure carbon fiber. He is wearing a white shirt that Yan Xingyue once said was her favorite, along with sky blue jeans and white sneakers. The overall image he gave was simply irresistibly handsome. Even the men and women nearby couldn't help but take out their phones, wanting to capture this moment. Among them, of course, was Yan Xingyue's best friend, Jiaru. At this moment, she had completely forgotten that she was the one who helped her best friend meet in person. In her eyes, there was nothing left but the motorcycle guy in front of her. However, what she didn't expect was that he seemed to be cooperating with her. He actually slowed down and stopped right beside them after getting close. Feeling the impact brought by the handsome biker, her calves had already started to weaken. As for Yen Xingyue beside him, she seemed as if she hadn't noticed at all, still looking around, trying to find any trace of her online boyfriend. As for Su Jia, under countless envious gazes, he didn't feel any pressure. On the contrary, this level of attention made him feel very happy. Of course, Su Jia also didn't forget the main task at hand. So after parking, he immediately took out his phone and called Yen Xingyue. What surprised him greatly was that just as the call was made, the phone of someone nearby started ringing. Following the source of the sound, a little fairy in a floral dress appeared in his sight. Yes, the woman's appearance could be described as exquisitely perfect, coupled with the plain-colored dress and an indescribable aura about her. Four big characters immediately appeared in his mind, ethereal and graceful. At the same time, he also noticed that next to this woman stood another woman who was equally beautiful but followed a sexy style. However, the way this woman looked at him was somewhat intense. Just as he was secretly shaking his head and planning to look away, he heard a voice beside him say, "Hey, have you arrived?" And this voice was simultaneously transmitted through the Bluetooth headset he was wearing inside his helmet. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, and other emotions surged through his mind in an instant. What is this? My ugly girlfriend is actually as beautiful as a goddess? The voice doesn't lie, he can now be sure that the ethereal girl is his online girlfriend. But before this, Yen Xingyue had mentioned more than once that she wasn't good looking. However, the facts are right in front of him, so there is no point in dwelling on it. He cleanly and decisively hung up the phone, took a long stride with his long legs, and headed straight in her direction. And while walking, he took off his helmet and naturally shook his disheveled hair. Jiaru, who had been watching the whole time, was completely stunned. His heart kept roaring, "This is freaking handsome. What should I do? What should I do? He's walking towards me." She, who never gets nervous in front of countless audiences, was now instantly intimidated. Unconsciously, she was ready to hide behind Yen Xingyue. Su Jia, however, didn't care about her reaction. After getting closer, he smiled and said, "Dahua, you really fooled me badly." "Who are you calling Dahua?" Hearing this title, Jiaru was completely dumbfounded. No matter how she heard it, this title didn't sound like a good word. However, before the handsome guy opposite could respond, she suddenly noticed that her best friend in front of her trembled once, then became stiff. The expression on her face also became extremely unnatural. Something's wrong, completely wrong. Then, she noticed Yen Xingyue blushing and whispering, "You tricked me too, what about being a poor student?" Looking at Su Jia standing right in front of her, she was truly surprised. And she had to admit, his entrance was incredibly impactful and stunningly handsome. Of course, her biggest emotion now was still shyness. But as soon as these words came out, the most desperate person was Jiaru. The handsome guy who made her heart flutter was actually her best friend's online boyfriend. "Woo, I also want a guy like this." But just as Su Jia was about to say something, he suddenly heard a loud bang from behind. His train of thought was completely interrupted, and he reflexively looked back. In his sight, a Mercedes C-Class car had a rather serious traffic accident with an ambulance flashing its lights. What attracted him even more was what the ambulance driver said through the siren. Make way, make way. I have organs on board to be delivered to the capital for a life-saving operation, please clear the way quickly. Move aside quickly. I need to deliver the organs to the airport on time to save the life of our country's academician." A traffic accident occurred, but the driver completely ignored it. The tone is becoming increasingly urgent. The problem is, it's now the late rush hour after work, and the road is absolutely packed with cars. Moreover, the owner of the Mercedes that got hit ahead showed no intention of yielding at all. He even got out of the car with a murderous look on his face. Ding, detected that the host is facing a choice. Street racing live in 4 city centers? Option 1, ignore the current situation and continue the date. Reward, 1-year usage rights to the presidential suite at Boshi Hotel, plus 5 million yuan in cash. Option 2, deliver the organs to Yongchang Airport on time. Reward, an Audi Edbers 6 are in a property in Manhwa community. A sudden system notification sound exploded instantly in his mind. And for the option he was supposed to hesitate over, he didn't hesitate at all. He decisively said in his heart, "I choose 2. Not for the car or the house, but because of the ambulance driver's words about saving the life of a national academician." The so-called unparalleled national heroes refer to these academicians. Each person here has made an indelible contribution to the prosperity and strength of the country. Therefore, Su Jia, who prides himself on being a positive energy youth, believes it is his unshirkable duty. Glancing at the Ducati motorcycle in front of him, he turned his head and smiled, saying, "Give me some time, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he immediately jumped onto the motorcycle and pressed the start button. Looking at the situation in front of her, Yen Xingyue, who was originally shy but excited inside, was completely stunned. After reacting for a moment, she finally understood what he intended to do. There was no time to hesitate, so she shouted at him directly, "This is too dangerous, come back quickly." However, the only response she received was the roaring sound of the motorcycle and Su Jia's backward glance accompanied by a smile. Very handsome, his eyes also filled with determination. It was precisely because of that look that Yan Xingyue completely gave up on the idea of stopping him. "I'll wait for you to come back, no matter how late it is, I'll wait for you." Looking at Su Jia's back, some of her thoughts grew increasingly firm. And Jiaru, standing beside her, already had stars shining in his eyes. Especially that turn just now, it was truly impactful. As for Su Jia, she quickly drove the car next to the ambulance and shouted to the anxious driver inside, "Give me the stuff, it's more convenient for me this way." Hearing this, the male driver felt as if it were the sound of heaven. But looking at the motorcycle before him, a perfect blend of elegance and power, he hesitated a little. The item to be delivered today was no ordinary thing, it concerned the life of a national hero. However, after much thought, he still couldn't find a better solution. There was also a man getting out of the Mercedes, his face trembling with thick flesh, staring at him intently. Immediately, he didn't dare to think too much and quickly nodded, saying, "Wait a moment." A few seconds later, a medium-sized yellow cooler appeared right in front of Su Jia. Fortunately, it had a strap on it, allowing him to sling the box over his body directly. "If you need to be sent to Rongqing Airport, I will contact headquarters to arrange someone to pick you up. Brother, it's best to arrive within an hour. If not, I still thank you just the same." And Su Jia understood upon hearing this. Arrive within an hour, but the earlier you arrive, the sooner the organ can be airlifted to the capital to save a life. Is it easy to achieve this? The answer is no, it's not easy. This is the center of Rongqing City, about 70 kilometers from the airport. If the road is clear all the way, this is honestly not difficult for a motorcycle. But don't forget, it's currently the rush hour for traffic after work. Rongqing is still a nationally recognized civilized city known for traffic jams. Everything is crazily piling up difficulties for Su Jia. But on his side, he doesn't feel scared at all. On the contrary, he feels very excited. So to save time, he didn't plan to respond to the other party and instead directly twisted the throttle. With a roar, the front of the V4S slightly lifted, then it charged straight ahead. This scene made the crowd watching nearby all break out in a cold sweat. Ahead was not an empty wide road, but a sea of traffic. Starting off in the middle of the traffic like this is truly breathtaking. And the next scene made many people hold their heads with both hands, their scalps tingling. The red motorcycle sped out and then began weaving wildly through the traffic ahead. Every overtaking maneuver was done in the narrow gap between two cars. A slight mistake would directly ruin all previous efforts. But in such a situation, he didn't have the slightest thought of slowing down. The motorcycle instead grew faster and faster, and the roar became increasingly intense. It wasn't until a minute later that the thrilling sound finally faded from everyone's ears. This also means that the brave young man has officially set off on his journey. Meanwhile, Su Jia, who was riding his bike, had successfully set the navigation to Rongqing Airport. However, the large area of traffic congestion displayed ahead made him feel somewhat desperate. No, he must hurry onto the highway. As long as he got on the airport expressway, he was confident he could significantly advance the delivery time. Thinking of this, the expression on his face grew increasingly serious. Then, he simply lowered his head and entered a battle mode for cycling. Amid the continuous flow of various vehicles, his mind was already highly tense. And under his command, he had perfectly demonstrated what it means to weave through traffic. Even in the congested city center, his average speed remained above 80 miles per hour. This speed was still gradually increasing. At the same time, on the Douyin platform, an account named Most Beautiful Rongqing also started a live broadcast. As the name suggests, this Douyin account is officially used to promote Renrong City. Today, their task is to use drones to show the vast number of netizens the sunset here, as well as the upcoming night view. The most crucial point is that this account has millions of followers, making it an undisputed major influencer. So the moment the live broadcast started, hundreds of people rushed in. Just watching the live stream footage, netizens were all stunned. Did I see that right? People still dare to street race in the center of Rongqing? What is he doing, crazily overtaking between two cars? Wow, street racing live in the city center, please keep up, streamer, we want to see this drama. Right before their eyes, a bright red motorcycle was weaving through the traffic at a very high speed. The roar, captured by the drone's microphone, also reached everyone's ears. 5 under the setting sun, Ducati battles an airplane. Although they knew street racing was wrong, especially during the evening rush hour. But it must be said, the scene before them still made everyone feel their blood boiling. For a moment, the live stream chat was completely dominated by one tone. That was, follow him, follow him. Everyone was also very curious about what kind of person would dare to pull off such an operation in the city center. And the director behind the scenes naturally noticed this as well. Without any hesitation, he immediately turned the drone around and chased after the red motorcycle. Meanwhile, the motorcycle on the screen was going faster and faster. The roar from the four-cylinder motorcycle stunned everyone even more. As for leaving the live room? That's out of the question. Those little girls twisting their waists, what kind of content like that could attract people? Because of this, the popularity of the live room also began to soar wildly. In the blink of an eye, it had already surpassed several thousand people online. And under the word of mouth among this group of people, it continued to grow uncontrollably. As for Su Jia, he completely failed to notice that a drone had quietly appeared above his head. After all, the traffic here was really heavy, and even with the skills provided by the system, he had to stay fully focused. Otherwise, not only would all his previous efforts be in vain, but he could also very likely get injured because of it. Fortunately, after a short while, the elevated entrance directly leading to the airport appeared in his sight. Su Jia was very clear that only roads like the elevated highway and the airport expressway were the main battlegrounds for unleashing the motorcycle's performance. He glanced at the speedometer out of the corner of his eye. 111 miles per hour. It doesn't look like it, but in the city center, facing all kinds of traffic, it was already the limit. Not enough yet, charge. After psyching himself up, he suddenly pressed harder on the throttle. The front wheels of the car lifted again, the speed climbed once more, and it slipped directly through the gap between two cars, officially entering the overpass. But this scene, easy to say, looked like a dream to the viewers in the live stream. Damn, this must be a professional driver. So crazy, so crazy. Awesome, awesome, a wheelie overtake. Regardless of the situation on the bullet screen, Su Jia had already arrived on the overpass. Although there was also heavy traffic, the space was still much larger compared to the road. Under such circumstances, he no longer held back. The frantic sound of shifting gears echoed throughout the entire overpass, making every driver in the cars beside him instinctively slam on their brakes, ready to see what was going on. However, before they could even turn their heads, a flash of dazzling red whooshed past right beside them. If it weren't for the noise being so loud, they would have thought it was just their imagination. Damn, the big black rat has heard of that, but what the hell is this big red rat? And Su Jia, who had fully unleashed his power, had truly entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Everything around became void. All that remained was a heart full of passion and the wind blowing against his body. While weaving through various vehicles, the Ducati V4S's speed had also successfully surpassed 200 miles per hour. This is a crazy number. It should be noted that even top-level events like the Isle of Man TT have an average speed no higher than this. Moreover, there aren't as many obstacles on the Isle of Man TT. Such a scene completely stunned everyone watching in the live stream. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream had already reached hundreds of thousands. Actually, this is really not surprising. First of all, Chinese people like to watch excitement, and because it's shocking, the link to this live stream has already been shared on major social apps. Dragging friends and family to watch street racing together is really not an exaggeration at all. People never expected that one day they would see such a blockbuster-like scene on the streets. Additionally, the most beautiful Reuniting is an official account. If it were any other personal live stream, it would probably have been banned long ago. Meanwhile, on the first floor of Heaton International, Yan Xingyue and Jia Ru were also holding their phones, watching the content in the live stream. And every time Su Jia overtook someone, it would cause both of them to exclaim in surprise. That kind of lightning speed visible to the naked eye made both women extremely nervous. Xingyue, he is so handsome. Handsome he may be, but I'm almost worried to death. Yan Xingyue spread out his hand, which was already completely soaked with sweat. However, deep down, she still admired Su Jia's actions very much. Knights are not those reckless racers who make people want to curse just thinking about them. In times of crisis, they can also forget life and death and engage in a passionate race against time. Such a positive man, this meeting in real life was definitely the right choice. 10 minutes later, more and more people were paying attention to this matter. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room had already reached a record-breaking 1 million. But the protagonist on the screen showed no sign of stopping at all. And as they officially entered the airport expressway, the road suddenly became empty. Ducati's speed also began to climb crazily at this moment. 210 miles per hour. 220. 249. The increasingly piercing high-revving roar, like the wails of ghosts and wolves, made the audience feel the trip was worthwhile. No matter what the outcome for this young man would be. At least he used his motorcycle to bring a passionate feast to millions of people. But soon everyone realized something was wrong. Because at this speed, the drone was already struggling to keep up. Faced with this situation, the director made a quick decision and immediately raised the drone's position. For millions of viewers, a panoramic racing feast was arranged. At this moment, the sun had not yet completely set. As the sun set in the west, the motorcycles speeding down the road brought everyone a unique visual feast. I swear, this is the most amazing street racing video I've ever seen. I'm in love with this guy. Once you're out of prison, sister will definitely come find you. Comments like these started flooding the screen wildly. The The number of viewers in the live stream has already reached 2 million. Not sure if it broke any records, but at least it's clear that this racing session really went all out. A few minutes later, the drone was still barely keeping up from behind. Only the motorcycle in the video had become a small to medium black dot. Faced with this situation, everyone felt that today's excitement should come to an end here. After all, the airport is not far ahead. There, many traffic police were probably already waiting for his arrival. However, the scene that followed made many people pause their action of leaving the livestream. Because on the other side of the video, a passenger plane had just taken off. Above is the plane, below is the motorcycle. Motorcycle versus airplane. This idea instantly came to many people's minds. And because of this idea, everyone widened their eyes, afraid of missing any exciting scenes. The afterglow of the sunset turned the sky a fiery red. Beneath the sky, an unexpected race is about to erupt. Even 6 planes can't beat him. Looking at the content on the live broadcast screen, almost everyone's hair stood on end. Motorcycle versus airplane, have you seen this before? The answer is yes, but it was in an advertisement back then. But never in a million years did anyone expect that such a situation would actually happen right before everyone's eyes today. And it's being broadcast live throughout. In the drone's live footage, the plane that just took off is almost level with the motorcycle. Whoever can outperform the other, everyone present can see it clearly. And now the barrage of comments has become extremely laggy due to the sudden surge of 2 million viewers. But those 1 or 2 posts that occasionally appear above have received crazy likes from everyone. Scalp tingling. Seeing this scene in my lifetime was worth it. The most beautiful roaching, this is a stunning sight. Of course, there are also a very small number of people who think this behavior is really too dangerous. So verbally, Suja, who was riding the bike, was also subjected to harsh criticism. But no matter what, the scene of the Ducati battling the airplane quickly got to the main point. In fact, Suja, who was riding the bike, also noticed the airplane taking off beside him. Having an airplane accompany you while riding is something to be happy about. As for racing against the other party, he had no such idea. But in order to quickly deliver the box on his back to the airport, Suja had no choice but to continue accelerating. In almost the blink of an eye, the Ducati's speed reached 280 miles per hour. At this speed, even hitting a small stone could cause a fatal crash. So now, he has no choice but to muster 120% of his focus. Concentrate. Concentrate. Until now, he has forgotten the time, forgotten all the previous troubles. He has also forgotten the throttle in his hand, which is already pressed all the way down. Ducati V4S, the top-tier sports motorcycle, can reach 200 miles per hour in first gear. What does it mean to floor the throttle on such a performance beast? In 4 words, it sounds like flying close to the ground. He is still in that battle-ready stance, lying flat on the bike to reduce wind resistance. Or rather, he was lying on top of an engine. The speed of the car was once again increased. 292. 295. The motorcycle that is sitting down is approaching its limit infinitely. And the viewers in the live broadcast room were amazed to find that the motorcycle was actually gaining the upper hand in the battle against the airplane. That's right, from the side view, the red motorcycle has already surpassed the airplane by a small body length. Just how fast is he that even the airplane can't outrun him? This young man is actually going to beat the airplane? Faced with the doubts in the bullet comments, the equally confused director quickly responded. I just checked, and the typical speed of a passenger plane right after takeoff is about 280 kilometers per hour. After this was said, the once explosive bullet comments in the livestream suddenly stopped. The nearly 3 million people in the room were all stunned. After all, this meant that the motorcycle's speed was at least over 280 kilometers h. It might even reach the extreme limit of 300 kilometers h. Because just as the director was speaking, the motorcycle was already pulling further and further ahead of the plane. For a moment, the entire audience fell silent. Looking at the motorcycle that had already become a black dot, 2 big characters appeared in everyone's mind. That is. It was at this moment that the director's voice sounded again. He probably didn't exceed 300 miles per hour and no one would risk their life. The words were cut off halfway. Because on the drone's camera screen, it seemed as if it had struck his face hard. Just as the drone barely followed behind, a speedometer's displayed number came into everyone's view. The glaring yellow light numbers were also very clear for everyone to see. 310. In other words, just now when the motorcycle passed this speed detector, the speed was actually 310 miles per hour. At this point, it's no longer a matter of just getting goosebumps. For anyone, this is the absolute limit. But today, millions of people witnessed such a scene simultaneously. Shock, surprise, disbelief, and other emotions began to spread in everyone's hearts. Am I not watching a movie? Is it really possible for someone to ride a bike at 300 miles per hour? It was also from this moment that many people became fans of the young man in the white shirt on that motorcycle. What I'm most curious about is, what kind of person is such a big tough guy really? Or rather, after he is caught, will he be able to get out? But no matter what they think, the motorcycle still sped wildly at over 300 km/h. Fortunately, this speed didn't last for long. In less than 2 minutes, as he saw the airport terminal, he also noticed that the road ahead was completely covered by police lights. It was obvious without thinking that these police officers were there waiting for him. In the face of this situation, Soo-ja did not feel any fear at all. Dangerous driving was true, but his original intention was to save other lives. Although it might be a bit troublesome, at least he did it with a clear conscience. A series of downshifting sounds rang out, and the Ducati's speed dropped sharply. And very quickly, with a hiss, it stopped in front of the numerous police cars. Faced with the person rushing up suddenly, Soo-ja didn't have time to think much and directly took the box off his body. Then he shouted loudly, "Quick, send this to the airport." 7. Is this the charm of a tough biker? Honestly, after handing over the box intact, Soo-ja was ready to be pinned to the ground and roughed up. After all, he was indeed doing a good deed, but reckless speeding and the like were also very serious issues. You should know, this was not just a minor speeding. He treated the airport expressway in downtown Rome City as if he were riding on the Isle of Man TT course. But what was expected did not happen. And the traffic police officers who surrounded him were soon led by a captain-like figure who started applauding. The sound of slapping was incessant. On most people's faces, expressions of admiration also appeared. In fact, most traffic police officers are motorcycle enthusiasts. They catch motorcycle riders during work hours and become motorcycle riders themselves after work, playing all kinds of tricks. Everyone greatly admired Soo-ja, who suddenly appeared and could directly speed at 300 miles per hour carrying life-saving organs. Having such a tough guy in Reuniting made each of them feel honored. On a smaller scale, he was risking everything to save another person's life. On a larger scale, this Ducati guy was truly a hero of Reuniting. After all, the organ he delivered was meant for a certain academician. And Soo-ja, looking at the situation before him, suddenly understood. No wonder no one stopped him for dozens of kilometers along the way. Was it because the police were also doing nothing? Of course not. Just now on the airport expressway, he felt very strange. Why were there so few cars on the road? Now it seems that it was these people quietly helping him behind the scenes. After figuring this out, a smile appeared on his face. This feeling is pretty good. Soon, the man who looked like the team leader stopped clapping and walked over, saying, "Little brother, don't be nervous, we're on the same side." As he spoke, he also took a set of car keys out of his pocket. Soo-ja immediately recognized that these were the keys to a Honda motorcycle. It was clear that the person in front of him was also a motorcycle enthusiast. "I'm not nervous, but can I leave now? My girlfriend is still waiting for me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei, who was standing opposite him, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Not because he had a girlfriend, but because of the big heart of this young man in front of him. Speeding at 300 miles per hour and facing such a police blockade, he was surprisingly not nervous at all. And a female traffic police officer standing nearby also heard the sound of her own heart breaking. He actually has a girlfriend, sob, lucky someone else. Zhang Wei quickly caught on, then smiled mysteriously and said, "You can go, but you have to join a group first." "Oh? Join a group?" Soo-ja thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what kind of group the police would want him to join. However, considering the other party's strength in numbers, he could only nod and agree. Soon, the two became WeChat friends, and he was added to a small group called Reuniting Quality Nights Group. There weren't many people in the group, only about 60 or so. Faced with this situation, Soo-ja couldn't help but say, "Is this the Meituan Rider group? I don't plan to take orders. No riders, this is a nights group, all motorcycle friends inside, let's communicate more in the future." "That's fine." But at this moment, a series of conversations in the group caught his attention. Inside information, that young guy has already been stopped by Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang is ruthless, why catch such a formidable guy? Today's livestream was so thrilling, he actually dared to ride over 300 km/h. Seeing this, he was completely stunned as well. Even Soo-ja began to suspect that these people might have installed cameras on him. How do these people know so clearly about this? With this thought in mind, he curiously asked, "Brother Zhang, how did they find out?" "Look up above you, your heroic posture just now was broadcast live the whole time. And the number of people watching you is as many as 3 million. You, my friend, have truly become famous." Following the direction of his finger, Soo-ja indeed noticed a drone still hovering in the sky. Just thinking about being watched by millions of people made him feel completely uncomfortable all over. But over at Zhang Wei's side, he had already picked up his phone and sent a message in the group chat, "The guy we just brought in is that tough guy, everyone make sure to take good care of him." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the group instantly exploded. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, bro, you're amazing. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? The person upstairs, hurry up and leave, what he needs is a girlfriend like me. Looking at everything in the group, Soo-ja was filled with despair. He really didn't want to become famous. But Jiang Wei didn't notice this at all and kept talking to himself. They're all still watching the live stream, so why not say hello to everyone on camera? Sigh, fine. Sighing, Su Jia also accepted the fact that he was being watched. He immediately turned his head to look at the drone overhead and raised his right hand with his middle finger extended. After greeting, he directly stepped into the car and rode away on his Ducati, leaving everyone with a handsome silhouette. Seeing his special way of greeting, Jiang Wei was completely dumbfounded. And the millions of viewers in the live stream were all stunned on the spot. Is this the charm of a tough biker guy? Who are you talking to? If you have the guts, jump out of my phone and fight me one-on-one. So arrogant, speeding at 300 km/h, escaping unscathed from the police, and flipping off millions of online viewers. Who exactly is he? 8. Meeting you in person is a bit fuel-consuming. Millions of viewers all lost their composure at this moment. But this loss of composure is not negative, it's actually a compliment. Honestly, just based on the shock that the tough biker just gave them, this middle finger is actually very reasonable. If the other person didn't have this kind of personality, how could they possibly do such a crazy move? Racing at 300 km/h on the highway is something you wouldn't even dare to imagine. And it's precisely this middle finger that perfectly matches his crazy behavior. Crazy, wildly crazy biker studs are the most attractive thing. What Su Jia never expected was that the middle finger he raised to vent his frustration would actually win in countless fans. It really proves the saying, as long as others like you, then even the you take smells sweet. And it was only after he left that the public opinion about his crazy moves tonight just began. Some felt he was very handsome and cool, so they expressed their admiration for him online. Some liked motorcycles and directly treated him like a god. Various phone screen recordings began to spread in different groups. Of course, more netizens launched attacks against him. Speeding at 300 km/h on the highway, and yet the police let him go. Do you really think such a person deserves your admiration? That's right, does he really think he's above the law? Comments like these began to spread wildly across major social media platforms. And soon, it was on the Weibo hot search. Rongcheng motorcycle outruns airplane. He was actually released by the police. Ducati guy is so handsome. Logging into several trending search terms also highlights the polarization of public opinion. But the online turmoil has not affected Su Jia. He is still seriously riding his bike. Of course, he is definitely not riding as fast as before. Although eager to meet in person, if caught again for speeding, it would be a big problem. It took a full half hour before the red Ducati appeared again under the Heaton International Building. The time had already reached past 7 in the evening. Downstairs of the office building, it was no longer as lively as before. So he just parked the car right at the door. According to the message Yan Xingyue sent him, the two were waiting for him inside the lounge area. However, just as he had turned off the car, he saw two graceful figures running out from inside. But when they reached him, Yan Xingyue stopped abruptly. The look in her eyes was full of tenderness and admiration. It was such a man who, in just over an hour, brought him so much shock. It wasn't he encouraging him to race recklessly, but the sense of responsibility he showed. That alone was enough to make her feel that she had not chosen the wrong person. In fact, before Su Jia returned, she had many thoughts and a lot she wanted to say. But when the person appeared safely before her eyes, all that was left was a sense of relief. Faced with this situation, Su Jia smiled and took off her helmet. Then she got off the vehicle and said, "Meeting you in person like this is a bit fuel-consuming. Can the fuel cost be reimbursed?" A hug. Accompanied by a gentle fragrant breeze, soft jade enters the embrace. At this moment, the slight awkwardness originally caused by meeting in person instantly vanished. The hearts of the two also truly came together for the first time. This is quite normal, after all, the two had already encouraged each other through half a year. But Jiaru, standing beside them, immediately felt that coming here today was a mistake. Not only did the handsome guy become her best friends, she was also force-fed a mouthful of sweet affection. This is really so enviable. No way, Su Jia is not only handsome, but his way of doing things also completely matches the tough guy image in her heart. Especially when facing a live broadcast room with over 1 million people, he could calmly raise a middle finger and walk away. How many women can really handle a man like that? Fortunately, Su Jia and the other person both understood that this was not a place for getting clingy. After exchanging a few whispered words, they both unconsciously let go of each other. Then, Yan Xingyue excitedly introduced him. "This is my best friend Jiaru, she's a big streamer." "Hello, Su Jia, soon to be a freshman." Hearing that the other person was a big streamer, he didn't feel particularly surprised. He could also tell that there wasn't a single simple one among this pair of besties. The clothes they wore were all various international luxury brands. However, after hearing his words, Jiaru couldn't help but shake her head vigorously. "No, you're not a freshman, you're an absolute stud. Don't listen to her nonsense. My bestie just got done from playing games, totally in her Chinibu phase." While speaking, Yan Xingyue naturally linked her arm with Su Jia's. Then she continued, "You must be tired. Tonight, sister will treat you to a big meal. But I have one condition. Oh? What condition? Soo-ja smiled and spoke out of curiosity. I want to ride your motorcycle. After saying that, a hint of hesitation also flashed across her face. But when she thought of her boyfriend, who had just sped at 300 kilometers per hour on the highway, she simply couldn't hold herself back. It's not about feeling the speed and passion, but about empathizing with Soo-ja. Watching her various behaviors, Soo-ja actually understood everything. He immediately said with a sly smile, "Aren't you afraid?" "Not afraid." "You're not afraid even at 300 miles per hour, so why should I be afraid?" As soon as she finished speaking, she directly grabbed Soo-ja and headed towards the car. "Today, I'll teach them a lesson." From what it looks like now, Yan Xingyue is still very bold and brave. But when it came time to actually get in the car, her long legs couldn't help but feel a bit weak. As everyone knows, the back seat of a large displacement motorcycle offers absolutely no comfort at all. Coupled with the intense thrusting sensation, many girls like it but simply dare not try it. However, even though she was very scared inside, Yan Xingyue quickly sat on the back seat behind him. Then, she wrapped her delicate hands around Soo-ja's waist, holding him tightly. At that very moment, the original tension completely vanished. An unparalleled sense of security surged from her heart straight to her mind. This feeling was so comforting that she, like a little kitten, closed her eyes contentedly. Unconsciously, she even gently rubbed against Soo-ja's back. Noticing her movements behind him, Soo-ja also showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. But Jia-ru, who was silently standing beside them, directly felt like an orphan. He simply turned around angrily and walked towards his Tesla. After a few minutes, the three of them were seated at a dining table. Only after sitting down did Yan Xingyue blush slightly and ask, "You just arrived in Rongqing, so you probably don't have a place to stay yet, right? How about staying at my place tonight?" After saying that, she immediately lowered her head, no longer daring to look him in the eye. Although she had already decided that he was her man, saying something like that on the first day they met was really too embarrassing. Jia-ru, sitting across from her, was even more stunned. Her best friend was good at everything except being quite dull when it came to relationships. But now it seemed that her dullness was just because she hadn't found the right person. Now that she had found him, she had even learned to take the initiative. As for Soo-ja, he was also stunned upon hearing this. He almost blurted out, "I have a house." In fact, at this point, he could already be considered a diamond bachelor with a car, a house, and savings. By making the choice just now, he successfully obtained a house and a limited edition Audi RS6. The keys to the house and the car are now in his pocket. But in the current situation, even if he were rewarded with a villa, he would have to say he had nowhere to live. Straight man? No way. Without hesitation, he immediately asked, "Would this cause you any trouble? I can stay at a hotel." No, my house is very big." "Alright then, but don't worry, I'm not a good person." "Are you sure you didn't say something wrong?" Hearing this suddenly, Yan Xingyue also burst out laughing. The originally tense mood was not only eased, but she was also staring at him with wide eyes. However, Soo-ja showed no intention of retracting his words and shrugged, saying, "I didn't say anything wrong." And while speaking, his hand under the table directly grabbed Yan Xingyue. Seeing this scene, Jia-ru rolled his eyes and thought, "I really shouldn't have come over today." In her heart, she couldn't help but start complaining. The post-aughts generation is really good at flirting, huh? My fairy-like bestie just fell for it so directly? A sour feeling surged in her chest, and she had no choice but to pick up her phone, ready to distract herself. But as soon as she looked, Jia-ru's brows immediately furrowed. How could they do this? You were clearly trying to do a good deed. The young couple, upon hearing this, also looked a bit puzzled. You can see for yourselves. As she spoke, she angrily handed over her phone. And looking at the content displayed on the phone, Soo-ja was also dumbfounded. What came into view was a blog post published by a well-known automotive reviewer named Beiji. After watching today's motorcycle versus airplane battle, I feel very distressed, especially as the environment for vehicle enthusiasts in the country is gradually deteriorating. The entire content was almost entirely aimed at criticizing Soo-ja. And in this, it also mentioned the police's inaction, as after catching him, for unknown reasons, they let him go again. In the end, the whole matter was even elevated to the level of the entire domestic car community. In Soo-ja's view, this article, which was written by taking things out of context, has not a shred of truth. But when it comes to inciting fans and stirring up conflict, this blogger is clearly very skilled. Within less than half an hour of being posted on Weibo, the reposts and comments had already surpassed 50,000. And most of the comments were criticizing him. And after taking a closer look, Soo-ja realized that the so-called car reviewers who had come forward were not the only ones from the 8 rings. One by one, people he had even seen the review videos of began to come forward to attack him. Between their words, they were also urging the police to take him down as soon as possible. With regards to all of this, Soo-ja did figure out what they had in mind. After all, he was the top stream of the night, and it would be strange for this group of people to grab the opportunity and not come out to rub a wave of powder. What's more, in their hearts, I'm afraid they already thought they were on the side of justice, standing on the moral high ground and then attacking others, so as to gain the empathy of netizens to circle the fans. This is also a common tactic on the internet. Looking at everything on her cell phone, Yen Xingyue couldn't help but frown and say, "How dare they say this about you? Angry me, must make these people pay the price." She was well aware that Su Jia had done it all to save people. As a normal citizen, who was willing to take their own life, to go on the highway wildly racing 300 yards. But he gave up his own safety, using his life to do good things, actually by this group of people misinterpreted into this appearance. So she was also really angry. And after saying that, she picked up her cell phone and prepared to call out. As for Su Jia's side, although he was curious as to why she had such a bottom. But as a man, how could he let a woman step in to help him? At that moment, he gently shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't be anxious, they will shut up soon. And don't they like to rub it in? Today I will give them a lesson." 10. Public execution. Don't look at Su Jia's young age, but he wasn't a person who liked to be passively beaten. And in his mind, he already had a rough draft. To be honest, if Su Jia was really a person who broke the law and disregarded the rules, there was nothing wrong with these people coming out to attack and criticize. After all, public figures, themselves, had the responsibility of monitoring society. But what's bad is that these people didn't even think about the truth behind it, and they all came out in droves. Look at what they say, almost all of them reveal a strong sense of superiority. He doesn't look very old, so I suggest we find him and see if he's driving without a license. This kind of person who destroys the environment of playing cars must be arrested and severely punished. What kind of identity is this person in the end, actually able to make the police release him directly? In an extreme amount of time, the whole thing had been seriously tainted by these remarks. The point is, on the internet, there is never a lack of malice. For example, right now, some people were completely carried away by the rhythms of the big V's, thinking of Su Jia as a rich and powerful second generation. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why the police would just let him go. As we all know, anything that involves a rich second-generation father committing a deadly act can cause great concern. This time was certainly no exception. In an instant, more and more people began to join the camp of crusading against him. And what made Su Jia very pleased was that even under the siege of almost the entire internet, there were still quite a few people who supported him. Part of them were the very cool-headed ones. In fact, one could understand with one's ass that this drag racing incident had gotten so big. The officials would definitely come forward to inform. And since they chose to let him go, there must be a reason. With millions of people watching live, how could the police let him go without a positive reason? Do you really think this is the 80s without internet? So the smart people just kept refreshing the various official accounts in Reuniting, waiting for the first-hand news. The other part of the population was the domestic biker fans. Su Jia's sudden appearance had already been crowned as a god in their hearts. Daring to roar 300 yards on the highway, what kind of guts and skills was this? Plus, most of the people who liked locomotives were still quite individualistic and just loved this kind of passionate thing. It was also at this time that his cell phone received a message from Zhang Wei. "Brother, this site is ready to send you an announcement, do you have any ideas?" From these words, it can also be seen that Zhang Wei, who was a traffic police officer, is also on his side. Think about the things that people Su Jia has done, and then look at those filthy words on the internet. Their entire traffic police brigade all feel aggrieved for this young man. And as the party Su Jia, this is actually prepared. But according to his original idea, is not intended to stand in front of the public. But since those people took their own insults, he didn't mind coming out to wrestle with them. With this thought, he directly replied, "Nothing else, the announcement above my microblogging will do." After sending this message, he sent his own microblogging ID plus, minus, multiplication and division. Now he is also considered to be open network, as long as he mastered the scale, then for him is only good and no harm. What's more, he is wearing a helmet today. If he didn't want to be exposed, they wouldn't be able to know who he was. No problem. Seeing his reply, Zhang Wei was also quite happy. At the very least, this meant that a leader was really going to appear in Reuniting's locomotive circle. It was strange to say that nowadays, locomotives had inexplicably been equated with netizens. No matter if it was a male or female writer, they all liked to pretend to be on the internet. Under such a trend, Su Jia's sudden appearance was tantamount to a descending blow to those Netroots writers. After all, judging from tonight's situation, he was truly going to be an overnight sensation. As time passed, the entire incident was made louder and louder. Even the top 3 of the Weibo hot search list had been completely occupied by Su Jia-related content. The content of a certain star's official romance announcement had all been ruthlessly stepped on by him. But what made netizens wonder was that the attention was so high, why hadn't anyone come forward to respond? Or why hasn't that speeding motorcycle guy been fleshed out yet? However, right in the middle of all the conflicting opinions, a piece of announcement released by the Reuniting Traffic Police Headquarters came into the limelight. In this announcement, the causes and consequences of the matter were also made clear. For example, the purpose of his crazy racing was to save other people's lives. And the person who was saved by him was also a certain academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. For a moment, the people who first discovered the announcement were all dumbfounded. How big is his guts, in order to save someone actually dare to do such a thing? He's not a sinner, but a hero. Thank you, little brother, for all you've done to save people. I now think that he is the world's most handsome knight. The way he sped on the highway with his organ on his back is the most beautiful scenery in Rongqing. At the same time, many people also realized that behind this piece of announcement, there was actually a microblog that announced that little brother like everyone else. So very quickly, Su Jia's personal microblog was directly occupied by various people. Just what everyone did not expect is that the expected burst photo circle powder and so on did not happen. Now he named plus, minus, multiply and divide microblogging account, only one microblogging, above is a neat list. And with the text, rubbing the heat can, malicious slander should not, so the following list of friends, ready to receive a lawyer's letter. On this list, one by one, just killed the big V of the automobile circle, all one by one on the list. But those who managed to land on the list are not even a little bit happy. This is more like a public execution, deeply stimulating their hearts. It's over, there's really a reversal. 11 offend the entire industry? He's fearless. On the list sent out by Su Jia, every one of them is a car reviewer with millions to hundreds of thousands of fans. It can be said that in the field of microblogging car reviews, these people are the backbone. And according to Su Jia's impression, these 10 or so people were usually in a group. It was even very likely that this was coming out of a company. And the one who played the lead role, 8 Rings, was the one with the largest number of fans inside. It was up to more than 3 million. The most outrageous thing is that this thing is also a cross-platform all very hot car reviewer. Whether in microblogging or in Douyin, there is not a small amount of attention. But now he is sitting on top of the chair, completely dumbfounded. How did he not expect this matter will actually have such a reversal in the end? This time the loss is going to be big. In his opinion, this matter no longer had any room to turn around. First of all, most of the traffic on Su Jia's side had been drawn through the official announcement. This also meant that the content above the announcement was completely true. He couldn't just jump out and question the official announcement now. If he really did so, then the car reviewer's high-yield career would be at an end. In addition, the most critical thing is that the organs he transported are actually for the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. But anyone who is a nationalist understands what this represents. And that Ducati owner called plus-minus multiplier has naturally turned into a hero. The hero who saved the country's heroes. With this layer of relationship in place, the officials were going to be on his side no matter what. Considering all the repercussions of this academician's recovery, his heart was also beyond desperate. Damn it, conceding defeat. Apart from admitting defeat, there was nothing he could do. Just a few minutes later, the car critics on top of Su Jia's list, one by one, deleted their previously published remarks. In their place, there were a variety of apology letters. Some said that their accounts had been stolen, while others said that it was their assistant's operation. In short, they just didn't admit that it was their own doing. At the same time, these people also all contacted Su Jia's side through private messages, wanting a better solution. On Su Jia's side, of course, he also saw their private messages. But he didn't take it seriously at all. Men, do not fight for buns to fight for breath. Really think you can just in this mouth high me, and finally apologize on the end of the matter? That also think too naive. In his opinion, these people must be all sued in court, and delayed the longer the better. Anyway, now he is not short of money, the system gives the choice, almost everyone is related to money. Even if it dragged on for 2 years, he would definitely make these people pay. Most importantly, this was something that as long as he didn't forgive the other party for a day, then they would be as if they were hanging on the city gates for the majority of netizens to go and spit on them. With such thoughts, Su Jia directly ignored their various words of peace. He directly intended to turn the microblog off and eat properly. But just as he exited the private message interface and came to the main interface, he realized that something was wrong. Because it had only been 10 or so minutes, the number of his fans had actually come to more than 300,000 fans. To know, this was all real data. To be able to have this kind of increase was also out of his expectation. But from this, it could also be seen that what he had gotten up to tonight was just too big. But it had to be said that this feeling of a crazy increase in fans was still very refreshing. Smiling and shaking his head, Su Jia then put away his cell phone and focused on eating the food in front of him. While sitting next to Yen Xingyue, still a worried expression said, "You are not considered to have offended an entire industry? Offend the industry?" Su Jia froze for a moment. On second thought, he realized that there was really a bit of flavor to it. On the list he sent out, basically all of them are hot car critics in the automobile circle. He directly a wave of a net is not the whole industry to offend it. However, he thought so, but he did not take the other side seriously. To put it nicely, they are car reviewers, to put it badly, they are crazy manufacturers recharge salesmen. This kind of people in the online car pretending to be okay, but does not represent the entire automotive industry. After all, without them, there are other people to earn this money. In short, he is fearless. With this thought, he shrugged his shoulders, no need to look down on them, a few clowns only. Anyway, according to his estimate, this group of people's days should not be good. Well then let's see, but you have something you must tell me. Oh. After saying that, Yan Xingyu took a shrimp and skillfully peeled it for him, then put it into his bowl. Such a well-behaved behavior also satisfied Su Jia to no end. As for Jiao Ru, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, he had gotten a little used to it by now. This pair of young lovers who had just run presently were also perfectly through the awkward period and entered the real hot love period. And to say that what she was most looking forward to now was that after tonight, Su Jia's microblogging fans, in the end, could grow to what number? Even in her heart, the idea of hugging her thigh was born as a result. A sweet dinner lasted for more than an hour before it came to an end. The three of them also parted at the entrance of the restaurant, while Jia Ru drove off by herself. Su Jia, on the other hand, took his incredibly nervous girlfriend and drove in the direction of her home. The first day of living together, looking forward to looking forward. 12 Su Jia smiled with satisfaction. 20 minutes later, the red Ducati appeared in Rongqing Huaiyue Mansion. As one of the few downtown mansions in Rongqing, this place was still quite famous. And looking at the apartment building full of modernization in front of him, Su Jia was still very moved. But in his opinion, wanting to own a house here wasn't difficult for him. So for now, he was also merely looking with admiration. As for Yan Xingyu, who was still holding him tightly behind him, her heart that was getting nervous. Although the two had already exchanged glances for half a year before. But the real meeting is only the first day. But now, this man was actually brought home by himself. This was tantamount to a bold behavior for the relatively traditional Yan Xingyu. And the reason why she did so was also because Su Jia brought her too much shock today. The unbelievably handsome way of appearing, the bearing of being able to put down life and death. There was also the dashing manner of calmly raising his middle finger in the face of millions of people. All of this emphasized his charm as a man. In other words, it's this big baby, which woman can carry it? But no matter how one thinks about it, the Ducati still quickly drove into the underground garage of Huaiyue Mansion. The sound of boom was infinitely amplified in the underground garage. Just as a pair of young men and women, more and more restless heart. Soon, in the underground garage parked the car of the two, hand in hand to ride on the elevator. But after pressing the 19th floor, Yan Xingyue was already too nervous to speak. In the face of this situation, Su Jia then pinched her jade hand and said with a smile, "Dahua, you seem to be afraid of me?" This appellation was his exclusive appellation as a boyfriend. Because, or the two just met in the game, she said she liked flowers. He was still a straight man of steel, and at that time, he arranged for Yan Xingyue to be called by this name. Over time, both of them got used to it. And it turned out that his way still worked very well. Yan Xingyu, who heard the words, was unable to help but directly roll her eyes and said helplessly, "In the future, you are not allowed to shout at me like this in front of outsiders." "Then what do I call you? Wife or daughter-in-law?" Su Jia's face, with that kind of gangly smile. Yan Xingyue's face was so red that she didn't dare to talk. For a moment, the atmosphere in the elevator once again returned to a quiet state. The good thing was that the elevator in this high-end district was still very fast. Under her leadership, Su Jia quickly came to her family's room. And at a glance, he was also very surprised. Just entering the room, through the entrance hall that served as a shoe cabinet, what met his eyes was an oversized and ultra-luxurious living room with super-luxurious decoration. Judging from the visual inspection, this living room alone was at least 200 square feet. Then counting the other rooms and spaces, this large flat is at least around 500 square feet. One must know that although Rongqing was not considered top in the country, it was still a real first-tier city. Having such a house in the city center was also enough to prove that this Yan Xingyue's family was truly extraordinary. At this time, the two people's hands hadn't been released. Su Jia had also already felt that her palms had been completely drenched in sweat. But before he could think of any words to comfort with, Yan Xingyu directly led him through the living room to a guest room following him. "Apart from the master bedroom, this is the only room in my house that has bedding, so you can sleep here tonight. By the way, if you want to drink water, you can get it yourself from the refrigerator. I'll go take a shower." After saying that, then red-faced, he directly lowered his head with the intention of slinking. And Su Jia also understands that wanting to be quick is not good enough, now he has any over-aggressive behavior, but instead, it is easy to scare the other party. Anyway, the night is long, there is no need to be in a hurry. Seeing Yan Xingyue rushed into the bathroom of the master bedroom of the house, he also came to the room and sat on the bed. Just after taking out his cell phone, he suddenly realized that in the Rongqing Knights group, there are a lot of people being themselves. Add, subtract, multiply and divide, fierce man, tomorrow night Longquan Mountain about it? Addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, handsome man come to play together, we can all be your fans now. Words such as these have been realized in the group to brush the screen. And see Longquan Mountain 3 words, Su Jia also really heart. Running mountains is something that every locomotive and automobile enthusiast likes to do. And Longquan Mountain, moreover, in the hearts of domestic car fans, all have a special status. Because at night, there were basically no cars passing by there. And the terrain and so on, is also very much like the Akira Mountain in the head character D. So everything modified car and motorcycle fans usually like to go to the mountain to run a run. There were even quite a few people that came from all over the country just to experience the charm of this mountain. He, who had just owned a locomotive, certainly hadn't had enough. At that moment, he did not hesitate at all, and directly replied in the group, "Okay, tomorrow under the Longquan Mountain, don't see you." Seeing him agree, the group also instantly exploded. One message after another directly dazzled him. So he chose not to look directly. After putting his cell phone away, he then suddenly remembered that Yen Xingyu seemed to say that this room was the only one with bedding. So did that mean that? With this thought, he then decisively got up and went to the living room and the kitchen to bring a bottle of Coke. Then a stream of it was spilled on the bed. Looking at the quilt completely stained with Coke, Su Jia smiled with satisfaction. Now, there's no other room to live in, right? 13. This is also too handsome. 10 minutes later. Yen Xingyu, who came out from the master bedroom restroom, wrapped herself up tightly with the small dinosaur pajamas. After all, Su Jia had already explicitly said that he was not a good person. It was still necessary to protect herself a bit. Just when she came to the second bedroom, looked at the bed a mess, is directly dumbfounded. What did you do on the bed? Ah, I accidentally spilled Coke on it. Su Jia's face wore an innocent expression, his acting skills were directly pulled full. In his opinion, in this situation today, the hand must take the pinch. As for Yen Xingyu, when she heard this familiarity, she also helplessly rolled her eyes. Accidentally? Careless can be spread so evenly? It was also precisely when she understood what he meant, her heart was also more flustered. But just let him have his way? Doesn't exist. Only to see that after she slowed down, she slowly came to the cabinet in front of the room. Then she pulled it open, revealing a brand new set of bedding inside. Then she waved her hand and said, "It's okay, we still have more." After saying this, she changed all the things on the bed with her hands and feet. Seeing this, Su Jia was directly confused. What about the last set? Sure enough, the prettier a woman is, the better she is at lying. At the same time, he also noticed a smug smile on Ben's current girlfriend's face. It was obvious that his own little trick had been dismantled by the other party. But it was also because of this smile that made him think that he couldn't admit defeat. At that moment, there was no hesitation at all, and directly in front of her face, he spilled the remaining half bottle of Coke all over it. Then with a bad smile on his face, he said, "Oops, accidentally spilled it again. You can't waste happy water like that." The current him, but he had made it explicit. Yen Xingyu's face, even more so, reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It couldn't be helped, a meter 8 or so tall man, coupled with a handsome face. There was also that kind of bad smile that made this matter look like he was a handsome mess. If this were any other girl, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to top it. This place obviously can't be slept in, let's go to the master bedroom. While saying that, he proudly walked towards the outside of the second bedroom. Just what happened next made him a bit desperate. Only to see Yen Xingyu see him make a move, then immediately exclaimed, "I still have, you are not allowed to move." After saying that, she ran straight towards the door of the room. Seeing this scene, Su Jia thought that he had scared her and was ready to carry the train and run away overnight. Then, he saw her come directly to the door of the opposite room, skillfully entering the password and walking in. Is this a lady from a big family? Obviously, the large flat across the street was also his girlfriend's. Not long after, Su Jia looked at the bedding that had been piled up all over the sofa and fell into despair. Tired, destroy it. Ha! Seeing that the fierce man who can rage at high speed for 300 yards is defeated at his own injury, Yen Xingyu is overjoyed. At 11 p.m., Su Jia was lying in bed playing with his cell phone. Only to hear a click, the door of the second bedroom was opened. In the darkness, a silhouette was approaching him stiffly. Then, the aroma of cosmetics pickled in flavor hit his face. Stinky treasure, I'm scared. Faced with this situation, Su Jia decisively opened his embrace. Turning around early the next morning, Su Jia looked at the empty side, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Last night, of course nothing happened. There were two reasons, one was that he didn't want to progress that fast. After all, this was just Ben present, the two still needed a process of bonding. The other was that Yen Xingyu was just too nervous. She had even cried out when she was held in his arms. In such a situation, of course he knew how to show compassion. Of course, now that he could have this kind of breakthrough, Su Jia was already satisfied. And his gains from last night were not just on top of his feelings. After a night of fermentation, his Weibo followers had already come to a huge million. A million in one night. Whether it counted as a broken record or not, Su Jia did not know for the time being. But what was certain was that as long as he wanted to, he could become a top streamer. From then on, he would become a big star and go straight to the peak of his life. Unfortunately, he had absolutely no interest in being a star or anything. So this overnight increase of 1 million fans only made him happy for a little while. Just as he put away his cell phone and thoughts and prepared to get up, a silhouette appeared in the doorway of the room, said with a smile, "Get up and eat, I have to go to the company for a meeting." Good Lou. Although just met, but Soo Jia can nothing sticky each other's ideas. Two people have their own lives, but also have a common sweet love, is the way he pursued. But before going to deal with his own business, he still shouldered the responsibility of a boyfriend. That was to take his girlfriend to work. 10 or so minutes later, the red Ducati appeared on the streets of Rongcheng. The booming sound wave made the passers-by, who were all a bit sleepy originally, instantly refreshed. The man and woman in the car, on the other hand, were like a divine sculpture couple, deeply attracting people's attention. It had to be said that it was really very difficult to see this scene early in the morning. At the same time, the first floor of Heaton International. Two men in suits, one holding a cup of soy milk, were having a heated discussion. "I just don't understand, our manager is obviously so beautiful, or the chairman of the only daughter, how to run to online dating. But it's true, she is so out, our company do not know how many men's hearts are broken. Now we just hope that the other party is a liar, or a short and poor, by yen manager directly abandoned." Just after saying this, the two men noticed that a loud roar of an engine came from their ears. And not long after, a flash of red color appeared in their line of sight. Only now the two men, but did not even think that this scene is very handsome, but trembled and said, "The one in the car, is it Mr. Yen? It seems to be, then the person riding the bike should be her online boyfriend. This is also too handsome. 14 AE 86, how?" And looking at the big red motorcycle in front of them, they suddenly remembered. The one who shocked the nation last night seemed to be riding this bike as well. Similarly also because this fact was too hot, leading to the fact that on the network there were already people who had done a detailed science on his motorcycle. So the motorcycle in front of them was recognized by the two at once. He, it seems, is the one who raced the airplane last night. At the same time as their inner thoughts became more and more certain, the two did not hesitate at all and directly took out their cell phones to frantically take pictures. There was no way the online love object of the chairman's only daughter was actually a biker who could furiously race 300 yards. This kind of news is too explosive. This also led to, did not use half an hour, their company's entire internal staff group all see this photo. And very soon, it reached the eyes of Yen Jinsong, the chairman of Tongchuan Investment. Looking at his daughter sitting on the motorcycle, and also embraced the waist of the boy. That kind of sweet appearance is also to see his jealousy. He immediately picked up his cell phone and called Yen Xingyue, "Baby girl, come to my office." For the situation over there, Soo Jia had no way of knowing for the time being. After saying goodbye to his girlfriend, he also drove the Ducati and headed directly towards the direction of Rongcheng University. However, the purpose of this trip was not to go to the school. Instead, it was to look at houses. After making his second choice yesterday, he had a total of 2 gains. One was an Audi RS6R, the legendary explosive limited edition. The other was a set of real estate in the Jianghua neighborhood. And this set of house happened to be in the neighborhood of Rongcheng University. It could be said that it perfectly helped him solve the problem of schooling and housing. Anyway, ever since he owned the system, Soo Jia had no intention of living inside the school. It wasn't because he drifted after he got rich, but with the system in place, it was really inconvenient to live with a few people. There was no such thing as not wetting your shoes when you were always walking by the river. In case someone found out the secret, it would be very difficult for him to do so. Of course, for his first property, he was still very much looking forward to it. After spending 10 minutes, Ducati pulled a crazy high-rotation sound wave and appeared at the entrance of Jianghua Community's neighborhood. Looking at the still brand-new residential building in front of him, he was still very satisfied. But just as he was about to ride in, he noticed that a pure black car appeared in the direction of the street entrance. It was a Mitsubishi Evo, and although it wasn't fast, it was extremely loud. Obviously, this was the legendary explosive modified Evo. Although he hadn't had much contact with modified cars, he still knew about the Evo. This car is not expensive, the new car price of several $100,000. But the biggest charm of this car is to keep the value. Years have passed, and Evo's vegetarian car can still be sold at a high price. Many owners who bought the car in the first place are quite a car to drive for many years and still make money when they sell it. And what really makes this car famous is his position in the world of modified cars. Or you can say, his status in the world of modified car circle are not generally high. Some tycoons may only spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a car, but they spend millions to modify the car. So, don't look down on this car when you see it on the road, and hide far away before it's too late. Because you never know, in his old-fashioned appearance, hidden under what a crazy engine. Just as he was thinking about it, the Evo came straight towards him. And soon, with a sizzle, it stopped behind him. Window down, a man with a beard, about 30 years old, shouted at him, "Young man, what kind of car is this AE 86 how? Ha, or a fellow traveler. Hearing Sujia's answer, the man also directly laughed out. In fact, the domestic-like Japanese car modification, most of them are affected by the influence of the head of the D. This sentiment, the car circle, the influence is far-reaching. It was also because of this statement that Sun Chen felt that the young man riding a motorcycle in front of him was definitely a real car fan. So after laughing, he continued, "Your car is really handsome. My name is Sun Yuhang. You are a new neighbor, right? Thank you, it's my first time here. Please take care of me in the future." Just arrived in the neighborhood and ran into such a person, Su Jia was still very happy. Although there was quite a bit of difference in age between the two, from the way the other person spoke, it seemed that the person's mental age was still very young. After exchanging a few pleasantries again, both of them also started their cars and drove towards the inside of the neighborhood. And according to Xiaotong's notes, the bonus house also came with 2 parking spaces. That RS6, also parked in the underground garage. Immediately also does not matter how the Evo behind him, straight toward the underground garage to drive. But Sun Yuhang, who was following him, can't hide the envy on his face. If not for my short legs, I must also buy a motorcycle to play. But after looking down at his own legs, which had trouble applying the brakes, he could only shake his head helplessly. However, the more this car drove, the stranger he felt. Because the red motorcycle in front of him, as if it was leading the way for him, kept following the direction of his parking space. And after turning the last corner, the Ducati drove straight towards his parking space. Truly, the scene was more than a little frightening. His mind, too, was unconsciously conjuring up all sorts of killer-named scenes on motorcycles. The good thing was that such thoughts didn't last long. Shuga was soon parked firmly next to his parking space. At the same time, a pure black, and so black that it was reflective, Audi wagon appeared in his line of sight. This was a modified Audi RS6. Also right under his gaze, Su Dada's long legs stepped out from the locomotive. Then he took the Audi car key in his hand and pressed it. Audi's unique running start light suddenly lit up. This car is also his. The data suddenly did not go up, is no one to see it. 15 straight line acceleration race invitation. The most critical thing is that after he brought the Evo closer, he looked at the carbon fiber on top of the RS6 almost all over the body. As a modified car enthusiast, Sun Yuhang instantly got it. This car is not some Auto Parts City pop-up modification. Rather, it is a version of the RS6 that was just put on sale not long ago by ABT, Audi's royal tuning brand. In layman's terms, it is the high-performance version of RS6 the Suit Thug. And if he remembers correctly, this car is limited to 125 units worldwide. Is there any in the country? It can be said that there is, it can also be said that there is not. Because at present the domestic possession is 0, but the god of the Auto Parts City, or can make accessories to supply those who want to modify the car owners to modify. But Auto Parts City is Auto Parts City, and ABT the original kit, is really far apart. For example, now Sun Yuhang, looking at the car in front of him as if looking at a work of art. The more exaggerated shape of the body, and the 2 extra aerodynamic kits on the side. All made him feel deeply fascinated. At the same time, the data about the car instantly appeared in his mind. 40-liter V8 twin-turbo engine, 730 horsepower. With the car being over 2 tons, it still managed to break the century in 32 seconds. To put it simply and roughly, the car parked in front of him was the strongest grocery car in the country. It is really too handsome. Also with a heart full of shock, he then quickly stopped the car in the parking space. Once again, he walked next to Su Jia and said, "Brother, you're a 2-wheeled and 4-wheeled man. TCH, this car is really great." According to his estimation, it takes at least $3 million to get this car. What is the identity of the person who can spend $3 million to buy this car? I don't need to think about it to know that it must not be simple. If the general small rich second generation, I'm afraid to have taken this money to buy a second-hand bull. Then go to the bar door to pick up girls. On the other hand, Su Jia's side, after getting his driver's license on the seat of the car, his heart is still very happy. He is a car fan, no matter 2 wheels or 4 wheels, he loves both. 4-wheeled vehicles carry the body, 2-wheeled vehicles carry the soul. Now he is also a perfect interpretation of what is called the soul and body fly together. Directly accomplishing the dream he once had. Simply do not too cool, okay? Ha, I also think he is very handsome. Between words, he went straight around to the driver's seat, pulled open the door and sat up. Well, interior compared to the old model, now this RS6 obviously more full of technology. But Audi always cannot escape that kind of cold style. Of course, there are racing seats inside, and the steering wheel is full of fighting spirit. Especially the red RS above, all let him feel passionate. Also with such a mood, Su Jia quickly pressed on the big red start button. Boom! A mellow turbo car sound wave instantly exploded in the underground garage. Not a great sound, but there was still a lot of turbo car fun. For example, the exhaust pipe crackled when he put his foot on the gas. It's also known as the legendary off-time ignition. At this point, regardless of the BBA3 German car representatives, is also kept surprisingly uniform. sitting in the car, feeling the cranky sound coming from behind. Su Jia also cannot help but call out, "Woohoo! Such a big toy, and how many men can not like it?" And Sun Yuhang standing next to him, it was called a full of envy. Young, handsome not to mention, but also have a car and a house, simply life winner Benjamin. However, listening to the RS6 grumpy sound waves, a bold idea surfaced in his mind. So in the moment Su Jia walked down, he smiled and said, "Su old brother, is there any interest in playing straight line acceleration race?" "Aha! Straight line acceleration race?" Hearing these words, Su Jia revealed a thoughtful expression. If he remembered correctly, this race in China was messed up by a few so-called net stars. For example, that Audi TT that boasted of crashing everyone, there was still no car that could win against him even now. Sun astronauts look at him to know, the heart is also a lot of ease, it continued, not to hide, I am Open Tuning Factory, qualified to recommend players to participate in the Fast 4W event. Fast Forward is currently the most professional, but also the hottest 04 acceleration event. A lot of performance car owners take this event as a sanctuary. When Su Jia heard this, he was really a bit moved. Racing, he likes. But really test a race license to participate in a variety of professional events, he also think there is no need. Well, even if it is to go, but also certainly go to participate in the motorcycle. After all, two-wheeled vehicles is his favorite thing. And this kind of 0 to 400 meter acceleration race is both easy and can provide a communication platform for vehicle owners. It should still be good to go and participate, right? Just when he couldn't decide, the system's beep sounded in his head once again. Ding, it was detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, participate in the F4W straight line acceleration race. Reward, 1 Augusta F4 Claudio, $5 million in cash. Option 2, be a good student, sports like racing are not for me. Reward, Physique 5, cash 10 million yuan. Listening to the prompts in his mind, Su Jia also laughed out happily, and at the same time silently recited in his heart, I choose 1. 16 car circle sensation. Looking at the rewards given by the system, Su Jia was truly moved. Augusta F4 Claudio, what kind of car is this? He is more than clear. European aristocratic pedigree, the top of the limited edition motorcycle. The selling price is up to $3 million. In comparison, the Kawasaki H2R, which was blown up the most, can only be regarded as a grade school level. Then since he had come across such a vehicle, there was absolutely no reason for him to hesitate. However, considering that there were still people next to him at the moment, Su Jia didn't rush to extract the reward out. Instead, he directly nodded his head and said, I would like to go and have some fun, and when the time comes, I would also like to trouble brother Sun to call me. Great brother, in the future we can be our own people. Between words, Sun Yuhang gleefully extended his hand. The hands of the two people were also shaking together for the first time. The reason why he was so happy was also because he was really troubled recently. Seeing that there was still a week left in the race, the rider he had found had gone on a direct strike. Now Su Jia's appearance had undoubtedly helped him solve a big problem. Of course, considering that Su Jia was so young, he definitely wouldn't have the luxury of placing. As long as this car was driven to the racetrack, then the advertisement of his tuning factory would naturally hit out. After another brief exchange, Su Jia said goodbye to Sun Yuhang. According to what Sun Yuhang said, the straight-line acceleration race would start in a week. In terms of preparation time, it was still very sufficient. And the organizer had also set the venue for the Rongqing station at an abandoned runway inside the airport. Imagining racing on top of an airport runway was undoubtedly a very addictive thing. 5 minutes later, Su Jia stood in front of his first house. The house was located on the 15th floor of Building 2 in the Manhwa community. In terms of the license plate, it was definitely not as adequate as Yin Xingyue's side of the house. But considering that the house was only used to live in while going to school, it was still quite good. The average price was also around $10,000. And this house of his was still one of the few large homes in the neighborhood. Enough to have 3 rooms and 2 halls, 168 square feet. That is, the legendary large 3-bedroom. Using the key to open the door of the room, looking at the minimalist and modernized decoration style inside, he was also satisfied. It was worth mentioning that the system was simply too thoughtful to be true. Other than his essential living supplies, everything else was fully prepared. It could be said that this set of house was completely realizable as a turnkey. And in the large living room on the coffee table, has also been neatly placed 3 big red books. One is the house title certificate, the other 2 is the title certificate of the underground garage parking space. This also meant that from this moment onwards, he had completely transformed from a prospective freshman into a successful person with a house and a car. And after receiving the rewards, Su Jia's savings has come to a huge 8 million. Thinking about this, his mood was getting better and better. However, as a good teenager with 2 parents, Su Jia was definitely not going to enjoy it alone. His parents, who were far away in Hangzhou, were still struggling hard for him as an only child. If you don't let your parents take it easy when you have money, you're just too good at filial piety. So he did not hesitate at all and directly transferred 2 million to his mom's account. Compared to his deposit is not much, but considering the transfer of too much will let the old couple worry. Any more large transfers could only be said later. As for how to explain to parents, it was really too simple. Su Jia directly talked to Zhang Wei's side, let him contact the parents as a police officer. Just say that this 2 million is a reward for good deeds. It didn't take 10 minutes for it to be completely resolved. And after taking care of that, his new car, RS6, could finally be put to use. Not to blow up the streets, but to procure supplies. Seeing that he would be reporting to the school the day after tomorrow, and he would be living here as well, he still needed to get everything ready in advance. For example, inside the study, there was still a top-of-the-line computer missing. For example, on top of the bookshelf, there were still a lot of good-looking hand-me-downs missing. In addition to that, some clothes and other things, he also planned to replace all of them with new ones. All in all, now that he had money, he decided to be a little more ruthless with himself. But just as he was driving his RS6, crackling around a big mall, the motorcycle circle in Rongqing ushered in a heavy bomb. Race plane little brother, this evening will come to Longquan Mountain Run Mountain. More than where the news came from, it began to spread throughout the motorcycle circle. There was even a hidden tendency to continue expanding outwards. There was no way around it. Until now, he was still the topmost top stream on the entire network. However, wherever the content released had some point of relationship with him, it would be able to gain a large amount of attention. Also because of this news, various people began sharpening their blades, ready to kill straight over. Some people were there just to get a glimpse of Su Jia's real face, to see if he was handsome or not. Others, with the idea of rubbing in the heat, had to go over there no matter what. But no matter what, this matter was still made very big. Even the official Longquan Mountain Park have released a direct announcement, after 7 p.m., Longquan Mountain will be closed, prohibit private vehicles. The purpose of doing this is also to provide a good environment for all kinds of car friends, but also to avoid accidents. After all, there are too many people who have died running the mountain road. All of this brought some different flavor to this evening's Longquan Mountain gathering. And as the time got closer, the riders became less and less calm. 17 under Longquan Mountain, Dark Pixie. 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky in Rongqing had begun to gradually turn dark. Su Jia had also finally finished setting up his new home. At the same time, he had also completed the idea of going hard on himself. A top-of-the-line computer cost 100,000 yuan. Some hand-me-downs, such as Jaeger bears, cost about 200,000 yuan. There are also a variety of big brand clothes and shoes, the total cost of about 500,000 yuan. Counting the rest of the mess, he spent up to $1 million a day today. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. If you have money and don't treat yourself better, can't you go out and spend it on girls you don't know? Or go to reward female anchors? He thought he would never do such a thing. And seeing that the time was approaching the time for the mountain run, Su Jia was ready to pack up and leave. Today, he also went to Dennis's offline store and bought a set of black and red biker clothes. It was also considered a bird's eye view. And the point that he was most looking forward to now was the Augusta F4 Claudio that was already parked in the garage. So after dressing up, he directly took the car keys and walked towards the underground garage. And just after stepping out of the elevator, he noticed that next to the red Ducati, there was already a pure black car parked. That appearance was simply handsome to the point of explosion. In his eyes, this car could already perfectly fit the 3 words work of art. Especially after Su Jia approached, the originally pure black body of the car showed beautiful lines. It was well known that it didn't matter if it was a motorcycle or a sports car. The more carbon fiber, the more expensive the car. Then this car in front of him was built from carbon fiber throughout. Even the wheels were forged from pure carbon fiber. Wherever you look, it's all about the smell of money. In addition, in the black carbon fiber outside, there are some gold-plated copper belt pull flowers, but also make the car's temperament more prominent. TSK, this toy is awesome. In his opinion, no matter what car it is his toy. Since it was used to play with, naturally it wouldn't hurt. So he was not hesitating at all and directly rode on top of the car. That's right, for tonight's Longquan Mountain running operation, he was planning to ride this $3 million motorcycle to kill it. Soon after, Su Jia inserted the key and then pressed the start button. Boom! The sound waves that were even more shocking and pleasing to the ears compared to the Ducati were infinitely amplified by the underground garage. Woo-hoo-hoo! LOL. This sound was too provocative, causing him to unconsciously exclaim. Under such a mood, Su Jia was no longer able to suppress his little universe. So he quickly put it in first gear, turned the gas, and drove towards the outside of the underground garage. Boom! A crazy sound wave rang out as if it was going to overturn the underground garage, making all the people in the garage who were preparing to park their cars dumbfounded. Meanwhile, at the foot of Longquan Mountain. Because the news that Su Jia was coming spread. It made the Longquan Mountain at this time of the day already become crowded. One by one, large displacement motorcycles, as well as a variety of performance cars and sports cars, were all neatly parked on the side of the road. In terms of visual estimation, there were at least a few hundred cars present today. Among them, there were also a large portion of private car owners who came here in admiration. There was no way around it, the little brother of the racing airplane was the biggest hotspot in Reuniting today. And in the motorcycle camp, a few young men and women were gathered around, discussing something heatedly. One of them, a woman who was holding up a selfie stick and seemed to be live streaming, just smiled and asked, "Will he really come today? Listen to what you mean, are you ready to chase people?" Speaking of which, the eyes of the next few people looking at her were a bit strange. The people were all in the same circle and knew everyone very well. This woman in front of them was not a serious female writer. Rather, it was the type of person who utilized a motorcycle to directly become an internet celebrity, and then went on to the pinnacle of life. As for how she became an internet celebrity, everyone knew it by heart. However, what several people around them did not expect was that this female writing netroots, but unusually sure to shake their heads. "I now have a boyfriend, and my boyfriend intends to challenge him today." The moment these words came out, the surrounding gazes instantly leaned in. And in her live broadcast room, the popularity also directly began to soar. It couldn't be helped, the gunpowder flavor of these words was just too strong. The boy who just replied back, even more with a kind of look at the little cute. The boy who just replied, even looked at her with a kind of cute little eyes and said, "Are you crazy or am I crazy? That skill of his, there is still someone who dares to challenge him?" Last night a live broadcast, Soo Ja can be said to have directly conquered millions of people. You can question his dangerous driving, but you can never question his driving skills. Many of the people present could be his brainwashed fans now. So his words also ushered in quite a few people's concurrence. "That's right, you are really putting your boyfriend's life on the line for the sake of popularity? Big talk, is your boyfriend a professional driver?" But right in the midst of the crowd's skepticism, this Netflix female writer wasn't scared at all. And with a proud expression, she pointed to a man on the side and said, "He's really a professional writer. Is this that talented writer Wang Zheng? It's really him, he doesn't run the race properly, he's actually with the netizen." Instantly, Wang Zheng, who was wearing a racing suit, became the center of attention. He only saw him smiling calmly and said in an indifferent tone, "It's all a small problem, now it depends on whether he dares to come or not." After hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but worry about Soo Ja. Professional drivers and car owners, this is completely two concepts. And this news, like the wind in clouds, instantly spread throughout the entire Longquan mountain site. The professional driver versus the little brother of the racing airplane, the gimmick was just too fierce, making everyone feel invigorated. Then all that was left to do now was to wait for Soo Ja to be in place. Also between the crowd's eager anticipation, the sound of a four-cylinder motorcycle appeared in the ears of the crowd. And the sound was still approaching at a rapid speed. "This sound is not right, it should not be him. It's definitely not him, the Ducati sound is too recognizable." Before he finished speaking, everyone present was shocked by the scene in front of them. They saw a motorcycle they had never seen before, pulling a high revving sound wave, speeding towards the foot of the mountain. The pure black body, the cool modeling, all signaled the extraordinary nature of this vehicle. Combined with the car driver's black Dennis biker suit black helmet, it made him look like a dark elf. 18 challenge me? That's interesting. What kind of car is this? It sounds so good. Shouldn't the point be to look good? This is not more handsome than Kawasaki H2? Looking at the sudden kill out of the Augusta F4, the crowd present, completely blinded. They feel they have seen a lot of knowledge in front of this car but still cannot recognize to. The only thing I can be sure of is that this car is absolutely not simple. Whether it is the sound or the body of the streamline, all highlights the car's extraordinary. Of course, there were also those with extraordinary eyesight. For example, professional driver Wang Zhang, the moment he saw this car, he was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. At the same time, he couldn't help but cry out in his heart, "There is actually this car in the country, it's impossible." As for Soo Ja, who was riding on the car, he was still satisfied looking at the sight of the crowd. This car on his crotch was worthy of such an attention. And while pretending, he did quickly lock onto Zhang Wei's position. But just as he was about to drive the car over, he noticed a very familiar figure next to him. Isn't that Jiaoru? Fixing his eyes on it, Soo Ja realized that it was really his best friend Jiaoru who had accompanied Yen Xingyue on her run to the present. At this time, she was standing next to a Tesla, holding a selfie stick and snapping at him. While filming, she was also reciting some words. "This is a cool car, guys, hurry up and take a look, after this village, there won't be this store anymore. I'm not bragging, I really know the little brother with the plane. He is definitely more handsome than this little brother." Probably because the live broadcast is too involved in the reason, she is also simply did not control the volume. Plus, Soo Ja's ears have always been very good, so he was listening to the real thing. But he didn't feel angry, instead he felt quite interesting. "I am more handsome than myself? This logic is afraid that it will not work. considering that encountering acquaintances without saying hello does not fit. He then directly decided to arrange a small surprise for her and her friends in the live broadcast room. So in Jaru's gaze, the car that she didn't recognize at all actually drove straight towards herself. The sound of a boom instantly stunned her. Standing in place to move also not, do not understand also not. And right in the middle of the way, the gas pedal of the car increased again. The entire front wheel of the car instantly buckled. The front wheels of the entire car instantly warped. As a keyboard car god, where had she seen such a scene? A moment directly lost color, a cry from the soul came out. The audience inside the live broadcast room, on the other hand, were all feeling incredibly stimulated right now. Awesome! This dude is really awesome. Too handsome, to be able to play this kind of flower work is simply my dream. Yardage, I'm directly soaking wet. Pop-ups such as these began to scroll wildly in the live broadcast room. But on Jiaru's side, it was not such a good mindset at all. After all, she was watching that car get closer and closer. And on Sujia's side, of course, she also understood that jokes needed to be measured. So when he was about a meter away from her, he directly pinched the brakes and put the car right in front of her. Then, he reached out and took off his helmet. Holy, it's actually you. Scared the hell out of me. Jiaru saw Sujia's handsome face and directly squared off. She couldn't help but directly swing her arm up and gently hammer on him. Of course, she was also the first to turn her camera in the right direction. The fact that Sujia didn't like to be famous was something she was still very clear about. In case if it was seen by the netizens, it might be dug up and set on fire within a few days. And Sujia did not care about her movements. Yesterday we had a meal together, it is also relatively familiar. Immediately smiled and said, "You are not a game anchor? How to come here? It's not because of you." After trying to let himself calm down, Jiaru will be the situation all narrated. In fact, it was very simple, because the news that he would be coming to Longquan Mountain had already been spread out. Plus some people also know that Jiaru was Rongqing people, so they directly asked her to open outdoor live broadcast, bring everyone out to pick the wind. By the way, see the real face of the little brother of the race plane again. At that time, she, a moment of heart, directly blurted out, I know yesterday also at dinner together. This is heard in the ears of the fans, naturally think she is blowing awesome. So you are here, just to prove that you are not blowing awesome? Su Jia looked at her serious look and didn't know what to say. Jiaru, however, didn't care what kind of expression he had, and directly said to the live broadcast, "Don't you guys not believe it? He is the little brother of Psy Airplane in your mouths." But without seeing that red Ducati, the fans definitely don't believe it. So a new round of the debate competition started again. It was also at this time that Zhang Wei did notice his presence and walked over with a large group of people. Just before the meeting, a woman also holding a cell phone and wearing a tight leather jacket jogged over and said, "Are you the one who drove 300 yards? What kind of car is this, a domestic Horizon? No, that Ducati is not a rental car, is it?" A series of questions for asked Su Jia is a face of confusion. His own motorcycle worth more than $3 million actually turned into a Horizon? This is also too outrageous. But before he could say anything, the woman who spoke like a Gatling continued with a haughty expression, "My boyfriend wants to challenge you, do you dare to accept?" Challenge me? A little interesting. 19 Don't cry later. In the first moment, Su Jia also understood. The girl in front of her wearing a tight-fitting leather jacket that looked quite valiant. It is the legendary Netflix female writer. Just saying something like that was a blatant attempt to rub it in. And saying that he rented a car or something like that is just trying to elevate his status. Such a small tactic was also really low. As for the challenge, she said, Su Jia even almost laughed out loud. "Are you sure you know how to ride a bike? Come and challenge me. I am my boyfriend challenging you." As she spoke, she reached out and pointed at Wang Zhang behind herself. But the imagined image of her boyfriend stepping forward did not appear. Instead, a scene that everyone did not expect happened. Only to see Wang Zhang, who had just been the center of attention, walk over with a serious face and say, "Hello, my girlfriend doesn't quite understand, I hope you don't mind." Hearing this, the netizen female writer was people were dumbfounded. "Why are you so polite with him? Aren't we just here to challenge? And it's just him, a Horizon that only has a voice, why should we be afraid of him?" After hearing this, Wang Zhang, too, could not help but directly roll his eyes. And because of what was happening over here, most of the crowd had already gathered around. A feeling that people had been disgraced came to life. He was never expecting that this new girlfriend of his, who looked quite pushy. It was actually this outrageous. While his mind exploded, he just couldn't help but say with a chilly face, "You call this a Horizon? You find me a $3 million Horizon. If you don't understand, hurry up and shut up." Now he also figured out, no matter how can not offend Su Jia. Race car driver, the most afraid of fans? Actually, no. What they are most afraid of is their sponsor's father, or those rich people behind them. This kind of people want to mess with him, it is really simple. Not to mention, it's not easy to make him unable to run the race. So the person who could spend $3 million on Augusta F4 Claudio would be a simple character? Hearing his words, the net read female ride froze at the same time. Next to a crowd of melon eaters are also all stupid. This car actually want $3 million? Blow powerful right, Kawasaki H2 or in BMW HP4 also did not expensive to so outrageous poverty limits my imagination. And firmly stood in the side of Sujia Zhangwei, also at this time stood out. Augusta F4 Claudio, the price is indeed $3 million, and this should be the first domestic. In fact, just at the time of seeing this car, he has this aspect of speculation. But because he had not seen the physical object, he did not dare to say anything at all. But after searching on the network, he also determined his own idea. Of course, what came along with it was shock. How old is Sujega? A little more than 18 years old? At this age, to be able to own such a car was too outrageous. This kind of artwork, even if you put it in the hands of various car players, it would be a dream to own. The short answer is that this wouldn't be something that could be bought simply by money. $3 million for the ultimate public upgrade sports car. If it was converted to a four-wheeled vehicle, it would be at least at the level of the top 3 divine cars. For a moment, the hundreds of onlookers all changed the way they looked at Su Jia. He can obviously rely on his face to eat, but now you're telling me that he's such a powerful person. I'm going straight to heaven. $3 million for a motorcycle? Crazy? For you, $3 million is heaven, but for the rich, it's just a toy. And Su Jia's side also did not care what the people around said. Because at this time, the system once again stood out. Ding! Option 1, a match between real men with professional driver Wang Zhang. Reward, a copy of a certain business plan, Physique 5. Option 2, quietly be a beautiful man who runs mountains. Reward, 1 Hermes crocodile purse, 1 Longines watch. Looking at the rewards displayed above, his curiosity was successfully hooked. For 2 days, most of the rewards given by the system were cash and such. Now this business plan, it was really unique. Plus, he was also curious about how strong this so-called professional rider was. At that moment, he didn't hesitate at all and directly recited in his mind, choose one. Then, he looked at Wang Zhang with a smile on his face and said, isn't it a challenge for me? Let's get started. Do you think this is still necessary? What do you think is necessary? You're the ones who challenged me, and now you're wimping out? Su Jia was also a bit speechless when he heard the other party's words. He had only dared to think that the match was a bit interesting, and these two were planning to run away from the battlefield? It was just that what everyone did not expect was that the female rider, who was originally hiding behind Wang Zhang, stood out at this very moment. Hubby, you go and compete with him, you can definitely win. Then she turned her head to face Su Jia and said, aren't you rich? Let's add a little bit of lottery. Whoever wins will be able to drive the other car away, how about it? Looking at the Augusta F4 Claudio in front of her, she is really moved. There is such a car and they will not immediately fire all over the network? Hearing her words, the people present couldn't help but look at her with a kind of gaze. A $3 million car as a lottery, it's really not good enough for her to think of it. Ha? Is your car that expensive too? Su Jia looked at her with a look of I don't believe it. Since it's a lottery, the stakes must be equal for both sides. If you take your own car to bet with the other party, then it is not a barefaced wrongdoer? Looking at his expression of looking down on himself, the female rider is directly on the head. Directly gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, stared at his eyes and gritted his teeth and said, I use cash motorcycle. Okay, today we'll play with you. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders and continued with a smile on his face, don't cry later. And seeing that he agreed, the atmosphere of the scene is also instantly boiled up. Race airplane little brother versus talented professional drivers, a big battle kicked off. 20 igniting passion. Under Longquan Mountain. An Augusta F4 Claudio and a BMW HP4 have been poised on the starting line. Standing next to it is a dense crowd of onlookers. Visually, there are at least a few hundred people. Su Jia also did not expect that what was thought to be a simple mountain running action had evolved into a speed battle by now. But in his heart, there was not even a tiny bit of fear. There was nothing else, he had absolute confidence that he could win this race. Currently, his motorcycle skill was advanced, only one level away from top level. According to the assessment given by the system, it was the level of the top racers in the country. In such a situation, Wang Zhang, a genius racer, was more than a star short of him. Genius? It was nothing more than an expression of having potential. Plus, since he was willing to come out and engage in such things for the sake of his girlfriend, Su Jia just didn't think that his level was really that high. That was why he accepted the other party's bet. After all, there was no reason not to want the money and car that was sent to him for nothing. And his girlfriend's bestie, Jaru, was now standing next to him with her cell phone raised. The viewers in the live broadcast room now all believed her words as well. And said that they were very much looking forward to this match, hoping that Su Jia would continue to kill big. But on her own side, she seemed a bit lacking in confidence. So between her words, she was also full of worry. You don't have to win, you still have to be safe, otherwise I have no way to explain to Xingyu. Accountable? I came out to mix, with whom to explain. Su Jia smiled and shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed look. Seeing him in this appearance, Jiaru was directly helpless, this time still joking, this entire mountain road can be no streetlights. Hearing this, the audience inside the live broadcast room also felt the danger here. A mountain road without streetlights. Even if there were lights from a car, the field of vision was definitely not that wide. In such a situation, it was possible to rush off the cliff if one was not careful. A minor fracture could lead to an orthopedic hospital, while a major one could cost one's life. Although Longquan Mountain wasn't very high, but if a mortal body fell down, it would definitely not be able to withstand it. For a moment, the pop-ups that cared about him also instantly began to explode. Let little brother pay attention to safety, we are waiting for him to triumph. Little brother ride slowly, although I really want to see you win, but it's still the life that matters. Indeed, he is so handsome and so rich, it is too big a loss to have something happen. Because of Jiaru's relationship, Su Jia is also seen as one of their own. So naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to him. And see the scene of Jiaru, then directly hand the phone over and said, "You see, my live room people are with me." I thought. To be honest, she was fond of fierce men no less. At the same time, he also hoped that Su Jia would be able to win in this match. But looking at his handsome appearance, she was even more reluctant to see something happen to Su Jia. Well, even though he's BFFs, as long as the person is still there, he can also look at it himself once in a while. Su Jia heard this, actually full of surprise. A group of people who have never met each other would actually care about their own safety? According to normal, they should not think that the bigger the better. At that moment, with curiosity, the cell phone to receive over. Soon, his appearance with a helmet appeared in the live broadcast camera. Looking at the pop-ups above, he found that it was really like this. It had to be said that this group of people that he had never met before really made him feel quite warm. It was also at this time that he realized that there were more than 100,000 people in this Jiaru's live room. The number of people concerned, but also immediately exceeded 2 million. The real big anchor. And looking at the pop-up screen that is scrolling madly, he suddenly gave birth to an idea. Everyone, want to run mountains with me? What do you mean? What do you mean? I want to, I dream about it. Truly, the hardest thing for them right now was not being able to watch this kind of match. And Su Jia looked at a sea of approving voices, but also did not ink at all, and directly turned his head to look at Zhang Wei and said, "Brother Zhang, help me find a cell phone holder to come, put it on the back of the kind." The cell phone holders that are now placed on cars and motorcycles are still very powerful. It wasn't impossible to bring everyone up for the race. Just a few seconds after Zhang Wei answered and left, he came over with a long holder. And very quickly, it had been fixed to the rear of his motorcycle, and the live streaming cell phone, too, was placed on it. And this kind of operation. First view of a mountain running race? I'm straight up wet. Mom, I'm going to start running the race. Because the bracket was placed on the back and the selfie stick was long enough. Their perspective now is that they are able to see the road in front of them, as well as Su Jia's entire person. It was still very apt to describe it as a first perspective. Getting this done, Su Jia still felt like it was fun. Happy things should be shared. What's more, since he had met his girlfriend's best friend, it was nothing to help each other out. It was also at this time that the Netflix female writer in a tight leather jacket walked in front of the two cars with what she thought was a very Nessie-like pace. As for Su Jia and the racer Wang Zhang, after glancing at each other, they coincidentally started their cars. The sound of a boom stimulated everyone present. It was also the first time that many people understood that a race between motorcycles was actually more passionate than a four-wheeled vehicle. Such passion came more directly and more purely. Two people riding on the engine will be in the mountain road full of curves, wantonnly wild racing. 123 start. Accompanied by the fall of the female rider's arm, the front end of both cars slightly buckled and then directly rushed out. Boom! The almost ghostly high revving sound waves made the entire Longquan mountain tremble. The passion of everyone present was also completely ignited at this moment. 21 motorcycles also use inertia to drift across the bay. Under the watchful eyes of the audience at the scene as well as the live broadcast, the two vehicles quickly sped towards the entrance to the mountain. The locals who were more familiar with Longquan Mountain were a bit flustered at the sight of this scene. It's over, Longquan Mountain is a big bay, these two people do not slow down? This word out, the scene instantly windy. Because what this person said is a fact. Even if you are not familiar with the people, you can see in front of the two cars is a super big bay. Without slowing down, there was simply no possibility of getting through it. For a moment, many people closed their eyes nervously. But Su Jia, who was riding on the car, was still as steady as an old dog. It was true that he was unfamiliar with the road conditions, and before the race, he had simply looked at the aerial view of Longquan Mountain, remembering a few of the more critical S-shaped bends. Compared to those several bays, this one in front of him can only be considered as a small meaning. And seeing that there were still 5 or 6 meters away from the curve, he then gently pinched the brakes. Then he tilted the whole body toward the right side. This scene also happened to Wang Zhang next to him. But now, he could not be so calm. Because, the angle of Su Jia's pressurized bend was just too exaggerated. Under his gaze, the entire body of the Augusta was almost close to the ground. But speed-wise, there wasn't a single bit of slowdown. According to his own hourly speed comparison, Su Jia's current speed was at least 140 yards or more. Such a speed, with such a crazy angle into the bay, had he ever seen it? The answer is yes. But then it was at the top level of racing. The venue was also on a professional track that couldn't be more professional. Right now, in this kind of mountain where there are stones everywhere, even if he were to lend him another courage, he would not dare to play like this. Just when his mind was disturbed, the brake on his hand was unconsciously pinched a little heavier. It's over. Not because the car is out of control, but this small gap, he has been completely overtaken by Su Jia. And after falling behind, the black Augusta in front of him still maintains the same posture, stable to the point of no return. And in the perspective of the audience, this scene is simply a dog's day. Because just as Shuga pressed the bend at an angle almost close to the ground, the knee pads on his legs inevitably touched the ground. Immediately afterward, a violent burst of sparks exploded on the ground. Looking at people's seriousness, as if a little light in the darkness, it was so splendid. It was really a spark with lightning all the way? Too fierce, people are not slowing down, but there is no need to slow down. But just between words, the two motorcycles disappeared into the crowd's line of sight, one after the other. However, listening to the engine roar that still surrounded the ears, everyone's heart was like a cat scratching. Also under such circumstances, more and more people began to flock to Jia Ru's live broadcasting room. The competition had just started, and the popularity had already exceeded 200,000 people. And it was still growing by leaps and bounds. But to her, this was a painful and happy process. The happy part was that she was rising madly in popularity. What hurt was out of concern for Su Jia. For her best friend's 18-year-old boyfriend, she was truly envious and agreed with him. He was full of youthful vigor and never lacked passion. The things he did were also perfectly in line with his status as a young man. Alas, I'm an old aunt, really worried. And the status quo is nothing but pain for that Netflix female writer. Seeing her boyfriend being left behind, the popularity of the live broadcast room, which was originally bursting at the seams, also began to drop rapidly. It didn't take much thought to realize that all those people had run to Jia Ru's side. The most desperate thing was that if she wanted to watch it herself, she had to go over there as well. Besides, Su Jia's side. He didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise about his lead. After all, no matter whether it was the performance of the car or the technology, he was definitely far ahead. Now he is mainly enjoying the process of the race. Victory is only a matter of time. With this mindset, his riding style was becoming more and more aggressive. The throttle was twisted deeper and deeper. As for Wang Zhang, who was following behind him, the feeling of powerlessness within his heart gradually increased. How could he be so strong? Truly, he had envisioned Su Jia to be very strong, but that was just running a straight line. After all, when he raced airplanes, the highway was flat, and he simply couldn't even press the curves. Directly twisting the throttle to death, he thought he could do it too. But now it seems that people are not that simple. Of course, in addition to being powerless, his brain was also spinning rapidly. But after thinking about it, he thought that his only chance was in the first S-shaped curve not far ahead. That curve was extremely large, and the magnitude was extremely exaggerated. Utilizing the professionalism of a professional driver, he was still a bit confident in trying to outperform his opponent here. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, Wang Zhang's expression was also more focused. However, this idea had not been born for long before he was surprised by the situation that occurred in front of him. Just as he entered the S-curve, his hand unconsciously pinched on the brake. But Su Jia in front of him didn't have the slightest intention of slowing down. And the moment he entered the bay, the rear wheels of the car began to slide towards the other side. Then, a near-perfect slip tire across the bay was presented in front of his eyes. He dared to slip the tires into the bay on the mountain road. The little confidence that remained was completely shattered at this moment. Of course, to say the most shocked, or now the first perspective to watch the live broadcast of the people. Yard, motorcycle can also use inertia drift across the bay? I'm numb. 22 I don't like used cars. I lost to an Augusta on Longquan Mountain, and he drifted across the bay with inertia. I swear I'll follow you for the rest of my life. To be honest, the shock that Su Jia brought to them was too great. In most people's lives, it's hard to even come across heavy motorcycles. Not to mention this kind of mountain racing. Coupled with the various operations he showed off, it also made everyone feel their scalps go numb. There was no way, the first time itself was very immersive. Even some of the timid ones directly closed their eyes and didn't dare to look because of this crazy speed. But inwardly, they still felt excited. And at the foot of the mountain, the people who saw this scene through the live broadcast also all exclaimed out in shock. Zhang Wei is even more excited face shouted, too powerful, he actually can really win professional drivers. Before this, he actually never thought that Su Jia could win at all. As we all know, professional writers were definitely a dimensional blow to ordinary players. But now, it seemed that Su Jia was no ordinary player. And just because of that wave of maneuvers just now, he had reason to believe that Su Jia could definitely win. Some people were happy and some were sad. Wang Zhang, who was following behind him, had already given up his intention to fight for victory. He was about to lose sight of Su Jia's taillights, and even if he wanted to commit a foul, he didn't have the slightest chance of doing so. He was just completely crushed. He was only halfway up Longquan Mountain when he was already completely convinced. 10 or so minutes later, the hundreds of people at the foot of the mountain were all staring tightly at the exit, waiting for Su Jia's triumphant return. Su Jia also knew that the competition had ended here, so he planned to live. It had to be done. So after turning out of the last corner, he twisted the gas pedal violently. While the front wheel instantly buckled, the car's speed directly increased. And he drove towards the end of the road in a single-wheeled manner. The roar of the engine was getting closer and closer. Not long after, in the form of a warped head posture, Augusta directly broke the darkness. With an extremely arrogant stance, he appeared in the sight of the crowd. He is too good at pretending. I like this kind of pretending, too crazy, too crazy. Although his mouth said that he was pretending, or was too crazy or something like that. But what Su Jia did was what everyone present wanted. Young people, how can anyone not be crazy? In the city where the pressure of life was increasing, what they lacked was this kind of passion. For a moment, everyone's eyes changed completely when they looked at Su Jia. And the moment he stopped the car, they all rushed up in a swarm. Car God. Longquan Mountain Car God. Su Jia, who was surrounded by a group of people, looked at the crowd's various expressions of excitement and inwardly felt very happy as well. It's just that the name Dragon Spring Mountain God of Cars gave him goosebumps. It was really too middle-aged. Of course, the feeling of being courted was still a little bit cool. It was also at this time that Jia Ru also finally squeezed in from the crowd. Looking at the triumphantly returning Su Jia, he had the intention to pounce over and hug him. However, she was stifled by her reasoning. She was very clear that Yan Xingyue's side was also watching in the live broadcast room. If this is because of the excitement to do something, then the friend also basically to the end. At that moment, she could only reveal a happy smile, thumbs up and said, "Too strong, I was right, you are the absolute fierce man." Then, she hurriedly took down her live broadcasting phone. Today was definitely a rewarding day for her. Not only did she see a motorcycle race, but she also ruthlessly harvested a wave of new fans. At the end of the race just now, she could clearly see that the real number of people inside the live broadcast room was as high as 500,000 to 600,000 people. Such a number, even for the finals of some esports competitions, was actually hard to reach. But when it came to Su Jia, it was as if it was particularly easy. On Su Jia's side, he didn't care about the live broadcast. Anyway, in his opinion, it was just helping out his girlfriend's best friend. Even though this BFF was particularly beautiful. It was at this time that a sneaky figure appeared in his line of sight. Who else could it be if it wasn't that Netflix female writer? At this time, she could have completely lost her previous arrogance. Instead, she bowed her body in a manner that no one can see me, so she planned to sneak around. In the face of this situation, he then smiled and said, "She won't be planning to run away, will she, and won't pay the $3 million she owes me?" As the words fell, the crowd that had gathered around also looked behind them. Under the gaze of hundreds of people, this female writer was instantly on pins and needles. "I don't have it, I'll give the money, I'll give it. Is it okay if I don't give it?" "Definitely can. After all, the bets and such were all made verbally. If she denies it, there's nothing anyone can do about it." These people present, but almost included the entire Rongqing motorcycle circle of people. There were some very powerful people among them. She really didn't have the guts to renege on the debt in such a situation. With this in mind, the so-called Netflix female writer slowly walked over. And while walking, the acting skills were also directly bursting, tears that were falling down. I'm just a little girl, you just give me a high hand." Looking at this pearly appearance of hers, many of the men present were instantly softened. Of course, one had to admit that this female writer still had some good looks in addition to her extremely poor character. But while others would be soft, Su Jia didn't have the slightest idea of being soft. To get high with him, there was a price to pay. More to say no good, that HP4 I give you a discount of 500,000 yuan, save 2.5 million transferred to my account. Finished lightly, he turned his head to look at Jiaru continued, "Live room people, a lot of it, the HP4 to them smoke." "Ah? You do not want? I don't like used cars. The 23rd New Year's Eve, all eyes are on us." "Magnificent." These two words, in the minds of the crowd, called out. BMW HP4, even a used car is at least several $100,000. But when it came to Su Jia, he was able to give it away directly without blinking an eye. It was only now that everyone suddenly remembered that the car that people were riding right now could be worth $3 million. And now Jia Ru's live broadcasting room was also already exploding. "Awesome. This is really give us welfare, ah. You all stay put, this prize must be mine. Good lord, whoever wins the lottery will be able to fulfill the dream of a locomotive straight away. To be honest, the BMW HP4 has a very strong reputation in the motorcycle community. No matter which group of enthusiasts, or gathering of enthusiasts, it can be the center of attention. So as long as the draw, then you can directly complete a step to heaven. In such a situation, a group of fans and people on the scene, all sharpened their knives. And under the eyes of all the people, that Netflix female writer naturally couldn't say anything, and could only silently cooperate. And soon, the 2.5 million has also been transferred to his account. It was worth mentioning that because of this money coming in, Sujia's account balance also broke through 10 million precisely. Before even approaching the university, he had become a multi-millionaire. This still felt very handsome. At the very least, from here on out, he no longer needed to worry about money. All he needed to do was to earn more money and live his life the way he liked. It was also at this time that Wang Zhang, who had just been defeated, quietly came to his side. However, from the state of affairs, it seemed that he did not feel discouraged. Instead, he said in a defiant tone, "I would like to challenge you one more time." In fact, he had already given up on the entire race when he was thrown off and couldn't see the taillights. Although he was convinced in his heart, this race undoubtedly gave him the motivation to move forward. It made him realize that there were mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. So right now, Wang Zhang wanted to have another match with Su Jia at a venue he was good at. Still here? Su Jia showed a lack of interest. Although he had won the match, he had no intention of stepping on Wang Zhang because his opponent's attitude was okay. But if he had another match, he felt that it was unnecessary. The difference between the two men's levels was too great, and even if he was given 100 chances, it would be impossible for him to win against himself on Longquan Mountain. Just what he did not expect was that Wang Zhang was shaking his head directly and firmly, not here, but in New North. A month from now, there will be a motorcycle event in New North. I will follow my master there, and now I want to invite you. By the way, Marquez will also be there. Marquis? Hearing this name, Su Jia instantly brightened up. But anyone who was a motorcycle lover should be no stranger to this name. Contemporary god of motorcycle, in one of the highest level events in the motorcycle field, the Motog, the character who won the championship to get soft. He was once fascinated by Su Jia himself. He has been captivated by his various maneuvers on the racetrack. And now, you suddenly told me that I have the opportunity to compete with him on the same stage. How can he carry it? Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate at all and directly nodded his head and said, "Okay, New North is New North." Of course, it was not true that he had agreed to this. But the opponent would not be Wang Zhang, but a top racer like Marquez. Thinking about it, his heart was really a little excited. It took about 10 minutes for the post-race celebration to come to a successful conclusion. The ownership of that HP4 had also been drawn for free to a fan through the live broadcast. This also meant that this evening's Rongqing Mofo mountain running action had officially begun. Under the leadership of Shuga Augusta, dozens of hundreds of cars formed a team that marched towards the top of the mountain. Although he joined the circle for a very short time, but because of various deeds, it made him already turn into the leading figure of the Knights of Rongqing. Each and every one of them could feel a great honor when they followed him. And such a spectacle was also broadcasted live through Jiaru's live broadcast room as it was. And what happened today also began to spread wildly on the internet. Most people knew for the first time that the original motorcycle riders were partying like this. There was also a large series of convoys running together in the mountains. That kind of smooth feeling all let everyone deeply fascinated. Some people's dream also changed from buying a BMW car to buying a BMW motorcycle. From this, it wasn't hard to see that Su Jia's promotion of motorcycle culture still played a key role. It was also just half an hour later that Raceplane Little Brother's name, once again, logged onto the hot search. Raceplane Little Brother won. Running mountains is such a happy thing. Xiaoru's live broadcast to draw a BMW motorcycle. A large string of words began to dominate the entire hot search list. From this, it could also be seen that the current Su Jia had reached the point where he was in the limelight. The only pity was that all the netizens still didn't know how he looked like and what his name was. After all, no matter when he was racing airplanes or running mountain races, he was wearing a helmet. But this did not affect everyone's enthusiasm for him at all. The number of followers on Weibo, once again, also began to soar. 24 promotion gift from future father-in-law. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the mountain run officially ended. The vast fleet of motorcycles drove into the Rongqing community from the direction of Longquan Mountain. While creating a lot of noise, it also attracted the gazes of countless passers-by. Because of Su Jia's appearance, the entire Rongqing had already seen the beginnings of a motorcycle fever. So the citizens weren't as averse to the sound of this thing. And after parting ways with the crowd, he drove the Augusta towards Yan Xingyue's home. Over there was his gentle home waiting for him. As for his own house? Su Jia directly selectively forgot about it. Don't ask, asking means you haven't found a place to live yet. Just when he parked his car in the underground garage, went upstairs through the elevator, and entered the combination lock to open the door, he noticed that something was wrong. A pair of old Beijing cloth shoes, just so placed in the doorway, almost blinded his eyes. Of course, he didn't think anything. After all, the shoes looked to be the elder's. Just as he looked up with doubt, a middle-aged man with a greasy head, still shiny, appeared directly in front of him. When the four eyes met, the feeling of embarrassment instantly went straight to the sky. From the facial appearance, this middle-aged man seems a little handsome, and looks very similar to Yan Xingyue. No need to think to know, this should be his girlfriend's dad and her future father-in-law. That I seem to have gotten off on the wrong foot, farewell. After saying that, he directly turned around with the intention of slipping away. This is blocked in the doorway, this time do not run to wait for what time. This is not to blame him for being timid, basically all boys would have this kind of reflex when faced with this kind of situation. Not to mention this 18-year-old boy. Just this foot has not stepped out of the door, behind the voice came, "Stop, you kid took advantage of the cheap, want to run?" From the tone of voice, it sounds like there is no anger. Instead, it carries a bit of a teasing flavor. Hearing this, Su Jiao was relieved while also stabilizing his mind. I've raced my airplane, how can I wimp out on meeting a parent? Figuring this out, Su Jiao then decisively turned around, revealing a harmless smile and said, "Uncle Yan right, I don't want to run, just close a door." With these words, he closed the door with a click. Until this time, Yan Xingyue was carrying a row of fruits and came out from inside the kitchen. However, the redness that she couldn't hide on her face still revealed the fact that she had known this for a long time. "That you guys sit down and talk, I still have a few things to do." After saying that, he rushed into the bedroom in a flash. Yan Jinsong also waited for him to sit down, and only then opened his mouth. "I heard that it is still a 00 after?" "Ah, it is after 00, just preparing to go to college." With the idea that if it comes, then it is safe, Su Jia answered truthfully. And from the image seems, this Uncle Yan is perfectly in line with the mold of domestic entrepreneurs. A Zhongshan suit was meticulous, and his face was full of seriousness. But for this attitude of the other party, he still expressed his understanding. After raising cabbages for more than 20 years, they were suddenly arched by a pig. Would you be angry if it was you? What's more, these days, all fathers are daughter slaves. Can't allow their own girl to suffer a little bit of aggression. And Yan Jinsong was a little helpless in his heart after determining his message. For so many years, Yan Xingyue had never really brought a boy into the house. But now not only did she bring it back, but it was also a legendary little puppy. After 00, just about to start college. And this person looks as really handsome. Even when he was young, he had to avoid the kind of handsome. In the face of this situation, can he beat the lovebirds? Definitely not. After all, Yan Xingyue has already reached the age where she should fall in love. If her heart was hurt at this time, what would she do if she ended up alone in the future? Thinking of this, he also let out a long sigh. Are you guys living together now? Do you want a boy or a girl? Ah, this. Su Jia's people are stupid. Nowadays, entrepreneurs are all so direct. After directly asking for an age, they started asking for a child? With a head of question marks, he was helpless to open his mouth. That Uncle Yan, we are sleeping in separate rooms, you think too much. Really? Yan Jinsong stared at him tightly, with a look of I don't believe it. Of course it is true, do I look like that kind of person? Yes, I do. As a man, Yan Jinsong was all too aware of the ridiculous things he did when he was 18. Not to mention the fact that this young man looks like an iron scum face. But looking at Su Jia's serious expression, it seemed like he really wasn't lying to him. His heart was also instantly happy. At that moment, he directly took out a small box from a bag next to him and threw it to him while saying, I have a good first impression of you, this is a promotion gift for you. There is no need for a gift, I am not lacking. Before he even finished saying this, he noticed that in the upper room above the box, there was a transparent glass. Through the glass, it was seen that there was a watch inside that was walking the hands. It seemed to be called Richard Mille again? 25 years shameless. The watch was red and black in color. Coupled with Richard Mille's kind of unique shape, it was the first thing that made him recognize it. And if he remembered correctly, this watch that was given to him as a promotion gift was priced at around 800,000 renminbi. In an instant, Su Jia thought that this was someone showing off their wealth to themselves. One must know that it was only the first time the two had met. This is also not so much a promotion gift, but rather as a meet and greet gift, or a downward spiral. Casually send a gift or 800,000, then this Yan Jinsong in the end how powerful can also be seen. In such a case, for most boys, still very able to play a deterrent role. Even after understanding the value of this gift, most people will choose to refuse. But Su Jia, obviously not in this category. Who was he? That was the big handsome guy who possessed a plug-in. Money was something he had at his fingertips. To put it bluntly, it wasn't like he couldn't afford this watch. Big deal, just send something of equal value some other day. So he instantly decided to take what came his way. Only to see that he directly placed the box next to himself, and then said with a smile, then thank you Uncle Yan. You're welcome. Looking at him actually really accepting it openly, Yen Jinsong was also a bit dumbfounded. But on second thought, he assumed it was because Su Jia didn't recognize the watch. After all, he was still an 18-year-old teenager, and was definitely not very good at seeing things. For a moment, he was also a bit annoyed that he had thought too simply. However, the current situation is certainly not difficult to defeat him. So he quickly said again, "You still don't have a house in Rongcheng? Do you want uncle to give you a set? How can this be a good thing?" Yen Jinsong, after hearing this, also revealed a satisfied expression. Sure enough, he just didn't recognize that watch. Once he said the house thing, he really wimped out. It was only when this thought had just arisen that Su Jia's next words made him directly dumbfounded. Only to see Su Jia after a symbolic refusal, then continued to say, "But uncle so atmospheric, if I refuse, not very appropriate. And uncle so rich, give me the house must be villa it. Alas, living in this kind of place, without a car is very inconvenient." As he spoke, a difficult expression appeared on his face. Hearing this, Yen Jinsong was completely baffled. If it wasn't for Su Jia's excellent acting skills, he couldn't help but suspect that these words were really eerie himself. But words spoken, water spilled. In front of his daughter's little boyfriend, could he lose face? That definitely can't be So he is directly a pat on the chest, heroic Sky said, "These are wrapped in the uncle on the body." And while saying that, he also took out a car key from his pocket and handed it over. And look at the key above the RR logo, Su Jia is really surprised. Rolls-Royce how could he not recognize it? It had to be said that although this Uncle Yen had an element of shocking him, the outburst was truly generous. For that matter, he could tell that this Uncle Yen's first impression of him was still quite good. A future father-in-law who liked to smash money at the drop of a hat, he was still a little excited when he thought about it. Thinking of this, he had no interest in teasing the other party anymore. Immediately directly pushed the key back, smiled and said, "Thank you uncle kindly, I now also have some savings, these things are not lacking. And you can rest assured that I will treat her very well. How you protect her, I will protect her. I'm a man of my word." Listening to his sudden and true feelings, Yen Jinsong's hand holding the car keys directly paused in the air. To be honest, just now he was ready to hemorrhage money. If spending tens of millions of dollars could make this kid move out from his daughter's house, he thought it was very cost-effective. However, listening to these words, his original thoughts were a bit shaken. At the same time, the bedroom door was pushed open. Yen Xingyu walked out with red eyes and said to him, "Dad, he is your daughter's choice, I hope you support me." Su Jia's words were also heard by her close to the door. And the words had hit her straight in the heart. She knows her boyfriend very well, he is a pure man who does what he says. It was also those words that had brought her a rather strong sense of security. So shyness and all that was put behind her, and she stepped forward without hesitation. "That's fine." Yen Jinsong looked at this appearance of the young couple with deep feelings. He, who had no intention of beating the lovebirds with a stick, was relieved. Even if he was rich and powerful, it was impossible for him to protect Yen Xingyu for the rest of her life. But when a man, in front of himself, said that he would want to protect him like he did, he thought that he should give him a chance. At least nowadays, young boys, but very few of them can have this kind of commitment. Thinking of this, he also directly from the sofa stood up, and then said to Su Jia, "House and car I keep for you, wait for your wedding day, I will give you to prepare the best wedding room in the country and even the world." After saying this, he walked towards the door without looking back. While this back, there is still a little bit of domineering and handsome. Soon, the room was once again left with the two young lovers. Yen Xingyu, who was truly in love, was also quick to throw herself into his embrace. And Su Jia did not want her to be immersed in such emotions, so he smiled and said, "Engage in a surprise attack with me, how should I punish you?" "Punish? Those 5 push-ups? No way." After decisively shaking his head, he then directly lowered his head and threw it on Yen Xingyu's face. "You're shameless. No face? Then do it to your mouth." 26 Racing license, drive RS6 to school report. The next day, Su Jia had a sweet time. Considering that he was going to report to school tomorrow, officially entering into his college career. Yen Xingyu also directly asked her old man for a day off. The name of the game was to squeeze him dry, so that he couldn't go to the school to get his hands dirty. Only the way she squeezed people dry was not that kind, but to go out and play around. All day long, all kinds of delicious and fun places in Rongcheng, all appeared the two figures. Well, like eating hot pot and such, it was also a hard lesson for his ass. This also led to that day, even though he didn't use much physical strength, he still felt his legs were weak. But happy times always pass quickly, and time soon came to the day he reported to school. Early in the morning, Su Jia mounted his Augusta and headed in the direction of Manhwa community. Although he wanted to ride his motorcycle to the school to put on a show, he gave up on the idea in order not to get himself into trouble. Of course, it wasn't that he was worried about others finding trouble, but the sound of the motorcycle was just too loud. It really wasn't very suitable for a place like a school. Also, if he remembered correctly, the school was expressly forbidden to have sports cars and such public upgrade motorcycles inside. Universities across the country, basically. In comparison, his strongest grocery cart, the RS6R, was perfect for driving to school. Su Thugwell can be low-key, can be manic. Just by changing one mode, he could crash all kinds of Ferraris and Lamborghinis on the street. However, what he didn't expect was that he had only just arrived at the underground garage when he saw Sun Yuhang standing next to his car with a lewd expression on his face. If he didn't know who he was, Su Jiao was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help but suspect that this guy had come to steal his tires. And seeing him ride over, Sun Yuhang was quick to welcome him. "Brother Su Jiao reports today? Congratulations." Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, his heart was full of envy. Thinking about the time when he first went to college, he was still a kid who didn't know anything. But what about Su Jiao? On the first day of reporting, he was able to drive a car worth millions of dollars. The gap here is still very big. And Su Jiao did not think much about it at all, parked the car and said with a smile, "Thank you, but are you waiting for me?" "Yes, I'll send you something." Between words, he took out 2 documents from his pocket and handed them over. Out of curiosity, Su Jiao was quick to take over. Just by taking a look, he couldn't help but widen his eyes as well. One of the documents with a rope on it was the F4W tournament entrance ticket, the legendary player's pass. The other, on the other hand, was the legendary racing license. That's right, it was the document that only professional drivers would have. I have to say, this Sun Yuhang brought him a not-so-small surprise early in the morning. "So yesterday morning you asked me for information just to do this?" "That's right, I have some connections over there, and the efficiency is still very fast." On Sun Yuhang's face, there was also a haughty expression. To have a racing license, it is hard to say it is hard and easy to say it is easy. Difficult is because the threshold of racing is very high, and people from ordinary families simply can't come into contact with it. Simple, on the other hand, was all for the rich. The fact that Sun Yuhang was able to help him get this in his hands so quickly is really a proof of strength. Good lord, I'm directly becoming a race car driver? This is definitely a very worthwhile happy thing for car fans. So Su Jiao also didn't hesitate a bit and directly said with a smile, "How much did it cost?" "I transfer to you. Money even if we green water long flow, take the time to invite me to eat a meal on the line." "This is okay, then thank you brother Sun." I have to say, Sun Yuyang's words are right in his heart. Making friends is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, he helped himself so much, then if he has difficulties in the future, he will definitely help out. This favor, too, was firmly remembered in his heart. Considering that he still had to report, after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Jiao also drove the RS6 and left the underground garage. Leaving Sun Yuhang alone, he looked at the 2 motorcycles on the parking space and froze. Why do I feel so familiar? A strong sense of familiarity hit his heart, causing his entire body to freeze on the spot. Immediately, he directly opened his cell phone, ready to confirm his thoughts. Just after the idea in his heart was determined, he was also directly feel scalp numbness, and hands holding his head shouted out, "Really is him." The entrance of Reuniting University. The annual freshman reporting day made the entire school become lively. Especially the entrance of the school had now turned into an alternative luxury car show. Cars from BBA could be seen everywhere here. Higher-end cars like Porsche and Maserati were also endless. Of course, the most frequent situation is still parents who came from far away to help their children carry their luggage. But regardless of the gap between rich and poor, there were happy smiles on people's faces. After all, a child officially going to college was definitely a new milestone for the parents as well. It was in this atmosphere that the new students, who were enrolled in the school, formed several long lines at the entrance of the school. And the lads who had just met each other were chatting quite hotly. Reuniting is worthy of being a big city, and there are actually so many luxury cars for the freshmen to report. I'm really envious, and I've just seen some of my classmates come in a Porsche. Ha! There are still such fierce people. Isn't that a direct right to choose a spouse? Just when the freshmen had different opinions, a low engine roar, like boiling water, came into everyone's ears. Then, a black to reflective RS6 slowly drove towards the direction of the school entrance. This Audi is a bit handsome. There are 4 more chapters today, please give the whole flower evaluation. Oh, I'm too miserable. 27 has the capacity to be great. As we all know, the RS6 is a relatively low-profile car. But this low profile, against the Ferrari and Lamborghini kind of sports car. Real-life looks, that is really not low-key at all. Especially Shuga this car, or ABT the official modified version. In terms of modeling, it can definitely be said to be very dazzling. For example, in front of the body, that pure black Audi logo, as well as the RS logo next to the air intake grille. But anyone who knows about cars can understand what this represents. Of course, in front of many students, or very few people can recognize. Everyone's most common thought is that this car is really handsome, and how come I haven't seen it before and so on. It's worthy of being Reuniting University, teachers can drive Audis. Indeed, Porsches and the like are completely unimaginable. Indeed, Porsche and so on completely dare not think, Audi is my dream. Obviously, this very handsome car, or did not escape this as an Audi said. Just let everyone did not expect is, when the Audi car parked in front of the school. After the windows fell down, what appeared was not the imagined teacher. Instead, it was a student-like young man. The most crucial thing was that this person was also surprisingly handsome. This one can't be a freshman too, right? It feels like it is. Didn't you see that he was stopped? Also, because of the commotion made over here, quite a few girls also looked over towards him. And at a glance, they all felt that their legs were a bit weak. It couldn't be helped that Su Jia, who had already changed into Gavinci's new clothes, was now in a state of being so handsome that he exploded. For a moment, whispers started to rise in the girls' camp as well. Besides, Su Jia's side, after being stopped by the security guards at the school, he was also caught in a dilemma. According to him, it was that he needed to go for the school's parking permit first. The students' cars, before they can drive inside the school. Faced with this situation, he was also a bit helpless. But just at this moment, a girl who wasn't tall but had a very materialized body somewhere, walked over quickly. "Classmate, I'm Lin Yurong from the student council, are you here to report?" Hearing this, Su Jia also quickly turned his head to look. However, at a glance, he also froze a bit. Lin Yurong? The Yurong who has the capacity to be great. While this schoolmate in front of him was a perfect match for her name. Just by eyeballing it, it must be at least E. Of course, this was just his thoughts, it was impossible to say it to his face. Seeing the schoolmate's expectant expression again, he smiled and said, "I'm a new student, I just don't know where to go to get this parking permit." "This I know, you just follow me." Upon hearing that he was really a new student, Lin Yurong was also happy as hell. "I thought picking up new students was a hard job, but I didn't expect to meet such a handsome junior. The key thing is that he drove an Audi on the day of the report. This kind of school brother, simply do not too high quality, right?" Also with such thoughts, she went to the passenger side of the car, pulled open the door and sat up. In the face of his sister's enthusiasm, Su Jia was really a bit overwhelmed. But as he watched, after she got in the car, the security guard opened the door quite literally. One could only shake his head, then return to the car. And in the student council camp, a few girls were also taking in the scene. There was one driving a Porsche in front, and now an Audi. This freshman class was not to be outdone. Unfortunately, Lin Yurong's little beaker stole the show. That is, the person's ability is big on that treasure, which schoolmates see not confused. When these words came out, the surrounding few people also fell silent. Indeed, in certain aspects, Lin Yurong's ability was just too great. At the same time, the news about a handsome junior high school student driving an Audi to report to the school also began to spread inside various groups. This was actually the norm for new student reports. But any handsome guy would likely be photographed by this group of schoolmates. Although they didn't necessarily go after him, it was still possible to use him as a talking point after dinner. And in the car, Lin Yurong's heart was drunk as she looked at Su Jia's handsome side face as he drove seriously. Boy god, absolute little boy god. Immediately as directly cannot help but ask, "School brother, where is the person? There is no girlfriend. Oh. Hangzhou people have a girlfriend. Su Jia has a say." This. Lin Yurong heard that he has a girlfriend, the heart is also a burst of loss. Inexplicably, there is a feeling of wanting to get off immediately. But on second thought, Su Jia was from Hangzhou, so his girlfriend should also be from Hangzhou. In such a state where the sky was high and the emperor was far away, one's chances were still great. Thinking of this, the originally depressed mood also relaxed a lot. And of course Su Jia didn't understand what she was thinking. And he had to admit that Lin Yurong's knowledge of the school was definitely very powerful. Under her command, he quickly parked the RS6 in the school's parking lot. Next, it took less than half an hour to get the report and parking permit all done. For this, Su Jia was still very grateful. So when Lin Yurong brought up the idea of adding WeChat when they parted, he didn't reject it. At least with such a know-it-all senior sister around, it would be more convenient in the school in the future. Soon, he also gathered his mood and walked towards the school's dormitory building. Although he didn't plan to live inside the dormitory, it was still necessary to get acquainted. According to the information he reported, his dormitory was in the 606 dormitory in the men's dormitory building too. All of them were students from the Department of Economics and Management just like him. However, just as he arrived at the door of the dormitory with anticipation, he heard a rather soulful female voice coming out from inside. "Brother Wu Ji. 28, you're not a dog licker, are you?" Because the door of the dormitory was not closed, he also heard this voice of Brother Wu Ji. Goosebumps instantly fell to the ground. At the same time, he also had no expectations for his roommate. This was also a little too outrageous. Forcibly enduring the strangeness in his heart, Su Jia quickly arrived at the door and looked towards the inside. Only to see that in the dormitory room, there was now only a small youth with yellow hair and wearing a full-body LV. At this time he, aside of a table under the bed, crossing his legs, shaking non-stop. And on the cell phone, or a female anchor screen. Obviously, just now this sound Wu Ji brother, is from his cell phone inside out. And noticing Su Jia coming in, he also hurriedly put his legs down and said with a smile, "Hello, new student?" At the same time he spoke, he also used his hand to move a Porsche car key on the table. Well, as if he was afraid that Su Jia couldn't see it. "You are brother Wu Ji?" Watching his various maneuvers, Su Jia also almost laughed out loud. He actually understood that people at this age like to pretend. But pretending so obviously, isn't it a bit too deliberate? Net name, my real name is Li Wuji. Once he heard Su Jia say that, Li Wuji also blushed instantly. And Su Jia didn't intend to dwell more on this issue, so he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Su Jia, the plus of adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing. Good name, brother, you look really handsome." Looking at Su Jia's handsome face, he also spoke from his heart. With this face, he was able to conclude that Su Jia has already had unlimited right to choose a spouse in these 4 years in college. "You're not bad either, brother Wu Ji, ha." After flirting again, Su Jia then surveyed his dorm room. It was small in size, about 20 square feet. There were 4 beds in the room, and they were all laid out with a bed on top and a desk below. Unlike other freshmen's dorm rooms that were dirty and disorganized, the 606 dorm room was cleaned up quite well. The restrooms and such were placed above the balcony. Overall, as a university dormitory, this place was still quite good. Li Wuji, on the other hand, looked at his empty hands and asked curiously, "Brother, you didn't take anything, you're not planning to go out and buy all of them, right?" "Oh, I don't live in the dormitory, I just came to get to know you guys." "Aha! You went out to rent a house?" Hearing him say that, Li Wuji was envious to the point of explosion. Young people who just started university, who wouldn't want to live out on their own. But those who had the conditions to do so were few and far between. Although he had this condition, his family explicitly forbade it, making him have to honestly come inside the dormitory. However, before Su Jia could say anything, the sound of 2 people talking once again came from outside the door. Not long after, 2 boys, one fat and one thin, walked in carrying suitcases. The thin one was wearing eyes and had a svelte look. The fat one, on the other hand, was wearing a full-body Nike, with a cheerful smile on his face. Faced with this situation, Li Wuji was completely forgetting about the problem he just had. And right under Su Jia's gaze, he also repeated the action of just picking the car keys. As for the 2 people who just came, when they saw the scene, they originally had a stomach full of words that were all held back. After all, this person should be the kind of not good to get along with. Good, and Su Jia noticed this point, said with a smile, "Welcome, our dormitory is now even to all, do a little self-introduction to each other. I am Su Jia, from Hangzhou." Once they heard this, the 2 also sent a few breaths of air, and hurriedly smiled and introduced themselves. Soon, Su Jia had a preliminary understanding of the other 3 people in his dorm room. Among them, the skinny one with eyes, his name was Niu Ziyuan, a native of Manhwa province. The fat man with a full body of Nike, quite sunny, was named Wang Jiaxing, a native of Mountain City. The other was Li Wuji, a local from Rongqing who liked to pretend. Of course, it was normal for young boys of this age to like to pretend. To be able to drive a Porsche when he just started college, he does have this capital. The personalities of the several roommates were also very distinct. Especially the cheerful Wang Jiaxing, that kind of smile made Su Jia look very comfortable. When he made friends, he liked this kind of positive ones. After introductions, several people quickly got acquainted. Wang Jiaxing even played his familiar attribute to the extreme. Not a moment's time, has been added to all the contact information, and will be 4 people are put into a group. Then smiled and said, "In the future, we can be a collective. Yes, in the future, it is better to take care of each other." Slightly sullen Niu Ziyuan also nodded and agreed. To be honest, this year's college roommates can be more reliable than most of the hair small. As long as the relationship is good, as a lifelong friend is not impossible. After all, during the 4 years of college, everyone lived in the same room. Su Jia and Li Wuji, of course, would not object to this idea. It was just that this cheerful atmosphere was quickly changed because of a phone call received by Wang Jiaxing. Only from the moment he saw the name on the phone, a humble flavor flowed out of his body. Then he said into the phone, "Honey, I just arrived at the dormitory and was about to go to you later. I just arrived at the school, the family has not yet given me money." "You wait again, I arrived at the account must be the first time to give you. I really didn't lie to you, listen to my explanation." At this point, the whole conversation is over. Wang Jiaxing, who was holding up his cell phone, lost his cheerful smile on his face and became sad. And Li Wuji, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but say, "You wouldn't be a licking dog." 29 Perhaps this is the side effect of being handsome. This was more or less direct, so after saying it, he regretted covering his mouth. Although he liked to pretend to be a bully, he didn't like bullying his classmates. Especially since Wang Jiaxing was a very warm-hearted person, as far as the senses were concerned it was all good. The good thing was that Wang Jiaxing was a genuine optimist. Hearing this also did not feel annoyed, but instead quickly laughed again and said, "I am true love, not a licking dog." This. After hearing this, Su Jia didn't know what to say. Just now the conversation sounds, this is not like what true love. Instead, it sounded like a spare tire being dumped after running out of money. Li Wuji, who has a fast tongue, couldn't help but spit out the words, you just had that conversation, what is it if you're not a dog licker? Buddy is not saying that licking dogs is bad, but worry about you being cheated money Although he himself has not been in love, but has not eaten pork, has not seen a pig run. On the network of various licking dog was cut as leak news, but a little bit of a lot. But let everyone did not expect is that he said so directly, Wang Jiaxing is not at all moved. And also with a kind of you don't understand me expression, how can I be cheated of money, just now I cheated her, out of school, who cannot bring some money? Saying that, he unzipped the waistband of his pants. From inside, he pulled out an envelope. Tear open with a tear, and took out a bundle of $100 bills from inside. Seeing this scene, the other two were also completely dumbfounded. Su Jia, on the other hand, directly couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Sure enough, the best hunters often appear as prey. It had to be said that Wang Jiaxing's wave of operations had refreshed his knowledge of dog licking. It turned out that high-end dog licking was like this. Sure enough, it's still Jia who understands me, no wonder he can be as handsome as me, ha. After a pause, he then continued with a haughty face, it's okay to lie to me about my feelings, but it's not okay to lie to me about my money. After all, in my life, I may like many people but not earn a few dollars. Awesome, I'm convinced. It was also not until now that Li Wuji realized that there was actually a love saint in the dormitory. This set and set, how understandable to say ah. But just when the atmosphere in the dormitory was getting more and more lively, a knocking sound came to mind outside the door. Lim Yurong's voice quickly came over, school brother, I'm coming in. I'm coming in. What to do? Wang Jiaxing did not even think about it and quickly reached out to fix his belt. And because of his anxiety, his face was also quickly swollen red. As for Li Wuji, who was sitting next to him, he hurriedly took the Porsche car keys in his hand and was ready to go. Soon, the door of the dormitory was pushed open, and a delicate face stretched in through the doorway. Senior, all of your dorm rooms are here, I've come to deliver something to you. These words, of course, were addressed to Su Jia. After she had just left, it suddenly occurred to her that this schoolmate hadn't taken anything when he came to school. So she didn't even think about it, and directly rushed to the dormitory and brought over a set of her own bedding. As for whether the pink color was appropriate or not, it didn't matter. Being able to talk to her elementary school brother more was the most important thing. The only little mishap was that her actions were seen by her classmates who were also in the student council. Resulting in the lineup of futon deliveries, there were so many more. So when she pushed open the door, and Su Jia looked at the pink-colored futon she was holding in her hands, as well as the 5 or 6 girls behind her who were waiting in anticipation, the whole person was bad. Senior sister, the thing you sent, it can't be this one on your hand, right? Yes, the color is very pretty, right? Don't worry, school sister are cleaned. Between words, they were ready to walk to Su Jia's bed, with a look of being ready to help him lay it. A few other school sisters, also at this time walked in, eyes still one to drift towards him. In the face of this situation, the other 3 men in the 606 dormitory room were already directly dumbfounded. Handsome, really can do whatever you want? Sister for him, bravely broke into the boys' dormitory, this is also too outrageous. And according to what that Nai University sister said, this quilt is still used by her, right? I have to say, it's not strange to run into girls in male dormitories in college. A lot of dormitory inspectors are also girls. But for such a group to come over and help spread the quilt, it was really unheard of, let alone seen. Seeing that Lin Yurong was about to climb into bed with a big burden, Su Jia hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sister, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't live in the school. Aha? You don't live at school? Yes, I have a house outside. After hearing this, Lin Yurong also slapped her head. Thinking about it, people reported that they came in audis, so what's so strange about having a house outside? However, in order to leave her things here, she still had a bright idea and said, it's fine, just leave it here, just in case in the future. With those words, she directly climbed up the small ladder. As if she was afraid that Su Jia would say anything else to refuse, her movements were also quite clean. And after going up, she turned her head to look at the other girls and said, Sisters, get moving, help our senior Su Jia organize the hygiene. Yes, help to help. Just stand there, and leave the rest to the sisters. For a moment, the entire 606 dormitory entered a state of chaos. Perhaps this is the side effect of being handsome. 30 well, it's mine. After 10 minutes, the schoolgirls were finally satisfied and called it quits. Only what made the other 3 boys despair was the school sisters just really only packed up Su Jia's place, the others were not even looking at it more than once. Li Wuji looked at the Porsche car key in his hand and immediately had the thought of throwing it out. What is the use of me wanting you? But as soon as he thought that this was his treasure, he had to shelve the idea for the time being. After all, it was a fact that Su Jia was handsome. It's normal for the older sisters to come here in admiration. Just this bed is also finished, things are also cleaned up, but the schoolgirls do not want to go at all. Suja also had to say, "Sister, how much is this betting? I transfer to you." "No, no, this is a peace of mind of the sister." Lin Yurong's head shook like a rattle. Just looking at Sujia took out his cell phone to transfer money. "She is also a bright idea," said with a smile. "If you really want to thank me, why don't you treat me to a meal?" This. Looking at the dormitory room that was already like a coiled silk cave, he was really hesitant. Just at this time, the system's beep sounded abruptly. "Ding, we have detected that the host is faced with a choice. Option 1, invite all the students present to dinner. Reward, 10 million yuan, a McLaren 720s. Option 2, invite only male classmates to dinner. Reward, 10 million yuan, a Ferrari F8. Looking at the multiple choice questions in his mind, Su Jia is also a person who is dumbfounded. Two rewards can be said to be largely the same, both are cash plus a sports car. And the choice he had to make was actually to choose from within the two cars. After a brief thought, he did have an answer very quickly. "I'll go with 1. The Ferrari may smell good, but for him, the gullwing doors of the McLaren 720s were the basic standard for a sports car. In terms of handsomeness alone, it was also definitely the 720s that was a step above. Although the internet said that with a McLaren, you have to open your own garage to repair the car. But does it matter to him? Not at all. It's not like the family doesn't have that kind of condition. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. And to think that he would soon own his first sports car, he was really a little excited. However, considering the fact that the other schoolmates were still waiting for him, he was quick to pull out of his excitement. Turning to say, "Then let's go together, it just so happens that I also plan to invite my roommate for dinner." In fact, even if there was no system out, he also planned to invite his roommates for a meal to enhance their relationship. After all, in the next 4 years, a few people's interactions should be rare. As for Lin Yurong, as soon as she heard him say together, her heart immediately lowered. Shouldn't they be eating alone? As soon as these words came out, not even waiting for Su Jia to say anything, the other few schoolmates were immediately unhappy. "Yurong, how can you eat alone?" That's right, schoolmate Su Jia is talking about all of us." The school sister camp directly started the infighting mode. But soon, the matter of eating together was still finalized. And to say that the happiest person was Li Wuji. Going out for dinner means going out of the school, and his Porsche finally has a use. Looking at the warbling schoolmates in front of him, he immediately felt full of power. The moment of pretending to be a bully has arrived. 10 or so minutes later, a group of 9 people walked out of the school and headed towards the parking lot. On the way, Li Wuji held the Porsche car keys and walked with a tiger-like wind. And while walking, he also said in a helpless manner, "My car can only sit 2 people, I should have known that I would have driven my dad's business car." Ah, Li students driving or a sports car? Upon hearing that it was a 2-seater car, 2 of the schoolmates were obviously brightened up. What was the concept of a freshman being able to drive a sports car? That would be a rich second generation that just entered the world. In such a situation, of course someone would be willing to look at him highly. "Yes, it's a small sports car, a Porsche 718. He said small sports car on his mouth, but the arrogant expression on his face, but it didn't make people feel that he was saying that his car was small. This also made Su Jia almost laugh out loud. It had to be said that this bastard's way of pretending was just too raw. But also have to admit, driving a Porsche 718 inside the university can already mess kill. This is not the case. The 2 school sisters immediately went up to ask for WeChat. Because of the new student enrollment, the parking lot, which was originally quite cold, was now crowded. However, the more people there were, the more the smile on Li Wuji's face grew. And when he was still hundreds of meters away from the car, he took out the remote control and pressed it. It was only then that Su Jia noticed that opposite to his RS6, he was listening to a big red Porsche 718. Without even thinking about it, he knew that this should be Li Wuji's big baby. It was just that what he didn't even expect was that after getting close to the car, Li Wuji completely lost his mind of pretending. Instead, he used his eyes to stare at the RS6 that he parked on the opposite side of the road. And on his mouth, he also recited the words, "It shouldn't be how could this car appear here? Not like modified, original Abers 6 are too outrageous." In the eyes, also cannot hide the envy. But also at this time, Ling Yurong asked curiously, "Su Jia school brother's car is very powerful? Why do you have this expression? Can it not be awesome? This car landed at least more than $3 million, tisk, it's still a new car." It's just that the more he said this, the more wrong he felt. After reacting for half a day, it was only then that his eyes widened and he turned his head incredulously and said, "This car, is it Su Jia's?" "Well, it's mine." Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it. Instantly, Audi's signature starred running lights lit up. Even in broad daylight, it made Li Wuji feel that it was so blinding. 31 Grab the armrest and close your eyes. Now that I think about it, the behavior that I just showed the car keys to Su Jia was really hilarious. This one car from others was enough to buy at least 4 or 5 of them. What's more, people who can spend $3 million on this kind of performance car, the family usually does not have only one car. I'm afraid, this is just a substitute car that people drive for school in order to keep a low profile. The gap here, he is also thinking more and more big. The other two roommates and schoolmates standing next to him, their minds were also instantly blown. Originally thought that this was a very handsome schoolmate, driving an Audi wasn't as shocking as a sports car. In fact, before he said this, even Lin Yurong thought that this car was not as expensive as that Porsche. This is also because of the brand effect. The brand name Audi, when put into a first-tier city nowadays, really wasn't much of a luxury car. But now, this kind of idea of theirs has completely evaporated. Originally, Audi also has more than 3 million cars. It had to be said, since knowing the price, they looked at the RS6 in front of them, also felt more and more handsome. As for Su Jia's side, he didn't feel that this thing had anything to show off. After all, a motorcycle inside his garage is $3 million. This price of four-wheeled vehicles is not reasonable? At that moment, he casually waved his hand and smiled, "Don't care about this, hurry up and get on the car. However, we should not be able to sit, one of you call a drop, taxi fare I will reimburse." This word out, the scene fell into a silence. No way, after knowing that this car is not simple, who do not want to go up to sit and see it. It is also good that Wang Jiaxing is a very sensible person, directly took out his cell phone to call a special car over. While he was taken away, there are two schoolmates. Just a few minutes of time, 3 cars finally on the road, towards the 5 kilometers of the accidental mall to drive. The first meal to invite classmates, although you do not have to ask for too much card face, but the taste should still be good. So simply from a certain review, selected a family average of about 300, high rating store. And once again sitting on the co-pilot Lin Yuyong, obviously not as calm as before. Looking at the interior of the RS6, that is the more you look at the more high end. And while looking, but also while reading the words, "This car, on the real 3 million, good and where it is? But a good car is a good car, I get on the car, I feel very hot, very want to undress." Sitting in the back row a schoolmate named Zhang Yanan, also said with a serious face. Su Jia, who heard this, also had a head full of question marks. "Are you sure this is because the car is good? I'm turning on the cold air conditioning right now." However, looking at the several women who were curious, a hint of bad taste rose in his heart. "Do you guys really want to know why this car is worth $3 million? And his question was unanimously responded by the schoolgirls. "I'm curious, this car looks unimpressive, why can it be worth so much money? $3 million can buy a Bentley, right? Actually think about it." The RS6 styling, in most girls' minds, is really hard to describe as good looking. Most of the girls who like RS6 are boys. Combined with the price, it's normal for them to be curious. And after hearing this, Su Jia immediately decided to give them some car knowledge. So when the car officially into the elevated, he directly turned the knob to adjust the mode. The car will be adjusted to RS mode. That is, the track mode of RS6. And very quickly, the few girls in the car also felt some changes. The most intuitive is the sound of the exhaust behind them suddenly became much louder. The low sound wave of the boom directly made their hearts become nervous. This one was naturally the reason why the exhaust valve had been opened. Su Jia, on the other hand, took advantage of the fact that everyone hadn't reacted yet, and heavily stepped on the gas with one foot. Boom! The sudden violent sound wave, accompanied by a strong sense of pushing back, made the few women in the car all scream out, scared out of their wits. The sound of endless. And after he let go of the throttle and downshifted, the exhaust pipe behind him, came the crackling sound. The fun of performance cars, in fact, is here. New Year's Eve don't even need to buy firecrackers, an exhaust pipe is enough. And sitting in the passenger side of Ling Yurong is also has been paralyzed in the seat. "School brother, good school brother, don't drive like this." Well. Su Jia, of course, until the proportion, immediately directly slowed down the speed of the car, and then said with a smile, "Now you know why this car is worth 3 million. No, this is a roller coaster. I can't, my legs are a little soft, and a little want to go to the toilet." But just at that moment, there was a sharp honk from behind me. Considering that behind him was Li Wuji's Porsche 718, he hurriedly looked towards the rearview mirror. And after taking a look, he also felt directly enraged. Because of a small acceleration just now, the Porsche had already been thrown away from him by some distance. But it was this momentary gap that Li Wuji had been forced into the emergency lane by a Ferrari 458 next to him. The most outrageous thing was that the man driving the Ferrari had also stretched out a hand from the open top, madly provoking Li Wuji. But seeing that the Porsche 718 didn't have much of a reaction, he directly kicked the gas and drove towards the front at a rapid pace. And very quickly, he overtook Su Jia's side. In the face of this situation, Li Wuji could endure, but he couldn't. Immediately, he sank his face and said, "Grab the handrail and close your eyes." The gas pedal under his foot instantly went to the bottom. 32 hurts little, insults extremely. You just increase the throttle, leave the rest to quattro. This classic quote from an Audi fan was interpreted to the fullest by Shuga in this one. The four-wheel drive RS6 is still able to be as stable as an old dog in the face of such violent acceleration. The entire body directly raised its head and chased towards the Ferrari in front. Boom! Ah! The roar of the engine and the screams of the schoolmates formed a wonderful symphony. Soo-jia's passion was instantly bursting. At this moment, the only thing in his eyes was the red Ferrari in front of him. As well as inside the car, the two hands that reached out seemingly to feel free. Actually, there was no blame for him to be so angry. Li Wuji was not like him. With the plug-in, he could have advanced driving skills the moment he owned the car. Even if he went to the track, it would still be a big killing pure in. But what about Li Wuji? An 18 or 19-year-old youngster who just started university. I'm afraid his driver's license has only just arrived. Being forced to drive like this on the elevated road, it's already a blessing in disguise that he didn't get into an accident. What's more, if you drive a convertible Ferrari that is too old to be a car, you can treat the road as your home. For this kind of person, Soo-jia definitely can't spoil him. While in the Ferrari, a man and a woman were sitting in the car with faces full of excitement. The girl sitting in the co-pilot even couldn't help but shout out loud, "Hubby, you're awesome. Ha, that's a must, tonight." Just before he finished saying this, the lewd expression on his face directly froze on the spot. Because in his ears, there suddenly came a rather low, but manic roaring sound. And this sound was getting closer and closer. At that moment, he was unable to think too much and directly looked toward the rearview mirror. Just one look, he also couldn't help but open his mouth wide in surprise. He was also surprised to see that the sound of the rearview mirror was getting closer and closer to the rearview mirror. Seriously, at first he thought it was that 718 catching up. In his heart, he was still sighing at the other party's lack of self-importance, taking the initiative to find out to be abused. But looking at the back of the black label Audi, he is also completely dumbfounded. Of course, he recognized the RS6, and he knows very well that his Ferrari on the road really cannot collapse the other side. What's more, the speed of the other party is really too crazy. Just between 2 and 3 seconds, Audi RS6 with a kind of absolute crushing posture from his front over the past. And at the same time, he also clearly saw the opposite car driver raised a middle finger to him. Just before he could react and angrily chase after him. The car, so black that it was reflective, had already sidetracked directly into the lane he was in. It was also right in the middle of his gaze that the brake lights of the RS6 suddenly lit up. Faced with this situation, Wang Haiying, who was driving the Ferrari, was completely dumbfounded. Conditional reflex, or let him a foot brake heavily step down, hand steering wheel, also uncontrollable towards the right side to hit. Then, an ear-splitting sound of brakes came. Bzzz. The Ferrari as a whole crossed directly behind the RS6. The violent sound of brakes was also successful in waking up Wang Haiying. The anger in his heart was also instantly bursting. He was never expecting that the other party was not to crash him at all, but intended to directly let his car scrapped off. "Damn it, I will remove your legs today," said the words. He will directly turn off the car, ready to undo the seatbelt, get out of the car to hit each other hard. Besides, on Soo-jia's side, looking at the car behind him, a smile appeared on his face. The other party's all operations can be said to be under his control. As for accidentally being hit? It didn't matter, the RS6 was always going to be tougher than his Ferrari anyway. And he had no intention of giving the other party a chance to get out of the car from start to finish. So just when the few women in the car felt finally relieved, the RS6 engine revved violently once again. Boom! Just what made them feel strange was that although the sound was loud, the car didn't drive towards the front. Instead, it was more like it was walking in place. Because of the shaking of the body, they could clearly feel that the wheels underneath were moving. The good thing was that this doubt didn't last long. Because soon, thick white smoke rose from where the tires were. The smoke grew bigger and bigger, and the few people who were in the car soon smelled a pungent odor. But the one who felt the most pungent right now was of course Wang Haiying, who hadn't gotten down from the Ferrari yet. Almost within seconds, the thick white smoke completely enveloped him. Wanting to move the car away, he realized that he couldn't open his eyes at all. At this moment, he was very regretful that he had to drive a convertible out to pretend. And to his despair, the RS6 engine sound continued, and the smoke from the burning tires was also getting bigger and bigger. Until a minute later, RS6 finally stopped the crazy action. While the smoke gradually dispersed, his face, as a result, darkened quite a bit. However, he was also unable to care about anything else, and directly pointed at the involvement, cursing, "CNMD. You get off, I want you to death today." Between words, he directly pulled open the car door. However, Soo-jia looked at his wretched appearance, his heart was also a lot of pain. As for getting out of the car to fight with the other party? There was no need. The meal of maneuvering just now, the damage was not great, but the insult was extremely strong. So he slowly lowered the car window, then stuck his head out and smiled. Then, with a catapult start, he drove towards the elevated exit in front of him. In the face of this situation, Wang Haiying was so angry that he almost bled through his 7 orifices. And the girl next to him, who was also stunned, also opened her mouth at this time and said, "Hubby, he's a madman, let's run." "You shut up. Lousy must teach him a lesson today." 33 I'm really not a rich second generation. 10 minutes later, in the underground garage of Rongqing Wanshan City. A few girls who walked down from the top of the RS6 all felt their legs fluttering. They did not expect, with schoolmates out to rub a meal, actually evolved into a drag race battle. However, after getting out of the car peacefully, several people's faces were filled with smiles that they couldn't hide. "Junior brother is too handsome. I suspect he's a race car driver, and his driving is awesome. Such a handsome person, the rest of the world must be great too." Listening to the words of tigers and wolves coming out of the schoolmates, Su Jia was also a bit helpless. On the other hand, Li Wuji and the others who were walking over from the other side were in a state of shock. And after coming closer, he said with a difficult face, "Brother Jia, am I causing you trouble?" In his opinion, the other party is at least a Ferrari driver. With him driving a Porsche or 718, there is really no comparison. People want to mess with him, it is not easy. At that time, he was only panicked, so he honked the horn and did not mean to seek help. However, he didn't expect that Su Jia really rushed up directly, and also gave the other party a profound lesson in an extremely shocking way. This scene, he had seen it all in his eyes. For Su Jia, his roommate, he had now worshipped him to the point of no return. So with a cry of "Brother Jia," he was convinced. But Su Jia, who heard this, didn't take it seriously at all. "So what if you drive a Ferrari? It's not like brother can't afford it." Immediately, he waved his hand indifferently, "No need to take it to heart, it's time to eat and eat." After saying that, he led the crowd in the direction of the elevator. However, just as several people boarded the elevator, the Ferrari 458 finally arrived late. It seemed that because of the shadows, the car now also had its convertible top closed. Wang Haiying in the car, on the other hand, was looking at the RS6 and gnashing his teeth. Sitting next to the sister, is a face of anger said, "Husband, he is a broken outie, you smash his car." "Broken outie?" Wang Haiying froze for a moment, then directly rolled his eyes, "You have seen such a broken outie? This husband, you have something to say explicitly, now this makes me look dull. People, this is RS6R, more expensive than my car." "What? More expensive than a Ferrari?" The girl looked at the car next to her that was too black to be true, and her heart was filled with skepticism. Wang Haiying, on the other hand, had his head spinning rapidly, searching for a way to get back his offense. Smash the car? He didn't have the courage. After all, when he bought this car, it actually didn't even exceed $2 million. It was a Ferrari, yes, but the 458 was also an old car from some years ago. Usually used to fish for girls, pretend to be okay, but really to the front of some new car owners, simply cannot raise their heads. Thinking about it, his mind also emerged a bold idea. At that moment, he directly took out his cell phone and found a number to call out. "Brother, I was bullied in Wanshan City. It's not a fight, it's that I was chipped on the road." Besides, Su Jia's sighed. After arriving at the restaurant, several people quickly sat inside a private room. What just happened undoubtedly provided the crowd with a lot of talking points. Lin Yurong was even more excited to the point where her face turned red and said, "You all don't know how powerful his operation was at that time." The two people in the back ate a mouthful of smoke, and the male face was black. "The only bad thing is that I was strangled by the seatbelt and it still hurts now." Hearing that, the others in the room got it. There were times when bigger wasn't always better, or at least seatbelts were something that wasn't very friendly to these types of girls. "It still hurts? Let Guy heal you when we go back." Ha! Young people nowadays, when they talk about these things, the atmosphere also takes off right away. And from the expression on Lin Yurong's face, it seemed that she was still quite taken in. However, when she associated it with Su Jia saying that he had a girlfriend, she waved her hand in a reserved manner and said, "People have girlfriends." HM? After hearing this, the people at a table were also dumbfounded. Really, life winner was? There is a house and a car, there is also a girlfriend. And Su Jia also never intended to hide this, shrugged his shoulders and said, "There is a girlfriend, is a fairy, so do not point the lovebirds." The implication, naturally, is that they do not want them to joke about this again. As for whether Lin Yurong will be low, what does it have to do with him? And Wang Jiaxing's ability to detect words and colors was still very deep, and he directly turned to say, "Brother Jia, I'm just curious, how much pocket money does a rich second generation like you have in a month?" The moment these words came out, the curiosity of everyone in the room was all filled up. Although the amount of money had nothing to do with themselves, the strength Su Jia showed was too strong. It made them even suspect that this was the legendary super-rich second generation. Mustn't his monthly pocket money start at least at $10 million? Just what they didn't expect was that Su Jia calmly shook his head. "I'm not a rich second generation, the money is considered to be earned by myself." This. Obviously, none of the people here believed it. However, since Su Jia did not say, Wang Jiaxing also did not intend to dwell on it, and then said, "Awesome, in the future there are opportunities to make money, Brother Jia cannot forget us." "That's right, give us a big leg to hold." These words, naturally, are all polite words. But in Sujia's ears, but let him hard a move. Then said, now there is really this opportunity, shares, although not, but I guarantee you can make money. Eh? Instantly, the other 8 people's eyes filled with blazing heat were all locked onto him. The other 8 eyes are full of blazing heat, all locked in his body. It had to be said that Sujia's one sentence had successfully aroused the small flames in everyone's hearts. At the age of just entering college, who wouldn't want to make money? Especially after getting to know Sujia, their desire for money was also taken to the next level. And Sujia's side didn't lie. As early as 2 days ago, he had completely eaten through that business plan rewarded by the system. However, because of school enrollment, as well as accompanying his girlfriend Yen Xingyue, this plan had not yet been implemented. The words of Wang Jiaxing just now had undoubtedly brought him an opportunity. Well, so many people here, aren't they the perfect tool people? And in that plan, there was also a record of a plan for a blind box. According to the system's notes, it means that if you follow the plan, he would be able to make a considerable amount of money in this field. Of course, what Sujia valued more was the social status it could bring. Nowadays, it wasn't true that he had a hangout and wasn't short of money, but the source of that money wasn't really easy to explain. Plus, he was already famous online. Maybe one day he would be exposed, and at that time, he also wished he had the means to protect himself. Thinking about this, he smiled and said, I'm going to open a company and do something. If you guys want to, you can come and help me. Like I just said, the shares can't be given to you guys, but the money is definitely enough to feed you. Sujia does not like to draw cakes. If he were someone else, he would have bragged to his classmates about giving original shares and so on. In front of these young teenagers and girls, it is not just how he fooled and pinch. But he thinks there is no need, can use money to solve the problem, completely do not need to draw the cake. And no matter if it is the future employees, or the students who are sitting here now, he intends to only talk about money, not sentiment. And looking at Sujia as if he was serious, the classmates all looked at each other. All of them also saw the heartbeat in each other's eyes. Sujia had money, and was already at the peak of his life when he reported to the university. The money that came out of his mouth was enough for food, the deep meaning in it was also enough for the crowd to guess. 100,000, or even 1,000,000. It was all possible. But whichever it was, they had absolutely no reason to refuse. If you have a big leg and don't hug it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaxing said in a hurry, what do you need us to do? As long as it's not illegal, we're willing to try. Right, brother Jia, you tell us, what do you need us to do? The other few people, too, nodded their heads frantically in agreement. Looking at the several people's appearance, Su Jia was still very satisfied. The company has not yet opened up, but chicken blood and so on, but has already directly hit the full. Immediately did not ink, directly said with a smile, your first task is to help me to acquire the entire Rongqing Tide Play Store, acquired into I give you a bonus, a minimum of $5,000, not capped. Other tasks will be discussed later. Acquire the whole city? They're no strangers to hipster stores. After all, young people, who cannot go to catch dolls. But what Su Jia said out of his mouth is not just as simple as opening a store. Instead, it is the acquisition of the entire Rongqing Chaojiao store. The large city of Rongqing, such stores more than dozens of hundreds. The money needed, that was also absolutely astronomical. It's the entire city of Rongqing. You don't have to worry about the money. Hundreds of millions of dollars are involved, but Su Jia is not panicked at all. With that business plan in place, he has absolutely no reason to lose. Not to mention that this is not a one-time acquisition, there is still a lot of room for maneuver. Looking at him in this breezy manner, the little rich second-generation Li Wuji also couldn't help but spit out, I say brother plus, your family wouldn't have given you a few $100 million to start a business as well, right? It is really possible, good guy, this business is too big. But I'm heartened, acquiring a family is at least 5,000 bonus. I want to try. You guys join me. Under the money offense, not a few minutes time, 8 people also all agreed to go down. $5,000 may not seem like much to Su Jia. But in the eyes of the other college students, it was a huge sum of money. Moreover, this is the money for acquiring a store. As long as you work hard, it's not impossible to get rich with this. The most crucial thing is that Su Jia said, this bonus is not capped. For a moment, the crowd did not have the heart to eat, directly out of the cell phone, began to search where in the end there is a Tide Play Store. In the face of this situation, Su Jia also had no choice but to say, eat first, things such as I registered tomorrow, the company will officially start. This kind of thing, or the more formal the better. However, just as his words fell, a little brother wearing a security uniform walked in under the leadership of the waiter. And after coming next to him, he hurriedly asked, Sir, that Audi downstairs, is it yours? Yes, what's wrong? Su Jia looked at the anxious look, unknown. I just came to inform you never to go downstairs, your car has been surrounded by more than 10 sports cars. They are obviously rushing towards you, but right now they don't have anything overly aggressive to do, so it's not good for us at the mall to step in. Hearing this, the students here were also dumbfounded. It's over, the guy in the Ferrari has come to retaliate. Plus brother, you must not go to the head. However, what they didn't expect was that Su Jia didn't show a hint of panic. On the contrary, he was a bit excited. And after the security guard left, he said with a big smile, eat to meet this gang then. With me then the number of people is it, a little interesting. 35 and they just head on. As a matter of fact, the students really didn't look wrong. The current Su Jia was really excited, and was even jumping at the idea of going to meet those pussies. Because right after that enthusiastic security guard finished speaking, his system, for once, stepped forward. Option 1, go head to head with them. Reward, 1 Babs G800, 15 million in cash. Option 2, be a shrinking turtle. Reward, $20 million in cash. As a positive teenager, how could he allow himself to be a shrunken head turtle? So Su Jia was not even thinking about it and directly chose option 1. And the reason for the excitement was naturally because of the rewarded car and $15 million in cash. First of all, Babs G800 is the same as his RS6, which is also a modified limited edition launched by the official tuning factory. And that car's hard styling is definitely something he likes very much. The second thing was, with this $15 million, the startup capital for his big money-making plan was almost there. Counting the $10 million in his previous account, his disposable funds had already come to as much as $25 million. In such a situation, he had the confidence to directly execute that plan perfectly. It had to be said that this group of rich second-generation people who drove sports cars were considered to have arranged a wave of snow in the sky for him. Of course, he was clear then the people were here to find trouble. It was just that Su Jia was wondering who gave them the courage to lick their faces and come to the door even after they had first bid someone else farewell. Under all the thoughts, this meal was very flavorful for him. Just the other students, it is not at all think so. After all, the underground garage, there are still so many people waiting. Especially these people, or sports car owners, synonymous with rich second generation. In fact, this is not to blame them for being wimpy. Everyone was a student, and usually couldn't even come into contact with that group of people. But now, they were directly blocked at the door. To say that they weren't scared in their hearts would definitely be a lie. And of course, Su Jia understood this, and he didn't intend to bring them along. So after eating and drinking his fill, he smiled and said, you guys go wait for me at the door later. Brother plus, you're going by yourself? Hearing this, the others all froze. Wang Jiaxing even directly stood up and said, no, I don't care about others, but if you want to go down, I will definitely go with you. Me too, this matter started because of me, now I will definitely stand beside you as well. Li Wuji also gritted his teeth and agreed. When Su Jia stepped forward to help him teach the other party a lesson before, he had already treated Su Jia as a brother. In such a situation, how could he let Su Jia face so many people single-handedly? Seeing that the two brothers in the 606 dormitory room had spoken, Niu Ziyuan, the stuffy gourd, didn't fall off the chain at all. Although he didn't speak, he also directly stood up and expressed his solidarity. Faced with this situation, Su Jia was still very moved. Perhaps, this was college roommates. From the moment everyone was assigned to a dorm room, they were already tied together by this inexplicable emotion. Alright, then it's just the 4 of us going, so the older sisters can go straight back to school. After Su Jia finished speaking, he picked up the cell phone on the table and headed outside. As for why the girls didn't take a stand, he actually didn't care. Anyway, in his opinion, these schoolmates are all tool people, and he doesn't have the habit of moral abduction. Besides, it really wasn't good for a girl to get involved in this kind of thing. Even the reason he agreed to bring his 3 roommates was because he was completely prepared. And in the garage of Wanxiang City, more than a dozen sports cars surrounding an Audi scene is also already caused by the onlookers. After all, it was a big shopping mall, the flow of people was still very large. Coupled with the fact that all Chinese people like to watch, being mobbed is also inevitable. The person in question, Wang Haiying, stood in front of his car with an aggrieved face. Standing opposite him, a man covered with LV logo, pointing to his nose, said, his is not to play with us, so long, where is the man? Next to some young men, also have a bad face to look at him. This should be fast. The current him, his heart is also a sum of panic. If Su Jia didn't come out again, he wouldn't say he was looking for revenge. I'm afraid that the first one to be cleaned up would be himself. With this thought, Wang Haiying took out a packet of huazi from his bag and said with a humble smile, sorry brother bye, brother OT treat tonight, don't mind everyone. Who cares about your treat? The words were so, but the man still took the cigarettes. This is also considered to be a tacit acceptance of the words of the other party's treat at night. Just this cigarette has not even lit, Wang Haiying directly put the lighter back and then pointed his finger in the direction of the elevator, that's him. That's the one who hit the head. Instantly, the dozen people present all turned their heads to look over there. The one who caught their eyes was naturally the 4 brothers from the 606 dormitory. This kid is so handsome. Such a thought also instantly appeared in the hearts of the crowd. And on Su Jia's side, of course, he also discovered their presence. And also had to admit that the battle that this group of people had made was really not small. Among the cars surrounding his car, there was a Ferrari, a McLaren. There was even a Lamborghini SVJ. Especially this one at the back, it could already be considered a multi-million-dollar sports car. Of course, looking at these cars, Su Jia's heart still had no fluctuations. Because the battle he had created was much bigger than the opposite side. And just when the two parties were about to converge, a burst of ghostly sounds came from the entrance of the parking lot. Boom! A huge wave of sound, as if it was going to overturn the underground garage. 36 give you a chance and you're not good at it. At this moment, the entire underground garage had been completely silent. The person standing next to the sports car had also completely forgotten the purpose of his trip. The heart was filled with curiosity. What's going on here? Listening to the sound, there was definitely more than one car. It was too scary. The original onlookers, on the other hand, were directly excited. Big scene. The real big scene. To come out for a shopping mall and still see this kind of hustle and bustle was also something they had not expected at all. But no matter what, the realization of the crowd also at the same time locked in the entrance of the underground garage. Because, like the sound waves of 1,000 horses running, it was getting closer and closer. Soon, a BMW S1000RR with flashing lights appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Then, motorcycles of Ducati, Kawasaki, and other brands appeared one after another. As far as eyeballing was concerned, there were at least as many as 30 to 40 of them. Such a scene also made everyone present unable to help their scalps go numb. It was actually motorcycles, and there were so many of them. These people wouldn't be here to fight, right? Too fierce, too fierce. Indeed, the motorcycle riders, each and every one of them wore helmets, per capita cool and handsome appearance. One car is still like this. Then so many cars gathered together, bring everyone shock and impact, definitely more than 1 + 1 = 2 so simple. And Li Wuji, who was standing behind Su Jia, was also directly shocked. He quickly pulled him and said, "Brother Jia, this is the person they called, right?" To be honest, even after seeing so many sports cars, he didn't feel scared. After all, he himself was a sports car driver. Although his own car was smaller and cheaper. But the gathering of so many heavy motorcycles really scared him. In terms of aura, the motorcycle won over the sports car. As Su Jia looked at his appearance, he also felt a bit funny. At that moment, he waved his hand indifferently and said, "Don't be afraid, this is the person I called." After saying that, he waved at the car at the head. In fact, as early as during the meal, he had already greeted them in the group. These people, naturally, rushed over accordingly to his message. As the face of the Rongqing biker community, Su Jia's calling power was just so terrifying. Even as long as he was willing, a few hundred locomotives, he could completely manage. But it was just because it wasn't necessary. Soon, the man who came down from above the BMW S1000RR directly parked his car next to Su Jia. "Brother Plus, we're here, are we going to flush them out?" While speaking, he also turned the gas pedal twice with his hand. The roaring sound made the people next to the sports car all startled. In terms of momentum, it had been completely defeated. And Su Jia didn't feel strange about the name Jia. Although the people who came were all older than him, and even some were quite a bit older. But Su Jia's biking skills were the point that convinced them. As for the man in front of him, he also recognized him. His name is Zhao Shuani, and he is a rich second generation whose family owns a gas station. He used to be a big name in the Rongqing motorcycle circle, but in front of Su Jia, he behaved like a little fan. Now that his idol was in trouble, there was no reason for him not to rush out. Thinking about this, Su Jia smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, they shouldn't have the guts." After saying that, he directly turned around and walked towards the sports car owner's side. And behind him, a kind of motorcycle rider, just like a bodyguard, followed closely behind. This scene, too, was impactful, causing Wang Haiying, who was originally full of confidence, to still be in a state of confusion. And before he could react, Su Jia came over and said to him with an inexplicable smile, "I heard you were looking for me?" This didn't look for. The current him had lost the arrogance that he had previously said that he would definitely give him a lesson. Even when he met his eyes, he began to dodge. Noticing this kind of behavior, Su Jia was also disappointed beyond measure. "Give you the opportunity and you're useless." To be honest, if this person was a little more tough, he would have thought that the other party was a man. But now. Then he turned his head to look at the man covered with the LV logo and asked, "So you? Is to find me?" He said that he was forced to car, so we came to help him theorize. Now Bai Gu, although also a little scared. But the good thing is that he was not scared out of his wits, and he was still able to communicate normally. And now as the rule of law society, he is also expected the other side dare not do it. Just in the heart or cannot help but think, Rongqing went out of such a powerful person. Can call to so many cars at once, also really very powerful. At least in terms of the rehearsal piece, he lost quite thoroughly. Hearing this, Li Wuji was directly unable to hold back. Anyway, with so many people behind him to back him up, he was afraid of being completely non-existent. At that moment, he directly stood out and said, he was the one who didn't want my car. Soon after, he told the original story of what just happened on the elevated road. And Baigu, after listening, with a skeptical expression to Wang Haiying, asked, he said is true? Me. Looking at that expression on his face, he understood that all that the other party said was true. Figuring this out, his heart was burning with rage. However, considering that there are dozens of people watching from the side, he had no choice but to first say to Su Jia, believe it or not, we were tricked by him. In that case, he played all of us? For a moment, the gazes of dozens of people in the room were all focused on Wang Haiying. And right in the middle of everyone's gaze, the bastard's beige pants, at a speed visible to the naked eye, became wet. Code of bad luck. 37 victory belongs to the biker party. Seeing that he was actually so indisputable, the people present also all could not help but secretly say, bad luck. And of course Wang Haiying himself knew that he had lost a lot of face this time. He directly sat down on the ground and cried out. As for the woman who originally stood next to him, she was also a look of respect and distance. There was no way, there were too many onlookers beside him. Plus there were quite a few melon eaters on the scene. One by one, they all took out their cell phones as well, and snapped pictures of him. In such a situation, it would be strange for anyone to dare to approach him. As for Baigu and the others he shouted at, one by one, their faces also swelled red. Damn you, you really don't compete. After spitting out a sentence, Baigu then turned his head to look at Su Jia and continued, we were sort of fooled by him, brother, I'm sorry. This word is naturally used to admit weakness. When you come out to play, you have to admit your mistakes, and when you get beaten up, you have to stand up straight. We are all members of the Highway 18 Club, and we don't know him that well. As he spoke, he also regretted coming over to help the other party more and more. The reason did not understand, not to mention, this person was Wang Haiying to lose all. When Su Jia heard the name of this club, he was quite familiar with it. As far as Reuniting is concerned, this is also the biggest club. However, looking at Wang Haiying who was still stretched out on the ground, he couldn't help but skim his lips, your club is really not picky. To be honest, before this, he was still a little curious about the ultra running club. After all, a group of people of the same path playing with cars together should more or less have a little fun. But now it seemed that it was nothing more than that. This. Hearing this, Baigu also couldn't find a chance to retort at all. And Su Jia does not intend to continue to entangle with them, immediately shrugged his shoulders and said, my brother is still a novice, was scared by him, but there is a shadow of the psyche. Mental damages of 100,000 yuan, but not too much, right? But not too much. Baigu nodded. He is now considered to be good, this Wang Haiying is so uncontested, in the future in the club is certainly not C. Naturally, there was no need to leave him any leeway. No matter what conditions Su Jia said, he agreed to it and that was the end of it. As for the problem of Wang Haiying not being able to afford it, now cannot be completely by him. And I have so many motorcycle friends who have come a long way, it's not too much to fill up the gas for them, right? Sure, we'll go out and fill them up with 98. See the other side of this attitude, Su Jia is still very satisfied. Immediately turned his head and said, brother Wuji, collect the money, and then we go. Good. Now Li Wuji and others can still be in a state of confusion. When he had just boldly come down, he was already prepared to be educated by the other party. He just didn't expect that since this group of bikers appeared, things directly came to a big reversal. The bullies directly scared him to pee, not to mention, but also get $100,000 of moral damages? This is also too outrageous. Of course, he was clear that all of this was caused by Su Jia's presence. So the admiration for this roommate of his was also directly on a higher level. There was no way, as people of the same age, the gap between them was just too great. Especially the kind of calmness he had when he was in trouble, it made Li Wuji feel like he could learn for the rest of his life. The next thing was much simpler. Wang Haiying knew that there was no turning back, he could only apologize profusely and transferred the money to Li Wuji's account. $100,000 in the account, also let his mouth cannot even close. Baigu, who had taken care of everything, smiled and said, brother Su, are you a motorcycle player? Recently there is no to the airport highway to turn around. In fact, just now, his heart was full of curiosity. In Reuniting car circle mixed for so long, he is also considered to be mixed more open kind. So he also had some understanding of the locomotive side. Before this, there had never been a person who could have such a call to arms. With a single command, dozens of biker sluggers rushed to the scene in response, a scene that was really rare. Combined with the big things that have been happening in Reuniting's biker circles lately, the question of who Su Jia is comes to mind. Well, go for it. Su Jia did not have any intention of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and directly admitted it in a big way. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. It's awesome. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Baigu still couldn't help but widen his eyes. All sorts of information about little brother Psy airplane also immediately surfaced in his mind. For example, a motorcycle that was $3 million, and then a motorcycle that directly smoked hundreds of thousands of dollars in the live broadcast. Turning his head again to look at the RS6er next to him, he also began to resist being glad that he didn't offend the other party. After all, people a motorcycle or 3 million, with their sports car a few million, is completely two concepts. For his reaction, Su Jia was also not surprised. However, but considering that there were still so many onlookers beside him, he wasn't going to say anything here. Immediately, he waved his hand, "Let's go, back to school." Then, dozens of bikers, almost neatly putting on their helmets, pressed the ignition button of their cars. The sound of boom came again. And with such a close roar, it also made many people feel like their scalps were being lifted up. Awesome, awesome. The locomotive versus the sports car, and the result was that the locomotive was victorious. As for Baigu and the others, they were also infected by such an atmosphere, and one by one, the more they rushed to get into their cars. Soon, a fleet of more than a dozen sports cars, as well as 30 to 40 motorcycles, appeared on the streets of Rongqing. Only what made the crowd strange was that the one at the head didn't seem to be a very powerful car. Instead, it was an Audi. And very quickly, it drove directly into a gas station and surrounded the gas station. And to say that the most excited people right now were the biker riders following behind. In front of the sports car owners, they had never raised their eyebrows like today. Today's scene can even be said to belong to the victory of the motorcycle party. 98 gasoline, that smells good. Sooner or later, your company will be mine. 10 minutes later, the parking lot of Rongqing University. A few people from the 606 dormitory walked down from the car, and on everyone's face, there was a bright smile. It had to be said that what they experienced today was 100 times more wonderful than any experience they had ever lived through. For Su Jia, the roommate, everyone also valued him even more. And Li Wuji, who had just made a big profit, said at this time, "Brothers, let's split that money, one for each. This is not good, this is for your compensation." Wang Jiaxing think about that huge sum of money, although the heart moved, but still decisively refused. Niu Ziyuan, who was standing next to him, also had the same expression. But Li Wuji insisted, "If you guys don't want it, I can only give it all to Jia." He couldn't be more clear about where this money came from. If it wasn't for Su Jia, I'm afraid that the one who had to lose money today would be himself. And looking at his serious expression, Su Jia is more open-minded. This is the result of the four of us to face together, so take it all. $25,000, for him truly not much. Even the maintenance fee of those cars inside his garage, a month is more than using this money. But what he valued was actually Li Wuji's willingness to share. Combined with their earlier act of stepping forward and being willing to go downstairs with him. It was enough to make Su Jia think that the few roommates in this 606 dormitory were indeed worth making deep friendships with. And never mind if people had designs on him, even if they did, he was willing to be charted by such people. At the very least, this kind of friend would not drop the ball at critical moments. Accordingly, if he didn't accept this money, this Li Wuji was afraid that he would be unable to sleep in the middle of the night. However, it was also at this moment that Lin Yuyong brought a few schoolmates who had left early, and they came writhing over. "Are you guys alright?" Looking at the four people talking and laughing, her heart was filled with surprise. That was more than a dozen rich second-generation people who drove sports cars. During this waiting time, she had brainstormed images of the four being bullied in various ways. She was even prepared to never mention it after the meeting. But now, it seemed like people were simply fine. On the other hand, Li Wuji didn't even think about that much. Holding his own cell phone while transferring money, he said, "Senior sister, wait a moment, we're dividing the loot." Splitting the booty? Lin Yurong felt like her head was not enough. Fortunately, Wang Jiaxing saw her doubts and told her what just happened. It was just that the more the schoolmates heard, the more they felt that it was fantastical. A freshly enrolled junior high school student pushed down more than 10 rich second-generation sports car drivers and asked for 100,000 yuan of moral damages from their hands. This thing sounds, is how to think, how to feel outrageous. Just this doubt did not last long. Because Wang Jiaxing's cell phone, soon came the beep, ding, Alipay arrived 25,000 yuan. Instantly, the hearts of several schoolmates were directly panicked. Who would have thought that an elementary school brother could be so fierce? Zhang Yannan, a straight person, even more so, could not help but ask, "School brother, don't be angry with us. School sister mustn't think like this, I won't kidnap anyone else." Su Jia waved his hand with a smile and continued, "Moreover, starting tomorrow, I'm counting on all of you to do me a favor." "Good, we will definitely work hard." The few schoolmates also laughed happily once they heard this. Anyway, from the beginning, they had no other thoughts about Su Jia. Such a handsome and fierce man, wouldn't an ordinary person be able to get their hands on him? At the very least, just standing in front of Su Jia, I'm afraid that most of the girls would choose to look away. As for Lin Yurong, who originally had thoughts about Su Jia, her heart was filled with guilt. If she hadn't left, wouldn't she have had a better chance? But Su Jia didn't care what they thought. After distributing the dirty, he got into his own car and left the school. Today's task, in fact, is to report to school. The first class meeting and everything was also scheduled for tomorrow. So right now, he was impatient to go home and check out his new car. Whether it was the McLaren 720s or that Babs G800, both deeply touched his heart. Soon, the Audi RS6 appeared in the underground garage of Manhwa community. And the moment he turned out of the transfer, two cars, one tall and one short, appeared in his line of sight. The two cars were of the same color, both black, and of the black glowing kind. That is, the legendary Black Warrior style. TSK, truly handsome. To be honest, even if any other car fan came over and saw this scene, they would not be able to help but be moved. One of the Babs G800, on the basis of the original Mercedes-Benz G63, made a rather ostentatious modification. The exaggerated air intakes above the front hood and the 2 rows of legal searchlights on the roof all emphasize that this big iron box is not simple. There's also the hard-edged styling that captivates Shuga's eyes. And if the Babs G800 perfectly interprets what is meant by domineering, then the McLaren 720s next to it is through one word, handsome. The black body, the stern shape, and the liftable rear wing behind it. The key thing is that this car is fast. The McLaren 720s, too, is one of the best track performers among production cars. Especially when the car's gullwing doors are pulled back, it's a great way to show off its good looks. For these two new big toys, Su Jia was also satisfied. However, just as he was about to sit on the car and listen to the sound waves of the car, the phone rang steeply. Opening it up, it was actually his girlfriend Yan Xingyu calling. "Stinky treasure, is the report still going well? I miss you." While Su Jia, who was preparing to test drive the car, was inspired and said, "Then you wait for me, now I will kill over to see you." "Ah, but I'm in the company." "What's wrong with the company? Your company is mine sooner or later anyway." 39 in? CPDD. Hearing this, Yan Xingyu's face was instantly red. But after thinking about it, what Su Jia said was really not wrong at all. As long as the future of the two married, then the family's company and property, not all is his well. And when the old man said very clearly, his seat is waiting for the future son-in-law to take over. All kinds of ideas rolling in the head, is also let her more and more feel shy. At that moment, she said in a delicate voice, "Good you actually intend to eat soft rice hard. Don't struggle big flour, obedient in the company wait for me to put. I'll wait for you." Hang up the phone, Su Jia is also almost laugh out loud. I have to say, their own this looks like immortal girlfriend, but also too good to bully a little. In a good mood, he immediately bent down directly and sat in the McLaren 720s. Compared to the side of the domineering Babs G800, he is still more inclined to the sports car some. After all, he is still an 18-year-old teenager, the resistance to sports cars is really too low. Sitting in the car, looking at the car's slightly simple interior, Su Jia did not feel surprised. Sports car, no matter whether it is the shell or interior, are sure to lightweight mainly. For example, the interior of the 720s, as far as the eye can see, it is all made of carbon fiber. Soon, with anticipation, Su Jia pressed the red start button. Boom! Cold start of the 720s is still a little loud. But in terms of how good it sounded, it wasn't a notch worse than his motorcycle. Of course, this was actually a common problem with turbo cars. If you want sound, you'd definitely be better off with a self-priming engine. Just that it does not matter, McLaren has two advantages. One handsome and one fast. On these 2 points, sports cars in its class were almost completely without rivals. Then, he just flicked the shift paddles, gently stepped on the gas, and drove towards the outside of the garage. Feeling the surging power of the car, as well as the control of the car, Su Jia was still quite excited. Although the previous RS6 is also a high-performance car, even the horsepower is not lower than this sports car. But as far as the driving experience is concerned, it is a completely different matter. Also with such a mood, driving on the road, he unconsciously increased the throttle. The sound of the boom, and the sound waves of the McLaren 720s, all deeply attracted the envious gazes of the people around him. And at Heaton International, Yan Xingyue brought a female assistant and stood at the doorway in eager anticipation. And in her expression, there was a sneaky flavor. Wang Qi, who had never seen her look like this before, couldn't help but be curious and ask, "Boss, are we waiting for some big client?" In her opinion, the company she was working for was very powerful. Yan Xingyu was even the sole heir of this behemoth, so how could there be a client worthy of her appearance? "I'm waiting for my boyfriend." While responding, Yan Xingyu was still staring at the entrance location of the office building with a rigorous deadpan stare. Today was her little boyfriend's first day of college reporting, and she couldn't wait to meet him. Then listen to him talk about the interesting things that happened in school. Only what she didn't notice was that Wang Qi, who had sniffed, just kept staring at her with wide eyes and an unbelievable look. As a matter of fact, a legend had been circulating in the company for the past 2 days down the line. That was that Yan Xingyu had an online love affair. And the object of the online love, or the biker fierce man who was suspected to be the little brother of the raceplane. That picture of her sitting in the backseat of the biker was something that made many people in the company feel heartbroken. Of course, most people also do not believe it. Such a rich white beauty needs online dating? It was simply impossible, alright. It's just that in this situation now, there was no way for her not to believe it. At the same time, her curiosity was also completely aroused. Just what kind of fierce man could make the boss turn into this appearance? However, just before this thought even hit the ground, at the location of the office building's entrance, there was a roar of an engine. Then, a black dazzling sports car appeared in the sight of the two. And very quickly, the car drove straight towards the direction of the two. Faced with this situation, Yan Xingyue couldn't help but frown. Because of the privacy treatment done to the car, she too did not notice Su Jia in the car. So as a matter of course, she took this as a rampaging rich second generation. And what she didn't expect the most was that the whizzing sports car was actually parked right next to her. Noticing such a scene, Assistant Wang Qi shouldered her responsibility. Hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "Boss, you stand back, I'll handle it." In her opinion, this should be another little rich kid who wanted to hit on his boss. She was too good at handling this kind of problem. Just as she finished her sentence, the gullwing door of the sports car was slowly pushed open. A man so handsome that it made her scalp go numb appeared in the two's line of sight. And right under her gaze, Yan Xingyue's face quickly revealed a bright smile. Then, it directly ran towards the man's direction. Looking at the two people hugging together in front of her, Wang Qi was also directly dumbfounded. This is the boyfriend that the boss talked about through online dating? This is also too handsome. It's true that the times are progressing, online dating is so reliable. And looking at the two people who are hugging and whispering together, she also decisively chose not to see. And quickly took out her cell phone to open QQ, edited as saying, "In CPDD 40 my boyfriend told you to let go of him." The good thing is that the large dog abuse scene did not last long. After all, this is the location of the company, Yan Xingyue. Even if she is happy, she still has to pay attention to the proportion. As for the matter of Su Jia driving a sports car to this matter, she did not intend to interrogate. This little boyfriend of his own, 3 million motorcycles have, a sports car can be counted on it. At that moment, she also directly pulled him toward the office building interior. As for the task of parking, naturally fell on Wang Qi. Soon, the two appeared in the elevator. Seeing that they finally found a space, Su Jia said with a smile, "Professional clothes are very nice, just how no socks?" Yan Xingyue, who was in the company, was wearing a black professional set dress. Plus a pair of CL full diamond high heels. It looks very much like the flavor of a city lady. The only small flaw is that her legs are empty. Ha! I'm white, why do I need to wear socks? But after reacting for a moment, Yan Xingyue noticed that something was wrong. Thinking about the Parisian family terrier that was now popular on the internet, her face also turned red again. "You want to wear them yourself." After saying that, she lowered her head and stopped speaking. In the face of this situation, Su Jia was happy about it. With such a good Rua girlfriend, who to bully if not her? A few seconds later, the elevator opened its doors with a ding-dong sound. What met Su Jia's eyes was a huge logo made of acrylic. Tongchuang Investment. The moment she saw these 4 words, Su Jia had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen it somewhere. On top of that, the opulent doorway in front of him also refreshed his previous assessment of Yan Xingyue's family. And that feeling of familiarity intensified. The good thing was that now with the development of technology, he only needed a cell phone to know all the information. So soon, all the information about Tongchuang Investment was all in his eyes. And the more he looked, the more surprised he felt. Tongchuang Investment, currently one of the largest investment companies in Rongcheng. During the 10 years of its establishment, it had invested in thousands of large and small companies. And within that, there are quite a few listed companies. Instead, Yan Jinsong's investment was also very extensive, and had almost encompassed all walks of life. As far as the news on the network is concerned, the assets of Tongchuang Investment, at least in the 5 billion up and down. That is to say, his online love object is a real tens of billions of thousands of gold. No wonder this Uncle Yen is out of the millions of watches to send me a car without blinking an eye. Thinking about this, he also instantly regretted it. "Dahua, is it too late for me to regret it?" "What do you mean? If I had known that your father was a capitalist, I wouldn't have been polite to him." "Ha, don't panic, I have all these, I'll give them to you." I have to say, it's not good for most guys when their girlfriend's family is too well off. So she was also worried that Sulga would be under a lot of pressure because of this. Hearing that he was still joking with himself, Yan Xingyu's heart also relaxed a lot. Just as the two of them were about to walk into the company, they heard a clamor coming from inside. "My project is real, you guys definitely regret not voting. You guys are being irresponsible." A man's roaring voice was getting closer. Su Jia was also quick to stop Yan Xingyue behind him for safety reasons. Obviously, this was an entrepreneur who had become hysterical after failing to get investment for his project. So he was also worried that the other party was heartless and did something crazy. And very quickly, a man wearing professional clothes, looking very wretched, was framed out by 2 security guards. Su Jia, who was standing next to him, clearly saw the desperate expression on the man's face. The two security guards, on the contrary, immediately saw Yan Xingyu's presence and immediately said respectfully, "General Manager Yan." Who knows that when these words stopped in that man's ears, it was as if he had grabbed the last moment of life-saving straw. Only to see him under the control of the two men, frantically said to Yan Xingyu, "Mr. Yan, please take a look at my project. My project really isn't fooling anyone, please give it a chance, Mr. Yan." As he spoke, 2 lines of hot tears fell from his face. This situation also made Yan Xingyu look very helpless. And the 2 security guards who pulled him next to him directly told the truth. "Mr. Yan, you'd better go in first, this is a madman." Colleagues in the investment department said that he wanted to use cell phones to repel mosquitoes, this unreliable technology to cheat money. Yan Xingyu, who originally wanted to take a look at the project documents, was also directly frozen on the spot. Thinking back to the beginning, the mosquito repellent app was also read for a while, but this thing has no effect, everyone knows. Coupled with the news on this thing has been exposed, resulting in this type of software has basically died out. But I did not expect, now there are actually people do this, and also dare to come out to pull investment. While standing next to Su Jia, now fell into joy. Because just as the security guard's words fell, his system jumped out once again. Option 1, invest in a cell phone mosquito repellent project. Reward, face value 2, 1 violet bracelet. Option 2, turn a blind eye to his despair. Reward, physique 1, $5 million in cash. Faced with the choice between face and body, Su Jia was quick to make a decision. Because since it was able to trigger the system, it meant that this cell phone mosquito repellent program was not simple. He was also curious about what makes the other party have this kind of confidence, saying that the capital will definitely regret if he does not invest. With this thought, he then fatally opened his mouth and said, "Let go of him." This. The 2 security guards looked at him and revealed a puzzled expression before turning their heads to look at Yan Xingyu. "What are you looking at? My boyfriend told you to let go of him. 41 Come, I have a big baby to show you." Hearing Yan Xingyu's words, the 2 security guards, while dumbfounded, were quick to let go of their hands. At the same time, they couldn't help but think in their hearts, it's true that good-looking people do whatever they want, woo. Kwang Yongwon, who was let go, also seemed to have despaired, no longer struggling like before. In the face of this situation, Su Jia said with a smile, "Bring your project book to see." "Ah, hello." The reversal came too quickly and caught him a little off guard. But considering that if he cannot pull the investment, the company will not be able to run. He could only grab this last straw and hand over the documents. Soon, the document appeared in Su Jia's hands. And at a glance, what was written here was really justified. Immediately asked curiously, "You will not just use a theory, out to pull investment?" "Will not, I already have a finished product." Between words, Kwang Yongwon took his cell phone out and opened the software. Looking at the simple interface on the app, Su Jia understood why he couldn't pull investment. With such an inferior app, it looked like it was here to scam money anyways, right? But after having the system intervene, he had nothing to worry about. Anyway, the 2 things that were rewarded were both definitely worth more than the money he had invested. This was a business that couldn't be lost either way. Thinking of this, he nodded his head and said, "How much money are you prepared to ask for?" "I'll take 5 million, no, I'll take 2 million. After hearing the words of Kwang Yongwon, his face was also instantly turned into ecstasy. The voice of his words could not help but start trembling. Even the original target of 5 million was also casually changed to 2 million. Then, with expectant eyes, he stared at him tightly. While on Su Jia's side, he didn't feel that it was a good thing for him to lower his price. At that moment, he directly opened his mouth. 5 million, 90% of the shares to me, if you agree, now draw up a contract. In his opinion, this 5 million, that is, the system out of money for him to touch a prize. If successful, it will take off directly. If not successful, there is no effect at all. Anyway, just that violet bracelet is worth tens of millions. But Kwang Yongwon, who heard this, was once again directly crying out. It wasn't because Su Jia wanted too much, but it was too much of a surprise. In fact, before this, he had already prepared the idea of giving up all his shares. As long as he can continue this project, even if he is allowed to be a wage earner, that is also 10,000 willing. But what he didn't expect was that between a few words, Su Jia directly invested $5 million in him. This was simply pie in the sky for him. It had to be said that the surprises in life were often just after the pain. Thinking of this, he also said with a sniffle and a tear, I agree. And after saying that, he couldn't help but wave his arms fiercely as a celebration. Regarding this situation, Su Jia was actually quite emotional. Based on his performance alone, it all didn't look like a liar at all. At that moment, he directly turned his head and said, Assistant Wang, please help draw up a contract. No problem. Wang Qi, who had parked his car, once again acted as a toolman toward the inside of the company. It was also at this time that Yan Xingyu said curiously, You believe him that much? Do not believe, but $5 million to buy a lottery ticket to play a little, is not a big problem. Aha, stinky treasure is awesome. Looking at his spirited appearance, Yan Xingyu once again entered into a state of nymphomania. Never mind the money, as long as it was something Su Jia did, she supported it. Just listening to the two men's bold words, the two security guards standing next to them also had their minds blown. $5 million to buy a lottery ticket? Not a big deal? Just this is still stinky treasure awesome? A series of question marks also came out from the top of the two men's heads. And after looking at each other, one of the security guards said loudly, "Auntie, I also have a dream." Go to the side, think I'm Wang Duoyu? Su Jia rolled his eyes, but auntie, this name is good, come, take a red envelope to play. Anti-atmosphere. After sending away the two security guards, things became easier. Right in front of Tongchuang Investment, Su Jia, together with Kwang Yangwen, signed the contract. He also managed to use $5 million as the price, in exchange for 90 shares of Yongwen Technology Limited, becoming the largest shareholder of the company. And Su Jia gave him the right task, is to change the company's name to Add, Subtract, Multiply and Divide Technology Limited Company. Well, since he had paid the money, such a little request was not too much. In addition, he also transplanted the first mosquito repellent app to his cell phone, ready to try at night. The whole process, it only took about 10 minutes. After successfully transferring out $5 million, Kwang Yangwen also left in high spirits. He, in turn, was led by Yan Xingyue through the back door, bypassing most of the employees of Tongchuang Investment, and arrived inside her office. It was worth mentioning that Yan Xingyue's office was large and also had a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The scenery by the window could also be described as breathtakingly beautiful. However, the current him clearly did not have the heart to appreciate the scenery. After all, he had just obtained a violet bracelet, which could just as well be given to him as a gift. It was still reasonable for his $10 billion father-in-law to give himself a $1 million watch, and for him to give back a $10 million bracelet. So after walking into the office, he went straight around the desk and sat on the innermost chair. Then he swept Yan Xingyue over and said, "Come, I have a big baby to show you. P.S. Reader's father also give me Kong Kong your big baby it. Oh, people just want Flower's monthly evaluation votes. 42 Thank you Uncle Yan for sponsoring the secretary. Big baby?" Yan Xingyu was still quite happy when she heard this. Only this time, when she lowered her head, she found Su Jia pointing her finger in the direction of her pants. Instantly, she was directly confused. Then, just between reflexes, she directly broke free from Su Jia's arms. You actually played a rascal in my office." As she spoke, her face was also so red that it was almost dripping with water. In the face of this situation, Su Jia is a face of aggression, really have a baby. I don't want it." After saying that, Yan Xingyue came to the floor-to-ceiling window and took a crazy deep breath with her back to him. And Su Jia also only now reacted, "This is misunderstood But looking at his girlfriend in this state, he also almost laughed out loud. This is also too good Rua. Immediately, he directly got up from his seat and came straight behind Yan Xingyu. While wrapping his arms around her from behind, he presented his bracelet in front of her. "Nah, big baby." Looking at the beautiful to almost demonic bracelet in front of her, Yan Xingyu as the whole person froze. "You don't spend money recklessly, I don't lack this kind of thing." Hearing this, Su Jia also froze for a moment. This woman, she herself spent $5 million to buy a lottery ticket without any brain support. But giving her a bracelet turned into spending money indiscriminately. And the way she was whispering, it really made Su Jia quite touched. "I know you don't lack, but I didn't buy any of those things." Flowery words. Yan Xingyue spat out a sentence, but the sweet smile on her face had already betrayed her. And as soon as Su Jia saw that the time was almost right, he directly pulled up her hand and brought the bracelet right on. The size was surprisingly appropriate. And wearing on her hand is so harmonious and beautiful. Just when the two of them were getting better, the office door was suddenly pushed open with a click. Su Jia, who was startled, also hastily loosened his hands and looked towards the door. Then, Yan Jinsong, who had a collapsed face, appeared in his line of sight. "Ahem, will Uncle Yan believe me when I say we're looking at the scenery? What do you think?" Yan Jinsong looked at the scene in front of him, and his face got longer and longer. The current Yan Xingyu, too, had long been drenched in shyness and stood there with her head lowered without saying a word. The good thing is, Yan Jinsong also does not intend to make his daughter embarrassed in the company. "Can only say seriously, you to my office." After saying that, he directly turned around and left. In the face of this situation, Su Jia felt okay. Immediately gave his girlfriend a reassuring look and followed him out. It wasn't like the two were really doing anything anyway. What's more, this wasn't the first time they had met, so there was no need to make things so tense. Soon, Su Jia was brought into an office that was visually estimated to be at least 100 square feet. And in the center, there was a large bronze ox. The bronze ox was so lifelike that it looked like it was created by a master. In addition to that, there was also a man in the office who was wearing professional clothes and was about 20 years old. No need to think to know, this should be Yan Jinsong's secretary and other roles. "Your kid is not very honest, soak my daughter all the way to the company?" Yen Jinsong pointed to the sofa next to him, continued, and I heard that you also dig our company corner? This I am picking up the rest of Uncle Yen's company. Su Jia waved his hand and denied that he had dug their corners. After all, he was able to invest in Quan Yongwon, or because he was driven out by Tongchuang Investment. Otherwise this matter wouldn't have been his turn at all. For this, Yen Jinsong obviously has some understanding, so he turned to say, how about it, do you want to come to my company to take a position? Now he, too, has been completely thought out. Since his daughter like Su Jia and indeed a reliable look, then there is no need to be entangled. On the contrary, Su Jia's generosity when facing him made him appreciate it more and more. There were very few young people nowadays who could have this kind of magnanimity. One must know that he was known far and wide as a $10 billion tycoon. Even the children of his partner's family are so nervous when they see him. This one is still forgettable, I plan to start my own business. Listening to Yen Jinsong's words, he was really quite surprised. And had to admit, from the first time they met, this Uncle Yen was all serious. But the things he did to him were all good for him. And looking at his serious expression, Yen Jinsong was really a bit lost. However, considering that the young man had his own ideas, he could only temporarily shelve this idea. Anyway, in his opinion, the young man, as long as the frustration outside, sooner or later, it will come back to be their successor. It's just a matter of time. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, okay, if you need my help, just call me directly. Between words, Yen Jinsong handed over a business card. This I really have something I want to ask Uncle Yen to help. The current Su Jia has money and a good plan to make money. The only thing he lacks is a talent that can help him with things. And he himself is still a student after all, there is no way to take care of many things. Talk about it. Yen Jinsong sat down on his office chair with an air of listening. Lend me your secretary for a while. Hearing this, next to the secretary just ready to pour water for him directly froze on the spot. Yen Jinsong is even more incredible said, you do not want money, do not want other things, just borrow a secretary? Yes. Su Jia nodded his head affirmatively. Okay, I will lend Xiaozhu to you for a period of time, but tell you in advance, he has a very high salary. Seeing him agree, Su Jia also smiled with satisfaction. It doesn't matter, thanks to the secretary sponsored by Uncle Yen. $43.5 million to buy a lottery ticket hit the jackpot. In a matter of 3 words, the whole thing was completely finalized. It had to be said that Yen Jinsong's generosity was beyond his imagination. According to his introduction, the male secretary was named Zhu Liwei, a graduate student from Fudan University. 2 years after his graduation, he had been following him and was considered a capable cadre. Most importantly, his statement was a loan. But the two are not talking about a deadline. In other words, as long as he wanted to and could afford to pay his salary, then Zhu Liwei would always be by his side to help out. This was definitely considered a blessing in disguise for him. So in his heart, he was still very grateful. Well, just because of this, Su Jia directly decided not to pick up her daughter at the company. 10 minutes later, Su Jia appeared next to his McLaren 720s. And looking at the sports car in front of him, Zhu Liwei standing next to him, but how can not be happy? Just now, he was still the secretary of a $10 billion tycoon with a full deck of cards. But in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a second-generation rich man's henchman. What saddened him the most was that Yen Jinsong didn't even consult him. That's why until he got into the car, he had a sullen look on his face. After noticing this scene, Su Jia still expressed his understanding. Thinking about it differently, if he were in his place, I'm afraid it would be hard to be happy. Immediately, he smiled and said, I'm younger than you, so I'll call you Brother Zhu. Mr. Su, you do not have to be polite, I am now already your subordinate. Zhu Liwei reluctantly took out his professionalism, with an ugly smile on his face. While Su Jia casually waved his hand, do you think that I'm just a blind rich second generation, and that my Uncle Yen doesn't think that highly of you? There is no need to deny it, and I am too lazy to explain it, but since I am here, I hope you can correct your attitude. After all, it's not like I don't give money. Hearing this, Zhu Liwei was also a direct human fool. At this time, shouldn't it be to appease people's hearts and give themselves a pie? How does Su Jia here, but is such a tough attitude? But think about it, Su Jia said is also true. If you're here, you're here, not to mention that his contract is still on the side of Tongchuang Investment. Looking at Su Jia's confident attitude, it seems to be very different from other rich second generation. Thinking about it, the original little bit of aggression also dissipated. Then Zhu Liwei put on a straight face and said, don't worry, Mr. Su, my professional attitude is not a problem. Now you can arrange the task for me. Seeing this attitude of his, Su Jia was still very satisfied. He also didn't think that he could convince the other party to follow him in the first meeting. But as long as he was willing to do it, it was something that would happen sooner or later. And that day would definitely not be too far away. Task A, first help me go buy 10 parking spaces. 10. Early the next morning, Su Jia stood in front of the mirror, repeatedly and carefully checking. Not because he was narcissistic, but because he wanted to know if there were any traces of mosquito bites on his body. After coming home yesterday, he directly opened all his windows and activated the mosquito repellent app that Kwang Youngwon had installed for him. In fact, he was ready to be bitten by mosquitoes in dozens of big bags. After all, Rongqing was relatively humid in the summer, and there were still a lot of mosquitoes and insects. Only now, he didn't get bitten by mosquitoes even once. Standing in front of the mirror, he also couldn't help but think carefully. Is it possible that this is true? Thinking of this, Su Jiao was a whole lot more excited. The lottery ticket that $5 million had bought seemed to have hit the jackpot overnight. As we all know, the mosquito thing is a worldwide problem and the best way to transmit certain diseases. The number of people who die every year because of mosquitoes exceeds that of tigers, lions, and other fierce beasts by many, many times. In order to solve the mosquito, human genetic engineers made many efforts. For example, to modify their genes so that they can never reproduce the next generation and so on. In such a situation, how much of a shock will an app that can realistically repel mosquitoes appear and bring to the world? Even if he used his but to think about it, he could figure out just how much wealth was hidden here. Thinking of this, Su Jiao was also unable to calm down at all. Immediately, he directly dialed Kwang Youngwon's phone. "Hello, Mr. Su." Kwang Youngwon's tone was filled with respect for him. For the phone call this saved his life's work, of course he is full of gratitude. Su Jia did not ink, straight to the opening. "I ask you, your electromagnetic mosquito technology, really harmless to the human body?" "I already have the authoritative organization issued a certificate, completely harmless," Kwang Yongwon said decisively. For the technology he developed, he has absolute confidence. And on Su Jia's side of the feeling, it's all surprise. Because the windfall that belonged to him came. Sure enough, something that could trigger the system was just so perverted. After confirming the thoughts in his heart, Su Jia couldn't care less. Directly with a commanding tone, said to the phone, "I give you a week's time, regardless of the cost of the app optimization and charging system to do out, and then let the product online. Can you do it? Right now it happens to be just entering summer, when mosquitoes have just begun to wreak havoc. Now every day of delay, then the delay is not time, but money." The other side of the phone, Kwang Youngwon, also did not even think about it, directly shouted, "Can. You can rest assured, Mr. Su. 44 driving on the big G's, you're even more handsome than yesterday." Until he hung up the phone, Su Jia's heart still couldn't calm down for a long time. Have to say, this $5 million to buy a lottery ticket, bring him a surprise is really too big. After spending 10 or so minutes and washing his face, it was only then that he was able to calm down a little. But on his face, he was still wearing a happy smile. Also with such a good mood, he took the car keys of Bab's G800 and walked towards the underground garage. While this matter, it was also considered to usher in an open door for his first day of officially entering the university. It is worth mentioning that Zhu Liwei has already bought 10 parking spaces in the underground garage of Jianghua community according to his intention. And these 10 parking spaces were all connected together. At least for a short period of time, he didn't have to worry about not having enough parking spaces. Soon, came to the underground garage of Su Jia, looked at the eyes of the neatly parked row of cars, the heart of a cool men, all have inexplicable collection addiction. Although the usual life cannot use so many cars, but so placed in this, is also quite eye-catching. However, considering the little time left, he did not stay in the garage. Instead, he directly reached out his hand to the door of the Barbo's G800. Accompanied by a crunching sound of a click, the driver's door was slowly pulled open by him. What came into his eyes was the interior of the Mercedes-Benz G-Series that combined a sense of technology with hardness. Simply with the interior to compare, RS6, that kind of cold style, is really a little bit not enough to see. Especially after sitting up, that kind of open to completely no dead angle of the field of vision, is also let him feel good. And accompanied by his press the car start button, located in the side of the 2 exhaust pipes, burst out a low roar. Boom! Listening to this sound, Su Jiao was also getting more and more excited about the matter of going to school. A few minutes later, in front of Rongqing University. The main road in front of the entrance had also been occupied by various vehicles for the sake of one, slowly creeping along. Similar to the situation reported yesterday, this morning's Rongqing University was very lively. Even from the scene, it seemed that there was even another word more than yesterday. After all, the students will officially enter into the university life from today. And the parents who sent their children to school will also leave one after another today. All kinds of parents, too, were saying their final goodbyes to their children. The 3 brothers in the 606 dormitory were already standing at the door, looking forward to it. On the faces of the 3 of them, there were also very heavy black circles under their eyes. Obviously, the big scene experienced yesterday, as well as the $25,000 in the account, let a few people excited simply cannot sleep well. At the same time, it also made the 3 of them firmly believe that they must hold on to Su Jia's thighs. Considering that Su Jia might not be able to find the classroom, several people ran out early in the morning to wait. Looking at the bustling scene in front of him, Li Wuji smiled and said, I have a hunch that Brother Jia is going to make a big splash today. What's the use of premonition? He has already done it. Thinking about what the sisters and girls said, I can't help but blush. Niu Ziyuan, a stuffy person, couldn't help but say something from the bottom of his heart. Since last night, the photo of Su Jia being secretly photographed in front of the school gate has started to spread inside the various student groups. That each and every schoolmate, seeing his handsome appearance on the photo, that is also simply can't calm down. It could even be said that Su Jia had already risen to the throne of the school's grass by virtue of a single photo. Not to mention the shadow of this Audi car in the photo. Handsome looks have much gold, someone like actually is also normal. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaxing also could not help but say, not to mention the girls, I'm a big man yesterday dreamed of plus brother. I'm not sure if you're a man, but I'm a big man. You are not right. For a moment, the other two people's eyes changed as they looked at him. However, it was also at this time that a large iron box that was so black that it was reflective appeared in the three people's line of sight. Along with it, there was a low engine roar. The sound of the roar made the people at the entrance of the school unconsciously make way for a spacious road. And Li Wuji, who always had good eyes, then immediately shouted with wide eyes, it's Brother Jia. He's changed cars. Hearing this, the other two also hurriedly looked towards the Mercedes-Benz Big G. It's not right, the car that Brother Jia drove yesterday should be more expensive than the Big G. When he couldn't sleep last night, he had ruthlessly crammed in some automobile knowledge. At the same time now, he has also understood how sick the RS6 car really is. As for Li Wuji, who heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is the Babs G800, it all costs at least 5 million when it lands. Hiss. In an instant, the trio's minds all exploded. Everyone also couldn't help but wonder what exactly this Gago did. Yesterday's car, plus today's car, added up to nearly $10 million. Even for Li Wuji, whose family had a small fortune, this was an astronomical amount, not to mention the other two. Su Jia, who was sitting in the car, did notice the presence of the three of them. He drove the car directly to the side of the trio and lowered the window, saying, get in the car. Good Lu, good Lu. Just after getting into the car, Wang Jiaxing could not help but say, Brother Jia, driving on the Big G of you, more handsome than yesterday. This still needs you to say, our Chicago invincible good. 45 her portion of plus spice? Li Wuji, who was sitting on the passenger side, is looking at him with incomparable worshipful eyes and asked, Brother Jia, how many cars do you have? Well, 4 or 5 it. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders and responded lightly. In his opinion, these things are all big toys, so there is no need to hide them. But Li Wuji, who heard this, had his entire body spread out on the seat, silent. Perhaps, this was someone else's 18 years old. The two people sitting in the back row were even more dumbfounded already. And when Su Jia saw this, he smiled and said, Want? Want. The two people in the back shouted out almost in unison. Don't like the car of the little boy there? The answer is definitely yes. But most of them have no resistance to cars at all. Not to mention that the car Su Jia drove was still a luxury car worth several $million. Wang Jiaxing couldn't help but say, if I had a car, I would definitely love to go out. Hearing this, Su Jia still agrees. Why are there so many geeks? It's not because it's not as much fun outside as it is at home. But if you give a man a favorite car, you see him still geeks out. I'm afraid he'll want to spend every day in the car. At least now Su Jia, because of these cars, also become more like to run outside. And looking at a few people who were obviously caught up in the mood of dreaming, Su Jia felt that it was more interesting. At that moment, he drove while opening his mouth, then start working hard from this afternoon. In less than a month, I guarantee that all of you will be able to deposit more than $1 million. As he spoke, Su Jia showed great confidence. According to his prediction, starting this afternoon, his addition, subtraction, multiplication, and tide play company would be registered. This also meant that his plan to circle money would officially kick off. Then in the case of eating meat himself, he didn't mind giving a few classmates some soup. Of course, he also put the ugly words in front of him, that is, he had to work hard and hard enough. Su Jia didn't have the intention of being charitable. And the three of them who had heard the words couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Millions. This number was something that really shocked them. For a few people, that 25,000 yesterday was already considered a huge sum of money. But in Su Jia's mouth, he directly said the figure of 1 million. In addition to being shocked, what was left for the three of them was their hearts. After all, according to the rules Su Jia said yesterday, want to earn $1 million, really not impossible. All in all, the opportunity was right in front of them, whether they could grab it or not, it all depended on themselves. And from the expressions of several people, the chicken blood is also already full to the point where it can't be full anymore. Soon, the Babs G800 was parked in the parking lot of Reuniting University. Su Jia also walked towards his university classroom for the first time under the leadership of the three people. He was still very curious about his university classmates. And in the classroom at Su Jia's destination. Dozens of young men and women who had just gathered together had already chosen their respective seats. Some of them were still chatting in groups of 3 or 2. But young people, the topic of conversation is always about love. Have you guys heard? There is actually a handsome guy in our freshman class. I've seen the picture, he's really handsome, I hope he's from our class. I'm so jealous, but I don't deserve it. Thinking about the boy on that photo in the group, the face of several little girls also gradually flooded with a hint of redness. However, when these words stopped in the ears of the male students next to them, they felt uncomfortable in any way. Everyone was a freshman who could not want to fall in love in college and make a name for themselves in the process. But now, most of the topics that the girls were discussing were also related to that man who hadn't even shown up yet. To say that they weren't jealous would definitely be a lie. Just before they could speak out in rebuttal, the crowd noticed 4 men appearing at the class entrance. Wasn't this the same people from that picture? He's really from our class. For a moment, the originally lively class became silent. And the boys who were just about to speak out in rebuttal were now directly giving up on that intention. Because Soo Jia was simply too handsome. The face that was already quite perfect, coupled with the kind of temperament that came from the confidence in his body. Placed in the student body, it was simply no different from a descending blow. But looking at the gazes thrown over by his classmates, he had gotten used to it. When he was in high school or even middle school, this was how he came to be. Now, it was just a different group of people. And seeing that he was the center of attention, a small smile appeared on his face before he extended his hand and waved. This was also counted as saying hello to his new classmates. It's just that this action of his also made the hearts of the female students in the entire room melt. He's greeting me. I'm in love. Ah, how can a man be this handsome? Ah, I'm dead. In the face of this situation, Soo Jia was not surprised. The current him had already managed to break through 90 in his face value stats. If he couldn't even suppress these little girls, then it would be too much of a failure. At that moment, he also ignored all kinds of looks and directly began to pick his seat. Just after letting him take his seat, a girl with short hair quietly came over and said, "Handsome guy, at a VX, I live off campus, I can help you bring breakfast. Oh. This I have a girlfriend, but thanks." Soo Jia responded with a smile, not taking out his cell phone to add her at all. Hearing this, Chi Yu was directly sad. Such an eye-catching male god actually has a girlfriend? In the end, which little beaker got there first? However, looking at Soo Jia's handsome appearance, she was really unwilling to add her contact information. Immediately blinked, opened his mouth and asked, "Her share plus spicy?" 46 adults collapse, often in a split second. Hearing this, Soo Jia was humanly dumbfounded. Are all the little girls nowadays hitting on boys like this? No wonder there's been talk out there about letting boys protect themselves. But looking at the other party's sincere eyes, Soo Jia was relieved. No matter what, they are also classmates, adding a VX is nothing. Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone while saying, "Bring breakfast even if, our classmates, often contact in the future." Good, must often contact. Shi Yu's face immediately showed an excited expression. That head nodded as if a chicken pecked at rice. And the situation on this side was also seen by many people. How could she do this? I should have just gone first. Could you, Chi Yu? Thanks to the fact that I gave you an orange yesterday, you actually robbed my boyfriend. But just as many girls jumped up and wanted to come up to ask for contact information. A man who looked to be in his 30s, but whose head was already quite thinning, walked in under the gaze of the entire class. And after walking up to the podium, he wrote his name on the blackboard behind him. "Hello class, I'm your guide for the next 4 years, my name is Niang. By the way, I have a nickname, Nia Xuanying." Hearing this, the students who were still a bit nervous originally burst out laughing. Even on Soo Jia's side, he felt that this teacher was a bit interesting. At the very least, right now, it didn't look like the kind of old pedant. And after the guide introduced himself, it was naturally time for the students to introduce themselves. As the students in the first row stood up one by one, the enrollment session officially began. Most of the girls' gazes were intentionally or unintentionally directed towards Soo Jia's side. Obviously, compared to the self-introductions, they were more curious about the name of that handsome guy in the class. So when Soo Jia finished introducing himself, the class quickly rang out a warm applause. This scene, Niang is a burst of helpless, so handsome, the next 4 years, many girls to suffer. In addition to introducing each other, today's meeting was mainly to introduce the recent course schedule. For example, this week, there were basically no classes. Also, they will officially start the half-month military training in a month's time. Regarding these, Soo Jia listened quite carefully. Although he then didn't plan to participate in the military training. After all, if there was no accident, a month later, he should be on the New York North Raceway, going head-to-head with Marquez, a godlike figure in the world of motorcycles. However, just as the atmosphere in the class was getting better, Nia Ying's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Sorry, I forgot to turn it to silent." Before he even said the word, Nia Ying froze on the spot at the number displayed on his cell phone. "The police department called, students wait a moment ha." After calming down the students, he pressed the answer button in front of everyone. Just when the phone is connected, the first sentence that comes out from the inside, let Nyang directly froze on the spot. This is the police station, your daughter is jumping off a building to commit suicide, come home immediately. Listening to the urgent words within the phone, his face instantly became bloated red. Bean-sized sweat directly rolled down from his forehead. Thinking about his family's precious daughter, he was unable to think too much, directly dropping a sentence after class, he ran straight towards the outside furiously. Such a scene also made the whole class uncertain. The relatively more mature Su Jia, on the other hand, saw some clues. Immediately, he turned his head to Li Wuji and the others and said, let's go, follow them up and take a look. Since he was already his teacher, he was still very happy to help if he could. It was just obvious that he had underestimated his influence within the class. A group of students watched him follow up. Where could they hold back their curiosity? With the fast, voluminous dozens of people ran in the direction of the parking lot. Only when the crowd rushed to the parking lot, but they all couldn't help but be moved by the situation in front of them. Only to see that Niang, who had just stood on the podium in a spirited manner, directly walked down from an old Jetta. Then, a heavy kick on the car door, growling, heck, the critical moment you also give me off the chain. Tears on his face, but also involuntarily flowed down. In the face of this situation, Su Jia's mind naturally came up with a sentence, the collapse of adults, often in a moment. The current Niang was in a state of collapse. Just at this time, the system's beep sounded again. Ding, we've detected that the host is faced with a choice. Option 1, please send Niang to his destination and help him save his daughter. Reward, Physique 5, 20 million yuan in cash, and a Kawasaki six-eyed demon. At the sight of the 4 big words save your daughter, Su Jia didn't have the heart to care what the next option was. Directly in his mind, he silently recited, Option 1. Then, he quickly stepped forward and shouted at the guide, Mr. Nya, get in my car. And while speaking, he also took out his car key and pressed the unlock button. The good thing is that the location where Su Jia parked his car is not very far away from the location of Niang's Jetta. At this time, Niang, who was in despair and in tears, heard these words, but it was as if he had found light in the darkness. Almost instinctively driven, straight towards the direction of Su Jia's car ran over. After seeing Niang already on the car, Su Jia did not hesitate, directly adjusted the car to R mode. Putting it in first gear, the gas pedal stepped on it with all sorts of vigor. Boom! Bab's G800's horsepower, at this moment the firepower is fully opened. Pulling a crazy high rotation sound wave, lost towards the school entrance. And look at the car far away students, is also has been directly dumbfounded. Who am I, where am I, in the end what happened? 47 directly mang past. Until the eyes looked at the car disappeared in the parking lot, a group of students are only considered to react. Although I don't understand what happened, it made me until Shuga was actually so powerful. Yeah, that big G, it's his, right? That is not ordinary big G, but the legendary Babs G800, landing price of more than 5 million, the purchase tax is enough to buy a house in our hometown. Speaking of which, the students also unconsciously fell into silence. The original, big brother actually in my side. And what happened on this side, Su Jia obviously has no way to know. After driving out of the school, he followed Nya Ying's instructions and started weaving frantically on the road. It's also good that although this car is an off-road vehicle, it also has about 700 horsepower. In addition, after being tuned by Bab's tuning factory, the handling of this car was no different from some performance cars. Coupled with Su Jia's advanced driving skills, he didn't have to worry about overturning or anything. It was only the scene of him rushing across the road that brought quite a shock to the people on the road. And along with his violent driving, Su Jia was becoming more and more familiar with this car. So accordingly, the speed of the car was also getting faster and faster. Boom! The low hissing sound, coupled with the crackling tempering sound, made all the pedestrians on the road couldn't help but stop and watch. The huge roar also made him directly skip the step of honking the horn. Hearing this kind of sound, almost all the cars driving in front of him would give him a way out. But even though the average speed had exceeded 120 yards, Niang, who was sitting in the passenger side, always had that anxious expression. Before this, he was a timid person. Just now, he couldn't care less and could only keep repeating, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up again. And Su Jia, the veteran driver, was certainly able to do this. For a while, the gas pedal was stepping deeper and deeper, and the sound waves were becoming more and more piercing. At the same time, in the neighborhood where the teacher's dormitory of Rongqing University was located, underneath Building 2, it was already a crowded scene. At least no less than 100 people were pointing at the upper floors. The crowd's line of sight was then all focused on the 8th floor of Building 2. Because by the window, there was a young girl who didn't look too old, and had already taken both of her legs out. At this time, she was sitting on the edge of the window, her legs swinging in the air. Such a thrilling scene was also making the people below nervous. The good thing was that the firefighters who were actively preparing the air cushion added an extra layer of security to everyone's heart. At this time, Su Jia, from the destination district, is only a few hundred meters away. Also, because of the infinite proximity to the destination, he of course noticed the situation by the high-rise windows. Such a scene also caused Niang, who was an old father, to close his eyes tightly, not daring to look at all. The entire person was also trembling out of fear. In the face of this situation, Su Jia didn't dare to slow down at all. Instead, he chose to directly step on the gas pedal to the bottom and drove straight towards the cell gates. Only when the car drove to the entrance, Su Jia was blocked by a Porsche 911. There was also a woman standing next to the BMW, who was smoking a cigarette while looking back at the situation happening over at Building 2. Obviously, she didn't realize that she had blocked the doorway. Instead, she was concentrating on watching the fun. Faced with this situation, he was not even thinking about it and directly stepped on the floorboard oil. The sound of a boom suddenly rang out. And the sudden sound is also the Porsche next to the woman who was smoking to startled. The cigarette in her hand also fell directly to the ground. But Su Jia just don't care how she is, then directly put his head out of the window and shouted, "Quickly move away, come to save people." Ah. The woman is obviously not intentional, immediately hands busy stirring want to move the car. Just the nature of female drivers, in this one was her interpretation of the best. After drumming in the car for a while, how the car did not start. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Jia in a fit of pique, but also directly slapped the steering wheel. And just at this time, a fire engine siren came from behind him. This time, he was also more anxious. In case the rescue was delayed, then the trouble would be big. What's more, Niang, who was sitting next to him, was already so anxious that he couldn't speak at all. In the face of this situation, Su Jia is also direct eyes a stand, hard across, directly to the front of the woman shouted, "You get off, stand aside." He has decided, directly Mang passed. Although the woman did not understand what he was going to do, but in the panic she still chose to do it. And Su Jia saw that the people in the car had already left, so he no longer hesitated. He directly put the car into first gear and then he pressed the gas pedal heavily. With a roar, the Babs G800 raised its head and rushed straight toward the Porsche in front of it. Bang! In that woman's heartbroken eyes, the two cars collided together. And in front of the G800, the 911's front trunk was simply brittle to the point of being outrageous. Just like that, the whole thing had collapsed back. The bumper is even broken all over the ground. But in the car Su Jia, but still did not let go of the gas pedal. Just so top pulling the handbrake of the Porsche 911 towards the neighborhood inside the drive. After all, waiting behind, but can save the life of the fire truck. Boom! The hissing sound of the Babs G800 and the sound of certain parts of the Porsche 911 shattering were endless. 48 Is this a superhero? So cool! At the entrance of the neighborhood, in the narrow exit. A Babs G800, on top of a Porsche 911, in an unstoppable posture forward in the middle. Accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of Porsche tires rubbing the ground. There was also the almost frantic roar of the G800's engine. Boom! Sitting in the car, Su Jia's eyes had already shown ferocity. Good thing is, the car's power is very abundant, top a Porsche is still not a big problem. So soon, the front of the car has been completely top away. And in order to make way for the firefighters behind him, Su Jia did not do anything, and directly toppled the Porsche far, far away. And the female owner of the Porsche standing next to her had long been in a state of shock. Just looking at their own car was hit into this appearance, but she simply cannot afford to have a little anger. After all, if they were not blocking the doorway, it would not have happened. What's more, human life is a matter of the day, in case because she delayed the rescue. This inside responsibility can be said to be very big. The most critical bar is in front of this big G, bring her impact is too strong. That kind of unrivaled dominance also momentarily impacted her heart. While driving big G little brother, really handsome. Of course, this side of the situation also attracted the attention of the crowd of onlookers downstairs. And made too much noise, many people can be seen from the beginning to the end. Today is really a big scene frequently Mercedes-Benz Big G angrily hit a Porsche. No matter what, this melon-eating crowd is also considered to be addicted. Just what they didn't expect. When the Big G toppled the front car, it directly turned the direction and rushed straight towards the crowd's position. Boom! The deafening sound, as well as the impact of the big iron box speeding towards them, also made everyone's scalp feel numb. Unconsciously, they all ran to the sides. After all, in their opinion, the person who drove this car is a madman. Porsche dared to hit, what if he is rushing to people? For a while, the team of melon eaters was in a state of panic. And all of this, naturally, is Su Jia intentionally. In order to save time, he couldn't care less. When he was approaching the entrance of the unit, he even stepped on the brake heavily. Zzzzz. The Babs G800, in a very impactful manner, stopped in front of the crowd. Then, the doors were pulled open, and even the individuals got down from their respective seats and ran towards the upper floors. And the melon-eating crowd who saw the scene felt that their heads were a bit short. The one who just came down, was it Niang? He usually looks like a wimp, but today he's actually so manly. I hope Ro is okay. This kid, she's been poor since she was a kid. I just feel sorry for this car, look at the front to crash. After the crowd heard the words, then they went around the front. Only to see this time of the Babs G800, the front bumper has been hit by the face of the hole. A shaky look. And Su Jia, who was climbing frantically on the stairs, didn't even have the slightest intention of hurting the car. After all, compared to the rewards given by the system, what could this loss be considered? The most important thing is that the education he received from childhood does not allow him to sit back and do nothing in the face of this kind of thing. So as long as he can save the people down, even if the car directly scrapped, he would not hesitate. 8 floors, say high, say low. For Su Jia, who had just added another 5 points to his physique, climbing 8 floors was certainly a piece of cake. However, for Niang, who usually lacked exercise, it was tantamount to ascending a small mountain. At this time, he had become out of breath and his face was swollen and red. But the breath in his heart still supported him to closely follow Su Jia's pace. Soon, the two of them also arrived at the 8th floor. In front of Nia Ying's house, it was already occupied by 2 rows of firefighters. And because the door to the room was open, Su Jia could still hear the conversation coming out from inside. "Little sister, hurry down, your father is already back. Come down, whatever you want to eat and play, brother can take you there." But the little girl sitting on the windowsill was always still in that state. And did not make any response. Niang, whose heart is going to be broken, already couldn't care less about anything else, directly rushed in. And while walking, also growled, "Niaro, you give me down." In his tone, he was also filled with anxiety, collapse, and other emotions. Seeing her dad appear, Niaro, who originally didn't say a word, finally reacted. However, the words she said made Su Jia couldn't help but frown. "Dad, my mom is getting married, she doesn't want me anymore." Come to think of it, what could make a 14 or 15-year-old girl jump off a building in despair? I'm afraid it's the lack of affection. And Niang, who heard these words, also directly froze on the spot and directly sat paralyzed on the ground. Obviously, the blow of these words to him was equally not small. However, on Su Jia's side, he felt that he had found an opportunity. Because right at this moment, Niaro happened to turn her head to look downstairs, seemingly falling into the emotions on her back once again. And where Su Jia was located was about 6 or 7 meters away from the window. If one was fast enough, it was completely possible to directly pull someone down. If it were before, he definitely didn't have this confidence. After all, he hadn't been fit once before. But just now, he had managed to accept the 5 points of physique rewarded by the system. The feeling of strength in his body that was almost about to burst was undoubtedly something that gave him a lot of confidence. As expected, the system's rewards were still very humane. The opportunity was fleeting, so he immediately put down all distractions, and with a bow, he ran straight towards the window. The current Su Jia had already tried his best. Niaro, who was still sitting next to him in a daze, obviously didn't notice this. Soon, she felt herself being held at the waist. And the whole person was suspended in the sky. Then, a handsome face that she had never seen before appeared in front of her eyes. She couldn't help but think in her heart, is this the legendary superhero? So handsome. 49 is on the hot search again? What happened almost instantly made the more than 10 people in the room all dumbfounded. Inside here could be almost all the elite of the Rongqing Fire Brigade. But Su Jia's kind of absolute speed still made the crowd simply react. However, looking at the person being pulled down by Su Jia, everyone's face also showed a relieved expression. Then, the room erupted in applause. Saved, saved. Dude is awesome, too damn fast. Niang, who was sitting paralyzed on the floor, was now crying until he couldn't open his eyes at all. He couldn't even imagine, if he lost his daughter, would he really have the courage to live? On the other hand, Niaro, who had been saved, was now still in a state of confusion. Staring at Su Jia's handsome face, she didn't say a word. Faced with this situation, Su Jia then revealed a hint of a smile and said, "Is it good looking?" "Good looking." Niaro nodded her head affirmatively. "Then live well, there will be plenty of chances to see it in the future." "Aha!" Niaro nodded her head in agreement once again after considering it for a while. After all, she was a 14 or 15-year-old girl, how could she not be afraid of something like jumping off a building? And the sudden appearance of Su Jia was like a small sun, directly illuminating her originally gloomy heart. Especially from Niaro's perspective, Su Jia's smile was so warm and healing. Looking at her like this, Su Jia was also a bit helpless. If you like handsome, you should have said it earlier, it's not necessary to go through so much trouble. Of course, this can only be thought about in the heart. After seeing that she really gave up the intention of jumping off the building, Su Jia also directly put her down from the arms. Niang had already gotten up from the ground at this time. Father and daughter quickly hugged each other and cried together. Seeing this scene, Su Jia was still relatively relieved. At the very least, he hadn't let down so many rewards given by the system. Not to say positive or negative energy, at least he should be blameless. The most important thing, right, was that doing good was always easy to make one's mood happy. And seeing that the matter had been taken care of, he naturally did not intend to stay here any longer. At the moment, it was better to leave this situation to the father and daughter to resolve on their own. Just as he watched Su Jia about to leave, Nyang immediately chased after him. Looking at the student standing in front of him, his heart was simply grateful beyond words. First, he had madly sped to send him home, and then he had directly pulled Niaro down from the window. To put it mildly, Su Jia was the one who saved his life. Thinking about this, his knees bent and he was about to kneel down. Fortunately, Su Jia's quick eyes and hands, a hand to stop him, said, "You are my teacher, do not engage in this." His mom is an honorable people's teacher, so he is full of respect for this profession. "Mr. Su, thank you, if it wasn't for you." Speaking of this, Nyang couldn't help but touch a tear again. Only then did he continue, "Right, your car, how much does it cost to repair? I will give you now. I'll just take the insurance." Mr. Nye is still more with his daughter. After saying that, Su Jia did not look back towards the downstairs. Just so he did not expect, which just walked out of the door of the unit. The hundreds of people at the door, the moment they saw him, revealed heartfelt smiles. For a moment, the applause was thunderous. "The young man is good. Serves you right for being able to drive a big G. It's too good." The situation just now could be said to have touched everyone's hearts. And in the moment when Su Jia quickly held Niaro down by the waist, it was also seen by everyone. For him, a hero in general, everyone still wouldn't be stingy with praise. While looking at this kind of performance from everyone, Su Jia waved his hand with a smile. "It should be done." After saying that, he directly pulled open the car door and sat up. It wasn't until he sat back in the car that he suddenly remembered that in his haste, he seemed to have crashed a 911. It was just that when he drove the car to the door with the crowd's adoring gaze, he didn't find the woman's figure. Instead, a familiar figure was holding a camera and frantically licensing the car. This person, officially his old acquaintance, traffic police Zhang Wei. And of course, Zhang Wei also found his presence, after he got off the car, stared at the eyes and said, "Actually you did it. It's me. Where's the female car owner? I compensate money to her." Looking at the completely disfigured Porsche 911 in front of him, Su Jia was in a good mood. Although it is likely to pay out money, but for him, all just a small meaning. Looking at his couldn't care less look, Zhang Wei didn't feel strange at all. Right now, the entire Rongqing biker circle was frantically circulating the legend that he was a super rich second generation. Besides, crashing a car in order to save someone's life wasn't something to be ashamed of. With this thought, he smiled and said, "No need to pay for the money, the owner of the car is your school teacher, to go to class, but also drag me to say thank you." Ah, this line it. Think also, in this school inside living, either the teacher or the teacher's family. It's not strange at all to meet a teacher from Rongqing University. And after finishing this, Zhang Wei changed to a curious expression and said, "I see online that you are going to participate in the F4W straight line acceleration race? HM? How did you know that?" Hearing this, Su Jia was the one who was dumbfounded. The race was officially announced, and now it is still on the hot search. Don't tell me that you don't know yourself. Looking at his sure look, Su Jia also could not think too much, and hurriedly took out his cell phone. Sure enough, in the top 10 positions of the hot search list, he saw the words about himself. Race airplane little brother to participate in professional races. Who is Su Jia? 50 I also want to keep a low profile, but strength does not allow. A whole 4 or 5 phrases about Su Jia hung neatly on the hot search list. Faced with this situation, he had only one doubt: who in the world had walked the wind? Also with curiosity, Su Jia took the lead and entered the first hot search. What met his eyes was an announcement from the official F4W microblog. Announcement: warmly welcome race airplane little brother Su Jia, participate in the Hongqiang station. It had to be said that this piece of announcement was quite perfect in the eyes of the eating public. In the past few days down the line, many people had been trying to dig out the real information about Saiplane's little brother. But before this, none of them succeeded. Even in the Rongqing locomotive circle, very few knew his name. At most, they knew that he was handsome. And such an announcement undoubtedly directly solved the problem for many netizens. So in the comments below, it was quite lively. Su Jia? No wonder it's called addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. How dare you guys race him? He's a slugger who drives 300 yards on the highway. Please fast forward to the live stream of the race. I want to see what little brother looks like. Looking at these comments, Su Jia also involuntarily laughed out. At least from this, it seems that many people's fondness for him has escalated to the point of blind worship. While the depression in his heart was swept away, he looked at one hot search after another. It was also not until the very end that he found a content about Jia's challenge to race the airplane's little brother, which appeared in his line of sight. As a car fan, he was actually no stranger to this name. The battle between this brother Jia and another biker in the beginning had also gotten a lot of publicity. And since winning that race, this brother Jia was a godlike existence in the field of 0 to 400 meter acceleration race. It was just that he didn't expect that he had become the challenged party today. Or rather, the party being rubbed the wrong way. With curiosity, he just directly clicked in. It's just that compared to the other hot searches, the content inside this phrase was a bit unpleasant to look at. Addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Our brother Jia challenges you, do you dare to accept? Add, subtract, multiply and divide, ride a broken motorcycle, don't know what your last name is, hurry up and come out to die. Add, subtract, multiply and divide, you ride a motorcycle, will always be stepped on by our brother Jia ahead. I don't need to think about it, but I know that these people are Jia's fans. What's strange to Su Jia is how these people are like a cult. It wasn't until he opened the so-called Brother Jia's microblog and saw that content about himself that he realized there was a reason for this. Adding, subtracting, multiplying and dividing, daring to participate in a straight-line acceleration race? Courageous. How about I come play with you, dare to accept? The short sentence could be said to be full of superiority. It was as if they didn't even look at Su Jia in the eye. It was no wonder that the words that came out of that group of fans carried a strong odor of arrogance. And Zhang Wei, who was standing next to him, was actually a little worried that he was getting on top, so he opened his mouth and said, I advise you not to agree, it's too hard for a motorcycle to win a car. Saying this, in fact, is not to raise the anger of others, but there is no way. Motorcycle running acceleration race need to be in the full rubber track above, otherwise the throttle a turn, afraid of direct warping out of control. But in China, there is a full rubber track? There is no such thing. Is it difficult? But I still decided to play with them. Xu Ge shrugged his shoulders and said that I was simply in fear. In his opinion, it's a race anyway, so it's better to have a few better ones instead. Otherwise, it wouldn't be much fun to play if he crushed others in a row. The most crucial thing was that he had absolute confidence in himself, so what if the acceleration race motorcycle was not good? Just because others couldn't win didn't mean he couldn't. Zhang Wei looked at his excited look and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he directly swallowed it back. Just like when he was challenged at Longquan Mountain before, Su Jia would always look like this. Full of passion, he was also not afraid of competition. Zhang Wei still admired his character. Young people should really be like this. It was at this time that Su Jia's cell phone rang. Opening it and looking at Sun Yuhang's name on it, he also came to a realization. If there is no accident, he was exposed out of the culprit, is this goods? Things were more or less as he thought. After the phone was connected, it rang with Sun Yuhang's voice full of apologies. Brother, I'm sorry for you. Listening to his story, Su Jia was able to clarify the situation. Originally, this goods in the day before yesterday, through the motorcycle guessed his identity. This itself is actually nothing, but the bad is bad. Yesterday with a few peers drinking, he accidentally put this one awesome to blow out. In his opinion, being able to know Su Jia and pulling in a race was something to brag about. But the point he overlooked was that peers are all enemies. No, he had just woken up from a nap when he discovered the situation on the hot search. For a moment, he was a field of regret. And on Su Jia's side, he had actually looked away. After all, from the beginning to the end, he was not a low-key person. This could be seen from the fact that he drove a luxury car to school. Plus the fact that he himself was so handsome, it wasn't like he was unseen, so why should he deliberately keep a low profile and hide his identity? I also want to keep a low profile, but strength doesn't allow it. With such thoughts, Su Jia then smiled and said, I can accept your apology, but you have to pay a price. Thinking about the operation of the tournament party using him as a gun, he was ready to take out his knife. 51 one for all for one, all for one. This you say, as long as I can do, I am willing. Sun Yuhang on the other end of the phone, is also directly out of the box. This is also not because he is stupid, but because he understands that the trouble he brought to Su Jia is very big. The person who challenged him on the internet wasn't just that Jia. After all, Su Jia's heat is very high, and there are countless people who want to rub it in. And Su Jia did not ink, straight to the point. First, give me 80% of the shares of your tuning factory. The first is to give me 80% of the shares of your tuning factory. Hearing this almost money-grabbing request, Sun Yuhang still agreed. He knows very well that Su Jia is not short of money. Just the car he parked in the garage to eat dust was already worth tens of millions. Compared to that, his small tuning factory, what could it be? With a boss like that, he'd love to have him. This second is for you to come forward and organize a race, and the location is also chosen to be the airport runway. Listening to Su Jia's words, Sun Yuhang's eyes were getting wider and wider. And after he finished speaking, he couldn't help but say, you intend to run the race yourself? I don't do things without benefits. This sentence had always been Su Jia's life motto. The tournament official of F4W, without asking for his consent, directly publicized the news. And it also blew his name out of the water. It was obvious that they wanted to use him to hype up the heat, and they also wanted to maximize the heat. At the same time, they were also anticipating that Su Jia would definitely accept the challenge and then go to the site to compete. Even this Jia was probably something they had contacted in advance. If he really went, he was afraid that he would be directly reduced to a toolman, to be a cow and horse that had been sold by others and was still counting money for them. Such a wrongdoer, Su Jia would not go and could not do it. As for how to solve such a problem? It's simple, just run a race yourself. Sun Yuhang, this person, seems to have a lot of energy in the racing field. After all, the race license can be done for him in one day. Organizing a race is still a breeze. As for the shares of the tuning factory, it is also because of the words, I do not do things that do not benefit. And he also wants to take the big part of it. Sun Yuhang on the other side of the phone, his heart was in a state of flux. But after thinking about it, he still said with hesitation, Brother Su, the boss behind F4W is not ordinary. You mean I'm not ordinary? Su Jiadu did not wait for his words to finish, directly to him blocked back. Now he does not care who is behind the other side. Fear? Doesn't exist. The moment Sun Yuhang heard this, it was also like an enlightenment. Su Jia's words were right, the other party was not simple, but he was the simple character? At 18 years old, he could own a garage of luxury cars, you say he generally has to be more inflated. Thinking of this, he also said cleanly, dry. The current Sun Yuhang, that was full of vigor. Although it seems that he lost his shares and he had to pay for organizing the race. But thinking about the subsequent revenue that this tournament would bring to the tuning factory, this business was definitely not a loss for him. It could even be said that this was a perfect opportunity for him to hug his thigh. Well, I'll wait for your good news. After saying that, Su Jia hung up the phone with satisfaction. Like to hype up the heat and challenge people online? Then we'll see. And Zhang Wei, who had watched his string of operations, was now completely convinced. Directly put up a thumbs up and said, you let go and do it, I can guarantee that our gang of broken motorcycle riders will stand firmly behind you. Look at those remarks on the network, four-wheeled vehicle and motorcycle confrontation has been pushed to the peak. Su Jia at this time to rise to the challenge, obviously is no longer only on behalf of themselves, but on behalf of hundreds of millions of motorcycle enthusiasts in the country. Under such circumstances, a hot blood in his body had also been successfully ignited. Okay, then when the time comes, let's go together. We'll definitely go together. On the internet, the matter of his challenge was getting more and more intense. And seeing that he didn't reply for a long time, some people with a quick temperament couldn't help but jump out and attack him. I've been following you for a long time, but you're actually a wimp. Accept the challenge, don't hide behind as a shrinking turtle. Are you there? Come out and quit. Private messages such as these began to spread in his private messages. And more people who ate the water were refreshing his microblogging over and over again. Want to be the first to know his decision. After all, in the past few days, the entire car circle together are not as high as the heat of him alone. First, the high-speed race 300 yards, and then try Longquan Mountain battle professional drivers. All of this can still be vivid in the minds of netizens. Just at noon, more and more about to lose patience, Su Jia's response finally came. And looking at the content on it, every single person couldn't help but start boiling their blood as well. Everyone, I accept your challenge, one counts as one, all accept, not coming as a puppy. Competition time, this Sunday, location, Tianfu Airport. Looking at the short words, the melon-eating crowd felt burnt out. I'm so mad, I'll accept all your challenges. I'm not disappointed, but why don't you take a selfie? The blood is boiling. I'm waiting for my little brother to kill. But just at this time, some people who have some knowledge of the game found that something is not right. Because Su Jia sent the address, and not what F4W announced the competition venue. 52 Pagani Watch Party. As time went on, more and more people realized this. Both parties announced the race time, both in this Sunday. And the cities where the races will be held are both in Rongqing, the city where hot pot is nationally civilized. But the only place for the competition was that one was at Shuangliu Airport and the other was at Tianfu Airport. With a simple comparison, the hearts of the crowd were getting more and more excited. What was this? Playing in the ring? Why was the situation different from the official announcement of F4W? What situation was hidden behind this? All of this are deeply attracted to every melon masses. Watching the fun, or this kind of twists and turns of the fun to see. And all of this, of course, is Su Jia deliberately. Sun Yuhang's efficiency was very high, and when he left Mr. Nie's house, he had already given him a reply. The content was quite simple, that is, the competition had already entered the application process, and that the runway had been negotiated with the airport as well. It was just about the timing of the race, it was up to Su Jia to make the choice. Faced with such a choice, he didn't hesitate at all and directly chose the exact same time as the other party. This wave had to be head-on. Since he dared to come out and set himself up, then he must pay the price. On the other side of Rongqing, Lu Jia looked at the content displayed on his cell phone and showed a difficult expression. The current him, he also practically experienced the feeling of riding a tiger. I told you not to treat people like cuties. I told you not to treat people like cuties. Hearing this, a young man on the opposite side with a cigar in his hand also felt depressed. How could he not expect that an 18-year-old teenager actually dared to accept the challenge? and also made a competition out of himself. In other words, all of their maneuvers had turned into someone else's graft. Now the heat on the network had all been focused on the body. Losing a wife and losing a soldier was actually nothing more than that. Thinking of this, he directly threw the cigar in his hand to the ground. The big deal is that you all don't go, let's see what tricks he can play. Do not go? It's not up to us now. This. The young man instantly shriveled up. Indeed, after the matter was made bigger by themselves, there was no room for not going. After all, they were the ones who challenged Su Jia in the first place. Now, if they make another mess, how can they still mix in the car circle in the future? It's not easy to accumulate millions of fans, for fear that all of them will disappear overnight. Now they can only hope to win Su Jia, the fishing wheel of the dominant, right back to the hand. However, Lu Jia's mind is always floating in the scene of a motorcycle skidding across the bay on a mountain road. Such a fierce man, can I really win? While on Su Jia's side, he had already let go of the storm on the internet. Anyway, there were still 4 days to go before the competition, and there was perfectly enough time to prepare. Of course, for his behavior of accepting everyone's challenge, it also became the most talked about topic in the car circle of Rongqing. And everyone admired his courage. Especially in his group of riders, it was like a New Year's Eve situation. After all, Su Jia in their hearts, but the existence of invincible. As for Su Jia himself, he quickly returned to the school and introduced his classmates to his assistant Zhu Liwei. Under his arrangement, Zhu Liwei had already registered a company called Plus, Minus, Multiply, and divided Chiu Chao Play Company. Then the next task was to go and acquire a wide variety of hip toy stores. As we all know, there are 2 types of hip toy stores nowadays. One kind is to buy what all depends on luck. The main business is the blind box hand puppet store. The other was the more interesting crane stores. For these 2 kinds of stores, Su Jia's choice was to come and go. Of course, the plan he set down was to only acquire stores, not properties. After all, the plan in his hand said, but it plainly told him that this business was not suitable for deep cultivation. On the contrary, the rapid concentration of performance, and then a few rounds of financing down, directly cash out of the market to the appropriate. So everything now is taking the asset-light route. And after the students left, Zhu Liwei also left again without stopping. The purpose of this trip is to discuss authorization with Disney and many other hand puppet copyright holders. Wanting to attract customers and get beautiful results to finance, this was especially crucial. But after everyone had left, Su Jia realized that he was idle again. Borrowing people from Uncle Yen was indeed a wise decision. This shirker, he was still very comfortable as a shirker. However, just as he was hesitating whether or not to go around Yen Xingyue's home company again, an unexpected call came in. The person who came was none other than the owner of the sports car who had dared to turn the underground garage into a car 2 days ago. If Su Jiadu remembered correctly, this person seemed to be called White Give. So after the call was answered, Su Jia smiled and said, "Bai Zai, calling for something? Bai Zi?" Bai Gu on the other side of the phone, his mind directly exploded. At that moment, he hurriedly said, "My name is Bai Gu, a big brother." Ah, almost, ha. Ah, this. To tell the truth, Bai Gu has never hated his name as much as he does now. However, thinking of the purpose of their call, or quickly turned to say, "Su brother, there is no interest to come to Taikuli to play, which today there is an auction." Auction what? Su Jia froze for a moment, thinking that the taste of this group of rich second generation is really so high? Just by GE's next words, but let him directly gave birth to the feeling of heart thumping. It's a car viewing party officially organized by Pagani, but it will auction off a limited edition car. Good guy, just send the location directly. 53-6-eyed devil out on the street, rushing. Hearing the 3 words Pagani, Su Jia is completely without a hint of hesitation. People who like cars have some kind of complex for this kind of god car. Many people would even consider this multi-million-dollar sports car as their lifelong goal. And on Su Jia's side, of course, he couldn't help but be moved. Although it didn't rise to the height of faith, at least this car was as handsome as himself. It was still a good choice to buy it and play with it if he had the chance. With such thoughts, he then directly left the school and returned to the underground garage of Jianghua community. And now, above his parking space, there was a new member. That was the Kawasaki six-eyed demon god. The legendary Kawasaki. Of course, the six-eyed devil, in fact, is only the domestic fans of the car to its loving name. Its real name is called Ninjas 14R. Looking at this pure green, quite muscular-looking car in front of him, Su Jia's mind involuntarily floated out one word. Big. Big displacement, big horsepower, big car weight. All of the above factors were all focused on this car. On top of that, the six-eyed devil also utilizes a unique 1,441 cubic centimeters inline-4 engine. By far, it was also the largest horsepower engine made by Kawasaki. Even back when it was produced, the bike set several records. In terms of styling, though, the bike doesn't really even compare to his Ducati. But that's not its strong suit either. In terms of the level of violence, there were really very few motorcycles that could go on the road that could put up a fight with it. Thinking about all the data about the six-eyed demon god in his mind, Sujia also revealed a heartfelt smile. So he directly decided that today he would ride this bike and go solo. Immediately, he went upstairs to get the helmet, then took a step and rode on the bike. Under Sujia's nearly perfect body proportions, the huge motorcycle was no different from a small toy under his hands. Of course, this also had a lot to do with his increased strength nowadays. After touching the gas tank, Sujia also quickly pressed the start button. Boom! One side of the exhaust pipe immediately burst out like an explosion of sound waves. Let him parked next to the RS6, as well as the opposite listening to many cars, all rang the alarm. For a moment, the entire underground garage was a burst of chicken and dog jumping. Woo-hoo-hoo, cool! Passion was ignited in this instant. Sujia also directly put on the first gear, gently turned the throttle. The power of 1,441 cubic centimeters was instantly transferred to him from the engine. Let Sujia really have a kind of, he is driving a restless beast. This kind of feeling was also what brought him quite the perfect driving pleasure. Men, play should play the wildest. At the same time, Baigu and the others had also finished assembling not far from Taikuli. However, this time, the sports car lineup was significantly stronger than last time. Of course, this powerful was talking about quantity, not quality. There were at least 20 sports cars between them, lined up just like that, parked on the side of the road. Among them were Ferrari's latest F8, and the legendary God of War GTR. A group of rich second-generation people who wore colorful clothes were also standing in front of the car in a circle. While enjoying the envious gazes of passers-by, they chatted. One of them, a man with a flat head, opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Bai, we also give him too big a name." "That's right, a motorcycle rider, is it necessary? If I look at it, this lineup we have today, I'm afraid we can scare him silly." Several people's faces also emerged full of superiority. In fact, this is also the norm. After all, if you are young enough to drive a sports car, your heart must be more or less arrogant. Plus the price of the motorcycle was actually very cheap for them. On the other hand, by GE's side, but very sure to shake his head, today's online things you guys read it. If it were you guys, do you have the courage to go and accept everyone's challenge? This. In an instant, the crowd all fell silent. Indeed, not to mention so many people, even if one came they would have to wimp out. Their purpose of buying a sports car, if others don't know, can they not be clear about it? Moreover, you guys don't think that he is just a simple motorcycle rider, right? A motorcycle costs $3 million, which one of you is willing to part with it? This last sentence was even more like a hammer, hitting their hearts one by one. It was only now that they suddenly remembered that what he was playing with was not a simple motorcycle. It was also at this time that a deafening sound wave came into the ears of the crowd. The booming sound caused the sports car owners who were already used to the noise to frown. This one couldn't be him, could it? With such thoughts, the crowd then unanimously looked towards the source of the booming sound. Boom! Along with the sound getting closer and closer, a flash of green light soon appeared in the crowd's line of sight. What kind of car is this so fierce? In the crowd's perspective, the daytime running lights that lit up in front of the six-eyed demon god really looked like a demon's eyes. It was so cool as well as shocking. Su Jia, who was riding in the car, was now also addicted. The surging power of the car underneath him, as well as the heavenly music coming from behind him, made him fall for it. At the same time, he also noticed that the men standing next to a large string of sports cars in front of him were looking at him with eyes full of blazing heat. However, after coming next to the crowd, he had no intention of stopping at all. Instead, he directly slowed down his car and waved his hand at the crowd, signaling to follow. At least 20 supercar owners, too, immediately reacted and ran towards their cars. Soon, a convoy consisting of motorcycles and many sports cars appeared on the streets of Rongqing. Such a shocking convoy was also led by Su Jia towards the busiest section of Rongqing, Taikuli. It was just that it hadn't gone far before a tunnel that was at least a kilometer in length appeared in front of Su Jia's eyes. Baigu, who also noticed this scene, also directly stuck his head out of the window and shouted, "Brothers, this tunnel has no speed limit, charge. 54 blow up Taikuli Netflix slow. We are all young people, in fact, all a bit of a climber." Although there is no courage to challenge the same as others Su Jia, but in front of this tunnel with no speed limit, undoubtedly gives Baigu an opportunity. So after shouting, the gas pedal of the Lamborghini SVJ under his feet was getting heavier and heavier. And Su Jia, who was riding on the six-eyed demon god, didn't mind playing with him. Anyway, so far, he hadn't touched the limit of this car under his crotch. So the moment he entered the tunnel, Su Jia directly lowered his head and entered into combat form. Seeing this scene, behind him, Baigu, that was so excited that he couldn't even close his mouth. However, just as the two vehicles entered the tunnel in parallel, a sound wave that was close to an explosion directly pulled him back to reality. Boom! Under the tunnel's boost, the energy bursting out from the six-eyed demon god was boosted by at least 3 times. This also led to the fact that inside the entire tunnel, there was already a complete absence of any other sound. And just as Baigu unconsciously turned his head and looked towards Su Jia, All that could be seen was a flash of green light that flew out from beside his car. The six-eyed demon god, who was on fire, had been reduced to a mere shadow in his eyes, making him feel like the hairs on his body were standing up. Almost on reflex, Baig pressed the gas pedal straight to the bottom. However, the sound waves that were able to fill the entire street before, this time it was as if they were mute. There was no way around it, the six-eyed demon god was just too violent. Even the GTR, which was known for its loud sound, now seemed extraordinarily quiet. And what he didn't expect the most was that even though he had done his best to chase after them, the distance between the two cars was still being widened. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen behind by at least 200 meters. Crap, this Nima is a madman. I should have known not to tell him that there is no speed limit. According to his estimation, the speed of Sujia's car was now at least 200 yards or more. With this kind of acceleration, I'm afraid that only fighter jets can be compared. It was also in this instant that he directly gave up on the idea of competing and winning. There was no way, the gap here was just too big. Moreover, looking at the figure riding a bicycle in front of him, he couldn't even help but give birth to a trace of admiration. No wonder so many people on the internet liked him. The original fierce man riding a motorcycle was so shocking. And Su Jia, who was driving violently, was also feeling a comfortable amount right now. It had to be said that this car, apart from its face value, was almost a perfect car. The sound was manic and the power was abundant. Even he felt that as long as he was given a big straight line, he was completely capable of drying out the car to 300 within 10 seconds. That's right, it was that sick. However, seeing that the exit of the tunnel was ahead of him, Su Jia immediately began to lower his speed for safety reasons. Boom! A series of downshifting sounds stimulated the nerves of everyone in the tunnel. While Baigu, who was following behind, felt his scalp go numb because of the scene in front of him. He couldn't even help but open his mouth and blurt out. In position right in his perspective, just as Su Jia downshifted, the two huge exhaust pipes of the six-eyed demon god directly erupted with two blue flames. This kind of scene was also something that made him directly kneel down. It turned out that motorcycles could also breathe fire, and those two flames were that gorgeous. As a matter of fact, most of the owners of the sports cars that were now following behind him were also behaving similarly to him. And such a scene was what made everyone present interested in motorcycles. At the same time, they also unconsciously felt admiration for Su Jia. Such a fierce man was indeed too appealing. And it was the kind that killed both men and women. Because of this, after driving out of the tunnel, a group of car owners honestly followed behind Su Jia. On Su Jia's side, after driving out of the tunnel and turning a bay, he saw Taikoo Li not far ahead. It was now the afternoon, the peak of the crowd. So the scene that appeared in front of Su Jia's eyes could be completely described as a sea of people. Of course, the appearance of this convoy of theirs immediately became the center of attention. Good lord, a motorcycle-led supercar convoy is really rare. Harm, this is Taikoo Li, nothing is uncommon. Indeed, if you were to ask the rich second generation in Rongqing about their favorite place to come and blow up the streets, then almost everyone would tell you Taikoo Li. First of all, this place has the largest flow of people, but also the largest gathering place of netizens in the entire city of Rongqing. All kinds of street photography or other purposes of the lady, every day will converge here. In addition to that, there is a Netflix slope in Taikoo Li that is favored by all kinds of sports car owners. Or to put it another way, it's called the rich man slope. Well, it's the place where the rich second generation people pretend to be rich. And according to Baig's positioning, this Pagani's car show was set up in a 5-star hotel above the rich man slope. That is to say, Su Jia and the others need to pretend a big penny as a last resort. It was really a little exciting to think about it. Not long after, Su Jia, who was topping countless gazes, arrived at the entrance of the rich man's slope with the sports car behind him. And the moment he appeared, countless artists holding cameras quickly came up and started to take crazy pictures. But Su Jia did not have the idea of giving people a monkey's eye here at all, and directly turned the gas pedal and drove towards the top of the rich man's slope. Boom sound, let everyone in the square all feel scalp numb. And the fleet of cars following him naturally chose to follow closely behind him. Soon, a line of the convoy stopped directly in front of the hotel. And Su Jia, who had parked his car, noticed that on the first floor of the hotel, there were already two handsome to explode sports cars parked. P.S. Reader's dad give the whole point of flowers and evaluation at these 2 days I feel like I'm getting cold give the whole point of motivation. 55 Oops, it's the feeling of a heartbeat. The bad is the feeling of heartbeat. After parking his car, Su Jia noticed the two sports cars in front of him and couldn't help but be moved by it. And what appeared in front of him were the two Pagani models for sale. The Huayra as well as the Zonda. And from the looks of it, it didn't seem to be any ordinary models. And the two cars in terms of styling, in fact, there is this big difference. Where the Huayra focuses more on body streamlining and the whole car looks artistic. Coupled with Pagani's usual handcrafted style, it makes it look even more glittering. The Zonda, on the other hand, is a completely sharp style and appearance. Exaggerated rear wing, and extremely low body, flashy aerodynamic kit. Let people just look at it, can feel how violent it really is. In the face of this, I'm afraid that anyone who is a car fan can't help but be moved by it. Su Jia, a person who already suffered from a luxury car collection fetish, would certainly not be an exception. There was no way, this was too handsome. Every detail of the car body was able to deeply attract him. At the same time, Su Jia then noticed that at the innermost place, there was also a car that was covered by a black cloth. A mysterious look. His curiosity, too, was completely tickled. However, right at this moment, in his mind, the system's voice appeared all of a sudden. Ding, host detected. Option 1, buy the Huayra or Zonda in front of you. Reward, 50 million yuan in cash and a Hermes belt. Option 2, buy the mystery vehicle. Reward, cash 50 million yuan, 100G gold bar X3. Looking at the system stepping forward at the critical moment, Su Jia was almost laughing out loud. After all, this meant that today he was going to be able to take the first divine vehicle in his life no matter what. And this divine car, or the kind that was worth at least $30 to $40 million. The good thing was that Su Jia was a decisive person. There was nothing to dwell on with this option right now. Immediately, he directly recited in his mind, choose 2. From the scene of the situation can be seen, this look at the car will be for the car that was covered by the black cloth. No matter how you look at it, it's the car at the back that has a bit more rowdy look. Since it's a newly released car, there's really no need to dwell on it at all. After all, the cars displayed in front of them were all old cars that had been released a few years ago. It was also at this time that Baigu brought a man who looked to be around 30 years old right to his side. Brother Su, let me introduce you, this is the president of our Highway 18 club, He Qixing. Hearing this, Su Jia took a break from his excitement and extended his hand, saying, hello, Su Jia. Hello, today's you've given our Rongqing car circle a facelift. When he said this, He Qixing was also showing an excited expression. In fact, this is relatively easy to understand. Rongqing, well, although it is also a first-tier city, but compared with the north, is still far away. And the gap in economic strength also represents the gap in the strength of the car circle. So the car circle in Rongqing, there has been no big movement. But Su Jia's operation, undoubtedly will all the whole field of people's attention, all pulled to Rongqing. As the largest club of the 18th highway, of course it will be the beneficiary of it. The so-called reach-out does not hit the smiling face. Looking at him this attitude, Su Jia feels still good. Immediately, he smiled and said, when the time comes, you are welcome to come and play live. Definitely, I'm encouraging our members to sign up at your place. That feeling's good, ha. I have to say, this He Qixing's social skills are very strong. Between just a few words, the relationship between several people was brought much closer. And very quickly, several people walked shoulder to shoulder towards the first floor of the hotel, the venue that Pagani had prepared. What Su Jia didn't expect was that just after entering the door, an uninvited guest immediately greeted him. The visitor looked several years younger than He Qixing, but with a slightly chubby physique, he walked with a tiger's back. And after coming to the front of a few people, said with a conspiratorial meaning, small your recent business is good? All dare to see Pagani. Business is indeed a little better than you, and your game, but the office is not smooth ah. Speaking at the same time, He Qixing also gave Su Jia a look hint. Su Jia, who received the signal, also instantly understood. What competition had gone badly recently? It was none other than the F4W straight line acceleration race that was backstabbed by himself. It was obvious then that the man in front of him was the boss behind this race. That is, the uncomplicated character that Sun Yuhang spoke of. But after knowing this, he felt a little disappointed. With this kind of shady habits, wasn't he just a rich second-generation ancestor? To be an opponent with such a person, there was really enough disappointment. As for Zhou Jun, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, he was obviously choked by these words. Immediately, some angry and said, match? Toys, it is you, today, but do not want to steal the car with me. Your business is good, but you are still not as rich as me. After saying that, he disdainfully skimmed his mouth and turned around to leave. He Qixing, on the other hand, froze on the spot. For today's auction, he had prepared for a long time, and even sold a beloved Ferrari 821. But now it seems that the plan to buy a Pagani, I'm afraid it's going to fizzle out. 56 money war? Shuga strikes. Alas! He Qixing sighed deeply with a face full of helplessness. After all, he was also clear that Zhou Jun was a true car circle big brother, a super rich second generation who owned countless luxury cars. In terms of economic strength, there would be no comparison at all between him and the other party. Plus, what Pagani is going to auction today is just a car. So it really wasn't generally difficult for him to buy a car. As for Su Jia, who was standing next to him, he still had that faint expression, go in, see the real thing under the hand. That's right, go in first. With the mentality of having come here, He Qixing quickly recovered. Even if you can't buy a car, you can still look at it. In this way, a group of people voluminous toward the venue inside. Into the venue, into the eyes of a polarized situation. Launch event, generally are two sides put seats, leaving an aisle in the center. Most of the people who are there now are sitting behind Jo Jun. There are not many people on the other side. Soo Ja and other people's arrival, in filling the blank of this side at the same time, also let the two sides of the atmosphere is a bit tense. The eyes of each one looking at the other also revealed ferocity. To say that the happiest people right now, I'm afraid it was the official Pagani staff. What did the smell of gunpowder mean? At this juncture of the auction, it meant money. If the fire was 1 point bigger, both sides could potentially shout out $10 million more. In such a situation, they couldn't wait for the two sides to fight directly. On Soo Ja's side, he kept his eyes locked on the car covered by the black cloth on the small stage. This was his goal for today, and he had to take it no matter what. It was also under such an atmosphere that Pagani's first ever car viewing party in Reuniting finally started officially. A woman dressed in professional attire, who looked to be in her 30s, then came to the stage with a microphone. Welcome to Pagani. After a series of introductions, a foreigner with a beard was quickly invited to the stage. He Qixing was also at this time, whispered, "This is the Pagani boss, his name is Pagani. It looks rugged enough." From his point of view, the image of this Pagani boss was seriously inconsistent with the car he built. However, seeing that the old foreigner's hand had already grabbed the black cloth, several people were also immediately fully focused. The answer to the mystery was about to be revealed. With the foreigner's hand pulled upwards, a cool car front with 2 rows of air intake and exaggerated wind blade appeared in the crowd's line of sight. This was the Hurar, the ultimate version of the Huayra. Instantly, the eyes of everyone at the scene became blazing hot. In this, of course, Zuiga was also included. It was well known that both series of Pagani models would have an ultimate version. And the car in front of him, which was black and gray and full of carbon fiber patterns, was the ultimate version of the Huayra. The world is limited to 30 units. To be able to flow into the domestic, I am afraid that this is the one in front of me. As the foreigner completely pulls the black cloth away, Pagani Hurar, also finally fully displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Beautiful, this is simply a work of art. I read on the internet that this car is the king of Pagani horsepower. It's worthy of being hand-built, it's so cool. For a moment, the whole place was a clamor of voices. Many people had even stood up from their seats in order to see it more clearly. And looking at everyone's reaction, the foreigner standing on the stage also smiled happily. For the divine car that he personally participated in building, he had this absolute confidence. No matter where it went, it would be the center of attention. Also with this mindset, he then turned out the microphone and said, "As you can see, this is the car that will be exhibited today, and also the car that will soon begin the auction. From the eyes of all of you, I can see the love for it. Thank you for liking our work." And after sniffing, Soo Ja, hearing the word works, still more agreeable. This Hurar in front of me, indeed called a word work of art. Pure handmade it, in fact, itself represents the top of human craftsmanship. However, this work of art, in addition to being able to pose and play handsome to attract attention, but also in the track as well as on the road to kill. He couldn't help but start his heart beating faster just thinking about it. Buy him, buy him. And after another short introduction, the most important relief finally came. The auction. Among the dozens of people on the scene, there were at least 10 people who possessed the strength to take the car. A money war was already inevitable. Many people had already placed their eyes on the offer board next to their chairs. And Pagani, who was standing on the stage, continued to introduce, "Hurare, the base price of 20 million yuan, each offer shall not increase by less than 1 million, now start." Along with a start, Jo Jun, who was standing on the opposite side of the stage, immediately raised his sign. 30 million. While shouting it out, he also looked around with his eyes, with an unbeatable look. But it had to be said that this look of his really made a few people dismiss the idea of making an offer. The cards that were already in their hands were also directly thrown on the ground by them. It was at this time that He Qixing, who was sitting next to Soo Ja, raised his sign and said, 31 million. $40 million. Jo Jun obviously did not intend to give him this opportunity, directly raised the price by another 10 million. And the shy He Qixing was now beyond desperate. After all, the most he could come up with was $35 million. As for the other people on the scene, they also directly gave up without opening their mouths even once. But just as the scene fell into silence, and Pagani was also planning to start shouting out the number of times, Soo Ja slowly raised the sign in his hand up. $50 million. In an instant, the eyes of everyone in the room were all focused on him alone. Who was he? Why is he so young? Soo Ja? Is he really that rich? 57, this is how he buys cars? Hearing Soo Ja's offer, there was a silence at the car viewing party. No one had expected that this person in front of them, who looked so young that he didn't want to talk, actually had this such strength. Even people like He Qixing and Baigu who were beside him were now looking at him with wide eyes. Although they had speculated about Soo Ja's strength before, they now realized that it was far from enough. $500 million. In life, this was a number that was enough to allow most people to directly realize wealth freedom. Even more than 90% of the listed companies in the country didn't have this much turnover in a year. And this kind of auction, it requires cash to purchase in full. It was true that there were many rich people in the country, but how many of them could directly take out so much cash? At the very least, Jo Jun, who was standing opposite him, was now in a state of confusion. This money, could he take it out? The answer is yes. But before this, he didn't know that there would be such a fierce person present. So in terms of preparation, it was definitely very inadequate. Coupled with the fact that Su Jia was still in a bland demeanor, no one knew exactly what his bottom line was. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, "Brother, have we met before?" As a second generation who was very popular throughout the country, he thought he had a very wide circle of friends. But for this handsome young man in front of him, Jo Jun really had no impression at all. Su Jia. As Su Jia spoke, he gave him a smile. And Jo Jun's face sank at a speed visible to the naked eye after hearing his name. He was Su Jia? He was actually this powerful? A series of thoughts began to turn over in his head. Of course, the most intuitive feeling was regret. If he had known that Su Jia was so fierce, how could he have instructed his subordinates to do something like that? But now, there is no medicine for regret. On the stage, Pagani is now very happy. And after waiting for a moment, he opened his mouth and shouted, 50 million once, 50 million twice. Just when he was about to announce the deal, Jo Jun was finally unable to hold back. Once again opened his mouth and shouted, 55 million. Just in the tone of voice, has not been before that kind of arrogance. And after reporting the price, he immediately took out his cell phone and began to call frantically. Obviously, he was doing his best to raise funds. This situation was also expected by Su Jia. He himself had just arranged a wave of backstabbing for others in the morning. Now with the knowledge of his identity, how could he be willing to be stepped on head first by him? But it didn't matter, he hadn't planned to buy the car through the auction from the start anyway. Rather, it was another way to do it. It was just that the other party was so cooperative, he was happy to play along with him. Immediately, he raised the sign in his hand again, $70 million. Hiss. Instantly, many people in the room sucked in a breath of cool air. The car in front of me is a good car, is not false, but now $70 million has far exceeded the price of the car itself. He Qixing, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but say, "Brother, don't go to the head. It's not worth it. Don't worry, I have my own plans." Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, saying that everything is under control. Then, turned his head to look at Jo Jun and said, "This is the ability? You." Hearing such an exaggerated and outrageous offer, Jo Jun was trembling with anger. But thinking that he would soon have a large sum of money in his account, he also raised his sign again. $80 million. $90 million. Until this moment, the people present were getting more and more excited. The behavior of the two people quoting each other's prices was simply like a fight between gods and goddesses, or the kind that wouldn't end until they were dead. Only when the offer came to $90 million, Jo Jun's heart hesitated once again. There was no way, this was too much over the budget. But looking at the eyes of the people next to him in anticipation, and Su Jia's kind of smile with a mocking nature. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and at that moment, regardless of anything else, he directly stood up and said, 100 million. Hearing this, Pagani, who was standing on the stage, was directly laughing out loud. I knew that people are rich, but I did not expect to be rich to this extent. A car with a market value of just over $30 million could actually be auctioned off for more than $100 million. It was really great. On the other hand, on Su Jia's side, he revealed a smile of triumphant intrigue and directly chose to sit back in his seat. In the face of this situation, Jo Jun is directly dumbfounded. You do not shout up? No more shouting. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, with an expression of you won. But on Jo Jun's side, watching himself win, his heart is not happy at all. $100 million to buy a car. Even if he was a rich second generation, he still had to pay a considerable price. At least just now, in order to raise money, he had promised a lot of things to others. It is also at this time, see the Pagani that Su Jia gave up, then directly opened his mouth and said, "Congratulations to Mr. Zhou to obtain the reservation qualification of Pagani. Here are the transaction price of 100 million. We will start as soon as possible, strive for 2 months or less, let you get the car." The words fell, the whole room is a thunderous applause. At least this money-smashing battle, the crowd was still enjoying watching it. Jo Jun's mood was also a lot happier because of this. At least 2 months later, he would get the first and I'm afraid the only hero in the country. With such a unique nature in place, it would not be a loss of money. However, such a good mood did not last long. Just when he was happy to go up to the stage to sign the car order agreement, accept the applause of the crowd, Su Jia's figure quietly appeared on the stage. And soon, came to the Hurar show car in front. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Jia slowly raised his foot and kicked the rearview mirror of the car. With a snap, the carbon fiber mirror fell to the ground. Then, Su Jia turned his head to look at the Pagani, smiled and said, "Oops, accidentally damaged, but it does not matter, this car I bought, swipe card." Almost instantly, everyone present was numb. He was buying a car like this? It turns out that from the beginning, he did not intend to use the auction to buy a car. 58 Yes, I just did it on purpose. That's right, it's true that Sulga didn't intend to use the auction route to buy a car. Because that wasn't cost effective at all. And the reason why he stepped forward to make an offer was simply to disgust Jo Jun. Since the other party had offended himself, these tens of millions of dollars, just as a little interest he collected. As for whether his way of buying a car like this would work, don't doubt it. It will work. There are two ways to buy a limited edition sports car. One is that you are very powerful, or very rich, with money to smash out a purchase qualification. For example, Jo Jun now. The other way is that you just mess up the car, then they will definitely sell it to you. Otherwise it will definitely be smashed in the hands of the manufacturer itself. Whether it's a small manufacturer like Pagani or a big manufacturer like Ferrari, surely they are not willing to bear this kind of loss. This approach, by the way, also applies in Force stores as well. In a hurry to pick up your new car? Don't want to wait quite a long time for the car to arrive? This is the right way to do it. Looking at Pagani and Jo Jun various confused look, Soo Jia is still steady as an old dog. Don't just stand there, swipe your credit card, then ask someone to change my rearview mirror, then do the paperwork and so on. I want to drive away today. Good. Almost on reflex, Pagani agreed with him. But standing next to the Jo Jun is immediately unhappy. How can you do this? Obviously I ordered the car first. There is no way, if you really let Soo Jia so buy the car. His loss can be big. According to his previous idea, although he spent $100 million to buy a car. But at least there is a national uniqueness. Rare things are expensive, this car will certainly have a premium, plus bring him many benefits, certainly will not lose money. But once you let Soo Jia drive this car away, then he this 100 million, equal to directly have tens of millions of dollars in the water. As for returning the car now? It's already too late. The booking agreement has been signed, not to mention the 50 million reservation deposit has also been transferred. If you return the car now, the $50 million will directly disappear and nothing will come back. On Pagani's side, it's equally difficult. But the so-called dead Taoist friends do not die poor. Now he also had to helplessly shrugged, Joe, Mr. Su to mess up the car and is willing to bear the loss, is no problem. After saying this, he walked straight towards Soo Jia. Mr. Su, thank you for being an honored Pagani owner, we are friends from now on. Holding the other party's outstretched hand, Soo Jia smiled happily. With these words, today's plan to buy a car was considered a successful landing. As for the price he bought the car for? $34 million. Of course, this price is not counting the purchase tax. If all of them were added together, the cash Soo Jia would have to pay would be around $40 million. But it was worth it. It's even possible that the car he bought will help him make money. For example, the gimmick of being the first car in the country would make the value of the car go up by $20 million, right? There is also this car follow-up to bring him a variety of follow-up value, is also quite considerable. It is said that one more friend is one more road. If he had this car, it meant that he would definitely not lack friends in the future. Of course, the most important thing is that 1,000 gold can't buy his pleasure. He really likes the car, this money to spend up is not at all heartache. But some people are happy and some people are sad. Now Jo Jun, his face is as embarrassing as a death in the family. And soon came to his side, gritted his teeth and said, he is deliberately? Yes, it is on purpose. Soo Jia nodded his head with a frank face. Hearing this, He Qixing and the others beside him were directly laughing out loud. The so-called killing people to kill their hearts is actually nothing more than that. On Jo Jun's side, he also clenched his fists, itching to hammer his fist on his handsome face. It was only after a struggle in his heart that he still didn't dare. In the end, the current Soo Jia was just too mysterious. But the only thing that was certain was that he was definitely not a simple character. After all, the person who can afford to buy a Pagani, say he is not a super rich second generation, who believes. Because of this, Jo Jun did not dare to do anything radical. In case a person who can't afford to be offended is offended to death, then the fun can be big. Between the face constantly changing, he also had to put a vicious word, we'll see. After saying that, he led a group of people toward the hotel outside. Well, that back, look very suffocating. And He Qixing standing next to him, now also cannot help but give a thumbs up, awesome. Soo Jia this series of operation, he is not even dare to think. At the same time the heart is also full of regret, how they did not think of such an operation. Otherwise in front of this furor is not his? General then. Compared to let Jo Jun loss of tens of millions of dollars, he is happy to get the car. While standing next to Bai Gu, is a face of excitement, said, Soo Jia brother, you come to our club to play, I swear I will give you licked comfortably. Right now, he was worshipping Soo Jia to the point of no return. There is no psychological pressure at all to shout out this brother Jia. Clubs are fine, but I don't pay dues for AO. Soo Jia responded with a smile. I promise to give you a permanent dues waiver and directly become the honorary president of our 18th supercar club. That doesn't sound too bad. In reality, what kind of club president or anything like that, Soo-ja didn't care at all. His thoughts were also very simple. Although these people in front of him were rich, they were not bossy. Interacting with them wasn't as tiring as the others, so it was still good to play together. What's more, with the medium of a car in place, making friends was actually going to be a bit simpler. 59 Pagani Beast, officially out of the cage. And hearing him agree to it, Chi-Shing and the others laughed out happily. Other than that, just the addition of a Huror would allow the club to rise more than one notch again. After all, in the whole country, the number of Pagani's holdings could be counted on one hand. Compared to the legendary 3 Great God car, this car's card is also obviously more sufficient. What's more, this one or two in front of me is the first Pagani in the entire city of Roncheng and even the entire province. Well, should also be the most expensive car. For a while, the atmosphere of the scene also became more cheerful. Of course, what everyone was most looking forward to was the car pickup ceremony later. Right now, Pagani's staff were making intense arrangements for the scene. There are also some engineers that Pagani brought to the country, also squatting in front of his car, quickly replacing the rearview mirror for him. This, in fact, was also expected by Soo-ja. After all, so important to see the car, will Pagani and how can not do two-handed preparation? At the very least, some kits and accessories must be brought together. The whole process also used about half an hour. A brand new Pagani Huror appeared in front of Soo-ja's eyes. Under the illumination of the hotel's lights, the car also shone even brighter. Just by looking at it, it made one's eyes unconsciously fall into it. At the same time, at the front and back of the car, a temporary license plate had already been placed as well. This also represents that as long as Soo-ja is willing, he can always drive this car in front of him to the road above to spread joy. And the foreigner Pagani is at this time came over and said, "Soo, we temporarily prepared for you to hand over the car ceremony, please." After saying this, he made the gesture of please. He was certainly shocked at what Soo-ja had gotten up to. But you want to say dissatisfaction? There really wasn't any at all. After all, without Soo-ja's appearance, they definitely didn't have such a big harvest today either. Not to mention selling 2 cars, one of them was sold at a price of $100 million. As long as this is publicized, the Pagani brand will follow the rise of the boat. And even if he made out of the car again works of art, after all cannot escape the point that he is a businessman. Soo-ja did not in the eyes of the crowd, once again came to the front of the stage. And along with him standing on the stage, a series of salutes began to explode with a bang. For a moment, the entire first floor of the hotel, a golden rain fell. Soo-ja, who had received this kind of treatment for the first time, was also satisfied. The first divine car in his life, and it did withstand such a sense of ceremony. It was just that to the onlookers, the situation over here was a bit scary. After all, their location was a 5-star hotel, and there were still very many pedestrians coming and going. For example, one of the tourists looked like a person, pulled a waiter and asked, "They are micro-businessmen? Make such a big commotion. Micro-business? This is a car ceremony. Hundreds of millions of sports cars ever seen?" While speaking, the waitress was also looking at Soo-ja on the stage with a face of worship. So handsome, how can he be so handsome? The tourists who heard this also felt their legs a little weak. Really taking money for nothing? This kind of situation was also staged countless times inside and outside the hotel. The women, they all sighed at the fact that Soo-ja was actually so handsome and still so much gold. Men, on the other hand, are envious inside. But there's no way, there are some things that are not available at birth, so there's a high probability that they won't be available in the future either. Even not only the passers-by, but even a kind of supercar owners, they were all invigorated by the current scene. This moment of Gaga is just too handsome. This thing is a wrench, I feel like bending. Indeed, Soo-ja, who is now standing on the stage, has simply interpreted the word male god to the fullest. And he's not just handsome. The kind of confidence in his body, as well as that kind of bland smile, all make people unconsciously adore him. And on Soo-ja's side, of course, his heart was also very happy. And just under his gaze, the foreigner, Pagani, took a small box and walked over. Seeing this scene, Soo-ja was also relieved. Imagine a 4-inch strong man with a full beard and 5 big and thick. The scene of holding a bouquet of flowers towards you, I'm afraid that you will get goosebumps straight away. Soo, this is a gift prepared by Pagani for you. I hope that in the future we still have more cooperation possibilities. With those words, he handed over the black box in his hand. And through the transparent glass on the box, Soo-ja quickly found that inside is a Huror small model. Even this model, also completely have carbon fiber build. In fact, this is Pagani's tradition. In the future, when the big guys pick up the car, also have this treatment, ahem. Thank you, and please feel free to contact me when you have a new car in the future. Soo-ja frankly accepted the small box, then said with a smile. In his opinion, he must be a crazy luxury car collector in the future. Out of one to buy one, for the future him, the pressure was actually not big at all. And along with the two people talking, the entire car lifting ceremony finally came to a successful conclusion. Su Jia also slowly came to the side of the car, slowly pull open the Hurar butterfly door. Into the eyes, is full of metal texture and artistic flavor of the gorgeous interior. TSK, handsome ah. With an excited mood, he then quickly bent down and sat in the car. And very quickly, he pressed his finger on the car's start button. Boom! The V12 naturally aspirated engine erupted with a superb sound wave, making the entire first floor hall of the hotel blaze with heat. Su Jia's Pagani beast, officially out of the cage. 60 Her boyfriend is an absolute slugger. Reuniting, Taikuli. Time quickly came to evening, the sky gradually darkened. But as the most crowded and busiest business district in Reuniting, Taikuli at night was like a city that never sleeps. The bright lights also attracted countless citizens and tourists. In the square, there were also no less than 1,000 people doing their own things. However, such a harmonious atmosphere was completely disrupted by an engine roar coming from the rich man's slope. The sound of the roar resounded in the ears of the crowd. It made countless people unconsciously look towards the broken top. It should be the motorcycle that went up before, the sound is really loud. I don't feel like it, it should be the sound of a sports car. Along with the sound of the engine, people also started to guess. After all, the people who came here are actually quite looking forward to seeing all kinds of luxury cars. Even some of the artists with DSLR cameras, in addition to shooting girls, the greatest pleasure is to shoot a variety of luxury cars. Between everyone's different opinions, the sound was getting closer and closer. Soon, at the corner of the rich man's slope, a dazzling and incomparable front face of a car appeared. The two headlights on the front also seemed to be two pairs of bright eyes, so people couldn't help but give it a sideways glance. What kind of car is this? Never seen it before. The car body and pull flowers make it like a race car. Because of the night, coupled with the headlights are really a little bit shaky, the crowd is not too clear to see. And what everyone did not expect is, in the car behind, followed by a large series of simply cannot see the edge of the sports car fleet. This is the charm of the Netflix slope? Is this the charm of the Netflix slope? Good lord, the rich kids are out in groups. Just as they were expressing their opinions, the car that was at the head of the group finally appeared in full in the sight of the passers-by. How can this be so handsome? Indeed, looking at the car in front of us, many passers-by could not help but hold their heads in their hands. Low-slung body, large tail. There is also the body of the exaggerated variety of wind blade and the whole body visible carbon fiber, all deeply stimulate people's eyeballs. Inevitably, just drove down the slope of the Shuga caused a crowd of spectators. All kinds of cell phone and camera flashes began to flash non-stop. And sitting in the car, he hadn't really expected this kind of scene. However, he was surrounded and couldn't move. Su Jia immediately decided to use a special way to kill his way out of the crowd. Said to do it. Only to see that he directly put the car into neutral and then stepped on the gas all kinds of foot. Boom! The four exhaust pipes at the back of the car body erupted with a sound wave like an explosion, instantly startling many people. But strangely enough, the people who were startled were not angry at all. Because this scene is really too exciting. Of course, it was also because of this unconscious backing up action that gave Su Jia a chance to get out. So he also looked at the right time and drove directly towards the road. And the moment he got on the road, he pulled a crazy high revving sound wave and drove towards the front. Looking at Hurar far-away figure, passers-by are also feeling uplifted. What kind of car is this? Can I buy it if my house is demolished? Pagani Hurar, the newly released god car, the price at least 40 million, do you think you can buy it? This. After all, there are a lot of people who know about cars still exist. Just after knowing the price, everyone also dispelled the idea of buying it. Not to mention, even if the boss is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, cannot afford to buy this place should And gradually far away Su Jia is quickly stopped at another corner. The new car experience was perfect, causing Su Jia's mood to explode. In such a situation, he definitely wanted to share it with others as well. Then the best person to share it with was of course his girlfriend Yan Xingyue. A call was made, and it was quickly made. The phone was quickly answered, and Su Jia said with a smile, "Dahua, where is it? Come out and take you flying." "Stinky treasure, I'm having dinner with my girlfriends, on speakerphone." In the tone of voice, is also full of shyness. "Jiaru?" "Yes, there is a girlfriend who just came back from abroad and her boyfriend." Said here, Yan Xingyue deliberately lowered her voice and continued, "You want to come? I miss you." However, only just after saying this, Jiaru's voice came from the side, come quick, that one in your family can't help it anymore." For a moment, the two sisters were soon in a tizzy over the phone. On Su Jia's side, he didn't feel any pressure. It was just the girlfriend's BFF, it wasn't really that hard to face. Who made him handsome? Thinking of this, he then directly smiled and said, "Send me the location, I'll go find you now." After saying that, he also hung up the phone. Also didn't wait long, a hot pot restaurant positioning named De Long Yen appeared on his cell phone. At that moment, he also didn't have any hesitation and started the car again, driving towards his destination. Boom! The Pagani pulled a crazy high revving sound wave, completely blowing through the streets of the entire Rome city. 10 minutes later, inside the Grand Dragonitis hot pot restaurant, 3 women and 1 man were sitting in a private room. One of them, a woman with big waves and very westernized makeup, said in an unbelievable tone, "You're in an online relationship and you're looking for aughts?" Right. Yan Xingyue nodded her head affirmatively with a proud face. And Jiaru, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help but say, "Don't look at his young age, but he's an absolute fierce man." 61. That's so necessary. Fierce man? Have you ever tried it? You go away, go abroad, do not learn something good, mouth is to learn the flowers. Jiaru rolled his eyes, a serious face continued, in short, is fierce not. Just simply do not know who Su Jia is, a big wave woman, obviously do not believe this statement. After all, in her impression, wasn't the post-aughts just a bunch of ghost-fire teenagers or brats who crazily shouted CPDD on the game? As for fierce men? It was true that young people might be more fierce, right? And the man sitting next to her, wearing a Dior leisure suit, said at this very time, Yen Beauty's taste is still special, ha. Special? Can I interpret this as you being sarcastic? Yen Xingyu frowned. Next to her, Jiaru was obviously also a bit upset by these words and stared at the man in the suit with glaring eyes. It had to be said that the best thing some people could do was to talk the sky right to death. The original atmosphere that was still quite cheerful had also turned sour to because of these words. Seeing this situation, the man also had 2 big heads. In addition, next to his girlfriend, who was also meeting him for the first time, he had no choice but to wave his hand and say, "Don't worry about it, I'm saying it in a positive way." But in his heart, he really is the so-called 00 fierce man disdain. But just at this time, a knock came from the door of the box. Then, a handsome face appeared in front of the eyes of several people. Seeing this scene, Li Qi, who had big waves, couldn't help but marvel in her heart, so handsome. This can't be Star Moon's boyfriend, right? If it was, it wouldn't be strange. This is such a small fresh meat handsome then, if the change is their own, even if the dumping family also have to talk to him off. On Yen Xingyu's side, she quickly got up from her seat and came to his side. "You're so fast." In her eyes, she was also now carrying a full of happiness. It had to be said, but wherever Su Jia appeared, her mood always couldn't help but leap for it. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still people present, I'm afraid that she would have jumped into his arms by now. And Su Jia was a bit helpless as he listened to her tiger and wolf words. Besides, "I'll whack you soon." In between words, he also sat down next to Yen Xingyu. The 2 people's hands now also fell tightly together. And after some introductions, Su Jia did quickly know the names of the 2 people on the opposite side. One of the big wavy women was called Li Qi, her best friend whom she hadn't seen for a few years, and had just returned from Europe now. By the way, she was also a female doctor who had returned from her studies. The man in the Dior suit was Li Qi's exotic love interest, Ling Jidong. Similar to Su Jia's situation a few days ago is that this pair only met for the first time today. Well, that is to say, cross-country running now. Understanding this, Su Jia is also to give them praise, said, "That you can be much better than us ah." Admittedly, long-distance relationship is already very difficult in these days. Not to mention that Li Qi and her 2 are still in a long-distance relationship. Indeed, the 2 of us are relatively mature, so we are more able to persevere. After Lang Jidong finished speaking, he pretended to be affectionate and turned his head to look at Li Qi. It was just that Su Jia, who heard this, was really a bit surprised. Because this meal, it seemed that it was not as friendly as imagined. The meaning of his words was also very obvious, meaning that they were all more mature than Su Jia. Even Li Qi, who had heard the meaning of his words, frowned, but considering that they had just met, she still didn't say anything. On Lang Jidong's side, he obviously didn't notice the subtle atmosphere at the dinner table. Instead, he revealed a smug expression. The current him was also all the more glad that he had come to this party. Although this Li Qi's looks were only moderately good, her 2 girlfriends were both real beauties. Especially Yen Xingyue, with that fairy-like aura on her body, it was even more so that he couldn't help but give her a sideways glance. In such a situation, of course he had to put on a good show. As for that little handsome boyfriend after 00, Lang Jidong was not at all concerned. Also with this thought, he quickly took out a small box from his clothes pocket and handed it to Li Qi, saying, "This is a gift for you, I almost forgot just now." Just that although this was said to Li Qi, but his realization, but always intentionally or unintentionally towards the opposite side of the 2 women to aim. Su Jia, who was sitting directly opposite, of course also noticed this. And looking at the bottom of the hot pot that was rolling in front of him, he hesitated to pour it all over him. However, just as he was seriously thinking about it, Li Qi's side suddenly came out with a gasp of surprise. "It's a ruby ring?" A few people sniffed and looked, and noticed that in her hand, she was holding a ring that seemed to be emitting light. A large ruby, the following is full of small broken diamonds. Seeing this, Jiaru opened her mouth and said, "This big? The price must not be tens of millions?" "Right, how much money did you spend? Didn't you say that all the money was reserved for us to start a business together?" Now Li Qi, the heart is really panicked. If tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of things, she can accept it openly. But this tens of millions of things, really too outrageous point. On Lang Jidong's side, he waved his hand without a care in the world. How much did I forget? Anyway, it's just a small gift. This is still quite a bold thing to say. A ring of tens of millions of dollars can be said to be a small gift. However, this ratio has not yet been installed successfully. Jaru once again opened his mouth and said, "Now is not a lot of treasure appraisal live? Go and appraise it so that we can see it for a long time." Hearing this, Lang Jidong's original expression filled with self-satisfaction instantly froze. This is not necessary, right? Seeing this reaction of his, Su Jia also almost laughed out loud. And quickly picked up the conversation and said, "That would be too necessary. 62 large social death scene. At the very least, you have to let Li Qi have a bottom in his heart." In fact, from his instant expression, Su Jia kind of saw the clues. That is this ring, there must be a problem. Since this bastard had just been shading himself, it was no wonder that he was fanning the flames. Anyway, the one who had just been there had almost lifted the dinner table. And Li Qi, after hearing his words, nodded her head in deep thought. "Don't think too much, I just want to have a bottom. If it's too expensive, I really can't take it." The current her, obviously didn't think much about it at all. After all, according to Lang Jidong, it was his family's condition that was quite good. To be able to come up with such a ring of several $100 million was still considered reasonable. This time when she returned to China, it was also her intention to have her come up with the technology to start a business together with this exotic boyfriend. As for Yan Xingyue and Jiaru, they were also nodding their heads frantically one by one. Truly, they had been looking at this pretentious man for a long time. The two of them wanted to see if he really had the capital to pretend this comparison in front of Su Jia. But to say that the one who was the most desperate was Ling Jidong. In this instant, he felt like he had experienced an ordeal that he had never experienced in his entire life. At the same time, he also regretted that he had just taken the ring out. If this had been taken out at night when he arrived at the hotel, where would there have been so many things? But looking at the expectant looks of the several people beside him, Lang Jidong could only say with a hard head, "Try it then, but you guys don't think I'm showing off my wealth, huh?" Now he, too, can only hope that this so-called live broadcast treasure appreciation is not reliable. If really be firm point problem out, then today is afraid is very difficult to end. Don't worry, 10 million things only, we all more than feel you show off your wealth. Jiaru while finding out the cell phone, while opening his mouth to say. Indeed, for Sujia 3 people, $10 million of things can be considered showing off wealth? The car he parked downstairs at the hot pot restaurant would be more than that. $10 million only? Lang Jidong looked at them with a look of complete disbelief. Just regardless of whether he believed it or not, Jiaru still quickly handed over her cell phone. And the interface of reality on the phone was none other than the recently quite hot day-to-day treasure appraisal. To what extent was it hot? Even Su Jia, a person who didn't brush short videos much, had seen quite a lot of content. And this kind of content is still quite interesting. If you want to appraise gemstones, just look for that Mr. Zhang. Seeing this, Lang Jidong's face also became increasingly ugly. Because of the videos of this group of appraisers, he hadn't swiped a lot. Although they couldn't guarantee 100% accuracy, they were all at least a little something. At that moment, he also wiped a handful of false sweat on the top of his head and said with a bit of hesitation, "Is this really going to be appraised?" Of course. This Li Qi is also a ruthless person. Directly point into the Purple Sun's live room, applied for the mic. Because now is not what the prime time, so even the wheat is very quickly be connected. Bao Yu hello, ready to identify what? Li Qi did not hesitate at all, directly placed the ring under the camera. Teacher help identify the ring, I want to know its value. Seeing the scene, Ling Jidong was so weak that he did not dare to open his eyes at all. At the same time in his heart, he couldn't help but pray, can't see. And within teacher Zhang's live broadcast room, there also existed no less than 20,000 viewers who were watching. The appearance of this large ruby ring also made the live broadcast room directly explode. Such a large ruby, so beautiful. Is there another rich woman coming to show off her wealth? Sister, I don't want to work hard anymore. Words such as these began to scroll above the pop-ups. However, on Zhang's side, looking at the ring on the video, he couldn't help but frown. It wasn't because of being shocked by the gemstone, but the fact that this thing was fake at a glance. Even the platinum underneath that did the towing was fake. At that moment, he was curious and asked, "Sister, how did you get this thing?" "Boyfriend sent. Li Qi has a say." Hearing this, Lang Jidong's heart was instantly relieved. The fluke instantly occupied the brain high ground. After all, they had started to ask about the provenance, so there was a high probability that it would be authenticated as true. Thinking of this, he was getting more and more excited. Today this then, to pretend big ah. Just such thoughts have not yet landed, appraiser Zhang's next sentence, but directly let his heart sink to the bottom. Only to see the video of Zhang shaking his head regretfully, "Sister, looking for a boyfriend or be a little more cautious. This means fake?" Hearing this, she couldn't believe it. After all, in the past year, she thought she still knew Ling Jidong as a person very well. Now sending a ring, even if it wasn't worth that much, it wouldn't be fake. However, on Ziyang's side, he nodded with abnormal certainty that it was a fake. If this was real, it would be worth $10 million. The boyfriend would have to be a super rich second generation to be able to do this, right? This word out, Li Qi's the whole person are frozen on the spot. The hands of the phone is also a little unsteady. Her head was instantly messed up. Then, he turned his head to look at Ling Jidong blankly, as if he wanted to see through him. And Ling Jidong, who had experienced great ups and downs, was now also directly paralyzed in his chair, unable to say a word. Awkward, too awkward. Especially in front of two beautiful women, and a post-00 boy. This person of his today was considered to have lost a great deal. The current dinner table had just turned into a large social death scene. Just in the Treasure Appreciation live broadcasting room, Ziyang looked at a wrist that appeared in the video and couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. Sister, that one across the street is your BFF, right? The bracelet on her hand, can you show me? 63, I'll give you 3 counts of time. Ziyang in the video stared tightly at the bracelet that unexpectedly appeared in the picture. There was only one thought left in his heart: beautiful. It was too beautiful. She had never seen such a beautiful bracelet before in her past career. So unconsciously, she uttered these words in a pleading tone. And the audience in the live broadcast room, of course, noticed her performance. Instantly, the curiosity of the tens of thousands of viewers was directly pulled full. Looking at Ms. Ziyang's performance, did this bracelet have any outstanding features? It doesn't feel like it, it's exactly the same as the one at my house. I feel like the hand with the bracelet is beautiful, the young lady must be very pretty. Words such as these began to scroll wildly on the pop-up screen. Besides, at the dinner table, Li Qi, who realized that she was cheated, was still able to control her emotions well. After all, there were tens of thousands of viewers watching in the Treasure Appreciation live broadcast room. She did not have the habit of showing her personal feelings to so many people. Of course, Li Qi's eyes looking at Ling Jidong had also revealed a full of disappointment. However, after hearing Mr. Ziyang's words, Yan Xingyue naturally became the center of attention in the room. Looking at the incredibly beautiful bracelet on her wrist, everyone had also become curious. Jia Ru even slapped her head and said, "When did you buy a bracelet? You didn't even tell me." "This one is a gift from Su Jia." Hearing this, the other two women also developed a heavy curiosity. In the end, for what reason, can let the treasure connoisseur teacher take a look and become this appearance? It was just that Ling Jidong, who was sitting next to him and had already died socially, looked at Su Jia with eyes that directly changed. In his opinion, this is a handsome-looking ox. In terms of economic strength, he was afraid that he was not as strong as himself. So in a split second, he took Su Jia as a fellow traveler. And with the idea of pulling him down, he said with a gloomy face, "Yo, you also send your girlfriend something, do you want to appraise it to see? Appraisal it, but you cannot think that I am showing off my wealth." When he spoke, Su Jia was also wearing a mysterious smile. This Ling Jidong is really a thief. But it's a pity that he had the wrong idea. And Yan Xingyue, who heard this, was also dry, and directly took off the bracelet and handed it to Li Qi's face. But it was such a close look. Even Li Qi, who didn't know much about jade before, felt that this bracelet was just too beautiful. This thing was simply the best weapon to capture a woman. Soon, the violet bracelet appeared in the live screen of the Treasure Appreciation. Beautiful, too perfect. Mr. Ziyang's first words directly caused Ling Jidong's heart to sink to the bottom once again. The idea of trying to pull Su Jia down was even more instantly gone. Li Qi, on the other hand, said truthfully, "This was given to him by my best friend's boyfriend, is it true?" With the experience she just had, she was also a little uptight about the matter of truth and falsehood. After all, that ruby ring, with the naked eye, also looks very beautiful. A gift from your boyfriend? Your BFF's boyfriend is much more reliable than that boyfriend of yours. Ziyang smiled and continued, "This is a nearly perfect violet bracelet, and it's the first time I've seen it in my career." When these words came out, Li Qi's mind exploded. Especially the words in front of it made her feel groundless. Girls, even if it wasn't out of intention, there would be a little bit of comparison at one time or another. Now this situation also let her mood directly fall to the bottom. And in the live broadcast room, the viewers who saw Violet's son say this for the first time were naturally curious. Violet? It was that legendary bracelet that cost $10 million? Good lord, 2 $10 million items appearing at once, but unfortunately one of them was fake. Does that mean that this girl's boyfriend is a super rich second generation? Looking at the words on the pop-up screen, Ziyang also said with the mind of science, "It's right that this bracelet is over $10 million. And if on the auction, sell 20-30 million, price is normal. This sister hand, but wearing a suite of rooms in the center of Magic City, ah." Hearing this, the rapidly scrolling pop-up screen in the live broadcast room were all lulled. Numb, all numb. Who would have thought that this beautiful looking bracelet in front of her could actually be worth $20 to $30 million? Just such a thing, yet it was casually worn on the wrist. Think about it, if this thing is theirs, I'm afraid it would have been put in the safe to collect it. And to say that the ones who felt the most shocked were Li Qi, who was holding the bracelet, and Jiaoru, who was listening to one. At this moment, Li Qi felt that the bracelet in her hand was extraordinarily heavy. This thing can be worth $20 million? In fact, the owner of the bracelet, Yan Xingyue, didn't even think that this thing was actually worth so much. And quickly turned her head to look at Su Jia and said, spending money recklessly, I'm wearing such an expensive thing, what if it breaks? Of course, in her heart, she was still very happy. Not because of the value of this thing, but the meaning. In the relatively traditional girl's heart, the boyfriend sent the emerald bracelet can be more meaningful than that kind of diamond ring. Not to mention that her violet bracelet was so beautiful. Even her 10-billionaire father, in the past 2 days, have more than once praised her bracelet looks good. Hearing this, Su Jia was indifferent and shrugged, if it breaks, I'll send you a new one. With the system in place, there was definitely no shortage of such things. So now he is a bland face. Just what he did not expect is that this simple sentence, but through the radio of the cell phone, it was transmitted into the Treasure Appreciation live room. For a moment, countless viewers' minds exploded. $20 million, broken just broken? This is rich to what extent? Wasteful ah. You guys, who don't treasure this, might as well give me the violet bracelet. I just want to ask, where can I find such a posh boyfriend? To be honest, these guys have been watching Violet Sun for a long time. They've seen some pretty powerful ones before. But those are far less shocking than Su Jia. $20 to $30 million of violet bracelets, he actually is a kind of indifferent attitude. Xiang of course also feel hit, immediately said directly, sister, go back to hurry with the boyfriend to ask it, my side will break ha. There is no way, and then continue to listen, afraid that she cannot help but go home and hit her husband. Soon, as Jiaoru took back the cell phone to exit the live broadcast room, the box once again fell into silence. However, this kind of quiet was more like the quiet before a storm. The realization of several people was also focused on Leng Jidong. Regardless of whether it was an intentional deception or an unintentional deception, of course, an explanation had to be given. Li Qi was silent for a moment, looking at the man who was sitting next to him looking rather naive, his eyes were also directly red. Aren't you going to explain something? This still need to explain? The current Leng Jidong, just as if there was no such arrogance just now. Instead, it is a tired, destroyed expression. Well, to put it plainly, it is a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. I can't help it. If you tell a lie, you have to use 10,000 lies to fulfill it. But looking at his girlfriend's best friend and his boyfriend, are so powerful role. How else can he lie? His own little means, lie to the little girl is okay. But in front of the real insight, experience, with the white paper has no difference. One poke and it will be broken. Looking at his attitude, Li Qi also understood what he meant. Immediately asked with red eyes, in that case, all your previous words, are lying to me? Yes, are lying to you, I am an ordinary wage earner, not what rich second generation. Speaking of this, Leng Jidong is thinking about it. Anyway, as long as you walk out of this door, you won't know anyone in the future. You really are an asshole. Accompanied by the fall of the words, Li Qi was the one who directly swung up his palm and directly and heavily smacked him on the face. Slap. You feel your conscience, I asked you to be a rich second generation? Looking at him actually without a trace of guilt, Li Qi's emotions were also instantly amplified. Do you know what I have paid for you? The invitations from the world's top 500 companies were all thrown into the trash can by me, and I chose to go back to China to start a business with you, and what happened? Hearing this, Su Jia and others are also people are stupid. Never thought that this Li Qi is actually such a love brain of a person. But knowing now, Leng Jidong still did not show a little bit of guilt. On the contrary, a little impatient said, finished it, I can go now? To say that it is a heart of stone is no more than that. Faced with this situation, Su Jia understood. Evil people still need evil people to grind. This person is obviously a recidivist, tired of cheating little girls at home, and wants to taste the flavor of the sea. Even when it came to cheating, he was reckless. Talking about conscience with such a person would be a bit too cheap for him. Thinking of this, he didn't intend to look on. Directly picking up a soup spoon, he served an entire plate of piping hot red oil in a bowl. Then, it turned his head and smiled and said, want to leave right, dry this up. You. Leng Jidong, who was depressed beyond measure, his eyes were instantly erected. He is how did not expect this 00 after the rich second generation actually will be so ruthless. This is hot red oil, all drink down, he can still be good? While Su Jia still has that calm expression, I am not talking about this bowl, but this pot. I'm not talking about this bowl, but this pot. If you don't drink it, the consequences will be very serious. Looking at the smile on his face that showed a danger signal, Leng Jidong then remembered that this was not some ordinary odds. Rather, it was a rich second generation who didn't take $20 million seriously. Such a person wants to target him as an office worker, is not it easy? The emotion of fear also instantly enveloped his heart. Can I just drink one bowl? I will give you 3 more counts of time. If you don't drink it, I will pour it all on your head. Don't doubt what I said. Su Jia's face turned cold and he just stared straight at him. 3, 2, I'll drink. Before even saying this one, Lang Jidong instantly wimped out. There was no way. Su Jia's current aura was simply too powerful, leaving him without any thoughts of resistance at all. Immediately, he directly picked up the plate in front of him and brought it directly to his mouth. The piping hot red oil entered his throat, causing his entire body to be unable to help but start trembling. Ah! Also, almost instantly, the sounds he made due to the pain became hoarse. However, Su Jia and the others had no intention of being soft at all. After all, compared to the damage he had brought to a love brain girl, what could this little thing be considered? Until 10 minutes later, the entire pot that had tumbled inside was all consumed in one go. Covering his throat, Lang Jidong, who felt his internal organs burning, stumbled towards the outside. Soon, only Su Jia and Yan Xingyu's trio of girlfriends remained in the room. After Li Qi felt a lot of pain in her heart, she opened her mouth and said, "Thank you. Today, I've made you all look at me funny, but it's good to come back and meet you all. Tomorrow, I'm going to go back to Europe." Obviously, this sad place of Ronqing, she didn't want to stay for a minute. Of course, in addition to sadness, there is also celebration. I'm glad that I called my girlfriends out today. If you really run to the present, it is not certain to be cheated. To what extent it? However, just after her words fell, the system in Su Jia's mind appeared again. Option 1. 64 I beg you, please take my parking space as well. Option 1. Invest in Li Qi's business. Reward, Apulia RSV4RF, 10 million yuan in cash. Option 2. Release her back to Europe to work for the Fortune 500. Reward, 15 million yuan in cash. Seeing the system come out, Su Jia was almost laughing out loud. The last time the system appeared with an option about investment, it was still Kwang Youngwon's mosquito repellent app. It had to be said that it was a very sick black technology. The kind that would quickly set off a wildstorm as soon as it was put on the market. And the current trigger just proves that this Li Qi is indeed quite capable, or worth investing in. Of course, there was also that Apulia RSV4RF, which could be one of the dream cars of many writers. Now that he encountered it, how could he miss it? At that moment, he was not hesitating at all, and directly murmured in his mind, "Choose one." Then, it turned his head to Li Qi and asked, "I am curious, what did you study abroad?" "Design, clothing design." Li Qi's tone of voice focused depressed, but still quickly said, "This time back to China, I had intended to do an independent brand, now it seems that it is directly fizzled out." "Don't, you this project, I voted." When Su Jia spoke, his face was also a face of certainty. The two Yan Xingyue, who were sitting next to her, didn't think there was anything wrong with this. They were bosom friends and naturally knew each other very well. Li Qi, this person has always been very talented in design, and during her studies, she was already a little famous in Europe. Otherwise, how could she have received an invitation from a Fortune 500 company? In short, Li Qi was definitely a person worth investing in. Even if Su Jia didn't come out and say it, Yan Xingyue would definitely come forward to help her start her own business. On Li Qi's side, on the other hand, she was directly frozen. Nowadays, are all the rich second-generation's investments so outrageous? After asking about one of their specialties, they directly wanted to invest money? This kind of behavior was naturally interpreted by her as Su Jia taking pity on herself. Also with this thought, she then smiled and said, "I'm not as miserable as you guys think, there's no need to comfort me like this." After studying abroad for more than 10 years, Li Qi's outlook on relationships would of course change subconsciously. Being cheated was certainly sad, but she wouldn't want to die like those little girls. In life, there are many things that are more meaningful than love affairs. You're overthinking it, you're not my girlfriend, who am I to comfort you? Su Jia shrugged his shoulders and continued, "Really just want to invest in you, say the conditions." His words were direct, but they also made Li Qi understand that this was not a joke. For a moment, her brain was spinning rapidly. It would be an absolute lie to say that she wasn't moved. First of all, it was that Su Jia had the strength. The significance represented behind a $20 million bracelet being given away just by saying so was too far-reaching. The other thing is that, of course, she also wants to develop in the country. Not to say that serving the motherland so righteous, on this huge domestic market alone, it is very much a rise of an emerging brand. Thinking about this, the feeling of heartbeat was also becoming more and more obvious. It is at this time, Yan Xingyue opened his mouth and said, "Hesitate what? The leaves are eventually to return to their roots." This makes sense. Hearing this, Li Qi was completely letting go of that bit of hesitation in her heart. In foreign countries certainly also have a good development, but 1,000 good, but not as good as their own hometown. What's more, looking at the hot pot in front of her, she really didn't want to live that kind of uprooted life anymore. After thinking about this point, she directly from her bag took out a document and handed it over. This was originally for him to see, but now there was no need. And after receiving it, Su Jia took a look and found that it was none other than a complete business plan. In this content, there was a fairly complete plan, and at the same time, it also revealed Li Qi's ambition. According to her plan, the company's business model, the standard is a certain clothing library and other brands. In addition, the company's designers will also completely adopt the domestic young designers. For this, Su Jia was still quite satisfied. Now the domestic fashion market almost has been divided up by the major foreign giants. But in his opinion, foreign designers, how can they compare to the nationals? And to say that the most satisfied is the integrity of this plan Li Qi. Ring by ring, it could be said that they were all set up quite perfectly. From this, it could also be seen that she had really put in the hard work. It was only a pity that that scummy man didn't know sincerely that this rather promising project had also fallen into Su Jia's hands. So after a cursory look, Su Jia revealed a satisfied smile and said, $20 million, I'll take up 80% of the shares. Sold. Li Qi, who had experienced the ups and downs of life, was now smiling happily. Is $20 million a lot? Of course it was a lot. Especially since she was able to pull in an investment of $20 million with just one document, it made her feel a sense of accomplishment. As for giving away too many shares? It really didn't matter. As long as the company's development was good enough, then that 20 of hers would also be a rather terrifying amount. She was still very confident about this point. Painful. It had to be said that this person, Li Qi, was just too much to his taste. Doing things professionally and without any inkling at all, she was decisive when it was time to be decisive. When doing business with such a person, even if he lost a little bit of money, he could actually accept it. And after things were agreed upon, Yan Xingyue and Jia Ru both revealed heartfelt smiles. Today, their girlfriends had avoided being cheated by a scummy man and had also pulled in an investment to get their business on track. This in itself was something to be happy about. So after greeting the waiter to add soup, this hot pot meal was considered to have officially begun. The good thing is, although Su Jia is a southerner, Hangzhou also does sweet food mostly. But for the chili pepper thing, he personally did not resist. As for whether or not he would get an upset stomach in the evening, it would depend on God's will. A meal took half an hour. After eating and drinking enough, the crowd also talked and laughed as they walked towards the outside. The only thing that was more regrettable was that the three girlfriends had just gotten together, and they definitely had a lot to talk about in the evening. So Su Jia's idea of taking Yan Xingyu away began to fall flat after all. However, right after Su Jia walked out of Delanjian, he noticed that Leng Jidong was half squatting next to his car and snapping his throat hard. The expression of wanting to vomit but not being able to do so, not to mention how difficult it was. And Li Qi, who had regained her confidence next to her, now didn't have a bit of pity. Straight towards Jia Ru's Tesla. On Su Jia's side, of course, there was even less to think about. With someone like this, a few more words would be a waste of time for him. Immediately, he directly pulled Yan Xingyue's hand and walked towards his own Pagani. And right in front of Leng Jidong's shocked eyes, he pulled open the passenger's gullwing door. This car was his. No wonder he was able to give away over $20 million in bracelets. It was only now that he was considered to be feeling 10,000 torments and regrets. The pain from this emotion was even 100 times stronger than his physical pain. After all, when Su Jia appeared in the beginning, he was still quite amiable. But if he had been a bit more truthful, wouldn't he have succeeded in joining this circle and later on walked to the peak of his life? This night, I missed too much. Unfortunately, there was simply no medicine for regret on the direct. Su Jia even ignored him and directly pressed the car's start button. Boom! The sound wave that was like an explosion caused Leng Jidong to shiver in fear. Then, he saw this cool Pagani in front of him, driving towards the outside. Yan Xingyuan in the car looked at the car in front of her eyes as not simple, curiously asked, "Stink treasure, you really like the car so much?" The value of the car and so on, she did not bother to ask. After all, it's not like the family doesn't have this condition. My current hobbies, besides you, are cars and motorcycles. Hearing this, Yan Xingyu's face was instantly red. Count on you to be sensible. Then I'll send you a gift tomorrow, pay attention to check and receive O. As a matter of fact, after accepting the violet bracelet from Su Jia, she had been thinking about giving him something back. But because the time was too rushed, she hadn't been able to make up her mind for a while. But now, she had a rough idea. Oh? I'm curious then. Just as he stopped at a red light, Su Jia turned his head and said, "Let me collect some interest first?" Between words, he stretched out his finger and pointed at his face. Nasty. Yan Xingyu looked at his bad look and loved it in her heart. Muah. 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Jia had returned home early and was playing games in front of the computer. However, unbeknownst to him, right in the underground garage of the Jianghua community, there was a man who was close to breaking down because of him. Huang Dafei, a programmer. Usually leave early and return late, overtime has long become the norm. However, in recent days, the matter of going home has become a start to fear. Because of their own parking space next to the luxury car more and more. Originally this is normal, after all, this is near the University of Rongqing, is a crouching tiger hidden dragon place. But the bad thing is, his parking space is right next to these luxury cars. And because of the reason that the other side was a pillar, the difficulty of his parking increased linearly. Every day when he parked in the garage, he was afraid of bumping into it. The good thing is, this also only need to be a little bit cautious. After all, his insurance can provide him with $2 million of protection. Minor cuts and scrapes is not a big problem. Just today everything was different. Because parked next to his parking space was a car that could not even be read. But although you can't understand it, the car's body all reveals a flavor of RMB. In the spirit of the attitude of not ashamed to ask, he took a picture of the car directly, sent into the group of co-workers. Just look at the answer of colleagues who know the car. Huang Dafei's little heart are fast to mention in the throat. The car is actually in the country. Pagani here are landing at least 40 million, really handsome. Daffy stay away, this car a wheel hub will be millions. Looking at the content on the cell phone, and his own narrow parking space, his mind exploded. Immediately as directly into the Bean Sound app, opened the recording function. Just to the situation in front of him crashed and spit out, "This tycoon, I beg you to take my parking space also, other cars I can accept, but this car hit, I am truly cannot afford to pay hey." After sending the video, Huang Dafei heart is much more comfortable. Immediately is directly back to the car, their own Volkswagen drive to the public parking space. Well, spend some parking fees, but also better than hit 40 million Pagani. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he got home and was about to go take a shower, the cell phone then suddenly came a crazy beep. With curiosity, he opened it and realized that at this time, the number of likes of the video had already exceeded 1,000. And it is still growing wildly. This can also fire? 65 is on fire again, the woman is not in the middle of it. The next morning, Su Jiao woke up leisurely in the big bed at home. Last night, he had played directly until the early hours of the morning before going to sleep. Anyway, after handing over everything to Zhu Liwei, Su Jia himself was a shirker. Aside from having to go to school for another class in the afternoon, there was nothing else to do. However, just as he leaned over the bed and opened his cell phone, he realized that there were no less than dozens of message alerts on it. Among them, there were those sent by classmates, as well as those sent by He Qixing and by Gu. The content, on the other hand, was pretty much the same. "Brother Jia, you're on fire again. Brother Jia, those cars in the video are all yours, right? They look so shocking and awesome. Brother Plus actually has so many motorcycles, I love it straight away." Looking at these words, Su Jia is a head too big. How is it that he woke up and somehow he is on fire again? Combined with the words they sent, or because the car fire? With curiosity, he opened Wang Jiaxing's WeChat and asked, "What is the situation? How did you know that I have a motorcycle?" Currently inside the school, his classmates know that he has a luxury car, or a Mercedes-Benz Big G. But the motorcycle, this thing, he is hiding very deep. And Wang Jiaxing didn't say why, but directly shared over a Douyin video connection to him. Su Jia is with a head of question marks, ready to go to a glance exactly. Who knew that as soon as he opened the video, a man's growling voice came straight out. "I beg you." And naturally, in the picture of the video, it was his row of cars that could completely cure OCD. From left to right, that was not a single one. The most iconic of them all was his Babs G800 with a smashed front face that he hadn't gotten around to fixing yet. Just let him can't help but want to spit this video can even fire? What happened to the promised limited traffic? Just look at the state of this video now. 100,000 likes. Comments 720,000. And he just so refreshed it, and the number of likes came directly to 1,100,000. Of course, he was surprised by the hotness of this video, but he didn't have any angry emotions either. To be honest, since he had bought a $40 million car, there was no need to talk about low profile or not. There was no way to be low-key at all. As long as that car was driven out, sooner or later it would be dug up one day. Unless he parks it in the garage to eat dust. But this and others that may endure, after all, this car is a treasure. Tens of millions of things, kilometers every 1 kilometer rise, the price will go down a few points. But on Su Jia's side, there is absolutely no concern in this regard. The car is just a toy, and it's done. Because of this, it is impossible to keep a low profile. However, the way this was exposed really made him full of surprises and doubts. With curiosity, he then clicked on the comments section, intending to see what the reason for this video fire was. Heartache, this kind of big tycoon, who touches who is not confused. Good guy, a $40 million car, just parked in an underground garage? Excessive. I eyeballed the car at no more than $300,000 and suggested crashing it directly into the dog's head. Of course, among the tens of thousands of comments, there were also countless words from car fans who were shocked. Which one of those cars parked neatly in a row is not a man's ultimate dream? Not to mention any Pagani worth $40 million, just those few motorcycles were enough to make people's eyes water. Some people even estimated that the value of this row of cars was at least around $60 to $70 million. The strength of the owner of the cars, naturally, there was no need to talk about it. As for Su Jia, who was a passive party, looking at some of the comments, he also felt that it was more interesting. No matter what the reason for the fire, at least having one's own things liked by others was a thing to be happy about. At that moment, he didn't hesitate and directly contacted Zhu Liwei, asking him to buy all of the approximately 30 parking spaces in that row. Anyway, less than 200,000 yuan a parking space, buy up the pressure is not big at all. Until he hung up the phone, Su Jiao was satisfied and said to himself, this time, no one will be because of this headache. However, he did not realize that he casually a move will actually make the heat of this matter once again up a notch. Just an hour later, Huang Dafei, whose parking space was successfully bought, once again released a piece of content on Douyin. In the video, he said with a joyful mood, "Thank you to my good neighbor, just now the property contacted me and said that he bought all 30 or so parking spaces in our row. Now, I am finally relieved." The content was relatively brief and the smile was heartfelt. But in the hearts of netizens who were already looking forward to the follow-up, it directly exploded. What kind of divine neighbor is this? The most bullish neighbor in history, parking spaces can buy 30 at once. Even according to 100,000 account, this is still several million, a Ferrari money out. Also because of such shock, let this video again log into the popular, inevitable fire. And as more and more people paid attention to it, some of the more careful people found problems in it. Soon, a bold idea began to fill the eyes on the network. How about a ho-hum neighbor who actually races airplanes for his little brother? First of all, that Ducati V4S in the video is now directly on fire because of his existence. Recognition is even more directly pull up. The other thing that makes everyone the most suspicious is that Augusta F4 limited edition. This car is currently very representative in the country. When he fought at Longquan Mountain, there were many people who came out to popularize it. It said that this car was worth $3 million and that it was the only one in the country with no other number. The most crucial thing was that someone who could afford a $3 million motorcycle would still be reasonable to buy a $40 million Pagani, right? With all these factors, the identity of this tycoon neighbor has actually been called out. And regarding this speculation, it has also begun to spread crazily from Douyin towards the major social networks. The melon-eating crowd is more and more. And for all of this, Su Jia is naturally open in the eyes. But he did not intend to come out to explain. After all, now jump out, there is really show off the suspicion of wealth. This was clearly very inconsistent with his intentions. But the current Su Jia was still quite happy. Because the gift from his girlfriend, Yin Xingyu, was in place. Just now, he received a call from his girlfriend's assistant, Wang Qi, saying that he had come to deliver an express. As for the content of the courier, it was a piece of local license plate from Rongqing. Sichuan A77777. That series of sevens, looking at Su Jia was a blur of eyes. But he had to say that this gift from Yin Xingyue was sent directly to his heart. As a nationalist, he certainly had some sort of complex about all sorts of lucky numbers and all sorts of consecutive numbers. Plus, he had just spent tens of millions of dollars on a new car, so if he didn't install a license plate that matched the value of the car, it would be more or less a waste. And these 5/7's license plate, if you estimate it according to the value, it's at least over 10 million. After all, Rongqing was the capital of the province and also ranked among the top-tier cities. Owning this piece of photo op meant standing out amongst the tens of millions of people in a big city. And becoming one of the few big shots. Well, even if you're not a big brother, others will still imagine you as a big brother when they see this license plate. So also did not hesitate at all, directly gave the car keys to Wang Qi, let her find a tow truck, help yourself to go to get this matter please fixed. Anyway, the ready-made tool man, use it for nothing. However, right after he arranged everything, Yen Jinsong's message was sent directly to his WeChat. What's going on with you guys? Why is the license plate on my car missing? Uncle Yen, it was yours before, but now it's mine. After spending a bit of time making Yen Jinsong understand what it means to be a woman, Su Jia drove up to the RS6 and rushed towards the direction of the school. However, this time when he appeared on campus, there was clearly a different meaning. What happened on the internet had also been publicized long ago by Sugar's classmates. So basically anyone who was somewhat socialized already knew that there was a very handsome super rich second generation in the school. Very handsome, rich. These two keywords were also deeply memorized by everyone. There was no way, inside the school, such a person was a descending blow to the other students. Also because of this, when RS6 appeared on campus, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even the security guy at the gate guard looked at him with a strange look. After all, freshman year had only just begun, but they had never even heard of someone who could be rich to this extent. As for Su Jia, he was actually prepared for such a state of affairs, and his mind was still able to stabilize. Parked the car, he also hoofed it towards the 606 dormitory. Right now, the three of them should be stealing a smile. According to the briefing Zhu Liwei gave him. So far, plus, minus, multiply, and divide Tide Play Company successfully acquired 11 Tide Play stores. On top of that, some interested merchants were also grasping at straws to consider it. And within that, 5 or 6 of them were negotiated by these three brothers. Compared to the separate battles on the side of the girls led by Lin Yurong, these three were tightly grouped together. But the effect was surprisingly good. In one day's time, the three of them had gotten 20,000 to 30,000 yuan in profit. Even if divided equally, there is also a lot of money. Of course, making money is making money. Su Jia still emphasized one point. That is, it must not be delayed because of this. After all, following him to make money is a moment, but the learning impact can be a lifetime. Not to mention that the school they were in was still a college like Rongqing University. Just as he was about to walk into the dormitory building, Li Wuji's call reached his cell phone. And the moment he connected, he said in an urgent tone, "Brother Jia, have you arrived at the school yet? Come directly to the medical room." HM? Su Jia froze for a moment. Niu Ziyuan was beaten up, and the money on his body was also robbed. Hearing this, Su Jia didn't hesitate at all and walked straight towards the medical care room. 66 brothers, your BMW is stable. The good thing is, the school's medical room is not far from the dormitory. When Su Jiaji came to the dormitory, he had also passed by it once, so he didn't have to worry about the problem of not being able to find it. And what he didn't expect was that in a place like the school, such a nasty thing would actually happen. Coupled with Niu Ziyuan's honest appearance, he didn't believe that this bastard would take the initiative to provoke others. Soon, Su Jia appeared at the entrance of the school infirmary. Li Wuji, too, had been waiting here for a long time. And on his face, he also had a grave look on his face. Coming to the side, Su Jia asked curiously, "Brother Wuji, what's going on?" "Harm, let Niu Ziyuan tell you." After saying that, it pulled Su Jia toward the infirmary inside. Then, all over the body are footprints. Eye socket green red piece, nose also with a piece of paper blocked up. Niu Ziyuan appeared in front of his eyes. It had to be said that he really didn't expect the other party to hit so hard. Immediately asked with a serious face, "How is the body? Is there any major injury?" Nothing, I am just a little light injury, nose bleeding a little." While speaking, he also revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Wang Jiaxing, who was standing next to him, couldn't help it. The four of them beat Niu Ziyuan 1. How can it be okay? If you want me to say that, I will find them now and go to the theory. I am really fine, you can rest assured, and they are seniors, let's. The implication is that they are still worried about the impact on their own schooling. Hearing this out of his mouth, Su Jia is actually not at all surprised. According to his understanding, Niu Ziyuan's family conditions were not very good. It was hard for the family to pay for his schooling. In such a situation, it would be strange for him not to be a little more careful. Even if he was wronged outside, he could only break his teeth and swallow them inside his stomach. However, on Su Jia's side, there was a different view. No matter what, this Niu Ziyuan is his roommate, and is also helping him create benefits. To put it bluntly, even if it is his employees were beaten, when the boss has to control it. Immediately directly to the side of the chair, opened his mouth and said, "Talk about the actual situation." Today. Niu Ziyuan saw Su Jia, also as if found the backbone of the general, so quickly put the whole incident said once. Originally, just at noon when Li Wuji and Wang Jiaxing both went out to eat. A person who claimed to be the leader of the student union directly rushed into the 606 dormitory. The reason was simple and rough, that is, he lost $5,000 in cash and wanted to launch a search. Coincidentally, Su Jia's customized bonus is directly issued on the spot. That is, if you acquire a store, you can go to Niu Liwei's site to receive the bonus. So the bonus in his hand, it was searched directly. And the other party bit out that it was Niu Ziyuan who stole it, and beat him up, not to mention snatching the money. Hearing this, Su Jia also cannot help but start to fire. First of all, the search thing, if the police are called to let the police come, he can't say anything. But what gives a student council member the right to have such guts? Not to mention the fact that it also beat up his roommate like this, the nature was also completely changed. After understanding the whole process, Su Jia then suddenly turned his head and asked, "You said before, you like BMW to come?" Yes. In the face of this sudden question, Niu Ziyuan froze for a moment. The two roommates next to him were also dumbfounded, not trying to understand what the connection was. And Su Jia didn't intend to sell the story, so he directly said, "So now you can choose a car. And how can you be okay with being beaten? Hurry up and give me some painful expressions. This, here's your chance to get rich." Li Wuji, who was the first to react, then hurriedly greeted him and went to the other side of the small hospital bed to lie down. Seeing this, Su Jia only nodded his head in satisfaction. After hitting someone, how could one not pay the price? What's more, the other party was so arrogant in his behavior, if he didn't give him a lesson, he really thought that the 606 dormitory was easy to bully? It was also at this time that Lin Yurong came in with a lurch. "Brother Jaga, how's the situation over here?" The currenter, to Su Jia, is also completely cut off thoughts. Especially this morning, Lin Yurong had seen a lot of news about him. With such a ridiculously rich and rather perfect-looking man, she herself was completely unsure. And when Su Jia saw her come over, he didn't intend to talk about something or other. Then directly asked, I remember you are also the student union, beat my roommate that person, do you know? Recognize, name is Wang Ning, usually in the student union is also very arrogant. After a pause, Lin Yurong continued, and I heard that his father donated a lot of money to the school laboratory. Hearing this, Su Jia also understood. Where there are people, there is a Jianghu. Inside this sacred hall of the university, there was certainly no exception. And this kind of rich second generation whose family could donate money to the school was undoubtedly like a martial arts master who could usually run amok. As long as they didn't do anything too outrageous, teachers and the like would actually turn a blind eye. But even knowing this, Su Jia still didn't hesitate a bit. On the contrary, he was a bit happy. At least if the other party's family is good, this Niu Ziyuan's BMW has been stabilized. At that moment, he also did not hesitate at all, directly dialed Zhu Liwei's phone. The content is very simple, is to let him find a lawyer over. In his opinion, in this situation right now, there are two ways. One was to directly call the police and let the police come to punish the assailant. The other was naturally to have a lawyer come out to the school. And since he wanted to make the other party pay a bigger price, it was obvious that the latter was more appropriate. In just 10 minutes, two lawyers dressed in professional attire appeared in front of him. Mr. Su, I'm your attorney Chen Song, and this is my assistant. Hello, my classmate. After introducing the matter originally, Su Jia continued, my claim is not less than 1 million, know what I mean? Understand. This is not difficult at all. Chen Song's face was full of confidence. After all, beating and robbing money, this thing is already evidence. Su Jia said 1 million, is already very cheap each other. Well, let's go. After saying that, Su Jia led a group of people and walked towards the school director's room with great vigor. Wang Jiaxing, who was following behind, couldn't help but whisper excitedly, brother, your BMW is stable. 67 with Su Jia, I'm not surprised how much money they make. In less than 10 minutes, the crowd appeared at the door of the director's office of Reuniting University. And the door to the office room was now in an open state. It was just the sound of the conversation coming out from inside that was not so comforting. Director Liu, I'm sure it's him who stole my money. The clothes he wore all over were not worth $100, and how could he have $5,000? I didn't call the police because I was giving face to the school, now I want you to expel that freshman called Niu Ziyuan. Obviously, that student who brought people to beat up Niu Ziyuan is now inside to make a bad accusation. This sentence-by-sentence accusation was also causing Su Jia to frown. And Niu Ziyuan, who was still bruised and swollen, was even more furious and trembling. Even if it is a clay bodhisattva, there must be a few points of fire. To put it in a small way, this person's behavior is the first to complain and slandered classmates. This is a big say, can be intended to ruin his life. In fact, this is really not an exaggeration. For children from poor families, college is the only way out. No one knows, in order to get into the University of Reuniting, behind how many times more than others to pay the hard work. But now, actually because of a trumped-up charge of stealing money, to be reported to the expulsion? This let Niu Ziyuan, this honest man, calm down. Now, he has already clenched his fists, and can't wait to rush in and give that person inside a punch. As for Li Wuji and the others beside him, they all looked like they were gnashing their teeth. And all of them also cast their eyes towards Su Jia, who was the backbone of the organization. In the face of this situation, how could Su Jia possibly back down? Immediately opened his mouth and said, it's just that he is here, also safe to find someone. Lawyer Chen, the claim rose to 5 million, in addition to let him withdraw from school, do not give, I want to sue to their family dumped. Now he had a frosty face and an aura in his tone that made it impossible to refuse. You can rest assured, Mr. Su. Being affected by such an aura, Chen Song also didn't dare to disobey. Soon, Su Jia led the crowd and headed inside the office. It was only when he walked into the room with a cold face that he realized a rather familiar woman was sitting on the office chair inside. And suddenly someone barged in. Of course Lu Meilin noticed his presence. Then she was surprised and said, it's you. It's me. Su Jia nodded his head. He was also not expecting that the school's freshman director was the female owner of the 911 that he had wrecked 2 days ago. However, the current him was not in the mood to catch up with her at all. Instead, he turned his head to look at the boy sitting on the sofa, dressed in a sports outfit and crossing his legs. Are you Wang Ning? Wang Ning looked at the formation behind Su Jia, as well as the bruised and swollen Niu Ziyuan, and of course, he understood where he was coming from. But he, who thought he was justified, certainly wouldn't admit defeat. At that moment, he was directly holding his head high. It's me, you're here to help the thief plead for mercy? Don't struggle, it's useless. Pleading? That's interesting. Su Jia of course does not intend to show off with him. Instead, he turned his head directly and said, Lawyer Chen, start. Good Mr. Su. Only to see Chen Song directly step forward, then said with a serious face, I am watching law firm Chen Song, this time to come, is on my employer, Mr. Niu Ziyuan, by your school's student council members. I have to say, this Chen Song seems to be very clear. In a few words, he made things very clear. And on Lu Meilin's side, obviously didn't expect things to have such a flip, and was more and more shocked by listening. If it is really as this lawyer Chen said, then this matter can be too big. The student council entered the students' dormitory to search, robbed money, and assaulted the students. What is this? A bare-bones scandal. No university could afford such negative news. So after hearing this, Lu Meilin immediately stood up and said in an unusually serious tone, "There is evidence for what you guys are saying?" Actually, originally she was quite happy to see Su Jia appear. For this student who disregarded everything in order to save others, she felt appreciation from the bottom of her heart. Just now, she was also not in the mood. In case this matter was not handled well, this would be a lot of fun. Director Lu, the injuries on my employer's body are the best evidence. Chen Sang pointed to Niu Ziyuan behind him and continued, "In view of the injuries that Mr. Wang Ning has inflicted on my employer, I put in a request for him to compensate for $10 million in medical expenses and moral damages, and in addition, I also request that your school give an attitude out." 10 million? The thief who stole my money still has the nerve to come and ask me for money? Wang Ning, who originally had a calm face, was also directly shocked by this figure. And while standing up, he also pointed in Niu Ziyuan's direction and said, "He stole my money, I didn't break his legs, I've already given him face." "When did my employer steal your money?" Chen Song, also not too late, just so smiling at him, asked. "Based on his appearance, do you think he will have so much money? Don't tell me what work study earned, I don't believe it." Wang Ning is more and more excited, and the eyes also showed a full of superiority. Anyway, in his opinion, it is impossible for Niu Ziyuan to have so much money. On the other hand, Lu Meilin's side, looking at the two parties you and I, head is big. Considering that she should clear things up as soon as possible, she turned her head to Wang Ning and said, "Do you have evidence that he stole the money?" "Of course I do, all that money is still in my dorm room." This was a grand statement, but Lu Meilin sounded straight frowned. After all, doesn't the meaning of the words mean that he has no evidence, and that the money was searched out directly by force? When she thought of this, she turned her head to Chen Son, "Lawyer Chen, Niu Ziyuan's classmate's money, can there be a proof of origin?" "Of course, my employer has a job outside with his roommate, and that several $1,000s is his one day's salary yesterday." Standing next to Li Wuji, also at this time spoke up and said, "This I testify, several of us in the help of Su Jia students' work, the share of the money is the same. I can also prove it because I was also involved in it." Lin Yurong, who was also a member of the student council, also stood out without hesitation. With the words spoken, Lu Meilin had actually believed it. It wasn't because of the dictation of these few students, but Su Jia's name. After all, throughout the entire school, there were still a few people who didn't know that he was a thief with money. But on Wang Ning's side, listening to a few people's words was how it all felt comical. At that moment, as regardless of the other, directly spoke, "Director Lu, a few students can earn a few $1,000s a day, do you believe it?" "I believe that there are Su Jia students and how much money they earn a day. I am not surprised. I'm not surprised that they're making a lot of money a day. P.S. Originally wanted to send 2 chapters at night, but at 1 a.m. received the news of the death of his grandmother. The mind exploded. Really cannot code out more. Let me slow down. Try to make up during the day. Sorry." 68 freshman leader, a call for 100. Instantly, sitting on the sofa, Su Jia once again become the focus. But the attitude is polarized. His classmates, looking at him with a face of adoration. After today's incident, Su Jia's significance to them had changed. From that rich classmate in the past, he had turned into a backbone who stood up at critical moments. On Wang Ning's side, on the other hand, he was in disbelief. After all, in his opinion, Su Jia was just a handsome-looking freshman. Even if he had a bit of money, so what? Who wasn't already a rich second generation? After reacting for a while, he then turned his head to look at Lu Meilin and said, "Director Lu, what do you mean by this? He can't be some relative of yours." Carefully recalled, just when entering the door, Su Jia two people have greeted. It seems that they knew each other before. The most critical thing is that he is not able to believe in any way a few freshmen outside the part-time job can earn a few $1,000s a day. I advise you to be careful with your words, in addition to hurrying to notify your parents to come over. Hearing him start to splash dirty water, Lu Meilin's face instantly went cold. At that moment, she was also unwilling to say anything more to him. And look at Su Jia, that attitude, this matter is sure to be pursued to the end. Not surprisingly, this Wang Ning in the school days is almost considered to be the end. And now Wang Ning, obviously does not have such awareness. Here let himself call parents, he is not afraid at all. And in the mouth, or unforgiving said, line, you'll be obvious to him backing right, I also have. With those words, he took out his cell phone and directly called his family. And looking at him so cooperative, Su Jia is still quite satisfied. Now to do, is also waiting for his parents to arrive, directly solve all the things. But just at this time, a young man wearing glasses ventured in. Then he said in an urgent tone, "Director Lu, there are quite a few new students gathered downstairs." HM? After hearing the words, Lu Meiling was simply too late to think more, straight toward the window to go. Su Jia, who was sitting on the sofa by the window, also looked towards the bottom curiously. What met his eyes was at least dozens of students about his age. The ones standing in front were still a very familiar face. It was also those of his classmates who had only just taken a class together. In here, he also saw Chiyu, who had asked for his contact information and said that she would bring him breakfast. The current classmates, too, all had an atmospheric look on their faces. Facing this situation, Soo-ja then turned his head and asked, "How did they know?" "This I see that Nyo Zi-yuan was beaten, in the class group called people to come." When Wang Jiaxing spoke, he was embarrassed. According to his idea at that time, it was to directly call someone to fight with the other party. But ever since Soo-ja appeared, the whole thing was also developing in a direction he couldn't even comprehend. The two ways of dealing with it could also reflect the difference between the two above the pattern. As Soo-ja looked at his classmates, they naturally saw him through the window. For a moment, there was a commotion amongst the crowd. "Soo-ja, we've come to cheer you on. Dare to hit our classmates, the school must give an explanation." Words like these began to erupt from the crowd. To be honest, Soo-ja, who saw the scene, was still very moved. But Wang Ning, who was still calm, was now a bit flustered. Although he was naive and had a great sense of superiority, he wasn't a cutie pie either. In case this matter became a big deal, he wouldn't be able to eat it even if he was justified. After all, on Nyo Zi-yuan's body, there could still be injuries from his beating. As for Lu Meilin, who was standing by the window, her brain was also spinning rapidly. Only just started school, the school appeared such a mass incident, obviously she did not want to see. But after thinking about it, she still placed her eyes on Soo-ja and said, "Fellow student Soo, let them disperse. This I'll try." His purpose today was also simply to seek justice, not to make things difficult for the school. Saying 1,000 words, this was actually still Wang Ning's personal excitement. Most of the schoolmates such as Lin Yurong and the like were still good. Thinking about it, he just pulled the window open and said to the bottom, "Leave this place to me, go back to class first." Let him did not expect his own sentence really achieved the effect of 100 responses. Just now the security guards could not disperse the students. Because of his words, they walked towards the direction of the teaching building. And while walking, they were still giving him a cheering gesture. This, too, was the greatest support that this group of teenage girls gave him. Actually being able to do this wasn't surprising. Soo-ja had used 2 or 3 days to already stand out from the freshmen, becoming the most talked about person inside the freshmen. What's more, after his identity was revealed today, many people knew him better as well. Everyone was a teenager, and in the face of someone as powerful and handsome as him, it was inevitable that they would feel admiration. With all these factors, Soo-ja had just become the leader of the freshmen at Reuniting University. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that what he said could be much more useful than the average teacher. And it was at this time that Soo-ja's WeChat received a message from Niang. "Don't worry, our class is your backing." Seeing this, he also understood. I'm afraid that this scene just now had nothing to do with Niang. As for the purpose? It was nothing more than trying to put some pressure on the school. After all, that Wang Ning's old man was still the school's sponsor. Regardless of whether or not it worked, the attitude of the instructors and students still made him quite happy. On the other hand, Lu Meilin watched the students scatter in all directions. While she was relieved in her heart, she was not surprised by this result. To be honest, if she was still 18 years old, I'm afraid she would have become Soo-ja's little fangirl long ago as well. The small interlude quickly passed. That is, in about 5 minutes, a middle-aged man wearing a tang suit with 2 boxes of walnuts coiled in his hands walked in with 2 people. Almost at the first moment this man walked in, Wang Ning immediately stood up and said with a sad face, "Dad, I'm being bullied." His words, however, did not receive a response. The middle-aged man was directly ignoring Wang Ning's existence. After locking his eyes on Lawyer Chen Song, he said with a smile on his face, "Lawyer Chen, it's really you. 69 certificate can't let you skip class, but I can." Upon hearing this, Wang Ning, who was originally still with the embarrassed Wang Ning, instantly developed an ominous premonition. After all, in his impression, there were very, very few people who deserved to have this kind of attitude used by his own family's old man. And every single one of them was also a character that his own family could not afford to mess with. On Chen Song's side, on the contrary, he also recognized the person in front of him. However, in order to not let Soo-ja misunderstand, he still quickly used a business-like attitude and said, "Mr. Wang, other things will be said later, first tell us about your son's beating and robbery." Hearing this, Wang Zhanxiang's brain was also spinning rapidly. Who was Chen Song? That was one of the giants of Reuniting, the royal lawyer of Tongchuan Investment. When his company signed the financing agreement, it was this person who stepped in. For a student to fight and be able to ask such a person to step in, what it meant behind the scenes was actually known by using ones but to think about it. Moreover, looking at Chen Song's unsympathetic attitude was itself very capable of proving the problem. Thinking clearly about this point, he was not hesitant at all. Directly turning his head, he slapped Wang Ning in the face with a big mouth. Splat! The sound made all the people present dumbfounded. No one had expected that this person who had been called in to back him up would actually take the lead in making a move on his own son. And after smoking, Wang Zhanxiang also loudly scolded, "Heck, let you bully your classmates in school. Know your son as your father." For Wang Ning, this person, he is really to understand. It is precisely because of this understanding that Wang Zhanxiang donated money to the school, trying to keep him from being disciplined all the time. Only now, it was still a big trouble. People who can make business successful, there may exist a great wisdom, but there will never be a little cute. Using the identity of the student council to storm into the dormitory, beating up his classmates and robbing them of money, he felt scared just thinking about it. In case the matter was exposed, with his little family fortune, it really wasn't enough for this kind of thing to be tossed around. As for who was behind Chen Song, this actually doesn't matter anymore. A single Chen Song was already in existence he couldn't mess with and couldn't afford to mess with. As for Wang Ning, who was viciously smacked, he directly cried out in aggravation, "Dad, he stole my money, why can't I hit him?" Stealing money? The person who can afford Lawyer Chen, you say he will steal your stinking money? Wang Zhanxian was getting more and more angry as he thought about it, and raised his foot for another heavy kick. Only when Wang Ning was knocked to the ground, unable to cry, did he stop. Then, he turned his head and said with an attitude of being beaten to stand upright, "Lawyer Chen, you say the solution, I accept it all." That attitude was as if he was an elementary school student facing the head teacher of the school. For a moment, the way people looked at Chen Song changed. Apart from Su Jia, everyone had never expected that a lawyer could actually scare an entrepreneur into such a state. Even if he wasn't a big entrepreneur, one who had the capital to donate to the school was still somewhat powerful. But in just under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Sang then turned his head to look at Su Jia and said, "Mr. Su, look at it. You deal with it." Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, indicating that it did not matter. For Chen Song's identity, he actually had guessed. After all, Zhu Liwei is still considered an employee of Tongchuan Investment. It was also very normal for the lawyer he found to have a relationship with Tongchuan. But I have to say, his future father-in-law, this big brother, is really a big enough tree for him to ride. Well, don't ask is this soft rice really fragrant? And because of Chen Song's words, it was Wang Zhanxiang who found the ultimate goal. But looking at the eyes of the young to uncharacteristic Su Jia, he is how can not think of Tongchuan Investment in this figure. With this in mind, he came to Chen Song and whispered, "Mr. Chen, this Su is Tongchuan's successor, Mr. Yen 57 license plate number, have been transferred to him." Considering that this Wang Zhanxiang has a good attitude, Chen Song did not mean to make things difficult for him. Hiss. Tongchuan's successor? All 57's license plates were in his hands? Truly, Wang Zhanshi was truly shocked. Throughout the entire Rongqing business community, who doesn't know that the 77777 license plate is synonymous with Yen Jinsong? Usually, no matter what activities he attends, this number always accompanies him. He just didn't expect that he would actually be willing to give such a status symbol to Su Jia. The most crucial thing was, didn't Tongchuan's successor mean that this was his future boss? His not-so-small enterprise, but Tongchuan Investment Holdings At that time, his own company is good or bad, is not a matter of words? Thinking of this, Wang Zhanxiang was even less calm. Just see him directly make a posture of upright. "Mr. Su, you say, I can accept." This word, standing next to the students, a heart that has mixed feelings. These past few days, Su Jia just refreshed their cognition time and time again. Brother plus, too powerful A man like this was simply the goal to strive for in one's entire life. In just one look, he was able to make Wang Zhanxiang look like this, which in itself was already a symbol of strength. And Su Jia didn't care what they thought, so he pointed at Niu Ziyuan and said, "Let your son apologize to him and compensate him for another 10 million. Then you take him home, I don't want to see him at Rongqing University." As the words fell, Lu Meilin, who was still watching the show, went on to say, "This is also the attitude of the school, what he did, it's too bad. Alas, I accept. To be honest, let him lose money or something like that, he is at most a little heartbroken. After all, money can be earned again." But his son was withdrawn from school this matter, the blow to him is really a bit big. But there is no way, he himself does not compete, but also made such a big trouble, no one can protect him. The next thing was quite simple. Without a few minutes, Niu Ziyuan's bank account, more than 10 million in cash. For the first time in his life, he saw such a large sum of money, which also made his whole person couldn't help but start trembling. And after dealing with this, Wang Zhanxiang took Wang Ning, who had already lost his essence, and left the office. It was also not until this time that Lu Meilin took out a large red certificate from the drawer. "This is the certificate of bravery issued to you by the school. I was going to give it to you in the afternoon, but now that you're here, I'll give it to you earlier." After handing the certificate over, she then continued, "On behalf of the school, I would like to thank you for saving the lives of the faculty members' families. In addition, with this certificate, you will also have a lot of benefits in the school in the future." Looking at something like an award in his hand, Su Jia was quite surprised. If he remembered correctly, he had never received this since he had gone to middle school. However, thinking about the benefits that this Lu Meilin said, Su Jia smiled and said, so I can blatantly skip class? The certificate can't, but I can. 70 yen Xing Yu's grand entrance. After hearing this, Su Jia is directly said with a serious face, Director Lu, my girlfriend is richer than you. What do you mean? After Lu Meilin froze for a moment, her face was also gradually reddening. She also did not expect their own simple sentence, actually by Su Jia, to hear out other meanings. At that moment, she quickly waved her hand and said, don't misunderstand, I'm willing to help you, just because you are willing to help your classmates. At the same time, I also hope that, in the future, if you have the ability, you can think more about our school students, not limited to the present so many people. To be honest, the 2 times she met Su Jia, Lu Meilin was actually quite devastated. The first meeting, their own frugal, and then asked the family to ask for $2 million to buy the car almost scrapped. Repair time, at least need more than a month. The second time they met, they even brought their lawyers to block themselves directly in the office. In case it wasn't handled well, her career at the school, she was afraid that it would directly end. She even wondered if Su Jia, this handsome young man, was her nemesis. However, she thought so, but in her heart, she couldn't stop admiring Su Jia. He saved people with that kind of reckless attitude, as well as taking the students he just met to make money. Not to say positive or negative energy, but at least he gave the people around him, have brought a positive influence. Even now, she thought that Su Jia's family education was too good. Such a person really deserved to be rich. On Su Jia's side, he didn't reject what she said. His career was just starting out, and he would need a lot of people in the future. Being able to obtain the school's support was undoubtedly quite a good thing for him. With this thought in mind, he then smiled and said, a deal is a deal. A month from now, I am going to go to Germany, and I am afraid that I won't be able to participate in the military training, so please ask Director Lu to take the trouble. After saying that, he also didn't care about the other party's reply, and led the people to walk towards the outside of the office with great vigor. While looking at his back, Lu Meilin is a helpless face, little bastard, I said skipping class, did not say military training but say out words splash out water, the specific how to operate, also can only think of their own way to go. Soon, a group of people came outside. Niu Ziyuan, who was still shocked by the $10 million in cash, settled the lawyer's fee for Chen Song in a daze. The fee was exactly $200,000. This amount of money could also be said to be the biggest sum of money he had ever spent in his life, in his entire life. But after taking care of that, he quickly came to Su Jia's side. Jia, give me your card number, I'll transfer the money to you. $10 million are willing to transfer it to me? Of course, this money is really hot for me to hold. Thinking about it, it's true that the amount he was robbed of was actually just over $5,000. But because of Su Jia's appearance, this compensation amount is more and more. From the beginning of $1 million to the final $10 million, each figure is enough to make his heart tremble. And Su Jia did understand this. The reason why he chose to ask for the figure of 10 million was actually just a borrowed slope. At that time, when he had heard Wang Ning's vicious accusations, he had raised the amount to 5 million in a fit of anger. The purpose was just to get back at the other party, hoping that the other party would learn from their mistakes. Didn't expect in Chen Sang this gold medal lawyer is also in ruthless people, directly doubled again. Plus that Wang Zhanxiang and Tongchuang investment a bit of affinity, this is under the coincidence, really came true. Thinking of here, he said with a smile, you leave 5 million, save 5 million as our dormitory the next 4 years of activity funded. It is not that he swells not see this 5 million, but Niu Ziyuan with a body injury in exchange for money, he does not want, cannot want. I'll just leave $100,000 here for my family. Truly, this 100,000 or Niu Ziyuan gritted his teeth and set out. According to his previous thoughts, he also just wanted to get back the $5,000 that was robbed. However, Su Jia shook his head. Have you ever thought about what you want to do after you have money? Thought about it. I want my parents to live in a big house. I want my grandparents to not be in the big sun farming, but also want to make a decent living. This is said with more and more strength, even to the back. Niu Ziyuan's eyes are beginning to glow. Although this ideal is more or less plain and unadorned, it is the truest vision of a teenager. Then this is how to do it. As a matter of fact, after Su Jia has money, the first spending is not also to the parents to transfer the 2 million well. After saying that, he didn't care what a few people thought, he directly walked towards the direction of the classroom. The 663 brothers looked at his back, their eyes were full of admiration. Being able to get to know Brother Jia is our good fortune, we must cherish it. Such thoughts began to spread in the hearts of the three. 2 or 3 minutes later, the 4 of them appeared in the classroom. Although today's class had already ended, not a single person chose to leave. Leave this place to me, you guys wait in the classroom. Such a sentence also made this group of young boys and girls feel a great sense of security. And along with Su Jia walking in, everyone's eyes were focused on him. In the face of this situation, he then smiled and said, this matter is better to let the parties concerned say it. After saying this, he pushed Niu Ziyuan to the podium. This I really don't want you guys to see me in this appearance. Money is a man's guts, loaded with a huge $5 million, Nyozi Yuan, the stuffy gourd, also opened the joke. And quickly continued, the result is perfect, and the compensation that should be taken is also exceeded, so I decided that I would invite the whole class to dinner at night. Awesome! Invite the whole class to dinner? Nyo students are bolder than O. But just as the crowd started to rise up, Sujia's cell phone ding-donged. Yen Xingyu, I'm in front of your school, don't drive to me. Addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, be right there. Well, compared to eating with his classmates, he still preferred his fairy girlfriend. So after replying, Sujia turned his head and said, you guys get ready to go eat, I have something to do so I won't participate. After saying that, he directly turned around and walked towards the outside. Just the students who were in the midst of excitement, how could they be willing to let him walk away like this? So the crowd also quickly walked out of the classroom and quietly followed behind Sujia. Brother Jia just looked at his cell phone, I'm afraid it's not his girlfriend who found her way to school, right? Don't talk nonsense, he's so handsome, how many women can match him? And on Sujia's side, he didn't notice a long tail behind him. Soon after arriving at the entrance of the school, a picture destined to last him a lifetime appeared in his sight. Only to see the current Yen Xingyu, a denim jacket on top, a pair of denim tight pants below, and a pair of cool Martin boots on her feet. On top of being immortal, she was also adding a few points of valiant flavor. The most crucial thing was that the current her was leaning on top of a KTM RC8. That's right, it's that RC8 that consumes 10 novices in 100 kilometers. Good guy, I direct good guy. 71 Hey, first time seeing a live RC8 owner. To be honest, looking at another style of girlfriend in front of him, Su Jia is full of surprises. Just in his impression, Yen Xingyue but will not ride a motorcycle. So with curiosity, he quickly came in front of his girlfriend. And Yen Xingyue didn't care about anything else, directly ringed his waist and jumped into his arms. How about it, am I handsome today? Su Jia smoothed her hair and nodded seriously, handsome, but I'm curious, how did you get the car here? Trailer, I want you to teach me how to ride a bike. You mean, let me use KTM RC8 to teach you how to ride a motorcycle? That's right. Seeing that Yen Xingyu's expression didn't look like she was joking, Su Jia was the entire person who was dumbfounded. When did it become possible for a novice teaching vehicle to use an RC8? This motorcycle in front of him that was full of mechanical levers, but it had this rider killer title. No kidding, this car for newbies, absolute disaster level. Because this car in addition to no abs, the whole car up and down simply do not have with the electronic control of things. For professional drivers, this thing is a toy to experience the fun of driving. But for novice riders, or ordinary riders, this is a death charm. Any accident on the road, it is a car crash. 100 kilometers to consume 10 novices, this is not a false statement. Thinking of this, he asked curiously, who suggested you buy this car? The internet said that this car is suitable for newbies, and in order for you to teach me, I also modified the back seat. Yen Xingyu said words, but also pampered like rubbing in his chest. And when Su Jia heard this, he also slapped his head and came to a realization. As we all know, netizens are very entertaining. All of the many questions that asked what car was suitable for newbies, the one that appeared the most was the RC8. This was a terrier for them. Unexpectedly, Yen Xingyue's side took it directly seriously and even sent the car directly to him in front of his eyes. And right at this moment, the system voice in his head steeply sounded. Option 1, teach your girlfriend to ride a bike and be a night couple. Reward, a beautiful cell phone number. Option 2, let your girlfriend be a quiet little fairy. Reward, 10 million yuan in cash. Looking at the two options in his mind, Su Jia did not feel entangled by it. Because this needed to respect Yen Xingyue's opinion and was completely unrelated to the various rewards. With this thought, Su Jia then asked with a serious face, do you really want to learn? Think, anything you like, I want to try. Yen Xingyue's tone exuded a firmness. Of course, this kind of words that were close to a confession was what caused a hint of redness to rise on her face. And Su Jia, who heard these words, naturally had no need to hesitate. Immediately, he directly murmured in his mind, choose one. For Yen Xingyu's words, he was actually very touched. This girlfriend of his, she was usually a good girl. But for her own sake, she was willing to try such a dangerous thing. Wasn't that in itself an act of showing love? At the same time, he was also curious as to what this so-called cell phone number was. But as the system's note came through, he couldn't help but feel a small excitement in his heart. Because this cell phone number was the same as the license plate number Yen Xingyu had given him, which was a series of sevens. 18,777. In a nutshell, that was all sevens except for the opening two digits. This was Su Jia's lucky number, and it also made him feel a special sense of ceremony. And it also had to be said that his own life was becoming more and more of a brand. When he went out, he drove a car with all sevens, and the number of the phone call was also a series of sevens. Of course, he did not dwell on this issue, patted Yen Xingyue's shoulder, said with a smile, go, take you to ride. Good Lu. Gleefully answered, Yen Xingyue handed him a black helmet. They are with a pink color, and there are 2 cat ears on the top of the style. Well, it was really handsome and cute. Soon after, Sudida's long legs took a step and he directly rode on the KTM RC8. With his driving skills, driving this car was naturally not a problem. So there was no need to worry about safety issues or anything else. Yan Xingyu, on the other hand, climbed onto the back seat with slight difficulty and then tightly wrapped her arms around his waist. Her head had also been pressed tightly against Su Jia's back. Hugged tightly. As the words fell, Su Jia directly pressed on the car's start button. Boom! The manic sound of the KTM RC8 instantly enveloped the entire street. Unconsciously, Yan Xingyu's arm wrapped tighter. However, the two who were too involved didn't even notice that just inside the school gates, dozens of pairs of eyes were secretly looking at him. The men's eyes, that were filled with envy. On the girl's side, it was more of a heartbreak. Having just been assigned to a class with the god of boys, he suddenly found out that the god of boys had a girlfriend. This kind of thing could simply be described as a dog's day. Plus, brother's girlfriend is so pretty. Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that Gaga looks so handsome on his motorcycle? It's a pity that it's not me sitting on the back. I don't care, as long as he's not married, I still have a chance. Sisters, wake up. His girlfriend is a fairy. But no matter what, the dog food that Shuga unintentionally sent out, they were still happy to eat it. And on the road, driving the RC8 Su Jia, also in the personal experience of the charm of this car. As far as the control is concerned, it is actually not that difficult to drive. Even said, this car than his Ducati, but also silky smooth on a lot. The reason for its reputation is that it has an almost zero success rate in saving cars in critical situations. Of course, in Su Jia's hands, this is not a problem at all. Boom! The biker couple appeared on the streets of Rongqing, attracting the attention of countless people. And in everyone's heart, they would feel that this pair was very cool. And according to Yan Xingyue, it was finding a motorcycle training base and preparing to practice there. Su Jia naturally had no problem with this. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the base and was about to register to go in, a rude man's voice came from the side. Hey, first time seeing a living RC8 owner. 72 right, don't ever play with KTM. Hearing this, the two people riding in the car looked towards the side. A big, burly man appeared directly in the two's line of sight. At this time, he was staring at the KTM RC8 on his crotch with an almost maniacal look. Faced with this situation, Su Jia then smiled and said, a rider from the Imperial City? In the motorcycle circle, there are very many terriers about KTM. For example, 100 kilometers consume 10 novices. Another example is that this car has so far maintained 0 bad reviews. Because all those who had accidents are dead. But accordingly, this brand has a lot of fans in the country. Though most of the people in here don't dare or don't have the chance to really try it. As for how he was able to tell that the man in front of him was from the imperial capital, it was also really because his Beijing accent was too severe. Things were pretty much as he thought. The strong man quickly responded with a smile. Yes, I'm from the imperial capital following the motorcycle caravan, and I happen to be playing inside today. The motorcycle caravan, 318? When Su Jia heard this, he immediately became interested. This 318, naturally, is the 318 National Highway. It is also considered to be the most popular route for self-driving, cycling, motorcycle travel and other modes of travel in China at present. And the starting point of most travelers would also be chosen in Rongqing. When the 2-month vacation after the college entrance examination, Su Jiadu almost bought a bicycle and plugged directly into the Tibetan area. Unfortunately, such an idea was eventually killed by the old Buddha at home. Yes, it's 318, but we're planning to watch a game here before we leave. After hearing this, Su Jia's heart became a little skeptical. The race this person was talking about wouldn't be the one he had with those people 3 days later. Is it the one with little brother Sai Airplane? Yes, he is our idol now, so we must go and support him. Between words, Yang Chao's face stayed showing a look of excitement. When he first watched Su Jia answer the battle on the internet, he had jumped straight out of bed. Anyway, in his heart, he thought that a knight should have this kind of passion. It was also just like those heroes of the Isle of Man, who knew that they would most likely lose their lives, but still had no choice but to do so. But Yan Xingyu, who heard this, couldn't help but tighten her hand around his waist. As his girlfriend, she certainly knew that Su Jia would be competing in 2 days. For such a dangerous sport, Yan Xingyu was actually very worried. It just couldn't be helped. According to her character, no matter what Su Jia was going to do because of his interest, I'm afraid she wouldn't go back to stop it. Even if she was worried, she would still give him her utmost support. This, too, was the point that Su Jia appreciated her the most. And Su Jia didn't have the idea of directly showing his cards and using his identity to act like a bully. After smiling and waving goodbye to Yang Chao, he drove his car straight into the motorcycle training base. Just after driving in, Su Jia looked at the scene in front of him. He felt that instead of being called a training base, it was more like a small racing track. And the entire base is also divided into 2 areas. One of them was a scaled-down version of the racetrack that consisted of various curves. On the other side, there was a huge open space, on which there were several motorcycles that were training warping and such with the help of auxiliary equipment. Even inside the base, he saw a few parents teaching their small children to ride the scaled-down version of a motorcycle. Coupled with the kind of booming engine roar of the motorcycles, it made Suja really feel like he was going home. His body revealed two words, comfort. And this loving scene is also let Yen Xingyue happy said, there is such a cute motorcycle? Of course there is, in the future our child, I also teach him so. Suja said this, still saying it very seriously. Just after saying this, Yen Xingyue behind her fell into silence. Only after a few moments did a voice that was clearly shy come out, buy him the best. And of course, Suja understood the reasoning behind seeing the best. Immediately as the throttle a turn, riding RCA toward the venue inside. And the people who were originally in the venue, of course, also discovered his existence. And for the RC8 that suddenly appeared, most of them also showed a curious look. What kind of car is that? Listening to the sound is a 4-cylinder car, or a big Roa. KTM RC8 this is definitely a warrior. Indeed, riding this car also dared to bring fenders, is also no one. Almost instantly, the RC8 became the most beautiful boy in the field. Just what the crowd did not expect is that this car did not choose to come to a crowded place to pretend, but found a place where no one. And the little brother who rode the car also quickly from the car down. The person who drove the car also turned into that big-legged fender behind him. Noticing such a scene, the crowd also felt their minds explode. No way, he wouldn't be planning to let his girlfriend learn how to drive this car. However, what made them collapse was the fact that this was really the case. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yen Xingyu was failing to ignite several times in a row. And Suja is on the side patiently said, not in a hurry now the engine has been started, full pinch the clutch and then put on the first gear. And at the same time of speaking, he also used his hand to tightly grasp the back of the RC8. Fear that if she has a bad control, she will rush out directly. However, just starting to learn, is with such a large displacement, the difficulty is undoubtedly very high. So soon after the RC8 shrugged a bit, it stalled again. This side of the scene, but also let a lot of people are laughing out loud. Although looking at people's young couple learning to drive, how are a little bit of eating dog food suspicion. But most people also revealed a heartfelt smile. This is not everyone's dream thing. Just this everything is not absolute. Some people think it is very interesting, there will be some people do not think so. For example, a domestic Huanglong 600 began in Su Jia's car around the circle. And a variety of operations, all revealed a flavor of showmanship. And the booming noise was also causing the already nervous Yen Xingyu to frown. Faced with this situation, Su Jia then waved his hand, signaling him to stop. Today, he also only wanted to have a good two-person world with Yen Xingyue, but he didn't intend to do anything to the other party. It was just that the words the man said were full of gunpowder flavor. Isn't it a waste to play with this car like this? Why don't you come and compete with me? As he said this, he also pointed his finger at the small racetrack next to him. Obviously, this was an attempt to use Su Jia to set up a show of strength. The situation over here, of course, also attracted the attention of many people. Including Yang Chao, who he had just met, many people quickly gathered around. Looking at the current situation, Su Jia then turned his head to his girlfriend's side. Stinky puff him. Yen Xingyu was equally annoyed by the other party's behavior. What's more, seeing that Su Jia had the intention to have some fun, how could she not give him face? Instead of blocking, it would be better to say a little bit more domineering, as if it was to give Su Jia a big boost. Good Lu. Su Jia answered and turned his head, said to the man on the yellow Dragon 600, your car 600 cubic centimeters, about half of my car, so I let you a wheel, it should not be considered bullying you, right? The moment this statement came out, the whole field is a clamor. One of the people standing next to Yang Chao couldn't help but say, no wonder they say they won't let you play with KTM, it's really a bunch of crazy people. Right, everyone remember, never play with KTM. 73 absolutely crushed, locomotives do not distinguish between noble and lowly. A group of motorcyclists now also really feel the arrogance of Su Jia. The young man riding on the yellow Dragon 600 but also felt a great humiliation. Let me have a wheel? I would like to see how you let. After saying that, he rode his bike and headed towards the small track next to him. Anyway, he wouldn't believe a word of Su Jia's words. After all, warping his head to run a race like this operation, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, it didn't matter. Anyway, if the competition came down, this arrogant person would always know his own strength. And on Su Jia's side, what was said was certainly serious. And since he said such words, it proved that he really didn't intend to be serious with the other party. As for the insulting nature of saying that, Su Jia thought that he had already given him face by not kicking him up. Seeing that Yen Xingyu had already gotten down from the car, he didn't waste any time and directly rode onto the car and pressed the start button. Boom! 4-cylinder car unique sound waves, so that everyone present are watching as if mesmerized. Play car or have to play big row, although that yellow Dragon 600 is also 4-cylinder car, but the sound difference is too big. But I advise you not to play KTM, this car is exclusive to fierce men. Interesting, come to casually play can encounter this kind of hilarious. While standing next to the Yan Xingyue, is still whispering said, stinky treasure refueling. Rest assured. After raising his hand and knocking on his girlfriend's helmet to signal reassurance, Su Jia also prepared to take the field. And right under the crowd's gaze, RC8 immediately erupted into a burst of superb sound waves. Boom! Then, the front wheels of the car directly buckled. Su Jia, on the other hand, had no intention at all of falling down and drove towards the direction of the small racetrack in a state of rear-wheel traveling. Under his skill that surpassed most professional drivers, RC8, the famous Black Widow maker, was as obedient as a bicycle. Seeing such a scene, the melon-eating crowd was directly surprised with their mouths wide open. I believe his words now. Just between everyone's diverse opinions, the two cars had already arrived at the starting line of the track. A race that was entertaining in nature in Su Jia's opinion was about to start. But just at that moment, a little kid wearing a scaled-down biker suit with Mickey Mouse on his helmet came next to him. Little brother, your car is so handsome, must win oh. To be honest, seeing this scene, Su Jia was really encouraged. Immediately smiled and said, brother can win, you wait for me at the finish line. Said the words, he also will hand fist, stretched to the front of the children. The little friend was not afraid of being a stranger, and also followed his example, stretching out his fist and bumping it together with his hand. But after doing this action, he felt shy. He ran to a middle-aged man and hugged his thigh. This scene, too, made everyone present smile with an ant smile. The joy of riding a motorcycle was often this simple. On Su Jia's side, he quickly cleaned up his mood and focused on the race. Since he had promised someone to win, then of course there could be no surprises. At the same time, the signal light at the start of the miniature racetrack suddenly turned red. The two of them, Su Jia, also instantly entered into the battle state. Boom! The ear-piercing sound made everyone present feel their blood boiling. Even Yan Xingyue, who had always been rather quiet, now had an excited look on her face. My little man, at this moment is just too handsome. A few seconds later, the signal light suddenly turned green. The sound of the two cars instantly pulled up and rushed out towards the front. However, right in front of the shocked eyes of the crowd, Su Jia's front end buckled at the first moment. And because of the previous precaution, they all understood that this wasn't a loss of control at all, but a show-off. The most outrageous thing was that even though Su Jia only started with the rear wheels, he still took the lead in the first moment. Of course, this was also expected by them. A 600 cubic centimeters car with a top speed of less than 200, how can it compare its acceleration with a car with more than 1,100 cubic centimeters and a rush speed of 300? However, it was not impossible for the Yellow Dragon 600 to win. Because this track is too small, the whole length is less than 1 kilometer. And most of them are curves. If Su Jia used two wheels to race properly, it would definitely be a crushing situation. But the bad thing was, he was planning to run the whole course with only one wheel. However, just as everyone was thinking about this, the first corner came quietly. The warped RC8 still didn't have the slightest intention of slowing down. In the face of this situation, some people's hearts, and even has sentenced him to death. It's over, this buddy pretending to be a big one. RC8 but no electronic control system, this is simply not back. Just such an idea has not landed, Su Jia made out of the operation, let everyone present directly numb. Just in the moment of entering the bay, the crowd saw the RC8, which kept the rear wheel traveling, directly tilted towards the other side. That's right, it was a wheel pressure bend. And his stance into the corner was even more perfect than the Yellow Dragon 600 behind him. What do I see? A wheelie? I suspect this is a fake RC8. No, nowadays, only the RC8 can do this. This latter statement, too, resonated with many people. Nowadays, big row locomotives are shrouded in all sorts of electronic control systems. Other cars want to get out of this kind of operation, don't even think about it. Because whenever you have a little bit out of control, the electronic control system will immediately intervene. On the contrary, the pure mechanical RC8 can get out this kind of I'm afraid only professional players can play out the operation. And on Su Jia's side, also really feel the fun of this car. The feeling of controlling the balance of the body while tilting the body to press the corner and exit the corner simply makes him feel good to the point of explosion. So accordingly, the speed of the car was once again increased quite a bit. He still wanted to challenge his limits. And follow behind the Yellow Dragon 600 car owner that is full of despair. The person in front of him actually really let him a wheel and in the speed directly crush him. And still that kind of absolute crush. Although he likes to pretend, but not a little cute. The RC8 that Su Jia was driving, no matter whether it was the alignment or the angle of entering and exiting the corner, all of them traveled to him and crushed him. Even he suspected that even if this person rode a Springbok 250, he could not win at all. This kind of insulting thing, who can he find to reason with? And such a state of affairs was quickly maintained until the end of the race. A race like this would really be an appetizer for Soo-ja. It wasn't until he crossed the finish line that the front wheel of the RC-8 was put down. And the little boy who had just had an appointment rushed over with his arms raised in excitement. Snap! A large and a small pair of hands clapped together, sharing the joy of victory. Locomotives don't discriminate between noble and lowly, and riders don't discriminate between high and low. Even a little kid's heart would be pounding because of the locomotive. 74 woman will only affect my gearing speed. The people who had just been spectating were now quickly leaning in. It had to be said that Soo-ja's operation just now was directly conquering them. Each and every one of them also thought that those who played with motorcycles in this Reuniting city were really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. First, little brother Raceplane had battled professional riders on Longquan Mountain and also accepted the challenge of so many four-wheeled vehicles. It was amazing to meet such a powerful character in a small practicing base. But to say that the person who was the most excited was Yin Xingyue. In the past few incidents, although she was informed, she was not present at the scene. It was really the first time that she had watched Soo-ja compete at the scene. Also because of this, she felt the passion within her boyfriend. This feeling, likewise, invigorated her. In her heart, she was feeling more and more that learning motorcycle was definitely a very right thing to do. With such a mood, she then quickly rushed over and directly jumped into Soo-ja's arms. Stinky treasure, you're so great. Okay. For a moment, Soo-ja thought she was saying that you were awesome last night. Just at this time, the little child who had just celebrated with him with a high five, said in a milky voice, "Brother, can I sit in your car for a while?" Soo-ja was really a bit hesitant. It wasn't that he was cheap, but this little boy didn't look more than 5 or 6 years old. In case he was thrown out in the car, his trouble would definitely not be small. And seeing this expression on his face, the little boy's father naturally understood. Then, like a magic trick, he took out a fixed rope similar to a seatbelt. "Little brother, this kid of mine, he's loved locomotives since he was a kid, so if it's possible, you can just take him for a spin." Seeing this thing, Soo-ja was quite relieved. From this can also be seen, this one the father is no less ride with the child out to play. And such a state is actually something that most motorcycle enthusiasts dream of. Taking their own children to play with the car, think about it, is very happy. Well, in the face of this situation, Soo-ja then nodded and said, "Get on the car, take you to play. I'm going to later too." Yin Xingyu said, then ran to the back in a huff. And the people standing next to him were now looking forward to it. With the skills Soo-ja just showed, hell knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Just in the doorway people recognized Yang Chao, even more open-mouthed shouted, "Brother, the whole job." "The whole job?" Soo-ja smiled, said there is no problem at all. Soon, the child and his fathers helped to sit on the back seat of the RC-8. And with the safety rope firmly fixed in the body of Soo-ja. Without any safety concerns, Soo-ja was no longer hesitant and directly drove the car to the starting point again. But this time, he was the only one, so naturally, he didn't need to look at the lights. Next, he stepped firmly on the ground with both feet. The gas pedal in his hand instantly went to the bottom. Boom! Bzzz. The roar of the engine, as well as the sound of the tires rubbing against the ground, instantly caused all the people present to unconsciously retreat towards their backs. Then, thick white smoke gushed out from underneath the tires. "Good man, burning tires. Why do I feel like he's warming up the tires? He's just warming up the tires. He's ready to give us a job." In the crowd's discussion, after feeling that the tires are almost hot, Soo-ja controls the RC-8 and rushes out directly towards the front. At the same time, behind the children are also excited to shout out, "Oh hoo, brother, you good." In his own old dad's, but he has never experienced such an exciting feeling. And Soo-ja's next operation, of course, did not let the crowd disappointed. Right at the moment of entering the first turn, the rear wheel of the RC-8 slid towards the other side. Accompanied by thick white smoke, with a position close to drifting, began to gallop madly around the corner. The sliding tires through the corner, it was awesome. This dude's skill is so fierce, it should be no worse than that little brother who races airplanes. This is what I call playing with cars. Just between the crowd's discussion, Soo-ja controlled the RC-8, using the sliding tires to cross the corner, and ran through the whole course directly. 2 laps, 2 ways. Each of them brought a different experience to the people. One by one, the eyes that looked at Soo-ja were also more blazing. Of course, to say that the happiest person was of course the little kid sitting in the back seat. The current him was secretly swearing in his heart that he would be the same person as this little brother in the future. Also be able to have such riding skills. The love for motorcycles also reached its peak at this moment. It could even be said that Soo-ja's 2 laps were enough to change a little boy's life. And after getting off the bike, the little boy looked at him with a face of adoration and said, "Brother, are you a racer?" Hearing this, Soo-ja also froze for a moment. Because strictly speaking, he really was. After all, the racing license and whatnot was still kept at home. Just as he was about to answer, the little boy's father spoke up, "How could little brother be a racer? Why, he is obviously so good." The boy's little face was filled with a great deal of doubt. Because he has a girlfriend. The middle-aged man's face turned serious. Race car driver, do not need a woman, only need the car in hand. Women would only affect their daring speed. As the words fell, the male compatriots present were a burst of approval. Yang Chao even couldn't help but stand out and say, well said, people with fenders will always be the alternative within the riders. After hearing this, the little boy was thoughtful. After a few moments of contemplation, he said, okay, then I won't look for a girlfriend in the future, and I'll go back and break up with Nua next door. Hearing this, the middle-aged man who originally had a holy face, his face was instantly collapsed. This can't be done. With those words, the man picked up his son and walked towards the back. Yan Xingyue, who was looking at his back, was now also directly laughing out loud. It was the first time she knew that riding a motorcycle would be so much fun. It was at this time that Yang Chao brought a group of people over and said, brother is too good, give a chance at night, let us treat you to a midnight snack? Yes, we can communicate together. By the way, we can also together in Rongqing Fried Street, came for 2 days, but I have not gone out once. Faced with this situation, Su Jia then looked towards Yan Xingyu. After all, this little fairy of his own usually has a very quiet nature and doesn't really like to make a lot of noise. However, what he didn't expect was that Yan Xingyu's mindset had changed a lot. For locomotives and such, she had also developed a strong interest. Let's go have some fun stinky treasure, I haven't experienced the feeling of going out to play with a car together yet. Okay. 75, you such a fierce man, how can be seen everywhere? Seeing Su Jia agreeing to it, it was only after this no less than a dozen mofos from the imperial capital that they were considered to have left from his side. As for the midnight snack? Now time is too early, or hurry to play the car is important. On Su Jia's side, he was bringing his girlfriend and having all kinds of fun on the track. Until 8 o'clock in the evening, Yan Xingyue was already able to slowly turn the car on with his help. Of course, Su Jia didn't intend to let her keep practicing with this car. If she didn't anymore, I'm afraid that this would really become a life-saving charm. However, despite this, Yan Xingyue was still too excited to help herself. The laughter never left the two of them. A pair of divine couple was also directly envious of the others. However, seeing that the sky had completely darkened, the training base was about to close for business. The motorists, too, began to gather, ready to follow Su Jia to blow up the streets and eat late-night snacks. Being able to play with such an operating monster, each of their faces, too, were filled with happy smiles. Motorcycle friends, they never distinguish between cities and other distinctions. And Su Jia also did not expect that this team of motorcycle friends from Daidu, the lineup was surprisingly strong. Among them, the car that Yang Chao rode was a BMW or 1250, which is considered the most classic style of the touring car. Other people's cars, also different, but each one, are considered to be the middle of the car. Even in this fleet, there are 4 or 5 female riders. One of them was still riding a Kawasaki Z900 over. In these few people, Su Jia is considered to see the real female rider should have the appearance. Compared to the so-called Netflix female rider that he saw in Longquan Mountain before, it was much more decent. Soon, a group of more than 10 cars had finally finished assembling. Under Su Jia's leadership, the cars started almost in unison. Boom! The varying sounds caused the passers-by on the side of the road to look sideways. Truthfully, traveling teams of cars were really quite common for them. After all, this was Rongqing, and if they wanted to go to 318, they would basically choose to depart from here. But motorcycle traveling teams, that was very rare. So many people couldn't help but take out their cell phones and start taking pictures of the crowd. Soon, everything was ready. Su Jia was waving his hand, directly starting the motorcycle, vastly heading towards the direction of Taikuli. The destination of this trip, the name is called the South Street of the Academy, just behind the most prosperous Taikuli in Rongqing. It is a snack street that is not famous in Rongqing, but has a very good reputation. It's not that Su Jia is cheap and unwilling to bring his new friends to eat something good. But this group of motorcycle friends from the Imperial City, basically all are not bad money lord. Usually used to eating the seafood, to Rongqing to try some local snacks. For example, skewers and so on. Su Jia, who is half a local snake, was only invited by Yang Chao to join in. In addition, there are some car enthusiasts who have the idea of blowing up the streets in Rongqing. Then the best location would undoubtedly be next to Taikuli. Boom! A dozen or so motorcycles formed a long line and began to ride on the streets of Rongqing. While Yan Xingyue, who was sitting behind her, was tightly wrapping her arms around Su Jia's waist, the smile on her face was getting sweeter and sweeter. 10 or so minutes later, the already quite crowded South Street of the Academy ushered in a group of special guests. This batch of people, each of them riding very handsome motorcycles, attracted people's attention. And the exhaust sound of each vehicle was surprisingly loud. It made it impossible for people to not pay attention. Especially the white and red motorcycle at the head, the sound was even more revealingly grumpy everywhere. As for the people behind them, each of them also had a small flag hanging from their car. It had the words Imperial Capital Motorcycle Fleet written on it. Su Jia, who was riding at the front, didn't feel strange in the face of such a crowded scene. As everyone knew, Rongqing was a rather peaceful city. The pace of life was slow, and people enjoyed eating, drinking, and playing mahjong. Then a place like Snack Street was definitely not lacking in foot traffic. And follow the motorcycle friends, now even more feel did not come to the wrong place. Come out to play, no one will feel what is wrong with lively. Moreover, the large number of people also proves that the flavor of this place is very good. So under the sound wave of Su Jia Boom's road, the caravan dives headlong into the south street of Shuyuan. And very quickly, the group arrived inside a skewer store, putting 2 tables together and sitting down in a circle. By now, Su Jia, who had been smothered by his helmet for half a day, finally stood his helmet down. Yan Xingyue, who was sitting right next to him, naturally moved in a more or less synchronized manner with him. However, it was such a normal behavior, but it made the magic friends who were chatting intensely directly freeze. This is a pair of talented men and a talented woman? Good lord, the face value of your pair is definitely the highest it has ever been seen. I want to oppose this marriage. Even the 5 big and thick imperial man Yang Chao, now is also dumbfounded, said, brother, you too this face value, simply against the sky. Now he, too, is completely forgetting the slogan that fenders are alien. As for those few female writers? Now earlier staring at Su Jia's face, eyes cannot move. This kind of situation, Su Jia is long used to, shrugged his shoulders and said, you do not like this, I am relying on technology to eat. Stay with these motorcycle friends, he still feels very comfortable. Saying this, naturally, he also wanted the crowd to ignore the point that he was handsome. Ha, I am indeed convinced by your skills. When the words fell, Yang Chao took out his cell phone and continued, quickly, let's add a contact, we must contact more in the future. For him, Su Jia is undoubtedly considered a technical fierce man. Plus 2 people originally like motorcycles, naturally there will be no lack of common language. However, after Su Jia cooperated and added the VX, Yang Chao looked at his business card and froze out of sight. And after a moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but say, plus, minus, multiply and divide? Why does it feel so familiar? Little brother VX name is plus, minus, multiply and divide? A female writer violently stood up from her seat and said with wide eyes, he can't be the guy from the airplane race, right? Instantly, the crowd's eyes focused on Su Jia once again. The blazing heat in their eyes was even more as if they wanted to see through him. In the face of this situation, Su Jia, who had no intention of pretending to be a bully, could only smile and nod his head, it's me. Right on, I told you that a fierce man like you, how can you be everywhere? 76 conquering 318 National Highway, I'm alone afraid of the dark. No wonder you can drive the RC-8 so well. Yang Chao is the more he said the more excited, even the cell phone fell on the ground, he is oblivious. There's no way, for this person Su Jia, he has actually longed for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have delayed his precious traveling time and chose to stay in Rongqing to watch a straight-line acceleration race. It was also not until now that he realized that the slugger he met and the slugger he idolized were actually the same person. All the doubts had dissipated in this one as well. It should be known that Su Jia's battle against a professional player in Longquan Mountain a few days earlier was videotaped by Jiaru. That video, now in the B station above the heat, is still high. How could they, motorcycle owners, not go and brush it up a few times? From that time onwards, Yang Chao had already felt that Raceplane's little brother's skills were already out of this world. The continuous slipping of tires on the mountain road and cornering was nothing like on the track. Today, he did feel what it means to live up to his name. As for the people next to him, they were now all staring at Su Jia with an unbelievable look on their faces. In the face of this situation, Su Jia can only helplessly shrug, I'm just to play motorcycle, not network blow so god. For his own positioning, he himself is still very clear. Career is flourishing, playing with favorite cars and motorcycles, life is comfortable and comfortable. As for the network to blow him into a car god, this matter, he actually does not feel deeply. After all, he was not a professional driver and did not intend to utilize this as a netizen chausseur de foot. Motorcycle is also just his hobby. However, if he thought this way, the other people sitting here would definitely not be able to think this way. What is Su Jia's status now? In the motorcycle circle, that is a real legend. Anyone who liked motorcycles or owned one, who wouldn't give him a thumbs up? However, at that moment, the female writer who had just recognized him said again, you're not just a motorcycle player, that Pagani. The words weren't finished, but they were enough to make everyone's mind explode. Right, Su Jia can not only motorcycle wands awesome, people are still a legendary super rich second generation it. The cars inside the garage together, that was worth more than $500 million. The economic strength represented behind this, is also completely able to use the sky to describe it. It seems that the richer the person, the lower the profile. Indeed, we've dragged such people to eat roadside stalls. Hearing this, Su Jia quickly waved his hand and said, I'm just an ordinary person, if you guys continue to be like this, I'll be ready to leave off. Saying leave was of course a joke. The real purpose, or want to change the topic. Pretending to be a bully in front of the mofo was also not his intention, and it didn't allow him to get a little sense of accomplishment at all. His willingness to get along with the people in front of him was also because the atmosphere in their team was good. Suja also had no intention of changing this atmosphere. Only after hearing this did the crowd sort of subside. Yang Chao, on the other hand, suddenly tapped his head and said, "Brother Su, interested in motorcycling? Why don't you come with us and have some fun?" Su Jia froze for a moment. Motorcycle touring? Of course he was interested. Even in his opinion, a knight's life was incomplete without traveling. However, just as he froze, the system stepped forward once again. Option 1, travel with a fleet of vehicles in company and conquer the 318 National Highway. Reward, a BMW M1000RR and 10 million yuan in cash. Option 2, continue to stay in the comfort zone. Reward, 15 million yuan in cash. Looking at the options in his mind, Su Jia's heartbeat accelerated. But although the rewards were very powerful, for example, the M1000RR was even a new car introduced by BMW, the level was even above the HP4. But what made his heart beat the most was still traveling on a motorcycle. Even he thought that he would really regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't go. Of course, he still forced himself to be calm and turned his head to look at Yan Xingyue and said, "Dehua, are you going?" For his first time traveling out of town, Su Jia of course still wanted his girlfriend to be by his side. Moreover, the two of them have just run into each other not long ago. This trip is also just right to warm up the feelings. "I listen to you, where you go, I will go." This is something that Yan Xingyu said casually and firmly. Although she had traveled to many places, the place where Su Jia was present was the best scenery. Hearing this, Su Jia also laughed out happily. And right under the eyes of the crowd, he directly rued on Yan Xingyu's face, causing her to blush for a while. With such a girlfriend, what more could a man ask for? With such thoughts, Su Jia then silently read in his mind, "Choose one." Then, he raised his head and said, "Then let's go have fun together, I just have a lot of time anyway." Indeed, right now, he had money and leisure. Although there were 3 investments that were just getting started, he, the shirker, didn't really have to do anything at all. What's more, now that technology was so advanced, telecommuting was still quite convenient. And seeing him agree, the dinner table was immediately resounded with loud cheers. "Woohoo, this is interesting. Welcome Brother Su to the team, ha. We're just waiting for you to return triumphantly from the race and go out together." On everyone's face, there were also happy smiles. For Su Jia as a person, everyone admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Going out on a trip with such a person was quite an accomplished thing in itself. Just like this, the meal was getting more and more lively. It wasn't until 11 o'clock in the evening that it was considered to have dispersed in all directions. Of course, the current Su Jia had also been drawn closer to their fleet group, just waiting for him to finish his race and then set off together. And the duration of this trip was around a week to 10 days. Soon, the two riding on the RC8 were heading straight towards the direction of Yan Xingyue's house. Along the way, Su Jia deliberately slowed down the speed of the car, together with his girlfriend, feeling the breeze that was blowing. Just when Yan Xingyue was immersed in this mood, she heard Su Jia say in front of her, "Dehua, I live by myself and I'm afraid of the dark." "Ah, what then?" Of course Yan Xingyu understood what he meant, and had even adapted long ago. Directly put a move to play dumb and play dumb, and interpreted it to the fullest. What to do? I don't know what to do either. Su Jia was a bit helpless, this couldn't be said directly. And Yan Xingyue sighed, it suddenly came a little inspiration, immediately with a mysterious smile said, "Then later you go home first, I clean up, give you a surprise?" Surprise? Good ah. In his mind, Yan Xingyue went home to pack her bag, and then sent herself packing as a surprise. Thinking of this, the throttle under his hand was also twisted deeper and deeper. Boom! 77 Girlfriends Surprise, the $1 million match. 12:30 p.m. Su Jia, who had returned home a long time ago, was battling with the game in front of his computer. But just now, a man who claimed to be Mr. Yan's driver called him. Said it was some kind of underground garage to receive a surprise. In the face of this situation, Su Jia is helplessly shaking his head. This big flower now is quite focused on the cards. Now he, too, did not think much at all. After all, the girl of a big family, moving and so on, pay attention to a card face and so on, or very normal, right? With this thought, he picked up his cell phone and walked towards the underground garage. Not long after, also came to belong to his row of parking spaces in front. At the head of the row was the Pagani that already had a Sichuan A77777 license plate on it. I have to say, with this license plate, the Pagani's value added, at least another 20 million. After all, in China, everyone actually quite valued license plate number. Whenever you see a good number on the road, you basically can't help but guess the identity of the other party. And this number of his, moreover, will make him become the existence of the focus of the whole scene. In addition to that, the BMW M1000RR, which he had just received, had also been parked in the garage. Looking at the car in front of him that was full of technology, Su Jia was really forcibly resisting the desire to drive it for a while. Have to say, in terms of big row motorcycle, BMW and the technology above has never lost. Whether it is the electronic control system or apps can be said to be the best in the same level. And this one in front of me, it is the pinnacle of BMW's work. The most important thing is, Su Jia, this car should also be the first in the country. After all, it has just been released and has not yet entered the country at all. Above the significance, it had also become different. He was even considering whether he should use this car to go to the competition when it was time to compete. I'm afraid that with this cool appearance, it would be able to kill the whole field. However, just as he was caught up in his thoughts, a black Alpha commercial car came to his side. Seeing this, Su Jia was also hastily pulled out from all kinds of thoughts. Well, the matter of the motorcycle was put aside for now. Writing his girlfriend first was more important. Just what happened next deviated a lot from his imagination. Soon, the Alpha stopped in front of him. Driver position, it immediately came down. A suit man respectfully said, "Mr. Su, our lady gave you a surprise, sent you. Well, hurry up and reveal the secret, your lady is really naughty." As Su Jia spoke, he signaled him to hurry up and pull the door open. And so far, he was still a Yan Xingyue in a ritualistic manner. As for the driver, Xiao Wang, he froze for a moment when he heard this, as if it was a lifetime ago. In his impression, his own young lady that was the daughter of a $10 billion tycoon, wherever she was an existence that was held in the palm of one's hand. To Su Jia's mouth, how come she was just like an ordinary little girl? But from this can also be seen, Su Jia and Yan Xingyu's feelings is really good. Thinking of this, he also didn't hesitate at all and directly pulled the door at the back of the car open. But right at this moment, Su Jia, whose spirit was highly struck, heard a yuck from inside. Then, a concealed weapon flew directly towards him. Fortunately, Su Jia reacted quickly enough and directly dodged the concealed weapon with a dodge. "If you are naughty again, I will." Before he finished saying this, Su Jia looked at the situation in front of him and directly froze on the spot. Because right inside the car, where was the figure of Yan Xingyu? Instead, there was an alpaca with white fur. What's that? Looking at the beast in the car that was gawking at him, Su Jia was dumbfounded. This scene was really a good surprise. It is also this time, he just reacted, just that dark weapon, obviously is this good spit out saliva. The Lord, if it is not a reaction that only virgins have, I shall not be spit all over the place? And seeing his reaction, the driver Xiao Wang is not an exception. After all, when Yan Xingyue arranged for him to do this, it was clearly with a mischievous smile. "Mr. Su, this is a pet that Mr. Yan has, his name is Wang Kai, and I brought you everything to eat." With those words, he also pointed to the trunk of the car. Just reacted to Su Jia, is a helpless face, said, "Help me take it up." He also never thought that the first pet he raised in his life would be the legendary grass mud horse. But when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be pretty good. Apart from the fact that it liked to spit, the furry look of it still made him like it. As for the girlfriend who made this happen, he'd get his revenge tomorrow. Definitely. With this thought in mind, he walked towards Wang Kai's direction with a wary mind. "Ha! How dare you poo-poo me?" Meanwhile, in the villa of Yan Jinsong, the big businessman of Rongqing, holding a note in his hand that said, "I've given Wang Kai to Su Jia, Dad, buy another one." Yan Jinsong was full of helplessness. "I'm not a big fan of women. Why don't you give me to him?" No, at this rate, she'll give me away too." For the next 2 days, Su Jia, who had a new neighbor, lived a very fulfilling life. When he had classes, he went to school, and when he had nothing else to do, he took Yan Xingyue to practice at the motorcycle base. There was also an alpaca back home to relieve him of his boredom. It's worth mentioning that the current her has honorably become a Springbok 250 SR owner. Without the need for Su Jia's assistance, she was already fully capable of driving this small displacement motorcycle on the track. Of course, in order to really get on the road, she still needed to take a motorcycle driver's license. Compared to a car, it was quite a bit easier. And on the internet, the heat was growing about Su Jia. Little brother raceplane would start racing today. Jia and the others have arrived in Rongqing. Fans warmly greeted the picture. Shocking. Motorcycle versus car, will Su Jia be able to wipe the slate clean? All these and more have been frantically splashed all over the internet. And anything that happens in the competition is bound to hit the hot search engines. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a traffic feast. Regardless of whether it was related or unrelated, they were all utilizing this feast to madly reap benefits. Of course, since it was a competition, there would definitely be a high and a low. In such a situation, whoever could win would be the biggest beneficiary of this event. Also because of this, the heat of the race was growing. The riders, too, were getting more and more serious. After all, no one wanted to let go of this great opportunity to become famous. And today, the atmosphere of the race has also instantly come to the peak. Who will win and who will lose will also be officially revealed today. 78 good guy, this is making a big scene. At 10 minutes in the morning, Soo-ja sat on his sofa, looking at the news on the internet. A confident smile surfaced on his face. These 2 days down, his microblogging fans had long since come to the figure of 3 million. It was important to know that so far, Soo-ja had only sent a total of 2 pieces of content. With such an increase in fan speed, even a first-tier star would have to be red-eyed when they came. As for him, he actually felt okay. Other than some words of encouragement that inspired him, he didn't feel anything different. And for today's match, he could say that he was determined to win. As the saying goes, if you don't fight for buns, since this matter has been raised to the height of motorcycle versus four-wheeler. Then he was also planning to give them all a lesson today. With this thought, Soo-ja took a few car keys and headed towards the underground garage. Sun Yu-hang, the organizer behind the competition, had also been waiting there for a long time. When he saw him walking down, he immediately came over and said, "Mr. Soo, it's currently ready, so we can leave for the venue at any time." "Well, let's go then." According to the data given out by Sun Yu-hang, the number of applicants for this straight-line acceleration race is 260. Don't underestimate this number. The F4W competition has been held for several years, but it hasn't been able to reach this number. In addition, according to the estimation, the number of people who will be there to watch the race today will also reach thousands. If it wasn't for the fact that the race venue was at the airport and needed to be secured, then even tens of thousands of people would be normal. After all, because of Soo-ja's existence, the status of motorcycle in Reuniting is changing day by day. People's love for motorcycles had even increased dramatically. But soon, he cast his eyes on his Barbo's G800. The front face, which was originally smashed and spent, is now intact and has returned to its usual tough guy style. And the most noticeable thing was a trailer mounted behind this car. On this small trailer, squarely able to put down 3 motorcycles. Respectively, BMW M1000RR, Augusta F4 Limited Edition, Kawasaki 6i Devil. These 3 cars are what Soo-ja is preparing to compete with. And looking at this calm appearance of Soo-ja, Sun Yu-hang's original nervous mood also relaxed a lot. These past few days, he had had a very torturous time, so to speak. Before this, he had a clear perception of himself. He was a modification factory owner who had a little money but no ambition. Every day, he guarded his own acre of land, and from time to time, he participated in straight-line acceleration races out of interest. But the emergence of Shuga has definitely changed that. He had also transformed from a self-employed businessman to a race organizer. Even Sun Yu-hang was wondering, if Soo-ja really won this time, then could the straight-line acceleration race, named by him as Plus, keep doing it? If it really can he also earn the legendary big money? This earning big money is really not a joke. Take a look at this race. For those who sign up, each person pays the $28.88 entry fee first. Participants want to maintain the car or other, also need to go to the organizer official cooperation tuning factory. This tuning factory, naturally, is the one that Soo-ja owns 80 shares. On top of that, the live broadcast and broadcasting rights of the event were also sold for a high price of $3 million. By the way, the person who paid this money is Yin Xingyua's best friend, Jiaru. Out of her confidence and support for Soo-ja, and for the sake of diversifying the content of her live room, she had also gritted her teeth and smashed out this amount of money. There were other bits and pieces of income added together, and the income from this competition was all at least 5 million. And the input? It was actually very little. I'm afraid that the biggest sum of money was the several $100,000 used up in renting the airport runway. When compared to this, it was simply a windfall of a windfall. Of course, the bulk of the revenue would end up in Soo-ja's pockets. Like he said before, he never did anything that didn't benefit him. Also with this thought in mind, Sun Yu-hang then started the car and followed closely behind Soo-ja. It was only just as Soo-ja drove the car close to the exit of the basement that he noticed that something was wrong. Because he, who was sitting in the car, could feel the ground trembling slightly. But he knew very well that it wasn't an earthquake, but the sound outside was too loud. A roar of an engine traveled through the basement and into his ears. From this sound alone, one could tell that there must be more than a few simple cars outside. Good lord, this is making a big scene for me. With curiosity, Soo-ja drove the Babs G800, slowly drove out of the basement, toward the outside of the district. Just look at the scene in front of him, forgive him to have been a little bit of psychological preparation, also directly was startled. The first thing that caught his eye was the motorcycle fleet headed by Zhang Wei and Yang Chao. As for how many? It could only be described as a glance that could not be seen. Soo-ja even began to suspect that this bastard had organized all the riders in the entire city of Reuniting. And behind them, there was the supercar camp led by a Porsche 918. One didn't need to think to know that this was He Qixing and the others. The current Soo-ja was already the honorary president of the Highway 18 Supercar Club. Naturally, he would receive support from the club members. The convoy of 2 different car types also occupied both sides of the entire road. Looking at the images in front of him, Soo-ja's hot blood began to boil. When a person was the ultimate in something, then he would definitely have a lot of followers. Except for jerking off, of course. And these people in front of him were naturally Su Jia's followers. Right now, they were all looking at Su Jia with blazing eyes, as if he was a general who was about to go to war. And they, in their own way, were showing their support for the general. This was also direct proof that Su Jia's influence in the car circle in Reuniting was now too great. Brother Jia, charge. Brother Jia, if you win today, I'll pack my bar to treat you to a high. A voice of support for his words began to echo in his ears. And Su Jia, whose blood had long been boiling, certainly needed to respond. At that moment, he directly pulled open the car door, stood on the pedal of the G800, shouted to the crowd, "Tonight I chartered the venue, everyone is ready, not drunk and not return." After saying this, Su Jia waved his hand and returned to the car to start the automobile. Boom! A low rumbling sound rang out. It was also as if this was a signal for the supporters who were following him to also get into the car and press the car's start button. Boom! A burst of starting sound exploded out, like a war drum bursting from before going out to battle. It was so stirring that it made people want to stop. 79 is outrageous. Why are there so many people? Soon, along with Su Jia, he drove the car. Behind no less than 100 cars, also have followed his pace, lined up into a long line that cannot be seen at a glance. After all, this is still on the road, the crowd also has no way to split into two lanes of traffic. But the more so, the more shocking the scene looks. Not to mention other things, just a Babs G800 dragging 3 murderous motorcycles, the picture is already enough to attract eyeballs. Not to mention that behind him, there are so many cars that are usually rare to see. Each car, too, made a different sound. Seeing such a scene, every passerby couldn't help but stop and take out their cell phones to start filming. Good fellow, is this New Year's Eve? It doesn't look like a wedding car, actually making such a big scene. You guys don't know about this, right? Today's race for the airplane little brother race, the one who hit the head, I'm afraid it's him. I'm afraid it's him. His influence is actually so great. Indeed, even Su Jia himself did not expect that he would actually get such support from his friends. From this, one could also see how crucial it was to have a group of like-minded friends. Boom! The sound waves that erupted from hundreds of cars was also a perfect reflection of what it meant to truly blow up the street. As for the scene of the gang of rich kids grouping together to pick up girls at the bar, it was simply weak. And this time, the images also began to circulate wildly in the various circles of friends of the citizens of Reuniting. The entire city, because of this match of Su Jia, became completely lively. Even when they were on the road, from time to time, there were passing cars that lowered their windows and shouted cheers at him. This scene really made Su Jia feel a lot of emotions. His belief in winning the game today had become even more favorable as a result. At the same time, Reuniting Tianfu Airport. Inside the passageway specially opened up for today's match, no less than dozens of cars had already occupied it. After all, today's match was really too big, and the airport was worried about any accidents. In these cars, there are modified BBA, there are also such as explosive modified GTR and other cars. Of course, to say the most, or Audi brand. In recent years, the straight-line acceleration race has always been the world of Audi. This is also why, when Sun Yuhang saw his RS6, he issued a race invitation to him. And if it is accurate to the model, then it is undoubtedly Audi's S3. It was a car that was only worth around $300,000 to $400,000. But that didn't affect its status in the straight-line acceleration race at all. At least slightly modify the car to the second order, then on the road you can realize seconds of heaven and earth and air. Whether it's a Ferrari or a McLaren, it's simply not big enough. And because of this, the Audi S3 has now managed to replace the Civic as the most hated model by supercar owners. There is no one. And to say that the most attention on the scene is undoubtedly the TTRS at the front. Lu Jia, who was standing next to this car, had likewise become the center of attention now. After all, half a year ago, he was the one who drove the Audi TTRS and successfully defeated the Kawasaki H2R that was blown up to heaven. Let the entire locomotive circle, in front of the modified car or sports car circle, all simply cannot raise their heads. Just now his face is also all out of the arrogance of the original challenge of the whole network. Looking at the side of a gloomy face of Zhou Jun, Lu Jia asked with a surprised look, "Zhou General, F4W and another airport race just cancel? What else can I do if I don't cancel it? The participants are all my friends, and you all came over here." Zhou Jun said the words, his heart that was a burst of powerlessness. The heat of this tournament that Su Jia was organizing right now was just too high. The tournament that he had spent a lot of money on had to be suspended when he had no choice but to organize it. On top of that, he both hated and envied this person Su Jia. Hate because a few days ago at the Pagani auction, he made himself spend tens of millions of dollars more with a few words. Envy, on the other hand, is because of his hotness. Look at the people who are here today. Lu Jia himself has 3 million fans on the internet. When he first challenged Su Jia, his fans were like locusts crossing the border. His appeal is evident. In addition, there are also large and small car critics and the like, fans add up to at least tens of millions. If this were to change to his race, he would have the confidence to carry out the race all over the world. After all, the more people who pay attention, the more money you make. Thinking of this, he said seriously to Lu Jia, "You must win today, understand?" This. Lu Jia thought about it, but still didn't dare to make this kind of guarantee. Su Jia was not the same as his previous opponents, and the real pros were all under him. These past few days he was wondering, with just his own group of amateurs, was it really enough for Su Jia to fight? If it wasn't for the fact that he had already been racked up by fans, there was no chance to withdraw from the match. I'm afraid he would have slipped up a long time ago. And see him this performance, Jo Jun is immediately angry. "You must win. If you lose, my big deal is to go back to be a rich second generation, and everything you have now, I'm afraid it will be gone. I try my best." This word is to give themselves to slip the margin, but in the heart Lu Jia has been born a kind of broken kettle sinking in the feeling. As Jo Jun said, as long as he lost today, the so-called straight-line myths of the past will all go up in smoke. He will also go from being a successful person to becoming a popular netizen. Such a discrepancy was already terrifying to think about. But just at this moment, a burst of frantic engine roar came into Lu Jia and the others' ears. The sound of the roar made the people who were inside on the airport, all of them couldn't help but run to the window, ready to see what was going on. Lu Jia even looked positive, it should be him who came. Only the people who arrived at the scene early, but the more they heard, the more wrong it was. How many cars does it have to be to make such a big commotion? This guy would not be driving a tank to come. With all sorts of speculations, the crowd then came to the side of the road and stared at the corner at the end of the road with their eyes dead center. Soon, a black to reflective Babs G800 appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Then, there were one by one, endless motorcycles and sports cars. In the face of this situation, dozens of people all had their minds blown. "Nima is outrageous, isn't he the one we are challenging? Why are there so many people here? You've underestimated him, he's the face of the Rongqing car scene now. 80 stinky bao, him." Hearing this, the dozens of people present who were just about to embrace the group all fell silent. How they did not expect Su Jia actually in just a few days' time to expand their influence to such a point. Just look at this scene in front of us, I'm afraid that the entire Rongqing car playing people have come, right? Although this was not absolute, at least the most active ones were definitely here. For a moment, their confidence, which was originally still very high, also declined in an instant. It couldn't be helped, this was a very complete loss above the momentum. Regardless of the crowd's thoughts, the caravan was still slowly driving towards them. And it was getting closer and closer. Such a picture was also making them feel like there were 10,000 troops pressing down on them. Those with a bad mindset even had their legs soften a bit. In just over 10 seconds, the black car that was at the head of the car stopped right beside them. The window slowly landed, revealing a handsome face inside. "Brothers, don't just stand there, hurry up and go in." The current him, but he couldn't wait for the game to start. Just looking at the big handsome guy in front of him who was so young that he didn't want to talk, there was a small commotion in the crowd. He was actually so handsome. Looking so handsome, not going to be a star, riding a motorcycle for fun? And Jo Jun, who was standing in front of him, seeing this face of his, was getting angrier and angrier. At that moment, he came over and said, "The scene is quite big, I just don't know how to end up losing in a moment," he said. "Yo, boss Joa, Pagani has not yet got it, I am almost tired of driving. Are you being weird with me? Don't mind if I stab you in the heart." Jo Jun's eating expression at the Pagani show was still fresh in Su Jia's mind. And as it turned out, his words were still very powerful. When Jo Jun heard that, his face was a white and green. "I am talking about the competition." "HM? The competition? You're here with me and your Thai competition is still open?" Su Jia shrugged his shoulders with an "I don't believe it" posture. He had already heard from Sun Yuhang that the F4W tournament had been directly suspended because no one was participating. Sure enough, after hearing this, the look of anger on Jo Jun's face increased by a few points. But Su Jia didn't care whether he was very solid or not, so he continued to say, "So the competition has a dime to do with you? You?" Between a few words, Jo Jun's mind was completely messed up. At that moment, he couldn't care about anything else, and directly gritted his teeth and said, "Life is not just about racing, you don't think you can hide from me in other areas, right?" Inside this word is also with a strong threatening meaning. Even the people standing next to him have unconsciously retreated a few steps. It couldn't be helped, this person had clearly gone up in arms, so don't take it out on your head again. But just at this moment, a woman's voice came from behind the crowd. "Dare to threaten him, who do you think you are?" As the words fell, people all unconsciously looked behind them. Into the eyes, is two hand-in-hand standing together girls, and that is a race good looking. Especially in the middle of a dress, the body of the immortal Qi simply cannot hide. The person who came was Su Jia's girlfriend Yin Xingyu, and her best friend Jia Ru. As a matter of fact, the two of them had also arrived at the scene a long time ago. However, in order not to cause trouble for Su Jia before the match, they just didn't tell him. It was just that once she heard that someone dared to threaten her family's little man, how could Yin Xingyu hold back? That's where the phrase came from. As for Su Jia, when he saw his girlfriend who suddenly appeared, a smile appeared on his face all of a sudden. Waving at her, he said, "Come on, get in the car." In the past 2 days, it was also obvious that the two's feelings had gotten deeper. So it wasn't a very strange thing for Yen Xingyu to appear here. As for Jiaru, today, she had prepared a big production for the fans of her live broadcast. Soon, the two of them made their way through the crowd to Su Jia's car. On Zhou Jun's side, it was obvious that he was topped by her, and he couldn't help but say in a conspiratorial manner, "Little sister, he's not as powerful as you think, so be careful that you won't be able to get anything out of him in the end." Obviously, Yen Xingyue was a little fangirl who worshipped Su Jia in his eyes. "Who is your little sister?" Yen Xingyue face gradually cold. "He is more powerful than you think. If you dare to threaten him again, I guarantee that you will not be able to eat. This is Rong City, not a place for you to be wild." On weekdays, she was indeed very gentle, speaking in a fine voice and chewing her food slowly. But in the face of someone who dared to threaten Su Jia, she couldn't help but blow up. And the impact of her words was obviously very great. First, there was the disbelief on the faces of Zhou Jun and the others. After all, they didn't know who Yen Xingyue was or how her identity was. So naturally, they took her as a woman who looked up to Su Jia before she dared to be arrogant. Although this woman was so beautiful. The other people who were already following Su Jia and were not used to this group of people themselves, hearing this was still quite a boost. Especially the words at the end, it made everyone reveal an excited look. That's right, this is Rongqing, it's not a place where they can be wild. As for Su Jia's side, of course he didn't intend to continue to shoot his mouth off here. Immediately smiled and said, "I do not intend to use the number of people to bully you, the game to see the real chapter." After saying that, he directly started the car and led the fleet of vehicles to drive towards the airport with great vigor. Soon, Su Jia, who was in the lead, appeared inside the airport. As an airport that had just been constructed not long ago, Tianfu Airport still had quite a brand name. Inside, there were all sorts of airplane runways, which made Su Jia's eyes blurry. And right in the very center of one of the runways, a sign that read plus straight line acceleration race Rongqing Station had also been erected. Around here, there were also quite a few staff wearing uniforms and spectators who were eagerly waiting for the event. Seriously, seeing this sign, Zhou Jun's face turned green. Rongqing Station? In the future, do you still plan to open to the whole country? A strong sense of crisis instantly hit his heart. But when he recalled what the girl had just said, there was always a lump in his heart. Just no matter what, with hundreds of cars entering the airport, the race was about to get on track. And in Su Jia's car, Yen Xingyue then pulled his hand while speaking, "Stinky treasure, him. 81 Obviously you can rely on your face to eat, but you have to rely on your strength." Looking at his girlfriend with the most adorable expression, saying the most ruthless words, Su Jia is almost laughing out loud. Reaching out and running his hand through her hair, "Then there is no other encouragement?" Looking at Su Jia's trademark bad smile, Yen Xingyue's heart suddenly panicked. But once she thought that he was going to be on the field later, she still gathered her courage and came over in front of Jiaru. "Mua." Seeing this scene, Jiaru, who had just pulled out his live streaming phone, instantly soured. "I say you two enough, there's a big live person here." After a pause, she also changed to a serious expression and said, "I say Su de Fierce Man, later can you be on my live broadcast? My fans, however, have liked you for a long time." This is really not true at all. Since the last time Longquan Mountain live broadcast First Perspective Racing, Su Jia's position in their hearts has changed. Even when they were live streaming the game these past few days, there were countless people swiping Su Jia's name. This also made it difficult for her. There was a desire to popularize Su Jia's deeds to them, but she had to hold back because of the layer of bosom friend. But the more this happened, the more curious the fans became. It was also because she really couldn't suppress it anymore that she spent $3 million today and bought the exclusive live broadcast rights. That's right, there was no one present who could broadcast live today other than her. And Su Jia didn't think much about it and directly nodded his head and said, "Fine." All came out to compete, and he had no intention of wearing a mask to play mysterious. After today, his magnificent beauty will be spread out no matter what. After all, just this moment, the number of people taking pictures and recording videos was already very high. Since that was the case, there was no need to dwell on this matter. It wasn't like he was unseen anyway. Seeing that he really agreed, Jiaru was obviously very happy. Immediately, there was no hesitation at all, and he directly got the live broadcasting equipment ready, and then turned on the live broadcast. In just a minute's time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room had already broken 10,000. Obviously, for this match, the crowd had been looking forward to it for a long time. To be able to see the live broadcast here in Jiaru, it was also quite a few people who hadn't slept at all last night. Then, densely packed pop-ups appeared on her live phone. "Where is little brother Raceplane? Quickly show us. Quickly into the little brother killed the 4 directions. Where is he? Where is he?" As for this type of pop-up screen, it also made Jiaru very helpless. She was even a bit skeptical as to whether this was her own fans, or Soo-jia's fans. But that, of course, was something she didn't have the courage to ask. In the face of all the questions, she could only say, "I'm in Soo-jia's car, but it's hard for me to help you guys with this amount of money." These words, of course, were just a joke. After all, this had only just opened the live broadcast, the number of people hadn't peaked yet, and it would be more or less a waste to let Soo-jia greet his fans now. Just what she didn't expect was that just after these words fell, the gift bar of her live broadcast interface began to explode. For little brother to gift anchor Xiaoru Rocket X10. One flower, one world presented anchor Xiaoru with a Rocket X20. Gift anchor Smile Rocket from Eyes to Eyes. The series of rockets made even she, a veteran anchor, feel her scalp go numb. This. To be honest, after 2 or 3 years of live broadcasting, Xiaoru had never seen such a big scene. It was really a bit outrageous. At the same time, precisely because of these gifts, the popularity of the live broadcast room began to climb rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the outward popularity had already exceeded 1 million. The real number of people, at least, was also around 200,000 or so. Seeing this, Xiaoru really felt that she had spent this $3 million too much. Also this time, she had nothing to hesitate about, and directly passed her cell phone to the front, and opened her mouth to say, "Su Demangan, it's up to you." And Soo-jia did not have any stage fright, directly took the phone over. Just in the live broadcast of hundreds of thousands of viewers, that is full of excitement. On the network was looking for no less than a week's race airplane little brother, finally to reveal the true face of the mountain. Whether it was a man or a woman, they had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Soon, accompanied by a shake of the camera. A face that was too handsome to be true just appeared in everyone's sight with a smile on his face. "Hello everyone, I'm Soo-jia." Up to this point, the fans within Xiaoru's livestream were completely thrown into a state of madness. "How can you be so handsome? People directly numb, look so handsome, riding a bike is also so good, really just a girl killer chant. Little brother, I won't watch without you. Please come out where you are. I want to fall in love with you." In fact, people are so crazy, Soo-jia is still very understandable. After all, a lot of people had been looking for themselves on the internet for a long time, but there had been no accurate news. During this time, it was inevitable that they would all speculate about his appearance or identity. And when he actually appeared, he was again completely unexpected and handsome. With all the factors, it was hard for the crowd not to feel surprised. Feeling the enthusiasm of the audience, Soo-jia then smiled and said, "Thank you for your support, but forget about falling in love, I have a girlfriend." "You're too honest, shouldn't you set up a single persona?" Xiaoru, who was sitting at the back, all seemed to hear the sound of countless female viewers' hearts breaking in the live broadcast room. Soo-jia, on the other hand, directly ignored Xiaoru's question and continued to watch the words of the people in the live broadcast room. But it was also at this time that Sun Yuhang came over and knocked on the car window and said, "Mr. Su, you can start the show." "Okay, friends, we'll see you later." After saying that, Soo-jia put down the live cell phone and directly pulled open the car door to get out of the car. For the support of so many people, he was still happy. But today's purpose was not to play handsome and pretend to be a pimp, but a real race. Although the 0 to 400 meter acceleration race wasn't recognized by mainstream races. But it was indeed a very popular and increasingly influential way of racing. At this time, his 3 motorcycles had already finished unloading with the help of the staff. Looking at the 3 chariots, Soo-jia then smiled and rode on top of the BMW M1000RR. According to Sun Yuhang, there were about a dozen people who challenged him before. However, the ones who arrived at the scene and still persisted in their challenge, there were only 5 left. It had to be said that this also saved Soo-jia a lot of trouble. And seeing him riding on the motorcycle in such a dashing manner, the viewers at the scene and in the live broadcast room, their eyes were all looking straight. It was obvious that he could rely on his face to eat, but he had to rely on his strength. 82 on this? You seem to be afraid of me? Just in the night camp, everyone's eyes are firmly locked in the car on his crotch. Yang Chao, who already knew Zhang Wei through Soo-jia, couldn't help but ask, "What kind of car is this? Is it an S1000 conversion? It doesn't look like this car is too handsome." This question also interpreted the heart of many people on the scene. After all, this car, they have never seen. And standing next to Zhang Wei, after taking out his cell phone and searching for some, then said, "It is BMW just released M1000RR. And this should be the first one in China. And this should be the first one in China." For a moment, there was also a commotion in the rider camp. To be able to see such a handsome car on the scene, it has already made many people feel that it is not a vain trip. And more people were also having more speculations about Soo-jia's identity. Worth 3 million Augusta F1 limited edition, this car is really rich, or can be smashed with money. But BMW M1000RR, this kind of car can get the first domestic, it is very difficult. After all, there are people outside the sky, BMW's big customers, can be more powerful than the crowd imagined. On the other hand, on Soo-jia's side, he didn't notice the shock that the new car brought to others. He just listened carefully to Zhang Yuhang's arrangement. Mr. Su, the first opponent in the opening session, was that car reviewer called 8 Rings. The car he drove in was a completely modified body Audi S3. When he spoke, there was also a worry in his tone. Completely modified, it means that this S3 100 km acceleration has exceeded 3 seconds. Even if the start is perfect, it is able to reach about 26 seconds. Don't underestimate the difference between the decimal points. After all, now can rush into the 3 seconds of the car, but very few. And every single one of them is very expensive. The most critical thing is that the Audi is a 4-wheel drive car. In the start, there is no difficulty at all. Just need to vigorously step on the gas pedal and it's done. But what about Su Jia's motorcycle? Maneuvering, gear timing, throttle strength, all of them are indispensable. If you're not careful, you'll probably do a backflip. Of course, Su Jia also understands this, but now he is still full of confidence. Difficult? Difficult is right. If it wasn't difficult at all, he wouldn't bother coming over here to abuse the vegetables. Wouldn't it smell good to have this time to tease the alpacas at home and teach Yin Xingyue to practice driving and enjoy the love life? With such thoughts, Su Jia then smiled and said, "No need to say more, hurry up." After saying that, he directly brought his helmet along and pressed the ignition button of the car. Boom! The sound waves of the 4-cylinder motorcycle mesmerized everyone at the scene. On the other side of the Audi S3 car, the palms of the car critic, 8 Rings, were already completely drenched in sweat. Although he had an advantage over the car, but thinking about Su Jia's previous deeds, nervousness was inevitable. And seeing that Su Jia had already parked his car on the starting line, he could only clench his teeth and drive the car to the starting point. Soon, the M1000RR driven by Su Jia and the S3 driven by the so-called famous car critic, 8 Rings, entered the field and the viewers of the live broadcast. So nervous, Gaga hit such a big nail in the first race. Plus go for it. Accompanied by the shouts of the people around, the two cars also entered into the final preparation time. And Sun Yuhang, the organizer of the event, stood in the middle of the two cars holding a flag. Just waiting for the flag to fall, the first between acceleration race would officially begin. Boom! The sound of the two cars blasting the gas in neutral deeply stimulated the nerves of the onlookers. Unconsciously, people stared wide-eyed for fear of missing any exciting scenes. Soon, Sun Yuhang raised the flag in his hand high. 3, 2, 1 to start. At the command, Su Jia's M1000RR, in a catapult position, whooshed out. Boom! The melodious sound from the gear shift resounded in his brain, forming the most beautiful music. Just as he was braking 100 miles per hour in about 2 seconds, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong. Because the S3 next to him didn't even seem to have a sound anymore. Looking in the rearview mirror out of the corner of his eye, he realized that the car was simply still at the starting point, not even moving. Just this? Su Jia was very certain that he had definitely not jumped the gun. Then the only thing that could have caused this situation was that the other party was too nervous and failed to start, causing the car to stall. He thought that he would be able to make a run, but now he was really a bit disappointed. At that moment, he turned the car around directly and drove towards the starting point. At the scene, a large number of spectators who did not carry out has begun to curse. Damn, car reviewer is this level? If this is what you say, I'm on my way. Waste of everyone's time, really damn waste. For this, Su Jia is still very understanding. The atmosphere of the race is getting stronger, and everyone's emotions are already in place. Just waiting for a good duel, the result suddenly appeared like this. Everyone does not explode is strange. On the side of the 8 Rings, they had already experienced the feeling of social death. Although it is very common for a straight-line acceleration race to stall at the starting point. But for ordinary amateur players. For him, someone who usually fancied himself as a track enthusiast and who relied on his car for a living, it would be really undeserved. Especially when next to him, there was a woman holding up a live cell phone that was taking a shot at him. Even though he had collapsed into a face, the other person was not at all restrained. This scene, don't mention how embarrassing it was. Su Jia, who had already rushed back, also had a bit of fire in his heart. Immediately came directly to the S3 side, knocked on his car window. Seeing the window was put down, he opened his mouth and said, "You seem to be very afraid of me?" Aha! Ghostly, the man sitting in the car directly nodded. Afraid? The answer is yes. Su Jia is a person who can win the airplane race, and with such a person, it is definitely a lie not to be afraid. It was only then that Su Jia also noticed that his forehead was already covered in sweat due to his nervousness. With this much guts to challenge me, I think you're crazy to be famous. Obscure. Su Jia cast his eyes towards the 4 challengers on the other side, and said with a serious expression, "Anyone else of you who is afraid, hurry up and get the hell out of here, don't come and waste my time." Hearing this, the realization of the people on the scene also looked towards their position. But just under the gaze of the crowd, everyone, including Lu Jia, unconsciously took a step back. Wimpy, they wimped out. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room realized. Why Jaru had emphasized more than once that Su Jia was an absolutely fierce man. It turned out that he was really fierce. This aura, there was no one else. 83A Showdown of New Hatred and Old Hatred, Gravity's Own Son. Looking at Su Jia's imposing appearance, a few people who were already nervous, their hearts were terribly flustered. Especially sitting in the car next to the car reviewer 8 Ring, now is directly numb. Can't help but ask, can I withdraw from the race? In fact, in the straight line acceleration race, there are usually 2 chances. For example, if one of the parties stalled at the start, then according to the race system, the race would be held once. But after witnessing Su Jia's perfect start just now, and his kind of aura, the current 8 Rings really didn't want to experience it again. Especially in such a tense state, he felt like he must be in the same state the next time, too. As for Su Jia's side, he didn't expect him to be scared like this. Immediately, he looked at him and said, "This car is letting you waste it." But to tell the truth, watching him directly drive away from the scene, the 3 people beside him, except for Lu Jia, were filled with envy. But could they be like him? Obviously it was not possible. After all, in addition to the thousands of viewers at the scene, there were still hundreds of thousands of viewers in Jaru's live room. This is if the battlefield fled. In the future there is really nothing for them. As for that car reviewer 8 Rings, before being Su Jia hanging list after screwing, itself has been cool almost. Now this state, but also is just a broken can. What makes Su Jia more satisfied is that apart from this goon, there is no one who wants to quit now. There was no need to worry about not being able to have a good time today. Next, he also changed from the first participant to a spectator, enjoying the next match. For example, the Audi S3 vs GTR, or the duel between the 2 motorcycles, also began to debut one by one. The sound waves of booms didn't die down at all on the airport. It was worth mentioning that this Sun Yuhang definitely counted as a talent in this area. Even though it was the first time the competition was held, and there were no less than 200 cars competing, it was still arranged by him in a well-organized manner. There were no forks at all. So in Su Jia's opinion, I'm afraid that this person will help him earn a lot of money afterward. After all, this kind of competition, in fact, can be driven to all parts of the country. In the middle of this, there were interspersed matches between Su Jia and his challengers. Unfortunately, in addition to Lu Jia's 3 opponents, they are all real amateurs. Basically, they were all taken down directly in a crushing manner. This kind of scene was also making the people who supported him on the scene and in the live broadcast room, their confidence was getting stronger and stronger. Soon, the time came to noon. Tossed all morning plus straight line acceleration race has also stepped into the end. However, the people who were watching were getting more and more excited in their hearts. Because the peak battle between Su Jia and Lu Jia is coming. One of them is the Su Jia who rode a Ducati and raced 300 yards on the airport highway, directly overturning an airplane. The other is Lu Jia, who is the most famous and victorious in the domestic straight line acceleration race. Each of these people has a superb influence on the internet. Plus the various love-hate relationships between cars and motorcycles. The new hatred and old hatred intertwined with each other, and also added a lot of color to this race. For a moment, the eyes of the people looking at Su Jia and Lu Jia became even more fiery. Yan Xingyue, who was standing next to Su Jia, was even more nervous and could no longer speak. However, the current him still had that calm expression. There was no need to be nervous, this wasn't a big competition. As he said, with his explanation skills, participating in this kind of competition was actually a bit of a bully. The few amateurs from before were also simply not enough for him to fight. However, looking at Yan Xingyu still with that expression, Su Jia shrugged and pointed to the helmet on his head. "Come on, give me some power." Hearing this, Yan Xingyu got it in the end for the first time. The feeling of shyness hit her heart, and even her nervousness dissipated quite a bit. However, in order to give Su Jia strength, she still brought her head slowly closer and muad on top of the helmet. A faint lipstick mark was directly printed on his helmet. The onlookers who watched that were envious. Ride a good bike, handsome, and money, girlfriend is also so beautiful. You say angry? While standing next to the Yi Qixing, is with goodwill to remind, must be careful. According to my understanding, Zhou Jun, this person's legal awareness is very thin. Doing things is also very radical. Oh, I will pay attention. Su Jia smiled, or more long heart. Motorcycle racing, originally is a very dangerous thing. After all, it is meat wrapped in iron, but any accident, that is the body directly hit the ground, the consequences are unimaginable. Look at those motorcycle friends, which has not broken bones. Not to mention the fact that Su Jia has so much money not spent, immortal girlfriend has not yet let into the door. It's always a good idea to be careful at this time. On the other side of the starting line on the TTRS, Lu Jia sat in the car with a grim expression. Compared to previous races, this one was obviously of extraordinary significance. It could even be said that he couldn't afford to lose. Linking back to Zhou Jun's words that he had just said to himself that he would create some accidents if he couldn't win, his eyes also became determined. And regardless of the thoughts of the two parties, the match still quickly got on track. The friends who had gathered around had already dispersed, leaving the thousands of meters of airport runway as a battlefield for the two cars to race. Under the attention of millions of people at the scene and in the live broadcast, Sun Yuhang slowly raised the flag in his hand. It was also as if this was a signal, causing Su Jia to instantly lower his head and enter into a battle state. The spirit had also become highly concentrated. 3, 2, 1 to start. With a command, the two vehicles directly ejected out in an almost synchronized state. Boom! The frantic sound of upshifting echoed over the airport. It made everyone who heard it feel their blood boiling. Also in the sight of everyone, Su Jia, who was driving the Augusta, was now like a black lightning bolt, speeding madly on the track. The most outrageous thing was that with this kind of full throttle start, he actually didn't have even a tiny bit of warping. The entire start-up maneuver was so smooth. It was perfect. It was perfect. I've only seen this kind of start in Motok. The Motok riders at the race were very impressed. The reason why cars beat motorcycles in acceleration is not because of the difference in the start. Most motorcycles don't choose to go full throttle at the start for fear of increasing wind resistance. But in Shuga's hands, such a problem obviously does not exist. It was also because of this perfect start that Su Jia was already in the lead the moment the race started. And in Lu Jie's despairing eyes, such a gap widened. Damn you, are you gravity's own son? How can you be so stable? 84 Daybreak, kiss of the century. In fact, it wasn't surprising that he thought so. In past races with motorcycles, each one was quite slow at the start. In the beginning, he had also relied on this to win that Kawasaki H2 or by a head. But when it came to Shuga, he was actually able to utilize the technique to defy common sense. The most crucial thing was that Lu Jia understood very well. Once the motorcycle had a perfect start, then after that, it was simply impossible for him to win. Especially since the limited edition Augusta that Su Jia was driving didn't have that 300 kilometers or so domestic limit. As long as the track was long enough, there was no pressure at all to run up to 400 yards. In such a situation, if he wanted to follow up and overtake the other party, it would simply be harder than climbing up to heaven. And just as he had this thought, he realized that he had already been left behind by a body distance. And the race was just 100 meters away. At that moment, he couldn't care about anything else and stepped on the gas pedal under his feet. The thoughts inside his head also began to get crazier and crazier. The sound of the boom continued. And the millions of viewers on the scene and in the live broadcast room were ready to raise their arms. Because according to this rhythm, Su Jia had already won steadily. It was only the next scene that made quite a few people all directly and indirectly numb their scalps and close their eyes tightly. Under their gaze, the TTRS that had risen up to catch up actually began to swerve. And in the direction of Su Jia, who was concentrating on accelerating next to him. He's crazy. Is he crazy? Did he make a mistake? Or is he planning to commit murder? Little brother run, the wolf is coming. Yan Xingyue, who was already nervous standing next to him, had even closed her eyes, not daring to look any further. While Zhou Jun, who was already hiding behind, a perverted smile surfaced on his face. Isn't it bullish? I'll see how bullish you are this time. But this smile did not last long. Because he soon realized that the gap between the two vehicles grew wider and wider. Riding on the motorcycle, Su Jia, of course, had long sensed the dangerous atmosphere. The TTRS sound wave that was originally on the side had also appeared behind him. What was the meaning of this, Su Jia certainly understood. However, he, who maintained his full concentration, did not have a single bit of panic in his heart. After all, you can't even chase me, but still want to hit me? I'm afraid I'm living in a dream. With such thoughts, Su Jia's car speed became faster and faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had already crossed the 400-meter finish line with an absolute lead. The race, too, came to an end at this moment. Su Jia was the heaviest winner. However, the two cars on the airstrip still had no intention of stopping. The motorcycle was riding in front, and the Audi TTRS were in hot pursuit behind them. Such a scene was also one that had everyone's heart in their throats. And on the motorcycle Su Jia, his brain was also turning rapidly. The speed of the car was 320, and the straight line of the airport runway was about 300 meters away. Under such speed, as long as he ran out of the runway, then the probability is a car crash. Meat-covered iron locomotive is so horrible. Just at this moment, a turning indicator appeared right in front of Su Jia's eyes, making him light up. Ahead, there was a place to turn. Was it feasible to turn with such a crazy speed? The answer was that it was possible. On a wide avenue like this airport runway, it was perfectly possible for a motorcycle to enter a turn at 300 yards. It was also because the runway was wide, so the space left for Su Jia to maneuver was still very large. As for the success rate, Su Jia thought it was 100%. With him, there are no accidents. When it's too late, just when Lu Jie is losing all thoughts, his mind is only left to disregard everything. He suddenly realized that the motorcycle in front of him, the entire body began to tilt towards the right side, with the intention of turning a corner. With the corner of his eye glanced at the speed of the car, his brain was instantly down for a moment. More than 300 yards per hour, he still intends to enter the corner. Such thoughts, transformed into countless question marks, began to hover in his mind. But just as he was frozen in thought, Su Jia had already entered the corner with a nearly perfect stance, assuming a pressurized posture. Of course, accompanied by a series of downshifting sounds. 300 yards can enter a corner, but if you enter a corner and still don't slow down, then it's really playing with your life. Almost by reflex, Lu Jia gently steered towards the right side. But what he forgot is that motorcycles can play like this, but not four-wheeled vehicles. Audi TTRS on 300 yards, the body itself is very floating, this one steering more directly to his car sentenced to death. Bzzz. A sound, TTRS entire body is horizontal on the airport runway. And because of the huge impact and inertia, the whole car began to roll over in death. Bang, the body madly smashed on the ground, and the car's original carbon fiber kit also began to fly in the sky. A loud noise, so that the people watching all came to their senses. But at this time, not a single person could say anything. Because their existing knowledge was simply not enough to describe this. Su Jia entered the corner at a speed exceeding 300 yards and managed to lose the car that was catching up behind him? What was this kind of maneuver? That was simply a divine operation. I'm afraid I can count on one hand the number of people in the world who can confidently do such a thing. Don't underestimate a small turn. This is already beyond the limits of the human body. He is the god of the domestic locomotive field. Too strong. The day dawned, and the motorcycle circle stood up from then on. Such thoughts echoed in almost everyone's mind and deeply engraved. Soon, the dust settled. The TTRS that ended the death tumble was already lying on its side next to the airport runway, billowing smoke. And Su Jia, who had returned on his bike, stood next to the already ruined TRS in a victorious posture, not saying a word. In his opinion, this was the spoils of war that he had won. As for the death or life of the people inside, what did it have to do with him? This scene also caused countless people to raise their cell phones and start frantically taking pictures. Handsome. Simply handsome. But just at this moment, the figure of a woman running wildly appeared in everyone's camera. And as she ran wildly, the two of them got closer and closer. Then, under the record of everyone's camera, Su Jia took off his helmet and slowly opened his arms. Soon, the man and woman crashed together and kissed to their heart's content. Behind the two men, there was rolling smoke. Next to them was the Augusta heavy locomotive that had just defeated the demon. Under the backdrop of the smoke, the azure sky had an extra bit of smoke. This scene was also recorded by countless people in their cell phones and cameras. This is the kiss of the century in my heart. I invite you to get married in place. Sweet to the teeth, ah. 85 divine girlfriend, the airplane again? Looking at the young couple kissing obliviously, people invariably showed their aunt's smile. It can't be helped, who wasn't like this when they were young? The millions of people in the live broadcast room, the girls inside who had just become fans of Su Jia's face value, were also unable to give birth to a bit of jealousy. Indeed, for a perfect male god like Su Jia, having a girlfriend was a normal thing in itself. What's more, from the very beginning, he had no intention of hiding the fact that he had a girlfriend. Anyway, ever since Yan Xingyue had changed his life, Su Jia had thought that this life by her was enough. Such a woman was definitely worthy of any form of favor from him. As for men becoming bad when they have money, doesn't exist. With such a little fairy at home, he didn't even want to look at the women outside. A minute later, the fire truck and ambulance, which Sun Yuhang had prepared in advance, came on board in full force. Well, inside has completely fainted Lu Jia, directly carry away, leaving behind only the car fragments all over the ground. And seeing Sun Yuhang come to his side, Su Jia shrugged his shoulders and said, "Go and take down the car recorder." Previously, when he hadn't started the match, he had already noticed the whispering of the two Zhou Jun. Coupled with He Qixing's reminder, he naturally doubled his caution. It was also because of this that he was able to escape at the critical moment. Su Jia could even imagine that just now, but if he was hit, then he would become a vegetable even if he didn't die. With such a vicious heart, he would definitely choose to pursue this to the end as well. Coincidentally, Lu Jia, this car, there is a car recorder. And soon, is still working, an intact recorder, appeared in his hands. But Yan Xingyue, who was standing next to him, suddenly said in a serious tone, "Stinky treasure, this is for me to deal with it." "HM? You don't mind the trouble?" Su Jia said with a smile. This girlfriend of his, before, she hated this kind of thing. It could even be said that she was the alternative amongst the rich second generation. "No, he murdered my man, I have to make him pay." Yan Xingyue, who usually didn't eat the fire of the world, was clearly on fire right now. Even in her tone of voice, she took on some meaning of immortality. And Su Jia is also dry, directly handed over the recorder. Anyway, this is a solid evidence. To give his girlfriend out of anger is nothing. What's more, Yan Xingyue has never been a soft target. After saying these things, Su Jia and the two of them fell back to the starting point of the runway very quickly. The thousands of people watching at the scene were now also looking at him with unusually adoring eyes. And without knowing who started it, a burst of continuous applause began to explode. The current Su Jia was truly as if he was a general who had returned in triumph, and it was so stirring. In the face of this situation, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "There is no need to be like this, everyone just have fun." Just like what he said, coming to this game today is all about playing. Although the play may be a bit exciting, and almost out of danger, but young people, the pursuit of a stimulus. Well, this feeling really made him feel quite addicted. Do knights have spirit? Some people say yes, some people say no. Some even say it's the motorcycle riders who are trying to stick it in their faces. But to Shuga, the word is a symbol. Symbolizes never fear, never retreat. Regardless of what others thought, he himself was doing just that. If he would be afraid, I'm afraid he wouldn't have ridden his bike on the airport highway chasing airplanes in the first place. In his opinion, there are still a lot of things he wants to chase in the future. For example, the Isle of Man TT, which is regarded by Shuga as the highest temple of locomotives. And along with him returning to his car, a group of friends quickly surrounded him. Baigu said with excitement, "It's awesome, brother Jia, where are we going to celebrate tonight? This or you guys choose it." What happened just now didn't affect his good mood at all. But for the entertainment places in Roncheng, Su Jia really didn't know much about it. And hearing his words, Baigu and the others began to discuss it enthusiastically. But right at this moment, Joshua, who had brought a large group of people to support Su Jia in the underground garage, opened his mouth and said, "There's an electric festival in the evening, so why don't we go there if there's a lot of people? In addition, can you by the way?" When he said this, he was getting more and more squirrely. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders and asked, "By the way what?" "This by the way helped me to propose a wedding." Hearing this, everyone present froze. Proposal? This word might be common on the internet, but it was still a little too rare in life. And Joshua, who finally said it, now also put his heart across and continued, "Mainly you two are too sweet. I suddenly remembered that my girlfriend is also like this to me. So, no problem, then go to this electric festival at night." Su Jia agreed very decisively. One was that people had helped themselves before. Because of his own call, he directly called 30 to 40 people, riding a car to shoot the horse to arrive. With such a favor in mind, Su Jia could not possibly refuse. The other, it was solely because a marriage proposal was a good thing. Participating in it for a bit of fun was still a good choice. The most crucial thing was that they were all going to be at least 100 people tonight, and an occasion like the electric festival was still very appropriate. Seeing him agree, Joshua's entire body was also directly high as well, immediately taking out his cell phone and starting to arrange everything. On the other hand, on Su Jia's side, he quickly reappeared in Jia Ru's live broadcast. "Little brother is awesome. I advise you to hurry up and marry your girlfriend. Little brother, can you have a serious match with an airplane?" Seeing this last question, Su Jia said helplessly, "A real match with an airplane? I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I buy a private jet." To be honest, Su Jia was a little heartbroken, so he was also full of regret when he spoke. Keeping such a big airport, not with the airplane again, more or less a little regret. And hearing this, no matter if it was the people in the live broadcast room or the friends next to him, they didn't take it seriously at all. A private airplane? There weren't even more than 100 people up and down the country who owned this thing, right? It was also a little too difficult to achieve this accomplishment. It was just when the people in the live broadcast room turned around and started asking other questions. A woman's voice then came over, "My dad's airplane seems to be in this airport." When this statement came out, no less than dozens of friends all froze, looking at Yan Xingyue with unbelievable eyes. Inside the live broadcast room, it was even more so that it had been completely occupied by question marks. Little brother's girlfriend, actually so bold? I people stupid, what kind of fairy girlfriend is this? And in Su Jia's mind, the system then stood out again. Option 1, fight with the airplane again. P.S. Boldly ask for flowers and evaluation. There are 2 chapters at night. Continue to dry the airplane AO. 86 6 Eyes Demon vs Gulfstream G650. Option 1, fight the airplane one more time. Reward, Kawasaki H2 or perfectly tuned version, cash 30 million yuan. Option 2, be a good boy, we don't know anything about airplanes. Reward, 40 million yuan in cash. Looking at the 2 options in his mind, Su Jia was surprised. He was never expecting that what he thought was hopeless was actually possible. At that moment, he looked at his girlfriend with a band of curiosity. And when Yan Xingyu saw this look in his eyes, she naturally understood. To this little man of hers, she now knew too much. But anything related to locomotives, the more exciting the better for him. Not to mention airplanes, even if he was given a whole rocket to come out of, he would be able to crash it to you right away. Perhaps this is the passion of young people. And how to give up when Su Jia disappointed it, so in front of the crowd, it made a phone call out. And after a short exchange, then hang up directly. Then face Su Jia smiled sweetly, done, half an hour later all in place. Hearing this, the scene was an uproar. What kind of strength is this? To fix this kind of thing between a few words? To know, the control of private airplanes in the country can be said to be very, very harsh. He Qixing, who was standing next to him, now also slapped his head and opened his mouth to ask, "Sister, are you surnamed Yin?" "Yes." Yan Xingyue nodded her head and admitted it generously. While the title of younger sibling still makes her very satisfied. Su Jia's friend is her friend, and it never changes on this point. He Qixing, who got an affirmative answer, was directly speechless. He was a native of Rongqing, and he was too familiar with Tongchuang investment. He had even heard that the Yin family had a little fairy, but it was very low-key and seldom came out to show her face. And to one's surprise, now it had actually become Su Jia's girlfriend? At the same time, he was still mourning in his heart for Zhou Jun, who had already run away. Messing with this kind of person and trying to bump into someone's boyfriend with bad intentions, this time he was afraid that he would have to eat his words. After all, he knows very well that Tongchuang investment, which has been operating in Rongqing for many years, can be more than just 5 or 6 billion market capitalization on the surface. And in the live broadcast room, now also has exploded. Does such a girlfriend country give hair? Half an hour? It can't be talking big words. Good guy, this pair of divine couple, I love it straight away. For them, today is definitely a day of insight. Witnessed Sui cause 300-yard cornering, witnessed all sorts of acceleration battles. Also witnessed the kiss of the century between Su Jia and his girlfriend. And now, it is even pulled out of the private jet. But to say the happiest person, of course it was Su Jia. The first time he got Yin Xingyue's affirmative answer, he was silently reading in his mind, choose one. And one of the rewards was a point that made him very happy. The Kawasaki H2R, a heavy locomotive that could only be driven on the track, had countless legends in the locomotive circle. What's more, this one of his was a perfectly tuned version. According to the system's annotations, he was fully capable of driving this bike and going to top-level races like Motard. In terms of performance, it would even be stronger than those cars tuned by professional teams. In terms of performance, this car is also the fastest and sickest car under his name. Well, a month after the New Year's trip, the Chariot has. On the other side of the airport, thousands of spectators thought the day was over and were ready to go home to their mothers. But just as everyone was walking towards the outside together, a man's voice came over. And the words that came out couldn't help but agitate everyone's hearts. Wait before you go. He is going to the airplane later. The moment these words came out, everyone stopped their steps forward. There was no way, this news was too shocking. As a matter of fact, the concept of racing airplanes had never gone down in heat during this period of time. However, that race against an airplane was something that Su Jia had done in a state of serendipity. That is to say, this airplane race wasn't even considered to be a sitting duck. After all, the Su Jia at that time was a far cry from the airplane. Plus the airplane had just taken off and was still flying upwards. Just now, you're telling me that Sulga is prepared to with the airplane again? Considering the fact that everyone was at the airport right now, this seemed really quite plausible. For a while, people were once again returning to the open space where they were watching the game, waiting for the excitement to unfold. Some of them couldn't help but take out their cell phones and start spreading the news outside. Of course, among the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, there were also quite a few people doing the same thing. People's thoughts were only one, that is, such an awesome scene, I can't be the only one to see it. It was also in this state that the popularity of Jiaoru's live streaming room grew higher and higher. In a short period of time, it had already surpassed 2 million, and it hadn't even the slightest intention of stopping. In just 10 minutes, a Gulfstream G650, led by the airport ground staff, drove out from the warehouse next to it. Seeing this, some people who know a little bit about airplanes were instantly dumbfounded. If I remember correctly, the Gulfstream G650 seems to be the fastest of the private airplanes, right? That's right, this plane is the only private airplane that can approach the speed of sound. Is he crazy? How dare he try this thing? That's right now in many people's minds, Shuga is just crazy. The G650 was a far cry from the airliner he had won earlier. What people didn't expect was that Su Jia was not even a little bit panicked. In his eyes, he was even full of wariness. Under everyone's gaze, Su Jia opened his long legs and rode on the six-eyed demon god. In terms of initial acceleration, this car was actually no match for the previous two. But in terms of mid-range acceleration, the six-eyed devil was unrivaled so far. The myth of breaking 300 miles per hour in 7 seconds remains in the hearts of every car fan. So today, Shuga naturally wants to take this opportunity to realize the following self-challenge. Anyway, the hot blood has already burned up, how could he hold back? So soon, the Gulfstream G650 and the Kawasaki Six-Eyed Devil driven by Su Jia were parked on two similar runways. In the crowd's line of sight, the huge Gulfstream G650 was now like a giant dragon, eyeing Su Jia. Su Jia, the dragon slayer, is ready to chop the dragon down with his own strength. Honestly, I've never seen this scene in my dreams. 87 seconds, 333 yards. The situation on Shuga's side could be said to have touched the hearts of millions of people. Motorcycle versus airplane. Thinking about it makes people feel their blood boil. At the same time, on Weibo, the content about Su Jia had already achieved domination over the hot searches. Su Jia won all the races. Little brother and girlfriend's kiss of the century. Lu Jia suspected of intentionally crashing the car. But to say the most shocking, it was still a piece of content that was now climbing rapidly. That was the entry 6-eyed devil vs Gulfstream G650. Almost in the blink of an eye, this piece of content has climbed to the top 10 of the hot search list and is still rising wildly. And inside the hot search, it could be said to be hilarious. It was too crazy, but such a man was indeed worth liking. No wonder the little brother's girlfriend was willing to go out of her way for him, he was actually such a brave man. 6-eyed demon god, the ultimate speed can be infinitely close to 400 yards. Content such as this began to frantically swipe across the internet. This is actually normal. In life, most of us are living a routine life, going to work and getting off work, firewood, rice, oil and salt. People like Su Jia who can bring passion to people can be said to be basically gone. Look at those Netflix stars now. Either to the cell phone a twist, or a variety of show lower limit to attract attention. But what about Su Jia? Do not circle money, do not show off wealth. But the things that are done, each and every one of them is sensational. Let people feel uplifted at the same time, but also to everyone in the transmission of positive energy. This kind of person, how can not people like it? Let's put it this way, there are thousands of Netflix stars, but there is only one Su Jia. This is the gap. Because of this, more and more people were following him. In just one morning's time, Su Jia's Weibo followers were already infinitely close to 10 million. Accordingly, Jiaru's live broadcast room had already gathered no less than 3 million viewers. Everyone is very eagerly looking at the live screen, fantasizing that the person who is about to start a duel with the airplane is himself. On Su Jia's side, the final preparations had already been made. All that was needed was to wait for the people on the airplane to get ready, then everything would officially begin. It was also at this time that Jiaru came over with her cell phone raised and said, "Su the fierce man, are you nervous?" Now she, in her heart, but is about to smile out of flowers. Originally, according to her idea, $3 million to buy the right to live is certainly to lose money. After all, the motorcycle race, or this kind of straight-line acceleration race, itself is relatively niche. But what she didn't expect was that from the beginning to now, as this ring proceeded down, the heat was getting higher and higher. Even now, those reward gifts she received were enough to earn back the $3 million. In such a situation, it would be a hell if she wasn't happy. And hearing her question, Su Jia didn't say anything and directly stretched out his fist in front of the live broadcast camera. Looking at this action of his, the people in the live broadcast room thought that he was asking for encouragement from everyone. Looking at the fist in the screen, some people had even extended their hands and touched it with Su Jia's. But just then, one of Su Jia's middle fingers slowly rose. Instantly, many people's minds began to explode. However, seeing this scene, many people also laughed out. He was still the same guy, the last time 3 million people were live, he also raised his middle finger. Hey, I'm too familiar with this and the middle finger, at that time, I was in this mood like a dog in the sun. Do you curse again? And Jiaru, who was standing next to him, looked at him as a helpless face. At that moment, he said to the live cell phone, "You guys still don't worry about him, Su Big Fierce Man is not nervous." After saying that, he didn't dare to bother Su Jia anymore, and turned to the side, finding a good angle to prepare for filming. A few minutes later, the staff on the airplane compared an OK gesture to the bottom. This gesture, too, seemed like a signal, causing everyone to hold their breath. According to Yan Xingyu's arrangement, this airplane had just applied for a temporary route, and after taking off, it would fly directly to other cities. Then it would find a chance to fly back. Therefore, in order to fulfill Su Jia, she had also paid quite a price. Understanding this, Su Jia, after receiving the signal, turned his head to look at Yan Xingyue. The 4 eyes were full of tenderness. "Stand away and wait for me, don't worry. Airplanes are different from other cars, so of course it's better to stand farther away." Wait for you." Yan Xingyu looked at Su Jia with eyes that were filled with adoring little stars. Watching her little man killing it out there, while she was worried, she was actually proud and honored for him. And after doing the final mobilization, Su Jia also cast his eyes forward and entered the battle state. Boom! The 2 huge exhaust pipes behind the 6-eyed demon god began to burst out with blue flames, making one's heart tremble at the sight. At the same time, the G50's engine began to run, and the loud sound enveloped everyone around it. But on Su Jia's side, it was as if he heard a melodious war song, and his attention was a few parts more focused than before. Soon, accompanied by a very far unexpected Sun Yuhang dropped the flag, Su Jia on the speed of the first gear at the same time, the gas pedal is also instantly to the bottom. Next to the Gulfstream G650 is also almost the same state. And jet airplanes, the starting speed is much faster than imagined. In the state of Su Jia's front wheel slightly warped head has been slightly behind a step. But now he still maintains the state of mind without distraction. The reason why he chose the six-eyed devil to fight was also because he valued its performance in the middle and back end of the race. Being a tiny bit behind at the beginning was also nothing at all. Boom! The six-eyed demon god sound waves were even crazier, and even next to the airplane, it was able to pass through the heavy encirclement and reach everyone's ears. With this scene, I was directly soaked. On the other hand, Su Jia, who was concentrating on driving, had long since left all distractions behind. The only thing left in his eyes is the road in front of him, as well as the code meter that is climbing rapidly. In 3 seconds, the speed of the six-eyed devil reached 132 yards per hour. 5 seconds, the number displayed on the code meter came to 238. Even in Jaru's live cell phone, he was already carrying a tiny bit of a shadow behind his speeding figure. This was just too fast for the cell phone's camera to capture it in its entirety. It was also at this time that Su Jia had already overtaken the nose of the Gulfstream G650. In 7 seconds, the number on top of the code meter came to 333 yards, which Su Jia had never even experienced before. This also broke the previous acceleration record set by the six-eyed devil on a racetrack. And seeing that the runway was still a few hundred meters away, he didn't have the slightest intention of slowing down. The pilot on the airplane was now wide-eyed and incredulous. A motorcycle, can it really win against an airplane? Mr. Yan's boyfriend is a monster. P.S. Today's update is complete. This paragraph is a bit of a pity. Would have liked to arrange fighter jets, but the editor does not allow harm. 88 yards, breaking the limit. As a matter of fact, the people who thought Su Jia was a monster today were not just the staff on the airplane. In Jaru's live broadcasting room, it had also long been stained with all kinds of marvelous words. He was really ahead of the airplane. The Gulfstream G650 couldn't even with him? Mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. And to say the most shocked, it was undoubtedly Sun Yuhang who was monitoring the data. Before the race, he actually placed quite a few speed measurements on both sides of the runway all the time. Watching Su Jia break through 333 yards per hour in about 7 seconds, he was straight out of his chair. He had really broken through the limits of this car. Before this, the six-eyed demon god actually had this record of breaking 300 in 7 seconds. But the speed before that was around 310 yards. This was also something that was blown out of proportion by various media at the time. But on Su Jia's side, utilizing a more perfect start and a more perfect driving technique. Taking the sick performance of this car and utilizing it to the extreme. At this moment, Su Jia's challenge is not yet over. There were still a few hundred meters to go before the finish line. Seeing that the airplane had gradually started to pull up, Su Jia understood that he had already won. Then what he was going to do next was to challenge himself. That's right, he wanted to know what his speed limit was. Was it really possible to reach the human limit of 400 yards or more? With such thoughts, his eyes became even more resolute. The gas pedal in his hand was never sent down at all. Noticing that he had no intention of slowing down at all, the people beside him were also in a commotion. He had already won, and now he wasn't going to slow down? He couldn't have lost his brakes. Don't measure him with your thoughts, he's the eternal god of the biker circle. But just as everyone's opinions were divided, Sun Yuhang's side turned his head and said, he's already going 350 yards per hour, Suga is pushing the limits. Su Jia is pushing the limit. Hearing this, everyone present had their scalps tingling. Truthfully, for a supercar, running at 350 wasn't something to brag about. As long as people were given a long enough straight runway, then most amateur owners could do it as well. But on top of a motorcycle, it's very, very hard. On a motorcycle, the driver, in addition to controlling the car, has to make an enemy of the wind and ride against it. Doing his best to lower his stance is used to reduce wind resistance and make himself one with the car. This may seem easy to say, but it requires a high level of physical fitness from the driver. As a simple example, why are there so few F1 drivers? Is it because there are fewer driving geniuses in the world? Not really. It's because the physical requirements are too high. Now, Sui Kai is undergoing such a test. It could even be said that he is pushing the limits of the human body. And Su Jia, who was riding on the bike with resolute eyes, did feel the power of nature. The violent wind blew on his body, traveling no less than the impact of a heavy hammer hitting his body. Even in the leg area, the wind had gone through the biker suit and blew on his body. The continuous blows were like a blunt knife that kept hammering on the body. Persistence is victory. The current him was also very fortunate that he had the physique points that the system had increased before. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out directly just after 300 yards. And now, he was still holding on. Boom! The sound wave of 12,000 revolutions of high revolutions continued to explode on the runway. There were still 300 meters to go before the end of the runway. Su Jia's car speed had already come to the bottom of the table limit of 380 yards. But now, he still didn't have any intention of slowing down. Still maintaining a state of full firepower. And around Sun Yuhang, it had been surrounded by countless people. Everyone looked at the numbers displayed on the laptop, their eyes wide with shock, unable to say a word at all. Only Sun Yuhang's voice remained, and then continued to broadcast the report. 390 yards, 200 meters to go from the end. 395 yards, 150 meters to go. He had already broken through the six-eyed demon god's bottom of the table limit. Hearing this, people were looking at each other. Does he intend to challenge the 400-yard limit? However, before such thoughts even hit the ground, Sun Yuhang's voice rang out once again. 401 yards, he really broke through 400 yards. As soon as the words fell, the entire arena was thrown into a huge commotion. No one expected that Su Jia would be able to create such a limit while winning the airplane. For a moment, people also cast their eyes on Su Jia, who had just begun to slow down and press into the corner. At this moment, the huge Gulfstream G650 had gone straight up into the sky. It looked like an evil dragon that would run away if it couldn't be defeated. Su Jia, who was riding on the six-eyed devil, was more like a dragon slayer who had returned in triumph. He accomplished the dragon-slaying feat that everyone wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. 401 yards. This is not the human limit. The real limit is the Dodge Tomahawk's speed of 676 kilometers per hour. But domestically, Shuga has stood at the top of the locomotive, no one can compete with him. Even those professional players in the country were not even remotely comparable to him. Now, the way people looked at him changed. They became more worshipful and fiery. Su Jia, who was still rushing back, was now in pain and happy. This extreme operation had caused his body to become extremely tired. There were many places on his body that were also beginning to faintly ache. But mentally, it was extremely satisfying. You might think that he was committing suicide, but in Su Jia's opinion, this was a sense of ritual that belonged to him. It was because of such thoughts that his heart, within him, was still full of passion. So just as everyone was watching in various moods, Su Jia, who was returning, directly stood up from the six-eyed demon god, letting the car continue to drive towards the front. As for himself, he was like a general returning in triumph, standing in a posture and raising his arms. This scene formed an envious contrast with the Gulfstream G650 that hadn't completely disappeared in the sky. Likewise, it was also deeply engraved in the hearts of countless people. He, too strong. It was not known from whom, but thousands of people at the scene began to respond to his celebratory movements. Su Jia. Su Jia. COGA. COGA. The cheers became more and more organized, echoing in the airspace above the airport. It made countless people's already exhilarated moods begin to boil even more fervently. Yan Xingyue, who stood at the front, looked at the unrestrainedly celebrating Su Jia with a smile on her lips. In her eyes, she was already stained with all sorts of little stars. Such a man, who could not love? 89.7 million fans up, stinky treasure you're bad. And on the internet, the news about Su Jia was instantly peaking. 401 yards pushed the limits. How much fun is a motorcycle? Su Jia once again beat the airplane. Content such as this began to spread frantically on the internet. A video of Jia Ru's live broadcast room also began to spread rapidly. Su Jia's figure riding a motorcycle even became the screensaver of countless people's cell phones. At the same time, more and more people began to learn about motorcycles and biker culture through the internet. It must be said that Su Jia, with his own strength, brought motorcycles to a complete fire in China. It was also at this moment that the goal of countless young people's first car changed. From the previous BBA model, it became a handsome motorcycle. Of course, there are also some young ladies, the object of love, cast to the little boy riding a motorcycle. Everything testified to the positive effect that Su Jia had brought to the entire motorcycle circle during this competition. To put it simply, Su Jia alone exploded in popularity, bringing fire to countless motorcycle brands. Even the domestically produced Horizon, there are countless people who can't help but place their orders today. However, the one who gained the most is undoubtedly Su Jia. First of all, it was his Weibo fans that officially broke through 10 million. In one morning's time, it skyrocketed by 7 million. This was a horrifying number. Even if a heavenly superstar came, they would have to step aside for me. Although he didn't intend to become an Edison, nor did he intend to profit from this. But it had to be said that this feeling of being noticed was good. The other thing was that Su Jia already had a momentary social influence. People hadn't forgotten that besides being a motorcycle rider, he was also a rich thief. The cars inside the garage alone must be worth $100 million. So now he has already stood in the same position with Wang Songsong. Some people also began to take the two for comparison. But compared to each other, there were still more people who liked Su Jia. There was no way, he was just too handsome. He was so handsome that he exploded, and his persona of never backing down and being brave and invincible had even caused him to gain countless fans. Also because of this, Yan Xingyue was also quickly turning into the envy of countless girls. The jealous ones were of course there, but still very few. After all, the woman who took down the male god, her family has a private jet. Besides, on Soo Jia's side, the flurry on the internet had already been put down by him for the time being. Even for the next few days, he wasn't going to make any more big noise. It was good to have heat, at the very least it would bring him great social status. But it wasn't good to have heat all the time. After all, with no shortage of money, what he wanted more was to enjoy life. Half an hour after the match ended, the people at the airport began to disperse. Soo Jia also said goodbye to his friends for the time being and prepared to go home to rest. The current him was too tired. Not to mention the hidden pain in many parts of his body, his spirit had also become very tired after the extreme excitement. So when he came to the car, he directly threw the car keys to Jiaru and said, "You drive, I'm tired." With these words, he sat directly on the back seat of the G800. Good Lu, Soo big fierce man you rest. Taking the live broadcast of Jiaru, naturally, will not refuse this request. After all, now Soo Jia, but has become the biggest VIP in her live career. The record of the highest 4 million online views has now also been broken by her. 1 million fans in one morning, and millions of reward gifts. And according to Jiaru's estimation, the platform was afraid that it would soon come to her door and replace a more powerful contract with herself. All of this could be said to have been brought about by Soo Jia. Isn't it a normal thing for himself to help him drive a car now? At that moment, he didn't have any hesitation and directly took the live phone and sat in the driver's seat. It was only after getting into the car that she regretted a bit. Only to see that the current Soo Jia had already laid his entire body on Yen Xingyu's lap, squinting his eyes in a look of enjoyment. And Yen Xingyu? Her whole body was radiating the light of motherly love, one hand dragging Soo Jia's face, the other hand patting on her body. Faced with this situation, she then said helplessly, "I said, I haven't turned off the live broadcast yet, millions of light bulbs oh." Hush, he is already tired. Yen Xingyu's tone was also filled with heartache. This line it. Jiaru, who decided to accept reality, also simply stopped speaking. Waving her hand at the live broadcast, she then pressed the button to close the live broadcast. After all, as a friend, she wasn't interested in broadcasting the image of the two of them falling in love. However, she went off the air at the speed of light like this, but it made it hard for the viewers in the live broadcast room to die. Damn, slipping away so fast? May I ask where to watch the paid content? I'm charging VIP, so hurry up and give me something different. And Jiaru, who ignored the various pop-ups, started the car while saying without looking at it, "Soo de fierce, you'll be my boss." Soo Jia looked at her with a surprised face. "I'm taking advantage of you because of you, and this makes me uncomfortable." As she finished speaking, Soo Jia did understand her thoughts. As Yen Xingyu's hairdresser and best friend, Jiaru's family was certainly not simple. Although it wasn't as rich as Yan's family, it was definitely in the ranks of wealth freedom. So right now, her live broadcast contract was placed in one of her own cultural media companies. Of course, besides herself, there were a few small anchors included, so it wasn't exactly a shell company. And her current intention was to transfer 80 shares of this company called Jiaru Culture to Soo Jia. Hearing this, Soo Jia did not feel strange. Jiaru was a very smart woman, which was evident from the first day she met him. Transferring shares to him, on one hand, was of course to repay him for the opportunity he had given. But on the other hand, why would she not want to continue to grasp the opportunity? After all, now she has become the spokesperson for Soo Jia in a sense. The two competitions were also held in her live broadcasting room. As long as Soo Jia agreed, then the identity of this spokesperson is basically almost solid. After some deep thought, Soo Jia still slowly nodded, "I agree, and then you first change the company tomorrow to plus, minus, multiply, and divided culture company." He is also open-minded. There is Yen Xingyu a bosom friend this layer of relations in, the two will not be able to deal with less in the future. Now the other party to send money to himself, there is still a reason not to? Still want to change the name? Jiaruren is silly. Yes, I have an obsession with company names. Soo Jia said with a certainty. But after changing the name, this company has nothing to do with me. How does it have nothing to do with me? I'm the one who adds, subtracts, multiplies and divides, and you're the one who has limited culture. Ha, stinky treasure, you are so bad. Soon, the car was in a state of joy. 90 missing fish, drive Pagani to Electric Festival. In the evening, the Jianghua neighborhood. Soo Jia woke up leisurely in bed. After an afternoon of recuperation, he was already full of blood. His body was full of strength. It couldn't be helped, young people were just so capricious. But what came along with it was hunger. After coming back in the afternoon, he had completely forgotten about eating, and directly fell asleep. Just at that moment, a special aroma came into the tip of his nose. She hasn't gone home yet? With curiosity, Soo Jia climbed up from the bed and walked towards the outside. Only this time, he had just pulled open the door of his room when he heard a yuck from outside the door. A concealed weapon flew directly towards him. In the past 2 days, Soo Jia had long gotten used to such scenes. He directly dodged the concealed weapon, and then he wrapped his arms around the alpaca Wang Kai. "You kid, you dare to sneak attack me?" I have to say, this Wang Kai is usually very good. For example, when he was lying in the living room watching TV, he completely used it as a pillow. That feeling, it was much more comfortable than a pillow or something like that. The only thing that made him a headache was this way of saying hello. Anyway, the amount of toilet paper consumed in the house every day was getting more and more. Just in this matter, Yan Xingyu's voice came over, "Stinky treasure, clean up and get ready to eat." Aha! Only then did Su Jia raise his head to look in the direction of the voice. But when he saw the image in front of him, he really froze for a moment. Only to see the current Yan Xingyu, holding a spatula in her hand, with a pink apron around her body. She was standing inside the kitchen, smiling sweetly at him. This scene also interpreted the word virtuous to the fullest. And from the aroma that filled the room, it seemed that this girlfriend of his, her craftsmanship was also quite good. With such thoughts, Su Jia then walked over quickly, and while taking her into his arms, he said, "I thought you had gone home. It was a trip back to get something to make up for you." Looking at the little man's unexpected application, she was also pleased. And as soon as Su Jia heard this, he couldn't help but look towards the source of the aroma next to him. "This is fish soup? Just this fish, why haven't I seen it before? I casually fished one out of my dad's fish tank. He said that this fish is very expensive, so it should be very tonic to eat." When Yan Xingyu said this, it was quite justified. But just at this time, Su Jia's cell phone rang. Opening it, he found that it was none other than his future father-in-law, Yan Jinsong, who had sent a message and had sent over a number of contents before this. "Yan Jinsong, your uncle, where did you guys get my airplane?" "Yan Jinsong, I've seen your photos, and they are quite good looking, but you are not allowed to kiss in public in the future." "Yan Jinsong, bastard, you dare not return my messages?" "Yan Jinsong, my goldfish is missing, does it have something to do with you?" The previous are good to say, just this last one immediately let Su Jia born a kind of ominous premonition. Immediately replied to the message, "Yan uncle still raise fish? The loss of that expensive? 1.2 million A, the whole city of Roncheng is very difficult to find that quality." "Oh, then I have not seen." Put down the cell phone, Su Jia turned his head and said, "Come to Dahua, let's eat all the fish, do not waste. Then you go to the table and wait for me, I'll be right there." At 9 o'clock in the evening, outside the venue of the Jungle Electric Festival in Roncheng. Seeing that the festival is about to start, thousands of young men and women have already come from all over the place, ready to start today's night of revelry. What was strange was that even though the deafening opening music was already playing inside the venue, most of the people were still gathered there. Most of the people, however, were still gathered at the entrance. It can't be helped, just look at the scene in the open parking lot outside. No less than hundreds of motorcycles and sports cars are piling up like they don't need money. The sound of booming is even more incessant. If you don't know, you'd think this was some kind of car show or something. And what's even more curious is that after these car owners got off the bus, they chatted in twos and threes, with no intention of going in at all. More people are focusing their eyes on the way over, as if waiting for some big shot. And in the very center of a parking space, but also by those people deliberately empty out. A few men, just so stand in the parking space, afraid of being robbed by others in general. All of these abnormal behaviors also successfully aroused everyone's curiosity. What kind of person could make this group of people driving sports cars nervous like this? Could it be that there was some big shot in Roncheng? Because of this curiosity, people also stopped by, ready to see what was going on. And right in the parking space, He Qixing was chatting with Bai Good, Zhanwei, and the others with a smile on their faces. Everything that happened today had deeply shocked them until now. And because of today's events, the atmosphere of the entire Roncheng car circle was surprisingly good. The sports car owners and motorcycle riders were not as hostile to each other as before. However, right at this moment, a Rolls-Royce Gusto slowly approached in the direction of several people. In the car, the young man said to the three girls in the car, "This bunch of security guards at the electric festival are so mercenary, if you don't drive a good car over, they won't give you a parking space at all." Obviously, He Qixing and Baigu several people, directly by him as a security guard. As he spoke, there was a self-satisfied expression on his face. And the three girls inside the car, naturally, is another meal of brother long brother short, listening to the man that is called a blossom. Also because of this, he wanted to pretend the heart is no longer control. So after coming to the parking space next to him, he directly pushed open the door dashing down. Then, he took out a few $100 bills from his pocket and handed them to He Qixing, saying, "Help me stop the car." The car at him, his neck was almost tilted to the sky. And He Qixing and the others who heard this were all dumbfounded. This is being treated as a security guard? However, considering that taking up a parking space by a human being is a bit immoral in itself, he still said very kindly, "Buddy, we helped a very important person to take up a parking space, you'd better park inside. As for this money, you'd better take it back, you drive this extra stretch of road gas money on me." This can also be said to be dripping with water. Just opposite the man is full of thoughts in front of the girl pretending, which can also savor his words. Immediately skimmed his mouth and said, "Not enough? I also have." With these words, he put his hand into his pocket, ready to pull out money. Just this money has not pulled out. The man was not far away from a burst of crazy sound waves to a shiver. "Grandma, this is a bomber coming to bungee jumping?" Then, unconsciously looked towards behind him. However, because the lights were dim, all he could see clearly was a license plate with white letters on a blue background. But just a glance, the man's body goosebumps, instantly stood up. The 5791U when you live in ICU it? Seeing this number, the man was instantly numb. A terrible thought, immediately in the heart. This parking space, it can't be reserved for this person, right? At that moment, he couldn't care less about seeing what kind of car it was, and hurriedly turned around in a single motion, and walked towards his own car. With such a person to grab a parking space, is it too comfortable to live their own life? And in the sight of the crowd of onlookers, now is also a kind of dog mood. Pagani pulls a high rotation sound wave, so directly into the crowd's line of sight. Whether it's the appearance of the car, or the 57's number, it makes people feel that their heads are a bit insufficient. Damn, this kind of car with this kind of license plate, this person is also too fierce. When did Reuniting produce such a tough guy? Along with the appearance of the Pagani, all kinds of speculations came one after another. While sitting in the car, Su Jia, who had just eaten $1,200,000 in one meal, looked at the lively situation in front of him and was still in a good mood. As for the flavor? In good conscience it was still very good. However, after finishing her meal, Yan Xingyue also went straight home. According to her, this was a man's party, and if she was there, Su Jia would not be able to let go. With these words, it was also considered giving Su Jia quite a lot of trust. After all, the current him was the idol of thousands of girls. If he wanted to be a fan, there would be a lot of them. The good thing was, Su Jia never had this kind of thought. Soon, the Pagani stopped in front of He Qixing and the others. The powerful aura emanating from the car plus the license plate made everyone around unconsciously raise their phones. And looking at the license plate in front of Su Jia's car, even He Qixing, the owner of the 918 car, felt a little dizzy in his brain. After all, he knew that the 57s represented Yan Jinsong's special car before this. But now it seemed that the relationship between Su Jia and Yan's family was even stronger than imagined. With such thoughts, he said with a smile, "Good guy, your car license plate, too powerful." General. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, and with an indifferent smile on his face, he pushed open the butterfly door of the car. And this scene also made many of the surrounding girls hold their breath. They were all very curious as to what kind of person was coming down from the car. Or rather, the person who came down from this car must be very handsome, right? With inexplicable anticipation, people also locked their eyes firmly on him. Then, a long leg stepped out from the car. Until Su Jia completely stood outside the car, a wave of commotion broke out in the crowd. It was him. The one who raced with the airplane during the day today. He's so damn handsome. Ah, it's Coga, I'm dead. On Coga's side, it wasn't really surprising that he was recognized. Although he's shown his face very few times, he's too hot right now. Anyone who knew how to surf the internet, I'm afraid they've all seen his pictures at one time or another. Especially that photo of him kissing Yan Xingyue was still high on the hot search list. After directly ignoring the onlookers, Su Jia turned his head to look at Zhao Shuni and said, "Girlfriend?" Today, he is not just here to play. The more important purpose was to help Zhao Shuni propose and witness someone else's love. Hey, she should be here soon, she is on the way with her little sister. Zhao Shuni faced with a silly smile, continued, "But I'm ready, foolproof." Between words, he took out from his pocket a small box containing a diamond ring. Well, from the size of this box, the diamond ring inside should not be cheap. Seeing this, Su Jia then smiled and nodded, "Then go in. How is the arrangement of the card seat?" As we all know, this kind of electric festival is actually a mobile bar. There are generally two types of people who come. One is the men and women who follow the army and jump around with the music. The other kind was the VIPs who sat in the side decks and drank while enjoying other people's bouncing. Su Jia promised to bring everyone to the venue in the morning. Of course, it is impossible when everyone stood the whole time. But because he was sleeping, this matter also fell on Baigu. As his words fell, Baigu pulled a man in formal attire over. "Brother Jia, let me introduce you, this is our club member Li Zhang, who is also the investor of this electric festival." Li Zhang quickly stepped forward and said, "Today, I have to be busy with the electric festival, so I'm a bit sorry that I couldn't be there to see Brother Jia killing it. But tonight, I've left all the seats for you guys, and the drinks are all on me." As soon as these words came out, Su Jia couldn't help but give the other party a high look. Don't underestimate the seats in the festival. In this kind of large venue with thousands of participants, the minimum spending for a card seat was at least 100,000 or more. Adding in the drinks and whatnot, he would have spent at least a few $1,000,000 just on treats. Such a level of generosity was still quite rare. As for Li Zhang's idea, it was very simple. It was obvious that he wanted to spend money to get acquainted with Su Jia. Not to mention the rest, just the license plate with 5 sevens on the Pagani in front of him was enough for him to make some cuts. Spending a few $1,000,000 to get to know someone like this is not a loss at all. The good thing is, Soo-ja did not intend to take advantage of this kind of cheat. Immediately shook his head and said, forget it, how much is still counted on me, next time there is an opportunity, if you have a casual dinner together. The so-called hand does not hit the smiling face of people have an attitude, Soo-ja naturally cannot be ignored. After saying that, he didn't give the other party a chance to speak again. With a wave of his hand, he led hundreds of people towards the inside of the venue with great vigor. Seeing that he was so resolute, Li Jiang was also out of options, and immediately waved towards the security guards next to him and said, quickly, keep up. Make sure to protect Yago safely. Soon, no less than 10 strong men in uniform black suits surrounded Soo-ja. For this, he did not refuse. This was also a very common thing inside the bar. Not to say that you order or not to order a god dragon set, as long as you give the security guard a 200 red packet, he has to follow you all over the place, the kind that doesn't move an inch. Just when he was ready to walk into the infield under the front and back, his roommate Wang Jiaxing's figure with distinctive features appeared in his line of sight. And the situation over there didn't seem to be very optimistic. A woman standing in front of him was loudly accusing. You said it was a card seat, but you ended up spending $78 to buy me a ticket? Little brother, even though you're 00, you really shouldn't come out to pick up girls without money. You want me to be good? Fine, give me $50,000 a month, and I'll have a good time with you. Because of the loud voice, many people were watching. And this voice, also directly into the ears of Soo-ja. At that moment, he also did not hesitate at all, directly walked over and said, $50,000 a month, you think you live in the ICU? 92. The sudden sentence made all the people around them directly freeze. Living in the ICU? After carefully tasting it, some people also all directly laughed out loud. To ask for $50,000 in living expenses, or a month's worth. What's the difference between this and living in an ICU? Don't think that $50,000 is very little, now there are at least 600 million people in the country with a monthly income of only $1,000. Money is still very valuable. But in the mouth of some people, this thing is no different from paper, open mouth. And seeing him come over, Wang Jiaxing said excitedly, Brother Jia, it's really you. Just now, when he saw the big scene at the door, he guessed if it was Soo-ja coming over. After all, a lot of cars in here, but he saw it all through the live broadcast during the day. Of course, that live broadcast was also basically known by the entire Rongqing University. For Soo-ja's influence, the entire school also had a whole new perception. However, after saying this, his face also flushed a little. The current situation was not very suitable for catching up. It was also only now that Soo-ja looked at the opposite woman's appearance clearly. And he had to admit that Wang Jiaxing's vision was really good. The woman in front of him had a face value of at least 8 points after makeup. In the male group, those with such a face value can basically do a messy kill. Of course, Soo-ja was definitely not among this group. Even for this kind of people with distorted values, he was too lazy to care a bit. At that moment, he nudged his mouth and said, let's go in with me. The woman who lives in the ICU is not very suitable for love. Hearing this, Wang Jiaxing is pretending to be deep nodded his head, indeed, perhaps my feelings, is so plagued. After hearing this, the friends standing behind Soo-ja, one by one, also a little heartbroken this little fatty. These days, feelings can really be described as plagued with difficulties. It's too hard to find a suitable one. Especially Li Jiang, who had just met him, rushed to the side of a Lamborghini caf and took down a gift bag from the car. Then he handed it to Wang Jiaxing and said, a friend of Brother Jia is my friend, a little souvenir for you, welcome to play in my field. This statement, the woman's face is also more difficult to see. The little fat guy who just looked like he was not worth a penny, turned over in the blink of an eye? The person he knew had also changed from a college classmate to a boss who could organize such a big electric festival. Then how powerful must the person who was called Gaga by such a person be? It's something you can tell by thinking about it with your butt. It had to be said that the flip-flop in this made it hard on her heart. Wang Jiaxing, on the other hand, curiously took the bag and took out 2 small boxes from it. This seems to be socks? Looking at what was inside the box in his hand, he was a whole lot dumbfounded. No matter what, he couldn't figure out what this thing had to do with the local specialty. But just at this moment, a woman who was eating melon next to him pointed at the box and said, Parisian family 2,800 a stocking. This. After hearing this, Soo-ja directly froze. Then turned his head and asked, you call this thing a souvenir? Yes, his own family is to open the counter, how much of this stuff to have as much as possible. Li Jiang smiled and shrugged his shoulders, and continued, if Brother Jia needs, tomorrow I will send 180 to your home. It is not necessary. Soo-ja does not have any special fetish, his girlfriend's skin white and beautiful, also completely do not need this thing. Wang Jiaxing, who was standing with the box in his hand, now showed an expression of excitement. Directly turned his head to look at the woman who had just kept said, Miss Sister, like it to give you this now go to change. After saying that is pulling up Wang Jiaxing's hand towards the side of a BMW car. See here, the surrounding people are directly numb. This is also okay? Especially Li Jiang, who gave the gift out, couldn't help but doubt in his heart, this thing, is it really that lethal? But no matter what, a small episode passed quickly. Although the ending was a bit unexpected, we were all young people, and in a place like the Electric Festival. A little bit of strange things happen should be considered very normal. And seeing his roommate being pulled away by the BMW rich woman, Su Jia of course had no interest in caring about him. Wang Jiaxing is a person who desires to fall in love, and it's not true that he's a dog licker. But he can be a high-end licking dog. Inside his cell phone, there are at least a dozen girls with goddess notes. Such a person will be cheated? There was no such thing. Thinking of this, he shook his head with a smile and turned around to walk towards the infield. However, just the moment he stepped into the inner court, the sound of loud music came crashing down on him. Su Jia, who had come to this kind of occasion for the first time like this, really felt a bit uncomfortable. The good thing was that he didn't have to get together with thousands of people to pop up, but was directly brought to the card seats over and over again by Li Jiang. And after being seated, he said with a smile, "We have a lot of people, first on the bar, according to the standard of 3 bottles of Ace of Spades for one person. This good Lu." Look at Su Jia face serious look, Li Jiang can only do it. But in the heart, or quite shocked. Ace of Spades, this thing is not good to drink, but expensive or really expensive, a bottle of about $10,000 or so. And the people Su Jia had brought over, could all be at least 100 or so. In such a situation, he used up at least around $4 million just for the first wave of ordering drinks. Of course, this was no longer a big problem for Su Jia, whose balance had long exceeded $100 million. Not to mention that he had directly eaten $1,200,000 in one meal tonight. Along with the rows and rows of drinks being pushed up, the atmosphere in the middle of the card table was getting higher and higher. After letting go of the old stereotypes, the sports car owner and the motorcycle rider chatted with each other in a fiery manner. In such a state, Zhao Shuani held a girl's hand and came to the card seat where Su Jia was. He Qixing at this time attached to his ear said, "You sit here, do not move, we arranged to play." "Oh? Please start your show." Compared to bouncing around and drinking, Su Jia was obviously more interested in helping his friend propose. After all, when people helped themselves, it was completely reckless and unrelenting. The only thing that made him feel strange was that after He Qixing finished speaking, he greeted everyone to stand up. And very quickly, they split into 2 rows and stood neatly in front of Su Jia. This scene was like a little brother protecting his big brother, while Su Jia, on the other hand, became that big brother. Together with the 10 black-clothed strong men beside him, it was really quite like that. Just when he was feeling strange, a good show was officially staged. Just as Zhao Shuani pulled his girlfriend and pretended to pass by unintentionally, several people instantly pounced on him. While the 2 of them were startled, they also directly pressed Zhou Suni to the ground. "Ah!" A scream came from the woman. The woman was unable to think too much, and rushed up in a hurry, wanting to help her boyfriend out of his predicament. "What are you doing? Quickly let go of him." Facing so many people, now she, too, had a fearless face. However, He Qixing's gang, how could it be as she wished? Directly stopped her at the same time. It pretended to be vicious and said, "This kid offended our big brother, today we'll unload him a leg." Between words, he turned his gaze to Su Jia sitting in the C-seat, and then pulled out a kitchen knife from his back. Seeing this, Su Jia, who had passively become a big brother, was almost laughing out loud. Because what this guy was holding was exactly a cell phone case in the shape of a chopper. But because it was done thoughtfully, coupled with the woman's panic, she didn't notice anything at all. But even so, the woman had no fear at all. It was still that reckless as she lunged towards Zhao Shuani. Just as she was getting closer and closer, she was about to take her boyfriend into her arms. Zhao Shuani put his hand into his pocket and took out a black box with a sense of mystery. The box was then opened, revealing the diamond ring inside. Under the flash of the Electric Festival, the diamond ring seemed to emit a strange light, causing the woman to freeze directly on the spot. Then, it covered her mouth with her hand, and teardrops instantly crossed her eyes. "Promise him! Promise him! Promise him!" A sound of coaxing came. The people around him gradually dispersed. Zhao Shuani just saw one knee on the ground, raised the ring and said, "Marry me." I promise." "You quickly get up, I'm scared of you." The woman, who cried to the point of not being able to help herself, also cooperated and put her hand out. Seeing this, Su Jia, who had passively become a band of villains for once, led the applause. And along with the end of the proposal ceremony, Zhao Shuani then pulled his girlfriend over. "Come on, let's toast to Gago, thank him for witnessing our love." "Don't." Su Jia got up from his seat, raised a glass of wine in front of him, and said to everyone, "Come on brothers, have a drink together. I hope that in the future, I can witness more of you guys. As for the 2 of you, let's have a toast." After saying that, he directly drank the cup of wine in one go. And looking at his bashful appearance, the people around him laughed out happily. It was worth it to be able to follow someone like this. P.S. This episode is over. The next chapter enters the next part of the saga. 318, New North, Isle of Mant. 93 Mr. Su, it's us who are going to change the world. The next morning. After a night of revelry, Soo-ja, after washing up, took the RS6 car keys and headed downstairs. After all, the competition and revelry had ended, while life continued. Just moments ago, he received a call from Kwang Youngwon, saying that the app had been made and was now ready to go online. For this mosquito-repellent product, Soo-ja could be said to be very attached to it. So no matter what, he had to go to the site to take a look. By the way, he could also meet with his company's employees. As for the 318 trip, it was set to leave tomorrow morning. There was still plenty of time to prepare. Just after he drove the car out of the underground garage, he realized that the sky was a scene of dark clouds, just like the end of the world. Sitting in the car, he didn't have to worry about being rained on, so he drove directly towards his destination. By now, Kwang Youngwon had officially renamed the company to Plus, Minus, Multiplication and Dividing Technology Company. Then as the boss, it was still necessary for him to show his face. It was also at this time that an old residential building in the suburbs of Rongcheng. Kwang Youngwon was standing anxiously at the door with the 4 employees of the company except him, looking left and right. Seeing his appearance, a young woman behind him couldn't help but say, "Boss Kwang, our boss doesn't seem to care about us. Is it really worth it?" "Worth it. Next time, you are not allowed to say such words again." Kwang Youngwon almost jumped up from his spot, then continued, "He saved our company's life. If it wasn't for him, we'd all have to go home and drink the northwest wind." Seeing that he was so agitated, the woman also spat out her tongue and didn't dare to speak. But in the heart, but simply did not take that mysterious boss behind the scenes seriously. In fact, this is still very understandable. Although the company had gotten the financing, and had also successfully produced a product. But their treatment, however, had not received any promotion at all. Then compare the products they made with this old residential building behind them. The difference was also a little too great. In such a situation, it was actually difficult for the employees to have any sense of identification with their boss. As for Kwang Youngwon's side, of course, he also understood what a few people were thinking, but after thinking about it, he still didn't explain. He believed that Soo-ja had come over this time and would definitely take care of everything. That is, 5 or 6 minutes later, an Audi car, with crackling sound waves, appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Such an appearance naturally attracted the crowd's ideas as well. The girl could not help but say, "This Audi car looks ugly, actually also modified? People, this is not modified, RS6R, selling price at least 3 million. This word out, next to the 3 boys, also revealed the application of envy. Only Kwang Youngwon, through the car window, found the presence of Soo-ja. Then immediately said, "Don't say it, this is our boss, a moment, all don't talk nonsense, ha." After saying that, he unconsciously straightened his collar. Seeing Soo-ja again, he also hoped to give a better mental outlook. While sitting in the car, Soo-ja, of course, also saw the figure of Kwang Youngwon. Now, he was no longer in the same sorry state as before. In the spirit above, also compared to before, there is a big difference. To put it plainly, he is now brimming with confidence. After all, the product has been reviewed and can be launched at any time. He is only one step away from changing the world. Regarding this transformation of his, Soo-ja was still relatively happy. As a positive teenager, he didn't want the people under his hand to be hammer-headed and depressed all day long. With this thought, Soo-ja directly parked his car next to the 2. Then he lowered the window and said, "I have to say, your place is really far away. Mr. Soo, you can be considered to come, I am just in a hurry, I have not yet had time to move." Between words, Kwang Youngwon directly around to the driver's seat position, to help him pull open the car door. All kinds of behavior, all show respect for Soo-ja. And witnessing Soo-ja's appearance, Jung Mang, who was originally still spitting on him, was now directly speechless. This boss is also too handsome. Looking at Soo-ja's handsome face with a smile, the resentment even directly disappeared. Then, he quickly walked up and said, "Hello boss, welcome to guide the work." Seeing this scene, the 3 men next to him were all dumbfounded. At first it was not said to give the boss to wear small shoes? How to see people handsome all changed. But soon, a few people are also put down all the ideas, have gone up to greet Soo-ja. After all, just from this car, you can already see that the boss is very powerful. Just a moment's effort, Soo-ja is the 4 people to recognize all. Among them, Zhang Meng was the youngest and was still a senior in school. But in Kwang Youngwon's company, he had already signed a formal employee contract and was considered one of the oldest employees. The other 3 men are all students of Kwang Youngwon and have been present since the company's inception. It was only now that Soo-ja realized that the down-and-out entrepreneur he invested in was actually a professor. It was just that this professor might be a bit more miserable. Otherwise it wouldn't be so bad that he couldn't even pull in a few $1 million of investment. And after exchanging pleasantries for a while, Kwang Youngwon smiled and said, "Mr. Soo, we have prepared a welcome experiment for you, let's go in and take a look." "Let's go, I'm curious to see what kind of experiment it is." Between words, several people walked towards the old neighborhood. It didn't take long for Soo-ja to appear outside the door of a house. Accompanied by Kwang Youngwon pulling open the door of the room, this miracle working laboratory cum office appeared in front of his eyes. Taking the first impression, it was crowded. Inside the room of only 70 to 80 square feet, it was now filled with large and small instruments. The only place that could accommodate walking around was a small aisle of less than 50 centimeters. Other than that, it was just messy. It was also because the room was too small that it appeared particularly cluttered. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Jia asked in surprise, "Mosquito repellent technology, is it something you made in such an environment?" "This is yes." Kwang Yongwon spoke and a proud expression appeared on his face. "It is great, it is great." Truly, with Kwang Yongwon's education, it was actually very simple to want to make money. But for the sake of his goal, harboring in such a lab that wasn't really a lab was very inspirational. And after walking into the room, he noticed that on a table, there was a transparent plastic box. With just such a slight glance, Su Jia also couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Because it was densely packed with all mosquitoes. Don't tell me, it's intended to use this as an experiment. The current Su Jia was also forcibly enduring the physical discomfort. And Kwang Yongwon is also a person ruthless, not much of the Lord, directly nodded and said, "This is it, you see it." After that, the phone out, opened the new design of the mosquito repellent app, clicked open. Then in the eyes of Su Jia, will hold the phone's hand, from the side of an opening, into the transparent box. Almost instantly, the mosquitoes that were originally jumping around, all settled down. It was as if they were sleeping. Even if Kwang Yongwon used his hand to touch, these mosquitoes did not move at all. Seeing this, Su Jia couldn't help but grow his mouth. He had tested it before and knew that it was really effective. But never thought that the mosquito repellent technology could actually be perverted to such an extent. "You guys are really going to change the world." Hearing this, Kwang Yongwon then firmly shook his head. "Mr. Su, it's us who are going to change the world. 94 Boss has become even more handsome, mosquito repellent is online." Hearing this, Su Jia also laughed out happily. Indeed, they were going to change the world. Mosquitoes, ever since the beginning of time, have been a world problem. In this world, the number of people who died every year because of mosquitoes was around 600,000 people. Especially carry the malaria virus, is to make the world more than 200 million people sick in bed. There is no way to live on their own. It's fine at home, but in places like Africa, the little thing called a mosquito can really be equated with a killer. In this case, this mosquito repellent product, said the epoch-making product, is not too much. Of course, as of now, Su Jia didn't have that big of an ideal. As a businessman who has just entered the industry, what he sees is more of a huge business opportunity and an overwhelming amount of money. Let's not talk about anything else, just the current mosquito coil market is a wireless close to 100 billion market. Su Jia, the existence of this mosquito app, the industry is tantamount to a dimensional blow. To say that it is a blow to the big kids is to look up to them. The other thing is that according to the product's degree of giving, this app is even likely to become something of a universal nature. At that time, how big he wanted the market to be, how big this market would be. Making money and whatnot, it simply shouldn't be too simple. And Su Jia, too, would be the biggest beneficiary of this product. You know, right now, in his hands, he was holding 90 equity in the company. Even because of the financing contract, electromagnetic mosquito repellent technology patents, there are 90 is belong to him. Of course, the so-called everything is difficult at the beginning. How to let the people define and believe this product is now they need to consider the point. The other thing is, now Su Jia is also quite emotional. 5 people, in such an experimental environment, came up with such an awesome product. He really had picked up a treasure. Thinking of this, Su Jia turned his head and said with a smile, "Everyone has worked hard, now let me talk about the rewards for everyone." He wasn't a stingy person. For people who could create value for themselves, he also all valued them extremely highly. Now that he had seen the perversity of this technology, Su Jia couldn't let a few people go down again, no matter what. The reward that should be given, that is not even a little bit less. Hearing his words, the other people's eyes were also filled with anticipation. No one was a saint. In this realistic society, everyone had material needs. Even they who were feverish for their dreams were no exception at all. And Su Jia didn't hesitate, directly and slowly continued, "Let's do it this way. In addition to Mr. Kwang, each person will be rewarded with 1 million yuan in cash. This money will be personally funded by me, counted as a red packet for you. When our product is officially online, and we have gained the public's trust, then we will talk about the subsequent rewards." Hearing this, the 4 people other than Kwang Yongwon were also directly trembling with excitement. Especially the little girl Zhang Meng, even more full of surprise, said, "Boss, now you," as if more handsome ah. As someone who hadn't even graduated from school yet, she could know too well what this amount of money meant. At her age, those who could earn this much money could also be completely described as a phoenix. Even the other 3 men, all they could think about was new cars, new houses, and the like. On the internet, $1 million was genuinely not much. In some people's mouths, $1 million was nothing more than the cost of a meal. But in life, there are so many things that can be done. This bonus, too, was called a super large amount. After all, the entire addition, subtraction, multiplication, and dividing technology company hadn't earned a single penny yet. Looking at the excitement of a few people, Su Jia was not surprised, but smiled and said, "Don't worry about spending boldly, there will definitely be more in the future." In the future there? Zhang Meng's eyes, already with full of little stars. Of course there will only be more, not less. Su Jia nodded affirmatively, then turned his head to look at Kwang Yongwon. "What about you, Professor Kwang? Tell us about the rewards you want." For Kwang Yongwon as a person, he was now more in awe. So as long as his request wasn't too much, Su Jia didn't intend to reject it. However, what he didn't expect was that the request that Kwang Yongwon had made had nothing to do with himself at all. After hearing Su Jia's question, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I want the company to be able to set up a laboratory for the in-depth development of electromagnetic technology." "This is it?" Su Jia, who was ready to hemorrhage money, looked at him curiously and said, "Is it enough for me to invest $50 million? Enough. That can be too enough." On Kwang Yongwon's face, a look of excitement also appeared. To be able to have a lab that cost $50 million was simply something he couldn't even dream of. And after considering it for a moment, Su Jia nodded his head and said, $50 million then, in addition to this amount, I will also give you a personal reward of $5 million. By the way, this $50 million is going to be the last time I will inject capital into the company without diluting your shares. Su Jia certainly understood that the emergence of electromagnetic wave mosquito repellent technology was a Pandora's box for Kwang Yongwon, the researcher. And now, he had already grasped the key to it. As long as the research went on, there was no telling how many black technologies would be created. So that's why he had to pay out this money, and he must pay out as well. And Kwang Yongwon, who heard this, was grateful to him to the point of no return. "The kindness of knowing you is nothing more than that, thank you, Mr. Su." With those words, he bowed deeply to Su Jia. As a matter of fact, after just uttering the lab request, he had better be prepared to give up all his shares. After all, people doing business was not charity. But even if he was prepared, it was definitely hard in his heart. He had researched for so long, but in the end, it had nothing to do with him at all. Who wouldn't feel bad? But along with Su Jia's words, the only bit of mustiness in his heart has completely disappeared. In Kwang Yongwon's heart, it was full of anticipation for the future. And after taking care of the rewards, everything was much simpler. Soon, on Su Jia's cell phone, there appeared the mosquito repellent app that had been redesigned. And the name of the product was named Mosquito Repellent. This, naturally, was taken from Su Jia's name. As for the content of the app, it was a lot richer than the last time he saw it. The most crucial thing was the appearance of the recharge entrance. According to Su Jia's previous request, the fee for the mosquito repellent app was set at 66 yuan per month. The annual membership fee was 666 yuan. Was this a lot of money? For an app, it was actually expensive. But compared to the perverted features of the product, Su Jia thought that he was simply too conscientious. Of course, in order to be able to gain users' trust first, the mosquito repellent app will give every new user a 12-hour experience time. After a few minutes of testing, Su Jia nodded with satisfaction. "So let's officially launch it now. Then everyone move, find a new office, recruit new staff, give me the shortest time, make the company a new look." "No problem, boss." 95 thank you letter from CAS, official account stolen? In the afternoon, it was pouring rain in the sky. According to the reports on the weather forecast, this should be the biggest rain that has fallen in Rongqing in recent years. It was under such circumstances that the mosquito repellent app was officially logged into the Huawei app market. This epoch-making product was officially launched. The other things, on the other hand, were relatively simple. With the development of technology, cloud servers were very cheap, so there was no need to worry about that. There was also one of the 3 male employees who specialized in app maintenance. Stability-wise, there is certainly no problem. After all, in Su Jia's opinion, just the name of mosquito repellent, I'm afraid that the number of people who download it will be very small. Of course, in order to be able to first at least a little bit of users, the company bought a small recommendation bit for the product at his authorization. The fire of a star is enough to start a prairie fire. Su Jia has reason to believe that this small recommendation bit can bring him not a small surprise. At the same time, more than 800 kilometers away from Rongqing, Shenanjia primitive forest. A few brightly colored tents stood out in the primitive forest. Inside the tent, Chenxi Nuo listened to the mosquito sounds that kept coming from her ears, as well as the 2 big bags on her arms, silently and without words. "What kind of rain is it? Mosquitoes are running inside the tent." Hearing this, lying next to a slightly older woman, said with a smile, "You have to learn to adapt, our research team perennial in such an environment." Between words, she directly jacked up her pants leg, revealing the dense scars inside. "See, I am a scarred body, after being bitten by mosquitoes, all the scars. All kinds of flower water and so on, in the eyes of these mosquitoes in Shenanjia, it is simply pediatrics, useless." Seeing this, Chenxi Nuo really had a feeling of wanting to run away. But in this primitive forest, how can one slip away? For a moment, the heart was also very discouraged. Simply a trip to the back, take the phone to open the application market, ready to find a small game to play. Anyway, cannot resist, then close your eyes and enjoy it. However, with a flash of the cell phone screen, a 10,000 app appeared in her line of sight. Mosquito repellent? It can't be a scam. Hearing this, the next woman also immediately pasted over, and then said with a face of certainty, this must be a lie, the phone can repel mosquitoes, but also mosquito incense to do what? After saying that, it is directly to the side of a trip, no longer speak. But in Chen Si Nuo side, but already cannot care about other. Anyway, I don't charge money is good, in case I say in case it really has an effect? With those words, she directly tapped the download now button. Soon, the app was successfully downloaded and the registration was completed. Thank you for your support of mosquito repellent, we will provide you with 12 hours of free mosquito repellent time. Seeing this reminder, Chen Si Nuo was also relieved. If she had asked for money in the first place, I'm afraid she would have deleted the app directly without hesitation. Then, with a feeling of prayer, she tapped the Start Mosquito Repellent button. I hope it works, save me. Such a heartfelt voice did not receive any response. Even the original mosquito buzzing sound had disappeared instantly. In the tent, apart from the breathing sounds of the two women, there was no other sound. But right at this moment, Chen Si Nuo sensed that something was wrong. The mosquitoes in the primitive forest, that were very rampant, and were not even afraid of people at all. Inside the tent that is not a moment to stop. How now, suddenly just like disappeared. Soon, she noticed the words being repelled mosquitoes displayed on her cell phone, and couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. Then, she turned her head and asked, Sister Wang, do you feel that the mosquitoes have disappeared? Disappeared? How can? This has not finished, the woman directly froze. Because since Chen Si Nuo white mess with the cell phone, mosquitoes seem to have really disappeared. At that moment, she was too late to think about it, and asked in surprise, you mean this software is really useful? We can test it. Chen Si Nuo finished, then began to look around in the tent. Not long after, 4 or 5 more mosquitoes that were still alive came out on her hand. But now, these blood-sucking demons, as if they had been cast with a fixation spell, did not move at all. Faced with this situation, the two women's faces all changed. Quickly, let the others test it as well. Half an hour later, the entire dozen members of the scientific research team all gathered in one of the largest tents. Everyone's face was also filled with happy smiles. This thing was really useful, and the effective mosquito repellent distance could reach more than 1 meter. It's so cool, with this thing, we can also be considered a lot more relaxed. Between one sentence and another, it also made everyone more excited. Summer in the primitive forest, the biggest enemy is not what flood beasts, but this small mosquito. But now is gone. And the first to find this Chen Si Nuo is also directly stood up and said, I don't care, I have to first give this company to open a year of membership, too powerful. Once this word came out, it was also positively responded by everyone. After all, there is no mosquito trouble, their work will also be more like a fish in water. While sitting in the most central position, looking more than 50 years old uncle, but at this time seriously said, this app, not only effective for us, for thousands of families plagued by mosquitoes is effective. So I think it is necessary to help this conscientious company. Indeed, such a sick feature, only $66 a month, simply too conscientious. Instantly, the people present were standing up accordingly. Just 10 minutes later, the official microblog of the Institute of Geology and Paleontology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences released a letter of thanks. The content, in general, was to thank the mosquito repellent app for solving the mosquito bite problem for them. At the same time, it also recommended this product to the few fans on the account. Even inside the blog post, it also brought a QR code to download the software. Have to say, this treatment is no one. Although this account has few fans, it is extremely active. Among them, there was no lack of some academic bulls and the like. After seeing this piece of content, one by one was also completely stupid. Who did this, actually dared to steal the official account of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Good guy, this hacker is really powerful. It's 2021, and there are actually people using mosquito repellent apps to cheat money? In an instant, the news about the official account of CAS being stolen and used to send out advertisements spread. And it didn't take a while for a phrase about the hacker who dared to steal the official account to quietly appear on the hot search list. 96 unexpectedly opening the door and then going to meet the future father-in-law. Seriously, on the internet nowadays, but anything that can be a little bit fresh can be a big hit. For example, the fact that the official CAS account has been stolen and no ads have been sent out yet is quite interesting in most people's eyes. On top of Weibo, it's actually filled with all kinds of advertisements. But this kind of official stolen number is really the first time. The most critical thing is that the person said also aboard, quite like that. Inevitably, this thing caught fire. In just one afternoon, this hot search was topped to the top 3 positions. The number of views, moreover, had already exceeded 20 million. Everyone took out their spirit of entertainment and madly flirted with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. There were also people who began to speculate about what price this hacker would actually pay. Daring to steal the account of such an official organization was simply a sign that one's life was too long in the eyes of the crowd. The most outrageous thing was that this misinterpreted thank you note had actually brought about a good advertising effect. Su Jia, who was now inside the company located in an old residential building, looked at the data with a dumbfounded expression. 200,000 downloads in one afternoon? How can this be? Faced with this situation, the 6 people including him were all dumbfounded. Zhang Meng said with a dumbfounded look, "Boss, that recommendation bit, is it really that strong? It seems to be a bit strong. This $100,000 is worth it." For a moment, Su Jia didn't know what to explain. After all, everything that happened in front of him was a little too magical. Before this, he thought that he wanted to have thousands of users, all need at least a week's time. Think about it differently, see the cell phone mosquito app, even if it is him, the first time will feel that this is a fraud. But now it seems that everything seems a lot simpler. And until now, the number of downloads is still climbing like crazy. It was at this time that Lu Chang, who was responsible for the maintenance of the app, turned around and said excitedly, "Boss, we now have more than 10 annual fee users." Aha? That's okay? The current Su Jia, too, was directly dumbfounded. Can't it be that I'm really the son of destiny, whatever I do is hot? This idea, in fact, was just a flirtation. Anyway, in his opinion, mosquito repellent app in the future, that at least must also have hundreds of millions of users. Now these hundreds of thousands, although surprised, but not overly shocked. Of course, for the company to have the first income, he was still very satisfied. At that moment, he smiled and said, "Then let Mr. Quang take you guys to have a big meal at night, well the kind that's more than 1,000 per capita, I'll leave first." "Boss, aren't you coming with us?" As soon as she saw Su Jia preparing to leave, Zhang Meng blinked her eyes and asked with a tangled face. Now she was holding her breath, wanting to talk more with Su Jia during her off-duty time. But this off-duty time has not yet arrived, but people are ready to go. And did not hide, shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's raining, I have to pick up my girlfriend from work to go." After saying that, waved at everyone and walked towards the door. Looking at his back as he turned dashingly, Zhang Meng heard a click. Heartbroken. On Su Jia's side, after walking out of the residential building, he ran all the way to his car. There was no way, the rain was just too heavy. According to what the news said above, it was that this rain today should be the biggest in the past few years, and even the next few years. From those words, one could also see just how heavy this rain was. Until he came to the car, Su Jia was also very glad that he didn't drive a sports car out. Now this scene, tens of millions of dollars of Pagani, also have to be honestly lying on the road. But to be honest, listening to the sound of rainwater beating on the car, gave him a good feeling. With this thought, Su Jia turned on the car radio, then started the car, and drove towards Heaton International. It was only because of the low visibility and catching up with the rush hour after work that this journey, too, took more than half an hour. However, just as he parked the car downstairs and was about to dial Yan Xingyu's phone, he couldn't help but frown at the urgent news that came out from the radio station. Newsflash, due to heavy rain, the Kongding section of National Highway 318 triggered a landslide, and more than a dozen motorcycle and bicycle travelers were lost. National search and rescue team has already set out. Su Jia also did not expect that the coverage of this heavy rain was actually so wide. To know, Rongqing distance Kongding, that is this 500 kilometers or so away. And I have to say, this news also gave him a wake-up call. There were many things that needed to be prepared properly. This was not because he was a wimp, but he was responsible for himself and his girlfriend. He didn't want anything unpleasant to happen while he was traveling. When he thought of this, he shook his head, shook the strange thoughts out of his mind, and then dialed his girlfriend's number. In just 5 minutes before and after, Yan Xingyue, dressed in a black dress, ran out from the hall with a smile on her face, jumping up and down. Such an enthusiastic scene also caused the surrounding people to start looking sideways. There was no way, such a great beauty was too rare. Just as quickly, this peerless beauty, while they were watching, rushed into a man's arms. And it also spun around in place in front of them. This meal of forced dog food also made the crowd feel their scalps tingle. In their hearts, they were envious and jealous. And after rushing into Su Jia's arms, Yan Xingyu said with a red face, "My dad asked me to bring you home for dinner." Today? Su Jia froze for a moment, and his heart was really unconsciously nervous. To eat at home, but it is completely different from those 2 meetings before. Well, you won't wimp out. Yan Xingyue narrowed her eyes with a skeptical look. In the face of this situation, of course it was impossible for Su Jia to wimp out. Just as he was preparing to answer, the system in his mind stepped forward once again. Option 1, fight 300 rounds with your future father-in-law. Reward, 1935 Limao Wine X2, 5 million yuan in cash. Hearing this, Su Jia didn't intend to continue listening and directly read in his mind. Option 1. Yan Jinsong, this person treated him genuinely well. Although he often approached Su Jia, saying that his things were given to him by his daughter and so on. But none of these things can be asked back by him. For example, the license plate of 77,777, and Su Jia's big pet alpaca wine kai. In reason, Su Jia should actually pay a visit to his door, so it no longer mattered what the next option was. While choosing this momentary effort, Yan Xingyue's face, however, had already surfaced with an aggrieved look. You hesitated, are you not going to marry me? Faced with this situation, Su Jia decided to use a simple and rough way to get it done. So just under the gaze of her big eyes, he directly lowered his head and kissed her. After a minute, Yan Xingyu was completely honest, red-faced and lowered her head to sit in the car, with a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. Departure, to meet the parents. 97 tea flavor is too strong, change tomorrow to make up for you. Half an hour later, Su Jia's RS6 appeared in the famous mansion in Rongqing, the Azure Cartier Villa area. Looking at the various luxurious villas inside, information about this place unconsciously came to mind. Azure Cartier started to gain fame a few years ago. Even at that time, this place appeared amongst the entire list of the top 10 luxury residences. It was rumored that a certain richest man surnamed Wang had placed his home in Rongqing here. And Yin Jinsong, as a big entrepreneur worth tens of billions of dollars, it was still reasonable for him to live here. As for Su Jia's side, it was more of an appreciation. As a young man, he didn't think it was time for him to live in a villa yet. Compared to this slightly remote place, Su Jia clearly preferred the large flat in the downtown area. He was even considering buying another house in the city center once he returned from his 318 trip. There was a restless alpaca in the house, and over 100 square feet wasn't really enough for it to run around. Under Yan Xingyue's guidance, the RS6 that Su Jia was driving then quickly entered the compound of a European-style villa. And he also noticed that Yin Jinsong had already collapsed his face and stood at the door watching him park. Regarding this expression of his future father-in-law, Su Jia said that he had already gotten used to it, so he naturally didn't think much of it. Other than that, just the fact that he was standing at the door to greet himself also meant that he had already accepted himself. After parking his car in the garage, Su Jia greeted him with a smile and said, "Good evening, Uncle Yan." Yan Jinsong nodded. But when he saw that he was empty-handed, he frowned and asked, "Came here empty-handed? Dad, it's raining so heavily, where to buy you a gift to go off?" After hearing this, Yan Xingyu was instantly unhappy. On Su Jia's side, he also slapped his head and walked towards the trunk. The system was quite humanized. After making a choice, those 2 bottles of 1935 Limao wine also has long been in the trunk. Using this as a gift for the first door-to-door dinner was still quite appropriate. According to the system's notes, it was the value of these 2 bottles of wine, which should be above 10 million for a single bottle. And while waiting for the red light on the road, Su Jia also took out his cell phone and checked it slightly. Only then did he realize that the value of 1935 Limao was actually much more than that. As early as a few years ago, this wine had fetched a sky-high price of tens of millions in the auction house. And because it is too rare, 1935 has not appeared in the public eye for a long time. Its value, naturally, will more or less go up. However, just as Su Jia was about to take out the 2 bottles of wine, a man wearing glasses came out from inside the villa. Then, he said in a manner, "Uncle Yan, the good wine that I just brought over for you is already on the table, let's go in and eat." Hearing this, Su Jia was directly dumbfounded. Obviously, this person in front of him also came here to eat today, and heard the conversation between them. It sounded like he was telling the crowd to go in and eat, but his true purpose was still to elevate himself and belittle others. In Su Jia's opinion, there was no one else for a man to be green tea to this extent. On Yan Xingyue's side, she completely ignored the man, and came to Su Jia's side to whisper, "Stinky Bao, don't get it wrong, this is brought by my dad's partner, and came to my house to pull investment. He looks so secure, what do I have to worry about? Security? Ha, it's true." Hearing his words, Yan Xingyu just burst out laughing straight away. With a shrug, Su Jia took 2 bottles of wine out of the trunk. The person looking at him right now was not lacking in confidence at all. Such a person was not really qualified to be his love rival. On Yin Jinsong's side, looking at the 2 bottles of wine in Su Jia's hand, his heart was also slightly shaken. This can't be 1935, right? Rarely, he had seen a lot and had countless collections of mitai at home. But this kind of wine, 1935, was only seen inside the collection of a certain top collector. As for drinking it? That is not even think about it. This thing is really too rare. Thinking about this, the sense of anticipation in his heart was also instantly stretched. In all seriousness, when he said that before, he was merely asking for an attitude from Su Jia. This had nothing to do with money, but rather the traditional etiquette. Even if Su Jia took out a bottle of ordinary Maotai today, he wouldn't say anything at all. He just didn't expect that what Su Jia took out, even he was a bit shocked. However, just as he was planning to go up and ask about it, Chen Gui's voice came from behind him. "Good fellow, little brother, these 2 bottles of wine were unearthed from somewhere, right? The box is almost rotten." As soon as these words came out, the entrance of the villa immediately emitted a green tea odor. Unearthed? And the box is almost rotten? This word does not mean that Su Jia sent something perfunctory and do not know from where to pick up it. This tea flavor, really too strong. But now Yen Jinsong, but there is no time to dwell with him, frowned and said, do not understand, do not talk nonsense, my family's business, the turn to you to interrupt? This. Chen Gui's face turned white, the whole person directly numb. Yen Jinsong, however, did not care what his expression, self-centered, walked up and took one of the wine box from the hands of Su Jia. Looking at the clear writing of 1935 on it, his heart was so happy. In fact, he certainly knew that Su Jia was not simple. With his own skills, he had almost bought hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a car. So these 2 bottles of wine, the probability is also true. Immediately, he turned his head and asked, this thing, you're willing to give it to me? Uncle Yen, a family doesn't say 2 words. Su Jia smiled, wearing an indifferent expression. Regarding the value of this thing, he actually looked at it lightly. Not to mention his relationship with Yen Xingyue, just based on all the help and generosity Yen Jinsong had shown him, it was worth it. And after hearing this, Yen Jinsong smiled, smiling brightly. Obviously, Su Jia's simple sentence had spoken directly to his heart. Not to mention, Yen Jinsong was still able to call Su Jia for dinner when he had a partner on his doorstep. In itself, it was a manifestation of treating him as one of his own. Good, then let's go in and eat, today, let's taste what flavor this wine of yours is. With those words, he directly turned around and walked towards the inside of the villa. And while walking, he also lowered his head on the top of the wine box and smelled it, shouting, fragrant. In the face of this situation, Yen Xingyue, who was originally still wary, also quietly gave him a thumbs up. Then whispered, stinky treasure is awesome, my dad seems to have bought another fish, change tomorrow then give you a supplement. 98 you will call little Mr. Suo brother. Behind the trio, Chen Gui, who was still standing there, had a hard time in his heart. At the same time a million regret just said those words, go in is not, do not go in is not. After hesitating for a while, he clenched his teeth and stamped his foot and walked towards the villa with a red face. As for Su Jia's side, he was walking while admiring the decoration inside the villa. What had to be recognized was that the reason why this place was nominated as one of the top 10 mansions in the country was still quite justified. The moment he walked in, his first feeling was that it was big. In terms of visual estimation, not counting the area of the outside yard, this villa was at least 2,000 square feet. The huge living room on the first floor, as well as the flowing staircase next to it, all looked particularly cardinal. And next to the staircase, there was also a small elevator for his own home. Well, to be able to put an elevator in one's own home, it did qualify as luxurious. Other than that, it was the decoration inside. Various kinds of mahogany furniture appeared in Su Jia's field of vision. Although he didn't know much about these, what could be placed in Yen Jinsong's home must not be something simple either. Meanwhile, in said large fish tank in the living room on the first floor, 2 beautiful golden dragon fish were swimming recklessly inside. But for some reason, he always felt that Yen Xingyu's eyes looking at them were filled with a murderous aura. It was also right after he walked in that a woman, who was extremely similar to Yen Xingyu, greeted him. Seeing this person appear, Su Jia smiled and said, is this sister? Hello, I am Su Jia. Ha, young man is really good at talking, I'm not a sister, I'm your aunt. Ah, auntie is actually so young. Su Jia of course knew that Yen Xingyue was an only daughter. But in the face of the future mother-in-law in front of me, this word is really not at all disobedient. Probably due to good maintenance, Yen mother's face did not show any signs of age. The collagen on her face was even more crystal clear than some women in their early 30s. Coupled with the fact that she looked so much like Yen Xingyue, when the two of them walked out together, I'm afraid that they would all be recognized as sisters. And seeing the handsome young man in front of her with such a sweet little mouth, Li Ruoyun smiled with a happy smile. For Su Jia's impression is also once again a few points better. Immediately took out a check from his pocket and then said, the first time we meet, auntie also do not know what you like, just give you a red envelope. With these words, he handed over the check. And Su Jia took over at the same time. It is curious to look at the number. But it was a shock to look at it. 888,888. The moment the future mother-in-law made a move, it was an auspicious figure of more than $880,000. It must be said that even he who was not short of money now, did not expect that this meeting gift would be so big. But think about it, when he first met Yen Jinsong, the gift he sent was a $1 million watch. Now it is still lying inside his house eating dust. Li Ruoyun, on the other hand, is more simple and rough. At the same time, the shock power, but also to be a little bigger. Of course, this money is not a big number for Su Jia, so while accepting it with peace of mind, he revealed a harmless smile and said, thank you, auntie. No need to be polite, go sit on the sofa, the meal should be ready soon. As for Yen Xingyu who was standing next to her, she was inwardly shy and relieved at the same time. As said before, Su Jia's visit to her home this time was considered to be officially getting to know her family. Although even if her family didn't agree, she would definitely be with Su Jia. But this way, it was obvious that it would hurt the family. So looking at Su Jia getting along so well with her family, Yen Xingyue's slightly reddened little face also sketched a smile. However, right at this moment, a middle-aged man who had just sat on the sofa stood up and walked over. "This is Xingyu's boyfriend, isn't it? What a talented man." Then, he pretended to be regretful and continued, "It's a pity that my family, Chenggue, is not good enough for Xingyu. I have a say, indeed." Yan Jinsong did not even look at him, directly nodded and said. Instantly, Chen's father and son's embarrassed expressions were surprisingly consistent. Chen Gang was also not expecting that he was just that modest, but ushered in such a sentence. Obviously, in Yan Jinsong's heart, that was what he thought. And just before he could react, Chenggue said with a smile, "It's alright, I am indeed not as handsome as my little brother, my talent is still reflected in other aspects. Yes, my son has been doing well with his investments lately, and he also bought me." Before he finished saying this, Chen Gang was suddenly attracted by the bottle of wine in Yan Jinsong's hand. At that moment, it was too late to brag about his son, but asked in surprise, "Mr. Yan, this wine is not 1935, is it?" To be honest, the old generation of business, especially business to do big. Basically like the culture of the table, one also liked to study liquor. Otherwise, Maotai stock price is not so high. And Chen Gang happens to be a white wine lover for 1935 Lima wine that can be said to be longing for. But over the years, he drank a lot of good wine, but even the shadow of the 1935 has not seen. The impression of this wine is also limited to some pictures that I have seen before. What he didn't expect was that something so rare actually appeared today, and also 2 bottles at once. Yan Jinsong didn't hide it, but instead said with the intention of showing off, "Yes, Xiaosu's first visit to the door brought me a gift." Once these words came out, Chen Gang was completely out of temper. He originally wanted to brag about his son's words, but he directly stifled them. 2 bottles of wine, at least $30 million. On the other side of the family, it was given directly as a gift. Although Su Jia did not intend to pretend, but such a degree of arrogance, or let Chen Gang cannot help but side-eye. In his heart, he put Su Jia on an equal footing. After all, even if he was worth over $100 million, there was no way he would be willing to give this away. As for what his son gave him, it was fine not to mention it. Thinking of this, he was also very real and pulled out a business card and said, "Small Su General young and talented, in the future if there is an opportunity to cooperate, please do not forget us ah." Now he is also considered to see out. Su Jia has been completely accepted by Yan Jinsong, it is not possible to say that in the future is Tongchuang's successor. It's always right to flatter him now. And after Su Jia received the business card, he turned to Chen Gue and said, "With your Uncle Yan's relationship, you can call Mr. Su a brother. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. 99 he's the genius who's the best." The current Chen Gue, too, was directly dumbfounded. How did his old man, who was just about to brag about himself, transform so quickly? Especially looking at Su Jia's appearance that was so young that he didn't want to talk, this brother was really hard for him to say. However, looking at his own old man's serious expression, it seemed that there was no after in a joke. He also has no doubt that if he does not call, home is afraid to avoid a beating. Thinking of this, he also had to put the heart of a cross, and then said to Su Jia, "Brother, in the future more care. I can't talk about it, I'm just a college student." Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, simply did not put only the voice of the words of a brother on the heart. Just based on this goods just TT gas labeling, he must have decided that such a person must not be deep friendship. Young as the capital is not false. But on certain occasions, being young was not necessarily a good thing. For example, Chen Gue right now, in his heart, he might not be able to feel bad for long because of this brother's voice. Of course, these had nothing to do with him, the main purpose of today was to pay a visit, that's all. After exchanging pleasantries for a few more minutes, everyone was finally seated in the villa's dining room. Looking at no less than a dozen dishes on the table, Su Jia also had a big appetite. On Yan Jinsong's side, he opened a bottle of 1935 with an excited face and poured himself a full glass. Then screwed the cap tightly, looked at him and said, "Shall Su to point? This I have to drive, not to come it." He can also see that this future father-in-law is not an alcoholic, but for good wine is heartily like. The key thing is that Su Jia has no feeling for alcohol itself, even if it is hundreds of millions of white wine, he can justifiably say a hard to drink. However, at this time, the future mother-in-law, Li Ruoyan, took a bottle of red wine, said, "Come Xiaosu, accompany auntie to drink a little, outside the rain, I do not feel comfortable you go back. Drink a little bit of wine, and stay with Xing Yue at night." As the words fell, Yan Jinsong, who was holding the bottle of wine, his country face immediately collapsed. Yan Xingyue, who was sitting next to Su Jia, then directly lowered her head with a red face. The toes that were hidden in her shoes instantly buckled, her heart panicked. As for Su Jia, that is directly in front of his eyes, directly poured himself half a glass of red wine, and then said with a smile, "Auntie, I'm dry, you feel free." Said, half a glass of red wine directly down. Good, boys should be so bold. For his performance, Li Ruoyan was more and more satisfied. After pouring him another glass of wine, she smiled and continued, "I heard that you also like to play that motorcycle, right? It's a man's favorite thing, but please pay attention to safety." "Okay, thank you, auntie." On Sujia's face, there was a harmless smile. Yen Jinsong's heart was that angry. But looking at the Lai Mao wine in front of him, he could only choose to look away. Harm, eat people's mouth short, take people's hands soft With this thought, he then picked up the wine cup and gently took a small sip. Hiss, really fragrant. And at the other end of the table, Chen Gui's heart, it was full of thoughts. Su Jia likes locomotives and is also very handsome. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Looking at Su Jia's handsome face, the idea in his heart was gradually determined. But the same point, the shock in his heart is getting deeper and deeper. Who is Su Jia? The most popular person on the internet right now, there was no one. In the case of only sending out 2 microblogs, the real fans broke through 10 million. Such a fierce man, not to say that there was no one after him, but it was definitely considered unprecedented. The most crucial thing is that he can be more than just on fire online. Buying a car and buying almost $100 million, the mysterious super second generation that is on par with Wang Songson, and so on, are also accompanied by Su Jia around. In this instant, he thought that his name, Jia, was not wrong at all. If it is not because of the eyes of the dad is looking for the opportunity to speak, I am afraid that has long jumped up and asked for a photo. Soon, the round of wine was finished. Just when Yen Jinsong had just put down his wine glass with satisfaction and sighed that life was good. Chen Gang then opened his mouth and said, Mr. Yen, I don't know what you think about that project of ours. I haven't looked at it yet, tell me now. The current Yen Jinsong could be said to be in a good mood. Talking about work at the dinner table was no big deal. And seeing this attitude of his, Chen Gang was relieved. At the same time he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, I intend to acquire a foreign car company, and then. It was worth mentioning that this person was definitely considered a good speaker. In just a few minutes, a relatively complete new energy vehicle program was elaborated by him. And this Chen Gang is more and more excited, to the back is directly from the seat stood up. As for the content? It is very simple. Summarized in one sentence, it is to introduce technology from abroad, and then develop new energy vehicles in China. After finishing, Chen Gang took a sip of wine, and then said with anticipation, Mr. Yen, what do you think? Hearing this, Yen Jinsong still had the same faint expression. And under Chen Gang's gaze, he directly turned his head and said, Xiao Su, say what you think. Su Jia, who was eating, obviously did not expect there to be such a thing. Immediately, he was curious and asked, you really want me to say it? Say something, anyway, these things, the future is all yours in Xingyu's. When he spoke, Yen Jinsong was also quite serious. He had also said before that he did have the intention of cultivating Su Jia, and now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally wanted to see what he thought. On Su Jia's side, he was more dumbfounded. Previously said that his company sooner or later will be his own, that can be completely a joke. But now, it seems to be coming true? However, looking at himself becoming the center of attention at the dinner table once again, he did not hesitate. Putting down the chopsticks in his hand, he said with a smile on his face, this project can be, but it is not necessary. It can be because as long as there is money, it can be listed very quickly and have a very beautiful market value. And unnecessary, that is, there is no need to make money fall into a lifetime of curses. Speaking of which, Su Jia is also gently shaking his head. He is a car fan, the same hope that domestic cars can rise. But look at the current domestic brands. Ranked first bid aside, this enterprise battery invincible. And ranked second, the market value of more than 500 billion Honda automobile? From the creation to the listing, there is absolutely no sell a car. With the resources and skills of Mr. Su's boss, the market value of the market value to such a horrible number. But is it really worth bragging about? Not at all. This is a very unhealthy and inflated performance. Maybe one day, because of a bad news, it will just crash. It's the shareholders and the country that will pay the price then. The most ironic thing is that the main source of income for Honda Auto is actually from the beauty industry. The reason for this, I believe everyone understands. The plan that Chen Gang elaborated on was actually nothing more than an attempt to follow Honda Auto's example and take a big bite out of the big brother's ass. And hearing him say that, Yen Jinsong was still very satisfied. The number of new energy vehicle enterprises that had approached him for investment could be said to be too many to count. But now still alive, has been 1 out of 10. The one left behind is still living entirely on subsidy fraud, ready to die at any time. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, Xiao Su's meaning is my meaning, this project, or forget it. Chen Gang heard him say this, the more instantly anxious, immediately opened his mouth and said, Yen, after all, Xiao Su is still young, do not quite understand the investment inside the thing. But just as this finished, the restaurant's TV, came out a news broadcast sound. Interviewed by our reporter, the official account of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was not stolen, but the entire scientific research team recommended mosquito repellent apps to everyone after personal experience. At the same time, more and more people on the network began to come forward to prove that the mosquito repellent app is really useful tonight. You dare to sleep with the window open? The 2 broadcasts, so that Su Jia is unable to resist the ears stand up. After all, in this, but appeared his company's mosquito repellent products This is on the news? It's outrageous. And sitting next to Yan Xingyue is flashing big eyes asked, this will not be the company you invested in it. It seems to be the one I invested in. Hearing this, even Yan Jinsong couldn't help but look at him in surprise. This thing, it really works? The effect is remarkable, and I didn't spend a penny on smashing advertisements. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, a face of frankness. Seeing him so sure, Yan Jinsong is directly believe. Then he couldn't help but think, mosquito repellent app, I'm afraid it's going to sweep the whole or even the world. As an entrepreneur, he had already seen the infinite business opportunities within with a single piece of news. Now you still say he doesn't know how to invest? Yan Jinsong drank the wine in his cup and said with an excited expression, with this thing in place, he is that genius who is the most powerful in the investment world. These 2 days update a little pull crotch, apologize to you all. One is because of the aftermath of the grandmother, too many relatives to socialize. The second is to sort out the plot, want to write this book properly. I'm going to start updating this book in the next 2 days. 100 days who opening, stinky treasure you cheat. Yan Jinsong's words were completely without a hint of exaggeration. This point, the crowd present is very clear. Chen's father and son looked at Su Jia so horrified that he could not say a word. A cell phone repelling mosquitoes? It's really effective? This kind of thing that only exists in the concept, once it really appears in the market, for the whole market, it is simply messy to kill. This thing, but can improve the existence of people's livelihood. Now Chen Gang is also completely afraid to question Su Jia's investment understanding again. Other than that, just rely on this app in the future of the internet, there is definitely a place for Su Jia. The most critical thing is that this place should be a real technology. Su Jia's company is definitely in a monopoly position. To put it in an exaggerated way, it was only a matter of time before he became the richest man by relying on this thing. Yan Jinsong, who was sitting next to him, was both excited and regretful. Regrettably, this product was sent to the door on his own initiative. But in the end, it was rejected by the employees of Tongchuan Investment. Otherwise, he would be the one who owns this black technology now. The excitement, on the other hand, is that this technology has gone round and round, or to the hands of his own people. In his eyes, Su Jia is one of his own. As for Su Jia's side, he opened his cell phone with a confused mood, ready to see what the situation was. To be honest, he really did not expect, the product is only online for a few hours, and made such a big noise. Simple and rough, directly click on the microblogging hot search list. Su Jia saw no less than 3 content about his company on it. Chinese Academy of Sciences rumor account theft. Mosquito repellent really works. It's not hacking? It's hacking. After a bit of browsing, he did quickly figure out the cause of the incident. But to say how he felt now? Su Jia could only say, fate, wonderful. A coincidence that brought him an infinite amount of surprises. Just now, Kwang Yangwen, who had also received the news, had already sent him happy news. Only half a day online, mosquito repellent downloads has officially exceeded 1 million. Unfortunately, because there is a 12-hour trial time. The people who have opened the membership now have not exceeded 100. The good thing is that on Su Jia's side, there is no hurry at all. As long as the leaks download, there is no fear that the leaks will not pay. With this thought, he clicked into one of the hot searches and began to browse the content that people couldn't send out. Protest effective, tonight, I can finally boldly open the window to sleep. It does work, but I'm so worried about radiation that I don't dare to use it on my baby. Is it really effective? The above will not be all water army. Looking at these contents, Su Jia's face involuntarily surfaced a smile. Although there are tap water in it, there are also skeptical. But as long as the foundation is laid, the reputation of mosquito repellent can definitely crush all kinds of doubts. In short, this is a Tianhu opening, the rest is all left to time. And at the same time happy, Su Jia directly opened WeChat, contacted Kwang Yangwen said, use the name of the company to contact the Chinese Academy of Sciences Institute of Paleontology, donate 10 million. Mr. Su Atmosphere. This money is very necessary. As a scientific researcher, Kwang Yangwen actually agreed with this donation more than anyone else. After all, he was also clear that the technology at hand had strength, but wanting to gain the trust of users was definitely a difficult process. And the letter of thanks released by this institute seems very simple. But thinking about it on a deeper level, this was an official certification. With this certification, many problems would be solved. Also right after he arranged these, Yan Jinsong asked with a curious look, Xiao Su, now this company, how much do you account for? 90%, including patents. For the elders, Su Jia naturally has no need to hide. But hearing the figure of 90%, Yan Jinsong is the hand are unconsciously shaking a bit, would have liked you to take over my class, now it seems that you do not need After that, another cup of 1935 Lai Mao wine down. Of course, in the heart he is still very happy. At least this young man who is about to soar into the sky is his future son-in-law. Uncle Yan don't say so, have money, just give me despite, I will not mind the money. Su Jia has a say. Ah good. Yen Jinsong thought about it. Regardless of whether Su Jia takes over or not, these things now, in the end, it will still not fall on Su Jia and Yen Xingyue. As for the opposite side of the Chen father and son, now is also completely not mentioned the new energy car project. A dinner, too, was eaten more lively. While on the internet, the matter about the mosquito repellent was intensifying. And soon, this product appeared on the desks of major internet giants and capital. Now they, looking at the report sent by their men confirming the success of 100 mosquito repellent, had one head and two big heads. It must be said that this product has seriously exceeded their cognition. It is no exaggeration to say that this is an epoch-making product in the entire field of cell phones. It turned out that cell phones were not only capable of chatting, shopping, and all sorts of strange consumption. It was also able to develop something so perverse and enough to change the world. This has also given countless companies a brand new direction. Miraculously, these capital giants' clueless emotions were consistent. The orders given were also almost exactly the same. That was to take this company's financing or acquisition at all costs. For a moment, the entire capital circle had cast their eyes on a tech company called add, subtract, multiply, and divide because of a single product. The air tickets to rush to Rongqing were also instantly cleared by these people. 10 o'clock in the evening. Yen Jinsong directly drank a lot because he was happy and encountered good wine. Chen's father and son, also with no hope of pulling investments, directly excused themselves after dinner. Su Jia, on the other hand, was led by his girlfriend to the third floor of the villa. But standing in front of the bedroom door, Yen Xingyue cannot help but blush and heartbeat said, "Why don't you sleep across the door from me?" "Ah, I cannot win the wine ah." Su Jia, who was just alive and well, directly closed his eyes and collapsed on his girlfriend. In the face of this situation, Yen Xingyue is also directly frozen on the spot. Smelling the faint smell of alcohol on his body, for a moment, she really couldn't figure out whether it was true or not. But after thinking about it, she still quickly pushed open the door to the room, then helped her boyfriend and walked into the room. Only what made her unable to resist rolling her eyes was that Su Jia was in high spirits the moment she walked into the room door. With a click, the door was closed. Her entire body was also walloped against the wall of the bedroom doorway. At the same time as the deer collided, Yen Xingyue then red-faced and exhaled, saying, "Stinky treasure you lie. This wave called wine is not drunk, everyone is drunk." Aha! 101 One Night 6 million, Uncle Yen atmosphere. The next morning, Su Jia woke up leisurely. And turned his head to see that there was no one around him. Well, last night, although he collected some interest, but at the critical moment, he was drunk. Yen Jinsong directly called it off. The two men were in a drunken stupor, and it was an all-night-long conversation. And after the future father-in-law had sobered up, he directly arranged a room on the second floor for him. For this situation, Su Jia was also quite helpless. Even he suspected that from the beginning, this Yen Jinsong's drunkenness was an act. However, considering that this was in someone else's home, Su Jia didn't think much of it. Anyway, he was not a monkey person, it was his, sooner or later it was his. And after opening his cell phone, Su Jia realized that Kwang Yongwon had sent him no less than a dozen messages. And with each message, it made his mood better. First, there was a screenshot of the app's background data. Overnight, the mosquito repellent app already had over 2 million downloads. The number of people who had registered using their cell phone numbers was also that number. On top of that, it's the number of people who have paid for the app, which has now come to 100,000 as well. Don't underestimate this number. According to the time estimation, most of the users' trial time has not yet expired now. To be able to have such a conversion rate, it was already considered quite explosive. The most critical thing is that 100,000 paid users, the interests created for his company, but it is quite considerable. According to Kwang Yongwon's statistics, the monthly and annual subscribers combined. In just one night's time, the company had made a profit of at least $6 million or more. Even Su Jia, who wasn't short of money now, had to sigh. These days it was still necessary to let users charge members to make money fast. One day time to earn 6 million, and now have not yet reached the real outbreak of time point. In the long run, plus, minus, multiplication and division technology company, I'm afraid that will soon gather a large amount of cash. This also made Su Jia excited just thinking about it. And in addition to the data, the top capitals in the country had all called Kwang Yongwon early in the morning, asking about financing. And they said that no matter what, they wanted to ask the two Su Jia to meet with them. For this, he was still very understanding. As the saying goes, as long as you stand on the wind, pigs can take off. The gift technology he was taking out now was no longer as simple as a windfall. Rather, it was something that truly had the potential to sweep the world. It would be strange if these capitalists didn't come to the door. But unfortunately, Su Jia from the beginning to the end, there is no intention to let this company financing or listed. It's already in a monopoly position, now it's being shared out to make money for others? Little cute. I'm not going to do it. Anyway, no matter what kind of tricks and means they use, Su Jia has already eaten this soul food. Also because of this idea, he gave Kwang Yongwon's reply is very tough. That is capital A missing, clearly informed them that the company is not short of money, there is no intention to finance. Although they certainly would not die, but what does this have to do with Su Jia? After all, this afternoon, he will embark on the 318 motorcycle journey. Those guys couldn't even meet him face to face, and they couldn't affect his life at all. 10 minutes later, Su Jia, who was fully dressed, walked down the stairs with a flourish and arrived in the villa's dining room. Seeing him down, Yan Xingyue is also completely ignored the presence or absence of parents, directly up to hold his arm. Did you sleep well yesterday? Anyway, the parents had also met, and both parents had accepted Su Jia. Then there is absolutely no need to worry about anything in life. Not good, I left the door open for you, and you didn't even come to me. Su Jia pretended to be aggrieved and whispered. Hearing this, Yan Xingyu then directly whacked him with her small pink fist. As for Li Ruoyan, who was sitting at the dining table, she said with her aunt's smile, Xiao Su, come and eat. Coming. Just after he was seated, a burly man in formal attire, who looked quite strong, walked in quickly. The person walked straight to Yan Jinsong, bowed and said, Mr. Yan, I'm here. Mr. Yan, I'm here. Yan Jinsong nodded, then turned his head to look at Su Jia and said, how do you feel about him? This Uncle Yan, I slept by myself yesterday, and we are our own people, so there is no need to do it. Su Jia of course could see that this person in front of him should be a bodyguard. And also certainly not a general bodyguard. Even with the naked eye, he could feel that this person should be very capable of fighting. And Yan Jinsong, who had heard the words, was also directly frozen on the spot. After reacting for a while, he said helplessly, where do you want to go? You are not going to go out to play it, do not bring a bodyguard me and your aunt do not rest assured. Guosin is a master, in the army inside is the top of the existence, said as to fight all over the Rongqing invincible is not too much. Now, he is your bodyguard. Hearing this, Guosin didn't hesitate a bit and directly turned his head and said, hello Mr. Su, I'm Guosin, I'll be your bodyguard and driver from now on. Guosin? The combination of Guodi and Stinson? Looking at his lanky appearance, Su Jia felt that there was an internal flavor. And for the second old man's good intentions, he ultimately did not refuse. If it was himself, this wouldn't matter. But this time, he was planning to take his girlfriend out with him. If something happened, then I'm afraid it would be too late to regret. Now that there was such a person in place, it would undoubtedly be able to greatly enhance the safety factor of this trip. Thank you, I'll trouble you for a lot of things in the future. However, once he thought of him as a driver, Su Jia directly turned his head and asked, Uncle Yan, it seems that my car doesn't really need a driver, inside your garage. You kid. Yan Jinsong almost rolled out a white eye. Since the daughter with this person, the home is 3 days twice less things. Now after staying at home for a day, he actually started robbing in the open. But after thinking about it, he still shrugged his shoulders and said, I ordered a Babs 900, come back to Mercedes-Benz later to get the car. Uncle Yan atmosphere. At the same time as the car information surfaced in his head, Su Jia smiled happily. Babs 900, also known as the Babs modified version of the Mercedes-Benz S650. Landing price of $14 million. Currently there was not even one in the country. Such a big gift definitely deserved a big word from Su Jia. Soon, the breakfast was carried out in a cheerful atmosphere. But after eating, Su Jia pulled Yan Xingyue out of the door in a huff. After all, there wasn't much time left before the departure, and there were still quite a few things he had to prepare. At this moment, there was still a not-so-small drizzle in the sky. But this little problem also couldn't stop their hearts from wanting to go out and play at all. 102 Departure 318, Social Help Letter. That afternoon, a Babs G800 appeared on the streets of Rongqing. And what made people couldn't help but look sideways was that behind this car, there were 3 cool motorcycles in tow. Among them were a BMW M1000RR, a Ducati Versys 4 and a KTM RC8. Such a superb lineup also let the people passing by each feel envious. While sitting in the back row of the car, Su Jia was eating snacks while lying on Yan Xingyue's lap watching TV. After entrusting the alpaca Wankai to Jia Ru, the two of them's journey on the 318 National Highway was considered to have officially begun. With Guisin as the driver, he also completely said goodbye to the worries of driving by himself and became a young master at ease. Of course, he did not forget that the theme of this trip is motorcycle travel. Well anyway, the motorcycle was with him, so he could just put it down and ride it when he wanted to. And for safety reasons, he prepared a lot of things in the car. For example, snacks to eat, and a variety of common necessary medications. There is also the top of the car, has also been installed through the Sun Yat-sen folding tent. If you want to camp outside, directly climb into the car, sleep on the roof is completely okay. In comparison, other motorcyclists can really be regarded as poor traveling. Especially now it is still drizzling, making motorcycle riders will feel very difficult. But inside traveling, rainy days are very common weather. Naturally, it is impossible to just cancel or postpone the trip just because of a little rain. Most importantly, along with the great popularity of this travel route, the road of 318 National Highway has been quite perfect. but any motorized vehicle that could move could reach its destination without any trouble. Meanwhile, next to the fork in the road where Rongqing was about to log onto National Highway 318, a dozen or so motorcycle-riding motorists were gathering together to chat. On everyone's body, they were also wearing rainproof motorcycle clothing. The light rain that was now falling did not affect the enthusiasm of the crowd at all. One of them, Yang Chao, took a deep drag on his cigarette, then turned his head and said, "What do you guys think? What kind of bike will Brother Jia ride over?" "Brother Jia? Brother Chao, you're disgusting." Upon hearing this name, the crowd was also a bit physically uncomfortable. If this is a handsome man is okay, just Yang Chao this big and thick people, simply with Su Jia does not match well. And a girl next to him was listening to the question very carefully. And soon said with a face of adoration, "A fierce man like him, he should come riding a RC8, after all, he likes to challenge the limit. I guess it's a BMW, his M1000 is simply so handsome that I can't sleep." However, just between the many opinions, a black to reflective car, on top of the rain appeared in the crowd's line of sight, accompanied by that special low sound wave. Boom! The crowd that had known Su Jia for a few days already naturally recognized that this was his car. As expected, they all guessed wrong, the rich man's motorcycle trip is different from ours. Perhaps, this is the benefit of not being poor. Soon, the Barbo's G800 stopped in front of the crowd. Yang Chao took a look at Su Jia not being in the driver's seat, so he came to the back and pulled the door open. But looking at the scene inside, he was directly dumbfounded. Only to see the current Su Jia, the whole person is lying on Yan Xingyu's lap. And Yan Xingyu? One hand was holding a cell phone, giving him a cell phone holder, watching a TV series together. In the other hand, she was also holding a petal of orange and feeding it to Su Jia's mouth. I'm convinced, enjoy or you'll enjoy it. Looking at Su Jia's enjoyable appearance, and the three cars behind him that are almost every motorcycle fan's dream, Yang Chao and many motorcycle enthusiasts' mentality completely collapsed. Good lord, a winner in life is nothing more than that. Plus brother you be a person. In the face of the crowd spitting, Su Jia was quick to sit up. Then he shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you guys have a good girlfriend, you can also live this kind of life." Sour. For a moment, more than a dozen mofos all looked like they had eaten lemons. But also at this time, originally stood behind the male motorcycle friends looking at the phone, said with a heavy face, "Brothers, something happened." Aha! Instantly, everyone's eyes were focused on him. And the male motorcycle friend is also too late to think more, and quickly explained, "A few days ago trapped donkeys have not been rescued, and the rain over there is getting heavier and heavier." Didn't the search and rescue team go? Hearing this, Su Jia's face was also serious. When he heard the broadcast yesterday, he was very attached to this matter. After all, this was related to the safety of the crowd. Going was going, but the rain over there was getting heavier and heavier, and now there were slight mudslides, so the rescue trucks couldn't get through at all, as well as the helicopters being difficult to operate because of the heavy rain. The most critical thing is that there is a child's mother who just sent a distress video out. Speaking, he directly opened the video and clicked play. What appeared in everyone's line of sight was a soaked woman standing next to a jeep. But the woman, who originally looked quite beautiful, was now crying uncontrollably. "Save my child, he has severe asthma, but because we've been out too long, the medicine ran out yesterday, and now he's on the verge of an attack. The cell phone is almost out of battery, please, come and save my child as soon as possible." Listening to the words inside the video, the mood of Su Jia and the others was getting heavier and heavier. Especially the people who are traveling, all silent. After all, from the incident place Kongding Road section, they are only a few hundred kilometers apart. This distance was not too long, not too short. But the two sides of the situation is very different. And the male motorcyclist's interpretation is not yet over. Only to see him holding his cell phone, he continued to say in a sad tone, "Now the search and rescue team is trapped on the road, and has launched a letter of help to the community, hoping that there are people nearby who can help them." This, he said, the more he said the less confident. Landslides, plus mudslides, even if someone wants to go, but also have to have the life to deliver the medicine to the place. On Su Jia's side, he suddenly had a flash of insight, and hurriedly came to the trunk of the car to find the medicine box. Flipping around, is also finally find out a cure for asthma medicine. Before also said, in order to be safe, he has prepared no less than hundreds of medicines. Having a spray for asthma was also not surprising at all. However, also the moment his hand touched the pill box, the system in his head suddenly rang out. Option 1. 103 I want to ride the wind in waves. Ding, it was detected that the host was faced with a choice. Option 1, but ask for a clear conscience and deliver the medicine to the place of the incident. Reward, Physique 5, Face Value 2, Cash 50 million yuan. Option 2, continue traveling in peace. Reward, 20 million yuan in cash. Looking at the two options in his mind, Su Jia froze. These two options were indeed the two paths before him. And the rewards could be said to be worlds apart. But thinking about it, once he chose to go deliver the medicine, then the dangerous situation he faced was definitely worthy of these rewards. As for how to choose? Su Jia already had an answer. I'll choose one. He had never been an indecisive person and was very clear about his character. If there was no asthma medicine on hand, then he could still choose not to go. But since he had it in his hand but didn't act on it, this matter would remain in his heart for the rest of his life like a lump. And after choosing, he didn't care whether the $50 million had arrived or not, so he directly said to everyone, "Help me unload the BMW motorcycle." The tone of voice full of determination. But after hearing this, the crowd was directly dumbfounded. Yan Xingyue, even after reacting, she pulled his hand and said, "Stinky treasure, what are you going to do?" The expression on his face was so tense that it was beyond words. Just looking at Su Jia's determined expression, she already understood that she could not stop it. And the motorists next to her also instantly exploded. "Brother Plus, we are more than 500 kilometers away from there, it's not necessary." "Right, Brother Plus, it's too far, and it's too dangerous." Listening to the words of the crowd, Su Jia's heart didn't waver for a second. He took Yan Xingyue's hand and said with a smile, I'm going to ride the waves. Don't talk too much, hurry up and help me." This latter sentence also brought with it a meaning that made it impossible for everyone to refuse. And looking at this resolute expression of his, Yan Xingyue's heart was tense, but she could only choose to accept it. Why did so many people like Su Jia? Was it really because he was handsome? Or is it because his motorcycle is handsome? Not at all. The reason why more people paid attention to him was actually the vigor and fearlessness he displayed. Take a look at what he has done before. Running wildly 300 yards on the airport highway, racing with airplanes even though he had obviously won all the races. Every single time, he was never afraid. Such a spirit was too rare in this era where the spiritual world was barren. Yan Xingyue also thought from the very beginning that this was a quality that a man should have. Her man, even if he was born in ancient times, would definitely be a worldly hero. The most crucial thing was that she understood Su Jia's character and didn't want him to regret it for the rest of his life. Combining all of the above, she couldn't stop it, nor did she want to. But faced with the nervousness and worry in her heart, tears unconsciously began to well up inside her eyes. And seeing this scene, Su Jia is also one or two, directly kissed up. Well, girlfriend, quickly honest. A few minutes later, the BMW M1000RR had been unloaded onto the road by the crowd. And Su Jia had already put on his biker suit, carrying his own exclusive helmet in his hand. On his back, he was carrying a backpack filled with medicine and food. 24 hours of time had passed since they encountered the natural disaster. There was always nothing wrong with preparing more things. However, during the time he was preparing his things, the eyes of the motorcyclists present, one by one, changed when they looked at him. Admiration, awe, and other emotions, it was simply impossible to hide. And in the eyes of the crowd, Su did the long legs astride, directly writing on the car. Then, he took out a piece of paper and directly pasted it on top of the code table. Seeing this, the crowd all felt numb. No, this is too dangerous for you, Brother Plus. This is playing with your life. On Su Jia's side, on the other hand, he always had the same expression. He didn't like doing useless things, and since he had decided to go, then he must deliver it as soon as possible. In such a situation, the best thing to do was to treat this 318 national highway as a single-man island TT journey. People have fears, even he was no exception. But as long as he kept the yardstick out of the way, Shuga believed he could overcome that little bit of fear. The key thing was that his passion had taken over every corner of his brain. The excitement was done. His girlfriend, Yan Xingyue, on the other hand, had nervously returned to the car, trying to take deep breaths to calm herself. Then it said to Guosin next to him, "Wait for me to try to follow up, I want to stand with him." This good lady. Looking at the motorcycle that was poised next to him, Guosin didn't think he could keep up. After all, Su Jia riding a fast bike is known throughout the country. And the captain of the motorcycle team, Yang Chao, just walked straight up and helped him put on a radio headset and equipment. "I know you're good, but you have to learn to call for help when you're in danger." "Thanks." Su Jia shrugged his shoulders and put the radio headset on his ears. It was at this time, the male motorcycle friend who had just played the video for everyone, came over again and said, the child's mother, sent another distress video. Tell her, we'll be right there." Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, and directly pressed the car's start button. Then waved to everyone, directly side-slipped the tires, towards the 318 national highway above rushed out. Looking at the drizzle in the sky and the wet ground, Su Jia was already fearless. Even in his opinion, this is an opportunity to challenge himself. Boom! The BMW M1000RR, braving the wind and rain, quickly disappeared in the crowd's line of sight with a posture of riding the wind and splitting the waves. And on the internet, the news of the trapped donkeys has been made a big deal. Especially a mom's plea for help, but also on hundreds of thousands of people have their hearts in their throats. But so far, still not a single bit of useful information has been collected. However, just at this time, an account named Daidu Motorcycle Friend Xiao Zhang, in the distress video below replied, "Su Jia has already left, immediately arrived." In 2 minutes or so, this reply was directly on the top of the hot comments. And the people who saw it were all thrilled. Who is Su Jia? They knew too well. Awesome. With him here, this child finally had a chance of survival. 104. Hang your head on your belt, Lone Rider. Really? Su Yiga really went? Bro, are you a motorcycle rider who traveled with him? Close to the incident? Some people were certainly excited to see Su Jia's name. But along with that came all sorts of questions. After all, this matter is now a big deal, touching the hearts of countless people. Many people, even with the mindset of eating melons, wanted to get first-hand news. Looking at the phone is about to blow up, the motorcycle friend Zhang also had to choose one of the reply, distance 500 kilometers, he set off alone. Brush to this reply, the original also felt invigorated. Immense netizens, is instantly confused. 500 kilometers? What kind of concept is this? Take a self-driving tour as an example. According to the normal speed, this is enough for a fleet of vehicles to drive for a whole day. And that little boy's illness couldn't wait that long. Even if Shuga was known for riding fast bikes, this 500 kilometers was an astronomical figure. Not to mention that it was raining on National Highway 318 right now. Trying to ride a motorcycle fast in the rain was like hanging your head on the waistband of your pants. Want to get to the scene as soon as possible? It's even harder than climbing up to the sky. Even a little carelessness, he himself may be directly killed. Until now, the netizens who originally saw a ray of hope is even more heartbreaking. And now Su Jia, just as the netizens thought in their hearts, will put life and death at risk. Highly concentrated spirit of him, on the 318 National Highway, began to crazy acceleration. The sound of a boom began to explode on the highway. Unfortunately, because of the rain, National Highway 318 now seemed rather empty. The heavenly sound that burst out from the motorcycle could only be enjoyed by Su Jia alone. However, it was also because of this that he was able to rest assured that he was boldly firing on all cylinders. The wet and slippery surface of the dew, as well as the oncoming drizzle, all brought him unrivaled passion. Cycling in this weather was just too much of a thrill. And after a few kilometers of acclimatization, Su Jia's throttle began to gradually deepen. 100. 120. 200. On the endless 318 aisle, Shuga truly entered his battle form. And because the code meter was covered, he had completely forgotten about the speed of the car. There was only one thought in his mind, to conquer the 318 National Highway. It had to be said that riding on the 318 National Highway, where the roads were quite perfect, would really have a bit of the flavor of the Isle of Man. Even the number of kilometers he was prepared to conquer today was actually only a little more than the Isle of Man TT. All of these factors undoubtedly added even more to the passion within him. In this way, BMW M1000RR, in this rainy day, crazy gallop in the slippery road surface. A variety of extreme pressure curves, slippery tire cornering operation, in Su Jia's perfect control, one by one to be able to perform. However, just as he entered the state and began to fire on all cylinders, in the sky above his head, a big silver bird appeared. Meanwhile, the temporary command center of this national rescue operation. There were no less than a dozen people in the lineup, all of them with grave expressions. One of them, a leader-like person, turned his head and asked seriously, "This unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, is it really useful?" Definitely useful. This is a brand new equipment temporarily drawn from the military, able to withstand 10 levels of gale force winds. A man in a military uniform continued with an affirmative face. As long as we use it to scout the situation inside, the rescue team outside will be able to think of a way. That's really great. While the leader breathed a sigh of relief, he did not dare to relax at all in his heart. After all, this was related to the lives of so many people. However, just at this moment, the young officer who was originally controlling the drone in front of the computer said with a horrified face, "The radar shows that there is an unidentified object on the road that is speeding forward." Speeding? Hearing this, a group of people were immediately gathered together. Then, they looked at the yellow dots on the computer that were going crazy a building, and felt that their brains were a bit insufficient. This was definitely not a car, it was impossible to drive so fast on a rainy day. Also surely not any drone, now the yellow cursor, just on the 318 National Highway. Is it hard to believe that it's an alien? Hearing this latter, the faces of those present also became odd. And right behind them, a girl who resembled the role of a secretary, after hesitating for a moment, spoke up and said, "This is most likely a motorcycle." That little brother, the airplane racer, happened to be on National Highway 318. After receiving that asthmatic boy's mom's help video, he said online that he would rush to the scene. But when he heard this, the young officer said with certainty, "It can't be a motorcycle, even if it's a god, there's no way he can ride that fast on a rainy day." With those words, he reached out and pointed to the numbers displayed on the computer. Now his speed, but came to 250 yards per hour. And the girl looked full of confidence, shrugged her shoulders and asked, "Then you say, what is it?" To tell the truth, if the car speed is very slow, she is not quite dare to be sure. But with such crazy speed, it was definitely something that Su Jia could do. As an old fan of Su Jia, she had no doubt about this. It was at this time that the leader then suddenly asked, "Can the drone turn on the camera? Show it to us." If it was really him, then the little child with asthma would really have a silver lining. In fact, the video on the internet they saw. Even the search and rescue team had deliberately amplified this matter in the hope of getting help from the community. After all, in accordance with their rescue methods, and so on the real people to be rescued, severe asthma child, I am afraid that it is really bad luck. This rescue operation could only be considered an imperfect job. No problem, I'll open it now. After seeing the young officer operate on the computer, the situation above National Highway 318 appeared very clearly on the computer interface. But looking at the picture above, everyone was unconsciously silent. Is it really a motorcycle? His speed is still increasing. Does he really not want to die? Good job, Lone Rider. This last sentence was naturally what the leader said. Looking at Sujia's handsome to explosive back on the video, his heart was also encouraged. Immediately, he turned his head and said, "Can we contact him and offer him a little help? This should be feasible if he has his radio with him." The young officer, who was now looking at the BMW motorcycle on the computer that was riding madly, also had a blaze in his eyes. And very quickly, he used the drone's radio function to switch to the commonly used civilian frequency band and began to try to start a conversation with Sujia. "This is the Confronting Accident Command Center. Motorcycle rider received, please reply." This is the Confronting Accident Command Center. However, after shouting for half a day, there was not a single echo. Just as he was about to switch bands and continue calling out, a man's calm voice came out from the computer. "Roger that." Hearing this calm voice, everyone in the command center unconsciously stood up. Contacted. 105 open heaven's eye. Speechless support. Truthfully, the moment they heard Sujia's reply, the hearts of the crowd were simply thrilled beyond words. After all, on the computer monitor, there was still the figure of Sujia riding the wind and waves. Everyone couldn't help but be impressed by such a spirit of his as well. And after the excitement, the top leaders present, on the contrary, quickly reacted. Quickly, ask him what help he needs. We have to guarantee his safety at all costs. Although he had never heard of this person, Sujia, but such a defiant appearance really made him appreciate him. Hearing this, the young officer also didn't hesitate at all and quickly opened his mouth. "Hello Knight, our military's drone is above your head, do you need our help?" The military? After hearing this, Sujia really felt quite surprised. Of course, this did not affect his operation in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, it was just another extreme angle press bend. As for help? He really kinda needed it. Thinking of this, he said decisively, "I need you guys to help me plan a refueling route. My car, the range should only be 130 kilometers, so if you can, please also help me make contact, so as not to delay. And help me detect the road conditions in front of me. Now that it's raining with low visibility, I'm not quite able to get full gas." While maneuvering the car, Sujia quickly gave out the two requests. Two requests, each of which was crucial. Although the BMW motorcycle was already considered fuel-efficient compared to other public upgrade sports cars. But at most, the range was only about 200 kilometers. Coupled with violent driving like his, it was an unknown whether it could last past 150 kilometers. The other was that this was a national highway. Even though there were very few cars because of the rain, there were still one or two occasionally. In such a situation, even if he had covered the code meter, it was impossible to drive straight down with full gas. And if there was a military reconnaissance drone his eyes, he would be like a tiger with wings. Just hearing his words, the people in the command center were all dumbfounded. This is still not fully fueled? Everyone couldn't help but look towards the computer screen displaying a speed of 260 miles per hour. This young man, is he treating the motorcycle as an airplane? But thought so, but the leader of the command center was still quite decisive and promised him. "Give me a quick action to plan the most perfect refueling route, and then we'll come and be his eyes." No problem. For a moment, the entire command center was busy. The young officer, on the other hand, once again pulled the unmanned reconnaissance up, looked at the road ahead, and said into the radio, "There is no oncoming traffic 2 kilometers ahead, so please feel free to drive. By the way, pay attention to safety." "Thanks." Sujia said thank you, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Finally, he was able to get full gas. At that moment, he was not hesitating at all, and the gasoline directly began to go to the bottom. Boom! An even more high-pitched sound wave began to resonate throughout the entire roadway. It had even been transmitted into the room of the command center through the drone's radio. It made everyone feel invigorated. The young officer, on the other hand, was staring at the realistic speed per hour on the computer with wide eyes. 280. 290. 300. Almost as soon as he reported the road conditions, Sujia's speed began to soar up once again. And very quickly, it broke through 300 yards in a big straight line. Such a scene was also something that made him feel like his knowledge base was insufficient. When was there such a fierce man in the country? Is a motorcycle really an airplane? Of course, shocked as he was, he still didn't forget his job as an eye. A group of bike travelers appeared a kilometer ahead, with no oncoming traffic in the opposite direction, so they could pass against the traffic. Hearing this, Su Jiao was not slowing down at all, directly driving his car into the retrograde lane. And the bicycle donkeys who were moving forward against the wind and rain, now this is when they noticed that a crazy engine roar came. The sound of the roar was as if an army of thousands of horses were rolling in. With curiosity, the crowd then stopped their cars and looked behind them. Then, they saw a black shadow, breaking through the rainwater madly coming towards their side. But before the crowd could see it clearly, they heard a whooshing sound, and the black shadow skimmed right past them. What's this? I'm not mistaken. It's a motorcycle. It's Shuga, it's him, he's really on his way. Ha! He's really on his way to the rescue site? It's outrageous. The front wheel seems to be flying. For a moment, all the donkeys' minds collapsed. It was at this time that the leader, who rode at the front, opened his mouth and said, "He's playing with his life like this, we have to do something for him." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and released a message in all of his 318 travel groups. Attention! Su Jiao with medication is speeding towards Kongding. Please, donkeys on this route will be parked on the side, do not give him trouble. Such a piece of content also began to quickly and frantically circulate inside the various groups. And very quickly, it had quite a good effect. Some of the donkeys who had received the news also pulled their cars over to the side and just stood there frozen, waiting for Su Jia to arrive. It had to be said that such a situation really helped Su Jia a great deal. In the completely unconcerned situation, he had completely given up on slowing down and so on, almost entirely relying on instinct in driving. Around the beautiful scenery into nothingness, in front of me, only left a boundless 318 national highway. 50 kilometers ahead of the gas station is ready to work. 2 kilometers ahead, oncoming traffic, please pay attention. 1 kilometer to the curve, slow down. Under the command of the eyes in the sky, Su Jia's driving operation is more and more aggressive. Until the command center leader finished arranging the gas station and came to the computer, he was shocked by the numbers on the computer. 334 yards? The young officer who was keeping a close eye on the road also said in an unbelievable tone, ever since he had me reporting information to him, his average speed has been above 300 miles per hour. He's too good. Simply a car god. And Su Jia, who was frantically accelerating, now also noticed something a little different. Because some of the cars that passed by were now stopping on the side of the road with double blinkers on. Some of the donkeys, too, were standing on the side of the road, giving him a thumbs up. It was a wordless show of support for him. 106 give up? I don't have those 2 words in my dictionary. To be honest, seeing such a scene, Su Jia was still a bit touched. At least from the eyes in the sky, as well as the support of donkeys on the ground, all fully demonstrated that he is not fighting alone. For the matter of saving lives, everyone was doing their best. Of course, thoughts were thoughts, but the speed of the motorcycle on his hips didn't slow down one bit. Boom! The sound that was infinitely close to a ghost's cry resounded above this section of the mountain road, swinging a burst of echoes. There is a herd of cows in the left lane ahead, riders pay attention to avoid. Gas station 1 kilometer ahead, please slow down and enter the station, where a staff member has already prepared everything. Hearing this latter, Shuga was really relieved. He did have the code meter blocked on, but the odometer was still in his eyes. In less than half an hour from the start, he had already raced out 120 kilometers. One had to know that for the first half of the journey, he didn't have a celestial eye to guide him. According to his estimation, the speed was only around 200 per hour. After having the heavenly guide, he could truly let go and bring the motorcycle's performance into perfect play. It was too late. Under Su Jia's speed like this, the outline of a gas station soon appeared before his eyes. Boom! A series of wonderful downshifting sounds rang out, causing the hearts of the staff members who were inside the gas station to rise up into their throats. What Su Jia was doing, they were all very clear about it now. So no matter who it was, they didn't want to delay Su Jia for a minute because of themselves. In the gas station now, a special channel was also opened for him. 3 staff members were standing right next to the 95 gasoline machine. One of them, there was another one, who was holding up a gas gun with a look of readiness. As the sound got closer and closer, an incredibly cool motorcycle appeared before the eyes of several people with the sound of breaking wind. And soon, it stopped in front of the crowd with a sizzle. A few people are also completely no ink, 3 times, opened the lid of the mailbox, began to refuel inside. And in the process of refueling, next to a young man wearing overalls, just look at Su Jia full of worship. Originally, he had prepared 1,000 words, but now he couldn't say a single word. Because the current Su Jia's appearance was too lousy. He should have been a cool and handsome image, but his whole body was already soaked. It wasn't true that the biker suit was rainproof, but at such extreme speeds as his, this function was infinitely close to disappearing. And at the same time when the car stopped, his helmet started to drop water droplets little by little. Some of it even flowed directly down his neck and into his clothes. But what about Su Jia? It was as if he didn't feel it. The eyes hidden under his helmet were still as determined and fearless. And as he watched the gas tank being filled up, he could only reflexively and excitedly shouted, "Gas for Suja." "Thanks." Suja smiled and nodded, then he closed the gas tank cover and pressed the start button. Boom! Along with the sound exploding, his spirit once again entered a state of high concentration. With a catapult start, he rushed out directly towards the outside of the gas station. However, while frantically speeding up, he asked curiously into the radio, "How much time did it take to refuel just now?" "Less than a minute." "Not bad, a little bit of that flavor." The corners of his mouth, too, surfaced with a trace of a satisfied smile. Truthfully, before this, such a quick pit stop for refueling should only happen on the racetrack. And now, he was on top of the national highway, enjoying such treatment. What's more, behind him, there were still close to 400 kilometers of road waiting for him to conquer. Such a feeling was too exciting. For him, it was a challenge that could be addictive. At the same time, being able to have this kind of backup would also allow Suja to rage even more recklessly. Thinking of this, he also gave up all thoughts in his mind and continued to start his journey. And along with his crazy moves on the 318 National Highway, the network also set off a furor. Shuga 318. 318 chance encounter with a lone rider. Suja is fighting for his life on 318, please get out of the way. Hot searches such as these were hung neatly on the hot search list. And inside these hot searches, there is no lack of some donkey friends, in Suja passing by barely shot down the video. Although in most of the videos, he just flashed by because of the speed of the car. But it is precisely this situation that makes everyone better understand what he is going through at this time. He has put life and death at risk. Seriously, watching this video, I thought I was watching the Isle of Man TT. I didn't realize there were such awesome riders in the country. Suja is so handsome, I want to fan him for the rest of my life. Don't look at him, but he loves to kick the covers off when he sleeps. I helped him cover up several times yesterday. Regardless of everyone's comments, this matter has developed to the point where it has become a universal event. At this point in time, the hottest topic is finally no longer the confrontation between men and women. Men and women, their thoughts also remained fairly consistent. Suja, could he really arrive safely at the scene of the natural disaster? How much time will he take for the 500-kilometer journey? That asthmatic child, can he wait until he arrives? All of this is an unknown. But because of this, more and more people are paying attention to this matter. Even more and more official media outlets came out in solidarity with Suja. And right behind Suja, sitting on the G800, Yan Xingyue, looking at the contents of the internet, her little heart was practically beating out of her chest. Especially the video that was nothing more than a remnant of a shadow. She could imagine how terrifying it was just by looking at it. In case there was the slightest accident and the car went out of control, then it would definitely end in a car crash. Stinky Bao, you must hold on. And now, Suja really encountered difficulties, and it was still a big difficulty. At this time, he had already been in the gas station 4 times, and there was still only about 100 kilometers of distance left from the province. But closer and closer to the destination, this rain is also more and more heavy. Until he came to the foot of a mountainous highway, the rain had almost completely blocked his vision. On the radio, the voice of heavens I rang out, "The rain is too heavy over here, and above it is still the disc road and cliffs. I advise you to give up, you've already tried your best." In the past 400 kilometers, Suja really tried his best. The average speed was 289 yards per hour. That's a crazy number. You have to know that 318 is not only straight lines, but more, it's also a large mountain highway like the one in front of you. In such a harsh environment, the slightest mistake will fall directly into the cliff. Give up? In my dictionary, I don't have these 2 words. Suja skimmed his mouth, his speed didn't slow down a bit, and continued to help me lead the way, telling me the angle and direction of each bend. 107 You can always trust Suja. Hearing this, the young officer in front of the computer, that was instantly in awe. Although the heavy rain was not affecting the unmanned scouts under his control right now. However, for Suja below, it was undoubtedly able to turn him blind. On such a huge mountainous highway, a slight wrong step could result in a direct rush down the mountain. Not to say that it would be so serious that the car would be destroyed, but this drug delivery operation would definitely be declared a failure. But on Suji's side, he really put life and death at risk. There was even a considerable amount of trust given to him, whom he had never met before. It had to be said that at this moment, he also had the feeling that he was working as a rally car navigator. His spirit was also highly concentrated once again. As for the other people in the command center, they had long since stood behind him. All of them looked serious, looking at the motorcycle on the computer screen that drove into the mountain highway without any hesitation, and inwardly stood in awe. The fearlessness that Suja had shown had infected everyone present. And what shocked them even more was that even in such a vicious environment, Suja, who had officially entered the mountain road, had no intention of slowing down at all. Faced with this situation, the young officer then couldn't help but shout, "Pay attention to deceleration, pay attention to deceleration, continuous curves ahead." But the BMW motorcycle in the picture, but as if it did not hear the general, directly stuck in. And there was only a few hundred meters left from a super large angle S-shaped curve. Sujia's speed, however, remained above 200 yards. This was simply an impossible number in a rainstorm with extremely low visibility. Sujia's reply, however, unconsciously made everyone somehow let go of the tension in their hearts. Soon, Sujia's nice and still calm voice came from the loudspeaker and said, "Stay calm and do your lead. You can always trust me, I know what I'm doing." Hearing this, a great sense of security instantly enveloped everyone. Yes, they could always trust Sujia. From the moment they contacted Sujia, this fierce man's car speed never slowed down. Even though the coiled mountain highway in front of him was dangerous, which of the curves he had previously passed through was not an extreme angle? Even in the process, there were countless skidding and thrilling scenes of saving the car. All of this highlights Sujia's unparalleled skill. Such a fierce man was also definitely worthy of their trust. On Sujia's side, the mood was not as complicated. The reason why he dared to do this was naturally because of his superb confidence. The most crucial thing was that with only 100 kilometers from his destination, how could he give up lightly? "Okay, rider, you have officially made it to the mountain, good luck. 200-meter S-curve ahead." Accompanied by the voice of the guide coming from inside the radio, Sujia then started to gallop madly on the mountain highway against the torrential rain and with poor visibility. The sound of the boom had cut through the loud sound brought by the torrential rain, drenching the entire command center. And just as the crowd watched, the near-perfect maneuvering began. With every turn, Sulga had shown the people what perfection meant. The pressure bends that had been almost tightly attached to the ground also made everyone look mesmerized. And because he had a professional celestial eye to guide him, each of his maneuvers was like a machine, smooth to the point of being unlike anything else. Looking at Sujia's figure on the screen that was full of otherworldly beauty, the female secretary just couldn't help but murmur, "He's too strong." Yes, several hundred kilometers of violent driving, I'm afraid that only he can do it in the country. Even in the crowd's mind, the degree of perversion Sujia displayed was beyond their understanding. You know, it's not just a matter of skill. In such a harsh environment, for the willpower, body and so on, it was simply a huge test. This was indeed the case. Even with the 5 points of physical fitness that the system had just rewarded, the current Sujia still felt tired. Especially the foot that was hanging onto the gears was now almost in a state of numbness as well. The torrential rain that was blown by the wind resistance hitting his body was also like a small steel ball hitting his body. Right now, he could be said to be relying on his full blood and was struggling to hold on. The good thing was that the road ahead wasn't too far. Victory, too, was already close at hand. Accompanied by the roar of the boom, time passed quietly. An hour and a half had passed from the time he set out. During this period of time, Sujia drove the motorcycle and truly realized going over the mountains with always keeping the limit. If it wasn't for the fact that the road conditions were getting worse in the latter half of the journey, this time would have even been enough for him to reach his destination. Unfortunately, after all, it was raining heavily, and there was still quite a lot of debris and such on the national highway. Not to mention that the visibility was so low, even with the heavenly eyes on, it was impossible for it to be as smooth as the first half of the road. But seeing that there were only 20 kilometers left to the finish line, his heart was also relieved. Only such a relaxed state didn't last long. Because soon, a reminder came over the radio. 2 kilometers ahead to arrive near the destination, the rescue team will also meet up with you, but what? Shuga froze for a moment, developing a sense of foreboding. But the road has been cut off by a mudslide, and unless the rain stops, you may not be able to get across. Hearing this, Shuga was the first to be unconvinced. I rode 500 kilometers with my life, and you say you can't get through? I'm not convinced. At that moment, the throttle continued to deepen, toward the front direction. And soon, a line of no less than 10 rescue vehicles appeared in his line of sight. These orange-colored cars were still quite conspicuous in the rainstorm. And the rescuers on top, of course, had long since received them at the same time, and now each one of them was like greeting a hero, waiting for his arrival. The sound of the boom was getting closer and closer. As the crowd watched the way Sujia broke through the wind and rain to make his appearance, each one of them also looked excited. But as soon as they thought of the situation they were facing now, they quickly sank down again. And after Sujia stopped the car, he also did not have any nonsense at all, and directly tried to lift up the glass of his helmet and shouted, "Where are they? What is the situation now? Trapped donkeys are not far ahead, but we are trapped in the, simply cannot pass." With those words, he pointed his finger in the direction of the front. Sujia is too late to think, directly from the car down, ran towards the front. But when he saw the scene in front of him, he also felt a bit desperate. Just a few meters ahead, the asphalt road has been completely destroyed by the mudslide. The original intact highway was directly cut into 2 halves, and in the middle there was a turbulent river that was rolling with mud. The entire river was about 3 or 4 meters wide. In front of this situation, unarmed down is certainly not work, the power of the mudslide, to be far more terrible than you think. At the same time, in despair, Sujia's brain began to rotate rapidly. Until he saw his motorcycle, he couldn't help but light up. Quick! Help me make a pivot out of it, make it as big as possible. He can't be trying to. 108. A leap of faith, you're damn near inhuman. He wouldn't be trying to fly over. Hearing this statement, the rescue team of a dozen people, all silly. One of the leader of the man, but also came over and said, I know that you are eager to save people, but this is really unlikely, too dangerous. As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Sujia, this kind of heavenly idea, that is not even dare to think. You know, at this time, the mudslide already had a width of 3 to 4 meters. Don't underestimate this 3 to 4 meters, in case the takeoff fails and falls down, then it will really directly burp. Whether or not you could keep a whole body was an unknown. And the radio worn on Sujia's ear, also at this time came the sound. This is not a game, but reality. You have to consider your own safety. Truly speaking, Sujia's ability to arrive in such a quick manner had already exceeded everyone's imagination. Even if he hadn't been able to complete this final step, no one would have blamed him. Right now, in society and on the internet, Sujia's name was already linked to heroes. To be able to do so was already enough. But such thoughts were what they, not Sujia, wanted. Since he had made a choice, then he had to do it. As for difficulties? How could there be challenges without difficulties? This time, rather than a rescue operation, it was more of a challenge he had launched on himself. Throughout the entire process, his heart, which loved excitement, was greatly satisfied. Just short of this last shiver, how could Sujia be willing to give up like this? When he thought of this, he waved his hand and said firmly, my mind is made up. It's still the same sentence, you can always trust me. After hearing this, the scene was silent. Looking at the person in front of them who was so handsome and young that he didn't want to talk, it was hard for them to imagine how many crises he had gone through along the way. But this scene in front of them must be the most dangerous one. And in the command center, people were all looking at Sujia standing on the ground on the screen, nervous beyond words. There were even a few female comrades who couldn't help but have tears start to well up in their eyes. Other than that, it was admiration. Admire such spirit and courage. Just on Sujia's side, looking left and right, he also completely failed to find anything that could be used as a fulcrum. After all, it was a rainy day now, so the dirt and stuff definitely couldn't be relied on. What he needed was something that was strong enough to support the pillar motorcycle with his weight. It was about this time that the captain-like man then pointed to a nearby trailer and said, we can remove the steel plates from the back of the trailer, but it will take a bit of time. I still want you to think about it. No more consideration, please hurry up. Hearing his words, Sujia also spoke his gaze on the rescue team's trailer. He had to say that the captain's words did bring him hope. After hearing his words, the crowd didn't hesitate and started to act quickly. The steel plate at the back of the rescue trailer was quickly removed. Then the steel plate was fixed to a pickup truck in front of it, forming a ramp at an angle of almost 50 degrees. And by some means, this springboard for takeoff was made very strong. Then, this pickup truck was driven directly to the edge of the collapsed road by the rescue team. Sujia, on the other hand, drove the motorcycle directly and pushed back a large distance. For meters, not too long to say, not too short to say. But in order to rush straight through, it still needed a boost. According to his estimation, if he wanted to achieve this, he should maintain his jogging speed at around 100 yards. As for going faster? That would really be a death sentence. You can't just think about taking off without thinking about landing. If it was too fast, if it landed on the ground, I was afraid that it would go out of control, and the motorcycle might even break. After retreating backward for quite a distance, Sujia also nodded his head violently and dropped the glass of his helmet. The eyes hidden inside also began to become frantic. The current him was almost unable to stop his body from trembling with excitement. Such a challenge was just too much for his taste. With such thoughts, he then directly pressed the start button of the BMW M1000RR. Boom! The sound made the rescue team, who were all originally in deep thought, come to their senses. Then, the crowd looked at Sujia with eyes full of blessings. After all, this was an absolutely impossible task in their eyes. However, with Sujia's resolute attitude and having received orders from his superiors to cooperate in every way, there was no way they could stop it. In such a situation, all the people could do was to give their blessing. And on Sujia's side, there was no hesitation at all. Under the watchful eyes of Heaven's Eye as well as the people on the scene, he put it in first gear and turned the throttle. Boom! He moved. Is he really not afraid of death? It's so awesome, whether it succeeds or not, you are the hero in my heart. All sorts of thoughts began to spread wildly in everyone's mind. But in Sujia's heart, there was only one belief. That was that he must and definitely must rush through. As an expert biker, he had such confidence. Soon, the motorcycle finished its run, and the front wheel had already stepped on the steel plate, entering the final countdown before takeoff. And along with the moment he sprinted out from the warping board, time seemed to freeze. At the scene as well as in the command center, everyone held their breath and watched as Suja appeared over the mudslide river with an unstoppable momentum. In the air, his movements were still so handsome and perfect. The entire scene was so shocking, as well as full of violent beauty. As for Suja, who rushed out, he couldn't help but shout out in excitement the moment he took off into the air. Woohoo, take off! With absolute confidence, Suja never thought he was playing with his life. As for being afraid, that was even more non-existent. Of course, while being excited, he was also frantically observing the opposite side, looking for an opportunity to land. The good thing was that the opposite side was not a cliff, but a relatively intact stretch of highway. Such a landing environment was actually good beyond his expectations. Under such circumstances, it was naturally even more unlikely that any accidents would occur. Soon, right under the attention of both parties, the motorcycle under Sujia's control, almost in the same way as a movie stunt, began to make contact with the ground. Bang! The sound woke everyone up from their shock. And soon enough, the crowd saw Sulga's vehicle, pulling a crazy high revving sound wave, continuing towards the front. He really did it. This nigga can do it? More than a dozen people hugged each other in excitement. On this rainstorm day, they witnessed a miracle. And in Sujia's radio, there was a roar. Sujia, you're inhuman. 109 all the way through Mangan, the gods of heaven are descending. Sujia's leap of faith in his motorcycle brought the crowd an impact that was just too great. To be honest, if this is in a specific site, play motorcycle special effects, certainly cannot achieve such an effect. But you have to know, just below the car, is not a sponge cushion. Rather, it is a mudslide that will surely kill you if you fall down. In terms of thrill, this is definitely beyond all motorcycle stunts and even movie special effects. The most crucial thing was that Sujia's posture and maneuvering was just too perfect. Every step, it was almost done to the extreme by him. From taking off to landing in the blink of an eye, it left an indelible impression in the hearts of the crowd. Adjectives such as smooth, elegant, and calm could be completely applied to this leap of faith by Suja. It was also under such circumstances that in the command center, it was all jubilation. Knight, you're too fierce. You know what? Before this, the ones I cooperated with were all fighters. But I never thought that a motorcycle could actually make my blood boil. Listening to the voice inside the radio, Shuga certainly felt a sense of accomplishment. The motorcycle was his favorite, and to be able to conquer the man whose interest was in fighters with a motorcycle was surely worth being happy about. Of course, this conquest was also just a psychological one, ahem. But looking at the road filled with all kinds of debris in front of him, Sujia also understood the priority task now. Immediately, he opened his mouth and said, "Continue to help me lead the way and see where they are." According to what the rescue team said, the more than 10 people who were trapped were not far from this mountain road. He was also close to arriving at the scene with only the last stretch of road left. However, after a few seconds, the conversation that came over the radio made him frown. "Rider, the trapped donkey is about 3 kilometers away from you. However, there are so many slippery slopes in the road ahead that some of them have already piled up into hills on the road. It can be very difficult for a motorcycle to get through." Soon, the radio fell into silence. Now he was also completely giving up on the idea of persuading Sujia to give up. He also had reason to believe that someone who was able to leap over mudslides definitely had a way to conquer this dirt that had been drenched to the point of being fluffy and soft by the torrential rain. In his heart, there was no doubt at all, and all that was left was slow anticipation. The truth was more or less the same as what he thought. Sujia simply ignored the difficulties that he said. At this point, even if it is a dragnet, he can also directly reckless past. With this thought, Sujia's eyes once again became firm, and the throttle on his hand gradually deepened. Boom! Crazy waves of sound resounded through the mountains, and after traveling a long way out, it disappeared into the torrential rain. Sujia, on the other hand, was doing his best, waiting for his eyes to look at all kinds of large and small debris on the ground, and controlling the motorcycle to make flashes and turns. Even under such poor road conditions, his speed actually remained above 100 yards. This was a top-level rider's control over a motorcycle. The 3 kilometers of the journey passed quickly. Some of the slippery spots that blocked the road were also mangled by him increasing the throttle. This also led to the fact that both on his body and on the motorcycle, it was already covered in mud. But the current him was in no mood to care about whether it was dirty or not. Because very soon, Sujia pulled over to the side of the road and looked at the situation in front of him and thought. What appeared in front of him was almost a half-mountain slide. The piled-up dirt, even to a height of about 4 or 5 meters. And on the road, it also formed an oblique angle. As for below the oblique angle, it was a now bottomless cliff. This, too, was why no one could lend a hand. As we all know, the reason why National Highway 318 has become the hottest self-driving route is not just because it goes straight to the Tibetan area. This above-the-plate mountain highway, and all kinds of repair on the cliff above the road, also as the car enthusiasts want to challenge him a point. But looking at the situation in front of him, even Sujia are obviously tangled in the middle. With this thought, he said into the radio, "They are behind here?" Yes, there were 2 landslides of this magnitude on the entire road, and they were trapped right in the middle. The interval between them is about 100 meters or so. Hearing this, Suja didn't know whether to say they were lucky or unlucky. But just at that moment, the officer who was utilizing the camera to observe the donkey's condition couldn't help but shout out, something wasn't right. Right in the computer screen, several people were holding umbrellas in a circle around the city. Inside, there was a woman kneeling on the ground and was giving artificial respiration to a little boy. Seeing this, his heart was also in his throat. At that moment, it was too late to think about it, so he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "The situation inside is not right, that mom who was asking for help is giving artificial respiration to her child." Hearing this, Su Jia also did not come to the heart tightened. Need artificial respiration means what? It meant that it had gone into shock. Even to put it badly, if there was no more medicine, I was afraid that it would really be fatal. Thinking of this, a frantic look also appeared on his face. Playing with his life for 500 kilometers, he had made himself into a mess that he had never had in his life. He would not allow something that he would regret for the rest of his life to happen to him. Immediately, he fixed his eyes on the hill blocking the road in front of him and began to control the car to go backwards. Seeing this scene, the officer then said in a heavy tone, "You have to think clearly, below is the abyss. In this world, there is nothing that I may not win." As Su Jia spoke, his backward movement didn't stop at all. In his opinion, if the main starting speed was fast enough and he was able to warp up the hill, there was a good chance that he would be able to pass. Although this slippery hill was so soft that if a person stood on it, he would probably sink right into it. But as long as the motorcycle's speed was fast enough, with the limited grip, it wasn't impossible to go straight through recklessly. This thing is a little risky, but compared to the mudslide, it's just a small thing. As for fear? Doesn't exist. His own more than 200 horsepower, 1,000 cubic centimeters large displacement motorcycle still cannot do a soft hill? Su Jia didn't believe in this. With this thought in mind, he directly backed up the car by about 200 meters, and at the same time, his mind was frantically planning the route. Until he felt that it was almost time, then he put the car into gear and utilized a catapult start, heading towards the direction of the hill. For him, a perfect start was like a muscle memory, there was no room for error. And after approaching the hill, he cocked the front of the car straight up and straightened from it towards the hill. And right behind the hill, more than a dozen people were gathered together, all full of anxiety. Even though the rainstorm was pouring on their bodies, they all looked like they didn't react. On the ground, there was also a young mom, kneeling on the ground with a face full of despair, her tears mixed with the rainwater, flowing down continuously. "My child, you cannot sleep off." But just at that moment, a sharp wave of motorcycle sound came, causing everyone to unconsciously look upwards. And just as everyone was watching, a motorcycle with a BMW logo broke through the dirt at the top and rushed straight out with a heavenly god-like demeanor. Looking at the car above, these donkeys who had been trapped for more than 24 hours were all numb. This is a heavenly god descending from the earth? It's Su Jia, it's definitely Su Jia, he really rushed here. 110 1 hour and 40 minutes, all is well. It had to be said that Su Jia's appearance was beyond everyone's expectations. Looking at the motorcycle still almost flying in the sky, everyone's heart has been shaken to the core. This person, where on earth did he rush out from? What about the promised 500 kilometers? All sorts of thoughts that were instantly spewing out, filling everyone's head with question marks. After seeing the crowd of Su Jia, after seeing a group of people in front of him, his heart was also relieved. Looking at the hill made up of soft soil below him, he also simply loosened his grip on the handlebars. The entire person directly smashed onto the hill of the landslide trip. The BMW motorcycle, on the other hand, directly flew out and all sorts of smashed on the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a heavy sound, the car smashed into the ground and also slid forward for some distance. It was only until it hit a boulder that it came to a stop. This situation was also something Su Jia had no choice but to do. Before rushing up, all he could think about was how to recklessly go over, and there was no way to understand the situation over here. Fortunately, under the protection of the heavy motorcycle suit, he was not injured when he fell on the dirt. Apart from being covered in dirt, there wasn't a single trace of trauma either. It was a shame to fall off the bike, of course, and it was still a bike he was quite fond of. But compared to his own personal safety, this was nothing. And the crowd who saw this thrilling scene also could not think too much and ran straight towards him. Quickly save people. But before the crowd could get close, Su Jia, who was dressed in a pitch-black biker suit, stood up on his own. Then he waved his hand at the crowd and handed over the backpack he was carrying. "There's medicine inside, so quickly save the people." After saying this, his whole body's strength also seemed to have been drained out, and directly his body went limp, so he sat on the ground and panted. And the radio worn on his ear also rang at this time. 1 hour and 40 minutes, you're a real slugger. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Jia's face. Yeah, for 1 hour and 40 minutes, he had traveled 500 kilometers forward in the rain. There was torrential rain, rocks sliding down the road, and predicaments such as mudslides. But it was with that breath in his heart that he actually pulled through. Although his body had been drained, it must be said that his heart was immensely satisfied. Especially when he saw that the child's mother had already begun to give the child medication as if it were a treasure. Su Jia then thought that everything was worth it. What's more, because of this incident, he had also become more handsome and stronger. Plus, the fact that he drove a locomotive and completed a challenge against nature, it was even more exhilarating for him straight away. With such thoughts, he then shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Don't blow it off, hurry up and think of a way to save us, I'm trapped now too. Don't worry. We will do our best to save you as fast as possible. Saying this, the inside of the radio fell into silence. And with the infinite admiration and respect for Su Jia, the command center also began an intense meeting. The content of the meeting also had only one purpose. That was to get the people out as fast as possible at all costs. Regarding this, Shuga had never doubted it. His own country, while it certainly had its shortcomings, would do everything it could for the lives of its people every single time. There was simply no case of giving up. Thinking of this, he also sat down on the ground and looked towards the others against the torrential rain that hadn't stopped yet. There were no less than a dozen motorcycles parked along this stretch of road, as well as 2 jeeps. And the cars were now, more or less, somewhat damaged. On the ground, there were all sorts of debris from the fallen cars as well. From this, it could also be seen that when they were just trapped, everyone had still experienced no small amount of danger. At the back of their car, there was a small flag hanging. On it was written the words of the Magic City motocross team. It was also at this time that a few male motorcyclists came over with a face of adoration. I would like to worship you as the god of motorcycles, it's too awesome. Seriously, I didn't think you could actually make it over here. Between the various opinions, the unbelievability of Su Jia's appearance was also evident. As a matter of fact, during the 20 hours they were trapped, they were not completely lost. Thanks to the powerful infrastructure of the motherland, although their cell phone signals have become very poor, they are still able to contact the outside world. It was also because of this that the young mom was able to send the distress video to the internet. And they also had a rough idea of the point in time when Su Jia set off. Less than 2 hours, a wild ride of 500 kilometers in a rainstorm. This was a precedent, not to say there was no one after, but definitely no one before. We are all motorcyclists, and it can be too easy to empathize with this. How much danger will be encountered here, in fact, with the butt think can know. On the other hand, on Su Jia's side, he said with a satisfied smile, honestly, this 318 ride up can be much cooler than the racetrack or something. Ah, this is the gap between me and the big brother? Indeed, we think of all the danger people think of really exciting, and look at this look, as if it has not been hidden like. A few people are also right, Su Jia is addicted to this feeling. This kind of highway racing can be many times more addictive than playing cars on the track. Seeing him like this, a few male motorcycle friends also can't help but admire even more. In fact, think about it is also true, like motorcycle people, the heart is never lack of passion. At this time, the little friend who was originally guarded by the crowd on the ground, after using the medicine, his breathing finally stabilized. Okay, he's getting better. Great, we are trapped here together, we must go out together too, not even one less. However, the young mother, who was watching her child gradually improve, turned her head to look directly in Su Jia's direction. It was that man dressed in black who had saved her child's life in an incredible way. It could even be said that Su Jia had saved her entire family. With such thoughts, she then quickly stood up and quickly came to Su Jia's front, looking about to kneel down. The tears of excitement were accompanied by the rainwater that kept flowing downwards. Mr. Su, you are the benefactor of our whole family. The good thing was that although Su Jia was a little off his feet, he wasn't powerless to that point. At that moment, he was hastily stopping the other party and then opened his mouth to say, such a way of thanking you is unnecessary, just wait for us to be rescued out and have a big meal. No, we will definitely thank you properly. When the woman spoke, she also had a face of certainty. Since she was able to follow the large group out to play, she wasn't some traveling buff. Although she didn't know what happened to him on the road, it certainly wasn't as simple as he made it out to be. And Su Jia did not intend to dwell on this, and immediately took out his cell phone and said, come on, let's all take a picture together as a kind of peace report with the netizens. This word out, naturally won the unanimous approval of everyone. Not to say anything else, in such conditions, such as a group photo, and so out later is something that can be blown for a lifetime. What's more, the ones riding motorcycles could be mostly Su Jia's fans. Soon, on Su Jia's cell phone, a new photo appeared. In the picture, he was standing in the very center, covered in dirt, but with a very sunny and healing smile. Next to him was a group of similarly dirty donkeys, each one of them showing a hopeful smile as well. And their gazes were all gathered on Su Jia. Because it was this man who had brought them the hope of being rescued. After taking the photo, Su Jia directly opened his microblog and edited the content. Don't worry, everything is fine. 111 Under the Stars, Su Jia's Dream. On the internet, countless people were paying close attention to the situation of Su Jia and the donkey friends in distress. Some people even had no intention of going to work, full of anticipation, wanting to wait for a good news. Under such circumstances, naturally many people converged on Soo-jia's microblog. After all, he is now the only hope to save that asthmatic little boy. Of course, in everyone's hearts, there was actually no hope at all. Because right after the news of Soo-jia's departure began to spread on the internet, there were many people who came out and said pessimistic things. It was raining, and even if he arrived, it would take at least several hours. He was a hero, but there were times when heroes were late, especially now that the situation on National Highway 318 was very bad. As much as it would be nice to think that he is a Superman, unfortunately he is not. The people who say these things include bigwigs in the locomotive circle, as well as professional writers and professional teams. There will never be a shortage of these people where Shuga is concerned. And you can't blame them for being pessimistic. In the current kind of road conditions, wanting to use extreme speed to reach the destination? It was simply hellishly difficult. Within the scope of human understanding, such a thing was impossible. Even the people who were optimistic about Soo-jia and were supporting him agreed more with this view. In their minds, as long as he guaranteed that nothing would happen to him, everything would already be fine. Of course, this spirit of helping others still touched them. But thinking that way, there was still an inexplicable expectation present in the crowd. What if he really performed a miracle? What if he really was a Superman, able to appear in times of distress? Because of this, the number of people guarding Soo-jia's microblog is increasing. People were frantically refreshing the interface, hoping to get any good news. But just at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the netizens were about to lose their patience and couldn't help but be pessimistic. Soo-jia's handsome face appeared directly in some people's line of sight. Having hallucinations? Truthfully, looking at what was displayed on the photo, most people had a feeling of disbelief at the first moment. Because the smiles of those people on it, where did they look as desperate as if they were trapped on a mountain? But with what was happening in front of them, it was not up to them to believe it or not. In an instant, the amount of retweets of this microblog soared and began to climb. Within a few minutes, it had already been reposted tens of thousands of times. This was a miracle. He had truly created a miracle. After tallying it up, an hour and 40 minutes had passed closely to his departure. He was truly the god of locomotion. In fact, God is also a human being, it's just that he did what human beings can't do, that's why he became a god. Looking at his bright smile, I cried out directly. Because of the rapid spread, this photo also appeared in the sight of many people very quickly. The smile on Soo-jia's face brought them countless hopes along with some heartache. Especially on his body, there wasn't a single place that was clean. The helmet carried in his hand was also filled with dense scratches. It's hard to imagine, in order to do this opportunity, in the end in the 500 kilometers experienced what? While on National Highway 318, Yan Xingyue looked at the content on her cell phone, and a smile finally appeared on her face. But even though she was smiling, the tears in her eyes could not be stopped. In the relationship between the two, she had also always played the role of an older sister. Now that she was looking at Soo-jia in that state, how could she not be heartbroken? However, after learning that he had already arrived and that everyone was safe and sound, her heart, which had been hanging on, finally relaxed a little. Master Gua, faster, I want to see him as soon as possible. After saying that, she looked at Soo-jia's face on her cell phone and smiled foolishly. 7 o'clock in the evening, 318 National Highway donkey trap site. Heavy rain finally stopped, the clouds were blown away by the wind, revealing a sky full of stars. On the mountain highway, Soo-jia never felt that he was so close to the stars. The stranded people, including him, were sitting in a circle, eating the food that Soo-jia had brought over, and then sharing their own travel stories. Some said that they had met a young girl of a certain ethnicity, and after this trip, they planned to chase after her in her hometown. Others said that they had danced with wolves in the uninhabited area of Coco, Sicily. But more often, they still talk about their purpose of traveling. After all, for them, this is also considered to have died once. What else can't they talk about? Everyone's story, too, was different, and when it came to the interesting parts, everyone burst out laughing. I have to say, this is also a rare tranquility for Soo-jia. People living in the city would actually find it hard to have this kind of experience. It was also because of this type of chatting that made everyone let go of the tension in their hearts. However, after talking in a circle, more than a dozen men and women, they turned their gazes to Soo-jia's side. For this heroic version of the character, the crowd was curious about what story he would have. One of the Big Brother Knights, who was the leader, opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Soo, do you have any ideals or anything like that?" After thinking about it, Soo-jia smiled and said, "I want to participate in the Isle of Man TT, and right now I'm kind of addicted to road racing." Hearing his words, the people present were also all dumbfounded. "Don't you want to get rich or something?" "Yeah, isn't that race no different from sending yourself to death? You are still so young." Looking at the crowd's uncomprehending look, Soo-jia then spread his hands and said, "I don't lack money, I just want to love the people I love and pursue what I want to do." These words were indeed what was in his heart. He, who possessed the plug-in, probably wouldn't lack money in his entire life. Without mentioning anything else, just the mosquito repellent app as a project would be enough for him to eat for several lifetimes. Then the thing to save is not to pursue the goals and dreams in his heart. As for Man Island TT, he also set the idea only today. After the 318 race, Su Jia is really looking forward to the road race. In other words, it is simply irresistible to that kind of temptation. After hearing this, the crowd also revealed an expression of sudden realization. Indeed, according to what was rumored on the internet, Su Jia really didn't lack money. A car could be worth tens of millions of dollars. And just as everyone was chatting with each other and consoling each other, in the backstage of the CCTV news broadcast, there was a huge uproar. An edited video named Lone Rider was parachuted directly into the background. Noticing the name, the crowd was actually very confused. After all, this was a news broadcast with a rather huge significance. However, it wasn't until they watched the content inside that the mood of everyone backstage began to become incomparably excited and shocked. This youngster, remarkable 112 Lone Rider, shaking the nation. 7:30 p.m. In countless families, all have turned on the TV. While eating their meals, they prepared to watch the news broadcast. In fact, this was the habit of countless families. For example, Su Jia's parents were loyal viewers of the news broadcast. Learning about national events was also something that the older generation quite liked to do. At the same time, this program was also the program with the highest ratings in the country, bar none. It could be said that, but whenever something was announced on it, then it would immediately be spread throughout the country. And there was nothing strange about the content at the beginning of today. Everyone waited for the program to end as usual and switched channels to wait for another drama. But it was at 725 minutes. With 5 minutes left until the end, the four big words Lone Rider appeared on the news screen. Seeing this, some people felt a bit strange. Lone Rider? One could tell from the name that this must be about someone's deeds. For a moment, quite a few people were up in arms about these four words. The host of the news broadcast, on the other hand, changed his clothes into a serious expression and said in a slightly deeper tone, affected by heavy rain, a dozen donkeys were trapped on the Kongding section of National Highway 318, which has attracted widespread attention from people all over the country. Especially on the network, a mom sent out a help video, but also touched the hearts of countless people. In such a situation, China's 00 motorcycle rider Su Jia, in the guise of a lone rider, has become a hero in the hearts of countless people. Accompanying his words, a video that looks like an aerial shot appeared in the news screen. And the appearance of this video is also let thousands of men and women in the household all numb. Only to see that in the picture, a motorcycle was traveling in the heavy rain breaking the wind. That kind of crazy speed, even in a professional race, that was something they had never heard of. But now, it appeared in the screen of the news broadcast. The most outrageous thing was bar none, at the bottom of the video, it was labeled with the words that the video was not accelerated. This kind of shocking scene is also instantly let the image of Su Jia, this person, into the hearts of countless people. This is a crazy person, right, riding a motorcycle like this on a rainy day. You don't say. The sound of this motorcycle is really good. However, what everyone didn't expect was that what shocked him was far more than that. Because as the video played, the host's voiceover came on. In order to save the trapped asthmatic child, Su Jia put life and death at risk and leapt over the mudslide. 1 hour and 40 minutes, 500 kilometers, maximum speed of 350 kilometers per hour, he experienced countless life and death crises, but Su Jia never backed down. This shows that our country after 00 has a true spirit of fearlessness, and hearing this, the audience in thousands of homes, is all mind-blowing. Flying an airplane? Less than 2 hours, 500 kilometers in the rainstorm? I've heard of him before, and now I'm getting more and more impressed. That's Shuga, that's him, he's the #1 motorcycle man, he's a great big fierce man. Whether they knew him before or not, they now admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Ask yourself, even if you have that skill, do you dare to take that risk? Not to say all of them, at least 9,999 of them, would not choose to go. Because this is really no different from playing with one's life. And just then, a segment of edited radio voice, accompanied by the roar of a motorcycle, came out through the TV. Help me plan my route and save time. You can always trust me. Give up? Those two words are not in my vocabulary. There's nothing I can't muddle through. Su Jia is as calm as he could be, and passionate voice came out, causing countless people to be unable to resist standing up directly from their seats. The words that were cut into paragraphs were like a sledgehammer, hitting everyone's heart one by one. The admiration for him was even greater. The lone rider, he deserves it. At this moment, the thoughts of the national audience were also surprisingly consistent. Truly speaking, Su Jia was wild. From within his words, it could be heard that this person was simply too confident to be true. However, listening to such arrogant words, not a single person was able to give birth to a feeling of disgust at all. The reason for this was that Su Jia was a powerful madman. He had saved the life of a small child in an impossible way. In other words, it was that he had the capital to be mad, and he also had that strength. In such a situation, Sujia's paragraph of words made it easy for people's blood to boil. It was also at this instant that the image of the aughts being disobedient, playing games, and being rebellious began to change in people's minds. It turns out that there are such hero-level characters in the aughts. Along with the video near the end, Sujia driving a motorcycle leaping over the mudslide picture finally appeared. Looking at the picture like a movie blockbuster, everyone in front of the TV set that is to grow up their mouths, a word cannot be said. Is this really something that people can do? This Sujia is a madman. If he falls down, he can't even keep his whole body. Too handsome, this person is my lifelong idol. Amidst the countless discussions, Sujia's perfect leap of faith was also deeply engraved into everyone's heart. There was no way, the shock was just too great. Just through the video, they could all feel the menace hidden within. The slightest carelessness would be the direct result of a car crash. But what about Sujia? There was not even a single flinch. Rather, as he said, directly all mang passed. Soon, the video finished playing, and the host's figure reappeared in the screen. Then he said in a tone full of admiration, Sujia is the lone writer, his spirit, worthy of everyone to learn, he is the symbol of contemporary young people. Words such as these, that came out from the inside of his mouth in a series. And in thousands of households, people also very much agreed. Although it was dangerous, who wouldn't want their children to be as fearless as he was? Or maybe he showed the kind of confidence that many of the older generation never had. And by this point, the entire news broadcast was played. But the image of just 5 short minutes had stayed in the hearts of the nation for a long time. This time, Sujia plus motorcycle rider's identity really did shock the whole country. Recommend the book written by a friend, The Opening, Suppressing the Devouring System Owner. It is very good. After a shocking battle, the ancestor of the system and the billions of descendant systems that betrayed him were both defeated. Song Hung, who became the new system owner, faced with the situation that other systems would hunt and devour him once they awaken, he decided to strike first and take the lead in finding ways to suppress and devour other system owners. 113 Continuous influence, don't talk kiss me. It could be said that the current him was just like a household name and a heroic figure. It was important to realize that the news broadcast itself had a special significance. In such a program, Sujia was described as becoming a symbol, or representative, of this generation of young people. What does that mean in this? That's the benchmark. Also because of this, Sujia's position in many people's hearts, that was directly and infinitely elevated. As long as he didn't kill himself, from now on, the sky and the sea would still be free for him to fly? The most crucial thing was that his own identity was not that of a star, but that of an entrepreneur. The benefits that could be gained from this were simply immeasurable. And along with the end of the news broadcast, the deeds about his fire throughout the country were just the beginning. In just 10 minutes' time, words related to Sujia began to log onto the hot search list. And it was still the kind of list that completely dominated the list. From the first to the 10th, it was all about Sujia. For example, the words he said were now directly the hot search words. You can always trust me. There's nothing I can't win. The shock brought to the netizens by such content was also far too great. Before this, there has never been a person who has infected people's hearts like Sujia. Weibo above, also filled with a variety of fresh meat star content. But today, Sujia used his own actions to tell them what is called real positive energy. What a contemporary teenager should do. In an instant, Sujia's microblog followers, once again, began to skyrocket. Almost within 10 minutes, it directly skyrocketed by more than 2 million. To know, this was only the beginning. To put it politely, now his fame and social status, just like has come to the young generation in a unique position. This is the horrible effect brought by the news broadcast. The netizens, too, began to show their solidarity with him on Weibo. Please get our hero out as soon as possible. Looking at the photos Sujia sent out, I thought it was easy, but ever since I watched the video, I've been kneeling on the ground without getting up. Indeed, it was so hard for him, riding the storm, he deserves the title of idol of the young generation. On top of that, some official or semi-official media outlets have also come forward. Empathy mission, he is the lone rider, disregarding his own safety in order to save people, he is a superhero belonging to our country. People's Daily, his appearance has allowed us to reacquaint ourselves with the younger generation, Sujia is the hot-blooded youth representative. Rongcheng University, Sujia is the most talked about existence of our freshmen and the pride of our school, our whole school is proud of him. Simply uncountable praises began to spread wildly across the internet. This also led to the friends who knew Sujia to be as if it was New Year's Eve right now. Such a big and fierce man who was their friend, wasn't it worth blowing awesome? In particular, the 606 dormitory room where Sujia was located had now become an existence that the entire school wanted to go and admire. Unfortunately, except for a bed of pink quilts that still had an aroma, they couldn't see anything else. However, under such an atmosphere, an unexpected situation occurred. Because of the big fire on the internet, Zhang Meng of the Plus, Minus, Multiplication and Dividing Technology Company, registered an official microblog. You don't say. In just one day's time, there were also tens of thousands of fans. But right after she read the content on the internet and recognized Su Jia, she directly couldn't help but speak on it. After retweeting the published video, it was accompanied by the text, "Boss, you are the best." A simple sentence, but it quickly set off a furor. There was no way. What were the two hottest things right now? The one that ranked first was of course Su Jia. And in second place, it was definitely the magical app that repelled mosquitoes. After a night, more and more people who had experienced it began to join the ranks of the tap. This has also led to quite a wide-ranging discussion today as well. But now you're telling me that this company was opened by Su Jia? What is this? Martial arts can ride a bike to dry natural disasters, and literature can change the world with black technology? The netizens who learned of this news also had an attitude of disbelief at first. Some of them even lambasted repellent mosquito for rubbing it in. Just after some investigation, they realized that it was really so. And Su Jia, or the largest shareholder of this potential unlimited technology company. Not to say, I'm just going to charge the membership. Such a little brother I love, no wonder it is so hot, not yet out of the album. I didn't dare to use it before, but just by the name of Su Jia, I immediately went to download it. In a moment, Su Jia's great influence officially began to create value for him. This was actually normal. The invisible benefit of his current positive image was credibility. The person who could save someone's life to the point of riding a bike and leaping over a mudslide, you're saying he's lying? It was also with this thought that this invisible advertisement began to ferment like crazy. The number of downloads of mosquito repellent, too, was beginning to soar with an unstoppable momentum. As for these circumstances, Su Jia was actually aware of them. Thanks to the strength of the motherland's infrastructure, there was no problem at all with cell phone signals. Looking at the things on the internet, he was likewise very happy. In particular, being able to log on to the news broadcast as a biker was undoubtedly the most fulfilling thing for him. In his opinion, as long as there were no surprises, a wave of bikers would soon be set off in the country. I'm afraid that the harsh policies regarding motorcycles will also be loosened. While being a motorcycle enthusiast, he was actually very eager for that. And the day went on for hours of chatting, and the time soon came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Just when everyone was very tired and planned to just rest on the ground. The sound of a car engine came right from behind the hill where the slide had traveled. And soon, there was also a voice amplified through a loudspeaker that came over, "Everyone pay attention to safety, we will start digging the hill soon." Hearing this, the crowd present was directly sleepless, all stood up and shouted excitedly. "Woohoo, saved, saved, saved. Woo, finally I can go out, I want to take a hot bath." The latter words also spoke everyone's mind. Even on Su Jia's side, he was incredibly eager to take a hot shower. The biker suit that was already soaked through was simply too difficult to stick to the body right now. In addition, although it was summer, it was still very cold inside the mountain. Under the continuous work of the excavator, the location of the landslide was quickly dug through. The spotlight on top of the excavator was as brilliant as the sunlight in the hearts of the crowd. Because this represented that they were really saved. It was also at this time that a silhouette frantically ran over towards this side. And under the gaze of the crowd, this girl just rushed straight into Su Jia's arms. Soft jade into his arms, he then shrugged his shoulders and said, "I am dirty, go back and hug again. Don't talk, kiss me." Aha! 114 The whole family is proud that brother Shuga is Superman. Seeing the two of them embracing each other tightly, the people around them unconsciously laughed out loud. Indeed, Su Jia was a winner in life. He had money, leisure, and a girlfriend who was as beautiful as a fairy. But no matter who it was believed that it would be hard to feel a hint of jealousy towards him. Especially after seeing Su Jia's kind of spirit today, it made them think that such a person would absolutely deserve to be rich. What's more, he even saved a little boy's life today. So very quickly, at the trap site, there was a loud applause. The sound of the applause, it was so loud. Yan Xingyue, who was in Su Jia's arms, only reacted at this time. While her face began to blush, her head was unconsciously buried deeper. As for Su Jia's body being wet, it didn't matter at all. As long as she could stand together with her little man, she felt satisfied. As for Sulga, his heart was equally content right now. The first day of traveling had brought him experiences that he could be proud of for the rest of his life. After the aftermath of the robbery, he was still able to embrace his lover. What else could be unsatisfied? With such thoughts, he then gently stroked Yan Xingyue's hair and said with a smile, "I'm fine, don't worry." Yan Xingyu, who wanted to say something, was also directly interrupted by Su Jia's ringing phone. And after Su Jia took out his cell phone, looking at the note above, her expression was unconsciously panicked. Because just above the notes, written in clear two words, "Mom." That's right, it was his mom by Shuping who called. In the face of this situation, even Su Jia himself couldn't help but frown. Obviously, his own mom was definitely aware of what he had done. After all, things had gotten so big, and the two oldest members of his family still had the habit of watching the news during dinner. It didn't make sense that they wouldn't recognize it. In the case of not thinking of how to explain, he also had to put his heart across and then press the answer button. He could imagine how worried his parents would be when they saw him playing with his life on the road. If he didn't answer the phone now, he was afraid that they would rush over the next day. Just what he didn't expect was that by shooping didn't make things difficult for him at all. After the phone was connected, the opposite side came from the serious voice of the mother said, "Son, no injury, right?" "No, this is a small scene." Listening to his mom's concern, the corner of Sujia's mouth revealed a smile. And heard the answer of by shooping, obviously also relieved. Then, with an exceptionally proud tone, said, "Good, you are the pride of mom and dad." Not to mention anything else, right now, inside the entire family group, the news about Sujia could still be swiping the screen like crazy. For him to do things, but all of them are dipped a little relatives, all feel proud of incomparable. To say that it was honoring the ancestors was actually nothing more than that. Of course, the worry is certain. But as a people's teacher, by shooping, 3 views have always been very positive, and how would stop his son from doing good things? "Thank you, Mom, then you and my dad take care of yourselves, and when some time passes, I will go back to see you." There wasn't much time before I left home to attend university in Rongcheng. There was also absolutely no need to go back now. After learning that he was fine, Bai Shuping didn't dwell on anything else and said to herself, "The girlfriend is nice, remember to bring her back." "No problem." After saying this, she directly hung up the phone. But Yen Xingyue, who was close to Su Jia's ear, listened to the words in their entirety. At the same time, the toes hidden in the shoes were instantly clenched. Half an hour later, the road had been completely opened by excavators and other modern large-scale machinery. Su Jia and the others also once again completed the assembly towards the front of the road to continue to march. The good thing was that not far away, there was a small city that would allow Su Jia to make a short correction there. However, coupled with these people who were rescued, this 318 motorcycle travel fleet is also to get once again strengthened. From the original dozen or so people, it had more than doubled directly. The crowd followed behind Su Jia's car, and in their hearts, they felt invigorated. Regardless of whether it was the Imperial Capital or the Magic Capital's fleet, for the overwhelmingly fierce man sitting inside the G800, it was all admiration beyond words. Among them, Yang Chao and the others, they slowly rode their bikes while communicating. "I watched that video, he is simply a god. You do not know, he told me that he intends to participate in the Isle of Man TT, our domestic motorcycle circle. I'm afraid to come out a hero." "Ha! He's already a hero now. You know, his performance in the 318 this time is not much worse than the Man Island TT." Everyone was very much in favor of this statement. Although the latter was more competitive and had more uncertainties. But on the point of playing hard to get, Su Jia had actually surpassed the race that had been recognized by countless fans as the altar of the gods. As for Su Jia in the car, he had already cleanly changed his clothes. The whole person just lay on Yen Xingyue's lap and began to recuperate. Feeling the slender jade hands pressing on his shoulders, he also revealed a satisfied smile. And right behind him, on a Land Rover Defender covered in scratches. The little boy who had just walked through the ghost gate today, then looked at his mom and said, "Mom, is brother Su Jia a Superman? I heard that he flew from the sky to save me." "Yes, your brother Shugai is Superman." The woman smiled sweetly and continued, "Remember, he is the benefactor of our family, you have to grow up to repay him." "Aha! I will definitely." The little boy's eyes were also filled with determination. The woman, on the other hand, rewardingly touched the little boy's head and then took out her cell phone and made a call out. The phone was quickly connected. A man's anxious voice came over. "Wife, finally called me. How is our son now?" "He is now very good, but I want to repay Su Jia, he is too difficult." Just now, she saw the video that was released by CCTV. Watching him cross the bay again and again at the limit, as well as a variety of thrilling rescue cars, all make her more able to understand how hard won this life of her son is. "You say it, even if I let me give him all the family property, I am willing." Obviously, the man had understood all this as well. And the woman, who heard the words, couldn't help but roll her eyes. "People don't lack money, but he said he wanted to participate in the Isle of Man TT, I hope you can help him. Aren't you great at playing with cars? Now the time to use you has come. This Isle of Man TT?" Hearing these 4 words, Li Tao on the other end of the phone was a whole lot worse. Of course he knows that Su Jia is not short of money, that mosquito repellent, he has just opened a one-time membership for several years. Based on this thing alone, it was impossible for Su Jia to be a person who lacked money in his life. But what shocked him was that just such a man with fame and fortune, who would surely stand at the top in time, actually wanted to go to Man Island TT play with his life. However, thinking about it, if not for this kind of spirit of not being afraid of death, I am afraid that his son would have already been killed today. After thinking about this point, he opened his mouth and said, "Leave this matter to me." Half an hour later, the video of Su Jia's wild ride in 318 appeared at the headquarters of the Man Island TT organizers. And looking at the content on it, some foreigners couldn't help but hold their heads in their hands and all stood up. Is this a technique that the Orientals can possess? 115-man Island TT invitation, dead jagged man really blood money ah. As far as the sport of racing is concerned, it has always been the weak point of the nationals. Whether it's racing or motorcycles, it's actually very poor. As for the reason? Still very good to understand. First of all, is the domestic racing atmosphere is not good. Not that there is much darkness in it, but the national attention to this is not high. Or rather, on top of this sport, there is not a figure similar to Lu Xiang or Yao Ming, who can drive the whole industry. Another one is that this thing is really a rich man's game. If you want to cultivate a rider from a young age, you really can't afford to play this thing. Take a simple example. Domestic famous young meet so-and-so fan, on the news that broke the lap record of so-and-so track. But what does it mean behind the scenes? That is tens of millions of costs. The car is worth millions of dollars, and the value of the tires worn out in practice every day must be worth tens of thousands of dollars. To break this record, he also spent at least tens of millions. Under such circumstances, how many people have the money and leisure to join the racing sport? For this reason, the majority of domestic drivers are second-generation rich. To foreigners, the impression is that these people are very rich, very willing to spend money. But now, looking at the video inside the BMW M1000RR speeding in the wind and rain, the head of the Isle of Man TT John is really full of shock. He rode too perfect. This statement also won the unanimous approval of the people next to him. One of them even directly stood up and said, "I suggest to send out an invitation like him." Anyway, the district qualifier is also about to start. I agree, such a fierce man should appear on the field of the Isle of Man. He's a hero in their country and fits the image of our tournament perfectly, so I agree. Yes, even though we have no precedent of inviting a contestant to compete, his courage and skill are worthy of our admiration. For a moment, the entire conference room maintained complete unanimity in their statements. This matter, too, was considered to be completely finalized. So that very night, an invitation from the official Man Island TT microblogging site quietly appeared on the internet. After a short period of fermentation, it caused a furor. The current netizens were already enjoying the revelry brought to them by Su Jia. Especially looking at the official video that was released, everyone felt that their hearts could not be calmed for a long time. Even when the time came to 11 o'clock at night, there was no sleep at all. In such a situation, the invitation letter sent out by the official Man Island TT appeared in everyone's field of vision. Invitation letter: Su Jia is a biker hero, very suitable with the image of Man Island TT's tournament. We also very much admire his courage and skills, so we sincerely send out an invitation to plus, minus, multiply and divide it to participate in Man Island TT's district qualifier held in 2 weeks. A series of content that also showed respect for him throughout. Even in the eyes of the netizens, this was a sign that this motorcycle, one of the highest hall competitions, was completely conquered by Shuga. And in the midst of the excitement and pride, more people just all had their doubts. I'm so proud of him, his performance directly conquered the Isle of Man TT officials. Will he really go? The Isle of Man TT is a competitive race, it's not the same thing as 318 racing alone with the eye in the sky. Don't get high, it's the most dangerous racing program in the world, don't let little brother play with his life. All these words are also flooding the entire network. People were also very curious, would Su Jia agree? This question lingered in everyone's mind, and it also made many people have sleepless nights. Regarding the content on the internet, Su Jia would not be able to know for the time being. Right now, he also just wanted to get to the hotel as soon as possible, then take a nice hot bath and have a comfortable sleep. There was no way, this day today was just too tiring for him. First there was the 500-kilometer pull, then there was the waiting for many hours in wet biker clothes. To say that it was physically and mentally exhausting would not be an exaggeration at all. It is at this time, the front driving Guasin opened his mouth and said, "Yen, this side of a Paradise Intercontinental Hotel is 5-star, I will directly navigate." The back of the fleet said they do not intend to join us. Think about it, not everyone out to play cannot count the cost. Most of the motorcyclists go out, for the clothing, food, housing and transportation is not really so conscientious. Okay, let's go with this one. Later, you can go and directly book 3 rooms. Yan Xingyue replied as she earnestly gave Su Jia a massage. But when he heard this, Su Jia was instantly not sleepy. How can we sleep in separate rooms when we're all out? No way. One had to think of a good way to do it. For a moment, his brain spun rapidly and began to think of a reliable method. Thinking about it, an idea arose that also brightened his eyes. Su Jia has always been a person who does what he says, and immediately said with a smile, "I'll order it online first, otherwise it won't be too good later." After saying that, he directly took out his cell phone and opened a certain group. For this, Yan Xingyue did not care. After all, it was the peak traveling season, and things like no hotel rooms were still very common. But right where she couldn't see, Su Jia started to consume like crazy. Well, the presidential suite is good, directly booked. King bedroom remaining 80 rooms? No matter, directly booked. Standard rooms so much, book. Between 1 and 2 minutes, Soo-ja directly emptied the entire 5-star hotel of empty rooms after successfully paying $200,000. Then said in a regretful tone, "This hotel is so hot, actually only 2 rooms left. This or we change a hotel?" The girlfriend looked at him with a suspicious face. Soo-ja, on the other hand, was not red in the face and opened his mouth and said, "Don't toss it, I'm too tired." When the words fell, he made a weak appearance. Faced with this situation, Yen Xingyue was also out of options, and hurriedly reached out to press on his temples. 10 or so minutes later, the Barbeau's G800, which had temporarily parted ways with the fleet, appeared at the entrance of the Intercontinental Hotel Candin Paradise. And under the welcome of the security guard, the 3 of them soon came to the front desk. Looked at all the luxury, but show the empty hotel lobby, Yen Xingyue cannot help but ask, "Your hotel really do not have other rooms?" "Yes, there are. Of course, one's own family knows one's own business. For their own work hotel has no business, front desk girl cannot know?" After hearing this, Yen Xingyu's heart was also relieved. She didn't resist living with Soo-ja, it was just that her inner shyness was unavoidable. If she could book a room, there would definitely be more security. On Soo-ja's side, on the other hand, he said with a disbelieving face, "Is there really one?" Of course, seems to have no. Before the words of affirmation came out, the front desk girl was startled by the refreshed backstage. That dense booking information, "Is also she to this side of the work began, never seen." Seeing this, Soo-ja's face emerged a smile. "I said, Dahua, do not think too much, this person is too gentleman, never take advantage of people's danger." With these words, he took his ID card and pulled Yen Xingyue towards the direction of the elevator. In the face of this reversal, although Yen Xingyue always felt strange, she really didn't notice anything unusual. But behind them, the front desk girl, looking at the booking information written uniformly above Soo-ja's name, can't help but spit out, "Damn, dead scum to pick up girls is really blood money 116 accept the invitation and get rich overnight." The next day, early in the morning, Soo-ja woke up leisurely from the presidential suite's big bed. Looking at his girlfriend who was sleeping soundly, a smile appeared on his face. Well, of course nothing happened yesterday. It wasn't that he couldn't, but he was just too tired yesterday. Showing 500 kilometers of pulling power, plus being stuck on top of a mountain for hours on top of a soggy biker suit, resulting in his entire body being physically and mentally exhausted. After arriving at the hotel and taking a hot shower, he also fell straight to sleep. As for the $200,000 spent on booking the hotel for nothing, it didn't exist. With this good start, the future would still be natural. Not intending to disturb people's dreams, Soo-ja picked up his cell phone, ready to check the situation on the internet. Only just after opening it, he realized that there were at least hundreds of messages on his phone. "He Chishing, brother Soo, think twice, that match is like playing with your life. Jia Shuani, brother Jia, you're already a hero now, there's really no need. By Gu, if brother Jia goes, can you bring me along for the long haul?" No less than dozens of WeChat friends were sending him such messages right now. This also made Soo-ja directly confused. What's all this? Where am I going? With all the doubts, Soo-ja directly opened the microblogging, ready to open what the situation. However, when he saw the content that was ranked on the first position of the hot search list, he was also directly dumbfounded. Man Island TT invites Soo-ja to participate in the competition. Seeing this, he also did not hesitate at all and directly clicked in. Until he understood the entire content inside, his heart suddenly fell into ecstasy. To be honest, he did want to go to the competition. However, he really didn't have a good plan on how to participate. What was in his heart was also the attitude of trying again next year. But this invitation letter had undoubtedly saved him a lot of time and experience. It was also at this time that the system's voice once again sounded in his head. Ding, detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, participate in the Isle of Man TT and go in search of your dream. Reward, Honda Fireblade CBR 1000 RRRRSP, $50 million in cash. Option 2, be a lifesaver. Reward, 1 Czech Leopard Celestial Series watch, cash 30 million yuan. Faced with this option, Soo-ja also didn't hesitate at all, directly reciting in his mind, Option 1. There was no way, seeking excitement was his nature. The Isle of Man TT was even his dream and belief all along. If he missed this opportunity, he thought he would absolutely regret it for the rest of his life. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to die. Rather, he had this absolute confidence in his own skills. 318 has been conquered by him for most of the time. A Man Island TT can still let him have any accidents? I'm afraid it's too much to worry about. The other thing is that the reward given this time, the Fireblade CBR 1000 RRRRSP, also makes him feel happy from the bottom of his heart. As we all know, Honda Fireblade generally refers to the CBR 1000RR and the reward Soo-ja's car, that is, the legendary upgraded version. In terms of performance, it is also a lot more cranky than the old one. And the most crucial thing was that there was one more great general in his motorcycle collection camp. The distance to the upgrade of motorcycle technology is also getting The only regret was that the bike could only be experienced after returning to Rongcheng. After all, his trip had only just passed one day, and the 318 journey, too, had only just begun. And after digesting all of this, Su Jia cleanly forwarded the invitation to the Isle of Man TT. I accept the invitation, see you on the field. Then, he directly found Sun Yuhang and asked him to help him get a race license for his motorcycle. Since it was a professional race, the race license was still very crucial. And compared to a car race license, a motorcycle one was obviously a lot easier. What's more, with the whole country knowing that Su Jia was a great biker, it wasn't that difficult. It's just that his simple and straightforward response made many netizens who hadn't slept all night and were just waiting for his answer just blow up. No shame, I knew you would say yes. After brushing up on the video of Man Island TT all night, it looks like it's really passionate. In the matter of playing with life, Su Jia's little brother has never been afraid of anyone. Su Jia's response is also what makes many people feel that this night is so worth it. As for the parties? He had already exited the microblogging and read the briefing sent from the company's side. Upon looking at it, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face as well. It had to be said that the current him was in a springtime phase. A 318 frenzy had made him an influential social figure, the kind with more than 20 million Weibo followers. And in terms of business, it was also surprisingly smooth. First of all, it was about the Tide Play company side. With the help of a few roommates and classmates, as of yesterday, it had managed to take 100 stores. The authorizations from Zhu Liwei's side have also all been put in place. Just waiting for all the stores to be renovated, they would be able to bring a big surprise to the consumers who loved blind box. Of course, this 100 was just the beginning, the acquisition would continue. Next was the mosquito repellent app side. Fed by Su Jia's huge influence, the number of downloads directly came to 30 million overnight. Monthly subscribers amounted to 2 million. The annual fee users were 500,000 people. Such a multi-point blossoming situation was also something that made him look forward to the future. Even for him now, it was no longer as simple as a promising future. Not to mention the Tide Play company that was still smashing money. Just these 2.5 million paying users alone had directly allowed Exorcism, which had just been online for 2 days, to successfully make a profit of at least $150 million. This was an exaggerated number. It was important to realize that because of the trial time, the point in time when the real explosion of paid users hadn't even arrived yet. Not to mention the fact that these revenues, still, could be seen every month. Now he couldn't even imagine how much money would be in the company's account when this summer passed. Would even he be shocked by that number? In this regard, Su Jia expressed great anticipation. As for the limitations of this product season, he didn't think it was much of a problem. In this world, there weren't just mosquitoes in the country. As long as the company had the money to expand, then none of this would be a problem anymore. However, it was also just when Su Jia was lying on his bed, snickering at his overnight wealth, the bodyguard Guasen's phone call came in. Boss, there are a lot of leaders downstairs who want to see you, and there are also military uniforms. Oh? 117 organizing a race on National Highway 318? For being approached, Su Jia actually didn't feel strange. After all, this time when the time was made so big, he had kind of saved the 318 National Highway, a big hit tourist route. In case something really went wrong yesterday, a lot of people who wanted to come would have to think twice about it. What made him feel surprised was that there were actually wearing military uniforms. However, the soldiers came to stop the water to cover the earth. Su Jia did not dwell on it. After getting up and washing up, he lightly walked out of the room. Only just pushed open the door, Su Jia was startled by the situation at the door. Only to see two waitresses in professional attire, standing on both sides of the doorway on the left and right. Seeing him come out, they also both revealed a look of excitement and said, "It's really little brother Su Jia. So handsome, can we take a picture together, little brother?" As a matter of fact, yesterday evening, the Paradise Intercontinental Hotel, Up and Down, already knew the news of Su Jia's residence. This shocking news also made the entire hotel staff excited. Such a heroic figure had actually appeared right beside them. And after the boss behind the scenes knew about it, he immediately said that he would provide Su Jia with 24-hour uninterrupted service. This, then, was the reason why the two men were guarding the door. But looking at the two men's application, Su Jia was curious and asked, "This is your hotel special service? Is it called Gate God? This little brother needs special." Hearing his words, the two women also instantly blushed. One of them wore glasses wearing black silk, then pretended to squirm and said, "This broad daylight might as well go inside to say it. See here, Su Jia is also people are stupid." Directly waved his hand and said, "That, you still take me to the hotel multimedia room." The two women's eyes, but also in the eyes of the two women. In the eyes of the two women, a deep disappointment also appeared. And in the multimedia room on the first floor of the hotel, more than a dozen people dressed in formal attire of official personnel were sitting on chairs and chatting. There were both men and women among these people. But from the scene, it was not difficult to see that the woman sitting in the most central position was the person they were beating up. The topic of the people's chatting also always centered around Soo-ja. See that car at the entrance? It's so cool. My heart aches for that BMW motorcycle, it's a hero car, and now it's fallen like that. You all look at the car? I'm just curious about him as a person, if he's as handsome as the internet says. No matter what kind of people, they simply can't help but be curious about Soo-ja. While he shook the nation with his passion, he also added a lot of mystery to himself. Just such a treasure-fierce man, how many people wouldn't want to meet with him? And sitting at the very back, a man in military uniform, his eyes were also locked on the doorway. What kind of person are you in the end? Just at this time, a waiter rushed in and said, "He's here, he's here." Hearing this, the crowd then all unconsciously held their breath and waited for the hero to arrive. Soon, Soo-ja, dressed in a casual outfit, stepped on the hotel slippers and walked in with a smile. But with such a casual appearance, the crowd couldn't help but erupt into a small commotion. Wow, he really is so handsome. The perfect male god template. If I were a few years younger, I'm afraid I would have directly jumped on him. It also didn't matter if it was the women, even the few men inside were now feeling their scalps tingle. This is the handsome man in our hearts, not those gradually effeminate stars. Such thoughts also instantly appeared in the minds of the crowd. In fact, who was most affected by Soo-ja's rise? There was no need to doubt that it was those traffic stars. Looking better than them and being a passionate pure man was simply a descending blow to them. Many of the girls in the rice circle had already openly expressed their withdrawal from the circle, and from now on, they would only fan Soo-ja alone. It was also fortunate that he really didn't have any thoughts of becoming a star, or else those guys would have been afraid that they would have simply starved to death. And when they saw him walk in, the middle-aged woman who was at the head of the group quickly stood up and greeted them. Lone Rider, hello, I am the local secretary of Confronting, Fan Lily. On behalf of the Confronting government, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. As she said that, she also bowed deeply. For this, she also didn't feel embarrassed at all. What Soo-ja did deserved such respect. As for Soo-ja, who was standing opposite her, he lightly waved his hand. Leader Fan doesn't have to be like this matter shouldn't have been made such a big deal. Although the current social status was already creating countless values for him. But in his opinion, this matter really does not need to be made so big. Soo-ja had reason to believe that in times of crisis, most people in the country would choose to stand up for themselves, rather than turn a blind eye. This, just happened to be noticed all over the internet. No, this was as it should be. Fan Lily got up and smiled, and continued, in view of Xiaosu's courageous behavior this time, we unanimously decided to take out 1 million yuan in cash to use as a reward for you. Although I know that you do not lack of money, but after all, the motorcycle has broken down, we should assume this part of the responsibility. This then, I'll take it? Soo-ja nodded his head, not being polite at all. It wasn't that he cared about the money, but if he didn't take it, I'm afraid that he would be torn up today. Compared to communicating with the officials, he was still more like taking Yan Xingyue to continue on his journey. Good, don't ever be polite. Looking at his painful appearance, Fan Lily then felt appreciation from the bottom of her heart. And a certain idea within her heart was gradually determined. Immediately, she opened her mouth and said, in addition to expressing my gratitude to Xiaosu, I would also like to ask you to do us a favor. Oh? What favor can I do? Soo-ja thought about it and didn't think that he could help each other with anything. And Fan Lily did not directly pulled him aside to sit down, and then said bluntly, Xiaosu, what do you think of 318? I think it's good, the scenery is good, the road facilities are sound, it is considered the first choice for self-driving tour. Soo-ja also did not think too much, directly to their true thoughts. If it hadn't rained on him yesterday, the riding experience would undoubtedly have been more perfect. But even so, it had already made him quite addicted. What about besides driving yourself? You're a motorcycle rider, do you think we can attract people if we organize a race on 318? Upon hearing this, Soo-ja was also shocked by this statement. Hosting a race on the 318? That mustn't be more exciting than the Isle of Man TT? 118 enough is enough, don't hit us again. Almost instantly, Soo-ja's brain spun rapidly. Is this thing feasible? The answer was yes. One was that since it was coming from the official mouth, then this matter was already not far from the truth. The other was that by taking advantage of Soo-ja's popularity, hosting a race similar to or even surpassing the Isle of Man's TT, then the benefits would be almost limitless. First of all, 318 was already a big hot travel route, and if the race could meet expectations, this travel route would undoubtedly become even hotter. It could even lead to this becoming a world-famous route outright. For a simple example, if it wasn't for the Isle of Man, would you know about this little place called the Isle of Man? The other thing is that there really isn't a competition in the country so far that can hold its own. Races such as Chinangt and the like are also places for rich kids to play with their cars. What's more, this is a sports car race, which has nothing to do with motorcycles. If this race could be carried out, then the craziest and most passionate race in the country would also be directly born. It would even become a national business card if possible. Thinking of this, Soo-ja smiled and said, "Leader fan, the competition is feasible, but I don't know if it's a small fight, or if it's just a small fight for a stretch of road." He's definitely not interested. This is also the point I want to consult you on. What do we have to do to make this competition reach the world level? Fan Lily's face, too, was wearing a serious expression. As a matter of fact, such an idea had really come about because Soo-ja had appeared. Especially when she saw that Soo-jia's agreement to participate in the Isle of Man TT actually sparked the attention of the entire internet. Even his figure racing furiously on the 318 had gradually started to take the entire world by storm. It was then that she realized that the charm of racing was also capable of influencing the world. In the event that this was actually accomplished, then it would be beneficial to the entire city above the route. World level? Hearing these 4 words, a bold idea was born in Soo-jia's heart. Then, he asked curiously, "Leader fan, is there a lack of investment?" He knew very well that even if he wasn't there for this match, his fame would still be utilized. In such a situation, he might as well take the initiative to invest and get a piece of the pie from it. Still, Soo-ja didn't like to do things that didn't benefit him. Of course there was a lack of it. Xiaosu still had investments in the racing field? Before coming here, Fan Lily had actually done some research and knew that Soo-ja was a rich man. The cars inside the garage are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, not to mention the name of a mosquito repellent products, but also is taking the country by storm. To have such an investment, of course, she is still very happy. And Soo-ja didn't hide it, and directly nodded his head and said, "Yes, I have a company that can host the entire competition." This one, naturally, was Sun Yuhang's side. After the straight-line acceleration race was perfectly organized, he set up a separate race service company. The name was similarly called Plus, Minus, and Multiply. 95 of those shares belonged to Soo-ja. That's a good feeling. After hearing this, Fan Lily's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to continue. "Then we can completely cooperate, so quickly tell me about your idea." In her eyes, she was also full of expectations. This is also not how much she desires political achievements, but the 318 National Highway has never been so lively to the present. Because of Soo-jia's shocking ride, this route has also jumped to become a must-visit place in many people's hearts. And Soo-ja also did not intend to sell, directly shrugged his shoulders and said, "I suggest that this race will be held in accordance with the specifications of More Than Man Island TT. The whole 500 kilometers, on the use of my from Rongqing to Kongding this road." Listening to his pontificating, Fan Lily took out a notebook and recorded frantically. Soo-ja, on the other hand, the more he said, the more he felt that this matter was completely feasible. Saying that it surpassed the specifications of the Man Island TT wasn't a joke at all. Let's do a comparison first. Man Island TT, the track is 60 kilometers long, the driver has to drive a total of 6 laps on this highway, and the person who takes the least amount of time wins. In this track, there are towns and mountains, the process is quite thrilling and exciting. And the route that Shuga just tried yesterday? The full 500 kilometers, directly beyond the Isle of Man. In addition to this, the 318 and Isle of Man's kilometers also have a lot of convergence process wonderful. For example, passing through towns and mountains, and even has an additional quite critical point. That's the coiled mountain roads that can give riders a blast. There are also corners, straight lines, and the like that are much more wide open and thrilling than the roads in Isle of Man. Another comparison is that the average speed of the Isle of Man TT is around 200 km per hour. Top speed, around the figure of 333 km per hour. But this figure, yesterday, was actually surpassed by Shuga. This also positively proves that the passion level of this route is far beyond the Isle of Man TT. Or to put it bluntly, as long as this race is successfully organized. Then on the day of the event, it will directly replace the Isle of Man TT as the world's longest, most exciting, and most life-affirming race. Thinking about the slogan of future champions and Motokpan heroes in 318, Soo-ja is really a bit hot. As a motorcycle fan, he certainly hopes that domestic motorcycles can rise. This is definitely the best opportunity. And Fan Lily, who listened to the whole thing, was also more and more excited. But once she thought of the huge investment needed for the race, she frowned and said, 500 kilometers, isn't that too much investment? You know, the race is not just to seal the road, and then put dozens of motorcycle racing on the end of the matter. Road maintenance, renovation and so on, are a huge amount of money. There are also all sorts of logistical support. That investment is also not at all small. However, Soo-jia's next words made everyone present directly dumbfounded. Only to see him shrug his shoulders indifferently. 200 million is enough, I can take out at any time. For a moment, the eyes of the people present looked at him, were all changed. 200 million. This is an exaggerated number. Even those tens of billions of billionaires out there couldn't easily come up with this much cash. After all, market capitalization and cash were two completely different things. But on his side, it was so lightly. Looking at the silent crowd, Soo-ja winked and said, 200 million is not enough, then 300 million? As a matter of fact, this amount of money he was really able to take out at any time. After choosing to participate in the Isle of Man TT in the morning, his account balance was already infinitely close to 300 million. There was also a cash cow like repellent mosquito making money for him, so there was no pressure at all to spend it. Enough is enough, you need to stop hitting us. 119I, Su Jia, have acted openly and honestly all my life. It had to be said that Su Jia's level of boldness was beyond the imagination of everyone present. But likewise, also because of his arrogance, let everyone feel that this matter is accomplished. After all, the road was ready-made, plus Su Jia's willingness to spend money, how difficult could this be? And with his participation, this match will become the center of attention of the whole country and even the world from the very beginning. The most important thing was that right now, Su Jia had this kind of influence. Then what about after he participated in the Isle of Man? Wouldn't that take this competition to the next level again? Thinking about all this, Fan Lily was also simply unable to suppress the small universe within herself. Immediately directly from the seat up, and then opened his mouth to say, I immediately go back to report to the higher-ups, I hope we can work together happily. No problem, Secretary Fan, contact me at any time. On Su Jia's face, he similarly wore a smile. To be able to play with locomotives while making another fortune, why not? And the whole thing was pretty much finalized in this one. Of course, it would take quite a long time to get the race started. At the very least, it would have to be after his campaign for the Isle of Man. But the thought of organizing a tournament like this every year in the future filled Su Jia's heart with longing. Soon, the group of officials also left the hotel in a great hurry. But just when Su Jia thought that the meeting was over, he was ready to go back upstairs and sleep some more. The uniformed man who had just sat next to him and hadn't said a word the entire time, came over and said, Hello, Knight, I'm Wang Ning. It's you? Hearing this incomparably familiar voice, Su Jia also brightened up. If you were to say what impressed him the most yesterday, it wasn't actually the wild ride above 318. Rather, it was his cooperation with Heaven's Eye. The kind of cooperation that was hearty, and where the slightest mistake would result in a total loss, was extremely enjoyable to him. So the impression of the voice on the radio was also quite impressive. This person in front of him was clearly the Heaven's Eye that fought alongside him yesterday. It was just that he didn't expect that this person was actually from the military. In fact, thinking about it, under that kind of harsh conditions, one's communication with the other party actually didn't have a single bit of difficulty. Only powerful military technology could do this. Seeing that he really recognized him, Wang Ning laughed out happily. We are also considered comrades in arms, so I took leave overnight to come and see you. Indeed, we are also considered comrades in arms. Su Jia nodded, quite agreeable to this. He was very clear that without the help of this person in front of him, it was absolutely impossible for him to arrive so quickly. One would even encounter many difficulties in the process. Thinking of this, Su Jia also stretched out his hand and said, Thank you for yesterday, there's no rush to leave today, right? Let's have a meal together. This does not seem to work, I just came to see you, but I should soon be discharged, then you can get together. Wang Ning smiled and shrugged his shoulders, with a look of not being in a hurry. And what he said was all the truth. The shock that Su Jia brought to him yesterday was just too great, so that he couldn't calm down inside for a long time. Considering his merits, his superiors of course would not prevent the two heroes from meeting. That's right, he who participated in the whole rescue incident was also defined as a hero. A second-class merit, surely, could not be escaped. But on Su Jia's side, he really felt a bit regretful. The two of them had actually exchanged a lot of information during those 2 hours yesterday. Meeting now also had a feeling of hating each other. But then think of him to be discharged from the army. Su Jia also had to smile and said that well, there is no need to be flippant between men, after the discharge of the army, welcome to come to me. The words he said, has also been considered a promise. Other than that, as a comrade in arms who fought side by side with himself, letting him live a carefree life is still no problem at all. And of course, Wang Ning also heard what he meant, and the smile on his face was even happier. As a matter of fact, before he came, he was worried that Su Jia was a very arrogant and difficult person to get along with. But now, it seemed that it would not be that way at all. Not to mention whether he could change his life in the future because of Su Jia. In terms of this destiny alone, it also laid a good foundation of friendship for the two of them. Thinking about this, he smiled and said, I'm going to go after a girl first, and if I can't, I'll come to you. Good guy, I really envy you for going all out to chase a girl. Su Jia had a say. You can also with your looks, it is not a messy kill. When he said this, Wang Ning looked very serious. In his opinion, Su Jia was the best template for a perfect man. His looks were impeccable, and his heart was full of the drive that a young man should have. The key thing was that it was outrageous enough that such a person was still so rich. Su Jia, on the other hand, shook his head and said with a smile, because I already have. After saying that, he pointed his finger in the direction of the hotel lobby. Yanqing Yue, who was wearing a white t-shirt with a pair of blue and white jeans, had already woken up from her sleep and came down to look for him. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up for talking like that? After inexplicably getting a faceful of Versailles, Wang Ning's mind exploded. However, looking at Yen Xingyue who was approaching, he nodded and said, "It's a good match with you, then I won't bother you guys, let's add a contact information, and then I'll go back to report." Good. Between men, there was no need to make it so pretentious. Anyway, in Su Jia's opinion, the matter of making friends is never a matter of 1 or 2 days. The best way to get along between friends was to be careful with the water. However, just as the two were about to say goodbye, Wang Ning suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I am very specialized in machinery. If you want to modify your car in the future, you can come to me." Good guy, this specialty is right on off. Su Jia smiled and nodded, not at all polite intention. People who play with cars, what kind of people don't play with modified cars? Also the motorcycles and such that he participated in competitions all needed to be modified. So in his opinion, in the future, the two people are afraid that it is inevitable to contact more. Soon, Wang Ning, who had added WeChat, walked towards the outside of the hotel without looking back. Yen Xingyue then came over with a mysterious smile and said, "You honestly explain, yesterday the hotel did not have a room as what happened, just now the hotel but contacted me to give you a refund. More than 200,000 oh. Ah, I accidentally opened some more, it's okay. Su Jia has a say." The girlfriend, on the other hand, directly rolled her eyes. "Accidentally? I don't want you to think about it. I, Su Jia, have acted honestly and openly all my life, what can't I think of?" As soon as he swept Yen Xingyue into his arms, he then smiled and continued, "Once you're back, you don't have to struggle. Just bully me, our teammates are at the door, can the trip officially begin?" "Of course, it starts right now. 120 brothers, I found a shortcut. Yesterday's events really did a lot of good for Shuga. Not to mention the fame of the whole country, he had also begun to cash in through mosquito repellent. But of course, he hadn't forgotten that his real purpose for this visit was still traveling. Other things, it was better to put it aside for now." So soon, the two who packed up their things walked out of the hotel hand in hand. As for the hotel saying that they would give him a refund for this matter, Su Jia still didn't accept it. Although he did not live, but also did occupy public resources, this money is also should be. And in front of the hotel, just like a lively scene already. No less than 20 or so motorcycles were neatly lined up in 2 rows, waiting for his arrival. Among them, there was the Imperial Capital motorcycle fleet that was originally with him, and there was also the Magic Capital motorcycle fleet that had survived the robbery. Of course, this was still a bit of a gap from the 30 people who came back yesterday. But for this, Su Jia was still very understanding. Not everyone had a big heart and could still continue traveling after such a thing. After all, the entire Sichuan-Tibet route was more than 2,000 kilometers in total, and the current crowd had only traveled a quarter of it. The next 1,000 kilometers will not happen, everything is also so far. It is worth mentioning that the asthmatic little boy he saved also did not appear today. I'm afraid that this time, it also made that young mom not dare to bring her child out easily again. And see Su Jia out, more than 20 motorists' eyes also are directly locked in his body. Yang Chao even smiled and said, "Young is good so quickly recovered. The young man is also normal, this is to be replaced by me, I'm afraid that at least a few days to lie down on the bed to be able to do. Then your waist is really not very good, di huang pills and so on, the arrangement of it." In the face of the crowd's flirting, Su Jia was not affected at all. Shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Even if I am very weak today, abuse you guys or play with. Ha, dare not dare, you are going to the island of Man Island TT." Speaking of this, the look on the faces of the motorcycle enthusiasts was also more excited. No one could understand the significance of the Isle of Man TT better than them, the motorcycle enthusiasts. For some people, it was even something that would rise to the level of faith. It was also at this time that Yen Xingyue opened her mouth and said, "Let's ride for the first half of the day, I want to see the scenery." No problem. For this, of course he didn't have any opinions. After the rain cleared, the sunlight seemed very comfortable. Carrying his girlfriend on a bike in such a perfect temperature was definitely considered one of life's great beauties. Between words, Su Jia greeted Gui Sen and unloaded the KTM RC8 together. This was also the only car with 2 seats that he brought over. It took a few minutes for everything to be ready. Boom! As Su Jia started the car up, the motorists behind him followed suit. And with a wave of his big hand, a fleet of more than 20 motorcycles and a Babs G800 went on the road in great numbers. And according to Yang Chao's side of the plan, today's fleet's itinerary was not compact. The heaviest destination is not very far away, Gongga Snow Mountain. Tonight, the caravan will also camp at the campground underneath the snowy mountain. For this, Su Jia was still quite looking forward to it. So from the moment he set off, he also let go of all the impatience within him and concentrated on the trip. While Yen Xingyue, who was sitting behind him, had her helmet tightly attached to his back. While looking at the various scenery on the road with her beautiful eyes. It had to be said that the scenery of National Highway 318 would truly make people feel that it was not a false journey. Along the way, the crowd crossed mountains and rivers, and all kinds of scenery were in their eyes. Especially along the way encountered a variety of herdsmen to drive the cattle and sheep, all let the crowd feel particularly interesting. Of course, to say the most impressive, or the road everywhere Tibetan mastiffs and wild dogs. Some years ago, the price of Tibetan mastiffs broke through the sky. It was not uncommon to see one in excellent condition, selling for millions of dollars. So some herdsmen will raise a few at home, hoping to sell to make a fortune. Unfortunately, the price of Tibetan mastiffs has already collapsed. Coupled with the fact that large dogs are banned in the city, this dog just can't be sold at all. This is what has caused the stray Tibetan mastiffs on 318 to skyrocket. These dogs, some of them have good character and will wag their tails at this person. But some, they are really fierce. For example, just now, there was a Tibetan mastiff that chased the entire fleet for a long time. This also made the Yen Xingyu person behind him explode with fear. The screams on their mouths also didn't stop at all. In the company of a variety of scenery, the crowd also quickly came to the vicinity of Gongga Snow Mountain, about 6 or 7 kilometers away. But just at this moment, a path that led straight to the next mountain appeared in Su Jia's line of sight. And in this small road, there is obviously just be pressed out of the wheel marks. Because of yesterday's heavy rainfall, it also made the wheel marks very obvious. What made Su Jia feel happy was that since there were cars passing by, it proved that this place was completely passable. Then it also meant that this was a good place to play cross-country. Crossing, to put it bluntly, was playing off-road. Whether it was a motorcycle or a car, there was a large group of crossing enthusiasts. Coupled with the reason that it had just rained, the road up there would be a blast to play on. As for the suitability of his RC8, it's actually not a good fit. After all, it's a male upgraded sports car and the tires are on the more practical semi-thermally fused ones. But none of these problems were a big deal in front of the KTM. Thinking of this, he directly braked and stopped at the intersection, then turned and shouted, "Brothers, I found a shortcut." After saying this, he directly turned the throttle and drove straight towards the mountain above. But in contact with the dirt road, the tires are a side slip, simply drift like the way forward. This also made Yen Xingyu sitting behind her directly exclaimed, "Stinky treasure, you slow down a little bit, the mud will be thrown to the body." She had no doubts about Su Jia's skill. But mud dumped on the body is always a very difficult thing. It's okay, you're still here." Su Jia shrugged his shoulders and said one thing. You're so over the top, are you really using me as a fender?" And different from his side of the calm, behind the motorcycle friends but presents a polarized look. Jia is a good player, actually writing a public upgrade to play through. Hearing this, Yang Chao directly rolled his eyes. People that is KTM, can be the same? Are we going to follow them or are we going to follow them? Of course, we should follow up, but I swear, this is the last time I believe in KTM owners. What do you know about off-roading? Seeing that Su Jia has already rushed up the mountain, the crowd also has no way at all, so a brain to follow the back and began to go up the mountain. Of course, although they felt that this was more or less crazy, everyone's heart was very excited. Who could not want to have some fun traversing when riding a bike out for fun? On Su Jia's side, it was a wild ride on the muddy mountain road. Especially when he rode his bike up to the mountains, the distant Gunga Snow Mountain appeared in his line of sight. Such a scene really made him feel shocked. Imagine riding a motorcycle with his girlfriend below the snowy mountains. Which person could not yearn for this scene? At least Yen Xingyue, who was sitting behind him, also completely forgot what it was to be nervous and looked at the scene in front of her with her mouth wide open. Stinky pa, it's so beautiful here. Indeed, then hold on tighter, let's do something exciting. Su Jia smiled and issued a kind reminder. In his line of sight, this road on the mountain was very long and really led straight to the lake at the foot of the snowy mountain. There was really nothing wrong with saying that it was a shortcut road. And besides the scenery, the slippery dirt road under the wheels was the point that excited him. Driving is fun, isn't it? Along with his words fell, ringed in his waist hand, unconsciously tightened. Su Jia also did not hesitate, directly throttle a twist, feel the tires on the ground crazy skidding pleasure. The sound of a boom resounded on the empty mountain road. Under the blue sky and white clouds, such a smooth feeling really made Su Jia feel very addicted. And just 1 kilometer ahead, a fleet of 7 or 8 off-road vehicles, including the Mako, were spreading out on the mountain road. And because of the advantage of the four-wheeled vehicles, some of the people had gotten off the road and started to play across the lawn. One by one, people's faces were also wearing excited smiles. However, just at that moment, a sound wave that was close to a ghostly cry came into the ears of the crowd. It made everyone unconsciously curious to look towards the direction of the sound. Various speculations also immediately came from the intercom inside the car. What's the situation? Someone drove a sports car over. Don't bull, this kind of road 100 million sports cars have to lie down. This is the sound of a noble rider. Large displacement motorcycles sound well. Ha! Hearing this last, the intercom came with mocking laughter. For motorcycles, there is also a deep stereotype in. In fact, this is a normal part of life. In the last couple of years, it's become okay because of the growing number of biker fans. A few years ago, some people rode their bikes on the road and basically encountered intentional car passing on a daily basis. Even in the eyes of some four-wheeler owners, a motorcycle wasn't even considered a motorized vehicle. It should go on the side roads just like a small electric donkey. Such a situation, inside the off-road circle, has also been infinitely amplified. Well, in short, it is a situation where two niche circles that will not play together at all, look down on each other. But after the dark sarcasm, the realization of the crowd was unconsciously placed in the back, ready to see what kind of car was the one that could create such a big sound. Soon, a white and red motorcycle with a high turn of sound appeared in the crowd's line of sight. And because of a small slope, the moment this vehicle appeared, it still rose up in the air. Behind it, it also brought up a large area of dirt. Seeing this, the crowd sitting on the SUV was also completely dumbfounded. Really big displacement, also with assisters. One of the girl car owners, but also could not help but say in the intercom, "I directly love, too handsome." This kind of appearance is also handsome, each of them a face. And on Soo-jia's side, of course, he also discovered the existence of these people. In front of me, these 7 or 8 cars are basically modified. One by one, the tires had this size that exceeded the norm, and on top of each car, there was a full load of dirt hanging. Obviously, this group of people were having a great time in this place. And with the idea that all brothers are brothers within the 4 Cs, he just didn't think much at all and drove straight towards the convoy in front of him. Then, he stopped the car in the crowd's curious gaze, lifted up the glass on his helmet, and said to a male car owner with a big beard next to him, "Dude, car is a bit handsome, it should be fun." "Handsome or you're handsome." The bearded man looked at him all relaxed, even protective gear did not bring the appearance, it cannot help but say, "But riding a motorcycle sports car to play off-road, do you really understand?" Soo-jia obviously did not expect that the other party would suddenly come up with such a sentence. However, since the other party is not friendly, of course, he did not need to be peaceful, shrugged his shoulders and said, "You do not think, buy a car casually change, can be very understanding of off-road, right?" From the other party's words, Soo-jia but heard the flavor inside. Yin and Yang themselves, I'm afraid it's not because they ride what car cross-country, but the motorcycle should not appear here. As the saying goes, words are not good, Soo-jia is not a kind person. However, his words obviously deeply stimulated the other party. Only to see the bearded man directly pull open the door, pointing to his own car, said, "Casually change? This car modification costs have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, should be much stronger than you can only pick up girls' motorcycle it." This word out, next to a few owners, also have to walk down from the car. That's right, the money we spent on modifications is enough to buy several of your cars. Riding this kind of car to 318, really think you are Soo-jia? Hearing this, Soo-jia also almost laughed out loud. He thought to himself that no matter which circle it is, there is always a shortage of pretenders. Opening and closing their mouths is how much money they have spent. If you spend a lot of money, does it mean you know off-road? If you really know, I'm afraid that you should be in the desert now, not on a hill with no difficulty at all. However, with the attitude of having fun with the other party, Soo-jia smiled and said, "If you want to say so, I actually also have an off-road vehicle." "Oh? Will not be to you said, casually buy a SUV think they that is off-road vehicle it." After saying that, 7 or 8 people including one of the red dress girl, all directly laughed out. However, such a smile did not last long. Because right at that moment, the sound of more than one motorcycle came from the place where Soo-jia had just come from. Soon, a motorcycle appeared in the crowd's line of sight and stopped directly behind Soo-jia. Then, a Barbo's G800 that was so black that it was reflective and looked incredibly tough drove over with a crackling sound. Seeing this scene, a kind of off-road vehicle owner also had a big breakdown of mind. "I'm a good car, right? Can I play off-road?" 122 Play a game, the loser leaves the car label. Mercedes-Benz Big G, in the city is synonymous with scum. The regular version of the G-Class, in the food chain of off-road vehicles, also really belongs to the lowest end. This statement, however, is talking about the regular version. For example, the G500 and other cars, it is also true that just to drive inside the city. But as we all know, Mercedes-Benz never pits the poor. Whether it is AMG G63 or G65 is the cross-country in the good hand. One is because the car itself comes with 3 differential locks, completely able to make the car in the uneven mountain road as smooth as flat. The other is that the AMG version of the G-Class has just too much horsepower. More powerful than some supercars, it is able to directly mang pass all kinds of mountains and rivers. Only need a little modification, playability is also much stronger than the immediate Pastor and other Jeeps. What's more, this one of Soo-jia finger, just from the naked eye looks so not simple. First of all, is the car above the 2 rows of spotlights. It was much more powerful than the ones they had modified at a later stage. There was also the black to reflective B representation above the front of the car, all of which made a few people unable to stop their mouths from growing. This is a G800? Anyway, I don't believe it, I guess it's just a G500 modified. Hearing the bearded man's words, the crowd couldn't help but agree. It's not that a few people are careful, but this car is really too rare. $5 or $6 million of car, who wants to drive out to play cross-country off? Doesn't it smell good to pick up girls in the city? There is also the Mercedes-Benz Big G modification cost is very low, change a set of G800 surroundings, in fact, with a few money. Speaking of which, the bearded man's confidence is restored a lot. However, just when he was ready to say something, just ran to the side to drive the woman in red, ran over and said, "Is really G800. This." Hearing this, his just recovered heart gas is also instantly extinguished. The board said with a face, G800 on G800, in the hands of people who do not play off-road, this is a tool to pick up girls. Good guy, good and bad I'll let you say. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, a look that can't help you. And Yang Chao, who followed behind, is now almost figuring out what is going on. At that moment, he said with a smile, it is indeed difficult to admit that others are excellent, you guys hurry to get out of the way, a good dog does not block the road. You. After hearing the words, the opposite several people also directly cannot help but look at each other angrily. However, it is a pity that such a situation cannot scare anyone. Instead, a burly man who stepped down from the Babs G800 startled them. Boss, want to take the initiative? Wasin clenched his fists and looked intently at the few people in front of him. It was as if as long as Su Jia gave an order, this fist would be swung directly at the other party's face. Seeing this situation, a few people are also directly goaded. Riding a motorcycle with a girl followed by bodyguards driving G800, such a person they can afford to mess with? Not to mention that behind Su Jia, there are more than 20 motorcycle friends. The bearded man, on the other hand, is still able to stabilize his mind and said to himself, things between car friends, just use the car to solve the problem, why don't you come and try it? Allow you to use G800O. With these words, he reached out and pointed to a large plane on the hill behind him, and his face was even more strongly confident. Anyway, in his opinion, Su Jia was a young man who liked to be cool. Rather than traveling, he was here to pick up girls. Racing against this kind of person, there was absolutely no reason why one would lose. And on Su Jia's side, looking at his opponent's serious expression, he was kinda surprised. And right at that moment, the system inside his head came right out. Option 1, give the other party a lesson. Reward, 10 million yuan in cash. Option 2, not a level of opponent, no need. Reward, 10 million yuan in cash. Two options, two different directions, same reward. As for Su Jia, of course there would be no hesitation, directly reciting in his mind, option 1. Anyway, he hadn't enjoyed this section of the road just now. Now that he had the chance to play traversing on a mountain with no road at all, it would also add a bit of competitive fun, and it was a good choice. As for losing? Doesn't exist. Even if he didn't consider the car factor, his car driving skills were not weaker than a motorcycle at all. After fixing the options, he looked up with a smile and said, okay, you say the rules, the loser leaves the car label. Since it is a competition, it is no fun without a colorful prize. But considering that telling the other side how much money they will pay if they win, it's really a bit of bullying. Okay, I'm curious, your car without a car label will not become ugly. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, did not intend to fight with him. 5 minutes later, after Su Jia unloaded the trailer behind him, he drove the car directly to the side of the road, side by side with the bearded man's Wrangler. In front of them was the grassland on the hill that was at least 2 kilometers in length. The rule of the race was whoever could be the first to finish a round trip was the final winner. His girlfriend, Yan Xingyue, was also sitting in the co-pilot. She had also thought it through now, since she couldn't stop Su Jia from looking for excitement, then she would participate in it. Enjoy it together and be done with it. And at the back of the car, a motorcycle friend just couldn't help but say, this person is also bold, the car gap is so big, but still dare to race with others. That's right, Jia this foot throttle down, not to throw him out of 180,000 miles to go? In fact, I do not blame them for thinking so, just from the data panel, the gap between the two cars is too big. Shepard, counting the modifications is only $1 million. And Su Jia's car? Counting the purchase tax at least 5 or 6 million. Horsepower of the original Shepard, the highest is only 266 horsepower. What about the Babs G800? Out of the gate there is infinitely close to 800 horsepower. The gap here is also a little too big. However, as a veteran driver Yang Chao but seriously shook his head, this is not necessarily, in such a slippery dew, horsepower is not necessarily a good thing. And you look in front of you as a plane, but in the grass inside the road, not necessarily how bumpy it. Yeah, if you have a lot of horsepower, you're likely to slip, and if the road is uneven, if you step on the gas a little heavier, the car will flip over. Speaking of which, there was a worried look in the motorcycle camp. They knew that Su Jia was a great rider, but a four-wheeled vehicle and a motorcycle were two completely different things. And in the camp of the off-road vehicle owners next to them, they were equally nervous. Losing and having the car label deducted, just thinking about it makes you feel humiliated, doesn't it? 123 under the snowy mountain, the skill is amazing. Su Jia, who was sitting in the car, didn't feel nervous at all. The field in front of him, there is really no difficulty for him. Agreeing to play with each other, one is out to play, always have to try more. Besides, he had never experienced the feeling of cross-country. The other was that he also wanted to try the performance of this car, whether it was really that sick. It was really a bit of a waste to drive it inside the city before. As for the bearded man sitting next to him on the Wrangler, he was now wearing a serious face. There was no way, in front of so many people, losing was really too humiliating. Not to mention that in the end, it was still him who took the initiative to provoke Suja. Under such a state, a cross-country speed battle under the Gongga Snow Mountain entered the final countdown. After starting the car, Suja directly adjusted the car to the sports mode. Two exhaust pipes on both sides of the side, the sound suddenly pulled loud. Boom! The peculiar roaring sound like boiling water stimulated the hearts of the people present. At the same time, the woman in red in the fleet of off-road vehicles had stood on the side of the two vehicles, raising her hand high in the air. 3, 2, 1 started. Along with the fall of her arm, the gas pedal under Sujia's foot was pressed down heavily. This was also the benefit of a four-wheel drive vehicle. You don't even have to care if the road is slippery, just step on the gas and you're done. Coupled with the G800's own heavy weight, it was enough for him to be able to make a smooth start. Accompanied by the sound of a boom, G800 in the eyes of the crowd, a brain rushed out. And the Wrangler next to it? It's not so cranky at all. A slow start, it was directly by Sujia to throw off a distance. But such a scene, in the crowd, especially in the camp of off-road vehicle owners, couldn't help but shake their heads. Sure enough, it's a nothing, stepping on the gas like that on a road like this? That's it looks like Wang is a sure winner, I just hope this rich kid doesn't flip the car. But he didn't even seem to skid? The latter words also made the crowd's various thoughts all disappear. One by one, they looked at Sujia incredulously. At this time, the two cars had officially logged onto the plains of the mountain, but Sujia had no intention of slowing down at all. The sound wave of the boom, which also had a crackling backfire sound, made many people feel their blood boiling. And the most outrageous thing was that Sujia's car was so stable. Even in the crowd's line of sight, the G800 is no different from driving on flat ground. On the other hand, what about the shepherd next to it? Now the body began to shake violently. Want to speed up, it is even more impossible. This car performance is really so powerful? No, it's his technology that's great, and this hand of his is called a miracle. And the truth is actually so. In the beginning, Sujia decided to give these people a lesson. The G800 with the differential lock-on, conquering this kind of road is genuinely not that difficult. Coupled with his driving skills, it was enough for him to choose the direction of the car on a road with low visibility. At the same time, as the man said, Sujia proved with his actions what is called vigorously produce miracles. With the horsepower of the G800 surpassing that of many sports cars, it was not a piece of cake to drive through this kind of mountain road. Of course, although in the eyes of others, his car is very smooth. But the two people in the car still felt the fun of off-roading. Yan Xingyue, who was sitting in the co-pilot, had even exclaimed out in happiness. Ah, this is just like a roller coaster. Indeed, driving on top of this kind of road could be much more exciting than a roller coaster. Especially in the sight of the two of them, they could also see snowy mountains that they had never seen before. In terms of mood, it was already an experience that could be remembered for a lifetime. And follow the shepherd, looking at the front more and more distant G800, heart is obviously very desperate. In front of Sujia, he is like a small child with no hands, being abused at will. But speeding up to catch up? He was genuinely afraid to. Besides, his car didn't have that much horsepower. So until this moment, he has accepted the fact that he has lost. In his heart, he regretted that he had just taken the initiative to provoke, but at the same time, he was also shocked by the technology that Sujia had shown. Although it was true that there was a big gap between the two men's cars, and they were simply not of the same caliber. But don't ever think that this doesn't require skill. A high horsepower car, on such a road surface, was rather more of a test of skill. Figuring this out, he also immediately decided that when the race was over, he must communicate more with Sujia. This person is definitely a fierce man. Such thoughts had now also worn on the hearts of the onlookers. Plus is really invincible, even if the motorcycle riding is great, cross-country is also so capable? No wonder he dared to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy a sports car. It turns out that his driving skills are also so good. While in the off-road vehicle camp, there are more confused. After all, who would have thought that in their strength of the top bearded man, in front of the other side is actually so unbearable. However, just at this moment, a more shocking scene, just out appeared in everyone's line of sight. Now Sujia has appeared in the edge of the plain, below is a big slope. Here is also even the two people race regulations of the folding point. With the fun already started, Sujia felt then that it would be a good idea to give them a handsome one straight away. So just in the sight of the crowd, Bab's G800 now still did not slow down, and straight towards the bottom of the hill to see. He will not be out of control. This Nima's rush down shall not overturn the car? Still not slowing down? Indeed, according to Sujia's current speed, from the steep slope down, it is really possible that the probability of overturning However, this kind of idea has just been born. The crowd also stared wide-eyed at a loss for words when Babs G800 directly in the grassland on a 360-degree drift action, directly turned the direction. Next, there was a burst of crazy engine roar. G800 directly completed the turnaround, began to turn back. Boom! Seeing this scene, dozens of bystanders were directly numb. The skill amazed the four seats. Sujia's operation and boldness exceeded everyone's imagination. Seeing this scene, quite a few people couldn't help but jump up and down with their hands in the air. This included the woman in the red blouse. For the operation Sujia had displayed, it had undoubtedly given her, a cross-country enthusiast, quite a shock. An unspeakable admiration also instantly struck her heart. But what she didn't notice was that about 500 meters or so behind her, a yak covered in long hair had already locked her firmly in place with its eyes. Along with her increasing movements, the yak's emotions became unstable. 124 grabbed the handrail. There will be beef to eat tonight. As she watched Sujia begin to fold back, the shock within the woman in red grew. The bouncing movements, naturally, grew larger and larger. The rattling cow a few hundred meters away, on the other hand, looked more and more manic. And it couldn't help but rub its hooves against the ground, and then little by little, it approached towards the woman in red. This scene was also seen by Yenxing Yue, who was sitting on the passenger side. At that moment, she couldn't care less about screaming, and hurriedly opened her mouth and shouted, "Stinky treasure, look over there, is the cow going crazy?" Following the direction of her finger, Sujia soon saw a large yak that was slowly approaching towards the woman. And after seeing it clearly, he also felt creeped out. In front of a yak of enormous size, a human being appeared too fragile. In time, he could see the two sharp horns on the yak's head from a long distance away. If this girl were to hit her, even if she didn't die, she would have to shed her skin. Just as he began to analyze the situation, the bull was getting closer and closer, and its behavior was getting more and more violent. The movement of its hooves rubbing against the ground became more and more frequent. However, just as he was about to open the car window and loudly remind the woman in red, the system once again stepped forward. Ding! Detected that the host is faced with a choice. Option 1, loudly remind her, just do your best. Reward, 1 Hermes rare leather bag and $2 million in cash. Option 2, protect each other's safety in your own way. Reward, 1 ruby necklace, 5 million yuan in cash. Faced with two options, Sujia did not even think about it and directly recited in his mind, Option 2. In this situation right now, he also didn't have any time to hesitate at all. What's more, even if he sends out a reminder, the woman is also likely to still not be able to avoid. Although he had never met her before, Sujia didn't want such a bloody scene to appear in front of him. What's more, the woman in red wasn't the only one standing next to him. What if the yak went berserk and directly hurt those mofos as well? If such a thing really happened, then there was a high probability that this trip, too, would end here. With this in mind, he turned his head and said urgently, "Dahua, hold on to the handrail. If nothing goes wrong, we'll have beef to eat tonight." After saying that, the gas pedal under his feet was no longer retracted, and was directly stepped on to the bottom. Boom! The explosion-like sound wave made the consuming ox that was ready to sprint for a beat. It bought Sujia a little precious time. However, the crowd that was watching the battle was completely oblivious to the fact that danger was approaching. As they watched Sujia slamming on the gas, they all thought that he was going to pull some kind of a stunt. They all thought that he was going to pull off some sort of maneuver, and they looked even more excited. But soon, the crowd realized that something was wrong. Especially the woman in red, but also stood straight on the spot, do not know what to do. Because in her perspective G800 actually with a kind of crazy speed, straight toward her rushed over. What's going on? Is he planning to run me over? In the midst of her inner panic, the woman's directly panicked. It was too late to have any other action. It was at this time that Sujia's head stuck out from the car window and shouted at her, "Look behind! Get out of the way!" Hearing this, she turned her head towards her back almost under the dictates of her conditioned reflex. But it was a shock to see. A huge yak was sprinting towards her. And the distance between it and her was only a few dozen meters. At this moment, the red-clothed woman's mind went blank. The huge bull's horn had actually revealed a cold aura in her eyes. She had no doubt that in case she was actually toppled by this bull, she was afraid that her intestines would be directly thrown out. However, in the face of this situation, she was simply too late to dodge, so she could only close her eyes in despair. And on Sujia's side, seeing the yak getting closer and closer, the crowd also began to set off a panic. He was too late to think about it, his eyes became resolute, and the speed of the car became faster and faster. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of crackling backfires, it slammed straight towards the yak. That's right, this one was his method of determination. In the situation where the ratting bull had gone berserk, he had to choose an extreme path. At this moment, traveling on the grassland, his car speed has already exceeded 150 yards. The violent shaking came from the car, making Yenxing Yue in the car so nervous that she closed her eyes. On his side, he remained as immobile as a mountain. Relying on the strong strength of his arm, and the Mercedes-Benz's rather powerful electronic control system, the car was still firmly in his hands. In the blink of an eye, the yak was only 2 meters away from the woman in red. And Su Jia on the G800 was likewise about the same distance away. In his line of sight, he could already make out the hair on the cow's body, as well as the madness in the red eyes. Damn him, get the hell out of here! After shouting out, Su Jia also closed his eyes, inwardly carrying a mindset of going out of his way. But to say that the one who was the most confused right now was undoubtedly the woman in red. A rattling bull that was quite a bit taller than her was about to top itself. The sharp horns of the bull would go straight through her body, throwing out all of her organs. Such a scene had already begun to play out in her mind. The people next to her, on the other hand, were now all growing their mouths, not daring to look at the tragedy that was about to happen in front of them. Bang! Soon, a loud bang came. It startled everyone present. The crowd, who had just closed their eyes for fear of bloodshed, then opened their eyes. But the image that appeared in front of them made everyone present go straight to numbness. This is also okay. The woman in red, still standing straight in place, left tears of fear in her tightly closed eyes. On the other hand, the black rat bull that had gone berserk had already flown out a long way and was collapsing on the ground hissing. The front bumper of the Babs G800 driven by Su Jia had also become tattered. Seeing such a scene, the crowd understood. Su Jia actually used the car and sent the yak flying directly. And the woman in red, who had waited left and right without feeling that she had been hit, was now also sensing that something was wrong. Barely opening her eyes, she saw Su Jia's car appear next to her. And when he looked at her, he revealed a smile full of healing meaning. I'm not dead? How can he be so handsome? What the hell happened? Where's the cow? 125, you've lost all your money from hitting a bull? Don't be afraid, if one is not enough, two will come. Truly, anyone who did not expect a sudden crisis, actually in this way to the end. This also led to look at the scene of the tragic scene. One by one car friends are all stupid. Their hearts were filled with shock. Worthy of being Jia, he is too strong. Ing direct good guy, his guts are too big. Indeed, Su Jia's guts, the same beyond everyone's imagination. You have to know, this is not on the road, but on the mountain. What's more, such a big head of cattle directly hit, in case of a little accident, that is also a direct overturning and then injured in the end. Fortunately, such a situation did not happen. And Su Jia, who was sitting in the car, also revealed a happy smile. The excitement was over. It had to be said that this trip to 318 made him actually realize what passion was. A trip like this was also just a little too exciting. Of course, before getting excited, he also repeatedly determined Yan Xingyue's side. Fortunately, both of them were not injured. Yan Xingyue was also just a bit shocked, causing her to be a bit silent now. Her eyes, too, had been locked onto the ratting bull that was constantly struggling a few meters ahead, but could never stand up. In fact, this is also normal, a girl who grew up in the city, and how could possibly see such a scene? Soon, a group of motorcyclists flew around. Plus brother is awesome. Gagai's too fierce, it just hurts your car. In the crowd's perspective, the front bumper of the G800 has been smashed to pieces, revealing the water tank inside. Even the lights on the left side of the car, also because of this impact and directly shattered. It was also at this time that the woman in red reacted. She who escaped, was directly soft legs, and sat on the ground. While crying, she said, thank you, woo. Other than thank you, she no longer knew how to repay Su Jia. It was hard to imagine what kind of mindset he was in when loading up towards the cow. The relatively calm Yang Chao then quickly walked over and said, this cow looks like it won't survive, are we going directly, or are we sneaking away? This is a difference? Hearing his words, Su Jia is also a little helpless. You don't understand, hitting a cow on National Highway 318 is a big taboo. Yang Chao is more and more excited. You do not think that the previous rumors are false, right? After hearing this, the crowd then began to realize. Yes, stories about hitting cows and sheep on the 318 National Highway are very abundant on the internet. Those who were lucky might just compensate a small amount of money and get straight to the end of the matter. If you're unlucky, you're in big trouble. Take one segment, it is a landlord in a Land Cruiser, hit a rattlesnake on the 318. The herdsman did not give him a hard time, but took him home and served him well. The next day, the herdsman even drove the tycoon to the train station. This sounds exaggerated, but it is actually true. It wasn't so much how the folk over here were, but in the herdsman's eyes, cows were very sacred. If you bumped into a cow, you often had to pay a compensation of several times the market value of that cow in order to settle it perfectly. Having figured this out, the others also started to agree. It wasn't that they wanted to run away after hitting it, but it was the cow itself that had gone berserk first, and Su Jia's behavior was nothing more than self-defense. In front of human life, everything has to stand aside. In such a situation was slaughter to some, simply too outrageous. Okay. The woman sitting on the ground, of course, also understand this, then directly stand up, a snot and a tear said, you go, here I will solve. The money to repair the car, I will also pay. After all, Su Jia is in order to save her before hitting the cow, the responsibility to bear. Although this responsibility is likely to be a price she can't afford. But even if she really presses the car here today, she doesn't want to make things difficult for Su Jia. Su Jia, who was sitting in the car, was pulling Yan Xingyu's hand while hoping that she would calm down. One side shrugged his shoulders and said, "The plan remains unchanged, today in the Gongga Snow Mountain below the lake next to the camping. As for the cow, we will give it a meal tonight." Su Jia has always done what he said. Since said today to eat beef, must eat. Besides, he is also very curious about the flavor of this roasted whole cow. It's a little exciting to think about. As for the compensation to the herdsman, he really didn't think it was a big deal. First of all, his car has a car recorder, unlike compensation is very simple, now directly call the police can be. The other is that, right, he is not short of money, how can he just slip and slide in a situation like this? Thinking through this point, he smiled and continued, "Don't think of people so bad, tonight I'll treat, one cow is not enough, then eat two." Between words, he reached out and pointed to the distant herd of cows with a big appetite. I almost forgot, Brother Jia is still a man of billions. Indeed, more wealth and more billions. Looking at the rattling cows on the ground whose breathing had begun to break, the crowd also revealed expressions of excitement. As long as you follow the right people, you'll be able to eat and drink all the time. Besides, everyone didn't want to miss the chance to eat an original roasted whole cow while camping. While listening to the crowd's cry of gaga, a trace of curiosity arose within the heart of Chen Jingya, the woman in red. Immediately, she couldn't help but look up and ask, "You are Su Jia?" As she said that, she unconsciously turned her sight to the top of the trailer that had been unloaded from the car by Su Jia earlier. On top of that, there was a BMW motorcycle that was covered in scars. This, with the car that took the country by storm yesterday, was obviously very similar. Hearing his guess, the owners of the SUVs, too, were a bit nonplussed. They did look down on the so-called writers a bit before this. But for this Su Jia person, no matter who it was, they had to give him a thumbs up. This was a true fierce man. Not one of those noble knights who had to post their farts on the internet. It's me. Su Jia smiled indifferently and continued, "The cow is on me because I want to eat it, but the repairing of the car and whatnot, it's up to you." He wasn't a philanthropist if it wasn't for this woman wearing red clothes to the side of the cows. His own car wouldn't be in this state. So the price that should be paid, still need to pay a little. And according to his estimate, this time the cost of repair, I'm afraid that at least also in the hundreds of thousands of dollars or so. After all, the original kit of the G800, all need to be imported directly from Germany. Such a cost should also be enough to let her long memory. "No problem, even if I smash the pot, I will definitely fix your car." Chen Jingya looked at him, the admiration in her eyes that she couldn't hide. It was also at this time that a herdsman with a whip ran straight towards the crowd. 126 bonfire whole meat feast, put it on me. Seeing this scene, the people standing next to Su Jia's car were more or less nervous inside. There was no way, the saying of hitting a cow and losing your family's fortune was too famous above the 318 National Highway. On Su Jia's side, on the other hand, it was not so pessimistic. One was that he didn't want to think so badly of people. The other was that he was ready to pay out. After all, no matter what, people had worked hard to raise the cow to such a large size. Although it was the cow that went crazy first before he made his move. But in the case that he was not short of money, there was really no need to make things difficult for the herdsman. Standing at his current height, it would be a bit of a bully to dwell on this with others. What's more, coming out to play, having fun was most important. He also didn't want to let his trip directly turn sour because of the money issue. Soon, right in the middle of the crowd's gaze, a middle-aged man with a hat and dressed in the style of a herdsman, walked over quickly. And looking at the ratting cow that fell on the ground, the herdsman was instantly kneeling on the ground and cried out. Just like what I said before, the cow has a special and sacred status in the herdsman's heart. This was especially true for the herders who relied on it for their livelihood. So seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd were immediately lifted. Su Jia, on the other hand, is directly pull open the door to get out of the car, toward the herdsman walked over, "Uncle hello, can speak Mandarin? Why did you hit my cow?" A barely understandable Mandarin from the herdsman's mouth set out. "This first show you a video." Su Jia shrugged his shoulders and directly took out the car recorder. Then, it played all the images just now. In the video, the situation from the consuming cow crashing into Chen Jingya and being directly knocked away by Su Jia was clear at a glance. Watching this, the herdsman also cried even more. Because just with this video, even if Su Jia didn't compensate, he couldn't say anything. Now is not like a few years ago, everything is about the law. What's more, the herdsman is not a barbarian who doesn't understand the internet, this point of reasoning is certainly understood. But thinking about his losses, the herdsman's heart was getting harder and harder. However, after a moment of contemplation, he still cried and said, "Why do you wear red clothes to come next to the cow? Uncle, don't be sad, I will buy this cow." Su Jia shrugged his shoulders and continued, "I showed you the video, just to let you understand what happened. This is also the truth. If you don't show it to him, I'm afraid that you really have to be the wrongdoer today. It's not true that Su Jia is rich, but he is not a person who spends money casually. This money to spend, first of all, must make him feel comfortable and reasonable. Ha! You'll buy it? The herdsman immediately stopped crying and looked at the young man in front of him with an incredulous face. Because before this, his family had also had livestock hit by cars. But every time he was informed of the situation, the people had long since run away. In the end, the loss could only be borne by himself. This also led him to have no good feelings towards these tourists. But this young man in front of him, with evidence that he could not pay for the damages, actually took the initiative to say that he wanted to buy it? And Su Jia didn't sell himself short. Directly nodding his head, he said, "Uncle, don't need to be skeptical, just directly make a price." Since the herdsman's attitude is good, then this matter is much simpler. Open the price then 30,000? The herdsman hesitated for a moment, but still gave out the lowest price that he could accept in his heart. The people who heard the words, however, all froze directly. Not because it was too high, but too low. You have to know, this is not an ordinary yellow cow, but a consuming cow. If the whole head was sold, the price would definitely be higher than this. It seems we really did look at people with colored glasses before. Brother Jia is right. Never think so badly of people. Besides, on Su Jia's side, after hearing this price, he was really a bit surprised. But since people were so conscientious, how could he be bad? At that moment, he smiled and asked, "So, does uncle have any sheep at home? If so, give me 4 more sheep." Look at all the people surrounding him, just one cow is definitely not enough to eat. What's more, in his opinion, since he was going to eat, he had to eat to his heart's content. 4. The herdsman was dumbfounded. This city people, also to a few rich, right? But looking at Su Jia's affirmative look, he also did not hesitate at all, directly nodded his head and said, "Yes, if the sheep won $8,000. In the excitement, he also reached out and made a gesture of 8. "Okay, then buy a cow, 4 sheep, plus you help me deal with words. I give you a total of 100,000 yuan. Uncle can be satisfied?" Su Jia smiled and said a number that shocked everyone present. $100,000, not a small amount of money. Not to mention in the Tibetan area, even in the city, this is also a sizable number. But in Su Jia, this, actually really willing to go word for a meal $100,000. This also let the crowd present, to his financial strength, has a brand new understanding. More wealth and more billions, is truly not kidding. Okay, I promise to take care of everything for you guys and guarantee your safety here. The herdsman's face carried excitement. After all, with this amount of money, his children who went to school thousands of kilometers away wouldn't have to work so hard to study hard. Su Jia, on the other hand, after nodding his head in agreement, headed towards the trunk of the car. Before he left, he had prepared very well. In addition to food and medication, there was also a safe placed inside. What was placed inside was $1 million whole in cash. In the city, having a cell phone was enough to go everywhere. Scanning a QR code was enough to pay for most of the expenses. But it was obviously not possible over here, so he was also saving for a rainy day. And soon, he was in front of the crowd, 10 bundles of banknotes, directly placed in the hands of the uncle. This kind of scene also made the other party's mouth close up with laughter. Then the next thing was quite simple. Su Jia and the others just continued to play across the mountains. A motorcycle and an off-road vehicle, riding recklessly on the grassland, each one of them had their fill of addiction. The herdsman uncle, on the other hand, made a phone call and directly called a few young boys and 4 adult goats. And in front of them, they began to deal with it. Time quickly came to evening. The sky gradually will be dark. No less than 30 car enthusiasts has been in the Gongga Snow Mountain below the lake, set up a tent. Next to it, with the help of herdsmen, a shelf was set up with firewood. Just waiting for the fire to be lit, a campfire whole meat feast located under the snowy mountains will officially begin. However, it was this last step that made the crowd in trouble. Below the Gongga Snow Mountain, the elevation was about 2,000 or so, not very high. The oxygen was also quite sufficient. But this kind of place all have a common problem, that is, the wind is very strong. The fire was lit left and right, but it still didn't light. In the face of this situation, the crowd was directly helpless. And Su Jia side is looking toward the KTMRC8 parked next to the side, said with a smile, "Put me to 127 hot ignition way, there is a big treasure for you. Let me go?" Hearing this from Su Jia, the curiosity of the crowd was instantly pulled full. However, right in front of everyone's gaze, he then stood up from a rock and walked towards the RC8 next to him. What is Ga up to? I guess he's pissed off at not being able to see the point of the fire, and is planning to do a little trolling. No way, is he going to just ride his bike and skate? Between all the conflicting opinions, the crowd was also bursting out in laughter. It had to be said that this trip was full of rewards for them. In addition to not missing a single bit of scenery, they had also gotten to know a fierce man like Su Jia. Everyone wouldn't be the least bit surprised if he came up with any flirty maneuvers. The few people from the off-road vehicle team who had only joined the camp today were actually in the same state of mind. After learning about Sujia's identity, they all admired him as well. Not to mention the fact that he had taken the risk of saving one of the little kids in their team. In any case, the sights of 20 to 30 people were all focused on him. His girlfriend, Yen Xingyu, was even wearing a smile, ready to watch him play hard to get. She knew her boyfriend too well. Besides, Sujia, after coming to the side of the car, he directly opened his long legs and rode on it, then pressed the start button. Boom! The sound of the car made the crowd's attention more focused. But what made everyone very puzzled was that Sujia actually directly took the car and rode it to the very center of the crowd. That is, the location where the firewood was. Then, turned his head to look at Yang Chao said, "Chao brother, to a match?" "Well, you say what I do, ha." When he thought of the whole meat feast that Sujia spent $100,000 to invite everyone to eat today, he could not help drooling. To be honest, he is a motorcycle travel veteran. Even the 317 route, which is more difficult than the 318, has been conquered by him. But this kind of experience, still never had. The beef and mutton are slaughtered now, and the cow is the legendary rattlesnake. Simply don't be too cool, right? In such a situation, how could he refuse? Soon, Yang Chao followed his instructions and took a medium-sized firewood and placed it behind the RC8's exhaust pipe. It was also only until this moment that everyone realized what he was going to do. And after the same, each and every one of them also revealed a look of excitement. And of course, Sujia didn't let everyone down. Directly after putting the car in neutral, he directly twisted the throttle to the bottom. Boom! 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 The crazy roar of the engine made everyone present feel their blood boiling, and all of them stood up from the rocks they had found. At the same time, the exhaust pipe at the back of the RC8 had begun to burst into dazzling flames. The big motorcycle was just too furious. This big row motorcycle was just too furious. It was only 3 times of floor oil, and it was directly on fire. As a matter of fact, this is what KTM can do. The other 2 cars he brought with him, without modifying the exhaust, it would be hard to do this. First, there's the BMW M1000RR, which is rev protected in neutral. With power being where it is at 6000 RPM, it's a wonder it can fire. And the Ducati V4S, not to mention. At idle, the bike only has 2 bars running, and only after you put it in forward gear will the other 2 cylinders start working. Trying to get a fire going is hard as hell. As for the RC8, there is no electronic control system at all. Throttle to the end, direct 13,000 RPM, 3 guaranteed fire. And know that until now, Shuga has not stopped. Boom! Continuous roar began to resound in the whole Ganga Snow Mountain, let everyone new wave of worship. And the back of the exhaust pipe more directly began to eject a column of fire. At the beginning or bright yellow flame, but to the back even evolved to blue. The entire exhaust pipe was also red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the case of the sun is about to set, only a little light left, RC8 exhaust pipe, just like a small sun. It illuminated everyone's heart. In this situation, the crowd did not dare to delay at all took out their cell phones to record this rare scene. In just a little while, the long firewood in Yang Chao's hand had been completely ignited and burst into flames. The first time I saw it, it was really on fire. I am convinced, play, or Jiao will play. The key is that people shed hundreds of thousands of motorcycles, even if you shed? The latter sentence is also said into the heart of everyone. Indeed, Su Jia seems to be a really only care about happy, and will not hurt the money of people. Other than that, just this Spitfire, RC8's maintenance cost, at least must spend out several thousand. Of course, everyone did understand that this was only a small amount of money for Su Jia. Along with the fire was lit, a campfire party at the cost of Su Jia $100,000, also was the official start. The middle-aged herdsman came over at this time and said, "Guests, shall we start roasting the meat now?" "Trouble uncle, after baking we all eat together, do not have to be polite with me." Su Jia laughed, his face was a mass of harmony. It had to be said that after an afternoon of contact, he had a whole new understanding of the herdsman who had a super bad reputation on the internet. Not to mention the fact that it wasn't easy to meet a brother in the 4 seas. Plus, when Su Jia and the others left tomorrow, this separation could be for life. The chances of being able to see each other again were just too small. And after hearing the herdsman uncle, is also simple smile up, "Thank you, I brought barley wine for you, is our family's own brew." With these words, he greeted a few young men and carried out several bags of wine. See here, the crowd is also bright. Yang Chao even could not help but say, "Barley wine? I have been known for a long time Indeed, the needle does not poke. Okay, let's officially start, but first say goodbye, later on the big guys have to take turns to perform the program." Su Jia smiled and directly set the program for tonight. For his words, everyone was also in deep agreement. For a bonfire party like this, it would be a shame not to have some programs to cheer them up. Soon, everyone entered a busy state. Su Jia, on the other hand, returned to Yen Xingyu's side and gathered her into his arms. A little bit, but the heart is hot. Looking at the blazing fire in front of her, her whole body was snuggled up to her boyfriend. This traveling experience, Yan Xingyu felt that she could remember it for the rest of her life. But just as she was immersed in her emotions, Su Jia pointed to his pants pocket and said, "You may not believe it when I say it, but I have a big treasure for you." 128 What kind of family does this have to be? This. Looking at the mysterious smile on Su Jia's face, Yan Xingyu's face instantly turned red. What happened last time in her own office instantly struck her heart. Of course, she also understood that Su Jia respected her very much and wouldn't take advantage of herself with this kind of joke. Immediately, she put her slender jade hand and reached into his pants pocket. Soon, an object that seemed to be a chain was grasped in her hand. As for the feeling? One could only say that it was very hard. But after taking her hand out, looking at the ruby necklace in front of her, she was also surprised to the point of growing her mouth. This was real? Under the illumination of the firelight, it caused the ruby necklace to give off a slight stream of light. Looking at Yan Xingyue was mesmerizing. In fact, as a girl who grew up in a $10 billion family, she had never lacked jewelry since she was a child. Even the yearly year-end money was enough for her to buy all the luxuries she wanted. But this one that Su Jia took out was clearly much more beautiful. And in terms of volume above, it was actually bigger than the fake ring with tens of millions of dollars that was detected in the hot pot restaurant last time. In other words, this ruby necklace was also worth at least $10 million. Hearing her question, Su Jia just shrugged. "Really? Take it for fun? Then you help me put it on." Looking at the violet bracelet that was still on her wrist and was used as a token of love by herself, Yan Xingyue said with a smile from the corner of her eye. However, just as Su Jia was about to act, the bearded man Wangli, who happened to be passing by, noticed the situation over here. And at the first sight of that necklace, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock and said. This lifetime of shouting made Su Jia's movements give a start, and also made the people next to him all look over. Wangli, however, couldn't care less and hurriedly continued, "Brother Su, can you show me this necklace? By the way, I'm a professional appraiser, and I run a jewelry store myself." In his eyes, he was also filled with longing. Faced with this situation, Su Jia didn't intend to take a direct decision. Instead, he looked towards Yan Xingyue. After all, this thing had already been given away, and it deserved to be at the full disposal of his girlfriend. Then just take a look at it, it can't get away anyway. Yan Xingyu shrugged her shoulders and directly handed over the ruby necklace. However, it was such a raise of the hand that even more people gathered around. People were also curious as to what exactly it was that could make Wangli, who owned a jewelry store, so nervous. Soon, right in the middle of everyone's attention, Wangli linked the necklace over and held it in his hand as if it was a treasure. Even because of the excitement, the entire lips began to tremble a little. It's true, it's true. Looking at the excellent to no longer excellent necklace in his hand, he was a bit incoherent for a moment. Yang Chao, who was extremely curious, couldn't help but say, "What's the situation? Hurry up and tell us." "That's right, this necklace looks really beautiful. Is it possible that there is a story? Speaking out, you may not believe, I have an identical one at home." "Don't bull, the one that came out of Jia's hand, can it be the same as the one you bought at Poundland?" Between all the opinions, everyone became more curious. But to everyone's disappointment, Wang Li didn't say anything after hesitating for half a day. Instead, he returned the necklace in a rather solemn manner, and then whispered, "This thing, it's better to keep it in a better place." Then waved his hand indifferently at everyone. I looked away, it's just a trinket. After finishing, he walked towards the side without looking back. And there is no hilarity to see the crowd, also have scattered. But Su Jia, who saw here, felt that this Wang Li is a bit interesting. At least the smoothness with which he did things was not at all like the way he challenged himself before. As for why he didn't tell the truth? It was still because this necklace was too exaggerated. According to the system's notes, this necklace was worth at least $50 million. Taking it to life, it wasn't impossible to sell it for a sky-high price of $70 or $80 million. For him to directly say this out loud, it would be purely causing trouble for Su Jia. Although everyone was getting along well and everyone was enjoying the journey properly. But there was a saying that people's hearts were different. Some people can get along with you well, that's because there are no interests entangled. But in this wilderness state, what would be the consequences of being told by some people that this necklace is worth $50 million? Besides, this kind of thing, not afraid of 10,000, afraid of the unexpected awe. Because of this, Su Jia's impression of Wang Li was instantly changed for the better. Of course, even if exposed out, he is not afraid. Do you really think Guosun was brought out for nothing? When he thought of this, Su Jia shook his head and smiled, and began to seriously put the necklace on his girlfriend. While Wang Li, who had returned to his seat, couldn't calm his heart for a long time. It wasn't because he knew that Su Jia was rich either, but he had seen a rare treasure at the bottom of the snowy mountain. That's right, that ruby necklace, in the domestic circle of rich women, it is absolutely in the category of rare treasures. It is also at this time, some of his understanding of Chen Jingya cannot help but ask in a low voice, "Wang brother, quickly say what the situation." She had a lot of contact with Wang Li, and naturally didn't believe in the statement of trinkets in his mouth. That necklace, on the auction, is likely to sell hundreds of millions of prices too. Wang Li's voice is getting smaller and smaller, and the bracelet that Xiao Su's girlfriend is wearing on her hand is also at least tens of millions. Hiss. Chen Jingya, who thought her life was already quite perfect, had her mind blown. What kind of family is this? Coming out to play wearing hundreds of millions of dollars of jewelry? Looking at the pair of golden girls sitting across from each other, her eyes also showed envy that she couldn't hide. Regardless of these hiccups, the bonfire party had officially begun. Just 10 or so minutes later, the first piece of meat cut from the leg of the consuming cow was delivered to Su Jia's eyes. After taking a big bite, he realized how it was called real roasted meat. It really smelled good. Unlike the barbecue inside the city, the barbecued meat made by the herdsman didn't have so many fancy things. With a tightly placed dash of seasoning, it made the meat extraordinarily delicious. Coupled with the fact that it was consumed beef that he had personally run over, Su Jia was also instantly satisfied. This application of satisfaction also quickly appeared on the faces of the others. Su Jia, on the other hand, picked up a cup of barley wine, stood up and said, "Come on brothers, let's drink together. It's fate for all of us to meet, and for the rest of the trip, let's continue to walk side by side. Cheers." 129 heavy motorcycle blows up the street in Daylight City. For the next 2 to 3 days, Su Jia and the others immersed themselves in the remaining 1,000 kilometers of the road. It was also this journey that allowed him to see the greatness of the motherland. A snow-covered mountain and large and small lakes that passed by also left behind the silhouettes of the people. In just 3 days, the photos in his cell phone had already surpassed the storage capacity of the past year. Among them were landscape photos, as well as photos of him and Yan Xingyue together. In every photo, both of them revealed sweet smiles. So it had to be said that this trip had caused the two's relationship to heat up quickly, officially entering the hot love period. Of course, the most crucial step was still not crossed. After all, this is a plateau, with an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. In the case of a little high reflex in itself, it is better not to go against their own lives. This point, we must also bear in mind. Come to the Tibetan area, it is best not to bring sister, there is really life-threatening. And also in these 3 days, his career has officially entered the takeoff stage. One of the most delightful is undoubtedly the addition, subtraction, multiplication and division of technology side. Mosquito repellent app, now the users have officially exceeded 60 million, towards the goal of over 100 million crazy expansion. Among them, the number of paid users has also come to the horrifying figure of 30 million. What was the concept of 30 million paid users? That is, from today onwards, he only need to lie in bed, every month will have at least more than $1 billion into the account. And on the company's account, there were already more than $1.5 billion in cash reserves. It was important to realize that it had only been a week since the product was launched. This kind of profitability has made all kinds of capitalists crazy. One by one, they even let it be known that they wanted to participate in their company at all costs, even if they smashed hundreds of billions of cash. Among them, several major internet giants even offered conditions of unlimited diversion. Of course, after learning these news, Su Jia also refused without even thinking about it. It was worth mentioning that his assistant, Zhu Liwei, had already signed an agreement with Kwang Yongwen from scratch on his behalf. That was to acquire the 5 shares in his hand at a cost of $20 million in cash. The reason for this is that Kwang Yongwen believes that he has taken advantage of Su Jia. If it wasn't for the huge fame that Su Jia had traded his life for, the company wouldn't have been able to grow so fast. So he received a symbolic $20 million and diluted the shares in his hand again. But in fact, even if only 5 was left, this was definitely a super large number. In the case of so many paid users, the valuation of mosquito repellent in the mind of the capital, that is a flip again and again. Even if the opening price of $30 billion is not no. Also because of this, to be able to stay 5 is already a result that he is quite satisfied with. On the other hand, on Su Jia's side, it is not taking this seriously at all. Financing? He was really afraid that they wouldn't be able to afford it. This kind of technology that had monopoly significance and was able to run rampant across the globe was not something that could be measured in tens of billions of dollars. After directly ignoring the various news, he devoted himself to traveling. Now, for example, the Ducati V4S is traveling on the 318 National Highway. Sitting in the back seat was his girlfriend who had her helmet pressed tightly to her back. Behind her, of course, was the fleet of vehicles he had brought over. 20 or 30 motorcycles and 8 or 9 SUVs in the lineup has been considered unprecedentedly powerful. Along the way, it had already exploded the eyeballs of countless travelers. And the current crowd now had an excited expression on their faces. Because just ahead, the final destination of this trip, the city of Daylight Lessa, has appeared in sight. Looking at the big city in front of them, which was a perfect combination of modernization and ethnic flavor, everyone felt yearning from the bottom of their hearts. Especially those who live in the first-tier cities all year round. There was simply no resistance to a place like Sunlight City. Even on Su Jia's side, it was pretty much the same state. Seeing that victory was just around the corner, he turned his head with a smile and said, Manhwa, hold on tight, we're going to go to Daylight City to blow up the streets. Feeling a band on the arm around his waist, the throttle on Sujia's hand began to gradually deepen. Boom! The sound of the Ducati steeply increased, also as if it was sending a signal to the people behind him. No matter if it was a car or a motorcycle, they all started to run away as well. Such a situation also made the passing cars all dumbfounded. Good guy, that car at the front is really cool. I'm just curious, did this person ride all the way here? Make sure the waist isn't right to brake? Heck, looking at him with the girl behind him, it shouldn't be so bad. Things are certainly not what the passerby thinks. As we all know, imitation race motorcycles are very tiring to ride. Whether it was for the driver or the fenders on the back, it wasn't a comfortable mode of transportation. That's why in the past few days, the two of them only chose to get off the G800 when the scenery was great. Although the front of that car was in tatters, it wasn't a big deal. And now the choice of motorcycle was nothing more than a desire to ride his beloved motorcycle and take his beloved woman with him to enjoy the sights and sounds of Nico City. Incidentally, then bring something different to the locals. In the past, driving over was either an off-road vehicle or some kind of traversing motorcycle. Now that he had come over, how could he not let people feel the charm of a heavy motorcycle? So after navigating the Shangri-La Hotel, he rode more and more spiritedly as far as the rules allowed. Especially after the official process, Sujia and his fleet of bikes were straight away the prettiest boys on the whole street. The roar of the engines resounded through the streets of Daylight City, attracting the attention of countless people. Such a rare situation was also something that many people found refreshing. Among them, those who were also tourists gave a thumbs up. Those who were able to drive this kind of car to Daylight City were all warriors. The Aborigines, on the other hand, were more curious. In their opinion, this kind of car that could create pleasant sound waves was really rare. Even sports cars and the like were considered rare over here. There was only one reason for this, and that was because the altitude of Sunshine City was a bit high, and the oxygen was relatively thin compared to other cities. As a result, most of the cars, especially the naturally aspirated ones, would have their performance greatly reduced over here. Under such circumstances, such a car naturally becomes a rare animal. It was also under such a situation of sparks and lightning along the way that Sujia took about 10 minutes to appear at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel. As one of the top 3 hotel brands in the Tibetan region, this could also be considered the most expensive place in Sunshine City. And as the end of the journey, the people in the caravan had stopped economizing on costs and chose to stay in the same place as Sujia. However, just as Sujia drove his car to the entrance and was about to register to enter the doorway, a man's voice came over. Worry, Ducati V4S. Isn't this much more handsome than those smelly foreigners' cars? 130. Then hold on tight, I'll cool them down. Hearing this, Sujia also looked up towards the side. A young man with a flat head, wearing a full Givenchy, came into his line of sight. At this moment, the man was looking at the Ducati on his crotch, and inside his eyes, there was envy that he couldn't hide. And noticed his line of sight, the man is not a little embarrassed, but instead generous smile and said, brother really handsome. Thank you, also come to play? Sujia lifted the hood on the helmet and responded. On this journey, there were too many people who greeted him warmly. This also made Sujia himself become quite chatty. Yes, also came here by car. As he spoke, the man pointed his finger towards the open-air parking lot inside the hotel. Between his looks, he also carried a full of pride. And as Sujia followed the direction of his finger, he understood the reason for his pride. Only to see that above the parking lot, there were several sports cars that had obviously just been washed. Among them were Ferraris and McLarens. It was obvious that this group of people came here in sports cars. Truly, even Sujia now thought that this group of people were definitely warriors. Self-driving tours, sports cars and motorcycles were definitely two different things. For example, the other people in Sujia's fleet, the cars they ride are all station wagons. In addition to not being able to protect themselves from the wind and rain, the comfort is actually okay. Although Sujia rode a large displacement imitation race, he also spent very little time riding his bike every day. And driving a sports car for a few thousand kilometers, that would really not take himself as a person. If the waist is but a little bad, it is possible to brake directly on the road. Shuga also has a sports car. As far as the feeling is concerned, one is fast and pretentious, the other is the seat is really too hard. Especially most of the sports car, the seat is actually no way to adjust. So, this group of people who drove sports cars to the Tibetan area are all gods. Thinking about this, Sujia also gave a thumbs up, or you guys are more handsome, huh? Don't mention it, tired to death. After saying that, the man unconsciously stretched his hands to his waist. Obviously, this journey wasn't easy for him. However, after habitually rubbing his waist, he changed to a serious expression and said, now there are a group of foreigners in the parking lot, so be careful later, huh? Aha! What is there to be careful about? Seriously, seeing foreigners in the country right now is actually not rare. Nico City, too, is a globally known travel city. It's true that there are quite a few people from abroad who choose to drive directly to this side of the city. This one, they are in a state as if they are stoned, and just now I had a little friction with them. As he said that, the man's face, too, revealed a disgusted emotion. As for Sujia, after hearing the words, he didn't take it seriously at all. How others were doing, what did it have to do with him? It was also at this time that the access control was finally open, so Sujia smiled and nodded, directly turning the gas pedal and driving towards the inside. The car friends behind him, naturally, would follow closely behind. The man standing behind him thought about what he had just encountered, and still couldn't put his heart down, so he had to shake his head and follow. On Sujia's side, on the contrary, he quickly understood why he said that the other party was not in the right state. Just after driving into the open-air parking lot, he saw 6 or 7 foreign men sitting on top of their respective motorcycles, chatting and farting. And the posture of each one of them was the kind that thought they were very handsome, but in reality they were very dull. On each of their faces, there was also an expression of excitement to the extreme. Of course, so far, Sujia still thought that this had nothing to do with himself. Everyone was out to have fun, and having just arrived at a place like Sunlight City, they still didn't allow others to get excited? However, his thoughts were like that, but what happened next made him directly frown. His appearance certainly caught the attention of several people. Even at the sight of the V4S in his crotch, the eyes of several people became even more fiery. Then, that was when they directly got down from their respective cars and started whistling at him. In the mouth, also began to crazy mouth high up. Hey brother, the car and girlfriend are not bad. Indeed, although wearing a helmet, but I can still feel, this girl is very good looking. Ha, with just a few of us, what kind of girls can't we find in the next few days? As these last words were said, several foreigners also let out unrestrained smiles. Well, don't mention how obscene it is. Such a scene also made Yen Xingyu, who was sitting in the back seat, almost sick to her stomach to vomit directly. This group of people were too disgusting. Indeed. Sujia shrugged his shoulders, then said with a smile, then you hold me tight, I'll cool them down. Truly, the other party's kind of frivolity, and the sense of superiority emanating from his body, really quite made him nauseous. Especially that last sentence, meaning that with their status as foreigners, they can just find girls? What's more, he had never been in the habit of not fighting back and not cursing back. So after feeling the hands surrounding his waist get even harder, Sujia's face became serious. Then, the throttle on his hand increased in vain. Boom! The sound of the accelerator directly startled the several people on the opposite side of the road. However, in Sujia's opinion, this was just the beginning. Ducati V4S is directly a sideslip, and then straight toward a few people reckless past. Underneath the wheels, a puff of white smoke also rose. In the foreigner camp, after seeing this scene, it was a big mess. He was crazy. God, what is he planning to do? But because the distance was only 100 meters or so, coupled with Sujia's car speed was too fast, several people were also unable to dodge in time. For a moment, everyone's face completely lost the frivolity just now. Instead, it is full of panic. No one could have imagined that just after coming to a city where they thought they could walk sideways, they would encounter such a ruthless person. And in the gaze of several people, the Ducati's speed was getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, the distance from them was only 2 to 3 meters. The emotion of despair, also in this moment, attacked the heart. And on Sujia's side, of course, he understood the reasoning behind the good thing. So just as a few people closed their eyes and waited for the judgment of fate, he directly squeezed the brakes and reversed the direction. A sizzling sound came. The Ducati V4S directly crossed in front of several people after an in-place slick tire drift. It was only half a meter away from hitting them. The white smoke brought up by the rear wheel was blown by the wind into the faces of the opposite people. I thought you guys had a lot of guts, but this is it? In our territory, you must be careful with your words. Understand? 131 times, they really have changed. The pungent smell made a few foreigners come to their senses. Looking at Sujia, who put the car across their eyes, the anger in their hearts came up instantly. But somehow, looking at Sujia's cool appearance with his black motorcycle suit and black helmet, several people only dared to stare angrily, not daring to say anything. There is no way, just that situation, the impact brought them is really too big. And at this time, Sujia behind the fleet has also arrived at the scene one after another. A crowd of motorcyclists is directly the other party surrounded it tightly. In such a situation, a few people do not goat. And look at them froze there without saying a word, Sujia said in a bad mood, a few goons, this is scared silly? Ha, brother did a good job. Full of Gavinci's young man, see this scene hard is not to mention how painful. Just now, he brought his girlfriend back from the outside, is not less than a few people by the population high. But considering the safety of his girlfriend, he most heavily still chose to turn a blind eye. Seeing Sujia's way of handling the situation again, he was also impressed. But when this was heard in the ears of a few foreigners, it was simply too much to bear. One of them, a man with a beer belly, opened his mouth and said, "What can you barbarians do to us? And you even dare to intimidate us in the hotel, I will definitely launch a complaint." Then, he turned his head to look at the main entrance into the hotel and waved frantically at the people over there. Obviously, this matter was intimidated by Su Jia and was ready to take other avenues. Hee, I'd like to see how big of a wave you can toss out. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders with a playful expression on his face. The things he encountered now did not affect his mood. On the contrary, he was quite satisfied with the fact that he was able to teach foreigners a lesson. As for etiquette, this had always been mutual. Since the other party didn't know how to respect others, then Su Jia didn't mind teaching the other party what to do. And soon, a man in formal attire walked over quickly. Looking at the big battle in front of him, he was also feeling a bit headstrong. Especially since there were foreigners involved. Just before he could open his mouth to ask what was going on, a motorcycle trailing behind the Barbeau's G800 completely captured his sight. That car, with the BMW logo, was incredibly cool and quite sci-fi. However, the body of the car was now covered with dense scratches. What could make him notice it was also not because of how the car was, but the story behind it. Because in the past 2 days, on various news, but there is still a legend about this car. Looking at Su Jia again, who was like a star in the sky, a bold idea was born in his heart. This one couldn't be him. Thinking of this, the hotel manager's heart, too, couldn't help but start thumping. The current Su Jia wasn't just a hero anymore. The rising fame of mosquito repellent had caused him to add a few more words to the title of lone rider, that of a successful person or a tycoon. To rake in more than $1 billion in a few days, what was it if not a tycoon? Even he himself was a paid subscriber of mosquito repellent. Of course, he also understood that now was not the time to think about this, so he quickly turned around and asked, "What's going on?" "Manager, just now. A security guard who just witnessed everything said the matter originally." Speaking of the excitement, he also couldn't help but start dancing around. Obviously, Su Jia's behavior just now had deeply affected him. And the hotel manager, who had heard it all, was even more certain in his heart. This was the kind of thing Su Jia could do. How could this passionate young man possibly spoil the other party's mouth high? But the foreigner standing on the opposite side now also thought that the backer came over, said with a haughty face, "They intimidated us in public. If we do not give an explanation, I will definitely find the embassy to complain about you." After hearing this, the crowd behind Su Jia then all frowned. Because once the embassy was involved, I'm afraid this would be troublesome. Noticing this scene, a few foreigners thought that the words had worked. At that moment, they said even more recklessly, "I have only one request, let him apologize to me, and then compensate me for the mental damage." After saying that, several people also looked at each other and smiled. The sense of superiority within immediately began to burst forth again. It was just a pity that things did not develop in the direction they envisioned. The hotel manager opened his mouth after a few moments of contemplation and said, "I think it was you who harassed our customers first, and it was my customers who started the self-defense. And I have solid evidence in my hands. Now I ask you to leave our hotel. If not, I will call the police and send you back to your country." Between words, he also reached out and pointed to a camera at the back. Naturally, he was saying that his evidence was conclusive, so don't try to cheat. His words also managed to make a group of motorists look at him differently. On Su Jia's side, he didn't think there were any surprises. If placed in 10 years ago, the other party's words may really work. After all, at that time, many people do not think the moon is bigger and rounder abroad. But with the development in recent years, the people of our country have not been as ignorant as before. In contrast, it was these few people from abroad that looked super stupid. Times is really changed off. And after hearing the meaning inside the words clearly, the other few people were also completely dumbfounded. Am I hearing this right? He's asking us to leave? And repatriate? It seems like yes, this is completely different from what I imagined. Why is it that in those newspapers, it is said that the people over here like us and don't dare to offend us? For a moment, several people were plunged into self-doubt. Moreover, looking at the hotel manager's serious appearance, they didn't dare to doubt the truthfulness of those words. So after freezing for a while, a few people who had no choice were ready to leave in disgrace. While riding in the car, Su Jia is lightly said, "I remember correctly, you have not apologized, right?" "Yes, apologize." "You want to leave after pretending to be a pussy?" "Apologize and apologize." Faced with dozens of people blockade, and the pressure of repatriation, a few foreigners always have anger in their hearts, but also can only tolerate it. Until the other party gritted his teeth and apologized, Su Jia nodded to let a few people leave. I believe that with today's incident, the other party's journey in Sunshine City should become very honest, right? However, right after he parked his car, the hotel manager who had just helped him out came over with a smile. "Mr. Su, our boss has just greeted us and prepared a free presidential suite for you. I hope you have a good time." 132 Going to see that Z, my legs have a bit of weakness. Looking at the other party's smiling look, Su Jia also understood that he was recognized. In fact, think about it, can be in the 5-star hotel as a manager, more or less have to be a little something. At least on the point of observation, it can never be bad. But for the free stuff, he is really not very interested. immediately shrugged his shoulders and said, "Thank you, but free even if, how to charge or how to charge it." The implication is that the presidential suite I want. But he can't accept the other side of the argument for free. Now there is a famous saying circulating on the network, that is, the free is the most expensive. This could not just be reflected in the game. Imagine that today he accepted the other party's free claim, then he could guarantee that this boss would personally come to his door in the afternoon, approaching him under the slogan of making friends. At that time, this friend could have to be made. After all, you accepted the gift of several tens of thousands of rooms a day from others. Eating people's mouth is short, taking people's hands is soft, this saying is still quite reasonable. And in the capital circle nowadays, there were just too many people who wanted to approach him in different ways. So in order to avoid trouble, he thought it would be better for him to be cautious. "This is fine, Mr. Su, then we will help you with your luggage." The hotel manager was out of options as he listened to his tone of voice that did not allow for refusal. Although the boss had ordered him not to take the money, but looking at Sujia's meaning, if he didn't take this money, I'm afraid he would just turn around and leave. At that time, I'm afraid he'll have to eat it all. Soon, in a team of people flanked, Su Jia walked towards the hotel with great vigor. Looking at this side of the battle, the curiosity of the people who were originally inside the hotel was instantly pulled full. Is this person a star? With a helmet mysterious. Here is the Shangri-La, the star cannot have this brand name, it is estimated to be a certain super rich second generation. Other than that, look at the nymphs around him, I feel that this person is rich. When this latter comment came out, it also caused the bystanders to agree. Su Jia was wearing a helmet, so he couldn't see much at all. But Yan Xingyue, who was beside him, but she had taken off her helmet a long time ago. Carrying the helmet in one hand, her other hand was naturally on Su Jia's arm. While this situation in the eyes of the onlookers is not quite a rich performance. While standing on the other side of his Gavinci man, is in the hotel after walking in, said with a smile, "Brother, I feel the need to properly with you to recognize a little bit, my name is Wang Tao, from Hangzhou City." "Hangchang? I am also from Hangzhou." Su Jia also did not expect, in this place can still meet his hometown. "Good guy, we are still in the same place, we need to communicate more in the future." On Wang Tao's face, a look of excitement directly surfaced. Although he didn't understand Su Jia's identity, no matter which way he looked at it, it wasn't a simple character. Take for example the Babs G800 that had been crashed to the point of being completely disfigured. The person who could drive such a car out to build it, you say he's simple? There was also the bodyguard following around, and already the attitude of the hotel manager, all of which directly prove this. And Su Jia to this person, the impression is also still very good. After all, just now, it was still him who issued a kind reminder to himself. And in the first instance, he also chose to follow up and help himself. With this thought, he smiled and said, "Okay, I should stay here for 2 more days, plenty of time." Good Lu. Wang Tao also understands the reasoning behind the good thing, directly retreat to the side, no longer speak. However, because of the excitement in his heart, he could not help but take out his cell phone and send a message inside the fleet group, saying, "You may not believe it, I just met a tough guy." On the other hand, on Su Jia's side, after moving in, under the leadership of the room steward, he walked towards the top floor. The Shangri-La in Sunshine City, the floor is not very high. On top of the building, there is also quite a shadow of the traditional Tibetan culture, it still looks quite comfortable. Especially when they came to the room, the various kinds of decorations with ethnic styles inside were refreshing to the young couple. Of course, what Su Jia was most satisfied with was the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the room. Standing by the window, he could even directly see the panoramic view of the Padala Palace. There were also a wide variety of Sunshine City buildings. Such an experience could also be said to be quite perfect. The needle does not poke. After an hour's rest, the time had also come to the afternoon. Just as Su Jia was about to propose going out for a spin, Wang Tao, who had just added WeChat, sent him a message over. "Brothers, my friend has made an appointment with a big local collector and is going to buy it. Z, interested?" Seeing this, Su Jia was also moved in his heart. In fact, he wasn't very interested in Z beads and such. But his parents at home, it can be said that they have been longing for this for a long time. When he was a child, his neighbor traveled to the Tibetan area and brought over 2 Z crafts, which are still being collected by his mom in the drawer. Although I know that it is fake, not worth money, but still cannot help but heart-like. Of course, this also belongs to the normal phenomenon. The old generation is not like today's young people, even if not superstitious, but also like to discuss a good moral. As long as this thing is auspicious, who cares if it's real or fake? Su Jia's idea was also very simple, that is, since he came out to play a trip, not to buy something for his parents is also a bit unreasonable. What's more, now that he was getting famous, he couldn't hide his money at all. It was still reasonable to send something expensive to his parents. When he thought of this, he directly replied to the message and said, "I'm a bit interested, so let's go and take a look." After saying this, he pulled Yan Xingyue towards the downstairs. It is worth mentioning that the current girlfriend has not resisted or even has gotten used to being in a room with him. Well, anyway, on the plateau, the life-thirsty Su Jia didn't dare to mess around. Next to him, one would also feel very secure. Not long after, the two of them, who had changed their clothes, reappeared in the parking lot. And beside those few sports cars in the parking lot, there were now also several pairs of men and women already standing. Obviously, since they were going out to play, everyone chose to bring out their female companions. Just the first time they saw Su Jia, who had taken off his helmet, Wang Tao and the others also looked directly dumbfounded. Is this the ruthless man you were talking about? Why does it feel a bit familiar? It can't be some star, it's too damn handsome. What should I do? This person is so handsome, I'm a little weak in the knees. Get lost, I'll break your legs right now. 133 buying a villa in Nico City? It's actually him. And to say that the most noticeable is still Guo, who has always been inching towards the two of them. This guy was simply too strong looking, making people look quite secure. Soon, under the watchful eyes of several people, Su Jia's trio came to heel. And looking at him coming over, Wang Tao smiled and opened his mouth. Brother, these are our Hangqing people, and this one is. Along with his introduction, Su Jia remembered the names of a few people. Then he nodded his head and smiled. Su Jia, today with you guys to mix a little. However, hearing his name, several pairs of men and women also froze directly. Su Jia? He can't be the one from the legend. Wang Tao, who was the first to recognize him, was even more stunned as he looked at the motorcycle next to him as if it was really him. Truly, if he was in the city, the number of people who could recognize him was too few. But you have to realize that these few people also came all the way from 318. How could they not be concerned about what happened above 318? As a matter of fact, when they first saw the letter asking for help from the society, a few of them had considered turning around and lending a helping hand. But when they were on the road, they couldn't find a pharmacy to buy asthma medication. By the time they found the pharmacy, Su Jia had already delivered the medicine. It was also because they were in the rainstorm at that time. Naturally, they could more effectively understand the situation he faced before. Their admiration for Su Jia was also a little deeper than the others. However, they never expected that after arriving at Sunlight City, they would actually be able to cross paths with someone like Su Jia. For a moment, several people also began to get nervous. After all, Su Jia was not an ordinary rich second generation, the meaning behind it was completely different from theirs. And noticing this, Su Jia shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Come out to play, don't think so much, I'm also an ordinary person. In addition, your car, but much more expensive than mine. With those words, he reached out and pointed to the several sports cars parked next to him. To be able to drive a sports car like a Ferrari McLaren to Daylight City, it would definitely be a descending blow to the other owners of their own cars as well. The deck of cards, that's going to be pulled right up to full capacity. It's really not quite what we thought it would be. Ha, I thought you must not be simple, I didn't expect to be so powerful. By the way, little brother, I am still the annual membership of Mosquito Repellent O. Looking at Su Jia's peaceful appearance, the crowd's mood relaxed quite a bit. However, just as he turned around and walked towards the Babs G800, one of the Ferrari 488 convertible owners, Lu Jing, called out to him from behind. That gaga, I'm on anchor, I'll have to go live later, so pay attention to dodge the camera, huh? Inside Lu Jing's heart, he was actually very torn. According to his previous opinion, it was that when he met such a person who was hotter than a star, he must immediately start broadcasting to rub the heat. Not to mention, as long as Su Jia is slightly on camera, then he will become the most prestigious anchor of Cat Tooth Live. But really do this? He really didn't dare. After all, the whole country now knew that Su Jia was a ruthless man. No matter which way you looked at it, it was an existence that couldn't be messed with. On the other hand, on Su Jia's side, he didn't take this seriously. I don't care, just don't shoot my girlfriend. After saying that, he didn't care about Lu Jing's immediately excited expression. He directly turned around and walked towards the car. Different from Su Jia's philosophy, Yan Xingyu did not like to show her face. Otherwise, with her looks, I'm afraid that all the fairy sisters in the entertainment industry would be hung up and beaten by her. There was no room to fight back at all. The reason why Lu Jing was excited was of course because of the information revealed by his words. That was that he didn't mind being rubbed the wrong way. With that, it was enough. Also with this thought, he also flew back to the car. Ignoring the broken thoughts of his female companion beside him, he directly pulled out his live streaming phone. And very quickly, he directly changed the title to Daylight City Encountering a Mysterious Fierce Man, Going to See the Heavenly Jewel Together. A live broadcast that made Lu Jing so excited that his scalp went numb began. Of course, the person who could buy a Ferrari by live streaming naturally wouldn't be some small anchor. So a minute or two after it was turned on, dozens of people instantly appeared in the room. Coming, is the project of blowing up the streets in Daylight City going to start? Blow up my ass, sports cars still don't just plop down in Daylight City. No one noticed the headline? Mystery Slugger can be okay. Ah, Jing changed his flavor, can sister-in-law raffle it to us? Looking at the scrolling pop-ups above, Lu Jing also couldn't help but roll his eyes. You guys are thinking about fart eating. Today I really met a fierce man, and it will definitely make you all excited kind. Hearing this, the ones in the live broadcast naturally didn't take it seriously. They also didn't think that in a place like Daylight City, they could really stumble upon any fierce men. At most, it was just a gimmick to try and pull some popularity. After all, driving a sports car over here, the program cost was still quite high. In the face of this situation, Lu Jing was in no hurry to explain. After a mysterious smile, he directly turned the camera around and aimed it at the rear. Then, a battle-damaged version of the Mercedes-Benz Big G appeared on the live broadcast screen. So you went to Afghanistan. Good guy, it doesn't look like a normal Big G. No way, you can be a slugger after crashing a car? See here, Lu Jing then laughed and said, you guys no one can recognize, this is a Babs G800? And the owner of this car is what I said, fierce man. But this mystery will have to wait until we reach our destination. After saying that, he also ignored the various speculations on the pop-up screen and directly pressed the start button. Then, a line of a fleet consisting of a G800 and 4 or 5 sports cars drove out of Shangri-La with great vigor. And the first time this convoy appeared, it became the center of attention of the entire venue. No matter where it drove to, it would become the most attention-grabbing existence. There was no way around it, it was just too rare. It only took half an hour before the convoy appeared in a villa area next to the Sunlight City train station. Unlike the villas Su Jia had seen before, the villas in the Tibetan area were clearly more ethnic in character. The surrounding scenery could also be said to be quite beautiful. Sitting in the car, Su Jia couldn't help but say, why don't we buy a house here? And then take the time to come over every year to play? I think it can be. Yan Xingyue nodded her head, and her heart was also very moved. This time out, Su Jia directly redefined her perception of traveling. The relationship between the two had even skyrocketed. Now buying a villa together here was obviously quite a ceremonial thing. Lu Jing, who was at the front, on the other hand, was already overwhelmed by the pop-ups. It couldn't be helped, the thousands of viewers were just curious as to what kind of fierce man could crash a $5 or $6 million car into this state. So after stopping the car, he said helplessly, okay, show you guys. The screen was turned, and the camera of the cell phone was adjusted to the rear, aimed at the G800 that had also just stopped the car. Only the person who came down from the car made people directly dumbfounded. It was actually him. The absolute great fierce man. 134 shocking collection, is there any better? Most of the people who like to watch live broadcasts are actually more addicted to the internet. And who was the person who made the most noise on the internet in the past 2 days? That would definitely be Su Jia without a doubt. In such a situation, he was recognized by the crowd almost the instant he showed up. It couldn't be helped, the heat was high, the person was handsome, and so recognizable. One couldn't even think of not recognizing him. And after seeing him, most people also felt very surprised. Su Jia, now he was a more famous young entrepreneur than Wang Songsong. Within the younger generation, this was almost the most powerful person. So instantly, quite a few of his fans were blown away. Jing actually invited this one out? It's true that the rich second generation are all hugging each other. Oh, it's just too happy to see him. Quickly, reverse sun camera pulls a little closer. Looking at the densely packed pop-ups on his cell phone, Lu Jing also had two big heads. But after thinking about it, he still opened his mouth and said, I also just met with Brother Plus, now let's be quiet and watch the Z Beats together, and wait for the end of the day to see if there is an opportunity to interview a wave. For the interview Su Jia this matter, he is actually also very motivated. As a matter of fact, quite a few official or private media outlets had contacted him. Some of them were still the kind that had no way of refusing. But because above 318, there was simply no condition to accept an interview. This matter was naturally put on hold. If he could get this opportunity, wouldn't the popularity of the live broadcast room just take off? The audience in the live broadcast room, of course, also understood that this matter could not be rushed. Being able to see Su Jia show up on the live broadcast was already considered a benefit, right? At that moment, each and every one of them also held back the anticipation in their hearts and began to quietly watch the live broadcast. However, the news about Su Jia appearing in Lu Jing's live streaming room quickly spread out. Almost in just a few minutes, the real number of people in the room had already exceeded 10,000. And looking at the situation, this was only the beginning. As for Su Jia's side, he directly forgot about this aspect of things, and after getting off the car, he looked around at the environment inside the villa area. In Daylight City to buy a house he is not just talk about it. Even in Su Jia's opinion, he should go to many cities in the future. Then placing a home in each city is also a good choice. After all, compared to the so-called 5-star hotels, he was a person who preferred to live at home. Otherwise, with his current conditions, even if he bought a hotel for himself to live in, it wouldn't be a big problem. At this time, the door of the villa in front of the crowd was pushed open, and an old man wearing a black tang suit came out from inside. This person's hair was white, but his vitality was surprisingly good. And seeing him come out, Lu Jing hurriedly smiled and shouted, "Grandpa Zhao, long time no see." "Good, Jing has grown so big, huh?" The old man's cheerful laughter was full of vigor. Then he turned his head to look at the other people and said, "Please come in, but it's been a while since anyone has come to play with me here." With these words, he led the crowd towards the villa. Lu Jing, who was holding the live cell phone, quietly came to Su Jia's side and whispered, "This is my elder's friend, I met him when I was a child. Sort of the biggest Z-bead collector in Daylight City, also sold his own collection before, and now wants to sell it or because his son is getting married." Sure enough, sons are all pitiful. Su Jia laughed and felt quite interesting. Even if such an immortal person, but also inevitably by their own son, paid a hand. In the eyes of such a collector, selling one's collection, I'm afraid it's even more difficult than taking a hard punch. With such thoughts, Su Jia also pulled Yan Xingyu's hand and walked towards the inside of the villa. And after walking in, he looked towards the decoration and furnishings inside with the purpose of reference. What had to be said was that from the various wooden furniture inside this elder Zhao's house, one could tell that this was definitely a big collector. Plus, Lu Jing had previously said that he was the biggest Z-pearl collector in Sunlight City. Then the value of the collection, I'm afraid it must also be calculated at least according to a few $100 million. And after passing through the living room, the crowd soon arrived inside a cubicle that was about 200 square feet. The moment they walked into the room, Su Jia also realized how crazy this group of collectors were. Inside this fairly large compartment, there were at least hundreds of small display cabinets. Through the glass, Su Jia and the others could see the Z-beads of different colors and shapes inside at a glance. Coupled with the fact that there were spotlights inside, it made every single Z inside appear to be flowing with light. It had to be said that this scene was really a little bit spectacular. If Su Jia's feeling was still like this, the people in Lu Jing's live broadcast room were even more nonchalant. Looking at the spectacular scene in front of them, each and every one of them also forgot about the idea of wanting to see Su Jia and were filled with shock. "I just want to know if I can afford to buy this thing. Is this something I can see for free?" And the collector Zhao old man is lightheartedly said, "Inside this room, the value of several 100,000 to 5 million ranging, you have a favorite, you can come to me to ask the price." After saying this, he gestured with his hand, signaling the crowd to look at it casually. But in his heart, there was really a feeling of dripping blood. The most difficult thing for him was that even if he sold a few collections worth millions of dollars, it was still a far cry from the amount his son had requested. After all, the marriage of a certain level of people was actually no less than the merger of two listed companies. There were just too many places to spend money in it. At the very least, a decent wedding room would be at least tens of millions of dollars, right? So now, he was also very regretful that he spent all his savings to buy so many Z-beads. Su Jia and the others, of course, do not know what he thought in his mind, so he looked up. Just after 10 minutes or so, the people who wanted to buy them all got something. One of the cat teeth anchor Lu Jing, on the spot, through millions, bought a Z-bead worth 2 million. Then directly beautifully wear on the neck. As for Wang Tao and the others, they all chose the most introductory ones. Even so, each and every one of them had a look of flesh pain. Even for this group of rich second generation who drove sports cars, several 100,000 is not a small number. But what made the crowd feel strange was that Su Jia, the richest among them, kept silent. In the face of this situation, Wang Tao asked curiously, "Brother Jia, no favorite?" Hearing this, the people present, including those in the live broadcast room, all perked up their ears. There was no way, watching others spend money was a very cool thing. What if Su Jia, the ruthless man, gave everyone a big surprise? Su Jia did not let everyone down, shrugged his shoulders and then laughed. "They are a bit cheap, is there anything better? 135 children to make a choice, I want all of them." The words fell, the crowd was all frozen. Even the great collector Zhao Lao, look at his eyes are full of surprise. "All a little cheap? Is there anything better?" This is a simple and clear statement, that is, you want a more expensive one. But in all fairness, within this collection room, is it really cheap? The cheapest hundreds of thousands, the most expensive is up to 5 million. Really not cheap at all. The audience in the live broadcast room, the mentality is more directly exploded. Sure enough, he just likes to be so shocking. 5 million is still cheap? I think it's too inflated. What do you know upstairs? He is not a netizen, but a big entrepreneur. Looking at this last pop-up, many people suddenly remembered that although Su Jia was highly recognized, but people are neither stars nor netizens, in the internet industry is a rising young entrepreneur. Company valuation are at least a few tens of billions of the kind. Such a person to buy things is not to be able to use common sense to look at? On Su Jia's side, it's not that complicated at all. Since he was a child, his family gave him an education, is either not to buy the best. What's more, he gave his girlfriend a necklace of tens of millions of dollars, to give his parents Z-beads too cheap, he really can't pass that hurdle in his heart. For the parents who raised themselves, he loved deeply. In the case of the conditions, of course, Su Jia wants to give his parents the best. And on Zhao Lao's side, but did not freeze for too long. After all, in the collection circle for a long time, to seek not only all kinds of rare treasures, but also as many as the rich. In front of the truly rich, this few $1,000,000 of things, also really a bit out of hand. Thinking of this, he nodded his head and smiled, there are better ones. Inside this door, the price is around $10,000,000, the other door is the top of the line Z-bead, the cheapest one is also $30,000,000. With those words, he then reached out and pointed at the doors on either side of the collection room. His words undoubtedly carried the idea of testing Soo-jia's strength. It also brought him two options. The crowd, on the other hand, was directly excited after hearing his words. Between 10 million and a small $500 million, how should he choose? Or the thing that made people most curious was just how rich Soo-jia was. Even more powerful is also a young man, pretend to choose 10 million can be. I also think he'll pick 10 million, although that's already crazy. Eating bubble noodles and watching the big guy buy tens of millions of dollars is so delicious. In everyone's mind, it was obvious that they were going to prefer a price point of around $10 million. However, right under the gaze of the crowd, Soo-jia didn't seem to make any moves, and the corners of his mouth even revealed a hint of a smile. Because just when he was faced with a choice, the system in his mind once again stood out. Option 1, give your parents the best. Reward, $50 million in cash and a Ferrari SF90. Option 2, $10 million is not bad. Reward, 30 million yuan in cash. Regarding this multiple choice question, Soo-jia had an answer in his mind. Option 1. Seriously, as long as he chose option 2, then the money he spent on the Z-beads today would be equivalent to a system reimbursement. He himself, on the other hand, is a steady profit. But money itself was not very attractive to him. Just like the title of option 1, giving his parents the best, spending as much money as he wanted. What's more, the company still has more than $1 billion on the books, do not spend to stay for the new year? And after making the choice, he didn't hesitate and pointed to the door of the more expensive room, just this one. I go, plus brother crazy. He really intends to spend $500 million on Z-beads? Numb, the people present and in the live broadcast room, all of them were numb. As for Elder Zhao, he directly revealed a happy smile and made a gesture of please. As long as Soo-jia chose this place, then his son's marriage would no longer be a problem. As for the others, they followed behind with a confused face, ready to see what this $500 million Z-bead was all about. Soon, the crowd walked into a relatively small collection room. But the area was small, but the situation inside was not simple at all. First of all, it is on the wall, hung with a variety of Tibetan characteristics of the mural. There are also a variety of ornaments full of national characteristics. In the most central position, there is a large glass display cabinet. Inside were 4 or 5 Z-beads that were a bit shaky under the spotlights. Even Soo-jia, who didn't understand this, had already seen that the things inside were not simple. Zhao Lao, on the other hand, said at this time, let me make a statement first. In my side to buy things, all have certificates and for real, buy, I will also sign a fake 1 for 10 agreement. Have to say, this sentence still gives the crowd a great sense of security. Dozens of millions of dollars to buy things, in case it is fake but too sad. Then pointed to the most side of a Z-bead said, this name is called the Goddess of Mercy type Z-bead, you see above the pattern of natural travel, is not very much like a goddess of mercy. Hearing this, the crowd also stared wide-eyed toward that side. Not bad, it really looks like a guanyin. Nature's ingenious work, this is actually natural. Soo-jia's side is the same feel good, then smiled and asked, Zhao old introduction at the same time, or directly say the price. No problem, guanyin Shao type Z-bead selling price of 36 million. Then look at this, vermilion sand big 9-eyed Z-bead, priced at $40 million. There is also the most expensive collection I have in my hand, the name is the 3-pronged Dharma protected Z-bead, the price, if you will, is $50 million. Accompanied by Elder Zhao's introduction, a group of people were feeling their legs go soft. There was no way just in such a small room, there was actually hundreds of millions of dollars of things, it was just a little too shocking. There was also just such a small bead, actually really can be sold to $500 million, is also beyond everyone's imagination. But along with the completion of his introduction, the crowd then once again focused their eyes on Soo-jia. What exactly would he choose? Of course, in their opinion, even if Soo-jia was even richer, I'm afraid he could only buy away one today. The price was just too outrageous. But in Soo-jia's heart, he really wasn't that entangled. In the case that he does not understand, and each of them is very beautiful inside, he chose a simple and rough way for himself. That is, don't care if it's right or not, just buy the most expensive one and be done with it. Thinking of this, he pointed to the 2 in the very center and opened his mouth, Mitsubishi Protector and the 9 Eyes Great Vermilion, I'll take them both. Zhao Lao's eyes widened as he looked at him with an incredulous expression. The peers next to him were even more mind-blown. Crazy, spending $90 million on Z-beads? Is this the world of the rich? Only children make choices, he directly wants them all. 136 interview? But with a clear conscience. The words that came out of Soo-jia's mouth clearly refreshed the values of countless people. Especially the tens of thousands of viewers in Lu Jing's live room, now all of them are in a skeptical mindset. This money is really not money. Don't laugh at me, yesterday when I bought cigarettes at the supermarket, it was the same tone. There's no one else, people buy $90 million of things, actually no different from me buying a pack of cigarettes. Looking at what was said on the pop-up screen, Lu Jing also felt like he had sunk a puppy dog. Before this, he really thought that he was quite okay. In his 20s, he had a well-paid job that could support his extravagant life. Usually driving a sports car and picking up girls, he was simply at the peak of his life. But compared to Su Jia, a person even younger than him, it was simply one heaven and one earth. Elder Zhao, the great collector standing next to him, was now both happy and sad. He was happy that his son's marriage had been settled. The sadness was that these two Z beads, which were among the top in the country, would soon not belong to him. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to a person who collects out of interest. But it couldn't be helped, who made him lack money. At that moment, it was too late to think more, and hurriedly asked after him, "Young man, are you sure?" "Of course sure, trouble to prepare a contract, fake a penalty 10-0. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, face a look of certainty. In fact, spend out small 100 million, he is not like the surface so calm. This is also the biggest sum of money he has spent since he grew up. A bit of excitement and thrill in his heart was actually unavoidable. But it had to be said that the feeling of spending money in such a big way was really cool and stress relieving. Moreover, this money is for their parents to spend, no matter how to think is worth it. And this play should, in fact, is still very good appreciation. Okay, that young man, wait a moment, I will prepare the contract. After saying that, Zhao Lao took out his cell phone and started to contact his lawyer. However, just when the crowd thought that today's Z action was over, Yan Xingyu, who had been standing by the side without saying anything, asked with a bit of hesitation, "Bao, do you think I should buy a pair for my parents?" "I think it's okay, do you need me to help you buy it?" "No, I still have a lot of money." Getting a positive answer from her boyfriend, Yan Xingyu smiled happily. In front of Su Jia, she also seemed to have turned into a little girl who had just stepped into society and had no opinion at all. No matter what, she liked to ask for his opinion. Just listening to the conversation between the two, the mood of the others couldn't be any harder. What kind of divine couple is this? I'm convinced. But to say that the ones who felt the most surprised were meaninglessly the female companions brought by a few sports car owners. Well, unlike Su Jia, these few people brought out people who could hardly be defined as girlfriends. And in their opinion, Yan Xingyu was afraid that she was the same existence as them. The only point worth envying was that Su Jia was more handsome and richer. She herself was as beautiful as a fairy. But after listening to this conversation, a few people also completely gave up on this thought. And right under their gaze, Yan Xingyu pointed to the two next to her and said, "Those two $30 million, I'll buy them." Outrageous, just outrageous. Immortals come and go every year, but this year there are so many of them. Regardless of what the crowd thought of the two of them, the matter of buying Z beads still went on very smoothly. In less than half an hour's time, several people had signed the purchase agreement. It was also clearly stated in the contract that as long as it was found to be fake, then Zhao Lao would pay out according to the fake one for 10 penalty. This clause, too, had no time limit. And after it was done, the Z was quickly delivered to Su Jia. However, after holding it in his hand for a while, he found it tasteless and directly entrusted it to Zhao Lao, asking him to find a security company to help escort it to his home in Hangzhou. In a short period of time, Su Jia himself is not going to go home. After all, in Rongqing's side, there are still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. For example, the next step in the development of Tide Play, and the expansion of mosquito repellent products and so on. Yan Xingyu's too, on the other hand, were packed into the jewelry box and directly placed into the bag casually. This scene, undoubtedly, also greatly stimulated the onlookers. Especially the viewers inside the live broadcast room couldn't help but start spitting. Divine couple, everyone was so generous in their outbursts. Having seen pictures of Yago's girlfriend on the internet, it was indeed very fairy, but I didn't expect to actually be so rich. Come out to play a trip to spend 1.5 billion? People silly. And seeing that he has finished transferring the account, Lu Jing has also finally found the opportunity to him to come up and ask, "Jia brother, can give a chance to interview not, my brothers in the live broadcast room, all especially like you. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Don't make it so formal, just have a normal conversation." To buy gifts for parents, but also spend a large sum of money, Su Jia can be said to be in a good mood. What's more, communicating with people who like you is a happy thing in itself. Good. Lu Jing is immediately excited, and then turned his head to look at the live broadcast and said, "Fast, what questions to hurry to brush out, I randomly draw and ask." Accompanied by Su Jia agreed to come down, the popularity of the live broadcast room that is once again rose a notch. From the original tens of thousands of people, directly to the level of 100,000 people. To know, now is the afternoon, there is not much people to watch the live broadcast. Also compared to a big anchor like Jia Ru, Lu Jing's original fans were much less. Coupled with the fact that he was prepared to extract from within the pop-ups in the live broadcast room could now be completely described as dense. Lu Jing, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed as he filtered out some useless questions and found a more appropriate one from within. A fan asked, "Are you scared when you're racing wildly on National Highway 318? Hearing this, even his girlfriend Yan Xingyue was a bit curious. As a bystander, she was scared to death at that time, but Su Jia was able to run the whole course so calmly. And until now, Su Jia had never said how he felt at that time. After thinking about it, Su Jia decided to be frank. Immediately shrugged his shoulders and said, "Fear is a person will be afraid. After all, I still have such a beautiful girlfriend did not marry to the hand, there are still so many money did not spend. But I'm more afraid of being lost in the money, become a capitalist for the rich, no sense of responsibility." You know what I mean? What he said is actually what is in his heart. Compared to other people, his own money comes more easily, even more simple and rough than taking shortcuts. In this case, he believes that he must adhere to the heart. Not to say positive energy or negative energy, Su Jia seeks only 4 words, ask the heart is not guilty. 137 My boyfriend is Shuga, you guys should just forget about it. The people next to him with the people inside the live broadcast room were also completely surprised that he would answer like this. If he were someone else, how could he admit that he was afraid in front of so many people? But if you think about it, he said it so honestly, but it made people feel more admiration. I was afraid, very afraid, but I did it because of my sense of duty. Isn't such a person worthy of admiration? The key thing is, as Su Jia said, all people are afraid. More than an hour directly drive 500 kilometers, not to mention the rain, even if it is a sunny day, the road condition is perfect, how many people dare? Of course, to say that people feel the most deeply, or he said that he did not want to be rich. For this sentence, the people in the live broadcast room feel most deeply. Because in the scene, more or less a little savings. But in most people's hearts, themselves, is not a leek waiting to be harvested by capitalists? 996 is a blessing. This kind of words from the mouth of the richest say out, you let them how can not hate the rich? Also from the beginning of this word out, capital this 2 words in the national heart changed flavor. Speaking of a real, the domestic tycoon rich after money and what to do, most of them are in the direction of entertainment leaning. Or simply bring a lot of stars together to do business. But what about Shuga? Although not yet so rich, but the potential is not small at all. And he also managed to live up to his words. When others were enjoying a rich life, he was able to leave everything behind to play a life-saving role. The difference here is genuinely too big. To be honest, I would be willing to be cut by such a capitalist. Brother Gar is a responsible person. Alas, if I were so handsome and so rich, I certainly wouldn't have only one girlfriend. Lu Jing, who was holding up his cell phone, was also directly convinced after figuring all this out. Even he now thought that it was definitely his great chance to know Su Jia. As long as he grasped it well, wouldn't he just take off? But the interview was still continuing, and he had no choice but to smile and say, Brother Plus is indeed worthy of admiration. Change to the next question, try to be a bit lighter. After all, it wasn't some sensationalized program right now, and he didn't intend to affect Su Jia's good mood. Soon, he drew another question from the pop-up screen and said, Brother Plus, they asked how many girlfriends you've had, ha. This question, of course, was just to liven up the atmosphere. Only one, I'm still a virgin. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders with a proud face. I tell you, if you want to become handsome and strong, you should quit coloring directly. There is no woman in your heart, and drawing the sword is natural God. Ha, I believe it, I believe it. Inside the villa and the live broadcast room, the atmosphere began to be cheerful. Yan Xingyue, on the other hand, after rolling her eyes, directly hammered her small fist on his chest. However, it was obvious that he was still a virgin. This matter, apart from his girlfriend, it seemed that every single person believed it. It was also weirdly outrageous to think about. And along with Su Jia's question and answer session unfolding, the popularity of Lu Jing's live broadcasting room had just about come to the #1 spot on the entire platform. The real number of people is more than 300,000 people. In the past, this was a number he wouldn't even dare to think about. Su Jia's popularity was evident. The next few questions were also made easy and pleasant under Lu Jing's control. With the last question, it took over. Brother Plus, a lot of fans were asking, newbies wanting to play with locomotives, which car is more suitable to buy? This question was also on the minds of several of them. Driven by Su Jia, the country has already set off a wave of locomotive fever. Especially the BMW and Ducati brands that he had ridden, the sales of the cars that had skyrocketed. Some of the people who were still on the lookout wanted to get an answer from Su Jia even more. After all, in China, there was no one who could be more authoritative than him in the field of motorcycles. Even those professional players, there was no way to compare with him. And Su Jia did not hesitate, directly shrugged his shoulders and said, that is certainly KTM RC8A. This car is very stable, never had a bad review, can be said to be every novice must have. Said the words, he also with a mysterious smile to Yan Xingyue said, my girlfriend learning to drive, is to use this car. This sentence, many people are directly serious. Directly on the spot to open Baidu, began to search for content about RC8. And the more you look, the more excited you get. Because in all the posts about RC8 suitable for newbies, the answer is quite unified. That is, this car is very suitable for newbies, and a car can be ridden to death. Well, the only downside is that the break-in period is a bit long, and probably hasn't even passed by the time you've changed owners 4 or 5 times. After all, there are so many people in the live broadcast room, and there must be those who know about cars. So soon, on top of the pop-up screen became a flush of bad old man bad. Seeing this situation, some people only realized that they were being punked. And Yan Xingyue is directly open to say, don't believe him, this car is not bad because the accident are dead. 4 or 5 owners have not passed the break-in period, that is because the ride will not be long before the accident. Hearing this, the crowd realized what Su Jia's mysterious smile meant. Bad old man is so bad, I almost got screwed by you. Alas, if you had said it a little later, I would have just paid for it. But Yan Xingyu's next words made the crowd feel a little broken. Only to see her look at Su Jia, then continued, I can use this car to learn, because my boyfriend is Su Jia, you guys better forget it. The tone of her voice was also full of pride. This dog food tastes good, I will eat it directly. Don't scold, I don't look at it okay. The entire QA session also ended in a cheerful atmosphere. Su Jia, on the other hand, was introduced through Zhao Lao and contacted the owner of this villa area. And directly in his hands to buy a 600 square feet of hardcover villa. What made him slightly disappointed was that the price of this place was really a bit cheap. A 600 square feet villa didn't even cost $10 million. However, for the scenery and decoration over here, both of them were still very satisfied. It was worth mentioning that the money to buy the house was half from Su Jia and Yan Xingyue, and the name was written for both of them. And the two also had an agreement. That was that every time they went to a new city, they would buy a suite in the names of 2 people. In this way, it can be used as the 2 people's marital assets. While Shuga was still several years away from the legal age of marriage. By that time, I believe it's enough for them to buy all over the country, right? 138 scripts that make Su Jia's scalp tingle. For the next 2 days, Su Jia fell into a normal traveling life. The 2 of them, Yan Xingyue, appeared in almost all of the attractions in Daylight City. Looking at the great mountains and rivers of his country, Su Jia's mood was still quite good. Of course, the motorcycle friends who had followed him over, as well as the new acquaintance Lu Jing and the others, had all followed him around in the past few days. Overall, the 2 days spent in Nico City were still quite successful. But the world does not have a banquet. Looking at the attractions have been finished, Su Jia 2 people decided directly, go home. After coming out for more than a week, it was indeed time to go home. But all the things that happened on this trip were still deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. It was believed that this lifetime would be very unforgettable. As for the way to go back, Su Jia decided that it was better not to abuse himself, and directly bought 2 first-class tickets, and then pulled Yan Xingyue to run directly to the airport. As for the car and such, it was left to Guosen to handle. Finding a tow truck or something was still very simple. At noon, the 2 people, who were all relaxed, had already registered and were sitting in the first-class cabin waiting for the plane to take off. A trip down, Su Jia 2 people's skin color have a slight change. After all, the origin of the name in Sunshine City was because it was just too close to the sun. The ultraviolet rays and such were almost several times higher than in Rongqing. However, with the 2 people's protection still intact, their skin color couldn't really be said to be very dark. It could only be said that it was a lot healthier than before. And the only thing that remained unchanged was the turnaround rate of the 2. The male was ridiculously handsome, and the female was even less so as a fairy, so it would be strange not to be noticed. Just as the 2 of them had just taken their seats, a man in formal attire next to them locked his gaze on them. I don't know if it was due to occupational disease, but he always felt that this person in front of him looked very familiar. But as the airplane was about to take off, he never remembered who it was. At that moment, he could not suppress his curiosity and asked, young man, are you a star? I'm a movie director, there is a role that is very suitable for you, I don't know you. Hearing this, Su Jia and Yan Xingyu who were feeding each other froze. But looking at the other party's sincere eyes, he could only shrug his shoulders and say, not a star, not much interest. To be honest, based on his looks, if he wanted to be a star, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble of taking the test for Rongqing University in the first place. That half a year of hard study days, until now Su Jia can still very deep it. If it wasn't for Yan Xingyue's encouragement, he felt that it would have been very difficult for him to persevere. The good thing was that Su Jia didn't fail to live up to that period of hard work and his girlfriend's dedication. What's more, his current popularity wasn't really necessarily worse than those stars. So after he finished speaking, he didn't care how the man was, and directly turned his head to continue getting tired of his girlfriend. On the other hand, on the side of the man in formal attire, it was obvious that he hadn't died. Especially looking at Su Jia's face, he already thought that this was the male piggyback in his mind. Only such a person could be worthy of his own script based on a real person. But looking at Soo Jia's look of love, he was also filled with helplessness. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he couldn't miss it. At that moment, no matter what else, directly from the side of the bag took out a folder, handed over. Little brother, meet his fate, why not look at the script before deciding? I am really. Before this was finished, Soo Jia was frozen by the 4 big words on the document. Lone Rider? Seeing this, he did suddenly remember something. Just the night before last, when Soo Jia was lying in bed and brushing his Weibo, he realized that a poll with tens of thousands of participants had appeared. That was whether his deeds above 318 would be remade into a movie. If it was made, would anyone support it? In this poll, 99% of the people voted in favor. At that time, although he was not interested in the movie, his heart was really a bit happy. After all, to have such credibility is truly not easy at all. However, I did not expect, it has not been a day or two, the script directly appeared in his hands. What is this? Invite me to play myself? On the side of Xiong Jia, who was in formal wear, looking at his expression, he thought that this matter was not far off. At that moment, he struck the iron while it was hot and said, it seems that you are also a person who likes Soo Jia. I think it would be appropriate for you to play him. Well indeed, like him a lot. Yes, I also super like Soo Jia. Yan Xingyue, who was sitting next to him, also forced herself not to laugh out loud. Then she pulled his shoulder and said, the director is very sincere, let's take a look. Let's take a look at it. Soo Jia looked at the document in his hand and felt his scalp go numb. This was like a normal person in life, suddenly being written into a novel with various arrangements. And he had to look at himself in the novel with others. Just thinking about it made him feel awkward alright. But at the same time, he was really curious. What was his own self in the eyes of others? After having such thoughts, Soo Jia knew that he had to read this script. At that moment, he didn't hesitate at all and directly pulled his girlfriend along to watch it. However, after a glance, Soo Jia felt that the script's degree of restoration was still relatively high. In addition to some personality problems, other things are also basically real happened. In fact, think about it, his video on 318 has been released, this script is not just to copy it. Of course, several of the thrilling episodes were a bit overplayed. On that day, with his technology and the wisdom of the heavenly eye in the sky, he can be like a fish out of water, simply not as thrilling as written in the book. But this is also understandable, the movie always have to be a little exaggerated place. And after reading, Soo Jia will hand the book back, said with a smile, right good, but I suggest you write his girlfriend into it. His girlfriend was not far from him that day. There is also this? Xiong Jia, who had heard the words, was also brightened up. Adding a girlfriend to the story would undoubtedly make it a lot more colorful. However, he did not forget the more important things, then quickly asked, so you agreed to act? Did not agree. Soo Jia smiled with a frank face. However, just at this moment, the system's voice changed and came over again. Option 1, invest or star in a movie. Reward, a set of Taiku Li'in Tai Peak real estate. Option 2, ignore it. Reward, 5 million yuan in cash. 139 returning, Babs 900 pickup. Regarding this choice, after considering it for a while, Soo Jia still murmured in his mind, option 1. And the reason for this choice was also because there were many benefits in it. First of all, it was the reward that the system gave away. According to the system's notes, this house could be considered a top-tier mansion in the whole of Rongqing. He also did have the intention of buying a large house. Now that he was directly saving money and time, why not? The second thing was that the matter of holding the Superbike Championship on 318 was already 8 or 9. As long as this movie could get it right, then it would be a gain for this race. Most importantly, investing in this competition meant that for many years to come, he would have to invest $200 million in it every year. As a businessman, he also needed to make a profit alright. The opportunity to earn fame like this could only be said to be something not to be missed. A little further into the novel, this also has a lot of benefits for the development of domestic locomotives. These years, all kinds of movies about racing cars are endless. For example, Speeding Life, etc., is widely acclaimed in the masses. But the locomotive is not a variety of violations on the news, or by the neighbors directly complained to tears to sell the car. In this context, Soo Jia felt that he should do something. And watching him fall into contemplation, Xiong Jia is also more anxious. Because it looked like the plane was about to take off, he also had to return to his seat before he could do so. But just as he was getting entangled, Soo Jia turned his head to look at him and said, I definitely won't act in the movie, but I can invest in it for you. Tell me how much money you need. As he spoke, he also had a generous look on his face. Anyway, in his opinion, making a movie wouldn't use much money, so as long as this person didn't go too far, he was willing to consider it. Looking at his serious demeanor, Xiong Jia was humanly dumbfounded. He had casually met a handsome man on the airplane, and he was the legendary top rich second generation? The kind that can invest in movies and casually say the number? As for the authenticity of his words, Xiong Jia was not at all skeptical. After all, just from the aura on Soo Jia's body, one could tell that he was not simple. This, too, was the reason why he took the initiative to come to the door. So considering all the circumstances, he still truthfully said, "In fact, I have not yet done a good job of coordinating, and also have not yet got Soo Jia's authorization. In the end the movie can be shot, or not, is still an unknown quantity." "Oh, this I can help you get, you directly say a number." Soo Jia shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent attitude. "Anyway, he is here, the authorization is still not a matter of paperwork. You better be quick, I don't have much patience." This was not a joke either, he didn't have time to wink with the other party here. If he continues to be entangled in this way, Soo Jia will definitely directly turn around and find another director to shoot. $50 million, as long as there is authorization, $50 million I can shoot out the perfect effect. Feeling the enormous pressure coming from Soo Jia, Xiong Jia also said it directly without even thinking about it. As for whether or not he could really get the authorization, he can only beat a dead horse now. Soo Jia, who got the reply, nodded casually, "Then come with me to Rongqing, I will first find someone to do an assessment for you. As long as it passes, I will vote for you for this $50 million. After saying this, he didn't care what the other party's expression was. Directly turning his head and opening his mouth, he ate the potato chips handed over by Yen Xingyue into his mouth. The needle does not poke. As for Xiong Jia, this first-class trip was obviously not easy anymore. Looking at Soo Jia from behind, his heart was puzzled. Who is this person? Why does he look so familiar? How is $50 million the same as not money? Doubts, there were just too many. But no matter what, Soo Jia still quickly embarked on the homeward journey. And 2 hours later, the airplane landed smoothly on the Rongqing airport. His assistant, Zhu Liwei, had been waiting outside for a long time. As for the director Xiong Jia, who he had met on the plane, he was following him without moving an inch. There was no way around it, the temptation of that $50 million was just a little too great. 10 or so minutes later, several people appeared at the T1 exit of Rongqing Airport. However, before they could formally walk out, he heard someone whispering beside him. "Is that car outside the same as Ma Yan's one? What is it called?" "Yes, it is called Maybach." "This is not a Maybach, but a Babs. This car is more expensive than the car of Ma Yun." "Is it true that we can see a big shot today?" Between all the opinions, everyone can't help but look out through the glass. On Soo Jia's side, he quickly saw the black and domineering car parked at the entrance. But for this, he did not feel surprised at all. Because this car is his. As early as the day before the departure of 318, his future father-in-law, In Jinsong, directly gave him the Babs that had been ordered for a long time. The car arrived at the Force store about the day before yesterday. It just so happened that he didn't have a business car, but he also simply authorized Zhu Liwei to bring this car out. This also means that this Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which landed at $14 million, has become his exclusive driver. As for the crowd's comments, Soo Jia also didn't take it seriously at all. Still pulling Yen Xingyue's hand, he walked towards the direction of the car on his own. Assistant Zhu Liwei, of course, was the first to spot them, directly jogging all the way to the backseat and then pulling the back door open with a respectful face. Truly, for Soo Jia, the boss, he was completely convinced. Not just because he did something that shook the nation, but his sense of smell in the investment field. If something like mosquito repellent was invested by him, what else could he not do? How could one lose by following such a person? That's why he was all set to fight to stay by Soo Jia's side all the time when the agreed time arrived. But looking at the young couple sitting in the backseat with a calm face, Xiong Jia, who was following behind him, was directly unable to resist swallowing his saliva. In the end, what kind of person is this? Such doubts were also infinitely amplified at this moment. And the moment the back door of the car was closed by Zhu Liwei, he completely controlled more than curiosity. Hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Buddy, I want to ask, what is the name of our boss?" You're not a friend of Mr. Soo? He is Soo Jia ah. Aha? Soo Jia? Xiong Jia felt his head directly several circles. I'm not sure why I feel so familiar, but I'm looking for an actor to find the right person to go to. Developed, really developed this time. 140. Your home is too big, we have to take turns to introduce. Seriously, the more he thought about it, the more excited he felt. As long as there was support from Soo Jia's principal, it wasn't a matter of time before this movie took off. To put it bluntly, even if the movie wasn't made very well, as long as his name was there was no worry that the tickets wouldn't sell. In the minds of this generation of young people, Soo Jia clearly held a special significance. Of course, he didn't think he was that much of a dish. Although he hadn't had any big hits before, he was still very confident in his own level. Coupled with the $50 million investment Soo Jia had promised, this movie could be said to have absolutely no reason to fail. In case it failed, he would also be set on the pillar of shame, becoming the object of 1,000 accusations. Zhu Liwei saw that he just froze there, so he asked with suspicion, "Are you or are you not someone my boss knows?" "Yes, hello brother, I am Xiong Jia, a director." After saying this, he stretched out his hand and shook it with Zhu Liwei. There was even a smile with a pleasing nature on his face. There was no way the other party was someone besides Su Jia. After this, it was likely that he would still be his colleague. On the other hand, Julie Wei was too lazy to say much to him and directly opened the passenger door and walked towards the driver's seat. For the boss, this new car, he also likes it a lot. It even had an addictive feeling when he drove it. If it wasn't for the fact that he was already receiving a fairly high salary now, he really had the intention of switching to being a driver. As for Su Jia's side, after getting into the car, he kept surveying the interior of the car. The overall color, or the brown and black interior, can be said to be as luxurious as possible. Especially the distance between the front and back rows, but also allows Su Jia, who is more than 1 meter 8, to lie directly on the seat. No wonder people say that Rolls-Royce is for pretending, and Mercedes-Benz is the boss's exclusive. After really experiencing it, Su Jia thought that it was still a bit reasonable. At least in terms of seating position, this Babs 900 is definitely more comfortable than the Phantom. In addition, because it was a new model, in addition to luxury and comfort, this car also took into account quite advanced technology. With the console in the center, he could sit in the back and control the entire car's entertainment system. TSK, Uncle Yen is still atmospheric. Yen Jinson's kindness to him was also kept in Su Jia's mind. As the saying goes, cars and women are not forgiven. Booked half a year before the arrival of the car, the other party are able to give him directly. This is a kind of affection, in fact, already self-evident. Soon, all 4 people came to the car. Julie Wei turned around and asked, "Boss, let's go home or let's go to Taikoo Li of Xintai." For his new house next to Taikoo Li, Su Jia can't wait to take a look at it. After all, according to the system, this house is very special. Looking at the entire city of Rongqing, it could also be considered the topmost mansion. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly hold back? And hearing this from him, Yan Xingyue asked curiously, "What are we going to do there?" "Don't ask is a surprise." Su Jia smiled mysteriously and sold a secret. It's not that he's being secretive, but this house came a bit suddenly. Instead of saying this, he was able to dispel all of Yan Xingyue's speculations and pretend that he was prepared to buy it before. He can save him a lot of words. Things were not what he expected. Yan Xingyu saw him in this manner, and while her inner sense of anticipation was stretched, she also directly assumed that this was something he had prepared long ago. And after the car departed, Su Jia said with a smile, "Xiong Jie is a director. There is a project I want to invest in. The evaluation work will be given to you." "No problem, boss." Getting this done, Su Jia made a trip to the seat of Babs 900 and began to close his eyes and rest his mind. His girlfriend, who was sitting next to him, was even straddling him with her entire body. While the back row has a lot of space, it's just so arbitrary. In the Yintai neighborhood next to Taikoo Li, several men and women in professional attire were standing at the entrance, waiting in anticipation. On everyone's face, there is also a smile of excitement. If this house is sold, we will all be rich this month. Indeed, I calculated that the commission would be at least tens of thousands of dollars. I'm just curious, what kind of person is this mysterious customer? Without saying anything, he directly made a payment of more than $50 million. It's too powerful. Hearing this, a middle-aged man standing at the front of the room said with a calm face, "Don't pry into the privacy of customers. But the person who can afford this house, I'm afraid it's some big shot." In his heart, in fact, far from acting so calm. Because this set of houses is really too strange. In the time it had been open for so long, there were quite a few asking for a price, but it just couldn't be sold. But the customer who contacted over at noon today directly made a payment without saying a word. More than $50 million said to call. What is this if not a big brother? Ahem, you guys cheer up, don't make a fool of yourselves in front of the customer later. No problem. Manager Zhang, don't worry. Then, a few people fell into silence. Eyes, but also dead staring at the door, waiting for the arrival of the customer. In just a few minutes, a black to reflective, but they are sure that they have never seen a domineering car, appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Here it comes. Quickly follow me up. A few people were unable to think too much, and rushed over in a puff of smoke. The person who came was naturally Su Jia. When he was on the road, he contacted the sales over here, hoping that they would send out someone to help him accept the property. After all, this time there are people around, the system has no way to directly send the real estate license to the hand like before. It's just that he didn't expect that this group of people would actually create such a big battle. Before the car even stopped, they surrounded him. The sales next to him, on the other hand, were looking at the back of the Babs 900 with curiosity in their hearts. Who is this? It should be some very famous tycoon. Look at this car, it should not be some young man. All sorts of speculations were also growing in the hearts of the crowd. Under their gaze, the rear glass of the car slowly lowered. Then, a face that was too handsome to be true appeared in their line of sight. "You are the staff that came to pick me up?" Seriously, including the manager who was calm before, all of them were dumbfounded. This was also too young. But since he was able to achieve the position of manager, he was still very professional. After freezing for a moment, he quickly said, "Yes, your car will be parked in the open air, and we will take you up to see the house. There's no need for so many people." Yan Xingyue was also a little curious in her heart when she saw that it was a viewing. But looking at such a big battle, she is really a bit uncomfortable. It's not that we like to make a scene, it's just that your house is too big, we have to take turns introducing it. Too big? How big? 1510 square feet. 1,418 rooms, 5 halls, 7 baths, Hentang Grand Flat. Hearing this, the knowledgeable Yan Xingyu was a bit overwhelmed. Stinky Pa, is this the surprise you were talking about? Well, this is the surprise. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders with an affirmative expression. As a matter of fact, he was also a bit shocked when he heard this figure. After all, the system didn't give the complete data, only knowing that the market price of this house was $55 million. It was a very alternative set of mansion. But unexpectedly, it was actually such an alternative existence. To know, although this is not the absolute city center of Rongqing, but it is also considered a very prime location. Even next to this neighborhood, it was the heart of Taikuli. To be able to have such a set of houses here is simply too good to be true. Moreover, this is not a villa in a remote location, but a large flat. Well, 1,510 square feet of large flat, highlighting a big word. At the same time, Su Jia's curiosity was also instantly pulled full. Such a large house, what exactly is the state of the inside? As for the two men sitting in front of Xiong Jia, although they were dumbfounded, they both felt that it was normal. Not for any other reason, just because he was Su Jia. He was the owner of that mosquito repellent app that had taken the country by storm. With such a business in place, what other house was there that he couldn't afford? Soon, the Babs 900 was parked in the VIP parking space downstairs under the command of that manager Zhang. Then he led the crowd through the opulent hall and walked towards the elevator. While walking, he also introduced, "Your house is on the 36th floor, belonging to the upper middle of the building. And because of the special nature of your property, you are the only one in the whole building." In addition, at the beginning of the designer, in order to highlight the suite's dignity, directly for you to design an independent elevator. Accompanied by his introduction, Su Jia and the others followed him on the independent elevator with only 36 buttons. It had to be said that this card was still very sufficient. Even Su Jia, who didn't care much about this, now felt very good. At least when going home or going downstairs, there was no need to squeeze into an elevator with others. "Not bad, keep talking." Su Jia smiled noncommittally, signaling him to continue. "Okay, besides the independent elevator, the location of your home can also be said to be quite perfect. 100 meters out the door, you can reach Taikuli and Chuanxi Road. The convenience of life is unquestionable." After a series of introductions, everyone except Su Jia and Yan Xingyue felt giddy. Because no matter which point it was, it represented the price of this house, which was absolutely ridiculously high. With a ding-dong sound, the elevator should stop. What should be as false to the eyes was a small corridor, and a double opening door. It seemed that in order to highlight the specialness of this set of house, even the door was chosen in gold color. There were also various patterns on it. It looked like it could be said to be quite atmospheric. And as he took out the key and opened the door, Manager Zhang changed to a serious expression and said, "Mr. Su, welcome back to your Cloud Palace. This is the largest and highest decorated specification customized mansion in the entire city of Rongqing, a true cloud top grand flat." Listening to his introduction, Su Jia was still very touched. Especially when the double opening doors were opened, a huge entrance hall appeared in his line of sight. As far as the area was concerned, this entrance hall alone seemed to have at least a few dozen square feet. Next to Xiong Jia, after seeing this, he couldn't help but mutter, "The entrance hall is bigger than my living room. Is this a large flat?" Indeed, in front of this house, all other flat floors cannot be said to be big. Manager Zhang nodded affirmatively, with the same envy in his eyes that he couldn't hide. For those living in the city, or even everyone, who wouldn't want to be able to live in such a mansion? On Su Jia's side, he was pulling Yan Xingyu directly towards the inside. Just after passing through the entrance hall, a living room that was visually estimated to be 300 to 400 square feet appeared in the sight of the two of them. It was large, but not a single bit of it was wasted. All sorts of modern furniture had been organized in a spotless manner. Under the sunlight, it looked so harmonious and luxurious. That's right, it's luxurious. In fact, the average price of a house over here is around 15,000. And the average price of this house, Su Jia, directly came to 36,000. The extra money, naturally all used in the decoration above. Each square foot of more than 10,000 decoration budget, not luxury, is strange. But to say that let Su Jia feel most satisfied, is the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in front of the eyes. Even standing in the doorway, he could feel the sunlight coming in from there. Compared to that, the house in the Jianghua neighborhood was just a little bit inadequate. The real estate company's manager, Mr. Zhang, also quickly followed up and said, "The layout of your house is 8 rooms, 5 halls and 7 baths. Listening to his little by little introduction, next to the heart of the people is not to mention how difficult. 8 rooms, 5 halls and 7 baths? This house has 5 living rooms, 8 bedrooms, and 7 bathrooms? It's too outrageous, too outrageous. To be honest, whether it is Zhu Liwei or Xiong Jia, actually feel that they are considered to have seen the world. Especially Zhu Liwei, who was previously the secretary of a $10 billion tycoon. He had also been to his family's villa quite a few times. But in terms of the level of shock it gave him, it was far less than the set in front of him. The first thing is that young people prefer large flat, the villa actually have no feeling. Su Jia this set of houses, but also belongs to the real golden location. In addition, this kind of a person exclusive possession of the whole floor of the feeling, I am afraid that a man will be obsessed with it. Su Jia and Yan Xingyue, on the other hand, followed manager Zhang and quickly looked at the whole set of houses. And after looking at it, they both saw the word satisfaction in each other's eyes. We'll be living here from now on? The matter of living together with Su Jia, she had actually accepted it a long time ago. After a trip down, she had also completely adapted to the existence of her boyfriend. So this question was still logical. Yes, we'll be living here from now on. While saying that, he also tightened the hand he was holding in his hand. Regarding this house, Su Jia could be said to be satisfied. Now that Yan Xingyue agreed to live in it, it made him even happier than owning a mansion. However, looking at the large living room in front of him, he then quickly continued, but this afternoon we have something to be busy with. Why, it looks quite clean. Not enough, our check room, as well as the place where you put your bagged jewelry, but not yet filled it. Then, Su Jia turned his head to look at Zhu Liwei. Fine, 2 more people over, let's go to Taiku Li purchasing in the afternoon. No problem, boss. 142 Wangkai has become a non-mainstreamer. Su Jia wasn't a person who liked to spend lavishly. In that home near the school, there was basically nothing very expensive other than some necessities. But since he had decided to move to a new home, and since the new home had so much to offer, he thought it was very necessary to be extravagant. The most crucial thing was that both check rooms in this house were excessively large. There was no telling how many years it would take to buy them if they were full to the brim in life. Might as well take advantage of the time you have in the afternoon and go straight for a step up. Anyway, next to the house is Taiku Li, the most complete place for luxury brands in the whole of Rongqing. And in response to his statement, his girlfriend Yan Xingyue also looked very impressed. Believe it or not, there was nothing that could make a woman more moved than filling up her check room. At that moment, there was also no hesitation at all, directly opened the cell phone, and sent a message in the girlfriend's WeChat group of only 3 people. Sisters, come to Taiku Li, help me make a big purchase. Jiaru, The little fairy on the road came back without a word? Li Qi, that's it, people's fairy couple outside, I'm still bitter to help them make money. Jiaru, who is not yet it, I can now also be Su Boss's employees. Oh. Yan Xingyue, hurry up, or I'll let him deduct your wages. By the way, bring Wang Kai Ha. When she went out to play, the pet alpaca she gave to Su Jia was hosted by him on Jiaru's side. Now that he's back, naturally he has to take this one home. I'm sure it will love this new 1510 square foot home as well. Although it didn't have its favorite lawn, at least this area was enough for it to use to spread its joy. On Su Jia's side, there was no opinion at all. Previously, because of what happened on 318, these 2 girlfriends of hers were also worried. Now after coming back, it is natural to make an appointment to meet at the first time. Soon, after accepting the house, Su Jia had a few more keys in her hand. The combination lock for the main door had also been changed by him to his birthday. This also meant that from now on, this set of the most prestigious large flat in the whole of Rongqing was his private property. But compared to this, what he actually cared more about was that this house was the love nest where he and Yan Xingyue officially started living together. With this alone, it already made Su Jia feel significant. And after everything was done, manager Zhang said with a smile, congratulations on the new house, but there is still a little something that needs to be dealt with in the next few days. Straight to the point. The good mood of Su Jia said directly with a smile. It is that the property fee of this house is relatively expensive, so I have to trouble you to pay it quickly. Price, each square meter is $30 a month. After saying this price, he really can't help but feel his heart jumping. As for the side of the Xiongjia Zhu Liwei, more directly out of sweat. There is no way, every month 30 yuan a square meter, absolutely count the sky price property fee. To know, Su Jia this house, but a whole 1510 square meters A little math, a month of property fees alone will be at least 45,000 or so. A year, it is 4 or 500,000. This figure has exceeded the domestic more than 95 families a year's income. How many people dream of a high salary, but that's it. But now you tell them that this is just the property fee that they need to pay every year. This situation, how can they be calmed down? Even on Su Jia's side, he felt that this price was a little expensive. But all in all, it's still worth it. As long as one lives comfortably, even if the property fee is $1 million, so what? At that moment, he nodded and said, this is handed over to Assistant Zhu, first pay for 2 years. But if the property service doesn't satisfy me, you'll have to take care of it. Su Jia smiled and said words that made manager Zhang's heart jump even more. Mr. Su, don't worry, we'll absolutely make you satisfied. Under great pressure, he also had to immediately make a military order. And Suja didn't take this to heart, and after briefly looking at the room again, he turned and said, "Let's go then, go buy something." After saying that, he pulled Yen Xingyu towards the outside of the room. 10 or so minutes later, a Barbo's 900 stared at the gazes of various passers-by either enviously or strangely, appearing in the main center of the bustling Taikuli. For the appearance of this car, some people who know how to drive, but also directly took out their cell phones and began to crazy license plate. I say buddy, is not just a modified Mercedes-Benz? To not to? Modified Mercedes? You're still a car enthusiast. Holding a SLR non-stop license plate people, the hand movement did not stop, the mouth continues to say, this is Babs 900, should still be the first national. I'm sure it's the first of its kind in the country. This person was deeply shocked, but it was too late to think about it, and hastily raised his own camera. In Taikuli, where street photography is rampant, such a situation soon appeared in many small groups. But to the disappointment of the crowd, the car did not park in the VIP parking space at the main entrance of the mall. Instead, without a single pause, it drove directly onto the rich man's slope. That is, the place where Su Jia came down when he bought the Pagani earlier. As a matter of fact, the security guard had waved at them when they just passed by the entrance of the mall. But after thinking about it, they decided not to make a spectacle of it. It wasn't for the sake of keeping a low profile, it was simply that he didn't want Yen Xingyu to be photographed. After all, his name has now achieved takeoff, some street photos were posted online, I'm afraid that he will soon be recognized. At that time, Yen Xingyu, who wanted to keep a low profile, was afraid that she wouldn't be able to keep a low profile at all. This was also considered a kind of protection for his girlfriend. In fact, many people on the internet now knew that he had a girlfriend and that she was very beautiful. But the only photo that was circulated was the one of the two kissing at the airport. Because of the reason that the shooting distance was far away, it was only possible to see a silhouette, right? Soon, the car stopped at the parking lot above the rich man's slope. An alpha next to it also pulled open its door at this time. Yen Xingyu's girlfriends, Li Qi and Jia Ru, directly walked down from the car. Right behind them was Su Jia's big pet Wan Kai. And along with him coming down from the car, the two women said in unison, "Boss good, boss wonderful, boss croak. Will you guys be okay with the whole young world thing?" Su Zhangjian held back his embarrassment, then pointed at Wan Kai and said, "Moreover, are you guys human beings? What's wrong with my Wan Kai's hair?" At this moment, the alpaca Wan Kai was obviously brought down by these two women. Especially the hairstyle on his head, which was also cut into a non-mainstream exclusive shape. I think it's quite nice. Yen Xingyue, who saw the scene, also directly couldn't help but laugh out. And just as Su Jiao was about to continue spitting, Wan Kai walked directly towards him. He, who had experience before, was prepared to dodge the concealed weapon that this bastard spat out at any time. But what warmed his heart was that Wan Kai, who he hadn't seen for a few days, didn't spit at him. Instead, with his non-mainstream hairstyle on top, he rubbed against his arm. "Counting didn't hurt you for nothing, let's go, Dad will take you shopping." 143 Sweeping shopping, the unmistakable Yen Xingyue. Just like this, a combination that looked rather odd to onlookers appeared in the mall of Taikuli in Rongcheng. Su Jia, who was in the lead, was wearing a mask, but from his upright stance and the aura on his body, one could sense his extraordinary nature. The most crucial thing was that he was holding an alpaca with an explosive hairstyle. Well, all in all, it was a flavor of bravado. Behind him was the trio of girlfriends, as well as Zhu Liwei and two other men in black. Their main task today was to carry bags. As for the director, Xiong Jia, he was simply told to get rid of him when he went downstairs. Anyway, it still took a while for a movie project to go from preparation to shooting. There was plenty of time left for Zhu Liwei's side to review the other party's qualifications. And what shocked people even more was the way this group of people bought things. After entering the mall, the crowd went straight into the LV counter. Without the time of 10 or so minutes, it has come out from inside. But everyone's hands, but more out of a lot of printed LV logo handbags. Even the alpaca Wankai cannot be spared. People who noticed this also couldn't help but look towards the inside of the LV store. But not to know, all look startled. In the luxury goods in the name are considered the largest LV counter, actually almost by these people to empty out. Some of the counter sisters now also stood in front of the empty shelves, with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Obviously, this kind of windswept purchase was beyond their cognition. TSK, today is the day they met a god. And Su Jia, who had just spent millions at a specialty counter, was also feeling tasteless. Not because it's not enough money, but a lot of high fashion things that are not in the counter. But come to all come, cannot return empty-handed, right? Directly buy and wear on the end of the matter. In this way, he led a large group of people and began to roam around inside the various luxury goods. Until they walked out from the mall, it was already dinner time. At this time, everyone was carrying bags with the logos of various brands on their hands, with a pained look on their faces. Even Jia Ru and Li Qi had several bags hanging around their necks. I say, Boss Su, don't you think it's too much? Yeah, the people you called in made 2 trips to your home, and it came out that there are still so many. Are you sure you can fit them in your home? On the faces of the 2 men, there was also a look of despair. There is no woman who does not like shopping, but also to see people spend money is also very cool. But Soo Jia's way of purchasing something that fits the eye still left them dumbfounded. Hearing this, Soo Jia then shrugged his shoulders and said, should barely be able to fill the check room. Unfortunately, the cabinet where Dahlia keeps her bags will have to wait for a while. For his girlfriend, he was still very generous. These crappy bags on the counter, he is genuinely a bit unattractive. So in Hermes and other brands, Soo Jia then threw a lot of money, ordered a lot of rare leather bags for her. The arrival time, on the other hand, ranges from 1 month to half a year. And from the time he walked into the mall until now, Soo Jia's expenses also came to more than $30 million. Among them, there were clothes for the 2 of them, as well as a variety of small play should. Of course, the ones that occupied the big head were actually the bags that were ordered. The most expensive one of them cost around $7 to $8 million. After hearing this, the 2 women were obviously not convinced. Especially Jia Ru, who had been to his house, said directly, the things I bought today are enough to fill up that suite of yours, right? Who told you that I only have a suite? Soo Jia laughed and didn't explain much. In the face of this situation, the 2 women also had the sense to keep their mouths shut. Because indeed, a person like Soo Jia wanted what mansion he didn't have. As for Yan Xingyue's side, although she also felt tired, she was still excited inside. After all, starting today, she and Soo Jia would officially enter into cohabitation. Compared to this, what could the tens of millions of dollars spent be considered? However, seeing that it was already dinner time, Soo Jia turned his head and arranged, today is the first day of moving, and it's also considered a housewarming. So let's not eat outside, buy some ingredients or something, let's eat hot pot together tonight. His words also immediately caused a few other people to strongly agree. Then, they walked towards the direction of the car with great vigor. It was also good that Jia Ru drove over an Alpha, loading down the shopping bags in the hands of the crowd was still quite easy. When everything was ready, the 2 cars drove directly towards Soo Jia's new home. In just 10 minutes or so, several people appeared in their new home. A few of the domestic helpers sent by the property were still busy inside the rooms. On the other hand, Jia Ru and Li Qi, who had come over for the first time, had their minds crumbled directly. Among them, Jia Ru, who had a more cheerful personality, stared with wide eyes and asked, tell me the truth, how big is this house? 1510 square feet, doesn't it just sound awesome? The pride in Yan Xingyu's tone fully demonstrated that she was also satisfied with this house. Hiss. Wannabe capitalists, aren't you too afraid of getting lost in the house? That's right, the life of having to read a map at home, I'm really sour. Then, the 2 women also didn't care, they started to scurry around the house. Alpaca Wankai also seemed to have received their influence and began to spread joy inside the room. Regarding this, Soo Jia did not intend to stop it, anyway, the new home was big enough. Letting it play recklessly was the end of the matter. It wasn't until half an hour later, with Julie Wei's help, dinner was finally ready. In the huge dining room of no less than 70 to 80 square feet, 4 people served as a rectangular table. And on top of the table, it was filled with a variety of dishes. In the center of the table, a pot full of red oil had also been set up. Facing this situation, Soo Jia then said helplessly, can you guys respect me as an outsider and arrange a mandarin duck pot for me? Ha, in Rongqing still want to eat mandarin duck's pot? Okay, let's eat. Soo Jia thought also, in this area of Rongqing, people who eat mandarin duck's pot will be categorized as a different category. But this is not important, the big deal is to give their own ass a lesson. On Yan Xingyue's side, she directly brought over a bowl of warm water and then softly said, shabu shabu before you eat. Dahua is so nice. Obviously, this bowl of water was also prepared by her in advance. Even in these few days, Soo Jia then really felt her meticulous care. You 2 are really enough, are you eating hot pot or dog food? Li Qi rolled her eyes, a sour expression on her face. And Soo Jia didn't intend to pay attention to her on this one, so he turned to say, report on your work, how's it going? This is still smooth, the store site selection is also almost carried out, but Jia Ru's side encountered a bit of difficulty. Tell me more about it. 144 then I will be the villain for once. Hearing that it was actually Jia Ru who had encountered difficulties, Soo Jia really felt quite surprised. When he accepted the shares of her company, he had also specifically had some understanding online. He knew that before she met him, she was a big anchor in the gaming area. Every year, the signing fee she received was at least a few $1 million. Counting the gifts appreciated by fans, earning $8 to $10 million a year was just like playing an anchor to achieve this kind of volume, as long as you do not die, even if you cannot further, but also to ensure that will not regress too much. And after recognizing him, Jia Ru's popularity is once again ushering in a surge. The official with Du Shark Live has also signed a brand new S-level contract, the signing fee directly exceeded 10 million. It was worth mentioning that this money was also able to be shared. Because Jia Ru's brokerage contract is placed in his own company. And Su Jia is now also the major shareholder of this company. Even the name has become plus, minus, multiplication, and dividing culture media limited. Just on Jiaru's side, but there is a little hesitation. This really have to say? Look at you, if you can solve it yourself, I would save my mind. Su Jia shrugged his shoulders, an attitude of indifference. It was not true that he did make money from the company, but he was not a person who liked to wink. If he even hid it from him, then it would be better not to earn this money. Hearing this, Jiaru was also a bit deflated as she realized that she really couldn't solve this by herself. She also had no choice but to put her chopsticks down and then spoke. I offended a guild boss, and now I'm isolated, and they're using a water army to smear me. The guild boss has so much power? For a guild once, Su Jia was no stranger. But in his opinion, it is not just a company that serves as a host? How come it was now isolating others? Not to mention that this Jiaru was still an S-ranked anchor. According to normal, there wasn't this much power, but he was the biggest union boss of Do Shark, with no less than 7 or 8 S-ranked anchors under his hands. And in the hearts of the audience, he is a god ho. In the platform consumption are almost 200 million. He said a word, that gang of anchors certainly do not dare to play with me. Su Jia, on the other hand, was curious and asked, how did you offend him? He wanted to sign me and sleep with me. After saying this, Jiaru was furious. You guys don't know how disgusting he is. Just this morning he even approached me and said that if I don't sign his union, he will directly ruin my live broadcasting career. He also said something like give me a day to find him in Mordor, or else suffer the consequences and so on. Anyway, I thought well, big deal, I don't broadcast, go home to be a rich second generation is quite good. This is so to say, but Jiaru face regret is simply cannot hide. Thinking about it, seeing the live broadcast career is about to reach new heights, but encountered such a bad thing. Anyone else would feel like they couldn't swallow their breath. On Su Jia's side, it is not a surprise. The first thing is that Jiaru is very beautiful. In the circle of beautiful anchors, it is also a one-of-a-kind existence. Being looked at is also very normal. But the means used by the other party was more or less dirty. As for the so-called God Ho, he is also not at all in the eyes. He also watched the live broadcast and also occasionally rushed a little money to cultivate a little sentiment. But this kind of tens of millions of hundreds of millions of brush money, it is more or less a bit of a problem. Either he is an accountant, and anyway, the money used is not his own. Before being caught, you can also enjoy being treated as a father. Either that or he's a cutie. But what's wrong with someone with that kind of finances, and what's wrong with cutie pie? To put it mildly, what's the fulfillment of picking up anchors? Tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars in cash to smash international stars does not smell good? The sense of accomplishment is not directly burst. That's why most of those tycoons on the internet who are blown up to be gods, or godly tycoons for short, only do so because they have interests. The water inside the live broadcasting circle was also deeper than anyone could imagine. However, just as Su Jia was about to voice her opinion, a call tone came from Jiaru's cell phone. Then, she revealed an expression similar to constipation and said, it's coming again, this person is really annoying. Bring it over, I'll answer it. Su Jia smiled and said not to panic. He would like to see, the other party, a man who thinks by his lower body, what exactly makes him have this kind of courage. And Jiaru was now open-minded. Anyway, he was now Su Jia's employee, and this matter had already been made clear. In the case that he couldn't solve it himself, he might as well let Su Jia try. So soon, the cell phone appeared in his hand. Pressing the answer button, Su Jia then said into the phone, hello. According to his thoughts, once the other party heard that it was a man, he would more or less restrain himself. Then should talk about things to talk about things. If the other party does not accept, then take other means. But what I did not expect was that the other side heard the voice of a man on the phone but did not calm down, but directly exploded. Good your Jiaru, in front of me pretending to be pure and clean, the result is now answering the phone are men right? Okay, if you have the ability, you will not live for the rest of your life, let me see how hard you are. Duh. Listening to the busy signal coming from the phone, the few people at the table were all confused. This dude is more or less a pervert. I'm just curious, how did this kind of person make a big business? The live broadcast industry is different, as long as he has money, what he says is what he does. Speaking of which, Jiaru was even more desperate. Forget it, I'll simply change my profession. On the contrary, Yan Xingyue's side is still a calm expression. But when her best friend was bullied like this, how could she sit back and watch, and soon whispered, are you a little bit looking down on my family's stinky treasure? Eh? As soon as these words came out, the other two women immediately locked their eyes on Su Jia. And he did not let the three women disappointed, directly smiled, and said, evil people have their own evil people grinding, then I will be an evil person today? Dang, must teach this person a lesson. The two men's one song was directly Li Qi and Jiaru were dumbfounded. And Su Jia didn't intend to explain, so he directly said, then eat, after eating you will open a live broadcast in my house. I would like to see what tricks he can toss out. From the moment the other party hung up the phone, he thought that this couldn't just be left alone. Not to mention the fact that she is Yen Xingyue's best friend. Just based on the fact that she had already made money for herself and was still her own employee, she had to be helped. As for how to give the other party lessons? This might be difficult on others. After all, the other party had a godly status that was sought after by millions of people. But in Sujia's opinion, it was actually just like that. 145. I'm sitting right here, do you dare to win against me? An hour later, the four of them were finally full of wine and food. Jaru patted his rounded stomach and said with a satisfied face, eating in such a big house is simply too good to be true. If you guys don't mind, is it okay if I stay here today? What makes you think I don't mind? Seeing that the fruit of love had already blossomed, how could Sujia tolerate someone disturbing their world of two? And looking at her as if she was still planning to say something, he directly continued, it's better to hurry up and get your things done. As for living or not, wait for a few days. While speaking, he also winked at Yen Xingyu. Yen Xingyu, who understood what he meant, her face also instantly reddened. But the attitude that was shown was still very clear, that is, she could not be allowed to live in. Li Qi, who was next to her, saw a little bit of clues, so she said with a mysterious smile, it's better not to disturb the young couple living their lives. Alas, forget it, open live. There is no way, her boss's attitude is so determined, what else can she say? Jaru could only put down her heart's obsession with the big house and picked up her cell phone. Soon, her face appeared in the live broadcast. And within a minute or two, there was an influx of at least 1,000 viewers. And the pop-ups sent out by these people were surprisingly uniform. Xiaoru, don't be afraid, we are always here. Don't ever bow down like the evil forces, it's fine for us to play by ourselves. That's right, big deal, let's go and play with Jia. Seeing this, Xiaoru's heart couldn't help but be a little touched. To say that giving up live broadcasting, did it have any effect on her? Actually, the negative impact wouldn't be there at all, instead it would be good for her. The first thing is that she is not short of money, even if she does not work her family has the conditions to be able to afford her. Another thing is that in the anchor industry, you can't avoid staying up all night. With normal people's work and rest time, will be completely different. This has a great impact on the body itself. And these fans who supported her were the existence she couldn't afford to give up. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, don't worry everyone, I won't bow down. Meanwhile, far away inside an office building in Magic City, Chen Jindong was sitting in a luxurious office, looking at the assistant in front of him with a gloomy face. She really started the broadcast? Yes, and also said that she would never bow her head or something like that. Even the assistant's side was actually all confused. Before this, the entire Do Shark live broadcast had never really seen such a hardcore. His own boss was simply a godlike figure on the entire platform. Live broadcasts that dared to offend him simply didn't exist. However, he did not expect that an anchor who had just signed an S-class contract would actually dare to release such bold words. And Chen Jindong's face, too, became even more ugly. Toast to toast. After thinking about it, he turned his head and said, go arrange for someone to fight a PK with her, it is necessary to properly humiliate her today. Boss, I'm afraid this is very difficult, if she does not answer, we cannot take her off. This is not simple? Directly contact the official, she will have to accept, not to accept also have to accept. That's it. Hearing this, the little assistant also came to a realization. Who was his boss? The biggest union boss of the entire Fighting Sharks. He was also the pillar of the tens of billions of dollars of market capitalization of the Fighting Sharks. It's still very easy to do such a little request. Besides, on Jiaru's side, after opening the live broadcast, he just sat there and chatted as he always did with outdoor live broadcasts. And the tens of thousands of viewers that quickly gathered inside the live broadcast room quickly focused on her background. Good guy, this doesn't seem to be Xiaoru's house. Could it be some kind of clubhouse? Look at this decoration, does not look like a restaurant, it should be someone's home. Above, don't bull, what family a restaurant can be so big? This last sentence also won a lot of approval. It is also true that the dining room of Sujia's house is indeed a bit excessively large and excessively luxurious. Even if it was a rather high-end clubhouse, I'm afraid it would be nothing more than that. However, just as she was about to turn the camera around and show the viewers around the environment, her cell phone screen suddenly flashed. Then, the live broadcast screen split in two, and another female anchor's face appeared in the video. Seeing this, Jiaru was directly taken aback. However, the other party did not care how she reacted, and said with a condescending meaning, you are the one who offended Brother Chen. PK a hand, whoever loses who draws a small turtle on his face. And along with her saying that, the PK function was directly opened. I don't know, you guys are so powerful? I didn't move anything, and you guys can directly open PK? To be honest, she was also considered a veteran of the live broadcast industry. But this kind of situation is still unheard of. Sister, words can't be nonsense, isn't this something you picked up yourself? On the other party's face, there was also an unimpeded smile. This feeling of stepping on a big anchor was simply not too good. And in Jiaru's side of the audience, see this situation is instantly fried. Just now, Xiaoru's hand did not touch the cell phone, the battle shark live horse is gone. Too disgusting, so bully people? This is simply not regarded as people, brothers together with the money on. For a moment, tens of thousands of viewers were agitated, the heart is simply angry to explode. However, just as many people opened the recharge interface, ready to help a hand, in the video on the PK bar began to grow up. Then, right above the video, a series of gift reminders also extinguished many people's fire. Dong gifted Anchor Peach Super Rocket X1, X100, X500. In just 2 to 3 minutes time, the anchor on the opposite side, called Peach, had hit tens of millions of PK value. Converted into RMB, that was a solid million. In the face of such a large sum of money, this group of fans who supported Xiaoru, although they were angry in their hearts, they simply did not have the power to fight back. After all, this Dong is still a whole platform well-known god hero, the total consumption are close to 200 million of the existence of it. And Peach, who saw this scene, spoke even more recklessly. I say opposite Big Anchor, you are not also move off? It won't be powerless to fight back. However, she didn't wait for Xiaoru to answer, the screen of the live broadcast room on this side had also risen up in the air. Then, a face that was too handsome to be true appeared on the screen. Seeing this image, many of the fans who were holding back their feelings were directly coming to a standing ovation. Su Jia, on the other hand, was wearing a smile and said lightly, fight back? There is no need. I'm sitting right here, do you dare to win me? 146 wind and water turn, to TM dead turn. I'm sitting right here, don't you dare win me. Being said by Su Jia with a smile on his face, it made Xiaoru's fans instantly explode. It was Brother Jia. Brother Jia is here. Saying the most hateful words in the flattest tone, I'm convinced. Brother Jia was awesome and made the opposite side dare to be arrogant again. It couldn't be helped, ever since Xiaoru was isolated, they were out of isolation. Even when they went out to play with Xiaoru's fan sign, they hadn't been attacked by other anchors. This suffocating feeling was also causing everyone to hold their breath in their hearts. And Su Jia's domineering language spoken in a flat tone was an instant release for them. After all, they were also clear that as long as Su Jia was there, Xiaoru wouldn't be able to cool off. But some people were happy and some people were sad. The anchor of the other live room, Peach, was now directly blinded. Especially looking at the handsome face on the opposite side, a whole bunch of harsh words that were originally prepared directly disappeared from his head. The whole person froze on the spot. Who am I and where am I? And who is he, what makes him able to say such words? All sorts of doubts struck her mind, making her not know what to do. Of course, to say that the person who was the most confused was undoubtedly the so-called internet god Shen Jindong. In particular, Su Jia's words were like a thorn that dug deep into his heart. Dare to win? If Su Jia hadn't appeared, he would have absolutely dared today, and would have definitely dealt Xiaoru a severe blow. But looking at that handsome face on the screen, he really didn't dare to win. The reason was simple, he couldn't afford to offend Su Jia. Who is he? A network god hero who used the company's money to package out. Seemingly spending over $100 million, but the real purpose is still to drive consumption, and then allow the company to realize a profit. This was fundamentally different from a real player. What's more, by virtue of his position in Do Shark Live, the hundreds of millions of dollars that he swiped out, the real money is only 20 to 30 million. The rest basically all have rebates given by the platform. This situation can be said to be quite common on the live broadcast platform. And what about Su Jia? There are too many labels on him. Lone Rider, Domestic Biker God, the youngest entrepreneur, the youngest billionaire, and so on. Even the company under his name already had a considerable influence in society. So there was simply no comparison between the two in terms of status. To say one heaven and one earth was not an exaggeration at all. In such a situation, how could he dare to win against Su Jia? In case he won, this would immediately be on the news today, and then be attacked by his tens of millions of fans. This consequence would be too serious. Without mentioning anything else, his divine hero status would definitely be riddled with layers, and then directly reduced to a reviled platform money trapping number. I'm afraid that the sordid things he had done before wouldn't be able to be hidden at all. This was still only at the fan level. In case he was targeted by Su Jia, a truly great tycoon, would his future days be any better? When he thought of this, his heartbeat began to accelerate in a straight line, and sweat began to seep out from his forehead. It was at this time that the assistant who was standing at the side said with an attentive face, "Boss, I just let the fighting sharks charge you $5 million, so you can play as you like. The first thing you need to do is to play the game. Hurry up and roll, let that Peach give me shut up, never speak again. We can't win this PK. If we do, we're all doomed." On Su Jia's side, he was still conversing with the pop-ups. For this PK, he never thought of charging money to play with the other side. It's not that he can't afford to play, but it's completely unnecessary. One reason is because he knows that the other party swipes the code, he still take real money on the head, that is not stupid, what is it? The other is that he really doesn't have much interest in large rewards. He is neither short of love nor short of money, and his life is full, so he is simply too comfortable to speak of. He spends tens of millions of dollars to give the hostess a reward. What do you want? There is this money to buy a car for himself, to Yenxing Yue buy and sell jewelry or something not fragrant? What's more, he also expected that the other party absolutely did not dare to win him. With his social status, now is have this confidence. And the thing that was not what he expected, an account named Dong and Shiny Gold, soon entered Jiaru's room. Seeing this scene, the fans also instantly opened up. Shen Hao? I think it's Oyster. For the sake of being rich, you think you can do whatever you want just because you're rich? Such words, see Chen Jin Dong his eyelids straight jump. If this is placed in the past, he must run to the opposite side of a rocket-smashed face, to this gang of beggars on a lesson. But there is no way, today this goat still have to recognize. Thinking of this, he will speak on the pop-up screen, Mr. Su, do not fight, can add a VX chat? He recognized that he was a coward, but he still wanted to keep his identity as a god. If you apologize to Su Jia in front of everyone, how can you mix this live platform in the future? The moment he said this, the pop-up screen was cursing even more fiercely. But on Su Jia's side, he continued to reply to other pop-ups as if he didn't see them. In the face of this situation, he also clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, moving the mouse to the gift column. Dong gifted anchor Xiao Ru with a Super Rocket X1, X100, X1000. In a few minutes' time, another 2 million came out. It also allowed Xiao Ru's side's PK value to successfully surpass Peach on the opposite side. Not without saying, after brushing out these 2 million, Chen Jin Dong's heart was almost broken. Before this, brushing gifts can be greeted with their own anchor, and after brushing, they are directly deducted in the background. He loaded the brush gift then, the anchor is earned the gift attracted popularity. But this time, it can be his personal use of real money to make up for the fighting shark. And the most difficult for him is that this wave of stormy rockets directly pull up the audience of Jiaru's room to more than 100,000. And looking at the situation, this was still tightly at the beginning. So he also did not dare to delay at all, and hurriedly repeated what he had just said again. Anyway, Shen Jindong seems, this 2 million smashed down, how can also let Su Jia reason a little bit of their own, right? But the fact proves that he is completely overthinking. Su Jia has directly ignored these gifts, and then frowned and said, this person seems to be a cerebral palsy, swiping gifts to block the pop-up screen, how can I still chat with the audience? After saying this, he directly returned the live phone to Jiaru. After all, his purpose had already been achieved, and the subsequent handling still had to come from the person concerned to be appropriate. However, his words also caused laughter in the live broadcast room. Ha, brother Jia is too amusing. 2 million? People don't even care about it, hurry up and get lost, don't bother us here chatting with brother plus. That's right, I'm afraid he feels like a cerebral palsy even after this 2 million swipes out. Seeing this, Shen Jindong is completely broken defense. Fear, embarrassment, anger and other emotions gathered in his heart, causing his face to instantly swell red. However, seeing Jiaru reappear in the live broadcast room, he could only continue to type, Xiaoru, in the past it was Dong who was wrong, for the sake of these gifts, can we forget about it? I'm sorry Mr. Chen, I think it's bold to forget about the past, and compared to forgetting about the past, I prefer the wind and water to turn around, to TM death. We'll see. 147 too early that, will not grow tall oh. After saying this, Jiaru has suffered in the past few days, instantly threw the gas. The whole person is simply cool. It wasn't that she was being petty or bullying the other party based on the fact that Su Jia was there. Rather, what the other party had done was too much. First, she forced herself to join the other party's union, and after directly rejecting it, the other party even directly shifted the target to herself. It also directly isolated her and her fans, leaving them without a single friend in the entire platform. Today, they even directly united with the officials and arranged a disgusting PK without her knowledge. To bully someone to this extent and still think of forgetting about it would be completely overthinking it. Of course, there was also a reason for her to do this for Su Jia's sake. In this society, a good temper couldn't be a meal. Especially for an emerging entrepreneur like Su Jia who was being watched by countless individuals, it was even more impossible to be good-tempered. If he forgave the other party today, then it would be the same as releasing a signal to the outside. That was that Su Jia was good-tempered, and the people around him could be forgiven for being bullied like this. In such a situation, I'm afraid that the group of people who wanted to get close to Su Jia would be like they had found a new continent, frantically looking for people around him to bully. Anyway, as long as they spent some money and apologized, everything could be solved. But the purpose of getting close to Su Jia was directly achieved. To summarize, today, even if this Chen Jindong said something, she couldn't possibly forgive the other party. Even from now on, her company and the other party is a hostile relationship, the kind where you die and I live. This point, when Su Jia stepped in to help her out, she had already thought about it. As the saying goes, if you want to wear the king's crown, you must bear its weight. Since she had benefited because of Su Jia, she had to be able to afford this benefit before she could do so. Even Su Jia, who was sitting across from her, was giving her a thumbs up on the spot. Because the way she handled it, she simply thought of it together with herself. And inside the live broadcast room, it was similarly uplifted by her words. Xiao Ru said it well, the wind and water turn. Aren't you a godly hero? It doesn't matter if you admit your weakness now. Quickly go back to guard their own acres and thirds of land, we'll see. I have to say, this Xiao Ru said some words, really to fan. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room is also unified to turn the muzzle, ready to just fall down the altar of the network god East. As for Chen Jindong, he was sitting in front of the computer and could not help but tremble. In his heart, it was full of regret. Regretting that he thought with his lower body and completely offended the other party to death. He regretted that he had wrongly estimated the relationship between the other party and Su Jia, causing the situation to become what it is now. Also regretted that just now when Su Jia answered the phone he didn't say it properly, but directly went up to the head and chose to turn it off. But no matter how he thought, there could not be a pill of regret in this world. What Chen Jindong needed to think about now was how to deal with the collapse of his own persona, as well as Xiao Ru's next retaliation. Soon, his Emperor account, which was once known across the platform, quietly disappeared from Xiao Ru's live broadcast. At the same time, Xiao Ru was also handing over his other cell phone. On it, there was an apology letter sent to her by the official Du Shark Live. To put it simply, it was pushing the pod onto an operation and stating that it would make it up to her with recommendation spots and other things and such. To be honest, just by looking at this performance of the other party shirking responsibility, Su Jia's impression of this platform was already very bad. An operation, really have so much power, give S-level anchors airborne PK, don't bull okay. It wasn't that the platform also wanted Xiao Ru to compromise and join Chen Jindong that union to properly flavor the platform to make money. Thinking of this, he turned his head and asked, how long did you sign this new contract? This 1 year time. Xiao Ru froze for a moment, but still said truthfully. Su Jia, on the other hand, directly nodded and said with a smile, then develop it properly, and when it's a year later, let's give them a big surprise. Good. His words, said a little ambiguous. However, Xiao Ru, who had a slight understanding of Su Jia, still immediately realized the meaning. Although he didn't know exactly what he planned to do, Xiao Ru still decided that he absolutely couldn't let Su Jia down in the coming year. Cheer up. Su Jia smiled, then pulled Yan Xingyue towards the living room. After eating and drinking, lying on his girlfriend's lap and watching TV or something like that, wasn't it a beautiful thing? As for Li Qi and Xiao Ru, the two of them stayed in the restaurant to continue the live broadcast. But looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room that were still calling out for Su Jia, she was really a bit helpless. People have gone to get bored with their girlfriends, why don't I show you guys his home? As the words fell, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were another notch hotter. After all, to them, Su Jia was very mysterious. Although he was very hot on the internet, he was equally well known in life. But that was just a name, he had never shared his life on social networks. That's why everyone was so curious about his life that they were practically exploding with curiosity. Now that they could take a look at where Su Jia lived, how could they calm down? And seeing that the tempo had been switched, Xiao Ru didn't hesitate and directly opened her mouth and said, fine, then I'll join you guys and visit Brother Jia's 1,510 square foot large flat. After saying this, she directly turned the camera around. A dining room that was so big that it didn't want to be spoken to appeared in the line of sight of hundreds of thousands of viewers. Combined with the words she said, some people were also directly blinded. Did I mishear what she said about how many square feet of Gaga's house? 1510 square feet? Are you sure it's not a warehouse? Don't bull me, my house warehouse isn't this big either. Whether they believe it or not, a set of house that is enough to refresh their perception of luxury houses is still slowly unveiling its mystery to them. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Jia, who finally sent the girlfriend's duel away, had a satisfied look on her face. But Yan Xingyu, who was standing next to her, had a red face and lowered her head to stop speaking. Before this, the two lived together although they also had a bit of intimate actions. But considering that on the plateau, there really wasn't a single bit of transgression. But now well obviously is not that kind of scruples. Stinky treasure, you are still small, I heard that too early that will not grow taller. After saying that, they directly turned their heads and prepared to walk towards the room. The small heart is also thumping began to jump about. And waiting for a day, waiting for a long time, Su Jia, and how will she be fooled? Immediately as a hand she pulled into the arms, said with a smile, if I did not have 184 height, but also really almost be scared by you. Then, he directly lowered his head and picked her up, walking towards the direction of the bedroom. 148 want to earn big money, but also in the capital market. Early the next morning, the large master bedroom was filled with sunlight. Su Jia, who was lying on the bed, was also quickly woken up by the sunlight. And after waking up a little bit, he felt his arm, which seemed to be a little bit unconscious. Looking down, he realized that Yan Xingyue was lying on her arm sleeping soundly. At the corner of her mouth, there seemed to be a little bit of saliva flowing out. Seeing this lovely scene, Su Jia also directly ignored the discomfort on his arm.
However, the slight movement just now still seemed to make Yen Xingyue notice something.
So soon, a pair of slightly confused big eyes slowly opened.
What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman sleeping. Today's you seem to be a bit overly arrogant, ah.
Su Jia smiled and directly lowered his head and kissed it.
Well, no, you let me rest you don't.
It wasn't until the afternoon that Su Jia was able to temporarily detach himself from the gentle land. Although the gentle land is very good, but there is no way, just officially sublimated into a woman Yen Xingyue, is really cannot carry.
He, on the other hand, now also felt an inexplicable responsibility on his body.
That is, no matter what, he must give Yen Xingyue a better and happier life. This has nothing to do with licking or not licking, but the other party has paid too much for himself. Also because of this, his motivation to make money was directly pulled up. Plus, today was Saturday, he didn't need to go to school to cancel his vacation, so he quickly went downstairs and prepared to go over to Quan Yangwen's side to take a look. As a matter of fact, in the past few days, the other party had already asked countless times when he would be back and other things like that. Looking at the numbers on the account that were increasing day by day, the company's top and bottom that were all trembling with fear. Yen Xingyue, on the other hand, reluctantly got up from her bed and went home to see her parents. Since she had already returned to Rongqing, she still needed to go home to report for work. At 2 o'clock, Su Jia appeared in the underground garage of his new house. The assistant, Zhu Liwei, had also driven the Babs 900 and was parked squarely in front of the elevator. Looking at his glowing appearance today, he also couldn't help but say, Mr. Su seems to be more handsome today.
Be confident and remove the as if.
Su Jia made a joke, then a low head into the back seat. Good Lu. Feeling that the boss is in a good mood, Zhu Liwei also smiled happily. But along with the car on the road, Su Jia then opened his mouth and asked, tell me about your side of the situation.
Good boss.
Zhu Liwei answered, then while driving, he said, now under the name of Tide Play Company, there are already more than 150 stores. The stores are basically located in major shopping malls and some busy areas in Rongqing. At the same time, according to your request, all the stores are to take the path of light assets, store only rent not buy. By the way, the licensed blind box products of brands such as Disney have already entered the stores and the response has been quite good. In the past few days, all the stores have become profitable, with an average turnover of $8,000 per day.
The profit margin, if any, is around 30.
One by one, the data came out smoothly from Zhu Liwei's mouth. And on his face, he couldn't help but show a happy color.
Because the facts proved that Su Jia's development mode seemed to be a brainless burning of money.
But it was also because he had directly smashed tens of millions of dollars to buy stores in the first place, and now the company had basically realized the monopoly of the blind box market in Rongqing. Coupled with the authorization of several big brands, it has also made the following stores profitable. Among the consumer groups in Rongqing who liked blind boxes, the brand Plus, Minus, Multiply and Divide had also produced good results. And on Su Jia's side, he actually felt a bit surprised. Before this, although he had the plan given by the system, he also knew that being able to make a profit was a matter of course. But to be able to reach such a profit in a short period of time was still beyond his imagination. Don't underestimate the average sales of $10,000 per day.
You have to know that there are 150 stores under the company.
When discounted, adding, subtracting, multiplying and dividing Tide Play Company, the water flow for a single day now reached $1,200,000.
In a month, that would be $30 to $40 million. Profit would be at least a few million.
This was obviously not easy for a new company, and an industrial company at that.
Of course, this actually relies on the blind box industry.
When young ladies bought this stuff, they were completely incapable of moderation.
Thinking of this, Su Jia then smiled and asked, how much do you think it will cost to open our branded store to the whole country? The whole country?
When Zhu Liwei heard this, the hand holding the steering wheel couldn't help but shake a little. Immediately afterward, his heart also began to thump. Imagine, just by occupying a single market in Rongqing, the company had turned a loss into a profit, and its monthly turnover exceeded that of most listed companies.
Then what kind of grandeur would it be after opening up stores all over the country?
And for Su Jia's question, he was thinking and thinking before he opened his mouth and said, think it needs at least a few $1 billion. Well, then you go back today, use the company's existing data, make a financing with PPT out.
Financing?
Hearing these two words, Zhu Liwei felt like he couldn't keep up with his thoughts. The facts proved that the business model provided by Su Jia was very profitable. And if he wanted the company to expand, there was no need for him to keep investing money. After all, the company's water is there, no matter which bank to go to, tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars can be casually loaned out. When all of this money is exchanged for stores, then go back to the loan.
In this mode, Su Jia doesn't even need to take a penny. And if you finance it, it's obviously giving money to someone else.
Regarding his doubts, Su Jia was very understanding. But after understanding, he still felt that this Zhu Liwei's thinking was too formalized. Our business model must be financed, and we have to find a strong partner to finance it. Because our Tide Play store itself, there is no gold content.
What Su Jia said is also true. Some companies can eat alone, some cannot. For example, his addition, subtraction, multiplication and division technology, he directly intends to eat alone. Because this is a technology company, in his hands is an absolute monopoly technology. Other people looked greedy, but there was no way at all. But what gold content does Tide Play Company have? I'm afraid that the most valuable thing is the product license of those few brands. He can get, others will be able to get. Domestic business people everyone understands. What things make money, people will flock up, directly start the market competition. Although Su Jia was not afraid of competition, he also had the capital to compete. But from the beginning, he did not intend to use the Tide Play Store itself to make money. Want to earn big money, but also the capital market And Zhu Liwei now also figured out the key, his face showed a thoughtful expression. 149 shocking company account balance. Su Jia's words had undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for him. Indeed, just now, he was really dumbfounded by the little bit of achievement he had made so far. Doing business, especially industry, really wasn't that simple. Once a company has no core competitiveness, then the ultimate path must be bankruptcy. Now that he thought about it, the seeming of the loan expansion that he had thought about before seemed particularly ridiculous. And after thinking clearly, he was quick to say, "Boss, you mean we play a blitzkrieg? That's right, we must be fast, this time financing, but also must get a large amount of money. Want to use the physical store in the capital market to make a big one, it must be fast. So fast that before anyone reacts, the stores will be open all over the country. Next, is to continue to finance the introduction of capital and then out of a rapid listing of the road. Only in this way can the plan in Su Jia's hand be utilized to the maximum." As for whether he could get a large sum of money, Su Jia really wasn't worried at all. Not to mention anything else, with the company's current performance growth and water flow, there was no worry about getting financing. Even the valuation of the company will increase substantially because this is an emerging industry. "Okay boss, I understand everything." After being added to Su's lesson, Zhu Liwei's originally somewhat inflated little mind also instantly disappeared without a trace. This was actually quite normal. He became the personal secretary of a $10 billion tycoon at a young age. After being released, he was able to make a flourishing company in a short period of time. If someone else came over, I'm afraid they would be even more inflated than him. Accompanied by the conversation between the two, the Babs 900 quickly drove into the Poly Center in Rongcheng. Here was the new office space of plus, minus, and multiplication technology. Kwang Yongwon, who now had money, was directly under Su Jia's authorization to change his guns. Simply and roughly rented a whole floor of the office building. The company's staff, too, from the original 4 or 5 people, into a medium-sized company of nearly 100 people. The laboratory that Su Jia had promised him before was naturally placed on this floor of the office building. It is currently under construction. Just downstairs in Poly Center, Kwang Yongwon, dressed in a suit, stood at the door with a few people. To be honest, looking at the modern office building next to it. And next to the colleague's new spirit, he was like a lifetime ago. A few days ago, they were still nestled inside a private room on the outskirts of Rongcheng. He ate, drank, and breathed all in that private house that could not even be called an office. But now, he was already in and out of high-grade office buildings, becoming a successful person chased by many capitals. The company's users have officially exceeded 70 million, and will surely exceed 100 million in time. The gap between the first and the second is too huge. It also made him cherish the kindness that Su Jia brought to him. He had developed the technology, but without Su Jia's presence, he was afraid that the company would have closed down long ago. The days when he was treated as a liar were unforgettable. In addition, if it wasn't for Su Jia's big move on 318, the company might have to take many detours. It is also with his credibility, so that mosquito repellent has become a hot internet product. To summarize, for Su Jia the boss, he is full of gratitude. Therefore, knowing that Su Jia did not arrive so soon, Kwang Yongwon still waited downstairs early with people. As for Zhang Meng and the others beside him, their moods were actually similar to his. The only difference was that there was a lot more admiration for him. In such a situation, all the people's sights were also firmly locked on the entrance position of the office building. It was only 2 to 3 minutes before a Babs 900 pulled up next to the crowd against all sorts of blazing gazes. When Kwang Yongwon saw Zhu Liwei coming down from the driver's seat, he also didn't hesitate a bit and hurriedly went forward to open the rear door. Su Jia, who was dressed in casual clothes, was sitting in the car looking at them with a smile. "Mr. Su, finally I've brought you here." Hearing this, Su Jia also smiled helplessly, talking as if I had been away for a long time. "This company is one day at a time, to me a day is no different from a year, huh?" On Kwang Yongwon's face, there was a rather bright smile. The few people standing behind him, on the other hand, after he got off the bus, neatly shouted, "Hello boss." "Hello you guys." Su Jia smiled and looked at Zhang Meng and said, "Your name is Zhang Meng? Much prettier than before. Still have to thank the boss for being generous and letting me afford those cosmetics, hey."
Once she saw that the boss still recognized her, Zhang Meng was directly smiling out. Now she is one of Su Jia's fans, and still the most hardcore kind. Okay, then I strive to let you buy more expensive ones after today. Sensing the other party's enthusiasm, Su Jia also responded cleanly. But the words he said made several people freeze. Buy more expensive ones later today? Can it be that the boss is going to give out bonuses again today? Thinking about this, the eyes of all the people were directly glowing green. And without much explanation, Su Jia followed Kwang Yongwon and walked towards the inside of the office building. And soon, the group appeared on the 21st floor of Poly Center. It was also the new office area of plus, minus, multiplication and dividing technology company. However, looking at the busy scene inside the company, Su Jia gave up the idea of saying hello to everyone and directly followed Kwang Yongwon into an office. The whole room was about 200 square meters, and the various ornaments and desks and chairs inside were all spotless. This is the office reserved for you. If there is anything you need, the boss directly with me to say it. I think it's good. For the first office in his life, Su Jia did not have any requirements. Anyway, even if his motivation to make money was pulled up, the number of times he came to the company wouldn't be too many. After all, his most essential identity was still a freshman. Still, with a tiny bit of inexplicable sense of accomplishment, Su Jia quickly sat down in the boss chair. Just as he looked up at the computer, he was taken aback by the image on it. The office computer in front of him had been opened. And the web page was still parked on the back of a bank account. And the number on it was $2.5 billion. From the number reported 2 days ago, it's another billion more than that. Good lord, is this the surprise you prepared for me? I'm really surprised. On the other hand, on Kwang Yongwon's side, he immediately showed a sad face and said, Boss, I really don't know how to spend money, you give me a clear path. 150 you said do it, I'll do it. For his performance, Su Jia did not feel surprised. After all, the accumulation of this money is really too fast, simply did not give them time to react. Even he, who had deposits of over $100 million, was now a little numb. Looking at the numbers on it, he also couldn't help but flash a thought. That was to directly split the money and transfer it to his own account. But after thinking about it, he still directly gave up this idea. One was that if he wanted to take the company to the next level, not a single penny of this money could be touched, and it all had to be used for the development of the company. The other is that he wants so much money, there is no use of. Now Su Jia, food and clothing without worry, have a big house to live, have a fairy girlfriend. The things he liked were also a big catch, there was truly no need for this. Thinking of this, he turned his head and said, Tell us about the current situation and difficulties of the company. Good. Kwang Yongwon answered, then continued, as of 12 o'clock last night, the registered users of mosquito repellent has come to 70 million. Among them, the number of paid users has also exceeded 50 million. It is expected that tonight, the users will officially come to 80 million. At present, the company's main work is to recruit new employees, as well as to launch a version suitable for all kinds of cell phones. Hearing this, Su Jia nodded with satisfaction. To be able to reach this achievement in a short period of time could be said to be very impressive. Even social applications such as WeChat, which had just been released, did not have such a perverse growth rate. There are still difficulties as well. One is that various capitals are blocking my office every day asking for financing. Speaking of this, Kwang Yongwon looks both happy and difficult. Being chased by capital is a happy thing in itself. But in the face of all kinds of temptation still have to be ruthless to refuse, it is very difficult. And after hearing the words of Su Jia, he shrugged his shoulders and said, the day after tomorrow, about a time about a place, with these people to meet. Boss ready to finance? But our company is not short of money. Is ready to finance, but not this company. Su Jia smiled, said indifferently, we cannot let people run a trip for nothing. Now take the initiative to find the door, naturally, are the top investment banks. Without some strength, is simply not dare to lean to his side. And Tide Play Company's side, now also in the financing of the preparation. He can't afford to waste this good resource. And the other is that the development of iOS has been completed, but they need us to disclose some sensitive data like them, otherwise they won't give it to the shelves. Su Jia frowned tightly, the other party is running towards the technology? It should be, and the attitude of the other party was really a bit arrogant. Good fellow, eating so ugly? To be honest, Su Jia had always felt that the fruit company's eating face was very ugly. All the app's consumer items to draw 30 not to mention, now actually hit the idea of technology. And it is still so blatantly demanding. What is this if it's not a store that is eating ugly? It was also at this moment that a bold idea appeared in Su Jia's mind. That was to directly give up the iOS end. Is this a loss to him? The answer is yes. Although I can't stand to see this group of people eating, but I have to admit that others are strong. People in the global cell phone market is out of the dominant position. If one agrees to the other party's request, it can also definitely allow the company to achieve very rapid internationalization. But in the case of having monopoly technology in hand, he also never wanted to wimp out. Even in Su Jia's opinion, as long as the line of sight is stretched, it is definitely the fruit company that suffers more. After all, as long as the people who use the mosquito repellent, they will understand his powerful place. Especially some tropical countries, between no mosquito troubles or not using the fruit cell phone, it is still a very good choice, right? But also in his thinking between, Kwang Yongwon on the side continued to say, there are some cell phone manufacturers, contacted us hope to engage in bundled sales. After hearing this, Su Jia's brain flashed a trace of inspiration. And because of this idea, he directly stood up from his chair. Right, bundling. Seeing this reaction of his, Kwang Yongwon was directly startled. I have given a refusal before, does Mr. Su mean to agree to it? No promise a hammer. After waving his hand, Su Jia turned his head to look at him and said, this money, use it to buy a cell phone brand. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new cell phone. Hearing the words, Kwang Yongwon was confused. Su Jia did not sell, quickly continued, I decided to give up the iOS end, the other side of the eating is a bit ugly. In addition, since there is a bundle of this road, why don't we make our own cell phone, to go directly with them to break the wrist? His idea is quite simple. If you want to realize internationalization, you can never bypass the fruit. And cooperating with other brands of cell phones will squeeze the interests of their own side, and the loss is not worth the gain. Then why can't he create a cell phone brand himself and use the point of mosquito repellent to break into the market? As for whether it can be made, there is no need to doubt. Now the cell phone manufacturers, truly not even a little bit of technical content, most of the work is all assembly. Even at the technical level, cell phone manufacturers are not as high as air conditioning manufacturers. As long as you are willing to spend money, everything will no longer be a problem. And now Su Jia, on the books are several billions of it. By the way, this money is still only this month's income. Oh. Mosquito repellent, this huge cash cow, enough to let him go to any industry inside to spread joy. This seems feasible. Although Kwang Yongwon was shocked, but with a little thought, he realized that Su Jia's words are absolutely feasible. But what if he loses money? Lose money? It's impossible. Those mosquito-infested tropical countries are enough to feed us. A powerful confidence erupted from Su Jia's body. For this new direction of development, he could say that he was determined to win. With monopoly technology in hand, one can be so capricious. On the other hand, Kwang Yongwon sighed, he was now directly thinking about it. His face was a burst of green and red, and even his body couldn't help but tremble a little. It is indeed difficult to app out of the country, because no matter which country, there will be a blockade. WeChat, which was ridiculously powerful in the country, had similarly failed to completely go out of the country. But with cell phone products, there was no trouble in this regard. Thinking of this, he also said with red eyes, boss, you take the idea, you say dry, I will do it. Then call the company executives, meeting. 151 Not to issue some bonuses, I feel uncomfortable all over. Quickly, Mr. Su called a meeting. What? I thought Mr. Su didn't care about the company? What do you know about the big boss? Don't ask, hurry up. In the addition, subtraction, multiplication, and dividing technology limited company, a chicken and dog dance soon set off. And soon, 7 or 8 people gathered in a small conference room. Inside, there was Zhang Meng and other company elders. There were also executives from various departments that Kwang Yongwon had hired over with high salaries. The current crowd also focused their sights on Su Jia, who was at the innermost part of the conference room. They were curious as to what Su Jia, who claimed not to care about the company's affairs, was planning to say at the meeting. And of course, Su Jia understood that time was money. So after the people arrived, he opened his mouth and said, Mr. Kwang, let's talk about our plan. Good boss. Kwang Yongwon answered, from his side as stood up, the company is ready to do cell phone. Because he was worried that the crowd would not be able to understand Su Jia's thoughts, he spoke very, very slowly. The people inside the conference room, on the other hand, were getting more and more excited the more they listened. Every one of the people in the room knows a lot about mosquito repellent. It was also possible to understand how perverse it was. It is because of this, they have decided at the first time, mosquito repellent cell phone, this thing absolutely work. Even if it does not work in the country, in other countries can work. For example, in Africa, the sand side. In fact, now the sand side of the cell phone market is firmly controlled by domestic cell phones. Local brands are also being hung up and beaten by domestic manufacturers such as Millet. And mosquito repellent cell phone, for them is definitely a kind of dimensional blow. So after Kwang Yongwon finished, Zhang Meng immediately stood up and said, I think we should not be limited to cell phones, other aspects can also begin to start. For example, intelligent audio that can repel mosquitoes, and mosquito repellent tablet. This sentence is like opening the door to a new world for all the people, one by one, their thoughts are also active. One of the men who looks more than 30 years old, added, I think we can engage in mosquito repellent watch, or mosquito repellent smart bracelet. I think we can do mosquito repellent smart home, such as table lamp chandelier and so on. Yes, there are also mosquito repellent hand puppet, let's directly occupy the 2 spiny apes.
For a while, the entire conference room was very lively. And Soo-ja listened to the words of the crowd, also feel that this meeting is too worth it. Just now, his mind was full of thoughts on how to use the mosquito-repellent cell phone to make waves in the market. But such a simple brainstorming, but to the mosquito-repellent technology to come up with so many uses. And looking at one's red face, everyone's vigor was still very high. Thinking of this, he then smiled and said, "Everyone's ideas are good, I also think we can try. But since we decided to do it, we definitely need to set up a new branch. Who of you has an idea?" As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy and incomparable conference room suddenly became silent. But the eyes of each and every one of them also began to become blazing. After all, Soo-ja's words were very straightforward, that is, he wanted to find out the head of a new company from here. And the prospect of this new company was already self-evident. So in other words, Soo-ja was preparing to send them on the road to greatness. In such a situation, how could a few people be calm? Among them, Zhang Meng, who was the earliest to recognize Soo-ja, was directly starting to get tangled up inside. To say who among the people present had the best chance? She thought to herself that it was herself. The two patriarchs other than herself would both be technicians, that is, stuffy. This kind of thing of opening up the territory was truly not suitable for them. But then she thought about her own age when she hadn't even graduated from college, but she couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Do I have the ability? However, it was also at this time that she noticed Soo-ja's eyes looking at her, filled with encouragement. That handsome face was something that directly made her abandon all kinds of thoughts. At that moment, she clenched her teeth and stamped her foot, and said loudly, "Mr. Soo, I can try." Soo-ja's eyes were already very clear, this position was reserved for himself. Then what else did one have to wimp out on? What's more, she had long since figured out that as long as the company didn't close down, she was going to give Soo-ja a lifetime of earning money. Now, the opportunity to help him make a lot of money was in front of her. If she wimped out at this time, she thought she would regret it for the rest of her life. And that look just now, naturally, was deliberate on Soo-ja's part. This newly established company was already invincible in his mind. Anyway, he had the monopoly technology, he didn't worry about sales even if he installed the mosquito-repellent technology on the toilet. In such a situation, it was vital to find someone who was obedient and could strictly carry out his orders. Zhang Meng, whose eyes were filled with admiration when he looked at him, was undoubtedly the best candidate right now. Thinking of this, he directly nodded his head and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, the newly established company, you are the general manager. Now your task is to work together with Mr. Kwang, take a large amount of money and go to acquire a cell phone brand. Remember, the brand is not important, the technology and talent in their hands is the most important. Be sure to complete the task." Zhang Meng shouted hysterically, with a face full of chicken blood. "Well, I'll give you the opportunity, I hope you won't let me down." After Soo-ja said this, he waved his arm, signaling everyone to sit down, and the others shouldn't be disappointed, our company won't treat everyone who puts in effort. Next, I will talk about the rewards for all of you. Reward? After hearing the words, the crowd also forgot that little bit of disappointment directly. Each and every one of them looked at him with anticipation. It is the reward. Soo-ja smiled and continued, "The company has a lot of money right now, you guys should also have a number, it's hard for me to feel bad all over if I don't take it out and give out some bonuses." Ha! Boss atmosphere. The executives who were doing this also couldn't help but laugh out loud. And on Soo-ja's side, it was equally happy. Since the beginning, he had never been a stingy person. Even in his opinion, watching his employees become better under him was a very fulfilling thing. With this thought in mind, he said bluntly, "The company is a bit short on people now, so let's use the simple and brutal way. Regardless of the position, regardless of whether it is not an internship or a formal employee, each person first directly pay 10 months of salary. Notify the finance, this money must appear in the employee's bank card today. Then get a lawyer and draw up a confidentiality contract. Those who sign this contract will be rewarded with another 10 months of salary." As the words fell, the conference room was silent. I don't know how long it took, but an executive who had just joined the company for a week then held his head in his hands and said, "I just joined the company, and I can directly get 2 years of salary? 152 Be nice to the staff, go out and skate the car. Good guy, the boss is truly atmospheric." The 4 words, "Shuga atmospheric," also filled everyone's thoughts at once. As a matter of fact, some of the new recruits simply did not dare to think about the bonus. After all, according to the previous work experience, just joining the job basically could not get any benefits. Especially since most of the people in here, the internship period hadn't even passed yet. Bonus? That's don't even think about it. But on Soo-ja's side, the money is directly and indiscriminately scattered. Regardless of position, regardless of regular employees and interns, everyone had a share. What's more, these 20 months, which is equivalent to about 2 years of salary, can't be considered atmospheric, then it's also too much. The year-end bonuses of some large corporations couldn't reach such a standard. So at this time, the faces of all the people also showed joy. As for Soo-ja's idea, it was very simple.
First of all, it's just that there is so much money that there is no place to spend it when it comes to giving employees a red packet. If you don't treat your employees better after making money, do you want to go out and find a girl you don't know and directly smash each other with money? Not to mention the fact that he has Yin Xingyue in his family. Even if he doesn't, he can't do this kind of stupid thing. Another purpose was to take this opportunity to sign the confidentiality agreement for everyone. According to his previous idea, he should actually sign the non-compete agreement and confidentiality agreement all at once. But after careful consideration, he decided to forget about it. The non-compete agreement was actually to prevent executives and employees from jumping ship. But any of the executives and employees present at the meeting had no access to the company's core technology. Unless they could poach Kwon Youngwon, it was meaningless in the slightest. What's more, he was too lazy to retain the employees who could be poached. Money in hand, to whom to earn is not to earn it. And the confidentiality agreement, it seems very necessary. Addition, subtraction, multiplication and division technology company now can be said to be the most attention of the domestic internet enterprises. Countless pairs of eyes, either explicitly or implicitly staring at them. In such a situation, a confidentiality agreement that could bind the mouths of the employees became necessary. And things were not what he expected. Whether it was for the sake of showing loyalty or for the bonus of 10 more months' salary, this agreement was still quickly signed by all the employees. This of course included the cleaning ants. After that, Su Jia then arranged a few more tasks for Kwon Youngwon. Most of them were about employee logistics. First of all, it was that the company needed to pay social security and insurance no matter what the employees were. No one could be left out. This was very favorable, both for the company and the employees. This is something that doesn't use much money anyway. The other is to set a set of welfare policies for employees, such as car allowance, meal allowance, rental subsidies, overtime pay, commuter cars, etc., all to be complete. In short, he conveyed the idea to the following, is to be good to the staff. After all, Su Jia and Kwon Youngwon, two bosses eat to the mouth full of oil, on the staff a little better, is also a matter of course. His idea, on the contrary, quickly spread throughout the company. One by one, the employees even directly worship Su Jia as a god. To be able to join such a company, it felt like they were really lucky. Our big boss Su is still atmospheric and is really too good to the people under his hand. Hey, we have money today, how many technicians should we go to take care of? I think number 6 is good. In the evening, Su Jia has returned home from the company. Is lying on the sofa, holding the phone in Yen Xingyue to start a more heated argument. Yen Xingyu, stinky treasure, mom wants me to stay with her for one night. Adding, subtracting, multiplying and dividing, no way, if you don't come back my brothers and I will starve to death. Yen Xingyu, your brothers? Is there a guest in the house? Multiplication, subtraction and division, no, it's my brother. Yen Xingyue, you dead rascal. Wait for me, this will showdown with my mom. Multiplication and subtraction, Dehua is so nice. Yen Xingyue, just my dad bought 2 fish, and so I find the opportunity to quietly fish up go back to you to make up. Seeing this, Su Jia thought about it and still didn't refuse. Although a meal to eat 1 or 2 million more or less a bit extravagant, but this is the girlfriend's intention, have to accept. In all honesty, Su Jia really wasn't because the golden dragonfish was delicious. But just as he put down his cell phone and was about to turn on the TV to watch a program, a phone ringing came over. Picking it up, he found that it was actually Niang, the guide in his school. He didn't think much about it, so he directly pressed the answer button. Mr. Nya, hello. Su Jia student, I heard from my classmates that you came back from the Tibetan area? In Nya Ying's tone, there was a bit of hesitation. Obviously, this call was also made after a long hesitation. After hearing this, Su Jia smiled and said, I'm back, Mr. Nya has something to say directly. No matter what, this Mr. Nya treated him well. This period of time did not go to school, some important knowledge points, but also the first time will be sent to his cell phone. There was also the fact that he made a big deal out of things on 318, and the other party also sent him a message in the first place to say hello. Not to mention that this was his teacher. As a person who honored his teacher, he was still willing to help if he needed it. After all, in the next 4 years of college, Su Jia's absenteeism would definitely be very high. On Nya Ying's side, he said in a tone that carried a plea, it's like this, I need to stay at school today to work overtime, but my daughter Nya Ro is on vacation today. I just want to ask if your driver or something like that is available to help me pick him up. I'm not too worried about finding someone else, and I'll transfer the gas money to you. After hearing the words of Su Jia, is also felt a single old father, to his daughter that deep love. Especially after understanding the story of the father and daughter before, Su Jia also really feel that they are not easy. Considering that he had nothing to do anyway, he directly nodded his head and said, no driver, I'll just go pick it up, Mr. Nya you send me the positioning, I'll set off right now. This then, thank you, Mr. Su. Seeing him agree readily, Nya Ying's heart was instantly relieved. Su Jia, on the other hand, took the Honda CBR 1000R's car keys and 2 helmets out the door after hanging up the phone.
This afternoon, he was also, with the help of Zhu Liwei, transferred all the cars to this side. And likewise bought more than 20 parking spaces just in case. And this Honda motorcycle's pinnacle, since entering the garage, it also hadn't been started once yet. Now that there was a chance, of course, it had to go out for a ride. 153 Ghostfire Jr. versus Heavy Motorized Slugger. At the same time, in front of Ronqing's second middle school. Because the students were on vacation, this place became crowded. Models such as the BBA could be seen everywhere here. There were even some Porsche 911s and other double-door sports cars in here. One doesn't need to think to know that these are the parents who came over to pick up their children. As people's living standards continue to improve, this kind of scene is still very common in front of the school. Most of the parents know each other. After all, usually everyone was inside a parent group, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was an alternative resource pool. However, right now, the parents who were gathered around and chatting with each other had their heads turned to the other side of the school entrance. Then they pointed at that side. Only 4 or 5 teenagers with different hair colors were standing at the school entrance with a dangling look. Beside each of them, there was also a scooter motorcycle parked. Combined with the various exaggerated patterns on the body of the vehicle, their identities were already self-evident. That was the Ghostfire boys. These kids, they don't learn at a young age, they like to do this. Our kids have been telling me that they want to ride motorcycles in the future, and that's what they learned from Su Jia. He's not like the Ghostfire boy. He's a heavy motorcycle. Day by day such words are also directly into the ears of several teenagers. But probably because of the rebellious period and the distorted worldview, their performance was obviously not ashamed, but thought they were honored. The expression on one's face was even more arrogant, not to mention that one of them also directly picked up a cigarette and put it into his mouth. This scene, but also let the parents next to look at the heartbeat. In their hearts, they thought that they must advise their own children not to come into contact with this kind of people. However, right in front of everyone's eyes, a girl wearing a school uniform and carrying a pink backpack slowly came to the side of several people. I said I won't go out with you guys, why are you still coming to me? Niaro looked at the few people in front of her, and in her eyes was a resistance that she couldn't hide. Because of her family, she could be said to have been quite rebellious for some time before. It was also during this period of time that she had gotten to know quite a few dropout teenagers. For example, these Ghostfire teenagers in front of her were exactly a few of them. Previously, she had felt fine, at the very least, in the process of rebelling, the pressure in her heart could also be released. But since coming into contact with Su Jia and learning about his deeds, Niaro inevitably worshipped him. Certain thoughts in her heart naturally changed. It was also in these 2 days that she directly broke contact with the gang. Just did not expect, the other party is like a dogskin plaster, how to shake off cannot shake off. Not to mention harassing her in various ways on the internet, now they even directly found their way to the school. And in the Ghostfire teenagers, ahead of the purple hair boys, just think very handsome spit out a mouthful of smoke, looked at her and said, "What do you mean, when we are a tool person, come when called, come when swung away is it? Now come with me, my brother to take you for a ride, and then treat you to a spicy hot pot later." Between the words, he also had a self-satisfied look at the Ghostfire scooter parked next to him. I said no, my dad will come to pick me up later, you better leave now. Your dad? I'm not even afraid of my dad, what can your dad do to me? As the words fell, the man reached out his hand and grabbed towards Niaro's arm. This scene also made many of the parents beside him furious. One by one, they couldn't help themselves, and wanted to come up to see justice done. This had nothing to do with a sense of justice, but anyone in their right mind wouldn't be able to bear to watch a young girl in her prime being bullied like this. However, just before the boy's hands could touch Niaro, a rather frantic roar of an engine entered everyone's ears. The sound of the roar caused everyone, including the Ghostfire boy, to unconsciously look behind them. Then, a dazzling red and white heavy motorcycle appeared in the crowd's line of sight. This car is a bit handsome, but it can't be with those few people. Don't bull, this is a heavy motorcycle, worth at least $300,000 to $400,000. The person who came is naturally Su Jia, who came out to pick up people and slipped the car by the way. Looking at the sea of people in front of him, he is also a little glad that he is riding a motorcycle over. Otherwise, when he arrived at this side, he would definitely be blocked outside, with no way to come in. Even because there were too many parents picking up their children over here, the entire street was overflowing with water. In this situation, the motorcycle's advantage of being able to see through the cracks came into play. However, when he saw the several Ghostfire motorcycles over there, his brows also directly wrinkled. Because next to them, the girl with a difficult face, who else could it be if not Niaro? At that moment, he was unable to think too much, and with a direct turn of the throttle, he drove directly towards the direction of the few people. The roaring sound, so that the bystanders unconsciously gave him a road. So very quickly, he appeared next to a few people. And likewise because of his appearance, the situation over here instantly attracted onlookers. Su Jia was not in the mood to care about this, and after lifting up the windshield of his helmet, he waved at Niaro. "Your father asked me to come pick you up." It is him.
Although he could only see a rough outline, Nya, who had an extremely deep impression of him, quickly ran towards him. Noticing such a situation, the parents who were just about to strike were also relieved.
At the very least, this person in front of them could be much more reliable than that gang of Ghostfire teenagers.
Su Jia, on the other hand, pointed at the boys with colorful hair and asked, "Are these your friends?" No, they want to forcefully take me out to play." Nya is a burst of frantic shaking her head, fearing that Su Jia thinks she has something to do with these guys. But there is no other meaning, in front of their own life-saving benefactor, always want to maintain a good image. But after hearing the words, Su Jia's expression began to be serious. If this came one step later, it was not certain what would have happened. At that moment, he directly beckoned to the yellow hair at the head to come over. This yellow hair froze for a moment, but still slowly walked over. There was no way. Su Jia's appearance was too shocking. The aura of riding on top of a heavy motorcycle was something that directly scared him.
It would be strange not to obey now. Put out the cigarette for me, doesn't it feel like this is very handsome?
The yellow hair standing in front of Su Jia is directly keep a upright posture, throw the cigarette in his hand on the ground.
154 Now you know what is handsome.
Seeing this scene, the parents beside the onlookers are directly cool. Because this group of people were not happy with Ghostfire Jr., and the other party was trying to bully the female students in front of everyone's eyes. Now there was a biker who stepped forward. It would be strange if they didn't feel good. On Su Jia's side, seeing that the other party had a more proper attitude, he was still satisfied.
He also had absolutely no intention of bullying others.
As a matter of fact, he had always believed that no matter if it was a Ghostfire teenager or someone playing with a serious locomotive, they should all be considered a kind of knight. As long as they obeyed the law and played within reason, there was essentially no difference. That was what was meant by the saying that there was actually no difference between noble and lowly. But what these few boys, who were slightly younger than him, did couldn't really be considered normal. And since he had promised Mr. Nya to help pick up the people, then the first and foremost point is to ensure Nya's safety. Otherwise there's still a hammer to pick up. It was also at this time that the system's beeps came over once again. Option 1, teach Ghostfire Jr. a lesson to re-establish their worldview.
Reward, 1 business plan, 5 million yuan in cash. Option 2, ignore the other party and go straight home. Reward, 2 million yuan in cash.
Looking at the two options in his mind, Su Jia directly murmured in his mind, choose one. Not for anything else, just for that one business plan. The last time he obtained this, it had already created a physical business for him with a monthly water flow of $500 million.